On the day of my awakening and job change, I publicly slapped the school beauty in the face. She awakened as a 3S level combat class, a weapon master. I awakened as a 4S level superclass, a life exchange master. But it drew absurd laughter from all my classmates. It's simply because the life exchange master, although a combat class, attacks enemies through the means of exchanging lives. Although it's simple and brutal, it can inflict 1,000 points of damage on the enemy. But it also damages oneself by 999. Many teachers sighed, thinking they would witness the emergence of the first supreme powerhouse in human history, only to find it was a fleeting and useless class. However, at this moment, I was already laughing with joy inside. It turned out that I awakened a terrifying ability right after my rebirth, infinite self-healing. Even if I was left with just one cell, I could restore myself. This perfectly matched the life exchange master class. Even above deities, I could achieve infinite exchanges. The unaware principal, Su-yun, looked at me with deep regret, but fortunately, there was still a powerful 3S level class this year that could achieve good results. He looked at me and Lu Ruyen and said, "The novice realm of the divine domain is about to open, and it is fraught with dangers. I suggest you two team up." Lu Ruyen immediately agreed upon hearing this. After all, having a life exchange master in the team has many advantages, especially in dealing with minor enemies in the early stages. I would take charge when facing the big bosses. However, I refused without even thinking, otherwise, my powerful healing ability would be discovered, and who knows, the whole world might want to capture me for dissection and research. Seeing this, Su-yun felt quite helpless. Although he was the principal, he couldn't dictate personal choices like this. He could only let the two of them go to the archives to register first. After registering, I pulled up my attribute panel, name, 0, class, life exchange master, level, God refinement talent. As my level increases, the number of targets I can bind will also increase. Currently, I can bind one target in the undead battlefield. After the exchange, I can trigger the undead sovereign god and permanently increase physical and mental strength. My skill, Hell's Wail, causes the pain I suffer to double on the target, with physical strength at 0.1% and mental strength at 0.1%. Seeing this scene, I felt even more invigorated. If my physical and mental strength continued to grow, I would have considerable combat power in the future, even without relying on life exchanges. At that moment, Lu Ruyan's voice came from behind me. "Aren't you going to team up with me? Is it because of what happened last time when I hit you with my friend?" I turned around impatiently to look at her. Although I admired her stunning looks and hot figure, I knew that our backgrounds and perspectives were too different for us to ever be together. So I wasn't planning to have any interaction with her. "You don't need to think too much. I just prefer to work alone," I said before turning and walking away. However, I nearly collided with the approaching Xia Zishuan. Xia Zishuan had his hands in his pockets, showcasing a swirling mass of bee-like energy in his hands. "Isn't this our 4S level life exchange master?" I waved my hand impatiently. "Move aside, you're blocking my way." Xia Zishuan's expression darkened immediately. As a descendant of the Xia family, everyone should respectfully greet him. This poor kid thought that just because he awakened as a life exchange master, he was something special. Lu Ruyen, not far away, wanted to intervene but thought that my arrogance might be good to temper a bit, to prevent him from feeling invincible. Nearby students began to discuss the situation. Although I awakened as a 4S class, I couldn't easily release my skills, or I might injure myself severely. It was even possible to kill myself. The vortex in Xia Zishuan's hands grew stronger, and his expression became colder. He was ready to strike at any moment. Lu Ruyen couldn't bear to watch the two fight and stepped in, saying, "Xia Zishuan, that's enough. What do you want?" Seeing Lu Ruyen intervene, Xia Zishuan smiled and said, "Since our school beauty has spoken, I'll let you off this time. Just apologize to me. Then we can consider this matter settled." I scoffed, "Why should I apologize? Just because you're from the worthless Xia family, does that mean you can bully others?" Upon hearing this, Xia Zishuan was completely stunned. "Today, I would show you the power of a windmaster. If you dare, let's exchange lives." With a slash of the wind blade, two fierce gusts of wind surged toward me, carrying sharp blades. In Xia Zishuan's view, no one was unafraid of death, especially since I was an SSSS level class and would cherish my life even more. I wouldn't waste my life in a place like this. But the truth was, his thoughts were completely wrong. I didn't dodge or avoid. Instead, I formed hand seals, and a powerful energy spread out, enveloping him. The life exchange contract was initiated. The onlooking students were horrified and retreated, fearing they would be implicated and dragged into this. After all, that was a top-tier life exchange master. Being chosen as a target was no joke. Without hesitation, I activated my skill, Hell's Wail. At the same time, several sharp blades pierced through, and blood instantly seeped out, but I chose not to heal the wound, to avoid revealing any clues. On the other side, as the bound target, Xie Zixuan also bore the same wounds and endured double the pain. This made him let out a heart-wrenching scream. Many onlooking students turned pale and took a few steps back. The life exchange was truly terrifying. Xie Zixuan quickly pulled out a bottle of medicine from his pocket and gulped it down, greatly alleviating his pain. Unable to bear such humiliation, he shouted, "Is this all you've got? Go ahead, kill me if you dare." In his view, very few dared to provoke the Xie family, and someone like me, with no background, certainly wouldn't. "I've heard you have a sister. If you dare kill me, I'll make her life a living hell." Xie Zixuan laughed maniacally, a hint of madness in his expression. In an instant, a fierce glint flashed in my eyes. I would never allow anyone to threaten me with my sister's life. I grabbed my abdomen with both hands, pressed my index finger hard, and brutally cut open my belly. Crazy. This guy is really insane. The onlooking students screamed in shock. Their faces turned pale as they retreated even further. A massive wound also appeared on Xie Zixuan's abdomen, and at that moment, he finally felt fear. Even though he took painkillers, watching his own body being torn apart was a sensory shock far worse than the pain. Yet Xie Zixuan continued to scream madly, "If you hurt me, my dad won't let you off. The Xie family won't let you go." What a load of nonsense about the Xie family group. None of you are as important as a single hair from my sister. Gritting my teeth, I thrust my hand into the gap, found the left kidney, and crushed it. Xie Zixuan screamed, clearly feeling something was missing from his left side. He was truly scared now. He hurriedly shouted, "Stop! You need to stop. Relying on a good background, you think you're above everyone else? Today, I'll show you what equality means." With that, a golden humanoid shadow gradually appeared behind me. The gifted undead body began to manifest. I immediately reached for his heart, and Xie Zixuan felt a sharp tightening in his chest. In an instant, he felt the shadow of death loom over him. Just then, Suyin rushed over, anxiously shouting for me to stop. After all, Xie Zixuan is the young master of the Xie family. Having him die at school would be hard to explain. But I ignored her, staring intensely at Xie Zixuan. "Do you think I'm afraid to kill you? Someone like me, living on borrowed time, do you really think I would fear you?" As I spoke, my grip tightened. His heart was nearly crushed to the point of stopping. Suyin quickly grasped the key issue and shouted to Xie Zixuan, "Xie Zixuan, you need to apologize to him." Xie Zixuan looked terrified. He was genuinely scared. He could feel his heart gradually stopping. In the face of death, all dignity and pride meant nothing. With a thud, he knelt down, knocking his head on the ground several times. "Yellen, please don't kill me. I beg you, I truly realize my mistake." The surrounding classmates were silent in shock. They were used to Xie Zixuan's arrogance, and it was the first time they had seen him kneeling and begging. Meanwhile, they also developed a deep wariness of me. This person was a madman, and they realized they should never provoke me again. I slowly released my grip, terminated the life-binding contract, wrapped the wand with my clothing, and pretended to stagger a few steps, as if I was about to collapse from exhaustion. However, in reality, my internal injuries had already healed. Xie Zixuan tried to smile but ended up collapsing to the ground, and was quickly carried away by the arriving Xie. I was about to leave when Suyin called out to me, "How can you go back looking like this? You need to see the infirmary." But I didn't want to reveal my secrets so soon, so I replied that I was fine. Then I quickly turned and left. Lu Ruyan hurriedly caught up with me, shoving a bottle of raw lacquer into my hand. "Take care of yourself when you go back. Whether you form a team or not, don't embarrass the Academy of Divine Capital." I glanced at the bottle in my hand and was slightly surprised. The raw lacquer had powerful effects and was a limited resource, even extremely scarce for the Xie family. I couldn't believe Lu Ruyan was willing to give it to me. "No need, this time I will definitely take first place in the Divine Realm trial. Just don't embarrass the Academy of Divine Capital. Keep the medicine for yourself." I then tossed the bottle back to her. I continued walking forward. "Dream on, as long as I'm here, you won't get first place." Lu Ruyan was a bit angry, but she quickly calmed down. Watching my lonely figure gradually fade away, she felt a pang of emotion. This person was stubborn and difficult. Yet he had great spirit. Meanwhile, on the other side, Xie Zixuan woke up after treatment, his face filled with anger and sorrow. He choked out to the man beside him, "Dad, you have to avenge me. I want that bastard to be torn to pieces." Xie Zhengwa said nothing, slowly lighting a cigarette. "That 4S level life-changing master, doesn't he have a sister?" Upon hearing this, Xie Zixuan's eyes suddenly lit up. "Yes, he values that sister a lot. Dad, Send someone to capture her immediately. Xiejingwa, smoking, thought for a moment before saying, I'll send someone to do it. You focus on healing. A life-changing master is like a madman with a nuclear bomb strapped to him. We need to control this bomb. As long as we have his sister, we don't have to worry about him not coming to rescue her. He then pulled out his phone and dialed a number. At this time, I was hurrying home when I received a notification from the school that the Divine Realm Novice interface was about to open and I needed to return immediately. This was crucial for me, a newly awakened divine personnel. As long as I could rank in the Divine Realm trial, not only would the school reward me, but the leaders in the state would also give rewards. Then I could easily treat my sister's illness. Thus, I quietly made up my mind. I had to get first place because only the first place would yield the richest rewards. At this moment, many people had gathered in front of the school's Divine Realm gate. When I turned my head, I saw Lu Ruyan watching me from a distance. She slightly raised her chin and cast a challenging look at me. I whispered, first place is definitely mine. Seeing her expression, I found it a bit amusing. How about we make a bet? Let's bet on who can take first place. Lu Ruyan immediately agreed with confidence, sure. What are we betting on? I smiled slightly, letting my gaze wander over her. Let's bet on a condition. A condition that can't be refused no matter what. Lu Ruyan seemed to see through my thoughts, her face instantly flushed. I knew you had ulterior motives. Even if I have ulterior motives, if you don't even have the courage for this, why are you competing for first place with me? Hearing this, Lu Ruyan was quite proud and accepted the bet. I hope you can come back alive. With that, she strode toward a glowing door. I quickly followed, choosing another door to enter, which led to a random area within the Divine Realm. Inside could hide dangers or great opportunities. Outside the Divine Realm, Principal Su Yun, along with several teachers and even Xiejingwa, were all watching the activity inside. As soon as I stepped into the Divine Realm, I was hit by a strong smell of blood, but looking around, I didn't sense any danger. Suddenly, a wild monster leaped out from the nearby forest. It was a spider demon with 8 long legs, nearly a meter in height. It also had a hideous face. I was not the least bit panicked, having recognized this as an F-level wild monster. The humanoid spider immediately activated the life exchange contract and swiftly unleashed the Hell Whale skill. As the spider's legs swung toward me, I calmly adjusted my angle, aiming for the vital points. The spider's legs pierced through my body, but the humanoid spider let out a painful scream. The double damage from Hell Whale inflicted immense pain on it, and a massive web burst forth to engulf me. However, facing the oncoming web and the seeping venom, I didn't choose to evade. If it were any other life exchange master, they wouldn't dare be so reckless, but I had infinite resilience. Seeing that the web and venom attacks were ineffective, the humanoid spider struck again, swinging its sharp legs. This time, I deliberately chose to take the hit on my abdomen as the spider's legs pierced through me. The humanoid spider's abdomen exploded instantly, killing it on the spot. In contrast, I calmly pulled the spider's legs out of my body, and my wounds began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. Meanwhile, outside the Divine Realm, Su Yun and others were watching the screen displaying the status of each student entering. They could see the action trajectories, though they couldn't discern the real situation. It gave them an understanding of the overall situation. Xiejingwa suggested, this time we have a 3S level weapon master and a 4S level life exchange master. Everyone knows about the weapon master, why don't we take a look at the life exchange master instead? As the head of the Xie family, his opinion carried weight, and Su Yun could only agree. He was also curious to know what was going on with that madman. However, when everyone saw my location, they were astonished. Though the humanoid spider was only an S-level monster, it was lethal for a life exchange master. While life exchange masters could trade lives, the toxins from the humanoid spider were terrifying, and it was likely I wouldn't survive. The spiritual humanoid spider would die first, and according to the map, I had already encountered the humanoid spider. My chances of winning were virtually non-existent. Teacher Xian began to feel anxious. While life exchange masters weren't valuable, a 4S level divine position was very important for the school. In the eyes of all the onlookers, my death was inevitable. However, the next moment, a broadcast rang out like a bell in everyone's ears. The 4S level life exchange master has killed an F-level humanoid spider, achieving the first kill on the map, earning 1 point, and a first kill reward of 1 point. At that moment, everyone was stunned. How could they achieve a first kill in such a short time since entering? Moreover, he had encountered a particularly troublesome humanoid spider, and the key point was that he was still alive. How did he manage that? Hearing the announcement, I raised an eyebrow and looked at my wristwatch, which displayed the ranking in my points. I was in first place by a 2-point margin, but this was just the beginning. Once the others regained their composure and got ready, the competition for points would officially begin. Lu Ruyan, who heard the announcement, was also taken aback. Looking again at the rankings uncertainly, he found that I was already in the lead. Lu Ruyan snorted in disbelief. He couldn't accept that a weapon master's divine position was inferior. He thought it was ridiculous that he was outperformed by a life exchange master from the sewers. As he pondered, a black skeleton suddenly burst out of the ground. Seeing the black skeleton appear, Lu Ruyan didn't hold back. In an instant, he exploded into action. Although he was a weapon master, he wasn't equipped with any weapons at the moment. Nevertheless, his divine position gave him an astonishing attack power. Even the F-level black skeleton, known for its defense, couldn't withstand his attack, and the ranking immediately changed as Lu Ruyan's name surged upward. In a short time, he surpassed me. Xia Jinghua commented, "A life exchange master is still a life exchange master. Even if their divine position reaches 4, they still lag behind. There are plenty of humanoid spiders in that area, killing one might be luck, but with so many, that's another story." However, as soon as he finished speaking, a series of markers appeared beside me on the screen, representing the many humanoid spiders. With so many, how long could a life exchange master without active attack skills last? At that moment, everyone thought my chances were grim. Little did they know, I had actively lured these humanoid spiders in. To catch up in the rankings and secure first place, I didn't hesitate to cut my palm. I drew more humanoid spiders with my own blood. With my miraculous self-healing and the abilities of a life exchange master, I only needed to do one thing: expose my vital points, bind the target, and complete the kill. Thanks to the gifts I received, I felt no pressure, easily dispatching one F-level humanoid spider after another, and my ranking soared impressively. However, just as I felt at ease, an E-level monster, the swamp blood symbol, suddenly appeared and immediately unleashed its sonic kill skill on me. The dizzying sensation overwhelmed me, making it hard to realize something was off with my body. Without hesitation, I activated the divine chain binding and the Hellwhale skill, which alleviated the dizziness somewhat. Noticing something was wrong, the thorn swamp bloodbat screeched and, while continuing its sonic attack, quickly took advantage of my inability to retaliate and lunged at me with its claws and fangs. Damn, this sonic skill disrupted my focus. As I watched the blood symbol approach, I had no way to dodge. Infuriated by its skill, my restless heart gradually settled. In contrast, the blood symbol couldn't remain calm. The Hellwhale inflicted double damage on it, returning all its ferocious attacks back at it. Realizing something was wrong, the swamp blood symbol turned and tried to flee without hesitation. This move surprised me as well, but I wouldn't give it the chance to escape. The sonic disruption was indeed troublesome. If it regained its composure, it would be a problem. Without hesitation, I aimed at myself for a lethal strike, instantly causing the fleeing bloodbat to scream in agony and drop to the ground. As the saying goes, wound the enemy 1,000, but damage yourself 800, but with my self-healing ability, I suffered no loss at all. While other life exchange masters traded lives and faced injuries or even death, it was as if I had donned resurrection armor along with counter-armor. By killing the E-level swamp bloodbat, I gained 100 points in experience. As it died, my attributes began to change. I acquired the Night Demon Exploration skill, which allows me to sense danger within a 50-meter radius of my body, and it can improve with the skill level. I was somewhat surprised. I hadn't expected to gain a brand new skill after leveling up. I stroked my chin while surveying my surroundings. I was on the edge of the swamp of failure, not yet deep inside. The deeper I went, the stronger the wild monsters I would encounter, and the more dangerous it would be. But with that came even more generous point rewards. So I steeled my resolve and made a decision. Since I had the Night Demon skill, I might as well go big. I wondered how Lu Ruyan would keep up. Points were very tightly contested right now. Anyone who slacked off would quickly fall behind. Plus, to exit this swamp, I had to deal with the boss of the swamp forces. Originally, everyone watching thought I was doomed, surrounded by countless humanoid spiders. Yet, to their surprise, those humanoid spiders began to drop one after another, and my points skyrocketed. I was already leading Lu Ruyan by a narrow margin. This made the teachers and students gasp. How had he done it? With so many humanoid spiders, even if they were F-level, it shouldn't be possible for someone who had just awakened their divine position to kill them. Was it possible that under a 4S level divine position, even a life exchange master, regarded as a trash profession, could become strong? Everyone fell silent. They knew what a life exchange master was capable of, but my performance was extraordinary. Even though they couldn't see the specifics, the first place points and data spoke for themselves. After a moment of silence, Suyun spoke earnestly. It's not that there haven't been other low-end professions with SSS level divine positions in the past, but even a 3S level divine position cannot change the strength of the profession. At this moment, Xie Jingguo's eyes had become extremely heated. The better I performed, the more excited he became. A life exchange master like me was the perfect asset for the Xie family. As long as they had my sister, they could manipulate me at will. But at that moment, I did something that astonished everyone on the screen. I moved rapidly toward the boss's location. In an instant, Su Yun and Xie Jingguo became tense. Although the swamp forest wasn't a high-level dungeon, the strength of the wild monsters was still limited. However, it was the boss's lair. The boss, the swamp demon spider, was an earth-level ferocious beast. Even if my level had increased, I was still a low-level class changer, and it was impossible for me to challenge a higher level. Xie Jingguo narrowed his eyes, wondering whether this kid was seeking death or had absolute confidence. Although my earlier performance was comparable to a 3S level weapon master, wasn't it a bit too reckless to attempt to challenge the boss? A few teachers beside them began to panic, urging Su Yun to intervene. Although this was a trial, there had never been a life exchange master like me, especially one with a 4S level divine position. They originally didn't have high hopes for me, even thinking I would be the first to be eliminated. Yet, no one expected that I would not only secure a kill but also compete with a 3S level divine weapon master. A person like me could no longer be treated as a worthless profession. At this moment, Su Yun was also frowning, hesitating. He wanted to intervene to save me, but considering my personality, he hesitated. Moreover, this was a trial. Intervening might tarnish his reputation. Just at that moment of indecision, on the screen, I had already arrived at the location of the swamp demon spider, and at this point, it was too late for him to intervene. Suddenly, someone unexpectedly proposed a counter-argument, leaving everyone stunned. Perhaps, as a 4S level divine position, he really had a way to deal with the swamp demon spider. But the next second, Su Yun's deep and angry voice rang out continuously, "What nonsense! A newly awakened low-level life exchange master thinks he can compare to the swamp demon spider? This guy is simply seeking his own death." Su Yun gritted his teeth, feeling utterly helpless. If he wants to find death in the trial, no one can stop him. At this moment, using my new skill, Night Demon Exploration, I avoided unnecessary trouble while accurately locating the swamp demon spider. However, as I focused my gaze, I was surprised to see the swamp demon spider right in front of me, with its attributes displaying in succession. The swamp demon spider was an earth-level creature with the talent of gravity domain, allowing it to control gravity and suppress its opponent's combat power by 50%. Its skill, Brutal Charge, enabled it to explode with 3 times its speed and increase its attack power by 150%. The skill Ghost Spike erupted from the swamp within the gravity domain. Just as I prepared to act and use the divine chain to bind the swamp demon spider, it charged at me without a word, moving through the swamp as if it were flat ground. In contrast, I found moving in the swamp to be far less agile. Even with my arms crossed in front of me, I was still knocked away, and upon impact, my skin was quickly eroded, revealing bright red flesh in an instant. This was truly unfair. The sudden attack left me speechless. However, I wouldn't let the swamp demon spider take the initiative from here on. Immediately, I unleashed the divine chain binding in the skill, Earthly Whale. However, the demon spider showed no fear. Even while bound, it relentlessly attacked me. In contrast, my strategy was much simpler. I would absorb the damage from its attack while simultaneously targeting the swamp demon spider's vital points. I slammed my fist down on the swamp demon spider's head, while its fangs pierced through my shoulder, blood pouring out. However, at the same time, the spider also bore a gaping wound, and due to the effect of Earthly Whale, its damage was doubled. Let's see who can endure longer. I wanted to see how strong this monster could be, daring to compare its endurance against me, a living blood reservoir. In an instant, both sides unleashed frenzied attacks and bites, and soon the pitch-black swamp beneath our feet turned into a pool of blood. The swamp demon spider retreated, its body covered in wounds. When it looked at me, its eyes were filled with disbelief. How could a low-level life exchange master endure for so long? It then let out a howl and unleashed its talent, Gravity Domain, to kill the traitor. I felt as if I was weighed down by 1,000 pounds, struggling to breathe. Just as I thought it was going to charge at me, the swamp demon spider instead absorbed the surrounding muck, using it to shield itself, and its wounds began to heal. Seeing this, a bitter feeling surged in my heart. You think you can out-heal me? I was determined to take first place in this trial. With that, I braced against the pressure of the gravity domain and struck myself with a powerful blow. I instantly coughed up a mouthful of blood, but there was no sign of pain on my face. Instead, a hint of madness emerged. The damage inflicted by Earthly Whale enraged the swamp demon spider, and with a roar, the swamp beneath it began to boil. Following that, a series of sharp, toxic spikes erupted from the swamp. The swamp demon spider's speed skyrocketed as it unleashed both the brutal charge and ghost spike skills simultaneously, instantly immobilizing me in place. Even if the swamp demon spider would suffer greater damage from attacking me, it was undeterred. It firmly believed that as long as it could instantly kill this low-level life exchange master, its self-healing ability would ensure its survival. Although I appeared to be completely controlled, my face bore a manic expression. Suddenly, a loud, thunderous sound erupted as the brutal charge struck me hard, and in the next instant, my body was blown apart, scattering like a pile of parts on the ground. Upon witnessing this, the swamp demon spider's entire body exploded as well. As its head rolled to the ground, a look of terror flashed in its crimson eyes. The dead me, who couldn't die any more than that, actually began to heal, and the speed was unimaginable. As they watched the map, the markers for both the swamp demon spider and me disappeared simultaneously, leaving everyone dumbfounded. Is this a mutual destruction? Teacher Dede was dumbfounded. In their minds, my death was already a given when I reached the swamp demon spider. Yet, no one expected that I could actually defeat such a formidable monster. It truly was remarkable, but what a shame to waste such potential on foolishness. Some felt regretful, while others thought I had it coming. After all, as a rookie class changer, even someone like Lu Ruyan, a 3S level combat weapon master, would be hard-pressed to contend with an E-level monster. Yet here I was, a support class life exchange master, daring to challenge such a formidable foe. I never expected this spirit sword had such abilities. Unfortunately, even with such power, it was useless once you were dead. Xia Jinghua displayed a facade of fake sorrow. Meanwhile, Suyin felt uneasy. Just as he was about to tell someone to take care of my sister, he was interrupted by a startled exclamation. Quick, look at the points leaderboard. Why is it not Lu Ruyan in first place? Didn't he die? How does he still have points and suddenly has so many? Everyone looked up in unison. I saw my points on the leaderboard surge by 1,000 points. Just as everyone was left in shock, the announcement rang out. The 4S level life exchange master has killed the swamp demon spider boss, successfully completing this trial. Guarding the passage earns 1,000 points, and killing the boss awards 500 experience points. The announcement sent shockwaves both inside and outside the Divine Realm. It can't be, the Divine Realm must have made a mistake. The parts were dead, how could there still be rewards? Everyone, look at the markers for the parts. Isn't life exchange supposed to mean trading lives? Could it be that he still has a body? When they saw the markers light up, everyone felt a wave of shock. A life exchange master was such an inconspicuous profession, often viewed as cannon fodder. Who would have thought such brilliance could shine on this day? Is this guy a monster? Is a 4S level divine position really that different? Xia Jinghua was also stunned by the scene. However, upon further thought, he realized that such talent would be a protective talisman for him in the future, and he instantly felt at ease. Meanwhile, the flickering flame of hope reignited in Suyun's heart, and his eyes sparkled with excitement. This kid actually didn't die. They will surely be very interested in his situation. Meanwhile, in the graveyard of the Divine Realm novice area, Lu Ruyan was gasping for breath, drenched in sweat. He looked as if he was about to collapse. In an effort to catch up on points and even surpass me, he was constantly fighting. Just as he thought he was gaining distance, however, the announcement rang out across the entire map once more. And this time, I had directly killed the boss and cleared the trial, which left Lu Ruyan in disbelief. How could a mere life exchange master accomplish this? But why was he so powerful? What secrets are you hiding, Spirit Sword? Lu Ruyan bit her lip, her eyes filled with unwillingness. Thinking of our bet, her face couldn't help but flush. With a first kill and a lead of 1,000 points, he had no chance of catching up now. In fact, he didn't even dare to provoke the boss in his dungeon. As the person involved, I had fully recovered thanks to my miraculous self-healing ability. Looking at the dead swamp demon spider, I sighed in relief. I was leading the points race by a wide margin, having secured first place. I earned 1,000 points for killing the swamp demon spider and 500 experience points, and I leveled up, gaining the skill Gravity Binding. Listening to the notification, I eagerly opened my attribute panel and was instantly excited. Name, Parts, Profession, Life Exchange Master, Level, 310/1000. Talent, Divine Training, Undead. Battle Zone Skill, Hell Whale. Exploration Skill, Gravity Binding, which allows me to manipulate gravity within a 10-meter radius at a strength equal to my own. Physical Strength, 0. 1%. Mental Strength, 0. 1% level increase. All my skills and talents had been enhanced, and I gained a brand new skill, but what truly made me happy was that I had secured such a low score. This meant I would receive generous rewards, and my sister's illness would be treatable. The 4S level life exchange master had cleared the trial and was about to be teleported away. The trial was coming to a close as the announcement from the Divine Realm echoed. In the Divine Realm Square, one by one, newcomers were being teleported out. However, the gazes of Su Yun, Xie Jinghua, and others were not focused on them. Even Lu Ruyan, the 3S level weapon master, when she emerged, the crowd showed little reaction. It wasn't until I appeared that everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. I was truly alive and completely unharmed. They rushed forward, eager to find a single scratch on me. As a life exchange master, not only had I killed so many wild monsters, but I had also defeated the boss without a scratch. This was simply outrageous. Lin Chen, congratulations on achieving first place. Su Yun wore a smile on his face. The school had produced such a genius class changer. This was a good thing for both the school and for him as the principal. However, I wasted no time and directly asked the most pressing question, Principal Su, when will the rewards be given? Su Yun felt a bit awkward at my question. The city and national rewards will take a bit longer. As for the schools, before he could finish his sentence, several black sedans drove in. The person who stepped out was the mayor of Jianhai City. As soon as the car stopped, he announced that the city rewards could now be given. Mayor Zhao walked straight up to me, smiling as he looked me up and down. What a promising young man. A 4S level divine position. Who would have thought a life exchange master could achieve such a high level? According to the trial rules, the city will reward you with a villa in the city center, in addition to providing 3 million in funding. As soon as Mayor Zhao said this, everyone else gasped, their faces filled with envy. A villa in the city center of Jianhai starts at 5 million. Plus 3 million in funding. This reward was simply enviable. Mayor Zhao turned his gaze to Lu Ruyan. You must be Miss Lu Ruyan. Not bad, not bad. The higher-ups are already considering recommending you for admission to the highest divine academy. You should prepare yourself. Upon hearing this, everyone cast envious glances. The highest divine academy was a prestigious institution for class changers in the Great Xia. To be selected, one must at least be of a high divine position. However, the 4S level life exchange master was not selected. Instead, Lu Ruyan, in second place, was chosen. The reasons were clear to everyone. The life exchange master profession was indeed weak. Even achieving first place in the trial couldn't compare to the appeal of a weapon master. Nevertheless, despite receiving an invitation to the highest divine academy, Lu Ruyan couldn't bring herself to feel happy until Mayor Zhao left. It was only then that Lu Ruyan realized I hadn't shown any emotion throughout. The only thing I expressed was my interest in the rewards. Don't be discouraged. Although you're a life exchange master, if you can increase your level, you will definitely enter the Divine Academy based on your divine position. Su Yun stepped forward to comfort her, simultaneously presenting the school's rewards. These materials and resources are all suitable for life exchange masters and will serve as the school's reward for you. I nodded and accepted the rewards without hesitation, planning to leave immediately, as my sister was still at home. However, before I could walk away, Xie Jinghua approached me. Spirit Sword, it's a pleasure to meet you. You performed excellently in the trial. Although you may not have the opportunity to enter the Divine Academy, you can join my Xie family. Whether it's financial support or resources, my family can provide for you, including treatment for your sick sister. Xie Jinghua wore a friendly expression. However, the meaningful glint in his eyes revealed his true intentions. I had almost killed his son, yet he still wanted to recruit me. This Xie Jinghua was truly not simple. Sorry, I'm not interested. With that, I turned and walked away. Watching me leave, Lu Ruyan gritted her teeth and followed me. In this trial, I had shone brightly, while I received generous rewards. The best part was still unattainable. All because my profession was a life exchange master, a profession that was inconspicuous and often seen as cannon fodder. I had lost the opportunity to enter the Divine Academy. But Lu Ruyan, who was in this trial, truly understood that my strength was far from ordinary. Life exchange master Spirit Sword, let me take you back. As for entering the Divine Academy, I believe you can make it. Lu Ruyan said this earnestly, but I didn't take it to heart at all. Sure, you can take me back, but I thought you were here to fulfill our bet. At the mention of the bet, a blush crept onto Lu Ruyan's face. However, he didn't say it outright, but signaled me to get in the car. The blush on the face is faintly visible, full of stealthy charm. I carefully looked at Lu Ruyan in the car. Such a delicate and beautiful woman, it's impossible not to have some thoughts from men. What do you want to do about the bet? Lu Ruyan dared not look me in the eye. I was thinking of coming out to comfort her, fearing that I might hold a grudge over Shen Ziyuan's matter, but I forgot about the bet. Moreover, seeing my appearance, I didn't care at all about Shen Ziyuan, which made Lu Ruyan very curious. Of course, what to do is what a man should do, but before I finished speaking, my phone in my pocket rang. I had no choice but to swallow my words, answer the phone. Lin Chen, your sister has been kidnapped by many people, our neighbors couldn't stop them at all. The sudden phone call from the neighbor instantly extinguished Lin Chen's desire to tease Qin Xiu. Seeing Lin Chen's gloomy expression, even starting to show a fierce look, made Qin Xiu recall the scene when Lin Chen dealt with Xie Zixuan. Lin Chen, what happened? Qin Xiu asked, a bit worried. She had already been concerned that Lin Chen might have thoughts about not being treated fairly, and now his low mood made her even more anxious. My sister has been kidnapped. Lin Chen clenched his fists, looking at the car and then at Qin Xiu. Please, take me there. Lin Chen and his sister relied on each other, she was everything to him. No matter what humiliation or cold mockery he faced growing up, Lin Chen never cared. He understood that living at the bottom was not his wish, but if his sister was harmed, that was a different story. Even if he had to turn the tables, he would make sure to turn this situation around. Okay, driver, hurry up. Lin Chen, tell me the location. Qin Xiu realized the seriousness of the situation and quickly called out. Although Qin Xiu had her own pride, she was not a princess who looked down on others. On the contrary, she was more willing to engage with those who had strength, talent, and valued character. Although Lin Chen had some minor conflicts with her, neither of them was the type to hold grudges, and during the trials, Lin Chen had earned the respect he deserved. A low-level life exchanger, a profession akin to a seer, could be more powerful than a top-tier profession like a weapon master. Soon, they arrived at an old, dilapidated neighborhood on the outskirts of Jianhai City, where the residents were all at the bottom of society, unable to awaken their divine professions or establish a foothold among ordinary people. Lin Chen and his sister's home was located here. As soon as they arrived, Lin Chen rushed out, moving so fast that even Qin Xiu, who was beside him, was startled. A life exchanger could have such speed? It was truly astonishing. Auntie, where did they take my sister? Who were those people? After looking around the cramped and simple room, which only had a bed and some bedding on the floor, Lin Chen felt the weight of their living conditions. This was where the siblings lived, and because his sister was seriously ill, Lin Chen had to bear all the responsibilities. I don't know, Lin Chen. The ones who left said you offended someone you shouldn't have. They even left you a note. The aunt was frightened by Lin Chen's fierce demeanor, stuttering as she spoke. Trembling, she took out the note. Lin Chen opened it, and madness surged in his eyes once again. Xia Zixuan. Lin Chen gritted his teeth as he said this, and Qin Xiu immediately understood. Seeing Lin Chen wanting to rush to the Xia family, Qin Xiu quickly stopped him. Are you crazy? They want you to walk right into their trap. The Xia family's influence in Jianhai is significant, and there are many transmuters. What do you have to fight them with now? Qin Xiu spoke urgently. If Lin Chen went to the Xia family now, it would mean his ruin. Even if he had come in first and received various rewards, he still couldn't compare to the Xia family. As Qin Xiu spoke, Lin Chen's anger surged, recalling what Xie Jinghua had said to him back then. It was all too clear now. Am I just supposed to watch them take my sister away? Those bastards. Lin Chen gritted his teeth in anger. Although he understood Qin Xiu's intentions, he still felt unwilling in his heart. In a world where everyone could transmute, ordinary people had no status and no voice. Even the alliance government would not trouble a wealthy and powerful family for the sake of an ordinary person. Despite Lin Chen awakening and becoming a transmuter, he still wouldn't be taken seriously. The results of the previous trials were the best proof. I will go back and think of a way. Right, Lin Chen, you can go find the principal. After all, you are an SSSS level divine position, and the alliance government has certain protective measures for divine positions, especially for family members. Maybe it can help you. At this moment, Qin Xiu also thought of a clever idea. Although Lin Chen was reluctant to ask for help, he had no other choice. Going head-to-head with the Xie family was the worst option. Having just seen some improvement in life, Lin Chen didn't want to end up with nowhere to turn for himself and his sister. Thank you. Lin Chen responded, and seeing his stiff expression of gratitude, Qin Xiu knew Lin Chen had a strong sense of pride. Immediately, he hurriedly said, "What are you thanking me for? Just consider it our bet. You mustn't make any excessive demands of me." Qin Xiu pretended to be aloof, but it left Lin Chen slightly stunned. However, before he could speak, Qin Xiu urged him on. "Let's split up. As soon as I have news, I will tell you immediately." After saying that, Qin Xiu left with Lin Chen. Lin Chen returned to school. At that time, Jianhai No. 1 Middle School. Since the trial ended, the school had fallen into a busy state. After all, among those who awakened divine positions this time, there were several promising candidates. This was a good thing for the school. Besides Lin Chan's SSSS level divine position, Qin Xiu's SSS level divine position as a weapon master was receiving significant attention from above. In fact, people from the highest divine position academy had already come to negotiate related matters. Additionally, there were 4 A-level divine positions, one of which was the A-level wind master, Xia Zixuan. At this moment, in the conference room, Su Yun was negotiating with the people from the divine position academy. Everyone, Lin Chen, who ranked first in this trial, has an SSSS level divine position, which is unprecedented. I believe he is also qualified to enter the highest divine position academy. He should be respected. Isn't your handling of this matter a bit hasty? Su Yun frowned. The people from the divine position academy had come over and demanded several individuals, yet Lin Chen was not among them. As for this person, while his divine position level is unprecedented, no one can prove that an SSSS level divine position is necessarily powerful. Don't forget, he is just a life exchange master. The academy will not waste energy and resources to cultivate a cannon fodder. The other party's attitude was firm. Even though Lin Chan's SSSS level divine position was unprecedented, his status was still low. The conference room was filled with endless arguments, while Lin Chen had already arrived at the door. The voices from inside continued to come through. We've also investigated Lin Chen. There's nothing commendable about him. To put it bluntly, as a life exchange master, no matter how high his divine position level is, it's useless. He has no value. Principal Su need not say more. Just as the words fell, Su Yun was about to continue speaking when the door was pushed open. Lin Chen? What are you doing here? Su Yun was taken aback, clearly not expecting Lin Chen to appear at this moment. Lin Chen's sudden appearance left Su Yun somewhat at a loss. She had originally planned to advocate for him, but the attitude of the Divine Position Academy was giving her a headache. Principal Su, I'm sorry to trouble you. Lin Chen sincerely thanked Su Yun. He had initially come to seek help from her, as Qin Xiu suggested. However, what he heard outside made Lin Chen realize that Su Yun was just a principal and didn't have that much power. Asking her for help would only add to her troubles. I came to ask for something, not for the Divine Position Academy. For the first time, this was Lin Chen's first time expressing a request since he was reborn into this world. Lin Chen had originally thought that after awakening his divine position and receiving the trial rewards, he could heal his sister and have support in this world. But the harsh reality told Lin Chen that he was still too weak, so Lin Chen could only do things in his own way. You have something to ask for? Lin Chen, let's talk outside. Su Yun quickly realized that for Lin Chen to say such things, it might be due to her sister's worsening condition. Lin Chen had no connections, no relationships. If it weren't for his awakening to the divine office, Su Yun wouldn't have seen him. However, Lin Chen refused. Principal Su, this matter is quite troublesome. You are from the divine office, and I heard that the alliance provides certain protections for those who change jobs. My family has been kidnapped by Xie Zhenghua, and I need you to ensure their safe return. Lin Chen spoke his thoughts directly without hesitation. But upon hearing this, several people from the divine office laughed. Especially one man, whose expression became intriguing upon hearing Xie Zhenghua's name. Xie Zhenghua? The Xie family group is a supporter of the divine office stationed in Daxia, contributing to the divine office. Though they are insignificant, you? A life changer, slandering others is a crime. At these words, the corners of Lin Chen's eyes twitched violently. He hadn't expected that there were people related to the Xie family within the divine office. Whether I am slandering or not, you can investigate for yourselves. Don't you think I'm just a life changer, with no connections, and therefore of no value to you? Do you understand what a life changer is? Lin Chen's words were powerful, and he began to question the people of the divine office. The man who had wanted to reprimand him was stopped by one of the others. The Supreme Divine Office was established by the alliance government formed by major powers during the era of universal job changes, and it is the most thorough in divine research. You are merely a newcomer who has just become a job changer. How dare you speak like this? The speaker was an elderly man, his sharp eyes fixed intently on Lin Chen. In response, Lin Chen snorted coldly. He raised his hand and without hesitation tore a piece of flesh from his other arm, the speed brutal and swift. He didn't even blink, until blood flowed profusely. The people present were stunned. However, the next second, everyone's pupils contracted, staring in shock at Lin Chen. The torn flesh was rapidly healing. This is what a life changer is, an SSSS level life changer, unlike the D level and C level life changers you have seen. Now, do you think I have value? Lin Chen knew that to get them to intervene and have the Xie family release his family, he had to show them his value. This was the optimal solution. Although it might expose his abilities, Lin Chen had his own explanations for it. Moreover, he could control his self-healing ability to a certain extent, making it seem less monstrous. Self-healing? A life changer actually has self-healing abilities? No wonder it's SSSS level divine office. It turns out that a high divine rank affects the profession too. The elderly men from the divine office were all shocked, never expecting that the life changer they regarded as cannon fodder, whom they looked down upon, had such changes. So that's how it is. No wonder you dared to approach the boss. Not bad, not bad. SSSS level divine office is indeed impressive. Gentlemen, you are aware of Lin Chen's demands, so please step in to resolve this. After all, persecuting the families of job changers is not allowed by the alliance government. Suyun quickly spoke up, realizing why Lin Chen had come after learning about the Xie family's actions. However, after she finished speaking, the people from the divine office began to hesitate. Although he has self-healing abilities, they are limited. A late-stage job changer can easily erase a person. While there is some value, it is still not enough. However, we can make an exception to admit you into the divine office. As for your family's matter, that is your own conflict. We have investigated before, and you nearly killed an A-level wind manipulator who was Xie Jinghua's son. The old man continued. The implication in his words was very clear. You can enter the Clergy Academy, but it's not worth it for you to deal with the Xie family. Even if the Xie family seems insignificant in front of the Clergy Academy, it's still not worth it. After understanding this, Lin Chen smiled, but the smile was cold. So this is the nature of the alliance government and the Clergy Academy. Then remember what you said today. As for the Clergy Academy? Sorry, I really don't think much of it. Lin Chen snorted coldly, realizing that relying on the so-called alliance government was clearly not going to work. The people from the Clergy Academy were the same. They were all a bunch of lowly individuals looking down on others. At this moment, Lin Chen seemed to understand more clearly the saying from his past life, heaven and earth are heartless, treating all things as straw dogs. Lin Chen thought that becoming a transferer would bring about change, but now it seemed that only he had changed, not the world. After saying this, Lin Chen turned and left directly. Suyun, seeing this, also showed concern on her face and hurriedly chased after him. Lin Chen, don't be impulsive. If the alliance government doesn't work, we have other ways. Suyun quickly blocked him, having witnessed Lin Chen's ruthless madness towards Xie Zishuan. Even though his life-exchanging ability brought him self-healing due to his clergy rank, it was ultimately limited. The Xie family was a dragon's lair and a tiger's den for him now. Principal Su, I'm sorry for the trouble, I'll handle the rest myself. With this path blocked, Lin Chen had already decided to solve it in his own way. Don't be impulsive. The alliance government is formed by the major powers of the world, but this is the Great Xia, and there's also the Great Xia government. I can ask around. Maybe there's a chance. Suyun said quickly, although the relationship between the Great Xia government and the alliance government was delicate, with the global transition to transfers causing shifts in power among countries, creating some awkward situations. But Suyun believed that with Lin Chen's talent, he should not be buried. Hearing Suyun's words, Lin Chen's expression slightly froze. Forget it, I don't like asking for help. I appreciate Principal Su's goodwill. After saying this, Lin Chen no longer lingered and left the school directly. No one could help, no one could assist, Lin Chen relied on himself. No matter how powerful or formidable the forces were, even if it was a dragon's lair or a tiger's den, even if it was a mountain of knives or a sea of fire, touching the reverse scale would cost a life for 100. If Lin Chen couldn't even protect his sister's safety, how could he survive in this world of the survival of the fittest? After leaving the school, Lin Chen headed towards the location of the Xie family. However, halfway there, he was stopped by Qin Xiu. Qin Xiu came hurriedly, panting. But upon seeing Lin Chen's expression, she clearly understood. Is it not possible with the principal? Qin Xiu tried to calm her breath and asked. After returning, she immediately contacted her family, thinking she could help Lin Chen with her background. But unexpectedly, her family's attitude was very firm, unwilling to do such things for a life-exchanging master. The Xie family was not to be feared, but the Qin family had their own considerations. No one would offend others for a small character, even if the person they offended seemed insignificant in their eyes. There's no need to trouble Principal Su, it's the people from the Clergy Academy. You don't have any news on your side, right? I ended up troubling you. Lin Chen didn't like being indebted to others. This time, Suyun and Qin Xiu had the intention to help, but they couldn't do anything. Even so, Lin Chen felt he owed them a favor. So, he roughly guessed that there was no good news from Qin Xiu either. Seeing Lin Chen ask this, Qin Xiu's face was a bit awkward. I couldn't convince my family. But this is our bet. Whatever you need, just say it, and I will definitely help you. Qin Xiu spoke, Perhaps this was the most she could say, and the most she could help. After hearing this, Lin Chen chuckled lightly. Alright, you and I don't know each other anything. The rest, I'll handle myself. Lin Chen had already made up his mind and naturally didn't want to trouble others anymore. However, upon hearing this, Qin Xiu became anxious. This delicate beauty, at this moment, had a face full of anger. Hey, what do you mean by that? During the trial, I didn't back down from you, and I lost the bet. Am I someone who can't afford to lose? Besides, I'm still waiting to compete with you. Qin Xiu insisted, puffing out her alluring chest, speaking with righteous indignation. Lin Chen looked at her like this, somewhat surprised. He didn't expect that just a casual bet would make her so calculative. Haven't you already asked for me? Even if the bet is completed, hurry back. Lin Chen still needed to go to the Xie family, so he didn't want to waste time. No way. If it's not done, it doesn't count as completed. I know what you want to do, you want to go to the Xie family alone. What's the difference between that and seeking death? Qin Xiu immediately opposed, and when she reasoned, it was quite coherent. What's the difference between death and humiliation? Besides, who says I will definitely die? Lin Chen responded calmly, but the calmer he was, the more terrifying Qin Xiu felt. The Xie family only has power in Jianghai, they can't be considered a true big family. However, there are more than a dozen C-level divine positions in the Xie family, with levels around 10. And Xie Jinghua himself is a B-level divine position, also a wind master, but his level has already reached 16. As long as he completes the job change, his divine position level could possibly rise to A level. Do you think you have a chance? Qin Xiu said angrily, but Lin Chen could tell she was informing him about the situation of the Xie family. However, with the detailed information, it would be much easier for Lin Chen to act. Even without a chance, I still have to go. Lin Chen's response was very straightforward, as if he was embracing certain death, but in reality, with his incredible self-healing ability, even if he were turned to dust, as long as there was enough time, he could still be safe and sound. His own extraordinary self-healing ability was Lin Chen's greatest trump card. What he had previously displayed in front of the Divine Position Academy was merely something he had deliberately suppressed. Moreover, they all thought it was due to an SSSS level divine position. You are unreasonable. Qin Xiu huffed angrily, but seeing Lin Chen about to leave, she immediately became anxious again. Wait. Qin Xiu grabbed Lin Chen's hand, but as soon as she grabbed it, she let go the next second. Her expression became somewhat unnatural. This is for you. This is a strengthening serum, used for the military during job changes, and is strictly prohibited from being leaked by various countries. It can give you stronger power in a short time. At least it can raise your level by about 10, but once the time passes, you will suffer a terrifying backlash, and there's a high chance you will die. If you can survive, you can also gain some benefits and level up. Qin Xiu said, directly handing a packaged strengthening serum to Lin Chen. This thing was something she had secretly brought out, and because of her family's refusal, Qin Xiu had no choice but to do this. She had seen Lin Chen's madness and knew she couldn't stop him. Therefore, she wanted to help as much as possible. This thing. Lin Chen looked at it, momentarily unsure of what to say. He wanted to ask Qin Xiu why she was helping him so wholeheartedly, but she had a proud expression, clearly unwilling to say it. Remember, there are only 2 hours. If you can't get out of the Xie family in 2 hours, then you hurry and take it. I can still take you there. Qin Xiu was helping Lin Chen one last time in her own way. With his identity, he couldn't get close to the Xie family. Seeing Qin Xiu like this, Lin Chen hesitated. After a moment of consideration, Lin Chen nodded. Consider it a debt of gratitude. What gratitude? What nonsense are you talking about? I just think it would be a pity if you died. I haven't even determined the winner yet. Qin Xiu said stubbornly. Lin Chen chuckled and directly opened the enhancement serum. This was the first time he had heard of such a thing, but from Qin Xiu's description, it was clearly something with extremely high risks. For others, the risk was high, but for Lin Chen, it might not be the case. As the enhancement serum was injected, Lin Chen felt a wave of pain throughout his body, a violent force raging within him, and his level began to change. Ding! Forcefully injecting enhancement serum. Level up 1. 2. Level up 10. With Lin Chen's temporary level increase, his entire aura transformed. Seeing the changes in Lin Chen, Qin Xiu knew it was working. Get in the car, we're close to the Xie family. Don't waste time. The enhancement serum had directly increased his level by 10. According to Qin Xiu, the effects of the enhancement serum were powerful, but the side effects were also immense. Within 2 hours, this energy would continuously damage Lin Chen's body until it ended. If he couldn't hold on, Lin Chen would die. In the car, Qin Xiu transformed into a top-notch driver, speeding along, even causing fish stalls to sway as they passed. Soon, the Xia family. The Xia family occupied a vast area in Jianghai, a huge estate. As the leading wealthy consortium in Jianghai City, their financial power was top-notch locally, so the Xia family estate was protected by many job changers. "We're here. Lin Chen, be careful," Qin Xiu said with a worried expression. Lin Chen didn't respond, just opened the car door and walked straight toward the estate. At the entrance of the estate, "Stop." As soon as he arrived, 2 guards blocked Lin Chen's way. "Private estate, no entry." The 2 guards immediately obstructed him, looking fierce. Seeing this, Lin Chen couldn't be bothered to argue with them. Life exchange, divine chain binding. Binding both of them at once. Life exchange, Hell's Whale. As he cast the skill, Lin Chen no longer held back, raising his hand to strike, not towards the 2 but without hesitation, piercing through his own chest. Put! Blood sprayed out, and the 2 guards were about to mock him when their expressions changed drastically, turning pale. Looking down, they saw that their chests had been pierced with bloody holes without them realizing it. "You are a life exchanger." Their voices cut off, and they fell one after another. Lin Chen stepped forward and punched open the iron gate. Now that his physical strength had increased, he could match combat-type professions in power. As the gate crashed open, alarms blared throughout the Xia family estate. In an instant, more than a dozen people rushed out, all job changers. Each one was a C-level divine job, and their levels were around 10. Despite the numbers, Lin Chen was unfazed. Life exchange, divine chain binding. Life exchange, Hell's Whale. Life exchange, Night Eye exploration. With skills unleashed one after another, Lin Chen's cold gaze fixed on the dozen or so rushing at him. Facing their skill attacks, Lin Chen did not retreat. Boom! As the attacks landed, Lin Chen appeared battered, every wound a fatal one, blood pouring out. But beneath the blood, his flesh rapidly healed. For Lin Chen, there was no damage at all. On the contrary, these job changers couldn't hold on. The damage they inflicted on Lin Chen would be directly returned through Hell's Whale, and the power was 13 times. Ah, he is a life exchanger. In an instant, screams echoed throughout the estate. One by one, the job changers fell. At this moment in the estate, Xie Jingguo watched the scene in the courtyard, a smile spreading across his face. Beside him, the already recovered Xie Zixuan looked at Lin Chen with a face full of resentment. "Dad, are we wasting so many people just to recruit him? This guy's skills are bizarre. Why not just kill him and be done with it?" Xie Zixuan held a deep grudge against Lin Chen, having nearly been killed by him last time. Now, he was causing chaos in their home again. What was even more terrifying was that despite more than a dozen people attacking together, they couldn't do anything to him. At this moment, Lin Chen, covered in blood, walked step by step towards them, like a demon from hell. "What do you know? This kid is an SSSS level priest. His life-exchanging ability is different from others. If used well, it can be a life-saving talisman." Xie Jingguo looked at Lin Chen with an air of determination, believing that once he captured him, the Xie family would gain a new support. "Let's go meet this guy." Xie Jingguo was obviously prepared for the public kidnapping. He also knew Lin Chen's impulsive nature would not let things go easily. Delivering him right to their door saved him a lot of trouble. At this moment, in the courtyard, having just wiped out more than 10 people, Lin Chen felt no fluctuation in his heart. The lives of these 10 or so people were far less valuable than his sister's. "Lin Chen, you have some nerve to dare come to my Xie family." The next moment, Xie Zixuan's arrogant demeanor reappeared. Following him, both Xie Jingguo and his son stepped out. "Lin Chen, you brazenly killed more than 10 of my Xie family members. This matter won't be so easily forgotten." Xie Jingguo looked at Lin Chen, who was covered in injuries, yet his vitality was strong, appearing full of life. Not only that, but there was no sign of pain on his face. Lin Chen looked coldly at them. He had no interest in wasting words. "Hand over my sister. Otherwise, none of you will be spared." Lin Chen didn't want to talk. This father and son duo deserved to die. If anything happened to his sister, Lin Chen would not let them go, even if it cost him his life. Seeing Lin Chen lay it all out, Xie Jingguo smiled. "Since we're all smart people, this will be easy. Your sister is seriously ill. To be honest, she's of no use to my Xie family, just a waste. But you are different. Your life-exchanging ability is quite good. As long as you submit to my Xie family, I will not only provide you with resources but also spend money to help cure your sister." Xie Jingguo spoke plainly, yet he wore a face of benevolence, as if he were bestowing a gift upon Lin Chen. People like Lin Chen, from the lower social strata, could only live in filthy, dilapidated buildings for their entire lives. Even if they awakened their priesthood, they could never compare to them. Some people are born in Rome, while others are born in the abyss, destined to suffer their entire lives. In Xie Jingguo's eyes, Lin Chen was the latter. Two beasts. Do you think you deserve my loyalty? Lin Chen coldly stared at them. Xie Zixuan was not to be feared, but Xie Jingguo was already at level 16. This meant he could change jobs, and once he did, his strength would greatly increase, and his priesthood level would rise. Lin Chen had only reached level 13 with the enhanced blood serum. You have quite the mouth. It seems I really need to teach you a lesson to make you obediently sign the priesthood contract. The so-called priesthood contract is a master-servant contract between job changers. Once established within the priesthood, if violated, the priesthood would dissipate, and the violator would suffer cruel punishment. Xie Jingguo intended to use Lin Chen's sister to force him to sign the priesthood contract. Kid, you're just a newcomer. Even if you rank first in the trials, you're still no match for me. The life-exchanging ability can trade life for life, but it also depends on the level difference. Xie Jingguo snorted coldly, ready to teach a lesson and reclaim some interest for his son. As Xie Jingguo was about to strike, Lin Chen did not hesitate and took the initiative. Divine Chain Binding, Hell's Whale. The skill activated simultaneously. It directly bound the father and son together. No matter who attacks Lin Chen, they will suffer 13 times the damage. Lin Chen didn't believe it. Without the ability to heal against the heavens, how could they withstand it? Sensing the energy of the life-exchanging master enveloping him, Xie Zhangui remained completely unperturbed. Instead, he pushed his son away, trying to avoid Lin Chen's range. However, Lin Chen's life-exchanging master was supported by an SSSS level divine position. If it were an ordinary life-exchanging master, the effect would fail if the distance was too great. But Lin Chen's would not. Once bound, as long as the attack occurred within the skill's duration, damage would be inflicted. Therefore, at this moment, Xie Zhangui was completely unaware of this gap. He believed that Xie Zixuan was already safe. Lin Chen looked on coldly. Xie Zhangui sneered, Kid, although I am a C-level divine position, I am combat-oriented, and my level is higher than yours. You're only at level 2 or 3, right? Xie Zhangui said disdainfully. Although he was a C-level divine position, his level was not low, reaching level 16. This strength, even Qin Xiu's SSS level divine position weapon master, could not contend with Xie Zhangui at this moment. After all, the level gap was too great. Currently, Qin Xiu was only at level 2. Do you think I'm afraid? Lin Chen snorted coldly. Xie Zhangui no longer hesitated and raised his hand to unleash a wind blade. In response, Lin Chen showed no intention of dodging. Boom! The wind blade struck, instantly tearing the skin on his shoulder. Blood flowed out, but Lin Chen showed no sign of pain. The pain from an outsider's attack was far less than the agony of tearing out one's own organs. Xie Zhangui, can you withstand this? Lin Chen sneered, and Xie Zhangguo's expression turned serious. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly found that his arm had sustained a severe injury. Moreover, a bloody gash had easily opened up on his shoulder. In an instant, blood flowed out, and the injury was even more severe than what Lin Chen had suffered. One could see the white bone. Hiss, you little brat, I almost forgot about your life-exchanging master's ability. But this injury is nothing to me. Xie Zhangui clearly did not care and directly took out a healing capsule, swallowing one. Kid, this is a healing divine medicine that someone like you, a lowly trash, could never afford in your lifetime. Just this little injury? It will heal in an instant. I want to see what you use to fight me. Xie Jingguo's face was full of pride, and the injury on his shoulder quickly healed after taking the capsule. Seeing this, Lin Chen remained unfazed. Oh really? You think taking medicine will help? Lin Chen snorted coldly, and the next moment, Xie Zixuan, who had retreated behind him, let out a terrible scream. Ah! My hand! Dad! What's happening? Xie Zixuan cried out in horror, and when Xie Zhangui turned to look, his pupils widened in shock. One of Xie Zixuan's arms had been completely severed, and that injury was clearly caused by his own wind blade. Did you think staying far away would keep you safe? Xie Zhangui, hand over my sister, or your son will be buried with you. Lin Chen shouted angrily, not wanting to waste time. Although Lin Chen had the ability to heal against the heavens, due to the enhanced blood serum and injuries caused by others, even if he could heal, the pain still existed. Therefore, Lin Chen was also enduring. Little beast, I really underestimated you. Anger appeared in Xie Jingguo's eyes, and he decided to teach Lin Chen a harsh lesson. Son, hold on. I don't believe this bastard can last. Xie Jingguo's words almost made Xie Zixuan faint from anger. This was his own hand that was severed. How could this old man not feel any heartache? Wind strangulation. The skill activated, instantly surrounding Lin Chen, a hurricane swirling up, wind blades emerging like giant teeth. They continuously attacked Lin Chen. However, the more they attacked, the worse Xie Jingguo's expression became. He also suffered the same injuries, and they were even more severe than Lin Chen's. As for Xie Zishuan, standing far away, he was now covered in wounds, lying in a pool of blood. Dad! I can't hold on much longer. Xie Zishuan wailed incessantly. The excruciating pain and terrifying injuries were unbearable. Xie Jingguo gritted his teeth, unable to understand why, even from such a distance, it still had an effect. He couldn't comprehend why Lin Chen, whose level was lower than his, could inflict such serious injuries on him, even with the life exchange skill. Beast! Immediately cancel the skill. Otherwise, I'll have someone kill your sister. Seeing his son on the brink of death, he knew that if he attacked, it would be certain death. At this moment, Xie Jingguo panicked. However, Lin Chen never backed down. I said, let her go. If you dare to make a move, I will take your son's life. Lin Chen's cold gaze fixed on him as he stepped out from the wind's strangulation. The gloom on his face, the coldness and madness in his eyes made Xie Jingguo feel very displeased. Bastard! You better cancel the skill on my son. Xie Jingguo shouted angrily, clearly not intending to relent. But Lin Chen was not one to indulge. He raised his hand, and streams of blood energy surged, condensing in his palm. At the same time, he aimed it at his own chest. I forgot to tell you, the damage you are currently suffering is 13 times. Even if you can endure it, your son probably can't. Lin Chen was not afraid of threats. As a life exchange master, he exchanged one life for another. He was not the one who feared. To deal with these guys, one had to be even more reckless. Only in this way could they be suppressed. You dare! Seeing Lin Chen about to make a move, Xie Jingguo immediately shouted to stop him. If this strike landed, not only would he be injured, but his son would surely not survive. Do you think I won't dare? Lin Chen snorted coldly, and with a thrust, his palm pierced through his chest. At the same time, Xie Zishuan let out a terrible scream, his entire face turning pale. Xie Jingguo also felt a blood hole appear in his chest, the intense pain making his face contort. This bastard, even as a life exchange master, under level suppression, could still hold on for so long. With so many injuries on him, he seemed completely unfazed. Not only that, but this guy was also ruthless in his attacks. Lin Chen did not hesitate, grabbing hold of the heart. In that moment, Xie Jingguo felt fear. You really want to die. Stop. Lin Chen, I won't make things difficult for you, just let me go. Xie Jingguo panicked. He could feel his heart being gripped, and with just a slight movement, it would shatter. And he would die. I said, return my sister. Lin Chen's cold blood-red eyes showed no sign of pain despite the blood flowing from him. Instead, he appeared fierce. Dad! Suddenly, from a distance, Xie Zishuan let out a wail, blood gushing from his chest. Even though Lin Chen hadn't crushed his heart, the 13 times damage was beyond what a level 2 profession could withstand. Watching Xie Zishuan die, Xie Jingguo's face twisted, rage surging, wanting to kill Lin Chen with his own hands, yet feeling utterly helpless. Zishuan! My son! Xie Jingguo's face was filled with pain and anger, but looking at Lin Chen, the madness in his eyes made him feel terrified. A life exchange master was truly terrifying. The previous life exchange masters were merely lackeys, but Lin Chen was different. Xie Jingguo, if you don't want to die, let my sister go. Lin Chen spoke again. If Xie Jingguo didn't relent, he would send him straight to the afterlife. Seeing Lin Chen become ruthless again, Xie Jingguo was afraid, spitting out blood, continuously enduring 13 times the damage. Even with a level advantage, he could not hold on. Your sister is not here with me. Xie Jingguo gritted his teeth and said, knowing that to survive and seek revenge on Lin Chen, he had no choice but to compromise. Otherwise, he would be finished, and everything of the Xie family would be over. Bullshit! You guys kidnapped my sister and still dare to say you didn't? Upon hearing Xie Jingguo's words, Lin Chen instantly erupted in anger. If anything happened to his sister, he would make sure every member of the Xie family paid for it. As his words fell, Lin Chen's grip tightened, and in an instant, the sharp pain in his heart caused Xie Jingguo to spit out blood. Stop! Stop! Quick, stop! Xie Jingguo staggered and knelt on the ground, his face pale. He was terrified that Lin Chen might not control his strength and crush his heart. If that happened, he would be done for. I didn't lie to you. The person was captured by my Xie family, but they were taken away. Xie Jingguo hurriedly said, but Lin Chen listened with suspicion in his eyes. Just as Lin Chen was about to continue, suddenly, he found himself unable to move. Not only that, he couldn't even blink. Everything around him seemed to freeze. Time has stopped. A voice rang out, and the next moment, several figures appeared, walking in from outside the manor. Hearing the voice, Lin Chen's heart sank. This voice belonged to those guys from the Divine Office. He saw several people from the Divine Office step forward, looking at the manor, which was littered with corpses. Even Xia Zishuan lay dead in a pool of blood. If they had arrived a moment later, Xia Zhenghua would likely have died too. They had all underestimated Lin Chen's madness. Enough, cancel the skill. You're still young, don't be impulsive. As for your sister, I just checked, and she is indeed not inside. The leading old man spoke, then waved his hand, and everything returned to normal. This scene shocked Lin Chen. A skill that could stop time. What kind of power did this old man from the divine office possess? What profession? To manipulate time was simply too abnormal. With such power, even as a life exchanger, he couldn't act in front of them. Realizing this, Lin Chen had no choice but to release his grip. At the same time, his injuries began to heal slowly. Of course, this was Lin Chen deliberately controlling the speed of his self-healing. If he healed at his original astonishing speed, it would cause unnecessary trouble. No wonder it's an SSSS level divine office. Even a life exchanger is granted such an incredible ability. Lin Chen, you've really gotten yourself into big trouble this time. As soon as he finished speaking, another man began to scold him, looking entirely accusatory. Meanwhile, Xia Zhenghua, with the help of others, got up and quickly took a healing capsule. However, looking at Xia Zishuan lying in a pool of blood, Xia Zhenghua's anger was hard to quell. Professor Han, this guy openly killed a job changer and even killed my son. He is a new student of your divine office. Xia Zhenghua shouted angrily, clearly intending to use the divine office to deal with Lin Chen. Having been tortured half to death by Lin Chen, he didn't have the courage to face him alone. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Professor Han immediately waved his hand. This matter, our divine office will handle. Professor Han said, then his gaze fell on Lin Chen. Killing dozens of job changers and even killing a new student of our divine office, Lin Chen, do you know you have violated the Alliance's laws? This is a death penalty. If you are willing to join the divine office, I can consider pleading for you and spare your life. Professor Han said, such a profession was not worth recruiting. But Lin Chen's life exchanger was clearly different from ordinary people. Moreover, an SSSS level divine office was rare in the world. Given the current situation, a newcomer daring to charge into such a place alone, unable to be dealt with by a dozen job changers, indeed had value worth recruiting. However, when Professor Han said this, Lin Chen just laughed. Heh, the Clergy Institute really is hypocritical. When I came to you before, you said it was a personal grudge. So what? Now that I'm resolving my personal grudge myself, you come out instead? He kidnapped my sister. Even if everyone here dies, it has nothing to do with you. Lin Chen did not back down. At this moment, the enhanced blood serum in his body was already showing side effects, and time was running out. Even so, Lin Chen still endured the excruciating pain. He had yet to uncover his sister's whereabouts, so he couldn't afford to be careless. Impudent! The Clergy Institute was established by the Alliance government. All job changers worldwide must abide by the rules. Lin Chen, don't push your luck. Lin Chen's response was nothing short of a provocation to the Clergy Institute. This instantly enraged the man who had connections with the Xie family. He reprimanded Lin Chen on the spot. Hearing this, Lin Chen smiled. Even after awakening his divine position and becoming a job changer, his life had not changed. These damned guys continued to trample on those of low birth, powerless and without influence. Heh, what a Clergy Institute. What an alliance government. If anything happens to my sister, you will share the blame. As for the Xie family, if you touch my family, you won't be able to protect yourselves. Lin Chen's eyes turned crimson. Faced with power in those stronger than him, he felt helpless. But if it came to a fight, Lin Chen was not afraid. As his words fell, Lin Chen raised his hand and instantly pierced through his freshly healed chest. In just a moment, Xia Zhenghua collapsed to the ground, screaming incessantly, blood holes appearing continuously in his chest. I want him dead, he must die. Lin Chen's face showed ruthlessness, and the next moment, he crushed his heart without hesitation. Put! Blood erupted from Lin Chen's mouth, and he fell backward, while Xia Zhenghua instantly met his demise. Only his blood-soaked chest and the face filled with terror remained. In that instant of falling, Lin Chen felt his life pause for a moment, then the domineering self-healing ability in his body quickly repaired his shattered heart. Thud! Lin Chen fell backward but did not hit the ground. Instead, he was supported by the arriving Qin Xiu. You madman, are you trying to throw your life away? You'll die like this. Qin Xiu looked at Lin Chen's horrifying injuries, then at the Xie family estate, littered with corpses. Whether it was Xie Zishuan or Xia Zhenghua, they all lay in pools of blood. But despite the gruesome scene, Qin Xiu only looked at Lin Chen. Impudent! How dare you kill someone in front of us? Today, we'll strip you of your divine position and make you pay with your life. With Xia Zhenghua dead, Professor Han was instantly enraged. He had originally thought to win Lin Chen over, even giving him some face. But how dare they be so disrespectful? The attack was ruthless and swift, not giving them a chance to react at all. Professor Han thought Lin Chen had cancelled his own skills, but he didn't expect he had only cancelled others. Xia Zhenghua had been under his skill the whole time. This was undoubtedly a slap in the face to the Clergy Institute. Professor Han was furious and raised his hand, wanting to strike Lin Chen. However, Qin Xiu directly shielded Lin Chen behind her, coldly staring at Professor Han. Professor Han, are you really going to kill a job changer? Think carefully, with your status, attacking a newcomer won't sound good if it gets out. And this is within the Great Xia territory. This is not a place where the alliance government can act recklessly. Qin Xiu spoke one sentence after another, and at this moment, Lin Chen, protected behind her, heard everything clearly. Although he had crushed his heart, under his incredible self-healing ability, he quickly recovered. However, due to the expiration of the enhanced blood serum, Lin Chen was enduring unimaginable pain. He couldn't speak for a moment. Seeing Qin Xiu's attitude, Professor Han's expression became even more rigid. Qin Xiu, you are about to enter my Clergy Institute. Are you really willing to ruin your future for a piece of trash? Professor Han wore a cold expression, unable to fathom that in a small city of the Great Xia, there were actually people repeatedly slapping the face of the Divine Office. This left Professor Han feeling quite displeased. As he prepared to confront the situation, Qin Xiu found herself at a loss for words. Entering the Divine Office was a hope for the Qin family, and Qin Xiu felt she had no choice but to comply. Faced with Professor Han's words, Qin Xiu knew that even if she entered the Divine Office later, her situation would not be any better. Seeing Qin Xiu in a difficult position, Lin Chen slowly stood up, suppressing the side effects brought on by the enhancement serum, and looked coldly at Professor Han. The Divine Office is truly surprising. How dare you claim to be a place that aspiring professionals yearn for? You're nothing but a bully. This matter has nothing to do with her. If you want to do something, come at me. Lin Chen said, even knowing that he had no chance of resisting against these few people, he couldn't bring himself to go down together with them. But Lin Chen also didn't want to drag Qin Xiu down. Seeing Lin Chen's domineering words, Professor Han immediately laughed, ready to retort, but unexpectedly, a loud voice rang out. What great power the Divine Office has! How dare you openly threaten the citizens of Great Xia within our territory? Upon hearing this, Professor Han, who was ready to explode, suddenly froze, then turned his displeased gaze towards the back. There stood a man, moving lightly, each step causing his figure to momentarily disappear, yet in the blink of an eye, he was even closer. Ji Wuyo? What are you doing here? Professor Han gritted his teeth, clearly furious at the newcomer, yet also extremely wary. Ji Wuyo stepped forward, not responding to Professor Han, but instead focused his gaze on Lin Chen, then glanced at Qin Xiu. An SSSS level divine position is indeed extraordinary. The self-healing ability is quite abnormal, impressive. Ji Wuyo praised, directly leaving the people from the Divine Office aside. The little girl from the Qin family is quite good, has some spirit. Professionals are not something the Divine Office alone can choose, our National Office of Great Xia can also do so. What the Divine Office can offer, the National Office of Great Xia can also provide. With each of Ji Wuyo's statements, Qin Xiu and Lin Chen were left stunned. Qin Xiu knew about the National Office, but Lin Chen was completely in the dark. In contrast, the people from the Divine Office were already turning pale with anger. Ji Wuyo, you are being too presumptuous. If our vice president were here, would you dare act this way? Professor Han said in exasperation, but Ji Wuyo found it laughable. That old fool, do you think I would be afraid of him? Get lost. Since you claim this matter is private, you have no reason to interfere. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Ji Wuyo's gaze was icy, and the killing intent he exuded frightened Professor Han and the others into retreating, their expressions fluctuating. They could only swallow their anger. The Divine Office will remember this. The alliance government will certainly demand an explanation from the Great Xia government. After throwing down his harsh words, Professor Han and the others left in disgrace. This time, the Divine Office had completely lost face. It wasn't until they left that Principal Su Yun and Mayor Jiang Haicheng arrived. Upon seeing the scene, both felt a chill run down their spines. Lin Chen's madness truly shocked them. How could a newcomer, who had just awakened their profession and was only at levels 2 or 3, achieve such madness? A single family, the Xia family, had been completely wiped out with dozens of professionals? Xiaosu, you arrived just in time. Have someone clean this place up. Also, tomorrow you will go to the National Office with Lin Chen. Ji Wuyo arranged, and only then did Su Yun come back to her senses. Although this meant her promotion to the National Office, What Lin Chen had done still left people feeling uneasy. Moreover, she hadn't seen Lin Chen's sister and had no idea how Lin Chen had accomplished all this. Vice President G, where is Lin Chen's sister? Why haven't I seen his sister? And how did Lin Chen manage to do all this? Vice Dean G, did you help him? Su Yun couldn't help but ask. After all, this kind of thing was truly unimaginable. Not to mention Xie Zixuan, but there were quite a few transferees from the Xie family, and their ranks were not low. Xie Jingguo was even at level 16. Lin Chen, as a newcomer just entering the threshold, even with an SSSS level divine position, shouldn't have such incredible strength. Su Yun's words caused both Lin Chen and Ji Wuyo to change their expressions. Lin Chen had come this time for his sister, but he learned from Xie Jingguo that she was not there. At that moment, Lin Chen felt a bit regretful. He should have kept Xie Jingguo alive to force out the specific situation. Ji Wuyo looked helplessly at Qin Xiu, then at Lin Chen. He sighed and said, his sister's situation is special. She was indeed taken away by a group of people, and the Xie family has some connections with them. However, kid, you don't need to worry too much, your sister won't die. This isn't the place to talk, let's leave first. Besides, can your body still hold up? Upon hearing this, Lin Chen was startled. Knowing that his sister wouldn't die made him feel somewhat relieved, but Ji Wuyo's next words clearly indicated that he knew Lin Chen had taken the enhancement blood serum. The group didn't linger and quickly returned to the school. Inside the school infirmary, after being bandaged by a D-level divine position doctor, only Qin Xiu, Su Yun, Mayor Jiang Haisher, and Ji Wuyo remained in the room, looking at Lin Chen lying on the bed. Ji Wuyo sighed, to be able to withstand taking the enhancement blood serum at such a low level, you're the first. It seems the benefits of being an SSSS level divine position are indeed real. However, the trouble lies here. When Ji Wuyo spoke, everyone was confused. Qin Xiu and Su Yun were even more puzzled. Vice Dean Ji, since Lin Chen has withstood it, doesn't that mean he's fine? Moreover, he can benefit from it and increase his strength. How can there still be trouble? Su Yun asked, her face full of confusion. Seeing this, Ji Wuyo didn't hide the truth. The enhancement blood serum is strictly prohibited. It was issued by the alliance government, and all countries' transferees agree on this. The fact that this girl gave him the enhancement blood serum cannot be concealed. The Divine Position Academy, and even the alliance government, will come knocking. With Ji Wuyo's words, everyone understood. The alliance government is a global superpower organization specifically targeting transferees. Led by Lighthouse Country and Eagle Country, it can be said to have absolute authority. Since the universal transfer began, there has been a significant world war among transferees. Even with wild monsters interfering, it couldn't stop human conflicts. Senior, it was my request for Qin Xiu to help me, it has nothing to do with her. Lin Chen stood up, the side effects of the enhancement blood serum were still ongoing, but at the same time, he could feel his level rising. Coupled with his abnormal self-healing ability, he was already able to speak. No, it's not, I acted on my own accord, it has nothing to do with Lin Chen. Before Lin Chen could finish, Qin Xiu interrupted directly. Her face showed a stubbornness, but her eyes still held some guilt. If she could have stopped Lin Chen, it wouldn't have turned out like this. Alright, you two little ones, what kind of love drama are you playing in front of me? No time to hesitate, come with me to the National Divine Position Academy. As long as you enter, the trouble won't be so great. Ji Wuyo spoke, and the mention of a love drama made Lin Chen feel embarrassed, while Qin Xiu shyly lowered her head. However, Qin Xiu then refused again. I'm sorry, Vice Dean Ji, I can't go to the National Divine Position Academy. You know our family's situation, I can only go to the Divine Position Academy. Just let Lin Chen go, he has good talent, and once he has strength, he will definitely be able to find his sister. Qin Xiu said repeatedly, leaving Lin Chen stunned. Although he didn't know what Qin Xiu's family situation was, it was certainly not simple. The vice president of the National Vocational Institute before him was equally inscrutable. However, during their conversation, it was clear that there were some taboos. These taboos made Lin Chen realize that he had caused them considerable trouble. Xin girl, you've already offended the divine office. If you go in, your situation might not be too good. Have you thought it through? Ji Wuyo frowned and asked. Seeing Qin Xiu nodding firmly, he felt helpless. Forget it, get some rest. We'll set off early tomorrow and leave Zhanghai. Qin Xiu's determination left Ji Wuyo with no room to say more. After all, it was a matter for the Qin family. He couldn't interfere too much. Lin Chen watched, wanting to persuade Qin Xiu, but she spoke up first. Lin Chen, you rest well. I'll be leaving now. Don't forget that I still want to fight you, we haven't settled the score yet. Qin Xiu seemed to muster her courage, and after saying this, she turned and left without looking back. No matter how much Lin Chen called out, she showed no hesitation. Lin Chen knew in his heart that he and Qin Shou were from two different worlds. If it weren't for Qin Shou's help, he wouldn't have been able to deal with the Xie family. But now, she was the one bearing the consequences of his impulsiveness. This left Lin Chen feeling quite uncomfortable. What had started as a small bet between them had now turned into a significant debt of gratitude for Lin Chen. "Kid, let's talk about your situation, you can't meddle in hers." Ji Wuyo noticed Lin Chen's thoughts and immediately interrupted. "Your sister was captured by the Xie family, but she was taken away by someone else. The reason I'm here is that Suyun informed me about you, and also because of your sister." Ji Wuyo's words only confused Lin Chen further. In his memory, he and his sister had relied on each other since childhood. When his sister fell gravely ill, he could only rely on selling blood and organs to maintain and prepare for medical expenses. In this world where everyone was changing jobs, they were barely surviving. But he had never heard of his sister being involved in anything else. "Senior, what happened to my sister? Who took her away? Where is she now?" Lin Chen pressed urgently. Failing to find his sister and even dragging Qin Shou into it filled Lin Chen with a sense of frustration. Because he had no power, no influence, and no strength, he could do nothing. Even if he had become a divine office member, the outcome was still the same. Was it really true that the lower class could only live in the lower class? Lin Chen was unwilling to accept that. "Your sister fell seriously ill a few years ago, right? Her illness is unusual. To be precise, it is a kind of awakening of a job change. This type of awakening is prolonged and can make a person appear gravely ill. That group took her away for this reason." Ji Wuyo's words nearly caused Lin Chen's brain to short-circuit. He clearly hadn't understood that his sister had been ill for so long and that he had taken care of her for so long without realizing it was an awakening. Moreover, the awakening process wasn't like this. It was evident that what Ji Wuyo was saying was extraordinary. "Senior, I don't quite understand what you mean. My sister is seriously ill. How could it be a job awakening? Also, isn't the job awakening supposed to be different?" Lin Chen asked in confusion. Ji Wuyo simply responded briefly. "There are still many things you don't know. Focus on improving your strength, and you'll naturally find out later. Just because your sister isn't in danger for now doesn't mean she won't be in the future. You should think more about yourself." Ji Wuyo didn't elaborate but left Lin Chen with a mystery. However, seeing Ji Wuyo finish speaking and leave, Lin Chen felt it wasn't appropriate to ask more. He could only silently pray for his sister's safety. That night, lying on the hospital bed, Lin Chen's muscles ached terribly. It seemed the torment of the enhancement serum was coming to an end, and he began to experience the final release. Despite the pain, for Lin Chen, as a life-exchanging master with the ability to heal against the odds, this level of pain was nothing. Ding! Strengthening blood serum absorption successful. Ding! Level increased by 5. Physical strength, 0. 8%, mental strength, 0. 8%. Lin Chen let out a sigh of relief. The strengthening blood serum was terrifying, causing immense harm to the human body. If it weren't for his incredible healing ability, he would have likely exploded and died the moment he consumed it. Not to mention that he even had the chance to survive and gain benefits from it. The strengthening blood serum allowed Lin Chen to increase his level by 10 in a short time. After the effect wore off, he received a return of 5 levels, bringing his current profession level to 8. Even with the help of the strengthening blood serum, not many could withstand its effects. No skills have increased. According to the characteristics of the job transfer, you can acquire 3 skills before level 10, which appear randomly at different levels. And after level 10, until level 16, you can only obtain 1. After the level 16 job transfer, divine skills will appear. Lin Chen pondered, determined to become a job transferer, to bring change to his life, and to help his sister recover and live a good life. He had made comprehensive preparations for the job transfer. However, he never expected that he would successfully transfer, and it would be to an SSSS level divine position, but his profession would be a life-exchanging master. In the eyes of others, this combination was like Lubu riding a dog, somewhat unworthy of respect. That was why he was looked down upon by those in the Divine Position Academy. "I need to hurry and improve." Lin Chen was resolute. Someone of Ji Wuyo's status wouldn't take him lightly. He wouldn't slack off regarding his sister's situation. However, Lin Chen was worried that Qin Shou, because of helping him, had found herself in a difficult position. Thinking of this, Lin Chen planned to find Qin Shou first thing in the morning, no matter what, to persuade her. The next day, as soon as it was light, Lin Chen left the infirmary. Just as he was about to check if Qin Shou had arrived, he was blocked by Su Yun. "Principal, what are you doing? Has Qin Shou come to school yet?" Seeing Su Yun appear, Lin Chen inquired. She went to the Divine Position Academy last night. Lin Chen, we need to leave immediately, otherwise, if the Alliance government people come, you will be in trouble. As for her, you don't need to worry. A few words left Lin Chen speechless. The trouble was caused by him, but Qin Xiu would bear the consequences. Moreover, regarding the strengthening blood serum, the Alliance government would definitely come looking for her. This made Lin Chen feel quite uncomfortable. Hurry up and prepare, we are leaving soon. Suyun urged, and Lin Chen could only nod. He had no luggage to pack. Living in such a place, with that kind of life, what valuable things could he have? The only thing he had was the reward for being first in the trial. But it was all stored in the spatial ring, given to Lin Chen along with the reward. Touching the ring on his hand, Lin Chen felt complicated. He had finally earned enough money, but his sister was no longer there. It even implicated Qin Xiu. Despite his lament, Lin Chen was not discouraged. As long as he became stronger, with the abilities of a life-exchanging master, there would be no more obstacles. Soon, the car arrived. Under Suyun's urging, Ji Wuyo personally escorted them as they left Jianghai. Watching Jianghai City gradually fade away, Lin Chen remained silent throughout the journey. Until Jianghai City disappeared from view, Lin Chen finally spoke. Principal Su, what kind of place is the National Position Academy? Can it be compared to the Divine Position Academy? Lin Chen was still unclear about these matters. Su Yun patiently began to explain. From now on, just call me teacher. If that's too formal, you can call me sister. I'm not much older than you. This National Vocational College is the Transmigrator Academy of the Great Xia. Although it may not compare to the Divine Academy in certain aspects, it is still the best in Great Xia. At the same time, it provides the best resources for transmigrators, helping them grow. If one has outstanding talent and strength, Great Xia will also assign them important responsibilities. After Suyun's explanation, Lin Chen gained a general understanding. To grow and enhance one's strength, resources are necessary. Many things cannot be possessed by an individual alone. For someone like Lin Chen, without help, even if he were an SSSS level divine professional, he would not be able to grow. 3 hours later, the vehicle entered a mountainous area, and soon a massive building complex appeared, resembling a city. Tall buildings stood in rows, and a sea of people flowed through. At the forefront, the 3 large characters of the National Vocational College stood out prominently. We've finally arrived. Suyun got out of the car, stretching her back, her graceful figure unfolding like a painting, a feast for the eyes. However, Lin Chen was not in the mood to admire. He began to survey his surroundings. Compared to Jianghai City, this place was even more prosperous, but Lin Chen also noticed that there was a disparity in status here as well. Let's go. As a special enrollment student, I'll first take you to the dormitory for special students, and then I have to report to the academy. At Suyun's invitation, Lin Chen followed her out. However, at this moment, Lin Chen still did not understand what being a special enrollment student truly meant. He would never have imagined that his belief that the National Vocational College was different from the Divine Academy would be completely shattered. Where there are people, there are complexities. Even with universal transmigration, it only makes this complexity deeper and more mixed. Lin Chen was merely a small shrimp who had accidentally stumbled into this world from the slums. Upon entering the National Vocational College, new things were everywhere, with transmigrators and ordinary people alike. Lin Chen followed Suyun all the way to the location where special enrollment students lived. The National Vocational College was vast, and just the area for special enrollment students was about 1/3 the size of Jianghai City. However, upon stepping inside, Lin Chen saw a completely different scene. When he first entered the National Vocational College, he saw prosperity and uniqueness. But once he entered the special enrollment area, the buildings were chaotic, and the streets were disorderly. It was desolate, completely out of place with the outside. When Suyun brought Lin Chen in, some people noticed his arrival, but their faces showed no joy. Instead, they wore expressions of indifference, and some even cast pitying glances. It was abnormal. Too abnormal. Lin Chen immediately noticed that this area for special enrollment students, compared to the entire National Vocational College, was simply a slum. Moreover, there were not many people here, but each looked emaciated, lacking vitality. As transmigrators, they should not appear this way. With universal transmigration, transmigrators should have a higher status than ordinary people. Moreover, this was the National Vocational College. Since it could compete with the Divine Academy, how could it present such a scene? Teacher Su, what exactly is this special enrollment? Why is there such a huge gap between the inside and outside? Lin Chen couldn't help but ask. He had thought that entering the National Vocational College would grant him some fair treatment and allow him to focus on enhancing his strength. But given the current situation, Lin Chen found it hard to believe. In response, Soo-yun was also quite helpless. Special enrollment students are not admitted through normal channels, they are selected from various places, some with relatively ordinary professions, but with high divine professional levels. It can be seen as an unintentional act by the National Vocational College. If someone can stand out from among them, they naturally qualify for training. Lin Chen, I know you have a strong sense of pride, but I believe even more in your talent. The teacher can't help you too much. Soo-yun understood Lin Chen's feelings at this moment. He had come out of the slums, relying solely on his sister. After finally achieving first place in the trials, he was met with such a result. Anyone would feel unbalanced in their heart. Don't worry, teacher. Lin Chen did not directly express his dissatisfaction. For Soo-yun, who had helped him, he did not want to bring her trouble. Your room is right ahead. I'll go report to the academy first. After a brief greeting, Soo-yun turned and left. At this moment, in the special recruitment area, Lin Chen entered his residence. As soon as he stepped inside, a strong smell of blood assaulted him. Looking around, he saw 4 beds in the room, 2 of which had people lying on them. Both were covered in blood, and one even had a broken leg. The remaining person sat helplessly to the side. What's going on? Lin Chen asked, and the person slowly raised his head to look at Lin Chen, only to lower it again. You're new, right? Once you're in here, don't think about leaving. Sit down and rest. We're just the punching bags for those regular students from the National Vocational Academy. The tone of the person was filled with desolation, even carrying a hint of numbness. This deepened Lin Chen's suspicions. Punching bags? My name is Zhao Feng, an S-rank divine knight, but I'm an ordinary knight profession, so I became a special recruit. I've been at the National Vocational Academy for a year now. Zhao Feng spoke, and his words left Lin Chen stunned. You're already level 16? Hearing Zhao Feng's words, Lin Chen was also taken aback. Zhao Feng in front of him was actually level 16. In Zhanghai City, someone like Xie Zhenghua could thrive with level 16. But here in the National Vocational Academy, Zhao Feng looked like this. Level 16, Senior Zhao Feng, you're about to change professions. Why are you in this state? And what's the difference for special recruits? Lin Chen continued to ask. Zhao Feng was momentarily stunned by Lin Chen calling him senior, but then he reacted. The professions of special recruits are like you and me, we have high divine ranks, but our professions are quite poor. So the National Vocational Academy keeps us special recruits here to be raised like livestock. Usually, whether it's going on quests, entering secret realms, or even when regular students need to spar together, we can't refuse. In other words, we are their whetstones, their cannon fodder, understand? And the National Vocational Academy is just taking a gamble with us. After this, Lin Chen fell completely silent. Was this moving from one den of demons to another? If his treatment was like this, then Qin Xiu must be in an even worse situation at the Divine Academy. Who bullies whom is still the same. Lin Chen said in a low voice, which made Zhao Feng laugh. Such words had been said by every special recruit who came here. But what was the reality? The reality was cruel. Soon they would have to hide their tails and live in submission. Bang! Suddenly, just as the two were talking, the door was kicked open. Who is Lin Chen? As the door burst open, a muscular man with a fierce demeanor entered, his voice booming like a gong, his eyes scanning the room like a hawk. Seeing the imposing figure, Zhao Feng immediately lowered his head, standing in fear to the side. Lin Chen looked on, his gaze gradually turning cold. Don't you know how to knock? Lin Chen coldly stared. Since they wanted to keep him at the bottom, stuck in this quagmire, he would show them just how capable a life-exchanging master they looked down upon could be. You're Lin Chen? No doubt a fresh face. What? Do I still need to knock? Stop the damn nonsense, it's not your place to lecture me. The man continued to scold, completely disregarding Lin Chen. Seeing Zhao Feng's state beside him, Lin Chen knew this man was a senior student at the National Vocational Academy. This is the quality of students at the National Vocational Academy? Since no one taught you respect, let me teach you. Lin Chen's cold eyes burst with killing intent as he looked at the man in front of him, ready to strike. But then he saw the man's attributes manifest, and at the same time, a wave of pressure swept over him. This was the second time Lin Chen felt such pressure from a job changer. The last time was from those in the divine office. Although the pressure from the man before him was far less than that from the divine office, it was clear that this person was not simple in terms of level and profession. Tuzin's attributes revealed he was a full 20 levels. In terms of level, he completely crushed Lin Chen. Currently, Lin Chen was only level 8, disregarding the divine rank. There was a significant gap just in terms of job level. Moreover, the life exchange master was considered a low-tier profession, a cannon fodder type. In contrast, the demolition master was a top-tier combat profession. They were not even in the same league. Kid, Are you dumbfounded? I heard you're an SSSS level divine job, but unfortunately, you're just a life exchange master. You fit the bill for a special recruit. Tuzin wore a look of disdain in his eyes. Even an SSSS level divine job that he had never seen before was still garbage due to its profession. With Tuzin's words, Zhao Feng, who had been silent beside him, was also stunned. SSSS level divine job? Life exchange master? Wasn't this the person recently circulating in the Great Xia? A newly awakened rookie who dared to wipe out a local family. Was this really a life exchange master? You really know me well. Lin Chen squinted and assessed, already beginning to calculate in his mind. Unfortunately, without the enhancement blood serum, he couldn't be completely confident. But even without it, Lin Chen had no intention of backing down. Life for life, no matter what your profession was. Stop the nonsense, come with me to the fighting arena. Your special recruit life is just meant to be our punching bag. I've heard that you life exchange masters can take a beating, so I specifically leveled up to come find you. Kid, you should feel honored. Tuzin spoke with an air of superiority, his words dripping with a commanding tone, as if Lin Chen being chosen was an honor he bestowed upon him. Lin Chen had had enough of this attitude, this tone. Back in Jianghai, Xie Jinghua could act against his sister due to his status, and even the alliance government, which was supposed to protect job changers' rights, was siding with them. All because he had no support, no strength, and a low-tier profession. He was meant to be looked down upon. Coming here, he never expected that merely changing environments would not change anything else. But Lin Chen was determined to carve out a path with his identity as a life exchange master. Honored? Ha! Have you self-proclaimed upper-class people ever thought there might come a time when you kneel and beg for mercy? Since you want to fight, I'll accompany you to the end. Lin Chen's cold gaze remained fixed. Even with a 12-level difference, Lin Chen felt no fear. Hearing Lin Chen's agreement, Zhao Feng wanted to persuade him, but he saw Lin Chen already stepping out. Helpless, Zhao Feng had to hurry and follow. For the sake of the respect Lin Chen had shown him by calling him senior, Zhao Feng felt that even if he couldn't persuade him, he should at least be there to collect his body. After all, in the special recruit area, deaths occurred frequently, and it had become the norm. The fighting arena. A place specifically set up by the National Vocational Institute, the venue was large enough to accommodate hundreds of people fighting here. Of course, the fighting arena was meant for sparring, and this sparring was only for regular students. For special recruits, their lives were not worth much. Upon arriving at the fighting arena, Lin Chen saw 3 or 4 people being directly blasted off the field. They crashed hard onto the ground, blood flowing profusely. Even so, neither the attackers nor the onlookers stepped forward. Lin Chen didn't either. At this moment, he wouldn't concern himself with the plight of others, especially not strangers. It wasn't that Lin Chen was indifferent, it was just that one should bear the responsibility that matched their ability. Everyone, come and take a look. There's a new student in the special recruitment area this year. The SSSS level divine profession, the life exchange master. I'm sure everyone has heard of it. As soon as he stepped onto the stage, before the fight even began, Tuzin started shouting loudly. With his words, countless people quickly gathered around. Clearly, they had heard of Lin Chen. Is he Lin Chen? That's the guy who caused the alliance government to apply pressure, resulting in 1 less quota for our National Vocational Academy this year. Not just that, it said that the Great Xia government was also forced to back down a step. Damn it, an SSSS level divine profession, and he's a life exchange master? What a joke! The surrounding crowd was buzzing with discussions, all criticizing Lin Chen. From their voices, Lin Chen learned some information. No wonder the alliance government and the Divine Profession Academy hadn't come to make things difficult. It turned out that the Great Xia government and the National Vocational Academy had already negotiated a resolution. Although Lin Chen had benefited from their goodwill doesn't mean he had to trample on his own dignity. You talk too much, Lin Chen said coldly. Is this it? Even if your level is the same as mine, you're just a support profession. How can you compare to me? Tuzin didn't take Lin Chen seriously at all. Moreover, the characteristic of a life exchange master is to exchange life for life. The only attack method is this. Just based on this point, Lin Chen had no chance of winning. Next, let me show you the gap. Tuzin laughed loudly, then raised his hand, instantly condensing a small cannon in his palm. Following that, an incredibly powerful shell was quickly formed within the cannon. Bang! The sound erupted, and it was instantly fired, heading straight for Lin Chen's head. The attack was lethal, without any hesitation. Although the shell wasn't the most powerful, a level 20 demolitions expert against an 8-level opponent, even if it wasn't the strongest, could still inflict serious injury. Everyone watched, their faces filled with anticipation, hoping the shell would harm Lin Chen, and some even wished he would just die like this. Tuzan's attack was swift, and Lin Chen didn't even have time to cast a skill. In front of a life exchange master, such an attack could be said to be the most effective. However, these people didn't know that Lin Chen had an incredible self-healing ability, and after reaching level 8, his physical strength had significantly increased. Although a level 20 demolitions expert's damage wasn't low, Lin Chen was also not an ordinary life exchange master. Boom! The shell reached its target and exploded in an instant. Dazzling sparks erupted right in front of Lin Chen. However, the scene everyone was expecting did not unfold. After the explosion, they saw Lin Chen with his arms crossed in front of him. Although the explosion was powerful and indeed caused his arms to bleed profusely, in an instant, his injuries had already healed. Ha! No wonder he's an SSSS level divine profession. It's no surprise that a mere life exchange master would be specially allowed into the academy. Turns out he can self-heal? Great! Now I can really enjoy myself. Tuzan grinned widely. Even though he noticed Lin Chen had self-healing abilities, he confidently believed that under his terrifying firepower, Lin Chen's self-healing wouldn't keep up. An SSSS level divine profession is indeed rare, but it doesn't mean that such a level of divine profession paired with an inconspicuous occupation is memorable. This is the gap. Just based on you? Lin Chen sneered, and the next moment he no longer held back. Life exchange, divine chain binding. Life exchange, hell whale, gravity confinement. In an instant, Lin Chen released skills in succession. He locked his target onto Tuzan. Upon sensing the energy fluctuations of the life exchange master, Tuzan remained completely unfazed. Kid, you don't think I don't know the abilities of a life exchange master, do you? I'm fully equipped. Tuzan sneered, then raised his hand and fired several shells. The shells flew at high speed, and Lin Chen showed no intention of dodging. He simply watched as the shells approached. However, when the shell struck, Lin Chen was blown to pieces, his flesh and blood flying everywhere. Yet, Tuzan was also unfortunate. He thought he had defense, but he was still hit by the skills of the life-exchanging master, suffering continuous attacks. The power was terrifying. What he thought were just casual attacks turned out to be more powerful than his ultimate move when it hit him. Put! Tuzan spat out a mouthful of old blood, his face turning dark. Not only that, but the armor on his body was shattered at that moment. Damn it! There really is something strange. Tuzan spat, then activated his skill. Directional Shell. The skill was activated, and in an instant, a shell with even more terrifying power was launched, moving so fast that it could only be seen as an afterimage. This skill's power was not comparable to the previous one. Everyone thought that this time Lin Chen would be killed instantly. Even though he had locked onto Tuzan with the life-exchanging master's skill, if he was killed in one hit, that skill would lose its effect. The lock of the life-exchanging master was obvious. Its advantage was to exchange injury for injury, life for life. But once it was broken and he was killed, the situation would be completely different. Boom! In an instant, the shell exploded. The massive sound brought forth endless flames, and the smoke formed a mushroom cloud. It looked particularly terrifying. It engulfed both Tuzan and Lin Chen. Holy crap! This is too scary. Tuzan is indeed an S-class divine job. This demolition master is truly terrifying. Lin Chen is definitely dead this time. With such terrifying power, he can't possibly survive. The onlookers were discussing fervently, having no hope for Lin Chen, and instead wishing he would just die. Quick, listen. Whose scream is that? Could it be Lin Chen? Is he still alive? If he's not dead, then. At that moment, everyone suddenly realized. If Lin Chen was alive, even if he had just a breath left, because of the life-exchanging master's skill, Tuzan would suffer 8 times the damage. A full 8 times. Even a normal attack, when multiplied by 8, would be extremely terrifying. Not to mention this was Tuzan's skill. Ah, my hand, my leg, how could this happen? The next moment, as the smoke cleared, the arena was covered in blood, resembling a blood pool. Not only that, but the shattered hands and feet were scattered everywhere, making everyone feel their scalp go numb. Some girls even vomited on the spot. This scene was even more frightening than a car accident. Tuzan screamed in agony, while Lin Chen, despite being covered in blood and having his arm blown off, was still rapidly healing. The speed was chilling. Lin Chen walked step by step towards Tuzan, his face showing no pain, only coldness. God! When did this life-exchanging master become so abnormal? This is a full 12-level difference. Even an SSSS class divine job shouldn't be this terrifying, right? Lin Chen's healing ability is so frightening. This high divine job level actually brings such an abnormal ability. Tuzan is finished. The onlookers were shocked by every move Lin Chen made, unable to believe this was the effect a life-exchanging master could produce. Throughout the entire process, Lin Chen had not activated a single tool, he had only bound the skill, and the rest was all Tuzin attacking. But his attacks were endured by Lin Chen. Yet he himself could not withstand it. 8 times the damage, no matter how great the level difference, was still fatal for Tuzin. So you so-called regular beings can scream too? Have you ever thought about what today would be like if you didn't treat special recruits equally? Remember this, those who humiliate others will always be humiliated. Lin Chen looked at him indifferently, his chilling words sending shivers down the spines of every regular student present. Tuzin screamed, his face pale, his eyes filled with terror as he looked at Lin Chen. He never expected that a mere life-exchanging master could bring such terrifying harm. Reflecting on his earlier arrogance, Tuzin wished he could slap himself. What do you want to do? I am a regular student, if you dare to act recklessly. Lin Chen stepped closer, his bloodied face moving as if he had crawled out of a pool of blood, resembling a malevolent ghost. He was here to claim a life. Ha! Laughter echoed, and at that moment, Lin Chen's voice sounded like that of a devil, sending chills through those who heard it. Regular student? So what? As the words fell, a cold glint erupted in Lin Chen's eyes, and in the next moment, he raised his hand, which was like a sharp blade, instantly piercing through Tuzin's chest. This time, Lin Chen did not choose to harm himself. Instead, he directly impaled Tuzin's chest. He died on the spot. Thud! With a hand like a blade, he was killed instantly. Tuzin never imagined that what was supposed to be just a sandbag practice would end up with such a reversal. Not only that, but he was also killed directly by a life-exchanging master. With Tuzin's death, the surrounding regular students widened their eyes in disbelief. The special recruits, who had been treated like sandbags, also gaped, at a loss for what to do. Zhao Feng watched, his mind left only with shock. An 8th-level life-exchanging master actually killed a 20th-level demolition master in a single blow? This was something that should have been impossible, yet it was happening right before their eyes. A special recruit actually dared to kill a regular student? This is simply rebellion. Is this Lin Chen really that terrifying? He survived such an attack. In an instant, the regular students were thrown into complete panic. For the first time in the history of the National Vocational College, a special recruit had killed a regular student. This was a provocation for the regular students. With Tuzin's death, the entire fighting arena descended into chaos. Although the regular students were shocked by Lin Chen's strength, they still instinctively surrounded him. Meanwhile, Zhao Feng watched with a furrowed brow. The next second, without hesitation, he activated his skills and squeezed through the crowd to stand beside Lin Chen. You guy, are you really seeking death? Is that what you want? Zhao Feng approached, his expression serious, eyeing the regular students with hostility. Even though he stood next to Lin Chen, he had no chance against these already powerful regular students. Hearing Zhao Feng's words, Lin Chen smiled. Why did you come over, senior? At this question, Zhao Feng fell silent for a while before finally responding. At worst, I'll die. Rather than live in humiliation, it's better to die with dignity. Seeing Zhao Feng say this, Lin Chen also laughed. Senior, you won't die. Most of these regular students were above level 16 but below level 20. Lin Chen wasn't confident he could kill them all, but he could certainly cripple them. The regular students pressed in, their auras continuously revealing themselves. Moreover, some even took out their professional weapons. It was clear they intended to kill Lin Chen. Get back! Everyone, get back! Just as the situation became tense, a commanding voice came from behind, silencing the entire fighting arena. 3 middle-aged men walked in with an air of authority. The regular students retreated one by one, fear etched on their faces. Teacher Qin, this special recruit killed Tuzin. He must pay with his life. As soon as the 3 arrived, some regular students began to report the incident. Teacher Qin glanced at the lifeless Tuzin on the ground, his death a tragic sight. A level 20 demolition master had been reduced to this state by a mere level 10 life exchange master. This Lin Chen was indeed not simple. You are Lin Chen? You do have some skills. We are from the law enforcement department of the National Vocational Institute. Although you are a special recruit, even in a spar, you shouldn't kill your opponent. Teacher Qin first called out, then his brows furrowed, and he began to reprimand Lin Chen. The regular students watched, excitement flickering on their faces. With the law enforcement department involved, wasn't Lin Chen, a special recruit, doomed? To dare to kill a regular student was to seek one's own death. No one could help him. Here, the lives of special recruits were worth nothing. Not worth mentioning at all. Even if Lin Chen had displayed frightening strength earlier, so what? Professions only grew stronger as one progressed. Yet some professions became increasingly useless later on. Undoubtedly, the life exchange master was one of those. But on Lin Chen's face, there was not a trace of fear, even his eyes revealed a chilling coldness. Just a dog, kill it if you want. When they killed special recruits under the guise of sparring, why didn't you step in? Is the National Vocational Institute such a place? Just fighting among yourselves? Lin Chen showed no courtesy. He admitted that before coming here, he was quite grateful to Ji Wuyo. After all, it was he who informed Lin Chen about his sister's situation. Lin Chen even had fantasies about the National Vocational Institute, but upon arrival, reality dealt him a painful blow. Lin Chen's rebuttal made the atmosphere awkward. The special recruits watched, but there was no hope in their eyes. So what? Teacher Qin looked coldly at Lin Chen, not expecting that such a newcomer would have the courage to speak to him like this. You special recruits are just like this. Being able to carry the name of the National Vocational Institute is already a great honor for you. The Academy gave you an opportunity, so you must abide by the Academy's rules. Teacher Qin continued to scold, his momentum strong. It was clear that this matter was Lin Chen's fault. Regular students had also killed many special recruits, yet all they saw was this. Rules? What if I don't follow the rules? Is the National Vocational Institute planning to kill me? Have you never thought that the ants you look down upon could one day shake the elephant? Lin Chen also refused to back down. The matter had already escalated to this point. Lin Chen did not think he had done anything wrong by killing Tusen, on the contrary, he only regretted not killing a few more. Arrogant. Teacher Qin's face lost all pretense as Lin Chen's continuous retorts embarrassed him. With a roar of anger, his attributes were revealed, and a terrifying aura surged forth like a tidal wave. Qin Shoucheng's attributes displayed a multitude of skills, various explosive attributes, and that dazzling level, shocking everyone present. Lin Chen looked on, his expression grave. This Qin Shoucheng had actually reached level 50. Although Lin Chen did not know the levels of Ji Wuyo and the others from the Divine Institute, this person before him was indeed the highest level he had ever seen. Level 50. A profession reaching level 50 could be said to have reached a level of mastery. This sense of oppression left Lin Chen with no room to resist. Moreover, at the first moment, Lin Chen had attempted to use his skills, but the result was futile. There was simply no way to bind or apply them. The level difference was too great, it was an insurmountable chasm. Unless Lin Chen's level was similar to his opponent's. A mere life exchange master, do the rules of the National Vocational Institute even allow you to question them? Qin Shoucheng's cold gaze swept over, and he raised his hand to deliver a punch. Bang! A punch with full force nearly killed Lin Chen on the spot. If it weren't for Lin Chen's enhanced physical strength and his incredible self-healing ability, he, an 8th-level professional, would never have been able to withstand such a punch. The sudden blow left Lin Chen's head buzzing, but the fiery pain on his face ignited a surge of anger within him. Qin Shoucheng was clearly using him to establish his authority. With a level 50, he dared to strike at an 8th-level life-exchanging master. It's a pity that even with Lin Chen's SSSS level divine position, he still received no recognition. The reason he secured first place in the trial was solely due to his fearlessness. Disregarded by the Divine Position Academy, Lin Chen relied on the strength and ruthlessness he displayed. Targeted by the Xia family, Lin Chen further proved his worth through action, using the entire Xia family to uphold his dignity. Lin Chen slowly raised his head, but the mark on his face had long since vanished. Although Qin Shoucheng's punch was powerful, it seemed insignificant in the face of his incredible self-healing ability. Is that all the power you have? Lin Chen looked up, provocatively staring at Qin Shoucheng. Even knowing it was futile, Lin Chen showed no signs of retreat, nor did he exhibit any fear. Zhao Feng beside him was already dumbfounded, unable to believe that Lin Chen wasn't even afraid of a teacher from the National Vocational Academy. He even dared to provoke him. Hearing Lin Chen's words, Qin Shoucheng's eyes twitched. How could he, a teacher, save face after being provoked by a special enrollment student? You speak disrespectfully. Disrupting the rules and even killing a student from the National Vocational Academy. No matter how you got in here, you will die today. Qin Shoucheng snorted coldly, and in the next moment, his palm turned into a fist, revealing a terrifying power in an instant. He clearly intended to kill Lin Chen with a single punch. A level 50 demon sword master was inherently strong, and even without using his magic sword, a punch from him could easily kill someone at level 20. As the fist was about to fall, a fierce determination surged in Lin Chen's eyes. If it came to it, he would fight to the death. Relying on his self-healing ability, even if he couldn't kill Qin Shoucheng, he would make him regret it. The regular students watched this scene, their faces filled with excitement, eager for Qin Shoucheng's fist to come crashing down. However, just as the fist was about to land, a terrifying aura suddenly enveloped the entire fighting arena. Everyone was frozen in place. Even Qin Shoucheng was stiffened in place. Looking again, they saw Ji Wuyo's figure appear. Despite being over 100 meters away, he closed the distance in just a few steps. Between job changers, life and death are fated. It seems the academy has relaxed its constraints on regular students in recent years. Qin Shoucheng, as the one in charge of management, what have you been doing? Ji Wuyo appeared, waving his hand, and the previous pressure instantly dissipated. Qin Shoucheng's face turned ugly. He dared not confront Ji Wuyo. Vice President, this guy Lin Chen killed a regular student during a spar, shouldn't he be punished? Moreover, for slandering and insulting the National Vocational Academy, and not adhering to the rules, the law enforcement department has the right to take action. Even under Ji Wuyo's pressure, Qin Shoucheng couldn't help but retort. Being humiliated by a special enrollment student, if he were to remain unscathed, where would he put his face? As Qin Shoucheng spoke, Ji Wuyo merely glanced at him indifferently, instantly frightening Qin Shoucheng into silence. Indeed, having strength makes a difference. The National Vocational Academy is also a place of virtue. Lin Chen laughed at Qin Shoucheng's pretense. Strength is paramount, the weak are prey to the strong. Even after being reborn here, the world remains the same. Strength is capital. Lin Chen, you are still too weak. Being too rigid can lead to breaking. Although special enrollment students do not enjoy the same treatment as regular students, if you regard external conditions as unfair and believe everyone should respect you, then you will stop here. Ji Wuyo spoke word by word, and his words struck Lin Chen's heart like a hammer. Just as Ji Wuyo said, no matter how the external environment is, that is the outside world. If you want to change, there is only one way, to keep getting stronger. The outside world will not adapt to anyone. From now on, sparring is sparring. If anyone is found to cause injury or death, they will be severely punished. The National Vocational College is a whole, not a place for you to flaunt your power. Everyone disperse. With Ji Wuyo's command, the group of regular students dared not linger and hurried away. Qin Shoucheng, feeling unwilling, cast a hostile glance at Lin Chen. With Ji Wuyo's words, he did not dare to continue attacking. But the gap between Lin Chen and him was not just in strength, but also in status and identity. Just these alone were not something a mere life-exchanging master like him could compare to. Qin Shoucheng, take care of yourself. After Ji Wuyo finished speaking, he vanished. Only Qin Shoucheng, filled with anger but with no outlet, remained, along with a group of special recruits who had yet to recover from the shock. I didn't expect the vice president to intervene. Kid, you are quite lucky. But this is the National Vocational College, and I will not go back on my word. Qin Shoucheng continued to glare coldly at Lin Chen. However, due to Ji Wuyo, he did not make another move. Otherwise, Ji Wuyo would not let him off easily. Faced with Qin Shoucheng's blatant threat, Lin Chen was equally unyielding. I will remember that slap you gave me. In due time, I will return it tenfold. After saying the same harsh words, Lin Chen ignored Qin Shoucheng and turned to leave. Ji Wuyo's words alleviated many thoughts and emotions that Lin Chen had suppressed in his heart for a long time. In other words, the once stubborn Lin Chen became much clearer at that moment. As Lin Chen left, the other special recruits followed suit and exited the fighting arena. Over the years, the special recruits had been oppressed by the regular students, bullied without the strength or courage to fight back. Some died, some were maimed. How tragic it was. Now, with Lin Chen's arrival, not only had he directly killed a regular student, but he even dared to threaten a teacher from the National Vocational College. This even prompted the vice president to step in to mediate. This gave the group of helpless, numb special recruits at the bottom a glimmer of hope. At the dormitory, when Lin Chen and Zhao Feng returned, they found a crowd of special recruits gathered outside. Looking at these special recruits, Lin Chen felt quite helpless. Born in a slum, Lin Chen understood that there is a disease that has no cure. That is the disease of poverty. And here, becoming a transferer, although the situation is the same, it is not without the means to fight back. Yet they willingly endure, fearing power. Let them all disperse. Go back and cultivate well, improve your strength, and when you encounter problems, don't think about relying on others. Lin Chen did not want to say any more unnecessary words. He could not be the backbone for them, nor was he interested. Ji Wuyo made Lin Chen realize that he cared too much about external factors, which was clearly an unwise move. The only thing he could do was to improve his strength. Strength is fundamental, the source of everything. In the world of transferers, strength is paramount. Ji Wuyo had already demonstrated this to Lin Chen twice, clearly telling him that this world is just like that. What respect, what self-esteem, are all illusions. As long as there is enough strength, then all problems will be easily resolved. As the crowd dispersed, Lin Chen sat down and let out a long sigh. With his incredible self-healing ability, Lin Chen was not worried about his physical condition. However, he could not forget that slap from Qin Shoucheng. That slap, he would definitely return. Moreover, he would return it tenfold. Lin Chen, luckily the vice president came, otherwise you would have been doomed this time. That Qin Shoucheng is notorious for being a skinning villain. He has never shown a good face to our special recruits. You've really offended him this time. Zhao Feng kept saying, not expecting Lin Chen to be so fierce. To leap over such a large level and kill a regular student was indeed impressive in terms of courage. It doesn't matter, a person like that will be killed sooner or later. Lin Chen casually replied, sounding nonchalant, but his words were filled with ruthlessness. Senior, let's talk about other matters. What conveniences do we have as special recruits for class advancement? Lin Chen changed the subject. Discussing this matter further was pointless, just as Ji Wuyo had said. Lin Chen could only take the path of increasing his strength. Well, class advancement can be achieved through two methods. First, go to dungeons or secret realms, kill wild monsters to gain experience. This is the fastest way, but of course, it's also very dangerous. Second, use materials. Some materials from wild monsters have the same effect, but the experience gained is not much. Moreover, materials need to be bought, and the prices are not low. After Zhao Feng finished speaking, Lin Chen fell silent. For class advancement, besides experience points, there was also the divine rank. The higher the divine rank, the more experience absorbed, and the faster the advancement. Of course, it would also change due to the influence of the profession. Lin Chen was currently at level 8, but it was also because he had previously injected a strengthening serum that he had his current strength. Thinking of this, a madness flickered in Lin Chen's eyes. Senior, is there a strengthening serum here? Or something with a similar effect? Lin Chen asked directly, leaving Zhao Feng dumbfounded. The strengthening serum was strictly prohibited. Even if it existed, it couldn't be used casually, or else one could lose their life. Lin Chen's audacity truly impressed Zhao Feng. That stuff is very precious, the National Vocational Institute should have it, but it's not something we can access. As for the market, that's even less likely. However, there is something similar to the strengthening serum. But this thing is quite dangerous and is mostly used for crafting equipment. Hearing Zhao Feng say this, Lin Chen became curious. His body had an extremely terrifying self-healing ability. Even if it turned to dust, as long as there were cells left, a fragment could bring him back to life. Although Lin Chen had never tried it, he had great trust in his self-healing ability. Because, for Lin Chen, these dangerous things in the eyes of ordinary people were just supplements. After all, his body could withstand it. Since there were benefits, the risks could be ignored. This thing is called magic crystal. It can only be found in certain secret realms when encountering magical beasts. Magic crystals are originally used to enhance equipment quality. If consumed directly, while it can increase levels, the risks are no less than that of the strengthening serum. In severe cases, one could lose control and become a killing machine. In milder cases, strength could decrease, and divine rank could be damaged. After Zhao Feng finished speaking, Lin Chen roughly understood. After a simple inquiry and gaining a general understanding of the National Vocational Institute, Lin Chen stood up and left. The true core of the National Vocational Institute was actually in the deepest part, where the regular students were located. There was another academy there, and that was the real National Vocational Institute. As for the special recruit area and other locations, they belonged to the outer city, which was no different from an ordinary city. Everything was available. Therefore, ordinary people and class advancement students were also present. Previously in Shanghai, during the first trial, Lin Chen received a substantial reward from the city's national government. Since he wanted to increase his strength, Lin Chen needed to prepare thoroughly before going to dungeons or secret realms. In the outer city, there was a wholesale market. Here, it was a mix of everything, with stalls set up by regular students and also by outside families. But here, there is only one thing that matters, and that is money. Money is hard currency. It is the economy. No matter how powerful a job changer is, they must rely on their influence. At that time, in the wholesale market, Lin Chen walked in and heard countless shouts. The wholesale market was crowded, almost shoulder to shoulder. Come and take a look. Fresh magic crystals, you won't lose out or be deceived. Just 300,000 for one. In the crowd, Lin Chen listened to the calls and felt a shock in his heart. A single magic crystal costs 300,000? The price of this material is truly outrageous. Back then, in order to raise money for his sister's treatment, he sold blood and organs and only saved up a few $100,000. Now, a single magic crystal costs so much. After becoming a job changer, the world he encountered was completely different. Clearly, they were in the same world, yet many people seemed to be living in two different worlds. Lin Chen didn't lament any further but went straight ahead and bought 3 magic crystals in one go. Of course, he would say it was for making equipment. Job changers, regardless of their profession, need equipment. Besides armor, there are weapons. Weapons can be special, like the SSSS level weapon master of the divine profession, Shinshio, whose job doesn't require such complexity. The weapon master can create weapons, and they are exclusive weapons. Naturally, the materials required are also significant. Other professions need them to varying degrees. Equipment is distinguished by several colors indicating quality and strength: white, green, black, purple, and orange. The higher the level, the rarer the materials needed, and the job changers who can use them are undoubtedly powerful. But for Lin Chen, as a life-exchanging master, he didn't need these things at all. He could save a large sum of money. After all, defense only affects Lin Chen's output. If he isn't injured or attacked, how can he deal damage to the opponent? It's all relative. After wandering around, Lin Chen left the wholesale market, and his next destination was the Divine Domain Square in the outer city. The Divine Domain Steel is the essential path to dungeons in secret realms. There are many around the world, and their numbers are vast. The National Job Institute was established here also because of the Divine Domain Steel. This is a product of the era of universal job changing, something that cannot be shaped by human effort. At the Divine Domain Square in the outer city, there is a bounty task office. The bounty tasks were specifically established by the National Job Institute, not only to meet the supply and demand of materials in the market but also to provide a place for job changers to hone their skills and thus enhance their strength. Although the Divine Domain Steel leads to dungeons in secret realms, the places entered are different from the original world, yet under universal job changing, there are still many dangers. Some Divine Domain Steel may malfunction, causing wild monsters to disrupt the city. At that time, Divine Domain Square, Bounty Office. Lin Chen walked in and looked at the huge screen in front of the hall, which continuously rolled various task lists. There were also dungeons in secret realms related to the Divine Domain Steel. To enter, a certain amount of insurance money is required, as the materials needed for the tasks must be handed over to the bounty office at cost price. This is also a way for the National Job Institute to accumulate wealth. The remainder belongs to the individual. Lin Chen carefully checked and recalled the situation when he first entered the Divine Domain Novice Realm in Jianhai City. According to his current level, he could still only enter the Novice Realm. The Divine Domain is clearly divided. There are the Novice Realm, Spirit Level, Ghost Level, and Dragon Level. The difficulty of the dungeons in the latter three levels is extremely high, and the wild monsters are powerful. One must reach at least level 16 to enter the Spirit Level. Therefore, Lin Chen still chose to enter the Novice Realm. Wow, isn't that the special recruit Lin Chen? This guy actually wants to enter the dungeon alone? This kid really has guts, but he is indeed a tough guy. He even killed Tuzan. He doesn't even give face to Teacher Qin. This year's special recruits are really outrageous. A Reaper profession, and yet so powerful. I suddenly feel like my profession is a bit weak. In the square, the job changers watched Lin Chen walk into the Divine Domain Stone tablet, and he was all alone, which immediately sparked discussions among them. Entering a dungeon, the most basic knowledge is to form a team. Very few can enter a dungeon solo. Only those with S-level divine professions, and those with very strong abilities, can achieve this. The Reaper is inherently a cannon fodder profession. Entering alone, it is impossible to survive. After Lin Chen entered, on the other side of the square, two figures appeared on a high-rise balcony. One of them was Ji Wuyo. Old Ji, you care so much about this kid, there must be a reason, right? Because of him, the National Vocational Institute and the Daxia government have suffered losses. Even if he is an SSSS-level divine profession, with this reckless and impulsive demeanor, I'm afraid there's little hope. The man beside him spoke, puzzled by Ji Wuyo's recent actions. Lin Chen had privately slaughtered over a dozen job changers and even used a prohibited enhancement serum. Such a person should have been executed. Yet Ji Wuyo had vouched for him. Old Chang, this kid is not simple. I've seen many job changers, including many geniuses, but none have his determination, Ji Wuyo said, his admiration for Lin Chen evident in his eyes, though he never showed it in front of Lin Chen. Instead, he would respond to Lin Chen with a detached attitude. Determination? I see it as recklessness. Killing regulars is somewhat disrespectful to the students, and entering a dungeon alone at level 8 isn't that just asking for death? This time entering the novice realm is completely different from his first trial. Old Chang complained, expressing his view that Lin Chen's actions were quite foolish. Is that so? Then let's make a bet. If he comes back safe and sound, there might even be a surprise. What do you think? Upon hearing about the bet, Old Chang readily agreed. Two Vice-Deans, prominent figures, were now betting on a mere level 8 Reaper. If word got out, it would surely be hard to believe. However, it wasn't just them, the job changers in the Divine Domain Square were also watching, holding a spectator's attitude towards Lin Chen entering the dungeon alone. Everyone was looking at the dungeon display on the Divine Domain stone tablet, watching Lin Chen enter the dungeon. Wow, it's actually the Misty Forest? This dungeon is one of the most difficult for levels below 16 in the novice realm. The wild monsters inside are at least sea level, and the boss of the Misty Forest is extremely terrifying. Lin Chen is definitely dead this time. When they saw that Lin Chen chose to enter the Misty Forest, everyone was shocked. A Reaper, charging into a dungeon alone, and it was one with a very high difficulty level for novices. Wasn't this just seeking death? This kid is really bold. Old G, do you still believe in him? Old Chang was equally astonished upon seeing the dungeon. In his mind, Lin Chen had no chance of making it through. The possibility of coming out alive was non-existent. Let's wait and see. In contrast, Ji Wuyo appeared calm, and this composure made Old Chang quite curious, increasing his intrigue towards Lin Chen. Outside the Divine Domain, there was a lot of commotion, while inside, Lin Chen had already stepped into the Misty Forest. In the novice realm of the Divine Domain, the Misty Forest. Stepping inside, the thick fog completely obscured his vision, making it impossible to see. There was no way to discern direction, let alone complete the bounty task. This Misty Forest is really strange, but it doesn't matter to me, Lin Chen muttered, immediately casting his skill. Reaper Night Eye Exploration. With this skill, even in the mist, Lin Chen was not worried. Although he was a life exchange master, he still needed to bind the target to release the skill for it to take effect. If it weren't for this skill, Lin Chen wouldn't be able to act. Of course, with his incredible self-healing ability, even when faced with danger, Lin Chen could remain unscathed. At worst, he could let the wild monsters deal some damage first, and then release the skill without any problem. The reason for using the skill in advance was simply to save time. Under the exploration of Night Eye, Lin Chen quickly discovered the traces of the wild monsters. Wild Monster Cave Black Spider Level C Level Talent Armor Break. Any attack can cause an armor breaking effect and can also inflict bleeding. Skill Spider Spear Penetration. With a strong and powerful spider spear, it can penetrate everything, and the attack carries a paralysis effect that lasts for 3 seconds. Skill Death's Eye. A deadly gaze that can put the target in a dazed state, causing a brief moment of distraction, lasting for 5 seconds. Suddenly, the wild monster's attributes appeared, and Lin Chen immediately locked onto the cave black spider. Life Exchange, Divine Chain Binding. Life Exchange, Hell Whale. In an instant, the skills were bound, and Lin Chen didn't even bother to apply gravity. After all, he was now level 8, and releasing multiple skills at once consumed a lot of energy. Moreover, having these two was enough. However, Lin Chen didn't expect that, even in the novice area, in a different dungeon, a random wild monster would be this strong. It was even more powerful than the boss in the swampy forest back then. As soon as the skills were bound, the cave black spider launched an attack. This cave black spider didn't use webs, instead, it moved quickly, and its spider spear was sharp and enormous. The spider spear swung directly towards Lin Chen. Under the activation of the Life Exchange Master's skill, Lin Chen originally didn't plan to dodge, allowing the cave black spider to attack. Then, with the Life Exchange Master's skill, he would make it suffer 8 times the pain. But Lin Chen didn't expect that the cave black spider wouldn't follow the script. The spider spear attack didn't penetrate, instead, it lashed out directly. Damn! No martial ethics! Bang! The spider spear struck, sending Lin Chen flying. There were no visible injuries, but it still hurt a lot. Although Hell Whale could return 8 times the damage to the cave black spider, it wasn't a fatal injury, and the damage the cave black spider endured was just that. It couldn't cause fatal damage. Lin Chen stabilized himself, watching as the cave black spider prepared to repeat its previous attack, and he was instantly furious. You beast, you want to torture me to death, don't you? Lin Chen's brows furrowed, and madness surged in his eyes. Playing with his life? Then he would have to play it to the death. You don't dare to strike, I'll do it myself. Lin Chen was not polite, he directly took out the short dagger he had prepared in advance and began to wield it. Watching the cave black spider approach, Lin Chen wasted no time and stabbed directly at its vital points. In an instant, under the 8-fold damage of Hell Whale, the cave black spider let out a terrible scream. But this creature didn't slow down, instead, it charged even more fiercely. Seeing this, Lin Chen didn't hesitate, and the dagger swiftly passed over his own body. Like chopping vegetables, he directly turned himself into a cutting board. In contrast, the terrifying wounds on the cave black spider increased. Even though it was a wild monster with strong defenses, it couldn't withstand so much damage at once. Lin Chen's injuries were minor, but the cave black spider had to endure 8 times the pain. Come on. I want to see who can take it. The cave black spider was a sea-level wild monster, and upon reaching sea level, wild monsters already possessed intelligence and knew that Lin Chen was a life exchange master. That's why it chose to torture him, completely avoiding causing injuries. The cave black spider's plan was quite good, but Lin Chen wouldn't waste time with it. The dagger attacked frantically, and the injuries became more and more severe. As the injuries worsened, the cave black spider's screams echoed continuously. The attacks it launched were completely ineffective, only serving to increase its own injuries. Then, Lin Chen witnessed a strange scene. The abyssal black spider did not continue its assault. Instead, it suddenly turned around and dashed into the mist. It had no intention of engaging Lin Chen at all. It only wanted to escape the range of Lin Chen's skills, thinking that would spare it from harm. Trying to run? No way! Life for a life, night-eye exploration. Seeing the abyssal black spider attempting to flee, Lin Chen had no intention of letting it go and immediately sprinted after it. Outside the divine realm. In the square, everyone watched the map of the misty forest, observing Lin Chen's actions. At first, everyone thought Lin Chen was surely doomed this time. But in the blink of an eye, the situation changed. What? Am I seeing things? That wild monster, the abyssal black spider, is actually running away? And Lin Chen is still in pursuit. He's a life exchange master, with no offensive capabilities, yet he can chase a sea-level wild monster? The regular students were completely dumbfounded, unable to comprehend how a mere life exchange master, a support class, could single-handedly enter the misty forest and chase a sea-level wild monster. It was simply unheard of, unseen. This scene was truly eye-opening. This is insane. No wonder this special recruit could kill Tuzin. He really has skills. And he's only level 8 now. If he changes classes, won't he be even more terrifying? What is the class change for a life exchange master? The crowd buzzed with discussion, dazzled by Lin Chen's actions, none of them able to figure out how he accomplished it. They could only watch him chase the wild monster, feeling their scalps tingle. Even combat classes might not be able to do what Lin Chen was doing. However, when someone mentioned the class change for life exchange masters, the crowd fell silent again. For them, the life exchange master was a bottom-tier class, and no one paid attention to it. Moreover, most who changed classes from life exchange master ended up as cannon fodder, either failing to progress further. It was indeed rare to reach level 16 for a class change. At that moment, in the novice area of the divine realm, the misty forest, Lin Chen pursued relentlessly, stabbing with his dagger as if it had become a stimulant in his hands. As Lin Chen sprinted, the abyssal black spider was at its wit's end. After a wild chase, the abyssal black spider could not escape and ultimately succumbed to its worsening injuries, dying in resentment. You little thing, you think you can escape a life for a life? Once I have my eyes on you, your life is mine. Lin Chen looked at the corpse of the abyssal black spider, a smile spreading across his face. Ding! Killed sea-level wild monster abyssal black spider, gained 800 experience points. After absorbing the experience, Lin Chen collected the necessary materials and continued to explore the misty forest. The misty forest was vast, with heavy fog, but for Lin Chen, who possessed the night-eye exploration skill, it was not a problem at all. Soon, Lin Chen detected several dangerous presences. Suddenly, 7 wolves sprang out of the mist. Each one was enormous, at least 3 times the size of a normal wild wolf, and each had eyes as black as ink. They looked extremely eerie. Wild monster, misty demon wolf, level, sea level, talent, focus. After locking onto a target, all attributes increase by 10%. Skill, wind chasing claw, primarily speed-based, with a 30% armor-piercing effect, causing damage accompanied by a 5% bleeding effect. The misty demon wolf, a sea-level wild monster, appeared in a group of 7. Lin Chen looked on, feeling somewhat helpless. Although he had entered the Divine Realm instance for the bounty task and to level up, enhancing his strength, the misty forest truly regarded him highly. The wild monsters that appeared were all starting at sea level. Got it, 7 wolves. Too bad I didn't bring iodine, or I'd torture you to death. Lin Chen twisted his neck, and in the next moment, his gaze sharpened instantly. 7 wolves, and now the binding of a life-exchanging master could bind 8 targets. There was still some leeway. Therefore, Lin Chen no longer hesitated and chose to act quickly, without a moment's pause. The wails of hell began, and although the 7 wolves attacked fiercely, they couldn't withstand the 8-fold damage feedback, causing them to die right under their own assault. If it were any other life-exchanging master, they wouldn't have such an ability to deal with it alone. But Lin Chen, relying on his self-healing ability, began to carve out a path unique to him. From cannon fodder to warrior, and even more frenzied. In the misty forest, Lin Chen continuously battled the wild monsters, while at the Divine Domain Square, the number of onlookers grew. Half of the regular students from the National Vocational College had come. Originally, Lin Chen had already caused quite a stir by killing Tuzan, a special recruit, defying authority. Moreover, he was an SSSS level life-exchanging master. Naturally, he attracted attention. This Lin Chen is simply too abnormal. This year's special recruits are truly exceptional, a life-exchanging master soloing a dungeon, facing so many sea-level wild monsters, and he's fine. Fine or not, damn it, he can even chase the wild monsters all over the place. The regular students felt their scalps tingle. Among them were freshmen and seniors, many of whom had a divine position level above B, and their professions far exceeded Lin Chen's life-exchanging master. Yet even so, they couldn't match Lin Chen's capabilities. How much can this guy's level increase when he comes out? The deeper you go into the Misty Forest, the more troublesome it gets. There might even be B-level and A-level wild monsters. He won't be able to handle those wild monsters, right? The regular students began to discuss. The Misty Forest was just one of the beginner dungeons, and for those at level 10 or even after job change, it was indeed nothing to mention. But for newly job-changed players, it was a nightmare. Although Lin Chen had shown astonishing strength now, facing stronger wild monsters would not be so easy. If he can survive and come out, regardless of the outcome, the status of special recruits is likely to change. At some point, someone in the crowd suddenly said this, instantly silencing many. Lin Chen was a special recruit, not even considered a student of the National Vocational College. But now, the strength he displayed was already quite impressive. If he could truly come out alive, his status in the National Vocational College would rise dramatically. Don't worry, the boss of the Misty Forest is not easy to deal with, even combat-type professions can't handle it. That's the wild monster known for having the strongest defense in the beginner realm. The regular students looked at the map, each harboring their own expectations. The rise in status for special recruits meant a change in their previous dynamics, and it also meant that competition for resources would become even more intense. Misty Forest. These wild monsters are too inconsiderate. They always make me chase. After dealing with a batch of wild monsters, Lin Chen smoothly collected experience, and the materials needed for the bounty task were already secured. Now, he could choose to exit the Misty Forest at any time. But thinking back to just now, when he chased a wild monster leopard for a long time, it felt as if he was begging it for syrup. Furious, Lin Chen directly inflicted pain on himself, breaking a leg, and only then was he able to kill the leopard. Since he was in the dungeon, Lin Chen's principle was simple. No clearing, no leaving. A dungeon is meant to be farmed, right? Lin Chen's eyes flickered as he immersed himself in battle, continuously engaging with the wild monsters. Although Lin Chen's victories were always won at the cost of his own life, he had accumulated quite a bit of combat experience. At the same time, his professional level had also increased. Ding! Congratulations on killing a sea-level wild monster, gaining 800 experience points. Ding! Congratulations on leveling up, current level 12. Looking at his increased professional level, Lin Chen felt a surge of excitement. Level 12, while not yet enough for a job change, was still quite good for him. As long as he could clear the Misty Forest, the experience points he gained might even increase further. With that thought, Lin Chen wasted no time. He chose the simplest and most straightforward method, charging straight ahead. No matter what wild monsters he encountered, he activated his skills and relentlessly attacked himself. In an instant, the people outside the Divine Domain Square were left dumbfounded, while Lin Chen was soaring with joy. In front of wild monsters that couldn't kill him instantly, Lin Chen, relying on his life exchange profession and his monstrous self-healing ability, was practically invincible. Ding! Killed a wild monster, gained 800 experience points. Ding! Killed a wild monster, gained 800 experience points. The notifications of level-ups rang out continuously, and Lin Chen's experience points kept rising. Soon, he reached level 14. Generally, job changers could only level up 1 to 2 levels at most in the next dungeon, and that was if they continued to kill wild monsters. First, job changers usually formed teams, and the experience points gained in a team had to be shared. Second, they couldn't act like Lin Chen, who could disregard his injuries and attack directly. This was Lin Chen's advantage. Divine Domain Square. Damn, Lin Chen is too monstrous. How many wild monsters has he killed? He's still moving deeper in. Quick, look, this guy has reached the boss of the Misty Forest. The boss of the Misty Forest is the absolute nemesis of life exchange masters. Watching Lin Chen's trajectory, everyone was shocked. No one expected that a life exchange master like Lin Chen could possess such terrifying strength. Even though he had entered as a novice, he was still just a novice. How powerful could an level 8 life exchange master be? Yet the power Lin Chen displayed before them was indeed unparalleled. The boss of the Misty Forest, the Misty Ice Bear, has formidable defense and is an S-level wild monster. Even among S-level wild monsters, its defense is top-notch, and the most deadly part is that this guy has internal defenses as well. At this moment, on the balcony of a tall building at the back of the square, Ji Wuyo and Vice Dean Chang were closely watching. "Old Ji, I think you're being too confident. He's just a life exchange master, and his level isn't high. If he encounters a true nemesis, it's a certain death." Vice Dean Chang spoke earnestly. From Lin Chen's previous performance, he had already proven himself worthy of cultivation by the National Vocational Institute. There was no need to prove anything further. But looking at Lin Chen's movements, it was clear he was heading straight for the Misty Ice Bear. This was obviously a suicidal act. No rush, the life and death of job changers are fated. Even if he dies, it will be due to his own arrogance. Ji Wuyo's words left Vice Dean Chang silent. It sounded somewhat reasonable. Just as outsiders were speculating endlessly in the Misty Forest, Lin Chen had already confronted the Misty Ice Bear. Misty Forest. Looking ahead into the thick fog, a massive figure appeared. Its sleek, dark fur, incredibly strong limbs, and blood-red eyes radiated a murderous aura, baring its teeth in a terrifying manner. Just the roar alone was enough to make Lin Chen instinctively take a step back. Is this the boss of the Misty Forest? It really is terrifying, an S-level wild monster. Lin Chen looked on, though shocked. He was also extraordinarily excited. Because, as long as he defeated this S-level wild monster, Lin Chen's level could rise again. The Mist Ice Bear, as the boss of the Mist Forest, was an S-level wild monster, and its attributes were incredibly powerful in every aspect. However, when Lin Chen realized this, the excitement on his face suddenly dimmed. He became serious and solemn. Wild monster Mist Ice Bear level S-level talent absolute defense. The external defense of its body is immense, capable of reducing 80% of physical and magical damage, and it automatically heals 50% of its injuries. Its internal organs also possess extremely strong defensive capabilities. Skill Shock Armor, defense instantly increases by 100%. Skill Explosive Armor, damage taken can be accumulated and released actively. Looking at the situation of the Mist Ice Bear, Lin Chen finally realized how terrifying this S-level wild monster was. Compared to those he had encountered before, it was on an entirely different level. Even though Lin Chen's level had risen and his strength was greater than before, he began to feel anxious. Such a freakish defense, this is basically a shield, right? Lin Chen was somewhat speechless. The skill of the Life Exchange Master could make the target endure damage exceeding multiples. But now, the defense of this Mist Ice Bear was truly astonishing. Lin Chen's target for Hellwhale was at 14 times. Against other wild monsters, just a single hit could kill them. Therefore, Lin Chen didn't always end up battered and bruised. But now, he was worried. Forget it, let's first test just how freakish this guy's defense really is. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed. He couldn't think of a suitable method for now. After all, the Life Exchange Master profession was not combat-oriented. This was also the first time Lin Chen felt restricted by his profession. It was indeed uncomfortable. But backing down was clearly not an option. Life Exchange, Divine Chain Binding. Life Exchange, Hell Whale. Without any hesitation, Lin Chen unleashed all his skills. It was just to test the defense of this S-level wild monster, the Mist Ice Bear. However, as soon as Lin Chen cast his skills, the Mist Ice Bear's sharp claws struck out fiercely. Before Lin Chen could react, a single blow sent him crashing underground. In the deep pit, Lin Chen's body was twisted from the impact, but under his freakish healing ability, he quickly recovered. Lin Chen eagerly looked at the Mist Ice Bear. However, on the Mist Ice Bear, there was only a shallow mark left. Not even its fur was damaged. Hiss! No wonder it's an S-level boss, it truly is extraordinary. Such a level of attack would have killed any other class changer by now. Moreover, under Hellwhale, the Mist Ice Bear was supposed to endure 14 times the damage. Yet even so, this guy's absolute defense completely withstood it. This made Lin Chen begin to doubt whether he had entered the wrong place. Was this thing something that could appear in the novice realm? Frustrated as he was, Lin Chen had not given up. I refuse to believe you won't get hurt. Lin Chen took action, watching the Mist Ice Bear attack him. Instead of defending, he simultaneously drew a dagger and slashed at his own arm. As the giant claw came down, the dagger swept through. Lin Chen was completely bisected at the waist. In that instant, his body separated. But Lin Chen's consciousness was still clear. Moreover, his healing ability exhibited terrifying effects, quickly recovering. However, when this 14 times damage was transferred to the Mist Ice Bear, Lin Chen's heart sank immediately. What the hell is this? Even being bisected only leaves a scar? On the Mist Ice Bear, there was only a scar at its waist, and its defense hadn't even been breached. This made Lin Shen's heart feel heavy. He even struggled to control his emotions. He had suffered such severe injuries, yet he was utterly helpless against this wild monster? Lin Shen did not believe in evil. I just don't believe that if I bare my heart to you, you can remain unscathed. Lin Shen gritted his teeth and began to dodge the attacks of the Mist Ice Bear, while also starting to bare his heart. This was a task Lin Shen was very familiar with. It was nothing but practice. As someone who often sold himself, Lin Shen was quite experienced. Naturally, he wouldn't be disturbed by this. However, after Lin Shen bared his heart, the ground was covered with organs, yet even after suffering 14 times the damage from the Hell's Whale, the Mist Ice Bear merely roared in anger. Even though it spat out blood, that terrifying power still did not weaken. Although this method caused damage to the Mist Ice Bear, it did not achieve the effect Lin Shen desired. It seems I really have to go all out. Lin Shen gritted his teeth. If this method couldn't kill the boss, he could only resort to the most ruthless means. Of course, this was also his first attempt. Although he possessed an incredible self-healing ability that allowed him to recover from any damage, this time, Lin Shen was genuinely worried. Because the method he was about to use was brain death. As long as there was brain death, no matter how powerful this boss was, it would be done for. The Mist Ice Bear had strong absolute defense, but it could not withstand this. Of course, Lin Shen was also unsure if he could recover from it. But, no matter how high the risk, it was worth a try. Come on! Lin Shen roared, and in the next moment, the dagger pierced through its skull. The damage caused from within was returned at 14 times. Lin Shen did not believe that this Mist Ice Bear could withstand it. However, after Lin Shen delivered this ruthless blow, he himself instantly collapsed to the ground, unable to hold on for more than a few seconds before losing consciousness entirely. At this moment, in the Divine Domain Square, the markers displayed on the map instantly dimmed. Look! The marker for the Mist Ice Bear has disappeared. Lin Shen, did Lin Shen do it? How is that possible? Someone exclaimed, and in an instant, everyone was shocked, staring at this scene. But at the same time, some made a discovery. Lin Shen's marker is gone too. Did he perish together with the Mist Ice Bear? Even if a life exchanger dies, the marker wouldn't completely disappear, there would still be a faint trace left. How utterly dead is this? This guy is really a madman. Watching Lin Shen perish together with a boss, everyone felt their scalps tingle. They had never seen such a reckless class changer. Recalling how he had killed the regular life-form Xen before, it had already seemed unbelievable. It felt insane. Now witnessing this scene, everyone found it even harder to believe. Even though they couldn't see the real scene inside, they knew that Lin Shen must have engaged in a fierce battle with the Mist Ice Bear. Old G, you lost. What a pity, this kid is a life exchanger, but the advantage brought by the SSSS level divine position is indeed quite good. Dying like this is a real shame. Although Vice Dean Chang won the bet, he still felt it was somewhat regrettable. After all, someone like this, if cultivated, could become a great weapon for the country. Perhaps we jumped to conclusions too early. Ji Wuyo's eyes were fixed on the Divine Domain Monument, watching the Lin Shen marker that had already disappeared from the map. The words that slipped out made Vice Dean Chang freeze. Old G, you're at least level 85, can't you see what's going on and what the result is? That kid is just a life exchanger, with only one life. Even with an SSSS level divine position, there's no way he could survive. I know you have high hopes for him. Vice Dean Chang spoke to comfort him, feeling that Ji Wuyo was somewhat emotionally invested. Damn! I see a ghost. What's going on? How did Lin Shen's mark appear? Wasn't he dead? Just as everyone was preparing to disperse and stop watching, someone glanced over and instantly became filled with fear. On the map, the mark that had originally disappeared had actually reappeared. This scene shocked everyone. Vice Dean Chang also widened his eyes and confirmed it repeatedly. Ji Wuyo was also staring, the heaviness at the corner of his mouth easing at that moment. He had investigated before and learned some information from Su Yun. He knew that Lin Shen had experienced a similar situation during the previous trial. It just wasn't as thorough as this time. Now, Ji Wuyo had bet right. What is this situation? Old Ji, did you know about this all along? How could he come back to life? Isn't he a life exchanger? How could a life exchanger have resurrection? Vice Dean Chang roared like a gorilla, unable to believe what he was seeing. Quiet down, old Chang, the students are all watching. This time, it was Ji Wuyo's turn to comfort him, and it felt quite strange. SSSS level divine position, never before seen globally, this is the first, so naturally, there are many things we don't understand. In one sentence, all doubts were answered. But Ji Wuyo did not know that this was not a gift from the divine position to Lin Chen, but rather a power he possessed after being reborn. At that time, in the novice area of the divine realm, Misty Forest, Lin Chen, whose brain had been penetrated and was brain dead, gradually regained consciousness, and his terrifying self-healing ability began to recover. Although it took longer than before to recover from a severed hand, it wasn't too different. Ha! Suddenly, Lin Chen opened his eyes, as if he had been holding his breath, and exhaled heavily. After confirming that he was fine, he even calculated 1 + 1 = 2 for himself before finally feeling at ease. Fortunately, the recovery of his brain did not affect his IQ. Otherwise, it would have been a huge loss. Ding! Congratulations on defeating the boss of Misty Forest, S-level wild monster Misty Ice Bear. Defeating S-level wild monster, gain 2000 experience points. Global announcement: in the novice area of the Divine Realm, SSSS level life exchanger Lin Chen has defeated the boss of Misty Forest, breaking the record, rewarded with 1000 experience points. As the announcement from the Divine Realm rang out, Lin Chen also came back to his senses, looking at the corpse of the Misty Ice Bear, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, outside the Divine Realm, people erupted upon hearing the announcement. Vice Dean Chang was also visibly excited. This Lin Chen is simply a freak. By the way, he seems to be an SSSS level divine position. My god! No wonder he is the first SSSS level divine position. Even as a life exchanger, he can be this powerful. Clearly just a newcomer, entering only the novice area's dungeon, but the impact Lin Chen caused and the sensation he brought were truly shocking. Unforgettable. Old G, no matter what, he should become a regular student and enjoy the best resources. This kind of talent is far better than those professionals. Vice Dean Chang was excited, and a satisfied smile appeared on Ji Wuyo's face as well. What he was curious about now was what level Lin Chen had reached. Such a terrifying leveling speed was truly enviable. Although the further one progressed as a job changer, the more experience was required. But Lin Chen's way of grinding experience was also unheard of. At that time, in the Misty Forest. Ding! Congratulations, host level has increased, current level 16. Ding! Host can begin job change. Open attributes. Lin Chen took a deep breath. At this moment, he had waited a long time and finally reached level 16. It was worth all the effort he had put into the wild monsters, even racking his brain. There was indeed a reward for effort. And Lin Chen really liked this reward. Name: Lin Chen. Occupation: Life Exchange Master level 16, in the process of job change. Talent: Divine Chain. As the level increases, the number of targets that can be bound increases. Currently, the number of bindings, 16. Undead Battle Body, after exchanging lives, can trigger the undead spirit, permanently increasing physical and mental strength. Skill: Hell Whale. The pain suffered by the body will increase the target's pain by 16 times. Pain multiplier increases with level. Skill: Night Eye Exploration. Can detect dangers within 500 meters outside the body. Range increases with level. Skill: Gravity Restraint. Manipulate gravity within 50 meters of oneself, with gravity intensity 50 times that of oneself. Can restrain enemies. Multiplier range increases with level. Physical Strength, 0. 1% Mental Strength, 0. 1%. Looking at the attribute increase, a smile suddenly appeared on Lin Chen's face. All this effort was not in vain. Once his strength was sufficient, he could learn more about his sister from Ji Wuyo, and then he could bring her back. With this thought, Lin Chen felt great joy, collected the materials, and directly left the Misty Forest. Outside world. When Lin Chen walked out from the Divine Domain Steel, he immediately saw a sea of people. Many special recruits hurried over, and Zhao Feng was the first to rush up. Lin Chen, you're amazing. You cleared the Misty Forest all by yourself. Zhao Feng said excitedly. Even though he knew Lin Chen was likely to become a regular student later, he was still happy for him. After all, he helped the special recruits regain their dignity. Senior, isn't it just taking on a task? Why are you all so happy? Lin Chen hadn't reacted yet, thinking about submitting the task and getting some things he needed. Then he wanted to find a way to learn about the job change. That was the priority. Task? Heh, today's young people really have a flair for showing off. In the crowd, Vice Dean Chang couldn't wait to step forward, and the onlookers quickly quieted down and made way. Hearing the old man's words, Lin Chen frowned. This person didn't seem special, but being here meant his identity should be extraordinary. However, how did taking on a task become showing off? Where did that logic come from? As a special recruit, am I not allowed to take on tasks? Besides, I'm not showing off. Lin Chen looked at the crowd and innocently said this. However, as soon as he spoke, all the students from the National Vocational College rolled their eyes. Wasn't this showing off? A bounty task, and not even the highest level, yet he, a life exchange master, took it on alone. Moreover, he fought back and forth in the misty forest, which was said to be the most difficult dungeon for beginners. He even killed the final boss. Wasn't this showing off? At this moment, Vice Dean Chang was also taken aback by Lin Chen's words. He truly didn't expect this Lin Chen to be so humble. Ahem, Lin Chen, what level are you now? You cleared the dungeon, so you must have gained quite a bit of experience. And as a special recruit entering the National Vocational College, although you are just a life exchange master, you are an SSSS level divine position, with outstanding talent and extraordinary strength. The National Vocational College will not treat you poorly. Although he lost the bet with Ji Wodo, Vice Dean Chang saw Lin Chen as a genius. Even if his profession was weak, under the SSSS level divine position, he was still an extraordinary existence. Such talent must be well cultivated. Level? I'm already at level 16 now. You look like you should be a teacher at the National Vocational College, right? I happen to have something I want to ask. Lin Chen wasn't foolish. As soon as the old man appeared, even the regular students became more subdued. His identity must be unusual. Just right, although his level had risen to 16, Lin Chen was completely clueless about the job change situation for the life exchange master. He didn't know what to do. The treatment for special recruits here wasn't very good, and it wasn't easy to figure things out on his own. Hearing Lin Chen's words, Vice Dean Chang also smiled. Alright, no problem. Level 16, clear a dungeon. From level 8 to level 16, from now on, you will be a regular student of the National Vocational Institute. Lin Chen, come with me. Vice Dean Chang was very satisfied. Being a special recruit was just a process of the academy, a matter of luck. He didn't expect to actually encounter a good seed this time. Lin Chen was stunned upon hearing this. He had become a regular student? Although he was surprised, he was even more delighted. Lin Chen knew that he could become a regular student because of his SSSS level divine position and his self-healing ability. Zhao Feng's divine position level wasn't low, but his profession was the same as Lin Chen's, the most ordinary one, and he didn't have Lin Chen's monstrous abilities. Therefore, he didn't receive the same treatment. Lin Chen, why are you still dazed? Hurry up, that's the Vice Dean. Seeing Vice Dean Chang leave, Zhao Feng urged him on. Looking at Zhao Feng, Lin Chen was momentarily at a loss for words. Alright, stop staring at me. This is your luck and your strength. Besides, you came out from the special recruits. If it weren't for you, we special recruits wouldn't have the treatment we have now. Zhao Feng was very clear-headed and grateful to Lin Chen. Although Lin Chen had been there for a short time, he had done one shocking thing after another. He had also given their aimless special recruits a different kind of life. Seeing Zhao Feng say this, Lin Chen didn't act coy and directly followed him. However, Lin Chen didn't expect that Ji Wuya was also looking out for him, and another Vice Dean was keeping an eye on him. It seemed they all unanimously believed that the SSSS level divine position had given him self-healing abilities, making the life exchange master profession no longer simple. But in reality, the monstrous self-healing ability was something Lin Chen possessed himself, unrelated to the divine position. At that time, inside the National Vocational Institute, having left the outer city, it was Lin Chen's first time entering the inner city, which was the true National Vocational Institute. It was just like an ordinary university, with no significant differences in facilities, buildings, etc. The only difference was that everyone here was a job changer. I am Vice Dean Chang Qingfeng of the National Vocational Institute. You are brought by Old Ji, and indeed, you are quite extraordinary. Originally, the life exchange master profession, even as a special recruit, wouldn't be enough, but you have an SSSS level divine position, which has never been seen before. In addition to your outstanding performance, you are granted a special exception to become a regular student. As for the various affairs of regular students, you will naturally understand once you go to the dormitory. For now, let me take you to learn about job changes. Following Vice Dean Chang, the two headed straight for the library. Upon arriving at the library, Lin Chen noticed that it was just larger than his previous school, but all the books inside were related to job changes. After all, there were many professions, an astonishing number, and the divine position levels were clearly defined. Therefore, the range of topics covered was incredibly vast. Vice Dean, how exactly do you go about job changing? Upon reaching the library, Lin Chen could no longer contain his thoughts. It was not easy to reach level 16, he had poured his heart and soul into dungeons, even risking his lifetime and again to achieve it. Only after successfully changing jobs could he continue to level up and increase his strength. What Lin Chen needed was strength. His sister's situation was still unclear, and Lin Chen couldn't rest easy. He also didn't know how Qin Xiu was doing in the Divine Position Institute. Job transfer is something that every profession can undergo after reaching level 16, in order to attain a higher level. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it evolution. Of course, some lower-tier professions have no transfer routes and can only level up in their original profession. As for the Life Exchange Master, I really haven't heard of it, but you can look for it here. After Chang Qingfeng finished speaking, Lin Chen roughly understood. For example, a professional swordsman, upon reaching level 16, would have several different job options, such as Demon Swordsman or Berserker. But the Life Exchange Master? Due to being too low level, a cannon fodder profession, no one had ever transferred to it. Lin Chen didn't complain and began to search in the library. He looked for an entire day. If it weren't for his abnormal self-healing ability, an ordinary person wouldn't be able to withstand such physical exhaustion. After reviewing countless materials and learning more about job transfer, Lin Chen finally understood. For low-level professions, if there are no job options available for transfer, continuing to level up requires a massive amount of experience points, and a special material is needed to successfully transfer. Of course, after a successful transfer, the profession does not change, it remains the original profession. But there will be a certain degree of enhancement. Blood Demon Essence, this is the essential material to break through the transfer, but this Blood Demon Essence is not available in the novice realm. Thinking of this, Lin Chen felt a headache coming on. Now at level 16, he should have already left the novice realm, and going to the divine realm afterward would mean entering the spirit realm, which is a stronger divine dungeon than the novice realm. Although the dangers are greater, Lin Chen had no other choice. No matter how treacherous the path, he had to walk it. Having found the method for job transfer, Lin Chen wasted no time and found his residence in the message left by Chang Qingfeng. The regular students lived in the real National Vocational Academy. The dormitory was a standard 4-person suite, quite spacious. The facilities and equipment were complete. When Lin Chen pushed the door open and walked in, he immediately saw 3 people staring at him. This is indeed Dormitory 201, right? I'm a new student, Lin Chen. Noticing the 3 staring at him in a daze, Lin Chen didn't mind. Instead, he took the initiative to greet them. After all, they would be living under the same roof, and there was no need to start off on a bad note. Lin Chen? You are the one who came up from the special enrollment, right? Oh my, how did you clear the misty forest all by yourself? Are you really a life exchange master? The 3 reacted, even forgetting to introduce themselves, and began to scrutinize Lin Chen. A life exchange master entering the National Vocational Academy as a regular student? This was unprecedented. Generally speaking, the life exchange master profession has no further learning or upgrading value, but Lin Chen had achieved it. Yes, that's me. We'll be roommates from now on, we have plenty of time to get to know each other, can I go in first? Lin Chen looked at the 3 with exasperation. One was a skinny guy, like a bamboo pole, one was a fat guy, like a beach ball, and the last one was relatively normal, though his voice was soft and he often had a delicate manner. These 3 were something else. Hearing Lin Chen's words, the 3 quickly came to their senses. They introduced themselves in a hurry. The skinny guy was named Zhou Kai, an S-rank divine profession, a black armor master, a top-tier defensive profession. However, with his bamboo pole-like figure, Lin Chen found it a bit amusing to call him top-tier defense. The fat guy was named Su Dinghua, an S-rank divine profession, a knight assassin, belonging to the assassin type. Of course, his physique was also severely mismatched. The last one, the effeminate one, was also S-rank, with the profession of chess spirit master, a rare profession, but certainly stronger than the life exchange master. Of course, this life exchange master was someone else's. Lin Chen, you really are impressive. Even as a reaper, you can use your skills like this. Amazing, no wonder the vice president has taken a liking to you. But you need to be careful. You've offended Qin Shoucheng, and the one you killed, Tuzin, could bring you some trouble among the regular students. After a round of introductions, Zhou Kai began to remind him. Among job changers, there are often various conflicts, and even in the National Vocational Academy, such rules are tacitly accepted. After all, strength is paramount, and only through conflict can true powerhouses be cultivated. Qin Shoucheng is a level 50, he wouldn't come after me personally, would he? Lin Chen remembered Qin Shoucheng clearly in his heart. Once his strength improved, that punch from back then would surely be repaid. As for Tuzin, Lin Chen didn't know much about him. A level 20 who was killed by an 8-level player didn't seem like a formidable opponent. Tuzin himself doesn't have much strength, but he is a member of the 2 gang, and the brother of the gang leader. The 2 gang is a somewhat well-known organization within the National Vocational Academy. Given your current situation, they will probably come looking for you soon. Zhou Kai continued, and Lin Chen listened but didn't take it to heart. After coming out of the divine realm, he hadn't even settled the bounty tasks. The materials he had collected were still not sorted out. Lin Chen still needed to prepare some magic crystals, which were similar to enhancement potions. For Lin Chen, those were valuable items, so he naturally wanted to stock up. The next day, early in the morning, Lin Chen left the dormitory. As a regular student, he indeed enjoyed many conveniences. No one would provoke him wherever he went. In the special recruitment area, everyone looked at him as if he were a tiger. If they hadn't recognized him as Lin Chen, the special recruits wouldn't have dared to approach. Bounty office. After completing the task and receiving the reward, he processed the materials and earned over 2 million in one go. However, thinking about the price of magic crystals, Lin Chen felt that this amount of money was just a so-so. After all, a single magic crystal costs 500,000. The more he stocked up, the better he could go to the divine realm to find the blood demon essence for his job change. Oh, isn't this Lin Chen? A reaper who thinks he's different just because he came out of the novice realm? Just a reaper, how many lives can he have? Just after purchasing the magic crystals, Lin Chen intended to go back and plan, looking for tasks related to the spirit realm dungeon. But before he could reach his destination, he was blocked by a few people. Upon closer inspection, these people were all regular students. Do I know you? Lin Chen frowned, seeing that they were not friendly. Right now, he only wanted to level up and increase his strength, having no interest in dealing with other complicated matters. Naturally, he wasn't interested in them either. But unfortunately, he didn't want to cause trouble, yet trouble still came to him. You killed Tuzin, and you think becoming a regular student means you can be safe? Kid, even if your level is rising fast, you're only level 16. Let me tell you, you're dead today. Hearing the leading man's words, Lin Chen understood. These people were from the two gang that Zhou Kai mentioned. However, since they were here to cause trouble, Lin Chen wouldn't back down. I heard that personal grudges between regular students can be resolved on their own. The National Vocational Academy has a good rule. Come on, don't blame me for not giving you a chance. Lin Chen raised his hand, indicating that since reaching level 16, he hadn't yet clashed with any job changers. The three in front of him were all higher level than him, around level 23, and stronger than Tuzin had been. But Lin Chen was also not the same as before. Damn it! He's really an uncultured guy. Lin Chen's arrogant provocation infuriated the leading man. Spirit Summon Blood Hook. With the skill activated, a blood-red long hook appeared. This was the Spirit Master profession, similar to a Weapon Master, but lacking the strength of a Weapon Master, belonging to a lower-tier profession. As the blood hook appeared, the man flicked his wrist, and the blood hook instantly smashed towards Lin Chen. Seeing this, Lin Chen did not dodge. Instead, he raised his hand and caught it. The blood hook immediately revealed countless barbs, completely controlling Lin Chen's hand. Looking at the strange blood hook, although it caused him some harm, this level of injury was not enough for Lin Chen to even notice. Is that all? Lin Chen laughed, feeling that these job changers' skills were rather mediocre. They were not even as satisfying as an attack from a wild monster. With this little strength, you can't even tickle me. Since that's the case, I won't hold back. Life exchange, divine chain binding. Not good. Quick, attack. Don't let him continue to use his skills. Seeing Lin Chen activate his skill, the leading man reacted immediately and violently swung the blood hook, tearing Lin Chen's palm apart, leaving it bloody and mangled. However, it was all too late. Life exchange, Hell's Whale. Life exchange, Gravity. By the time Lin Chen was about to use his third skill, the other members of the group finally reacted. Silence. A woman pointed at Lin Chen and shouted. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. He clearly sensed that he could no longer release the gravity binding skill. Or rather, he couldn't release any skill at all. However, the effects of the skills he had already released were still active, which reassured Lin Chen. As for the neutral binding he hadn't released, he didn't care. Ha ha ha, are you dumbfounded? You probably didn't expect we have an S-rank silencer here. The leading man shouted excitedly. We came to find you because we understood your skills. Silencers are a relatively rare profession, and their power is extremely high. Most of a silencer's skills are control skills, and the most annoying one is silence. Once silence is used, the enemy cannot use any active skills at all. It can be said that if they had silenced Lin Chen before he used his skills, he would have had a hard time dealing with these people. Unfortunately, Lin Chen had acted first and used his skills. Lin Chen sneered, waving his mangled and bloody hand. Did you not notice something was off? Lin Chen's words made the leading man realize something was wrong. A strong sense of pain surged from his hand. The intense pain was unbearable. Ah! The man wailed as he looked at his left hand, only to find that it had already turned into a puddle of mush. Ah, my hand! Damn it! Kill him. It must be his doing. It hurts so much. Ji-yun, why are you so slow with your skills? The silencer named Ji-yun also turned pale, sweat beading on her forehead. She knew that it was her mistake that led to the current predicament. You think this little injury hurts? Lin Chen coldly stared at everyone, his tone filled with malice. Then tell me, if I were to crush your heart, would it hurt even more? The faces of the group changed, a flicker of fear flashing in their eyes. Previously, they only knew that Tucson had been killed by Lin Chen, but relying on their higher levels, they thought Lin Chen's skills were ineffective against them. Plus, with the presence of a silencer, they were overly confident. Do you think the two gang is that easy to mess with? At this moment, a man holding a staff stepped forward from the group. What can you do as a life exchange master besides exchanging lives? Purification. A cyan blue light shone on the members of the two gang, and they immediately felt the pain lessen significantly. Healing. Another green light appeared, slowly healing everyone's left hand, and in just a moment, the left hands of the two gang members had returned to normal. Ha, Lin Chen, you have no way out now. The leading man laughed loudly, pointing at the man holding the staff. This is an SS level holy priest. His purification spell can cleanse all negative states. The skills you linked to us have already been purified. Lin Chen scoffed and coldly replied, Oh really? Then why don't you give it another try? Lin Chen's confident demeanor made the leading man hesitate for a moment. The holy priest confidently spoke up. What are you afraid of? Do you not trust me? He's just a worthless life exchange master. I can easily purify his skills. The leading man regained his confidence. Everyone, attack together, leave him with a breath. Don't kill him, we still have a long way to go. We need to teach him a good lesson. The leading man swung his bloodhook directly at Lin Chen. At the same time, others from the group began their assault. Eagle Spirit Wind Arrow. This was an S-level beast spirit ranger, capable of summoning various beast spirits to enhance his weapon's attack power. A semi-transparent eagle spirit merged with an arrow, shooting towards Lin Chen. Slow Curse. Blade Binding Curse. Armor Breaking Curse. 3 dark beams of light struck Lin Chen, an S-level curse sorcerer using various curses against enemies. The 3 curses he placed on Lin Chen would weaken his speed, attack power, and armor. Simultaneously, the leading man's bloodhook and the beast spirit archer's eagle spirit wind arrow hit Lin Chen. The eagle spirit wind arrow pierced through Lin Chen's right arm, while the leading man's bloodhook stabbed into Lin Chen's chest. Die for me! The leading man roared with a twisted face, as countless barbs on the bloodhook latched onto the flesh of Lin Chen's chest. With a forceful pull, the flesh from Lin Chen's chest was torn away, leaving it a bloody mess, with even a glimpse of white bone visible. Not bad, Lin Chen nodded in appreciation. This attack is a bit stronger than the previous one. The faces of the group changed as they felt the familiar pain again. A full 16 times the damage was now returned to them. Even though these people were 5 or 6 levels higher than Lin Chen, the damage returned was beyond what they could bear. Ah, it hurts so much. Damn it, Wangi, didn't you say you had already purified his skills? Wangi, hurry and heal us. The group was in agony, clutching their wounds, their right arms hanging limply, massive gashes nearly severing their limbs. The wounds on their chests were even more horrifying, with some able to see their innards through the gashes. If they weren't all priests, they would have likely died right there. Impossible, why did my purification spell have no effect? Wangi shouted in anger. Heh, are you stupid? Lin Chen chuckled lightly, disdainfully answering Wangi's confusion. You think your SS-level priest skill can purify my SSSS-level priest skill? Then wouldn't my SSSS-level priest be too worthless? Wangi's lips trembled. He wanted to say that life exchange masters were inherently worthless, just a useless profession. But thinking of his purification spell failing, he couldn't bring himself to say it. The painful wails of the group around him and the agony in his body made Wangi, as a holy priest, realize that this was not the time to dwell on that. He raised his staff, just about to cast a healing spell when Lin Chen moved. Snap! In Wangi's horrified gaze, his arm and staff fell to the ground. If you want to heal them, you'll need my permission first, Lin Chen said with a smile, holding a dagger. It was just now that he had severed his own arm with a knife to interrupt Wangi's spellcasting. Wangi was sweating profusely from the pain, but it was impossible for him to beg Lin Chen for mercy. He was a regular student. If he pleaded for mercy from Lin Chen, a special enrollment student, how could he continue to mix with the regular students in the future? Although his professional weapon had fallen with his arm, it did not mean he could not cast spells, it just meant the effects would be weaker. Just as Wangi was preparing to continue using his healing spell, a large foot came into view. Bang! Wangi was kicked away, and his injuries worsened. What, do you still want to use healing spells in front of me? Lin Chen said with a smile, retracting his leg. That kick had been his doing. Wang Yi looked at Lin Chen in despair, as well as at the other members of the two gang who were already severely injured. No one stopped Lin Chen, he had no chance to use his skills. At this moment, the lives of the two gang members were completely in Lin Chen's hands. Lin Chen, you can't kill us. Wang Yi swallowed hard, his face full of anxiety. Vice Dean Ji has said that anyone who causes serious injury will be severely punished. If you kill us, no one will protect you. Yes, Vice Dean Ji did say that. Lin Chen grinned, looking like a demon. But these injuries on you are not caused by me, they are from your own attacks. Moreover, even if I kill you, what if I face some punishment? Do you think a group of dead people is more important than a living one? Wang Yi's face turned even paler, and the other two gang members around him were also filled with terror. They all thought of Tu Sin, who had been dealt with by Lin Chen before. The leading man crawled to Lin Chen's side, crying and pleading. Lin Chen, no, Lord Lin, please spare us. We only came to deal with you because of the orders from those in the two gang. Lin Chen sneered, he had just learned about the two gang from Zhou Kai, and they had already sent someone to deal with him. It seemed he needed to find an opportunity to teach those in the two gang a lesson. However, the urgent matter was to change jobs. As a club of the National Vocational College, there must be many high-level individuals inside. Only by changing jobs and leveling up could he confront them. It's not impossible to spare you. Lin Chen looked at the crowd before him with a smile. Wang Yi and the others looked at Lin Chen excitedly. Naturally, they did not want to die if they could live. You all kneel down and bark like dogs. For every 3 barks, shout that the two gang members are beasts. If you can hold on for 3 minutes, I will spare your lives. Wang Yi and the others exchanged glances. They all knew the power of the two gang and were naturally unwilling to do so. Once they did this, it would be difficult for them to mix with the two gang in the future. With your injuries, you probably won't be able to hold on for 5 minutes. If you continue to hesitate, you may not have another chance. Wang Yi and the others turned pale. At this moment, Lin Chen appeared to them as a demon. Woof woof woof. The two gang members are beasts. The S-level silence master Ji Yun was the first to kneel on the ground, barking like a dog while shouting. The pain in her body and the feeling of life slipping away made her dare not think too much. With Ji Yun leading, the others also had no choice but to follow suit. Lin Chen sheathed his dagger and walked towards the divine domain stone tablet. You continue, I will be watching you. If anyone fails to hold on for 3 minutes, you know the consequences. With that, Lin Chen left. However, the ones left behind, Wang Yi and the others, did not dare to stop. They all knew that with Lin Chen's ability as a life-exchanging master, as long as he was still connected to them, even if he walked far away, he could still kill them. In the face of life and death, no one dared to bet whether Lin Chen was watching them from afar. Soon, the people from the two gang learned about what had happened here. A group rushed over, and at this time, Wang Yi and the others had also finished their 3 minutes of barking like dogs. Under Wang Yi's treatment, their injuries gradually began to heal. Can someone tell me what exactly happened? Zhao Ji, the third in command of the two gang, coldly asked Wang Yi and the others. Wang Yi and the others all lowered their heads in silence, knowing that what they had just done had already angered this third in command of the two gang. Zhao Ji scanned the other onlookers who had gathered to watch the show. You all seem to enjoy the commotion so much, should I take you all to the two gang to watch the fun? Zhao Ji's icy voice caused many of the spectators to change their expressions. The two gang was somewhat famous in the National Vocational College and was extremely domineering. Many had been bullied by the two gang's people. However, there were other factions in the National Vocational College besides the two gang. Oh, Zhao the Third, take me to the two gang to see the fun, will you? A lewd-looking man spoke up at this moment. I really want to see how many beasts you have in your two gang. Zhao Ji's face darkened, his gaze coldly fixed on the lewd-looking man in the crowd. Feng Yi, does your Faniash want to go to war with our two gang? Feng Yi appeared nonchalant. He seemed very dismissive of Zhao Ji's words. Zhao the Third, with your two gang's few insignificant members, a few of us from Faniash can easily take care of you, alright? Zhao Ji snorted coldly. Although Feng Yi's words were somewhat exaggerated, Faniash was indeed stronger than the two gang. The two gang was only somewhat famous, while Faniash was one of the 5 major factions in the National Vocational College. He cast a cold glance at Wang Yi and the others. If it weren't for these useless people, he wouldn't have lost face in front of so many. Under Zhao Ji's gaze, Wang Yi could only grit his teeth and recount what had happened. Good, what a Lin Chen. Zhao Ji's eyes were filled with killing intent. In his heart, Lin Chen was already a dead man. Arriving at the Divine Domain Stone Tablet, Lin Chen looked at the unselectable Novice Realm and directly chose the Spirit Realm. Hey, isn't that Lin Chen? Yes, it's him. Why is he here again? Damn, he entered the Spirit Realm instance alone. What? He went in alone? Doesn't he know the Spirit Realm is different from the Novice Realm? No way, isn't that common sense? It seems he hasn't changed jobs yet, right? Entering the spirit realm instance alone without changing jobs, TSK, he's really bold. The people who were originally preparing to enter the instance by the Divine Domain Stone tablet all stopped to pay attention to Lin Chen's actions. Many had heard of Lin Chen's deeds, a celebrity in the National Vocational College. Now seeing that Lin Chen had not yet changed jobs and was entering the spirit realm alone, they immediately became interested, wanting to see how Lin Chen would perform in the spirit realm instance. TSK, this Lin Chen is really bold. He actually chose the Blood Castle instance. What? You mean that Blood Castle instance comparable to the Dragon Realm instance? Their exclamations immediately drew the attention of many. There were many instances in the spirit realm, but if one were to say which was the hardest, the Blood Castle was undoubtedly the most difficult. Unlike other instances that allowed for team play, the Blood Castle could not be played in a team, meaning it was an extremely rare solo instance. The Blood Castle also had one point that was different from other instances. The player did not need to find monsters themselves, as all the monsters were located within a castle. The entire castle was filled with various monsters, and only after clearing all the monsters inside the castle and defeating the 5 bosses within could one truly complete the instance. Its difficulty was so high that it was simply not something a player who had only changed jobs once could clear. The blood-colored castle was thus regarded by many clergy as a dungeon that should belong to the Dragon Realm. TSK, has Lin Chen gone mad? It's one thing to venture into a dungeon alone, but to choose the blood-colored castle? Isn't that asking for death? Heh, he probably just cleared a beginner dungeon and thinks he's hot stuff now. Someone like him, so full of himself, wouldn't last more than 2 chapters in a novel. Just then, while the crowd near the Divine Realm Steel was buzzing with discussion, a small team hurriedly approached. Leading them, Zhao Ji scanned the surrounding crowd and, upon not finding Lin Chen, immediately understood that Lin Chen must have entered the Divine Realm. Humph. Let's wait for that guy Lin Chen to come out. Zhao Ji snorted coldly, his tone icy. I'll make him realize that our guild isn't to be trifled with. One by one, the clergy, each wielding professional weapons, all at least S rank, surrounded the Divine Realm Steel. As soon as Lin Chen emerged from the Divine Realm, they would pounce on him. Aren't these the elite of the guild? Why are they all gathered here? A bystander asked in confusion. A nearby bystander, who was in the know, chuckled and explained. You can tell you don't know yet. Just now, a group from the guild went to trouble Lin Chen. But those guys were no match for Lin Chen at all. They were beaten so badly it was pitiful. To save their lives, those from the guild were barking like dogs while cursing their own people as beasts. The bystanders' words quickly spread. The crowd soon understood why Zhao Ji had brought the guild members to surround the Divine Realm Steel. Ah, Zhao Ji, your guild is really pathetic, isn't it? Boisterous laughter erupted from the crowd. Zhao Ji's cold gaze shot toward the source of the laughter. Swish swish swish, the surrounding people instinctively parted, not wanting to provoke the guild for no reason. As the crowd opened up, a scar-faced man came into view. The scar-faced man seemed completely unconcerned about offending the guild, looking at Zhao Ji with a mocking expression. Zhao Ji, your guild is getting worse by the day, you can't even beat a special recruit. And now you've gathered all the elites of the guild here. What? Are you planning to gang up on a special recruit? Zhao Ji gritted his teeth. The scar-faced man's words were a slap in the face, but they were also the truth. As for taking action against the scar-faced man, Zhao Ji didn't have the guts. Nyomu, don't meddle in other people's business. Nyomu picked his nose, looking completely unconcerned. He had somehow produced a giant axe in his hand and waved it around. What, Zhao Ji, do you want to spar with me? Or is it that the guy ranked 98th on the talent list wants to spar with me, who's ranked 32nd? Zhao Ji snorted coldly, not daring to respond. The talent list was a ranking within the National Vocational Institute, listing the strongest 100 individuals. Among them, the guild's leader, Tu Li, was ranked 98th. It was precisely because of Tu Li that the guild had gained some notoriety. On the other hand, Nyomu was ranked 32nd on the talent list. The significant ranking gap indicated that Nyomu could easily defeat Tu Li. Of course, if it were just Nyomu, the guild could still handle it. After all, if they couldn't win one-on-one, they could always gang up. What truly made Zhao Ji wary was the Astral Society behind Nyomu. The Astral Society was one of the 5 major societies, not something a small-time guild like theirs could afford to provoke. Seeing that Zhao Ji had nothing more to say, Nyomu boldly put away the giant axe. Although he looked down on the guild, he wouldn't take action against them just because of Lin Chen, someone he had never met. Swish, 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 at some unknown time, figures began to appear around the Divine Domain Monument. Some were in the surrounding houses, some hidden in the crowd, and others stood right in front of the monument. Old Nyo, Are you looking for trouble again? Nyomu turned around in surprise at the voice coming from behind him. A man in a Taoist robe, holding a floating dust like a young boy, slowly approached. Well, what brings you out here? The man in the Taoist robe chuckled lightly and pointed to the Divine Domain monument not far away. I'm not the only one here. The Bird Society, the Tiger Leopard Society, the Flower Moon Society, and the Ethereal Society have all come. Nyomu scanned the area and quickly spotted familiar figures. He scratched his head, looking puzzled. Suyu, what's going on? Why are all 5 major societies here? Suyu put down the floating dust in his hand and explained calmly. You know Lin Chen, right? The analysis report from the society about him has come out. Nyomu immediately became interested. He had just seen Lin Chen and Zhao Ji at odds. The society's analysis report is essentially an evaluation of the students from the National Vocational College, drawing conclusions from various aspects. Those who receive high evaluations are naturally recruited into the society. This is one of the reasons why the 5 major societies of the National Vocational College have remained unchanged. Even as students graduate, new high-potential freshmen are continuously brought into the societies. Nyomu asked with great interest, it seems this Lin Chen's analysis report is very high, otherwise, so many people wouldn't be mobilized. I remember the last time so many people were mobilized, it was because of me, right? Suyu nodded slightly, his expression very serious. Not just high, but extremely high. According to the society's analysis, Lin Chen possesses an exceptionally strong recovery ability, and he even seems to have resurrection capabilities. Coupled with the uniqueness of the life-exchanging skill, ordinary people are simply no match for him. Our society rates Lin Chen at 95 points. I estimate the other 4 societies are similar. 95 points. Nyomu couldn't help but exclaim. His own score back then was only 86, and the one who topped the talent ranking only had 93 points. This Lin Chen's score is even higher than the top of the talent ranking? In the Divine Domain Spirit World, Blood Castle. Under a blood-red moon, a blood-red castle stood tall. A faint red mist enveloped the area, making visibility extremely poor. Lin Chen surveyed the castle before him, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Before entering the spirit world, Lin Chen had specifically researched several well-known spirit world dungeons. Among them, Blood Castle caught his eye immediately. Monsters were all gathered in the castle, which, to Lin Chen, meant he wouldn't have to painstakingly search for monsters one by one, he could just go straight in. As for the large number of monsters, Lin Chen needed them. The more monsters, the more magic crystals. Plus, he had taken on a bounty task when he entered, so this trip would be a huge profit. Lin Chen examined the castle before him. Calling it a castle was more like calling it a huge estate. The estate was filled with monsters, with a small boss in each direction, while the castle in the center housed the final boss of this dungeon. As Lin Chen stepped into the estate, over 30 monsters appeared before him. No wonder so many people say Blood Castle should be a Dragon Realm dungeon. With so many monsters, no one can handle it. And this is a solo dungeon, so those people can't even team up. Just entering the estate, Lin Chen encountered over 30 monsters, which shows how densely packed the monsters in this dungeon are. However, just because others couldn't handle it doesn't mean Lin Chen couldn't. A wolf, the leading monster, let out a wolf howl, and the more than 30 monsters behind it howled in response. Wild monster Bloodthirsty Demon Wolf Level B Level Rank 2-5 Talent Wolf Pack. When the number of wolves exceeds 10 and a wolf king is present, all bloodthirsty demon wolves gain a 50% attribute boost. Skill Dance with Wolves emits a wolf howl, inspiring itself and surrounding bloodthirsty demon wolves, granting up to a 10% increase in all attributes. Skill Bloodthirst, when dealing damage to enemies, can receive healing equal to 1/10 of the damage dealt. More than 30 bloodthirsty demon wolves stared intently at Lin Chen, with the leading bloodthirsty wolf king being an A-level monster. Just these 30-plus bloodthirsty demon wolves were enough to stop 90% of the students from the National Vocational College. However, for Lin Chen, these bloodthirsty demon wolves were still too weak. A wolf with a howl from the bloodthirsty wolf king, the bloodthirsty demon wolves charged towards Lin Chen in an orderly fashion. Lin Chen showed no signs of panic. Instead, a confident smile appeared on his face. Life Exchange, Divine Chain Binding. Life Exchange, Hell Whale, Gravity Confinement. In an instant, 3 skills were activated, binding all the bloodthirsty demon wolves at the front. The ones at the back, however, were slowed down due to the gravity confinement. Lin Chen's Divine Chain could only link to 16 targets, so he deliberately did not use gravity confinement on the first 16 bloodthirsty demon wolves. The plan was to deal with the first 16 before tackling the rest. The slowed speed of the bloodthirsty demon wolves caused some chaos in the pack. However, under the command of the bloodthirsty wolf king, the first 16 bloodthirsty demon wolves still charged in front of Lin Chen. Oh, the bloodthirsty demon wolves surrounded Lin Chen, all emitting low growls, seemingly ready to attack at any moment. Lin Chen merely raised his hand, and the bloodthirsty demon wolves instantly launched their assault. One by one, sharp wolf claws struck at Lin Chen, with many bloodthirsty demon wolves aiming directly for his throat and other vital areas. Poochie poochie, a series of shocking wounds appeared on Lin Chen's body. After successfully attacking, the bloodthirsty demon wolves did not continue their pursuit but retreated to their original positions. They continued to surround Lin Chen, seemingly searching for the next opportunity. At this moment, Lin Chen appeared quite miserable, his body almost entirely covered in wounds inflicted by the bloodthirsty demon wolves. His carotid artery was bitten through, and his heart was pierced by a wolf claw. Looking at the bloodthirsty demon wolves, Lin Chen revealed a brilliant smile. Now it's your turn, this is a full 16 times the damage. Outside the divine realm. In the square, the members of the 5 major clubs looked at Lin Chen's position on the blood-red castle map and couldn't help but click their tongues. This guy has really bad luck, starting off in the west. If I remember correctly, the bloodthirsty demon wolves in the west are quite difficult to deal with, right? Is that even called difficult? No one of the same level can handle the bloodthirsty wolf pack alone. Indeed, those bloodthirsty demon wolves are like an army, not only well-trained but also commanded by a wolf king. No. I think the most disgusting part is the bloodthirsty demon wolves' recovery ability. As long as they aren't killed, they can keep recovering. The members of the 5 major clubs discussed among themselves, their words filled with skepticism towards Lin Chen. They had all seen the club's analysis report and knew that Lin Chen's greatest strength lay in his super recovery ability and the synergy with his life exchange skills. However, Lin Chen himself actually had no damaging skills. He mainly relied on the enemy's attacks or self-harm. To deal with the bloodthirsty demon wolves, one must possess the ability to kill them instantly. Aside from using his own death to exchange lives with the bloodthirsty demon wolves, Lin Chen had no other means. The members of the 5 major clubs doubted Lin Chen had resurrection abilities, but they did not believe he could resurrect infinitely. So no one would think that Lin Chen would use his precious resurrection ability on small monsters. I estimate it will come out soon. The blood castle is not something a human can clear. Look, Lin Chen is surrounded by a pack of bloodthirsty wolves. With over 30 bloodthirsty wolves, Lin Chen can only choose to exit the dungeon now. What a pity, if he had bypassed the bloodthirsty wolves and gone straight for the boss, Lin Chen would actually have had a chance. Amidst the lamentations of the 5 major guilds, Lin Chen's marker on the map disappeared. Soon, Lin Chen's marker reappeared, and at the same time, the markers of 16 bloodthirsty demon wolves vanished. What, did Lin Chen use his resurrection ability? Foolish, too foolish, using the resurrection ability on small monsters, how can he deal with the boss now? Could it be that Lin Chen can resurrect more than once? How is that possible? Do you think resurrection is easy? Outside the divine realm, everyone was clamoring, while Lin Chen inside the divine realm wore a beaming smile. Bang bang bang, a series of wounds appeared on the bodies of the bloodthirsty demon wolves, and in an instant, all the bloodthirsty demon wolves attacking Lin Chen were howling in pain. The fatal wounds to their hearts and throats made it impossible for these bloodthirsty demon wolves to continue attacking or to flee. They staggered, trying to support their bodies, but the 2 fatal injuries had already sealed their fate. In just a moment, all 16 bloodthirsty demon wolves lay powerless on the ground, dead. Until this moment, the bloodthirsty wolf king not far away had not realized what was happening. Ding! Killed level 23 B-grade wild monster bloodthirsty demon wolf, gained 2000 experience points. A series of 16 messages popped up, making Lin Chen's smile even brighter. At this rate, he would soon gather enough experience for his job change. As expected, places where these monsters gather are good. I can take out 16 monsters at once. But my level is still a bit low. If my level were high enough, I could completely wipe out all 30 of those monsters in an instant. Lin Chen's gaze turned towards the bloodthirsty demon wolves, his body drenched in blood, making him look more like a monster than these creatures. Oh, the bloodthirsty wolf king looked at Lin Chen with trepidation. The sudden deaths of those bloodthirsty demon wolves were beyond its limited intelligence to comprehend. But it knew that the deaths of those bloodthirsty demon wolves were definitely related to Lin Chen. Under Lin Chen's astonished gaze, the bloodthirsty demon wolves, along with the remaining bloodthirsty demon wolves, turned and fled. Hiss, these monsters are so smart now, if they can't win, they run? Lin Chen helplessly pulled out his prepared weapon, a long knife. Previously, to deal with those wild monsters, he had been both chasing and stabbing himself, so he was well prepared. After just taking down 16 bloodthirsty demon wolves, he directly linked to the remaining 15 bloodthirsty demon wolves and the Wolf King. At this moment, if these bloodthirsty demon wolves wanted to run, they had to ask Lin Chen if he would allow it. The bloodthirsty Wolf King ran wildly while glancing back at Lin Chen with its peripheral vision. It was on guard against Lin Chen's sudden attack. As long as Lin Chen made a move, it would command the wolf pack to evade. In the terrified gaze of the bloodthirsty Wolf King, Lin Chen grabbed his own hair with one hand and tightly held the long knife with the other, slicing off his own head in one swift motion. The already not-so-smart head of the Wolf King instantly jammed. That human, he killed himself? Just as the Wolf King was puzzled, its vision suddenly spun wildly. After a hard-fought effort to stabilize its sight, it saw a group of headless bloodthirsty demon wolves running. As they ran, these headless bloodthirsty demon wolves fell one by one. Were there other bloodthirsty wolf packs nearby? Why did they have no heads? The one at the front, why did it feel so familiar? The bloodthirsty Wolf King's final doubt flickered in his mind before he plunged into darkness. Ding! You have killed the level 24 A-class wild monster, Bloodthirsty Wolf King, and gained 2,500 experience points. Lin Chen breathed a sigh of relief as he watched the heads of the bloodthirsty wolf pack rolling on the ground. As for himself, his wounds had long since healed. The fangs, claws, and pelts of the bloodthirsty magic wolf were all materials needed for bounty tasks and were also required for forging many professional weapons. Moreover, since the bloodthirsty magic wolf was a pack animal, encountering one meant facing a whole pack, so the materials from the bloodthirsty magic wolf were still quite valuable. Lin Chen happily collected the materials and magic crystals from the bloodthirsty magic wolf. After tidying up, Lin Chen continued toward the direction of the castle. He planned to clear all the wild monsters and small bosses in the 4 cardinal directions before tackling the final boss in the castle. After all, it was uncertain when he would encounter a monster-dense dungeon like the Blood Castle again. Outside the Divine Realm, the members of the 5 major guilds watched Lin Chen's marker on the map flickering as if there was a bad connection. This map can't be broken, right? Someone in the crowd said weakly. Why has Lin Chen disappeared several times, and all the markers for the bloodthirsty wolf pack are gone? Could it be that Lin Chen has wiped out the entire bloodthirsty wolf pack? Impossible, that's the bloodthirsty wolf pack, one of the hardest pack monsters to deal with. Then how do you explain that all the markers for the bloodthirsty wolf pack have disappeared? The map can't be broken, this is the Divine Realm. Lin Chen must have died a few times and taken care of the bloodthirsty wolf pack. Hiss, if Lin Chen has dealt with the bloodthirsty wolf pack, could he possibly clear the Blood Castle? No way, the bloodthirsty wolf pack is just a minor monster. The Blood Castle is not that simple. The onlookers chattered excitedly, but the members of the 5 major guilds were only concerned about Lin Chen's marker disappearing several times. Generally, a marker only disappears upon death or exiting the dungeon. However, Lin Chen hadn't exited the dungeon, yet his marker had disappeared several times before lighting up again. Everyone present began to have an answer in their hearts. Perhaps Lin Chen's resurrection was not limited to just once. The thought of this possibility made the members of the 5 major guilds' eyes burn with intensity. They all understood how terrifying the potential of someone with multiple resurrection abilities and strong recovery power could be. Ah, this is going to be troublesome. Suyu sighed helplessly. He was already afraid of trouble, and he had only come this time on a whim. Who would have thought Lin Chen's potential was so high? It would probably be difficult to snatch Lin Chen from the other guilds, but if they didn't, it would likely be troublesome to go back. Ah, this is really a hassle. Nyomu looked at Suyu, whose small face was scrunched up, and almost couldn't help but laugh. When the 5 major guilds were competing for him back then, they almost came to blows. His score at that time was only 86, while Lin Chen's score was now as high as 95, plus the ability to resurrect multiple times. It seemed that this time, the members of the 5 major guilds would be driven crazy. Look, Lin Chen has already cleared all the monsters in the west. No way, is he planning to clear all the minor monsters before fighting the boss? That small boss in the west seems to be a werewolf, right? Yes, it's a werewolf. Li Changfeng, who was ranked 18th on the talent list, almost died at the hands of that werewolf. Then Lin Chen is probably in trouble. Among these small bosses in the Blood Castle, the werewolf has the strongest recovery ability. I heard that Li Changfeng even chopped off that werewolf's head, and it didn't die. Is that true? Is it really that powerful? Why would I lie to you? This is what Li Changfeng himself said. The onlookers, who were job changers, were buzzing with discussion. Even though Lin Chen had already cleared all the small monsters in the west, they still didn't think he stood a chance against the small boss there. The Blood Castle had yet to be cleared, and aside from the numerous small monsters, the main reason was that the boss inside was incredibly formidable. Almost everyone on the talent ranking had entered the Blood Castle dungeon. Before entering, they all believed they could clear it with their strength, but each one ultimately fell at the feet of the boss. So even the members of the 5 major guilds didn't think Lin Chen could handle the werewolf. What a pity. If Lin Chen had descended in the east, it might have been possible. The small boss in the east is indeed easier to deal with, but the one in the castle is much tougher than the werewolf. Sigh, I really don't understand how the Blood Castle dungeon got rated as a Spirit Realm dungeon. I heard it's because the monsters inside have lower levels, which is why it was classified as a Spirit Realm dungeon. In the Divine Domain, Lin Chen's gaze had already locked onto his target. The dark fur stood upright like steel needles, a pair of blood-red eyes, and that muscular body all indicated the power of the monster before him. Wild Monster Bloodthirsty Werewolf Level S Class Rank Level 28 Talent Dark Moon Bloodline. Under the moonlight, the werewolf's recovery rate is enhanced by 1000%, and speed is increased by 50%. Skill Demonic Flesh, defense increased by 80%, physical damage taken reduced by 30%, and when the body is severely injured, stamina can be consumed for rapid recovery. Skill Bloodthirsty Bite, grabs the enemy tightly, continuously biting them, healing itself while attacking the enemy. Skill Dark Moon Howl, absorbs the essence of the moon to emit a howl, causing mental damage to the enemy while stunning them. Hiss, Lin Chen gasped, suddenly feeling a bit of toothache. He had heard that the werewolf in the west of the Blood Castle was the hardest small boss to deal with, but seeing it in person made him realize it was not just difficult. Oh, before Lin Chen could think too much, the bloodthirsty werewolf had already detected his presence. With a howl, a figure instantly appeared beside Lin Chen. Bang! Lin Chen's pupils constricted, and he was sent flying like a cannonball. He crashed into several trees before finally stopping against a wall. Cough cough cough. Lin Chen stood up amidst the dust, a massive wound on his chest revealing his beating heart through the gash. This werewolf's speed is just too fast. Lin Chen stared at the bloodthirsty werewolf standing where he had just been, his gaze filled with caution. Although that last hit was partly due to his lack of preparation, he truly hadn't seen the werewolf's attack coming. The bloodthirsty werewolf was a full 12 levels higher than Lin Chen, and its attributes were much stronger, plus the skill bonuses to speed. In front of the bloodthirsty werewolf, Lin Chen's speed felt like it was in slow motion. My level is still too low. Lin Chen couldn't help but sigh. If his level were the same as the bloodthirsty werewolf's, he wouldn't be so passive. Seeing that the bloodthirsty werewolf wasn't moving, Lin Chen quickly used his skills. Life Exchange, Divine Chain Binding. Life Exchange, Hell's Wail. Life Exchange, Gravity Restraint. In an instant, Lin Chen unleashed all his skills. He knew that with the bloodthirsty werewolf's speed, if he didn't use his skills right away, he would just become a punching bag. The bloodthirsty werewolf suddenly turned its gaze towards Lin Chen. A hint of human-like confusion flickered in its blood-red eyes. A weak enemy like Lin Chen was one it didn't know how many times it had encountered. Every time he was killed in a single blow, and that was also the reason he hadn't chased after to continue the attack. Whoosh! The bloodthirsty werewolf didn't think much. If he hadn't killed him, then just strike again. A shadow rushed towards Lin Chen, and this time, the 50-fold gravity binding allowed Lin Chen to barely see the figure of the bloodthirsty werewolf. However, Lin Chen did not resist the werewolf's attack. He had already linked with the bloodthirsty werewolf. If the werewolf hit him, it was like hitting himself. The blood-red wolf claw violently tore open Lin Chen's chest, one claw reaching inside Lin Chen's body, crushing his heart. Cough cough cough. Lin Chen couldn't help but start coughing, and the bloodthirsty werewolf didn't let him off either. The blood-red wolf claw, sharp as a steel knife, directly split Lin Chen's body in half. Looking at Lin Chen lying on the ground, split in two with his heart crushed, the bloodthirsty werewolf finally felt relieved. This should have killed this human, right? Bang! Before the bloodthirsty werewolf could react, his heart suddenly exploded, and a deep wound appeared at his waist. The wound cut through more than 2/3 of the werewolf's waist, almost severing him in half. The level gap is too great. Even 16 times the damage didn't make the bloodthirsty werewolf suffer the same damage as me. Lin Chen looked at the bloodthirsty werewolf with some helplessness. The 12-level difference, combined with skill bonuses, made the werewolf's defense astonishing. So even though Lin Chen had linked with the bloodthirsty werewolf, the damage returned was only about 60 to 70%. Oh, the bloodthirsty werewolf howled in pain, blood flowing from the wound like a small stream. On the other side, Lin Chen's injuries were quickly healing, soon returning to normal. He looked at the bloodthirsty werewolf in front of him. The werewolf, who had been severely injured, was now almost fully recovered. From the wound at his waist, flesh buds were emerging, and the wound was continuously healing. Although the recovery speed was not as fast as Lin Chen's, it was still astonishing. This bloodthirsty werewolf's recovery ability is a bit too abnormal, recovering to normal so quickly? Lin Chen clicked his tongue. He finally understood how helpless those monsters had felt when facing him before. Take advantage of your illness to kill you. If you really recover, then I'm the one who's unlucky. Lin Chen took out his long knife and without hesitation, struck his own waist. The wound that the bloodthirsty werewolf had almost healed instantly burst open, and a larger wound appeared at the werewolf's waist, directly severing him in half. Oh whoa! The bloodthirsty werewolf howled in pain, his gaze instantly turning to Lin Chen. Even if he was foolish, he knew that the injuries he sustained were definitely related to Lin Chen. However, Lin Chen, on the other hand, was like an ancient executioner, one hand holding the hair, the other holding the knife, continuously beheading himself. If he weren't worried about the head rolling all over the place, Lin Chen would have wanted to hold the knife with both hands and alternate beheadings. After Lin Chen beheaded himself for the second time, the bloodthirsty werewolf finally became separated from his head and body. "Ha, now you're definitely dead." Lin Chen looked at the bloodthirsty werewolf whose eyes were gradually losing their light and finally breathed a sigh of relief. This kind of boss with high defense and strong recovery was the one he hated dealing with the most. Of course, this was also because the level gap between them was too great. If their levels were the same, dealing with the bloodthirsty werewolf would be quite easy for Lin Chen. Just as Lin Chen was about to put away his long knife, he suddenly realized something was wrong. If the bloodthirsty werewolf had already been killed by him, then why hadn't he heard the system notification? Realizing that the bloodthirsty werewolf was not dead, Lin Chen didn't even look in the werewolf's direction but directly swung the knife towards his own head. However, Lin Chen was still a step too late. Oh, the deafening howl came from the direction of the bloodthirsty werewolf's corpse, and Lin Chen felt as if his head had been struck hard. Dazed and disoriented, Lin Chen was completely unaware of his surroundings. At that moment, the head of the bloodthirsty werewolf quickly reattached itself to its body. The bloodthirsty werewolf didn't wait for its body to fully recover. As soon as it was reconnected, it pounced on Lin Chen, knocking him to the ground. At this moment, Lin Chen finally snapped out of his dizziness. It was the bloodthirsty werewolf's skill, Dark Moon Howl. Lin Chen instantly recalled the werewolf's ability. And now, the werewolf that had knocked him down was undoubtedly using another skilled bloodthirsty bite. Splat, splat, chunks of flesh were torn from Lin Chen's body, while the bloodthirsty werewolf also erupted with wounds. However, these wounds healed at an astonishing speed, which was precisely the effect of bloodthirsty bite. Although Lin Chen's injuries could return about 60 to 70% of the damage to the bloodthirsty werewolf, the werewolf's recovery speed was faster than the rate at which it was injured. In just a moment, all the wounds on the bloodthirsty werewolf healed completely, and it stopped biting. Meanwhile, Lin Chen was in a pitiful state, his body battered and broken. Damn, this guy is really a freak. Lin Chen lay on the ground, unable to hold back his curse. He rarely swore because of his sister's presence, but the bloodthirsty werewolf's perversion made it impossible for him to refrain from cursing. Lin Chen lay there, having no intention of getting up. His body felt like a rag, and there was no point in standing. He might as well lie down and wait for recovery. As for the bloodthirsty werewolf standing nearby, Lin Chen didn't care. After all, it couldn't kill him. Splat! The bloodthirsty werewolf seemed to realize that it was difficult to kill Lin Chen, and with a blood-red claw, it smashed Lin Chen's head to a pulp. Bang! The werewolf's head also cracked open, revealing a series of gruesome wounds. Looking at Lin Chen, who was in such a disheveled state, the bloodthirsty werewolf finally felt at ease. It walked to a nearby open space, absorbing the moonlight to recover its injuries. This guy really is ruthless. Lin Chen glanced at the bloodthirsty werewolf, which was almost fully healed, and a sinister smile appeared on his face. But I can be even more ruthless. Splat! Lin Chen struck his own head with a knife, splitting it in half. The bloodthirsty werewolf let out a mournful howl. Its head, which was almost healed, now bore a massive wound. This wound stretched from the top of its head down to its nose, nearly splitting the werewolf's head in two. The bloodthirsty werewolf knew that its injuries were definitely related to Lin Chen, and it wanted to use bloodthirsty bite again to recover. However, with its head severely injured, its eyes were already blurred with blood, and its mind felt like mush. At that moment, the bloodthirsty werewolf could hardly see its surroundings, let alone locate Lin Chen. After a moment, as its vision began to clear and its wounds healed halfway, it finally spotted Lin Chen. Lin Chen held a long knife, grinning menacingly at the bloodthirsty werewolf. "You dog, I don't believe you won't die from this." In the bloodthirsty werewolf's terrified gaze, Lin Chen struck his head again, splitting it in half. Crack! The wound on the werewolf's head instantly split open, and its entire head was divided into two halves. Phew, this should do it, right? Lin Chen recovered and looked toward the bloodthirsty werewolf, only to see its head healing at an extremely slow pace. It's still not dead. This guy's brain is spilling out, and he's still alive? Isn't that a bit too exaggerated? Lin Chen gritted his teeth and inflicted several wounds on himself until the bloodthirsty werewolf's head was split into 4 pieces, and only then did he finally hear the system notification. Ding! Congratulations on defeating the Blood Castle boss, level 28 S-Class Wild Monster Bloodthirsty Werewolf. Defeated a level 28 S-Class Wild Monster, gain 10,000 experience points. Divine Realm Spirit World Announcement, SSSS Class Job Changer Lin Chen has killed the Blood Castle boss, setting a new record, rewarded with 2,000 experience points. Lin Chen sat on the ground, panting, finally dead. No wonder everyone says this guy is the hardest boss in Blood Castle. Among the many enemies and monsters Lin Chen had encountered, whether S-Class Wild Monsters or those S-Class Job Changers from the National Job Academy, he had been able to handle them with ease. However, the bloodthirsty werewolf had put unprecedented pressure on him. Its super strong recovery ability and extremely high defense made Lin Chen feel at a loss for how to attack. The only thing Lin Chen was grateful for was that while the remaining bosses were also strong, none had the bloodthirsty werewolf's formidable recovery ability. Meanwhile, outside the Divine Realm, those who heard the announcement were already in a frenzy. What? Did I hear that right? Blood Castle, bloodthirsty werewolf? That's insane. There really is someone who can kill that thing. Weren't we told that to get through Blood Castle, we had to avoid the bloodthirsty werewolf boss? How did someone actually kill it? The bloodthirsty werewolf is like a bug. I seriously suspect that Lin Chen guy is cheating. Everyone was discussing the deaths of Lin Chen and the bloodthirsty werewolf. If Lin Chen's passage through the misty forest had only surprised them a little, the killing of the bloodthirsty werewolf left everyone in shock. That was a being that even the top job changers on the talent list had no way to deal with, known as the most twisted boss in the spirit world. Yet it was killed by a mere level 16 special recruit who hadn't even changed jobs. If before, people felt a bit familiar with the name Lin Chen, now they had a deep impression of it. At the Divine Realm Monument, the members of the 5 major societies all had fiery gazes, looking at the other societies with unfriendly eyes. Swish, swish, swish. In the National Job Academy, figures hurriedly left and arrived at the Divine Realm Monument. Among them were job changers from the talent list, teachers from the National Job Academy, and even Vice Dean Ji was among them. Suyu, Nyomu, you all come with me. Standing in the crowd, Suyu and Nyomu heard a familiar voice. Looking closely, they saw their society's leader leading a large group of people toward the Divine Realm Monument. The two quickly followed the group, and Nyomu asked in confusion, "Boss, why are you here? What do you think? If I don't come, Lin Chen will have nothing to do with our society." Hearing this, Nyomu realized that the elite members of the 5 major societies from the National Job Academy had almost all gathered. The leaders of the Xingyi Society, Fanio Society, Hubo Society, Huiwei Society, and Kongling Society were all present. TSK, are the special recruits this strong now? The leader of the Hubao Society, the 4th on the talent list, clicked his tongue. That bloodthirsty werewolf, I had torn it apart back then, but after just one bite, it recovered. Such a monster can actually be killed. This Lin Chen is indeed something else. The leader of the Fanio Society, the 2nd on the talent list, Su Hun, touched the wound on his shoulder. That was where the bloodthirsty werewolf had bitten him. Everyone, how about this Lin Chen for our society? The leader of the Kongling Society, the 6th on the talent list, Suofo, said with a smile. Those good seedlings from before, we at the Void didn't get a single one, all were snatched away by you guys. This one isn't too much to ask for, right? Old Su, when did our club's recruitment turn into distribution? The leader of the Star Instrument Club, Zhuge, who ranked 3rd on the talents list, approached with Nyomu and Suyu. Exactly, each major club should recruit based on their own abilities, Suhan said, tightening his grip on his professional weapon. As the strongest among them, he was quite confident in his own strength. Everyone, let's not resort to fighting just yet. At that moment, the leader of the Flower Moon Club, Su Linger, smiled and spoke. Have you all forgotten how many people we lost in that battle 3 years ago? The members of the 5 major clubs fell silent. 3 years ago, the 5 major clubs had also fought over a single student. As the conflict escalated, tempers flared, leading to a chaotic brawl among the 5 clubs. If it hadn't been for the intervention of the president of the National Vocational College, the 5 clubs might have been wiped out. Little Su is right. Vice Dean Ji had somehow arrived beside them, his gaze sweeping over the crowd with indifference. You can fight over recruits, but don't start brawling again. The previous battle among the 5 major clubs had nearly caused Ji Wuyou and the leaders of the National Vocational College to faint from the stress. Although the college usually didn't interfere in student conflicts, a chaotic brawl involving thousands of elite students from the 5 major clubs, where a large number could die in an instant, was something the higher-ups couldn't ignore. Su Hun, Dianyu, and the others exchanged glances, feeling a bit guilty. After all, they were still thinking about how to win if a fight broke out. Su Linger noticed their awkwardness and smiled slightly. Everyone, instead of arguing here, why not wait for Lin Chen to come out and ask for his opinion? The others present remained silent, clearly agreeing with Su Linger's suggestion. The area around the Divine Domain Stone Tablet was almost entirely occupied by the members of the 5 major clubs, leaving others to watch from a distance. This included Zhao Ji and his group from the Map Guild. When the 5 major clubs hadn't arrived, they could still flaunt their power, but once the 5 clubs showed up, they didn't dare make a sound and quickly vacated their spot. Third brother, what's the situation now? Tu Li approached Zhao Ji, looking displeased. You can't handle just a newly recruited special student? Zhao Ji wore a bitter expression. If only things were as simple as Tu Li suggested. Now that Lin Chen had caught the attention of the 5 major clubs, he wanted to take him away directly. However, thinking of Tu Li's vengeful nature, Zhao Ji recounted the entire situation. So you're saying that Lin Chen is very likely to become one of the 5 major clubs? Tu Li looked towards the Divine Domain Stone Tablet, believing Zhao Ji's words to some extent. He had heard about Lin Chen killing the bloodthirsty werewolf from the Divine Domain report, so he knew Lin Chen had some skills. Of course, no matter how skilled Lin Chen was, Tu Li was confident he could kill him. After all, Lin Chen was only at level 16 and hadn't even undergone his first job change yet. Meanwhile, Tu Li was already at level 35 and had undergone 2 job changes. Boss. Zhao Ji looked at Tu Li, hesitating for a moment before making up his mind. How about we just let it go? Let's give Lin Chen a break. After saying this, Zhao Ji lowered his head, not daring to speak further. He knew that his previous words would likely irritate Tu Li. It sounded nice to let Lin Chen off the hook, but in reality, it was just cowardice. Given how much the 5 major clubs valued Lin Chen, perhaps all it would take was a word from him, and they would eagerly resolve the Map Guild's issues. So Zhao Ji would take the risk to say these words. Tu Li coldly stared at Zhao Ji. Then my brother, wouldn't he have died in vain? You don't need to say more, I will deal with that guy Lin Chen. Zhao Ji opened his mouth, but in the end, he only let out a sigh. He knew that with Tu Li's personality, no matter how much he tried to persuade, it wouldn't change anything. In the Divine Realm. After resting for a moment, Lin Chen got up and walked towards the northern direction of the Blood Castle. Unlike other job changers who entered the Blood Castle, Lin Chen's goal was to clear all the monsters in the Blood Castle. Even the most troublesome small monsters, the bloodthirsty wolf pack, and the most perverse boss, the bloodthirsty werewolf, had been dealt with by Lin Chen. The small monsters and small boss in other directions were also easily taken down by Lin Chen. Unfortunately, the small boss in the other directions had already been killed by other job changers, so there were no first kill rewards or announcements from the Divine Realm. Outside the Divine Realm, the 5 major guilds surrounding the Divine Realm monument were now in an uproar. Wow, all the small monsters in the north have been cleared by Lin Chen. Is Lin Chen trying to clear all the monsters in the Blood Castle? That's too exaggerated, there are so many monsters in the Blood Castle, and he actually cleared them all. Hiss, the other 3 small bosses have also been dealt with by him. Isn't that normal? Even the bloodthirsty werewolf was killed by him. The other 3 bosses aren't as perverse as the bloodthirsty werewolf. Here it comes, the final boss. The members of the 5 major guilds chattered excitedly, and their leaders gathered together. Do you think Lin Chen is a match for the final boss? Zhuge asked as he scanned the crowd. It's uncertain. Although the final boss of the Blood Castle doesn't have the perverse recovery ability of the bloodthirsty werewolf, it excels in balanced abilities across the board. As someone who had previously entered the Blood Castle, Su Hun analyzed objectively. Lin Chen is strong, but his level is too low, only level 16. If he reaches level 30, then it might be possible, but at level 16, there's basically no hope. In the Divine Realm, Lin Chen arrived in front of the Blood Castle and pushed open the castle's large door. As soon as the door opened, the castle's decorations came into view. A bright red carpet, magnificent decorations, luxurious furniture, and crystal chandeliers on the ceiling. All these things indicated that the owner of this castle was a noble who knew how to enjoy life. The final boss of this Blood Castle, it won't be a humanoid monster, will it? Lin Chen walked into the castle, somewhat puzzled, talking to himself. The information about the Blood Castle was very vague regarding the final boss, so Lin Chen only knew that the final boss was level 30, and nothing else. However, over the years, countless job changers had entered the Blood Castle instance. Although the bloodthirsty werewolf in the west had never been defeated, there were still some prodigies who could handle the boss in 3 other directions. Unlike Lin Chen, they would solve one direction's boss and then head straight for the Blood Castle. Over the years, many had faced the final boss of the Blood Castle, but all had lost without exception. Lin Chen carefully searched the castle, and although he found signs of someone living there, he did not find the final boss. Strange, where did the final boss go? Lin Chen looked at the empty castle in confusion. Inside the entire castle, let alone the boss, he hadn't even encountered a single small monster. "Oh, dear sir, are you looking for me?" Suddenly, a voice rang out from above Lin Chen's head. Lin Chen looked up and saw a pitch-black coffin floating at the top of the castle. At that moment, a handsome man dressed in noble attire, holding a glass of red wine, with a very pale complexion, was smiling and raising his glass in his direction. Wild Monster Vampire Count Level SS Level Rank Level 30 Talent Blood Pool. Enemies killed by the Vampire Count have their blood merged into the blood pool. When the Vampire Count takes damage, he can recover using the blood in the blood pool. Note, the blood pool cannot be too far from the Vampire Count and is extremely easy to destroy. Skill Blood Servant. The Vampire Count injects his vital blood into the enemy through his fangs, allowing him to briefly control the enemy's body. Skill Phantom Bats. The Vampire Count can transform into countless bats, each possessing 1/10 of the Vampire Count's attributes. If all the bats are killed, the Vampire Count cannot use this skill for a short time. Skill Seduction. Using this skill can temporarily seal one of the enemy's skills. Skills currently in use cannot be sealed. Seeing the Vampire Count's attribute panel, Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. He felt that this Vampire Count might be easier to deal with than the bloodthirsty werewolf. Life Exchange. Divine Chain Binding. Life Exchange. Hell's Whale. Gravity Confinement. Although Lin Chen felt deep down that the Vampire Count was not as formidable as the bloodthirsty werewolf, he still immediately used all his skills. The Vampire Count's skill, Seduction, was quite disgusting. If the Vampire Count used Seduction on Lin Chen first and sealed the Divine Chain skill, he would be left in despair. Once the Divine Chain skill was gone, Lin Chen could only rely on his weapon to attack the Vampire Count, and at that point, winning would be nearly impossible. When using the Divine Chain, it seemed that due to the significant level difference between Lin Chen and the Vampire Count, he almost failed to link successfully. Upon successfully linking, Lin Chen let out a sigh of relief. The Vampire Count sat upright in the coffin, watching Lin Chen with great interest, seemingly unconcerned about what Lin Chen was doing. He raised his glass of red wine and leisurely drank the blood-red liquid in one gulp. "Sir, it seems you are already prepared." The Vampire Count left the coffin and floated in mid-air. "Now, it's my turn to attack." Before Lin Chen could react, a blood arrow pierced through his chest. Lin Chen was momentarily stunned. He hadn't noticed where the blood arrow had come from. Bang! The Vampire Count's chest suddenly exploded as well, a matching wound appearing on his body. The Vampire Count was slightly taken aback, touching the wound on his body, his lips curving into an uncontrollable smile. "Interesting, so interesting." The Vampire Count looked in Lin Chen's direction, his face filled with joy. "You can actually transfer the damage from your body to mine equally. This must be your skill, how fascinating." Lin Chen frowned slightly. The Vampire Count before him was very different from the monsters he had encountered before. All the monsters he had faced prior were basically mindless, at most having a bit of intelligence like the bloodthirsty wolf pack, but not much more. However, he had never seen a monster like the Vampire Count, possessing intelligence comparable to that of a human. Even when his skill was seen through, Lin Chen did not panic. "Oh, sir, your wound has actually healed." The Vampire Count looked in surprise at Lin Chen's already healed wound, where a mass of blood was now wrapped around his chest. "Such powerful recovery ability, you remind me of an annoying fellow." The Vampire Count spoke to himself, indifferent to whether Lin Chen responded. Swish, 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 blood arrows pierced through Lin Chen's body, and in an instant, he was covered in wounds. This time, Lin Chen clearly saw how the blood arrows appeared. They suddenly emerged from beneath his feet and attacked him. Similarly, the Vampire Count suffered injuries just like Lin Chen. What excited Lin Chen was that the Vampire Count seemed to have lower defense, so he sustained slightly more damage than Lin Chen. "Oh, such serious injuries, and you can still recover?" The Vampire Count was enveloped in blood, except for his head. This was his blood pool skill, healing his bodily injuries. However, it was evident that his recovery speed could not match Lin Chen's. By the time Lin Chen had fully healed, the Vampire Count had only recovered halfway. "With such powerful recovery, sir, would you be interested in facing that werewolf in the west?" The Vampire Count said slowly, showing no signs of tension despite knowing Lin Chen possessed the ability to exchange lives and had strong recovery. "The bloodthirsty werewolf?" Lin Chen smiled slightly, appearing harmless. "I'm sorry to disappoint you, I've already dealt with him." Lin Chen's words left the Vampire Count momentarily stunned. Then, a brilliant smile spread across his face. "Good, good, good. Sir, you've done a great deed, that guy is finally dead." Lin Chen shrugged, uninterested in the matters between the Vampire Count and the bloodthirsty werewolf. What he cared about was how to kill the Vampire Count. Drawing out his prepared long knife, Lin Chen began to skillfully behead the vampire count, who looked on in shock. Thud! Lin Chen's head was severed, but it quickly regenerated. However, when Lin Chen looked in the direction of the vampire count, he was astonished to find that the vampire count had already vanished. In his place was a swarm of bats flying in the air. Thud! A bat's corpse fell before Lin Chen, its head and body separated. Clearly, all the injuries Lin Chen had just sustained were absorbed by this bat. Feeling the target bound by the divine chain, Lin Chen's gaze fell on one of the many bats. He could clearly sense that the vampire count was within that bat. Lin Chen skillfully inflicted a wound on himself, and the bat he was watching fell to the ground as a corpse. However, the target he was linked to had suddenly changed to another bat. Lin Chen took a deep breath. He began to understand that the vampire count could traverse among these bats. Therefore, to kill the vampire count, he must first eliminate all these bats. With this thought, Lin Chen hesitated not at all and continuously attacked his vital points. "Sir, you can't kill me." One bat suddenly spoke, its voice that of the vampire count. "I'm not going to make it difficult for you, why not just leave?" Lin Chen sneered, his movements not pausing for a moment. Nonsense, his goal for entering this time was to clear the blood castle, how could he possibly leave just like that? The scene inside the castle was extremely bizarre. Lin Chen kept committing suicide, and bats fell from the sky like rain. Originally dense and covering the entire blood castle, there were now less than a third remaining. Outside the divine realm, the leaders of the 5 major factions looked at the map, where Lin Chen's mark kept flashing, feeling utterly speechless. Twinkle, twinkle, little star, how many times has that guy Lin Chen resurrected to be able to do this? Niao Wu murmured softly, but everyone around him was a class changer, so they naturally heard his words. The vampire count should have turned into a bat, but it looks like those bats won't last much longer. Suhan looked at the densely packed red dots on the map disappearing one by one and shook his head. However, the vampire count should be using net moves soon. Hey, I have to say, the vampire count isn't that strong of a boss, but what he does is probably something no other boss can achieve. Who says otherwise? If it comes to a direct fight, any one of us could kill him easily. Ha, I bet when Lin Chen comes out, he'll definitely be confused. You say that, but when you all came out, who wasn't confused? Hey, don't say that, you guys are too sneaky. If you hadn't hidden the vampire count's information, I would have definitely cleared the game. You're just bragging, that thing is unpredictable, you can't avoid it at all. TSK, I really can't wait to see Lin Chen's expression later. The elites of the 5 major guilds all wore mischievous smiles, almost all of them had tried to pass through the blood castle. After all, to become the elite of the 5 major guilds, they were the top-tier warriors among the same batch of students. They were all full of confidence, believing they could clear the game. However, the result was a heavy blow to them. In the divine realm, watching the bats die one by one, the vampire count began to feel anxious. But he also knew about Lin Chen's monstrous recovery ability and his life-exchanging skill. Attacking Lin Chen was equivalent to attacking himself. It seemed he could only use that move. Lin Chen was still skillfully committing suicide. He was too lazy to find out which bat the vampire count was hiding in. As long as he gave himself a cut, a bat would definitely die. Once all the bats were dead, the vampire count would have nowhere to hide. In the midst of his enthusiastic self-harm, Lin Chen didn't notice that a bat had already approached him from behind. Suddenly, Lin Chen felt a sharp pain in his neck. He instinctively grabbed, and a bat appeared in his hand. Just now, he had been bitten by this bat. Lin Chen didn't take it to heart, it was just a bat bite, and the wound would heal immediately. "Sir, you should leave now." At that moment, the bat in Lin Chen's hand spoke human words. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. He knew the vampire count was currently in this bat. He didn't kill the bat, after all, the vampire count could switch to another crow at any time. Lin Chen was a bit curious about the vampire count's words, wondering what he meant by saying he should leave. As long as he didn't reveal himself, could the vampire count really kick him out of the instance? "Stop dreaming, I'm not leaving." Lin Chen crushed the bat in his hand and said calmly, "Today, you will die." "Sir, that's not something you can decide." The vampire count confidently summoned another bat. Lin Chen wanted to retort but suddenly found his body uncontrollable. However, he didn't mind, he had seen the vampire count's skills before and knew that the opponent's blood servant skill could control him. As for when the vampire count had used the blood servant on him, Lin Chen thought for a moment and realized it must be related to the bat from earlier. Being controlled, Lin Chen didn't care because the vampire count had no means to kill him. However, the next moment, Lin Chen was completely stunned. "I want to exit the instance," Lin Chen shouted, and as soon as the words left his mouth, he froze. He immediately understood what the vampire count was trying to do. All class changers could exit the Divine Realm instance at any time when they encountered danger. However, if one exits midway, all items and rewards obtained in the dungeon cannot be taken away. But to some extent, this also guarantees the safety of the job changers. The current vampire count actually wanted to manipulate Lin Chen into exiting the dungeon. "Are you sure you want to exit the dungeon?" The prompt from the Divine Realm sounded, and Lin Chen's heart suddenly panicked. If he really exited midway, all the materials, magic crystals, and experience he gained from killing those monsters and bosses would be lost. However, Lin Chen's face was filled with a smile at that moment. "I really..." The last word of confirmation, but Lin Chen hesitated to speak. The vampire count was startled. Clearly, Lin Chen's body was still under his control, yet he was somehow unable to utter that final word due to his own will. Now, the vampire count was anxious. He knew his own abilities well. If he couldn't send Lin Chen out, he would definitely die at Lin Chen's hands in the end. The vampire count immediately gave up control over other parts of Lin Chen's body and focused all his efforts on making him say that last word. Lin Chen was also anxious. The materials and magic crystals he obtained this time could sell for at least several million. If he exited just like that, he wouldn't get a single cent. Not to mention, the massive experience he gained in the Blood Red Castle was almost enough for his job change. If he went out now, he would have to grind for the experience needed for the job change all over again. At that moment, sensing that he could control his arm, Lin Chen suddenly had an idea. It worked! The vampire count was overjoyed. He could make Lin Chen say that last word. But before the words could come out, Lin Chen's long knife directly split his head in half. At the same time, Lin Chen lost consciousness, and the vampire count could no longer control Lin Chen's body. After all, his skills only worked on living beings and were useless on corpses. With a head chopped like that, he should be dead, right? The vampire looked at the large area of red and white on the ground, unable to help but mutter in his heart. No matter how abnormal Lin Chen's recovery ability was, he shouldn't be able to recover from such an injury. Apart from the bloodthirsty werewolf, the vampire count had never seen a creature whose head could be split open and still live. However, in his terrified gaze, Lin Chen's injuries gradually healed. The vampire count sensed something was wrong and controlled the bats, wanting to pounce on Lin Chen to use blood servants. But Lin Chen was already prepared, directly stabbing himself to deal with the bats. "I won't fall for the same trick twice." Night Eye Exploration. Lin Chen used his only support skill, and immediately, red lights lit up around him. The positions of all the bats were now incredibly clear in Lin Chen's eyes, even those behind him. With the failure of the blood servants, the vampire count could no longer approach Lin Chen even a step. Lin Chen kept stabbing himself, and in just a moment, the vampire count returned to his original form as all the bats were killed. The vampire count wanted to say something, but Lin Chen had no intention of talking to him. He was just focused on stabbing himself. The vampire count's previous move still left Lin Chen feeling uneasy. He just wanted to quickly deal with the vampire count and leave the dungeon with his rewards. Faced with the crazily self-harming Lin Chen, the vampire count could only continuously draw blood from the blood pool to recover from his injuries. However, the recovery speed of the blood pool was far slower than the speed at which he was taking damage. After struggling for a while, the vampire count ultimately collapsed helplessly. Ding! Congratulations on defeating the boss of the Blood Red Castle, the level 30s rank wild monster, vampire count. Defeated a level 30s rank wild monster, gained 11,000 experience points. Divine Realm announcement, SSSS level Reaper Lin Chen has defeated the Blood Castle boss, setting a new record and earning 2,000 experience points. After hearing the announcement from the Divine Realm, Lin Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. It can only be said that the Blood Castle has not been cleared by so many prodigies over the years for no reason. Whether it's the extremely perverse bloodthirsty werewolf or the vampire count who can force job changers out of the dungeon, both can be considered as bug-like existences. Either of these two bosses could easily be placed in the Dragon Realm dungeon as a boss, yet they are found in the Spirit Realm dungeon, outside the Divine Realm. What? Did I hear that right? Lin Chen actually cleared the Blood Castle? This is unreasonable. It's simply too unreasonable. That stupid vampire count can directly send people out of the dungeon, right? Why wasn't Lin Chen sent out of the dungeon? Damn it, I'm completely convinced by Lin Chen now. The crowd around the Divine Realm monument was in an uproar. The Blood Castle is not a beginner dungeon like the Misty Forest. It has been a challenge that countless prodigies have failed to clear, comparable to the Dragon Realm dungeon. Moreover, the Spirit Realm dungeon allows job changers between levels 16 to 29 to enter, and Lin Chen cleared the Blood Castle at level 16. The leaders of the 5 major guilds were now looking at the Divine Realm monument with intense anticipation, waiting for Lin Chen to emerge. Ji Wuyo felt happy for Lin Chen but couldn't help glancing around. Nearly 1,000 people from the 5 major guilds had gathered here, with more than half of the prodigies present. If a fight broke out, the losses would be unbearable for the National Vocational Academy. Inside the Blood Castle, Lin Chen was sorting through his loot when he discovered a blood-red crystal among the spoils. A smile of excitement appeared on Lin Chen's face. This was the blood demon essence needed for job changing. He had originally thought that if the Blood Castle didn't drop it, he would have to look for it in other dungeons. He didn't expect it to drop directly. Moreover, the experience gained from defeating the vampire count perfectly filled the experience needed for the job change. Ding, the host has obtained sufficient experience and blood demon essence. Would you like to proceed with the job change? Yes/no yes. Lin Chen said excitedly. As long as the job change was successful, he could continue to level up and grow stronger. Job change successful. An energy enveloped Lin Chen's body, which he absorbed completely. Lin Chen eagerly opened his attribute panel, wanting to see what enhancements he had gained from the successful job change. Name Lin Chen Class Reaper Level 16, First Job Change, Talent Divine Chain. As level increases, the number of targets that can be bound increases. Currently, the binding capacity is 16. Undead Battle Body, after the job change, can trigger the undead spirit, permanently increasing physical and mental strength. Also possesses a focusing ability, allowing all damage from bound targets to be concentrated on one person. Skill Hell Whale, pain and damage suffered by the body will increase by 16 times on the target. Pain and damage multiplier increases with level. Skill Night Eye Exploration, can detect dangers within 500 meters outside the body, range increases with level. Skill Gravity Binding, manipulate gravity within 50 meters, with a gravity intensity 50 times that of the body, capable of binding enemies, multiplier range increases with level. Skill Equivalent Exchange, sacrifice a random body part to gain 1 hour of invincibility. This skill can be used when controlled. Physical Strength 6. 9% Mental Strength 6. 9% Hav. Lin Chen took a deep breath, his eyes shining with excitement. He knew that after the job change, his class would become very strong, but he didn't expect it to become this strong. First of all, there was an additional skill called Equivalent Exchange, which meant he no longer had to worry about encountering monsters and enemies with control abilities. It was just like the Silence Mage he had faced before. If that mage had acted first and silenced him, once Lin Chen was unable to use the Divine Chain skill, he would have been nothing but a living target. And then there was the Blood Servant of the Vampire Count. If Lin Chen hadn't been resolute enough and quick enough to react, he would have truly been in trouble. With Equivalent Exchange, Lin Chen no longer had to worry about the threat of such control skills. As for the cost of losing a part of his body when using Equivalent Exchange, that price was nothing to Lin Chen, who often treated his head like a watermelon to be chopped. Secondly, the Divine Chain and Hell Whale skills received epic enhancements. The previous Hell Whale could only double the enemy's pain, now it could double the damage. This meant that when Lin Chen inflicted a wound on himself, it was equivalent to dealing 16 cuts to the enemy. The Divine Chain skill also gained a focusing ability. This ability allowed all the damage from bound targets to be concentrated on one person. Simply put, if Lin Chen bound 16 people and then inflicted a wound on himself, using the focusing ability would allow one of them to bear the damage of all 16. Coupled with the ability of Hell Whale to double the damage, the two skills combined could directly multiply the damage by 16 by 16. Even if the enemy's defense was strong, they would have no chance of survival. Lin Chen could now confidently say that even if a bloodthirsty werewolf stood before him, he could instantly kill it. Outside the Divine Domain. As the eyes of the 5 major guilds were nearly dazzled, the Divine Domain monument flickered slightly, and a figure stepped out. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Figures rushed to Lin Chen's side in an instant. As soon as Lin Chen left the dungeon, he saw a large group of people rushing towards him with insatiable eagerness. He was taken aback and, without thinking, directly used the Divine Chain skill to link with the crowd. At that moment, the members of the 5 major guilds, who were unaware they had been linked, began to chatter with Lin Chen. Lin Chen, join our Tiger Leopard Guild. We are the strongest guild in the National Vocational College. Don't listen to his nonsense. Come to our Flying Bird Guild. I can make you the vice president. What's the point of being vice president? Lin Chen, come to our Star Instrument Guild. Once you reach the second transition, I'll give you the president's position. What's so great about being president? Lin Chen, you're still single, right? Our Flower Moon Guild has nothing but beautiful women. If you want to get stronger, you should join our Ethereal Guild. We have produced many strong individuals. One by one, the figures pulled at Lin Chen, talking incessantly, making his head spin. It took Lin Chen a while to understand what they were saying. These people were from the 5 major guilds of the National Vocational College, and their intention was to recruit him into their guilds. Knowing that they meant no harm, Lin Chen finally retracted his divine chain skill. He had just come out and saw a group rushing towards him. He thought they were from the Help Guild wanting to take action against him. Alright. At that moment, Ji Wuyo walked over, helplessly saying, "Why are you all so excited? Let's hear what Lin Chen thinks first." Hearing Ji Wuyo's words, the members of the 5 major guilds gradually calmed down. They all looked at Lin Chen with eager anticipation, wanting to know his answer. Lin Chen frowned slightly and said, "Everyone, I appreciate your kindness, but I have no intention of joining any guild." Lin Chen's words left the members of the 5 major guilds momentarily stunned. They had considered that Lin Chen might wait for a better offer, or that he might choose one of the 5 major factions, but they never thought that Lin Chen would choose none at all. Just as the representatives of the 5 factions were preparing to persuade Lin Chen, a voice came from behind. "Lin Chen, do you dare to fight me?" Swish, swish, swish. Eyes turned towards the source of the voice. Tuli, holding a staff, looked at Lin Chen with a murderous intent. "Lin Chen, you killed my brother, do you dare to fight me to the death?" Lin Chen was slightly taken aback, then realized that this person must be the leader of the 2 gang. "Tuli, you really have no shame." At this moment, Niumu stepped forward angrily and said, "You, a level 35 frost mage, want to fight someone who's only level 16 to the death? With your kind of trash, I don't know how you made it onto the talent ranking. If you want to fight, I'll fight you." Niumu's words immediately made everyone present react. One after another, people began to speak up. Tuli, what's the point of fighting someone at level 16? Why not fight me? I'm only ranked 83 on the talent ranking, just a bit higher than you. Just a bully who fears the strong. I'm ranked 15 on the talent ranking, do you dare to fight me to the death? Tuli, what you're doing is really underhanded. Isn't this just pure bullying? Exactly, it's too much for a high-level player to interfere in a fight between low-level players. At this moment, more than half of the people on the talent ranking were present, and their rankings were much higher than Tuli, who was at the bottom. They all looked at Tuli with disdain and anger, and many even took out their professional weapons. "Tuli, you've gone too far," Suhan said lightly. "If you want to fight Lin Chen to the death, you can wait until his level is the same as yours. Do you want to bully the weak now?" Su Linger also sneered, her tone extremely contemptuous. "Is the talent ranking now a place where any stray cat or dog can enter? How can there still be such trash?" Facing the crowd's words, Tuli still looked expressionless at Lin Chen. "Lin Chen, do you dare?" Lin Chen suddenly smiled as he looked at Tuli, who was holding the staff. If it had been before he changed jobs, he really wouldn't have dared. After all, Tuli's level was much higher than his, but now he had successfully changed jobs. Moreover, he had just tried to use the divine chain on Tuli, and although it was quite difficult, he had succeeded. Tuli was an S-rank divine frost mage, possessing extremely strong control and lethality. Lin Chen now had equivalent exchange and was not afraid of control skills at all. Furthermore, Lin Chen was also tired of 2 gang coming to find trouble time and again. Since Tuli wanted to seek death, he had no reason to refuse, right? "Tuli, I accept your challenge." Lin Chen's words immediately shocked everyone. Various frost attributes were inherently control skills, at the very least having a slowing effect. So Tuli's confidence lay here, as his controlling profession attributes appeared quite perfect. As for Lin Chen's damage mechanism, he had completely understood it. It was basically a process of mutual exhaustion. If he could use frost skills to freeze, how could Lin Chen, at level 16, possibly outlast someone at level 35? Good, let me see what skills the one who killed my brother has. Wait, Tu Sin is your brother? Yes, what? Are you afraid to accept now? Lin Chen shook his head. "No, I hope you all understand that anyone who wants to fight me must be prepared to face death." Tuli sneered, "Who are you trying to scare? A level 16 little weakling. If you're not afraid of death, then come." Seeing that this was about to escalate to a life and death level, Ji Wuyo had to step in. "What have I said? Do you treat it as a breeze passing by your ears? If every fight resulted in someone dying, wouldn't the National Vocational Academy suffer heavy losses?" Tuli said defiantly. "Dean Ji, he said that. It was I who said it. First of all, I killed your brother. We are enemies. This time, I won't kill you, but there might be a next time. Who knows, your relatives might come, and I'm not afraid of you killing me, but you can't delay things because of your family." Lin Chen had experience in wiping out a family and knew well that one must eradicate the roots when dealing with weeds. If hatred cannot be resolved, then it's better to kill decisively, one by one, and settle it cleanly. Otherwise, who knows when you might strike? What if it threatens the people around me? His sister was a painful lesson in that regard. If hatred isn't dealt with properly, it will implicate those around you. Lin Chen wasn't afraid of death, Were the people around him not afraid as well? At this point, Ji Wuyo really couldn't continue. Having already killed, how could he persuade a resolution? Tuli's side was about the hatred of killing a brother. Was that a joke? Even as the dean, he couldn't just let it go unless he could control the two family completely. Lin Chen, there are rules in the National Vocational Institute. Dean Ji, do you know what my profession is? What else could it be but a life exchanger, something everyone had witnessed? Was it too absurd to talk about friendly sparring and not harming each other with a life exchanger? Dean Ji, if the rules are unfair to me, why should I abide by them? You can bully me with your power, but I also have the right to resist. Don't forget how I got here. My only goal is to find my sister. In the future, many people will be displeased and want to take action against me. I understand. A poor kid like me, what right do I have, right? But you also need to know what my profession is. I only act against myself. If I strike without restraint, will it all be my fault? Unfair. If you want to fight me, sign a death contract. Lin Chen had no way out. His method of attack was not like others who could spar a little. If one day someone who didn't know their place provoked him, could they withstand Lin Chen's attacks on vital points? Not every profession has thick defenses, some are incredibly fragile. Ji Wuyo narrowed his eyes, looking at Lin Chen. What you're doing is not giving me face. Lin Chen smirked lightly. I no longer want fairness. When Tucson provoked me, he was 12 levels higher than me, and you still want to restrict me? That means you want me dead. Why should I give you face? Giving you face, and someone else would have lost their life long ago. Is this a game? Moreover, saying this, Lin Chen had already made plans to leave the National Vocational Institute. Why should he accommodate when everyone was targeting him? It didn't matter much for Lin Chen himself, but he wasn't alone. He had his sister. The situation with the Xie family must never happen again. He needed to nip this budding hatred in the bud, otherwise, even if he found his sister, she would still be bullied. What about Ji Wuyo? What did he think? This was an SSSS level good seed, and it had always brought surprises. No one knew where Lin Chen's limits were. Such a rare research specimen was worth the National Vocational Institute's support. Lin Chen was right. If a brother kills another, can this hatred be resolved just by saying so? If Tuli really couldn't handle Lin Chen, then is it fair for you to kill my brother while I kill your sister? This would touch Lin Chen's reverse scale, and soon the National Vocational Institute would be in turmoil. So Ji Wuyo had two choices. One was to let Tuli give up his hatred and not use it to create trouble anymore. The other. Alright, then let's add one more rule. Due to the special nature of the life exchanger profession, anyone who challenges Lin Chen must sign a death contract. The challenger is responsible for themselves. The National Vocational Institute will not bear any responsibility and will only mediate. Tuli, do you really want to challenge? Yes, I will sign the death contract. Lin Chen has repeatedly surprised everyone. Do you still want to fight? Of course, I will. What's there to be afraid of? I'm a level 35 frost mage. If I can't handle him, then all my training has been for nothing. Ji Wuyo had no choice but to let Tuli sign the death warrant. This matter couldn't be suppressed. In his eyes, this challenge had too many uncertainties and was far from the one-sided affair Tuli had envisioned. With an SSSS level divine job, no one could predict what would happen. Lin Chen had accomplished astonishing feats more than once or twice. If he had failed even once, he wouldn't be alive now. There was no margin for error. Looking at it this way, it really was a bit too much. How could a life-exchanging master hold back? Ah, the ignorant and fearless youth, always remembering the truths of life only when regretting their choices. Tuli signed the death warrant with great determination. Lin Chen also signed. For him, every battle felt no different from signing. Ji Wuyo had already stepped aside. What could he say? Everyone was willing to gamble and accept the outcome. At that moment, Vice Dean Chang also approached. Old Ji, it's clear you value this SSSS level talent. He's challenging higher levels every time. Aren't you afraid of what might happen if he slips up? He's right, this isn't fair. If he didn't have that level of skill, he wouldn't have survived the last encounter with Tuzan. Meanwhile, Tuli and Lin Chen were already prepared for battle. Woxiang Xinbing, freeze. Tuli's skill was almost instantaneous. His second turn skill could completely freeze a person in an instant. The best way to deal with Lin Chen was to control him. Tuli wasn't acting on impulse. No matter how powerful Lin Chen's recovery was, there was still skill consumption, and with his personal level lower than Tuli's, he would be suppressed by that level. He wouldn't be able to do anything, even if the life-exchanging master's skill was locked on. Tuli had already considered the worst-case scenario. What if Lin Chen could unleash all his skills? But his body had already been completely controlled by Tuli. The best he could do was to endure until the skills ended. I can afford to endure at level 35. How long can you last at level 16? The cold was inherently lethal to the human body, especially combined with control. So Tuli usually didn't even need to freeze anyone to kill a large group. Unfortunately, he was up against Lin Chen, who had already unleashed his Divine Chain and Hell's Whale skills beforehand. The Divine Chain locked onto Tuli, but that was all. Tuli had completely frozen Lin Chen. Not bad, your skill releases quick, but it's useless. How long can you maintain it? Oh, you can even amplify the negative effects onto me. That's quite a significant increase, isn't it? Too bad my attribute is Frost, naturally resistant to ice. Do you really think you can affect me with ice damage? Hee, my brother fell at your hands. You don't think I haven't considered anything, do you? Tuli wasn't a fool. To target Lin Chen, he had already inquired about the situation. Moreover, he had investigated how his brother had fallen. It must be said that life-exchanging masters had their tricks. But it wasn't that they couldn't be dealt with. In such a specifically targeted battle, one needed a bit of wisdom. Meanwhile, the 5 major guilds and the 2 deans watching from a distance had also seen everything unfold. Tuli came prepared. His skill was released so quickly. Of course, he's not a fool. Knowing the opponent is a life-exchanging master, would he still give them a chance to strike? So, does that mean the life-exchanging master has no chance? Hard to say. After all, Tuli's personal level is high, and the life-exchanging master's skill duration is definitely shorter than his. So we're just here to watch a show today? Personal level is also a measure of strength. Talent is ultimately just talent. Even if Lin Chen is level 16, there's still a gap when facing him. The level difference is visible to the naked eye, and everyone believes that those at higher levels have their means. Old G, I think signing the death warrant is actually disadvantageous for him. Is that so? Life and death are fated. You have no right to interfere. The gap in our levels is too great. There are plenty of ways to play with and kill the opponent, but alas, I too want to know what it means to be an SSSS level divine being. It seems he can't get past this hurdle, but he has always fought above his level before, with no exceptions. Ji Wudo still hoped to witness a miracle. After all, the battles of life exchange masters were too bloody, and once they engaged, it was basically a matter of life and death. Dean Chang sighed slightly. Survivor bias, what you've seen is only his victories. Once he loses, it will all come to an end. Just because he could do it before doesn't mean he can do it in the future. Every time he fights desperately, it feels like he has to lose once, right? And a single failure can be seen as a conclusion. As a life exchange master, if you can't take the opponent's life, you lose yours as well. They didn't know that Lin Chen truly possessed an immortal body. But can an immortal body really be immortal? This is something Lin Chen himself didn't know. Tu had completely frozen the person and was slowly walking over. Does it feel cold? You can amplify the transmission of negative effects, but my ice resistance is over 100 times that of an average person. Let's see who can withstand the freezing. Have you heard the joke about the frost mage who froze to death? Tu burst into laughter. I don't even need to attack you. The gap in our levels allows me to slowly wear you down. What can you do? How long can your body temperature last? No worries, I have plenty of patience to watch you freeze to death. Even if he couldn't freeze him to death, turning Lin Chen into an ice sculpture, forever imprisoned, was also an option. Tu had the ability to encase Lin Chen in ice and sink him into the deep sea. In this lifetime, he didn't care whether he could freeze him to death. After all, this was a signed life and death contract, determining not just victory or defeat, but life and death as well. Lin Chen was naturally unwilling. He hadn't found his sister yet, and he couldn't be at the mercy of others. Sacrifice an organ, equivalent exchange. Lin Chen activated a new skill, life exchange, divine chain binding, focus. He activated the focus talent again, directly concentrating the divine chains of the 16 bound targets onto one person in two. A kidney instantly disappeared from Lin Chen's body, and at the same time, Tu felt a wave of weakness. The changes in Lin Chen's body would naturally be reflected in Tu, and that feeling of weakness intensified. You think this will work on me? What? You can still talk like this. Not only can I talk, I can do anything. This is immunity to control, body dominance? Tu was stunned. Even with the level gap, Lin Chen had still immunized him against his skill control. As for the freezing damage, he didn't care at all. The enhancement from the undead battle body made Lin Chen indifferent to that freezing damage. Lin Chen reached out and grabbed Tu, squeezing his neck with one hand. You don't dare to hit me, but I can hit you. With his other hand, he slapped Tu twice. Lin Chen rarely directly attacked his enemies during confrontations because the damage he dealt to them was less than what he inflicted on himself after binding the divine chains, but directly attacking the enemy served a taunting purpose. The damage was minimal, but the humiliation was immense. After slapping him twice, Lin Chen used that hand to choke his own neck. Do you want to keep dragging this out? Let's see who runs out of breath first. What? You. Frost battle armor. The strength of Lin Chen choking his own neck was amplified 16 times by Hell's Whale. Even if the opponent's personal defense was formidable, he could focus the divine chains binding 16 targets onto one person, reaching an invincible level. And Tu's frost battle armor not only protected himself but also enveloped Lin Chen. If Lin Chen harmed himself at this moment, the frost battle armor on him would be useless. However, the ice armor around Tu's neck began to creak, clearly on the verge of breaking. Lin Chen didn't crush the ice armor on his own neck but dealt 256 times the damage to the opponent. Don't do this, hit me. Aren't you here for revenge? Add ice armor for me, I can't believe you thought of that. Don't you feel weak? This is the feeling of kidney deficiency, and your feeling far exceeds mine. If it weren't for your divine power, you wouldn't even be able to defeat a child. No more tricks? Why be polite? This is how a life exchange master is, they would rather be attacked. Turi also realized that playing like this could lead to his death. Who knew this guy had a body of dominance? The information was incomplete, but fortunately, his preparations were thorough. After all, he was dealing with an SSSS level genius. Frost Blade. Turi finally launched his attack, a blade of ice cutting directly into Lin Chen's body. This is the blade of eternal ice, harder than steel, indestructible. He actually broke free from Lin Chen's restraints, raised a hand, and showed the ring on his finger. See this? The blocking ring I prepared for you. This thing can block any of your locks on me. Is that so? What level is your blocking skill? Impossible, this. Turi was shocked to find a large hole in his chest. This blocking ring was something Turi had painstakingly prepared. He spent a lot of money to get it, but now it was completely useless. Impossible, why is this happening? This is S-level blocking defense. Did you forget? I'm an SSSS level divine being. If your low-level skill can block, then what's the point of this level, right? But you must have spent quite a bit on this. Lin Chen reached out and twisted Turi's finger, taking off the ring. This thing was a divine artifact. Even though it was ineffective for him, it didn't require the user to have any level. This meant that even the weakest ordinary person could wear it and block skill locks. This is the advantage of equipment. After all, S-level and above powerhouses are rare, and having this can deal with the vast majority of people. Then Lin Chen smiled at Turi. You weren't prepared enough. Now, you're about to die under your own skill. As Lin Chen said this, he tightened his grip on the ice blade embedded in his chest, ready to push it in deeper. Wait. No, I don't want to die. Let me go. I won't trouble you anymore. He knew the power of this ice blade better than anyone, and Lin Chen had no defenses at all. He was even afraid that others wouldn't cause him enough harm. One strike could sever all life. And as an ice mage, Turi's physical resistance wasn't his strong suit. Lin Chen wasn't afraid of the werewolf's innate recovery ability, let alone an ice mage. Lin Chen, wait! Vice Dean Chang shouted, that's enough, let it go. Spare him this time. Lin Chen looked over. Dean, we signed a life and death agreement. Are you going to interfere with the outcome of the match? This couldn't be interfered with. If word got out, Turi's side wouldn't have much to lose. But the credibility of the National Professional Institute would be affected. If your words don't count, even if an agreement is formed, why should we listen to you? Credibility is like a nail driven in with a spit. If you play tricks, no one will believe you in the future. This is far more serious for the National Professional Institute than the death of a few people. But the victory and defeat have been decided. But life and death have not been decided. This is between him and me. Does anyone here want to make a decision for him? Lin Chen looked at the onlookers in the distance. Anyone can step forward now. I want to see who it is. When he wanted to kill me, you didn't stop him. Now that I want to kill him, you show up. Who is it? Now even Vice Dean Chang found it hard to speak. Stepping in to stop him wasn't the issue. Lin Chen was waiting to see who would intervene. But the loss of credibility couldn't be compensated for. Could the National Professional Institute silence the world? If this matter got out, many would take the opportunity to stir up trouble. Lin Chen was just waiting for someone to step forward. If the National Vocational College really could disregard its own face, he could choose not to kill. If you think you are the strongest in the world, and no matter how you change your mind, others have to listen, then fine, you can bear the consequences. Clearly, the National Vocational College could not afford that. If the Divine College knew they were playing like this, they would definitely be ridiculed all over the world. And those major powers would no longer trust them. If they could change their minds about others, would they do the same to me in the future? You see, no one can save you, not even the dean dares to come. And your little brothers, is anyone coming to save you? Challenging the life exchange master, do you think it's fun? You think others are fighting for their lives while you can look down on them, right? Lin Chen even mocked the vice dean, but the two remained powerless. The people from the 5 major societies were all watching. This kid was incredibly reckless with lives. Wow, mocking the dean? Is this the first time in history? But he has them under control, neither dean can do anything. How terrifying. Is this what a life exchange master is? If life is in his hands, even the king of heaven can't take it back. Lin Chen was calm and unhurried. At this moment, Tuli was already extremely weak, and any attack he made would only be doubled back at him. The control skills had not worked, and during the duration of the invulnerability, Lin Chen could do whatever he wanted. If someone dared to step in to stop him, Lin Chen would give up. After all, he had nothing to lose. But the one who stepped forward would suffer greatly. If the National Vocational College allowed anyone to intervene, that would be a stain on the college. A prestigious National Vocational College, unable to guarantee a fair duel? Save me, Dean, save me. He had been so arrogant just moments ago, and now Tuli was in such a pitiful state that he didn't even dare to attack. Lin Chen had sacrificed a kidney to gain invulnerability, and that sense of weakness multiplied 256 times appeared on Tuli, including the pain from his injuries, making it so he couldn't even speak too loudly, yet his fear had not diminished at all. Your name is Tuli? Do you remember how your brother died? By you. No, he was killed by himself, thinking others were just his punching bags, that he could play around while others had to fight for their lives. Did you think you were particularly superior? Well, I'm someone who plays for life, and I'm only suited for that. Lin Chen revealed a cruel smile. You will find that in the end, you are just a life. That's why I'm the fairest. In the face of life and death, everyone is equal, you are the same, and so is everyone else. In the past, you might have only needed to move your mouth, and others would have to fight for their lives. Now it's me playing with you. Do you think it's fun? Level 35 can't save you. With the ice blade in hand, Lin Chen deeply stabbed it into his own heart. Tuli could only open his mouth, unable to say a word, as blood with foam gushed out. You two brothers can meet now. There might be others too. Who knows? I guarantee I'll send you all together for a reunion. This was a slow and painful way to die, as Lin Chen gradually pushed Tuli closer to death. Even at level 35, he couldn't withstand the 256 times negative effect. In immense fear, Tuli's life gradually drained away. Only when he was completely dead did Lin Chen throw him aside and turn to face the onlookers. At that moment, he resembled a Grim Reaper, with shocking wounds on his body. This guy is indeed a bit terrifying. Only level 16, it seems this SSSS divine rank is beyond imagination. One life for another, he didn't die, he can really take it. Lin Chen's image was absolutely shocking to everyone, as if he were a demon crawling out of hell. Even though this was a world of life and death confrontation, they felt such depth for the first time. Especially the people from the 5 major associations, who had previously taken it lightly, thinking themselves invincible. Director G, I would like to speak with you privately. Lin Chen, with your injury, shouldn't you get some treatment? There's no need for that. I have something more important to ask. Lin Chen wanted this effect. You all are watching, but you can't do anything. Everyone can feel the despair in the picture. If any of you had come out to stop it, Lin Chen could have backed off. But do you dare? With the 2 vice directors here, the Academy does not allow for any backtracking. And the people from the 5 major associations remain silent, including those in the picture, choosing to stay quiet. The Life Exchange Master, a one-on-one life swap, making you feel the cruelty of life and death. Not all professions are that bloody, even many that engage in direct physical attacks don't fight as brutally as Lin Chen does, which makes them feel the weight of Lin Chen's words once again. You all have divine positions. Do you think you are superior? But what I exchanged with you is just that one life. You all only have one life too. Big brother, what do you say? Regarding this Lin Chen, we should proceed cautiously. We need to think of another way. Right, let's go back first. This isn't the time to discuss matters. We're leaving too. We won't disturb the 2 directors. We came to watch the excitement. The 5 major associations left one after another. At this moment, no one wanted to make things uncomfortable. They all hoped that such an SSSS level genius would join them, as this would at least be a strategic deterrent force. Because if one can really exchange lives, then anyone wanting to create conflict would have to think carefully. They didn't know where Lin Chen's limits were, but what was certain was that he could at least exchange one life. Moreover, if he could exchange across levels, surviving a 16 level against a 35 level, that would qualify as a strategic deterrent, right? If at a critical moment, he could directly threaten the life of an opponent, many conflicts could be prevented. The key was that some people were skeptical. The 5 major associations temporarily left but did not give up. They certainly hoped Lin Chen would join their association. After all, they had no grievances with him. That was a matter between Tu Sen and Tu Li. However, it seemed that to get Lin Chen to join, they would have to take a roundabout approach. You can't threaten someone, are you kidding? Threatening a life exchange master? Aside from losing one of your own, there would be no benefits. Zhao Ji, along with a few people from his side, could only leave awkwardly. Third brother, say something. Their people were still a bit unwilling. This couldn't just be let go, could it? Otherwise, they would have to disperse. What can we do? Tell me, who is stronger than Tu Li? These people fell silent, at least having some self-awareness. After Tu Li made what he thought were foolproof preparations, he still lost a life and couldn't even kill Lin Chen. What could they do? Now that Lin Chen had caught the attention of the director wouldn't allow them to seek revenge. One-on-one? None of us can match that person, but he isn't without weaknesses. Zhao Ji also liked to think, one thing everyone agrees on is that a life exchange master cannot deal with multiple targets. Even if he can handle several, there must be a limit, and even the weakest target is still a life. This was a line of thought. Everyone looked at each other, feeling this should be a way. They absolutely couldn't let anyone ride on their heads. The 5 major associations could be one thing, but this was a new student who had just arrived, specially recruited. Now that the leader was gone, where would they put their face in the future? Let's go back and think of a way slowly. No one is allowed to act recklessly in this matter. Lin Chen knew this wouldn't end, but after today's events, at least it wouldn't happen so easily again. A 35 level couldn't wear down a life exchange master. Anything below that shouldn't be sent to their deaths. And those above this level would never actively provoke you at level 16. Only Lin Chen and Ji Wuyo remained on site, and Ji Wuyo felt increasingly justified in finding Lin Chen. The main forces of the National Vocational Academy are all here today. At least they won't actively provoke you in the future. But they will still strike in the dark, right? Sometimes you can't ask for too much. After all, everyone's talent is in fighting and killing. Then, is asking about my sister's whereabouts too much to ask? Lin Chen asked directly. In fact, he could ignore everything else. He only cared about his sister's safety. If it weren't for her, he wouldn't even care how these people provoked him. Because there were others around, Lin Chen had to consider many things. He wished he could concentrate all the firepower on himself. It didn't matter to him, but that was clearly impossible. When others feel they can't touch you, they will go after your family. Absolutely, even the most foolish would think of that. But when this issue was brought up, Ji Wuyo hesitated. You are not in a position to know this right now. Director Ji, if your sister's life or death were unknown, wouldn't you want to know her whereabouts? You don't have the ability to manage this. So I'm just asking. As for whether I have the ability to manage it, I will decide for myself. But you know the inside story. If you don't tell me, I won't feel at ease and will think you are using this to threaten me into joining the National Vocational Academy. This was the first time Lin Chen had expressed his opinion so sharply. Director Ji, you found me for a reason. Everyone knows that it's the value of SSSS. And today, I believe it has proven something. If I had no value to you, you wouldn't have let me come. I also have the right to know about my sister's whereabouts. If you don't tell me, I will find other ways. My sister is the most important person to me. I would even risk my life for her. This statement would carry weight coming from anyone, but coming from Lin Chen. When has he not exchanged lives with others? But Ji Wuyo also understood the seriousness of the matter. Indeed, to make Lin Chen feel secure, he had to know his sister was safe. If he felt uncertain, Lin Chen would probably leave immediately, regardless of the academy. If the life of his only relative was not guaranteed, how could he focus on anything else? Lin Chen's actions also proved his value, so to stabilize him, information had to be provided. This was very reasonable, right? Alright, actually, I can only confirm some things. I don't know too clearly. The people who took your sister won't threaten her life. They wouldn't stoop to do that. Because they are from the divine office, taking your sister away is mostly for her talent. Moreover, they took your sister from the Xie family to save her. Ji Wuyo certainly believed that SSSS-level divine positions were valuable and shared the situation with Lin Chen. To reassure Lin Chen to stay here, he could now tell him the news. It's the divine office? If they want someone, they could just recruit them directly. Who wouldn't want to go? There are exceptions. Your sister's situation does not meet the selection criteria of the divine office. Some of them have seen your sister's talent and might take action themselves. Besides, this isn't about snatching people. It's about saving them. Saving her? Why did Lin Chen feel so uncomfortable hearing that? As a relative, he didn't even know where his sister had been taken. Although it was said she was saved from the Xie family, shouldn't they at least inform Lin Chen? Did they not consider his sister a person? If you were to say you found something on the roadside, that thing wouldn't talk, and you could take it without issue. But that was a person. Lin Chen didn't believe his sister hadn't thought about coming back to tell him. Director Ji, is my sister really safe? You can rest assured about this, I only know that the people who saved her cannot harm her. Nonsense, those are people from the Clergy Institute, they wouldn't compete with a little girl, their status doesn't allow them to do so. However, this kind of silent action is somewhat arrogant. Lin Chen doesn't care about his own matters, whether the Clergy Institute respects him or not is of no concern to him, but taking his sister away without permission is a grudge. Even if they saved her, it's still a conflict, but who dares to challenge the Clergy Institute? I know you're very worried, the Clergy Institute's lack of communication is also wrong, but that's the Clergy Institute. I was afraid you might act recklessly, which is why I didn't tell you. At the National Institute, you can enjoy more resources, such as qualifications for the Divine Domain trials, but all of this requires you to fight for it yourself, and at the same time, you can continue to grow stronger. This time, it was more persuasive. Ji Wuyo indeed had reasons for doing so. Lin Chen also used his own strength to force him to reveal this information. But knowing it was of no use, Lin Chen couldn't demand anything from the Clergy Institute now. The Clergy Institute doesn't care who they saved, they only care about his sister's talent, which also indicates that she won't be in any danger. But if his sister doesn't awaken her talent, the Clergy Institute would discard her like a piece of trash. Don't bring any grievances to the Clergy Institute, they are just that high and mighty. Lin Chen had to see for himself just how superior they were. Was it not just one life? Although this is a technique of subjugation, it is indeed beneficial to me at the National Institute. You told me about my sister, and I appreciate that. At least you told me the truth, and I know where to find her. Is it just for your sister's news, not for you to enter the National Institute? Director G, although I'm not very old, I know you wouldn't do anything without benefits. If I had no value, you wouldn't have brought me here. Don't make it seem like I owe you something in this regard. Ji Wuyo smiled bitterly. What you said seems to be true. It appears we are not much different from the Clergy Institute. No, at least we wouldn't randomly take people away, making it seem like kidnapping. This world is like this, what warmth can you talk about? Lin Chen wouldn't be ensnared by him. I have value, so you treat me that way, everyone is just exchanging. But telling him where his sister was, that was indeed Ji Wuyo helping him, otherwise, Lin Chen wouldn't have known. And everything at the National Institute, wasn't it all fought for by Lin Chen himself? I don't want to say so much, now I am a person of the National Institute, and I don't want to waste time. I want to enter the new Divine Domain trials. You just reached level 16, why the rush? Ji Wuyo said lightly, you're right, once you reach the National Institute, everything depends on your own efforts. You owe no one anything, and no one owes you anything. Entering the new Divine Domain trials requires you to obtain the qualifications yourself. So how do I obtain this qualification? The Clergy Institute will conduct selections, everyone knows that. You can ask around yourself. After Ji Wuyo finished speaking, he turned to leave, pausing slightly, go back and get treated, looking like this isn't good. Lin Chen didn't move, watching Ji Wuyo leave. He urgently needed to undergo trials because his rate of improvement would inevitably be much faster than others. No one in the Divine Domain had limits like his, so he needed to elevate himself to a sufficiently strong level as soon as possible. Clergy Institute, I will go, saving lives is a kindness, but not informing is a grudge. I am clear about my debts and grievances. He didn't care how revered the Clergy Institute was, who isn't just one life. Moreover, his life exchange skill didn't improve in the usual sense of leveling up, the skill enhancement was exponential. Just that focusing ability allowed him to increase his single target strength exponentially with each level. For example, going from level 16 to level 17, the skill intensity wouldn't just double. The Divine Chain Lock multiplier combined with the Hellish Whale has increased by 33 times. His talent will ultimately reach an extraordinary level. Therefore, the value of each level he gains will be much greater than others, allowing him to challenge opponents several levels higher. Watching Ji Wuyo disappear, Lin Chen did not leave immediately. Come out, you've been listening for so long. From not far away, a girl dressed in tattered clothes walked out. She was holding a long gun and asked in surprise, how did you find me? Lin Chen had already used Night Eye to explore and knew there was someone nearby, but he didn't know if they were with the group in the picture. Now that she had appeared, he remained suspicious. Who are you, and why are you here? I'm also here for the trial, and I happened to run into you guys. Your talent is very special, even the dean didn't notice you. Yeah, but my talent has no offensive power, I can only rely on this. She revealed her gun and then slung it back over her shoulder, it was quite long. Lin Chen knew that many people awaken talents that had no actual offensive power, like that silence ability, but were very suitable for support roles. In fact, these people were extremely important and could sometimes play a decisive role. Is this a sniper rifle? It can be used for sniping, but this is a battle rifle. It's equipment, not my talent ability, but I can use special bullets to attack divine beings, especially during ambushes when they can't even activate their skills. She seemed a bit proud, but Lin Chen wasn't interested in that. Who exactly are you? I'm just passing by. Also, I'm a special recruit. I've heard of you, you're an idol among our special recruits. Her ability could indeed qualify her as a special recruit, as even the vice dean hadn't discovered her presence. This indicated that her ability was related to stealth and concealment but lacked offensive capability. However, this had nothing to do with Lin Chen. He only wanted to improve himself first and then go to the Divine Academy to ask about his sister's situation. He couldn't feel at ease until he knew what was going on. As Lin Chen turned to leave, the girl became anxious. Do you want to know some news? I have plenty of information, even about the Divine Academy. Lin Chen paused. What do you want? I want to enter the Advanced Divine Domain trial. If you have the chance, could you take me with you? Lin Chen was somewhat interested in this condition, but the question was, how much information could this girl actually obtain? How did you get your information? Can I just ask anything? Well, if you want to know some lesser-known information, you have to tell me first and then wait for a while. Wait for a while, and you can find out? Not necessarily. Who knows what outrageous requests you might make? I can't guarantee anything. That was true. If a special recruit claimed to know everything, it would be hard to believe. The current issue was whether it would be feasible to bring her along. After all, her condition was this: if it was convenient, it wouldn't matter, but if the cost for Lin Chen was too high, it would be a different story. Can I just bring anyone in? Of course, you can bring in a 5-person team. You didn't know that? Entering as a team is the same as entering solo, and a 5-person team is the simplest structure. Of course, bringing in more doesn't count against the quota. Lin Chen certainly knew that many people couldn't train without forming a team. For example, some support roles had no offensive power and couldn't kill monsters alone. But many support roles were in high demand, just like that Silence Master from before, who left a deep impression on Lin Chen. If her skill was successfully cast, it would nullify all the opponent's skills. In such a situation, the difference from ordinary people isn't that significant. They might be a bit tougher, but firearms and other firepower can still eliminate them. Ordinary people can also use means to attack the clergy, and a single support can weaken the strength of a whole team. So what do you call yourself? Call me Yuling, with you meaning leisurely. The name is quite fitting, but she was still discovered by Lin Chen, indicating that she couldn't completely hide. Lin Chen wanted to take a closer look at Yuling's face. She had a piece of tattered cloth covering most of her face, making it hard to see, and it didn't seem very clean. Like a little beggar. Do you want to see? Yuling generously lifted the cloth, revealing a very strange face. How to put it, she was originally very beautiful, but there was a shocking scar across her face, and one eye was covered with a patch, seemingly blind in that eye, which was quite regrettable. Lin Chen didn't know what high EQ words to say. Is it scary? It's okay, I'm scarier when I use my skills. Do you know why I look like this? Because I'm too good looking. What kind of reason is that? Yuling sighed. In this world, what you have must match your strength. If it doesn't, disaster will befall you. If I had beauty that surpassed the school beauty, it would definitely be mismatched. She was quite confident, daring to say she was more beautiful than the school beauty. But saying this now was pointless, Lin Chen thought. As for being disfigured? Then can you help me find out about my sister? I want to know everything related to her. All I know now is that she is in the Clergy Academy. Can you inquire about this? I already know that. Leave it to me. I can find out a bit. Aren't you going to ask who I am and who my sister is? Asking too clearly would make me seem incapable. Just wait, actually. The vice president just concealed something. There will soon be an opportunity to go to the Clergy Academy because the two academies are going to exchange, but your level seems insufficient. It's hard to imagine that these two academies could still have exchanges. Lin Chen felt that both institutions didn't seem very friendly, even though they both accepted clergy. What level is enough? At least second transition. That's impossible for you. This is a sparring among top students, and there's only a few days left. Also, it seems that as a life-exchanging master, you aren't suitable for sparring. It would be hard to control in a fight. A few days isn't enough. No matter how Lin Chen levels up, it won't work. He levels up quickly, but it's not possible to reach second transition in just a few days, and the school has to approve it too. Just deciding who the school will send takes a few days of deliberation. Lin Chen felt a bit regretful, otherwise, he wouldn't be afraid, having just taken down a second transition. That's because his talent boost is truly terrifying. Now leveling up gives dozens of times the boost, and it will only get higher as he progresses. With such a boost, breaking through the clergy's upper limit isn't impossible. You seem very disappointed? Can I not be disappointed? It's okay, there is still a way to keep up with this rhythm to spar at the Clergy Academy because they allow civilian groups to challenge. This is a small group challenge, they are very confident, believing their students are the best. Oh, anyone can do it? Lin Chan's eyes lit up. With this method, he could enter the Clergy Academy and gather some information. The Clergy Academy took his sister away without even a word. He didn't want to stop his sister's future, he just wanted the Clergy Academy to know his stance. Nothing is something you can impose on others, even if it's a benefit. Anyone can do it, but I think you, as a clergy, should disguise yourself a bit. After all, sparring with a life-exchanging method will raise suspicions. Can I disguise myself? Isn't that against the rules? Not really, as long as you don't say it outright, they won't investigate closely because they are very confident. That's right, the clergy institution believes it encompasses all the geniuses, and they indeed have that confidence. There are no rules stating that life-changers are disqualified from participating, as this profession didn't exist before Lin Chen appeared. With that in mind, it's worth a try. Lin Chen feels he has a chance. Yuling thinks so too. If you can deal with Tuli, I actually think it's not unreasonable to select elite students to compete, since Tuli is already considered one of the top students in the National Clergy Institution. If it's for this challenge, then the level should be a bit lower. So it shouldn't be a problem for you, the issue is how to form a team. Lin Chen shook his head. Do we still need to form a team? Can't I do it alone? Their challenge rules state that you must form a team because they are all geniuses and don't want to bully anyone. They believe that since all the geniuses have entered the clergy institution, others might have a chance if they figure out some team strategies. If that's the case, then who would want to participate in such a dangerous challenge? You're mistaken, many people want to participate because once they perform well, they can gain the favor of the clergy institution. At the very least, they can receive rewards from the clergy institution, and their rewards are no joke, anything less is not worth showing off. Lin Chen felt a bit of a headache. Where could he find these people to take risks? Suddenly, he looked at Yuling. He didn't have any acquaintances around him, he wasn't familiar with anyone, but he had some vested interest with Yuling, so she should be a candidate, and he wouldn't need her to do much, just to fill the numbers. Yuling clearly understood what Lin Chen was thinking. Then we still need 3 more. In just a few days, where could Lin Chen find a few willing team members? In fact, he was thinking of doing it alone, with the other 4 just as fillers, surrendering if the situation turned unfavorable. Moreover, this was a public challenge, and the combined strength of the small teams probably wouldn't match Tuli's. All the geniuses had been taken by the clergy institution, so everyone outside was just the waste they didn't want to accept. They wouldn't send their elite to face off. This was Lin Chen's opportunity to win a few matches and gather information about his sister from the clergy institution. The clergy institution probably wouldn't be interested in knowing who they were. The key was that the life changer's actions would be too obvious. When Lin Chen truly made his move, the clergy institution would definitely know. But by then, he could ask about his sister. You allow people to be taken away at will, but can't I come to challenge? The problem was, who would be willing to believe Lin Chen and join him in challenging the clergy institution? Yuling had seen him in action, so she had some confidence in him, but others only had a legendary impression of Lin Chen. Therefore, he planned to temporarily gather people outside the National Clergy Institution if it seemed reliable. The key was how many unselected clergy members were left. He couldn't just gather ordinary people as fillers. Lin Chen went back to find Zhao Feng, intending to get him to agree to join as a filler. You don't have to do much. If I lose, you can just surrender. How about that? Challenge the clergy institution? It's me challenging. You just need to help form a team. You won't need to. Don't say anymore, I'm in. Lin Chen was taken aback. He didn't know Zhao Feng's personality well, he just thought he was quite sincere, but he shouldn't be that sincere, right? He basically agreed without much questioning, and generally, people don't look down on challenges against the National Clergy Institution. It somewhat implied a sense of superiority. After all, the National Clergy Institution is a legitimate one. However, Zhao Feng surprisingly agreed readily. Not only did he agree, but he also added another person. By the way, do you have enough people? Can I bring one more? You have someone else who wants to participate? Yes, a friend of mine. He wasn't even considered for special enrollment by the National Clergy Institution. Unexpectedly, a pillow came when he was sleepy, so Lin Chen naturally agreed. Alright, have him come. Tell him there won't be any danger, it's just to fill the numbers, and if there are rewards, he will get a share too. Zhao Feng said, no need for any rewards, he just wants a chance to prove himself. Yes, originally I was already in a bad situation entering the National Vocational College as a special recruit, and he didn't even get selected, so he's quite dissatisfied. He feels that these people lack vision and one day he will surprise everyone. There's no need to be like that. It's just a formality. Forget it, let him come. There was still one more person needed, and Lin Chen suddenly thought that the reason for the challenge at the Divine Vocational College existed was that there must be many people outside who wanted to participate, definitely feeling dissatisfied. Everyone thinks of themselves as the protagonist, as a gifted talent. Analyzing the actual situation, the Divine Vocational College always manages to convince people. Lin Chen thought for a moment, and since they still needed one more, he asked, "Do you know anyone else?" "No. After coming to the National Vocational College, apart from you, no one else has really paid attention to me." Zhao Feng awkwardly smiled. "Although I am an S-level divine professional, my profession is too cliché and not very practical in real combat. I used to think your profession was useless, but now it seems I am the most useless." He was a knight, which should be a balanced profession, and he had reached S-level. There was no reason he shouldn't be a formal student, right? Anyone stronger than Zhao Feng was a super genius. Basically, those who could reach S-level were rare. So Lin Chen was puzzled, including Nichu Ling. Her hidden abilities were even undetectable by the two deans. How could someone with such skills not be a formal student? Wasn't it just a lack of attack skills? Was reconnaissance on the battlefield not important? Zhao Feng, is being a knight really useless? Not exactly, it's just that the skills I awakened are too useless. Just being a knight isn't impressive enough. Others have holy knights who can eliminate negative effects, which is much more desirable. In fact, a knight's attack skills don't deal much damage. That was true, without supportive abilities, knights were basically useless. In terms of attack, mages had a much broader attack range and could strike much more decisively than knights. Even if monsters had resistances, they would rather use mages equipped with resistance-reducing divine skills. The efficiency was indeed much higher. "Alright, bring your friend over, and we'll gather later." Lin Chen agreed, thinking of asking Yu Ling if she could help find another person. Since she was well informed, she must know quite a few people. Providing a reliable one shouldn't be difficult. It didn't require powerful strength, just joining a team. Was that so hard? So he called Yu Ling, and they arranged to meet. But before he reached the meeting place, Lin Chen encountered someone he seemed to have seen before. "Lin Chen, we want to challenge you. Will you accept?" "Who are you?" "My name is Zhao Ji, a member of the Tu gang, and Tuli is our boss." "Oh, it's you. But those two brothers are gone. Is your gang still around?" Lin Chen didn't have any other thoughts. He just felt this person was quite loyal and had enough brotherhood. At this time, they hadn't disbanded and were actually looking for a fight. So Lin Chen smiled. "Is this how you challenge me?" "No, I'm definitely not your opponent. My boss can't beat you, and neither can I. So, can you come out with me to settle this grudge? Because challenging you at the National Vocational College requires signing a life and death agreement. So if we go out, we don't have to decide life and death? It's just not that complicated. I won't hide it from you. I've found someone to deal with you." He actually said it in advance. Wasn't he afraid Lin Chen would ignore him? Not daring to act at the National Vocational College was clearly not wanting to follow the rules. Lin Chen roughly guessed their intentions. They must think they could come up with some way, right? That was fine. If he didn't take this opportunity to dispel their fantasies, there would always be a next time. Lin Chen couldn't always stay at the National Vocational College. Who knew when this group would be watching for a chance to strike? "Alright, let's set a time. You can go out now. I'll wait for you outside the back door of the National Vocational College. I still need to meet someone. If you care, just wait a little longer." "Alright, tonight, we'll wait for you." Lin Chen didn't think it was a big deal, but these remnants definitely needed to be dealt with. As soon as Zhao Ji left, Yu Ling suddenly appeared. He must have prepared a whole bunch of people to block you. How do you appear and disappear like that? This isn't the place we agreed to meet. "It doesn't matter. I just wanted to test if you wouldn't notice me if you didn't use your skills, right?" "Indeed, I wouldn't notice. You have such abilities, yet you're not a formal student?" Lin Chen couldn't help but ask. It was easy for Yu Ling to kill anyone. "Is that so? Do you think I'm impressive?" "No need to think. If it's an assassination, you could potentially take out anyone, because no one is always using their skills. You can approach anyone silently. Even the best can't always have their skills active, right?" Yu Ling's ability was simply deadly. Who could resist it? Although she didn't have offensive power, using a gun, bullets would still harm a non-combat state divine profession. If that wasn't enough, she had special bullets made from monster materials. Even without those, just using a knife casually could instantly restrain a divine profession. At that moment, if someone else intervened, they would be doomed. Yu Ling smiled. "So only you can notice me. To be honest, my stealth skill is SSSS level, and I was surprised you could detect me, but I publicly claim to be a gunsmith." "A gunsmith? Is that considered a divine profession? It is, although firearms are man-made, aiming has to be done by oneself. I never miss. So she became a special recruit because of the gunsmith divine profession. Wait, how do you have two divine professions? This was the first time Lin Chen encountered someone like this. He had never heard of anyone awakening two divine professions. Generally, one awakens only one. If there were such people, wouldn't they be everywhere? Yuling smiled again, her one visible eye narrowing. Haven't you heard of a second awakening? There's a second awakening? Yes, such opportunities are rare, but they do exist. The Divine Profession Institute can conduct a second awakening, but it's very likely to be in vain. The cost of a second awakening is high, and it's hard for someone to awaken a second divine profession. But you awakened, why don't you want to become a formal student? Everyone has their own reasons. This has nothing to do with you, and I don't want to say. Lin Chen nodded and didn't press further, feeling that Yuling was becoming more mysterious. She was originally very confident in her beauty, believing she wouldn't lose to anyone, even thinking she was too dazzling. Was the disfigurement on her face something she did herself, or was it someone else's doing? Noticing Lin Chen looking at her, Yuling said, I know what you're thinking. The acne on my face is a disguise. No one knows my true appearance. I can only tell you this much for now. Are you still curious about me? I am, but if it doesn't concern me, I can hold back. Then let's talk about you. Be cautious with those who want to help. They are not just a club within the National Vocational College. They have connections outside as well. Do you want me to accompany you to take a look? No need. What can you do? Take out their core members? Lin Chen felt that even if there were gangs outside, they were just underground figures. No underground figure could have the strength of these formal academies. What capable people could there be? If they had capable people, they wouldn't be messing around outside. They should come in like Tu Sen and Tu Li. I think you still lack experience in this world. You've been in school all this time, right? You have a lot of experience, but I'm here today to find someone. I'm still one short. Let's not talk about that for now. You were invited out. Finish their business first. Yuling checked her gun and then wrapped it in cloth. I suspect their strategy is simply to overwhelm you with numbers and launch a saturation attack. How many can your life-exchanging master replace? Lin Chen was quite confident about this. Many people know, and I have experience dealing with multiple targets. Oh, how many? Dozens? Hundreds? Thousands? That would be too many. Could they really gather that many people? Lin Chen was skeptical. It seemed the two gang had indeed mobilized outside forces. If there weren't any actual experts, they could still gather numbers. He could currently bind 16. In terms of limits, 16 divine positions were essentially the same as 16 ordinary people. Looking at it this way, it was indeed a method. But could ordinary people really withstand the agony of hell? How long could they hold out? Then let's go. Let me see if they really have a way. The idea was correct, but Lin Chen felt they clearly had no concept of SSSS level divine positions. That was true. Aside from Lin Chen himself, no one else had this concept because they had never seen it. Once they were outside the school, Yuling stopped. I'll hide in the shadows to help you, just to keep a backup. Are you really going to help me? Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. If you need me, we'll communicate through the earpiece. Yuling appearing in front wouldn't be much help. She was more suited for stealth. Having someone behind him with a gun would always feel more secure. Then, Lin Chen saw a girl appear. It was the silence master from that day. You are. My name is Ji Yun, and I'm a silence master. They don't expect you to deal with me, do they? No, actually, I won't have any effect on you, so I'm of no use. They sent me to guide you. Lin Chen looked at her and suddenly asked, the surname Ji is in common. You're related to Director Ji, aren't you? Why would you think that? I'm not. Then tell me, what do you all want? Are you determined to take revenge for Tu Li and Tu Sen? I'm not. Anyway, I'm just teaming up with them. Silence masters can't level up without a team. It should be like that. No matter how loyal the others in the two gang were, they couldn't all be so devoted. People like Zhao Ji were actually rare, and he might not even be acting out of loyalty. He should be the third in command in the two gang. If he could take revenge for the first two now, he might have a chance to rise to the top. Sometimes, a club can't continue to exist without its sole figure. A club isn't a fixed organization. If a position is vacant, you can't just choose someone to fill it. That's why it's called the two gang. The two brothers with the surname Tu are the sole figures. If something were to happen to them, the club would cease to exist, rather than waiting for you to choose someone to be the leader. Speaking of teaming up, if the two gang is gone, would you be willing to team up with me? Ha? Wait, do you really need me? Ji Yun looked at Lin Chen in surprise. A life-exchanging master wouldn't need her as a silence master, right? He probably thought his opponents weren't fast enough, unless they tried to escape using skills. Lin Chen explained, I need to team up with someone recently. I'm just short of people. It's nothing dangerous. You can talk about it again tonight. Then if you succeed tonight, will the two gangs still exist? I don't know. As long as someone is forming a team for trials, I'll join. She had implicitly agreed. No one would refuse as long as someone was there to help them level up. Lin Chen was the same, and so was the two gang. Lin Chen was led to an abandoned neighborhood where, surprisingly, there was no one at night. At this moment, a gentle voice came through the headphones. You're in luck. They may not be very strong, but there are over 100 of them. How about it, can you handle that? Just watch for now. I'm surprised, aren't these over 100 people afraid of death? Not necessarily. They probably think you can't deal with so many, and helping this gang is a resource. Many want to keep it going, especially those with prestige in the gang. They had guessed quite accurately. A life exchanger really couldn't handle many at once. Although the binding number of Lin Chen's divine chain would increase with levels, it was still limited. If it came to a saturation attack, he truly couldn't manage it all at once. What are you talking about? Ji Yun, who was nearby, heard Lin Chen seemingly talking to someone and asked curiously. Nothing, just here. It seems they've cleared the area. They have some power after all. Yeah, they have a lot of people blocking you up ahead. You're a life exchanger. If you run now, you might still make it. Are you telling me this to turn against me? Lin Chen joked, then saw someone approaching from the front. Zhao Ji finally appeared, coldly saying, Ji Yun, you can leave now. Anything that happens here has nothing to do with you, and don't go spreading rumors. Okay. Ji Yun timidly stepped back and turned to leave, but Lin Chen didn't move. Lin Chen smiled, you're making it seem quite serious. Sorry, Tu Li and Tu Sen are both my brothers. Shouldn't I be loyal? You just want others to think you're loyal, and being loyal has its benefits. You can inherit this gang. Anyway, no matter what you say, are you accepting our challenge? At this moment, even if Lin Chen ran away, Zhao Ji would still gain the benefits of this loyalty. At least he tried, he did his best to avenge his brother, and everyone saw it. Even if Lin Chen slipped away, Zhao Ji would indeed become the leader of this gang. What a schemer Zhao Ji was, he even informed Lin Chen that they had many people. But Lin Chen wasn't afraid. Come on, let me see how strong you really are. With Tu Sin and Tu Li gone, do you still have any experts? You're a life exchanger, even an ordinary person is still a life, right? Yes, but whether ordinary people are enough to exchange, you'll find out soon. So confident? Zhao Ji was a bit flustered. He was quite cunning, but his strength was certainly not on par with Tu Li and Tu Sin. Such a person wouldn't be too brave. If he scared Lin Chen away, that would be the best outcome. He wouldn't even have to fight, and he would gain the respect of the gang. But Lin Chen wouldn't back down. He was immortal, having faced many experts, so he wanted to see what they could do with their numbers. So, you're still agreeing to our challenge, right? Yes, I'm learning from you. Learning what from me? No matter the outcome, I will establish this momentum. Since he was immortal, Lin Chen had no reason to shrink back. Many things couldn't be avoided just by retreating. So besides the actual outcome, he also wanted this momentum. Now, even if the opponent ran, Lin Chen had gained momentum, and they would never have the courage to face him again. Strike first to avoid being overwhelmed later. Constantly retreating would only lead to being completely consumed by others. This is easy to understand. Even if you can't win, you must create this momentum. People fear those who are reckless. Alright, then don't blame us. Zhao Ji waved his hand, signaling, while he quickly dodged to the side. This situation surprised even Lin Chen. He thought Zhao Ji would lead the charge, at least starting a fight right next to him. Indeed, he was a speculative guy, clever, but very cautious about his own life. Ahead, Lin Chen saw a group of dozens of people rushing towards him in the night. They have a reserve team too, with so many of them. If they kill you, they must have even thought about who would take the blame, right? Yuling said calmly in his earpiece, with the coolness of a sniper. Is that so? But there's one problem they haven't figured out, and it's fatal. What is it? How are they going to kill me? Lin Chen immediately began to act, pulling out a dagger, not to stab others, but to stab himself. Exchange life, divine chain binding. Exchange life, Hell's Whale. Exchange life, Night Eye Exploration. Lin Chen was already very familiar with casting his talent skills in quick succession, smoothly locking onto the 16 people in front of him. He didn't even use gravity restraint or slow down their speed, just to see if they could withstand it. With a swift motion, he stabbed into his right thigh and twisted it hard. 16 times the pain. Let's see if you can handle it. Real men aren't afraid of pain? Among these people, there weren't many with high divine ranks, and 16 of them fell to the ground, howling in agony. The sounds of their cries echoed far into the night, and their collapse tripped up those behind them. Just one stab, and you can't walk anymore? Lin Chen expressed his disappointment, relocking onto another 16 people, and stabbed the same leg again. The second stab hit the wound, and the pain far exceeded the first, now amplified by 16 times. Ah! The screams were incessant, and another dozen people fell to the ground in pain, feeling as if they had lost a leg. Since these people had low ranks, they couldn't bear this damage, and soon dozens lay sprawled in front. The remaining ones were blocked, all staring in shock at those who had fallen, dumbfounded. Wasn't this an exchange life master? How could so many fall while he still stood? They were astonished, realizing they couldn't exchange for anything. At this moment, they had to change their reasoning. An ant's life is still a life, but it absolutely cannot exchange for an elephant's life, at least not one for one. Do you think having more people is useful? Your ranks are too low, you might even die from the pain. Lin Chen looked over, and Zhao Ji was also stunned. For an exchange life master, Lin Chen hadn't made any significant moves. Just 2 stabs to himself, and more than half of his side had fallen. Having no rank still wouldn't do. It seemed that his tactic of overwhelming numbers wasn't very effective. He didn't know that if Lin Chen focused on him, even a small injury could cause him to die from pain. That was over 200 times the pain. There was no need for a fatal wound. Did he still think that being weak was still a life? Oh, still thinking of running? Afraid now, huh? What about loyalty? Come back. Lin Chen instead chased after them. If they wanted to run, could it be that easy? When to hit was up to him, but when to stop was not for them to decide. Lin Chen dealt with the more than 100 people without any technical skill, just relocking and stabbing himself again. Afraid they would scatter too much, Lin Chen even rebound the initial 16 and threatened them with the knife pointed at himself. Gather these people together, or I'll let you experience what it means to stab the heart. Those 16 dared not act recklessly and hurried back to move the people, bringing out those who were ambushed. Without exception, they were all writhing in pain from Lin Chen's stabs. Are you all comfortable now? Lin Chen squatted by the street, playing with the dagger. Zhao Ji, come out, you should be the only one uninjured. Since that's the case, I'll fight you. Zhao Ji rushed out, holding a knife and charging towards Lin Chen. He thought Lin Chen would lock onto him too and stab him, so he wouldn't stand out so much. Otherwise, how could he manage so many people in the future if he himself was unscathed? You let the brothers suffer, and you have the nerve to take over the gang? But Lin Chen didn't make a move, just watching Zhao Ji rush closer. When Zhao Ji was still several steps away from Lin Chen, he actually stopped, looking like a clown. Finally, I've managed to test you. Come on, go ahead and strike, I won't fight back. Lin Chen was still provoking, but Zhao Ji was just playing mind games. He didn't have the courage to stab himself. Zhao Ji knew very well that his strength was far inferior to Tu Li's, and if Tu Li wasn't even a match for Lin Chen, what right did he have? If Lin Chen took him down like the others, it would only highlight his moment of glory. I'm the only one here, and I dare to step up, isn't that brave? But now he was stuck, letting everyone see that he had no courage to make a move. No, I didn't consider it thoroughly enough, because life-exchanging masters are really rare. Is that so? So you just let the brothers charge while you reap the benefits? All the brothers who were struggling in pain were watching. There was no way to explain that. Lin Chen didn't wait for his reaction and directly bound Zhao Ji. Your level isn't low, over 20, so let's have you experience the pain Tu Li felt back then. No, Lin Chen focused on Zhao Ji. This was something he couldn't bear. Although Lin Chen was only level 16, his talent skills grew exponentially. Beyond that, the strength of skills at one level was equivalent to dozens of levels for others. Who could withstand that? Lin Chen merely stabbed him lightly in the chest, and Zhao Ji fainted from the pain on the spot. He could wake him up again, but there was no need. This was Zhao Ji's most humiliating downfall. After this, surely no one would want him as a leader anymore? Yu Ling's voice came through the headset. Aren't you going to kill them? They are attacking you, you have an excuse. What's the use of killing? Killing ants doesn't benefit me. Ants, It seems you can control your strength after all. They are low level, so it's easy to control. I can't say the same for higher levels. Low level? Many of them were at the same level as Lin Chen. Some were even formal students of the National Vocational Institute. But 1 against over 100 still couldn't do anything to Lin Chen. It just showed the value of SSSS rank. The talent amplification was too great. Even if they put all their points into defense, they couldn't match the increase in damage. Do you want to continue? I'm still giving you a chance. But opportunities can't be given indefinitely. People can't go on forever, right? I'll give you one last chance. If you are truly loyal, I will appreciate it greatly. You can attack me, and I won't fight back, but if anyone tries to run, I won't leave them a way out because I look down on such people. These few sentences left them stuck again. At this moment, they truly had no way out. Attack on their own? They had already tasted the pain before. Lin Chen's strike was effortless for him, as if nothing had happened, while for others, it was magnified by dozens of times. Who would dare to poke him? It would only hurt themselves. Even if they were at the same level as Lin Chen, even without using any undead battle body, they couldn't withstand the 16 times pain damage. We were wrong, we won't dare anymore. Finally, someone admitted defeat. They thought they could offset the life-exchanging master's attack with a few people, but the reality was that none of them could withstand it. The deeply ingrained pain was the lesson. Why should people do things beyond their capabilities? Tu Li and Tu Xin were gone anyway, they weren't good people. We won't dare anymore, we will withdraw from the Tu gang. More people realized that they wouldn't gain anything from this. What is the value of SSSS rank? Even if the life-exchanging master was considered a useless skill, they couldn't afford to provoke it. Then you can leave. Ah, let us go? Yes, if you don't leave now, I'll have to start again and take your leader with me. With a command from Lin Chen, over 100 people fled in a clean sweep. The voice of Yu Ling echoed in his ears. This doesn't seem like you. Aren't you supposed to sign a life and death contract? It sounds like you know me well. Aren't you that kind of person? Of course not, it's just to reduce trouble for myself. Also, I know your position, so stop aiming at me. Soon, Yu Ling appeared right in front of Lin Chen. Faced with the skills of an SSSS level divine position, she had nowhere to hide unless she got further away. The range of a sniper rifle is quite far, but Yu Ling wasn't sure about Lin Chen's perception range. It seems you've matured quite a bit. Bringing Zhao Ji back is worse than a brief moment of pain. Killing is to reduce trouble, not killing is the same. Lin Chen didn't see any difference between the two choices. I don't care how much he suffers, he doesn't deserve it. Killing and not killing seemed like two opposite choices, but for Lin Chen, they were the same. Eliminating these small fry was a hassle for him. In truth, he didn't care about the lives of these people, he only cared about those around him in the future. At least there's one good thing, your team has enough members. Yu Ling shouted to the back, and Ji Yun timidly ran out to stand before them. You won't do anything to me, right? No, I'm inviting you to join my team. I was with them before, you still want to team up with me? What's wrong with that? It's just forming a team, it doesn't mean anything else. She still didn't know that Lin Chen's team was merely to fill numbers, it didn't matter who it was. Ji Yun was deeply wary of Yu Ling. When did this woman appear? If she knew this was just a special enrollment, she would probably be even more surprised. In fact, Lin Chen was also quite surprised. Yu Ling definitely had secrets. Just the fact that she had undergone a second awakening meant she couldn't be an ordinary person. Only geniuses at the Divine Position Academy were qualified to attempt a second awakening. Yu Ling was actually just a special enrollment at the National Position Academy. With the team gathered, Lin Chen began to plan how to sneak in. Participating in the external challenges of the Divine Position Academy? We're students of the National Position Academy, won't that be embarrassing? Upon hearing this news, Ji Yun immediately backed out. Indeed, this challenge was aimed at people from the civilian sector. Many who awakened mediocre divine positions or had low levels were filtered out. It was easy to imagine that these people would become weaker and weaker due to a lack of resources. The Divine Position Academy wouldn't be interested in them either, thinking it wasn't worth the resources to cultivate such individuals. What if there were hidden talents? No problem, the Divine Position Academy would hold a challenge like this, and anyone who disagreed could form a team to participate. However, if people from the National Position Academy participated, it would be embarrassing. Coming to the Divine Position Academy for such a challenge implies that the National Position Academy isn't good enough, right? Not only would it be embarrassing for themselves, but the deans of the Divine Position Academy would also hold a grudge. It's fine, you can all participate anonymously. But what about you? Your profession is so special, anonymity won't help much. A life exchanger, and an SSSS level 1 at that, does the world have a second? Clearly, the Divine Position Academy was aware of this. Although they thought it was a mediocre profession, it didn't stop them from knowing about it. It was simply too famous. Such a high divine position level, and yet it was a life exchanger. You just need to hide. As for me, I have my say at the Divine Position Academy. He was there to seek justice for his sister, so of course, he had to go. This had nothing to do with embarrassment. It was embarrassing that the Divine Position Academy took people away without informing anyone. Therefore, in this matter, Ji Wuyo couldn't say anything against Lin Chen. Yu Ling nodded, but at first, we need to hide it a bit. You're too famous. How do we hide it? You just pretend to be a gunsmith like me. No one will check this profession. Of course, no one checks this because being a gunsmith doesn't seem to have much to do with talent. Anyone can shoot a gun, and the power of the gun doesn't depend on you personally, it depends on your bullets. So, how to put it, an ordinary person can become a sharpshooter with enough training. Alright, I'll just pretend to be this. Then try using my gun. Ouyang didn't mind and directly handed over the gun. The most important thing for a gunsmith is to shoot accurately. Hitting the target every time is what makes a true gunsmith. I mean, during the qualifying rounds, you at least need to use the gun to deal with some small monsters. There's a qualifying round? Of course, it's not just about forming a team. The Divine Academy is playing with you. That makes sense, after all, that's a place where geniuses gather, and it's hard for outsiders to even see one. To face them, you first have to go through a selection process. Awakening divine professions is like being a big star. Do you think they would just play with you if you asked for a spar? So, those who participate in the team must go through a qualifying selection, where they will fight some small monsters to earn points. This means that Lin Chen cannot reveal his identity during this selection. Otherwise, the Divine Academy might not allow him to participate. They certainly won't check your identity, but if it gets exposed, they will still refuse him because challenging the National Academy like this is clearly too much. At that point, the relationship between the two academies would be directly strained. To put it bluntly, this kind of external challenge is essentially a display of superiority. Having students from your National Academy participate would be quite embarrassing. Then I'll give it a try. Lin Chen took the gun and shot at a trash can at the end of the street. The sound was very soft. Ouyang had attached a silencer, and since it was a small caliber, Lin Chen actually missed. You missed? That's because your shooting skills are lacking. Just seeing the target doesn't mean you can hit it. Isn't it because your gun's power is too weak? What do you know? This gun has a small caliber, but it has a long range, and the recoil is small, making it easy to control. Lin Chen really felt that shooting wasn't an easy task. That shot was not far at all. It felt like it had no damage, and there was completely no recoil. He wasn't blind. This gun isn't calibrated, right? Who said that? Just watch. Ouyang took the gun back, raised it, and with a single shot, easily pierced through the entire trash can. Small caliber but such great power? That's because the bullets are special. How much force do you think it takes for a dagger to pierce the human body? It seems her bullets are quite sharp too. Lin Chen gave up. Looks like I can't do it. Ouyang then pulled out another handgun and shoved it into Lin Chen's hands. Just aim at the target and shoot. You should be able to hit it, right? Yeah, this works. After all, Lin Chen wasn't afraid of getting hurt. He could just aim it right in front of him and shoot. Ouyang nodded. We'll use this excuse then. I still need to get you a long gun to pretend a bit. At this moment, Ji Yun suddenly spoke up. Actually, top gunsmiths can rival other professions, but it's very costly. How is it costly? It's all about the equipment. If the power is insufficient, the equipment makes up for it. Many bullets made from monster materials have very high lethality and can penetrate S-class divine defenses. I've heard of a legendary gunsmith. Look at us, we don't seem very wealthy. Lin Chen laughed. Relying on equipment and spending money is certainly one way, but it's not suitable for them. Right now, they were just pretending to be gunsmiths. It didn't matter. What he needed to do was to hold on until they competed against the Divine Academy's team. Ji Yun raised a question again. Can our team really compete with the regular team from the Divine Academy? You don't need to worry about that because you won't have to exert any effort. Ouyang smiled at Lin Chen. He has confidence in himself and can take on the team from the Divine Office alone. After all, the Divine Office won't form an elite team to crush the weak, right? If two can do it, you should be able to as well. The team sent out should be a low tier 1 from the Divine Office, and since two could handle it, Lin Chen indeed felt no pressure. Don't worry, when the official match comes, you won't need to fight back. If you defeat all the teams, there's a special reward. You can propose a condition that the Divine Office can accept. Propose a condition? Anything goes? I said it has to be something the Divine Office can accept. You can't go too far. For example, asking the Divine Office to take you in. Someone has proposed that before, of course, it was rejected. The Divine Office just symbolically let him take a look around and then paid him off to leave. Visiting the Divine Office? That sounds good. It may not hold much value for others, but Lin Chen could accept it. Or, he could directly ask the Divine Office to explain this matter. Could they refuse to answer a public question? On the other hand, Lin Chen hesitated, wondering if this would ruin his sister's future. Although the Divine Office carried an air of arrogance, they were there for his sister's talent. At least that's what Ji Wuyo said. Lin Chen thought perhaps he could take a gentler approach. The next day, they began preparations. Ouyang prepared a complete set of gunsmith gear for Lin Chen, including rifles and handguns. Because Lin Chen had night-eye exploration, he could perceive things beyond ordinary people within 500 meters. He tried shooting, but it wasn't accurate. The results showed that being able to see and being able to hit were indeed two different things. Forget it, just do as Yuling said and shoot at close range. Zhao Feng also brought along a friend, an S-class swordsman. This swordsman faced the same awkwardness as Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng was just a knight and hadn't awakened any special skills. This swordsman named Wang Dong was just a swordsman. If he were a magic swordsman, ghost swordsman, or berserk swordsman, that would be valuable, but he didn't have those skills. He could level up, but if all he could do was swing a sword, his professional value would be very low. So these two were in the same awkward situation. Really? Are we going to participate in the challenge from the Divine Office? Great! I've been waiting for this day. I'll surprise them. You underestimate me, don't you? Even though I can only swing a sword, I can do it more elegantly than most. Lin Chen thought this guy seemed a bit fierce. He hoped he wouldn't cause trouble. After all, he only needed a few people to fill the numbers, and once they exposed themselves to the Divine Office, they could disappear. It wouldn't be good if the others were exposed. Lin Chen could handle it alone, but this Wang Dong. Lin Chen pulled Zhao Feng aside and asked, "Your brother won't do anything extreme, will he? How could he? He loves life, so he's full of passion." Then you better tell him this is just a fill-in. After all, if he really faces someone from the Divine Office, it could be dangerous. Okay, I'll make it clear to him. Just a challenge. Ji Yun and Yuling were very self-aware, but Zhao Feng and this guy shouldn't get too carried away. No matter how dissatisfied you are, the talents chosen by the Divine Office are guaranteed to have strength. In the end, they might not die but would definitely suffer. They weren't Lin Chen, who could afford to die at will. After confirming, Zhao Feng said there was no problem. Good, then let's arrange the team. Yuling, do you have any news about the challenge? I can tell you about the preliminaries. All participating teams must undergo a trial in the divine domain. The content of this trial is completely uniform. It just depends on how many points each team can score in the trial. The same trial content, and there are points? Yes, the highest scores will be filtered down, and only 3 teams will be selected to participate in the challenge. Lin Chen couldn't understand this, and neither could the others, because they hadn't looked into this challenge competition. It seemed that Yuling indeed had some insider information. I found out that this time we're challenging an S-rank boss monster, the Red Spider Mother. Is it confirmed now? Then this challenge isn't that difficult, just one monster to fight, and it's a team battle. Lin Chen knew that there weren't many people like him who could challenge monsters of a higher level, especially boss-level ones, but if they teamed up, the chances were still quite high, because if several divine classes coordinated well, they could produce lethal damage. Is this hard to fight? Not hard, because it's only level 20, this level isn't a challenge for many people. Lin Chen had fought before, and he knew that if it was just a level 20 wild monster, it really wasn't difficult. Even if outsiders formed a team, as long as there was a core with a first-class job and suitable skill combinations, they could take it down. So doesn't that mean all participating teams can clear it? Yes, they must be confident to join. Some divine classes are so excellent they can even solo it. Then how do you increase the score? Is it based on who kills faster? No, the Red Spider Mother's ability is its incredible egg-laying capacity. It's about who kills the most. So the S rank of the Red Spider Mother comes from its egg-laying ability. The more offspring, the more targets, which seems a bit troublesome for Lin Chen, because each little spider is a target. Are the little monsters hard to fight? Not at all. Even if we use guns, we can take one down with a single shot. The little monsters are very low level. With Yuling saying this, the others understood that once they entered, they couldn't deal with the mother first but had to kill the little monsters first. Only after clearing all the little monsters could they go after the mother to increase their score. Otherwise, if they rushed to kill the mother, their score would likely be low. Since it was a competition against many people, they had to employ some strategy. The difficulty of the task wasn't about whether they could kill it or not. Does this monster have a limit, like an egg-laying limit, which would yield the highest score? Every year, there are teams that achieve the highest score. Basically, the teams that clear it are the ones that have killed all the little monsters without leaving any behind before going after the mother. Will the mother keep laying eggs? Yes, but not quickly, so under time constraints, you can't wait too long. Lin Chen was a bit worried. Then our speed in killing the little monsters might be a bit slow, right? Besides Lin Chen's divine chain binding and Yuling's sweeping fire, the others didn't have much area of effect damage, and Yuling's gun might not have that strong of a killing power. It was just a manufactured firearm. No, we have a Silence Master. It might not be slow. Yuling smiled. The Silence Master's influence on the little monster's skills is significant. The little spiders have a defensive function, which is molting. Don't underestimate it. It's not that high, but it can be quite a hassle to kill. If we silence the little monster's skills. Right. If it's like chopping vegetables, even if we chop them one by one, we might not be slower than others. Zhao Feng became excited. His attack method was monotonous, but he was still an S rank. Just like his genius swordsman brother, he just lacked variety. Ouyang nodded, and if we use guns, we can achieve one shot per monster. As long as the Silence Master successfully casts, the little monster's defenses will be nearly zero, and then it will be easy to deal with the boss, right? Lin Chen nodded. Let's do it this way, Ji Yun, it's all up to you now. Unexpectedly, bringing in a Silence Master would also enhance their efficiency. Zhao Feng was a knight, and Wang Dong was a swordsman. These two could chop quickly when they went wild. Lin Chen and Ouyang were even more capable. If the bullets were effective, they could clear everything. After making the arrangements, Lin Chen led the team to sign up. To be honest, the scene was quite lively, and many people had signed up. After all, the Clerical Academy was regarded as the highest institution in everyone's eyes. Even though some were not young anymore, they were still willing to participate just to get a glance from the Clerical Academy. Some people were simply obsessed, which affected Lin Chen and their participation in this selection. Before they signed up, several teams had already completed their achievements. What? Several teams have already scored close to full marks? Lin Chen was dumbfounded when he saw their scores. Wait, is there a full score for this selection? The person tallying the scores was likely a helper from the Clerical Academy, but their status was not low. They glanced at Lin Chen and said, "Of course there is." Some people went in and used a single spell to eliminate all the small monsters, then waited for the mother creature to give birth, staying until the end. That should be the highest score. All the teams that passed scored the highest? Not exactly, there are still distinctions. It's rare for someone to eliminate all the small monsters right away. The existence of small monsters has a limit. If you eliminate them quickly, the mother creature can give birth a bit faster, but the scoring is very strict. The person tallying looked Lin Chen up and down. If you don't have any other skills, you shouldn't sign up. There are already more than 3 teams very close ahead of you, and I don't think you have much hope. Lin Chen felt like a bucket of cold water had been poured over him. How could they play like this? What spell can eliminate all the small monsters in one go? Wildfire, but of course, it's too low level to kill anything other than small monsters. Otherwise, this spell would definitely become a forbidden spell. However, the person who used it does have a chance to enter the Clerical Academy, and the ones right behind them only use 2 or 3 spells. How could they compare? Lin Chen looked at Ouyang, who also shook her head. Even if Ji Yun's silence spell takes effect, we can't kill them as fast. In the limited time, the mother creature will definitely give birth to fewer than they do. They couldn't even shoot that fast, and Zhao Feng and the others would definitely be slower with their knives. Then let's sign up first. What? You still want to sign up like this? Do you think there's a way to kill more? Since we're here, it's good to kill a monster while we're at it. I really don't understand. The monster's level isn't high, can you guys even share it? The person handling the registration mumbled, but since Lin Chen and the others wanted to participate, they let them. To be honest, all 5 of them were level 16, and fighting a level 20 monster was indeed making a big deal out of nothing. With the spirit of having come this far, Lin Chen, as the captain, registered with his real identity. Yes, his real identity. Don't worry, the Clerical Academy wouldn't check now, they looked down on it. Wait until you defeat their teams from the Clerical Academy to talk about it. Looking at their names was just a waste of time. Alright, you can go in. I mean, you guys with knives and guns, can you really kill anything? The few people at the registration laughed. Just by looking at their weapons, it was clear they had no monster clearing skills. By the time they slowly killed one by one, they wouldn't even make it into the top 50. Lin Chen ignored them and led the team into the trial domain. As soon as they entered, everyone felt dispirited because it was clear they couldn't win. Captain, are we really going to fight? Ji Yun was somewhat reluctant. My skills are too wasteful on these small monsters. It would be great if we could win, but this kind of trial is much better at our National Vocational Academy. To be honest, Lin Chen was also a bit discouraged. He didn't expect the competition outside the academy to be so fierce. Looking around, the area was covered in spider webs, and within the webs were white eggs. The eggs hadn't even hatched any small monsters yet. We need to disturb these eggs to hatch the small monsters, Ouyang explained. They have large-scale fire skills that can burn them all out in one go and then kill them all at once. Zhao Feng furrowed his brows. If I rush in to draw the monsters, I'll get caught in the spider webs, right? Yeah, if only you were a flame knight. Ouyang's words were sharp, hitting Zhao Feng right where it hurt. His class was indeed rather lackluster. Thick blood and high defense were useless here. Just look, he wouldn't be able to rush far before getting ensnared. Captain, should we fight? Let's do this. First, let's check out the boss. Lin Chen shook his head as well. They could kill it, but it would be slow, and they definitely couldn't compete with those who had higher efficiency for points. Zhao Feng and Wang Dong moved ahead, swinging their swords to cut through the spider silk. At the same time, they startled some small monsters that hatched from eggs, which they then killed. The monsters are weak, we basically need 2 or 3 strikes to kill one. If only we had a silence mage. Don't think about it, even with 2 or 3 strikes, you'd only kill one. There are hundreds of eggs here, and they can clear them all with one skill. It seemed they wouldn't make it into the top 3. Yuling suddenly said, actually, I have a way to draw the monsters, I can help you burn the spider silk. This is an armor-piercing incendiary grenade, one shot creates a path. Wait, those bullets can't be too expensive, right? Lin Chen stopped her, but Yuling smiled, no worries, they're made from small monster materials. That was fine, Lin Chen didn't want Yuling to waste too much here since they were already out of the running for the top 3. He had come in just to satisfy his curiosity. Bang! Bang! Yuling kept firing, bullets trailing fire as they shot out, burning through the spider silk ahead. It feels like we're struggling just to walk, they only need one skill. Hey, watch out, the boss is right ahead. They hadn't gone far when they reached the boss's lair, the wild monsters level wasn't high. Wild monster, red spider matriarch, level, S, talent, rapid reproduction, capable of astonishingly fast offspring production. Skill, binding domain, covers a vast area with powerful spider silk, preventing escape and driving offspring to attack. This can be S level? Zhao Feng looked disappointed, it's just a bit slow to kill, if time wasn't limited, we could handle it. Lin Chen nodded, yeah, killing this isn't the problem, it's just a bit exhausting for us. Wait, why did it change color? My bullet must have hit it, hey, why did it change color? Yuling suddenly froze, oh, hidden talent, it has a second form. Lin Chen also realized, second form monsters are rare, what could its second form's abilities be? Don't know, it will only show when its anger value is maxed out. No one mentioned this thing has a second form? Never heard of it. Lin Chen suddenly thought, since this thing's anger value increases when hit, the previous players must have known. But they hadn't mentioned it, which meant they hadn't triggered the matriarch's second form. What did this imply? It meant there was an opportunity. Hurry, you all clear the small monsters. Ha? What do you mean? Why are you so excited? Do we still have a chance? At this moment, Yuling also realized, exactly, they must not have triggered the monster's second form. I guess they were killed before its anger value could max out. It should be hard to control. Do you have confidence? Lin Chen replied calmly, let's give it a try, who knows what the second form is? It might even give us extra points. Just don't kill the monster, if it dies, all the small monsters will vanish with it. Zhao Feng was stunned again, is this still a technical job? Wang Dong couldn't wait any longer, let's go, quickly, silence mage, use your skill first, make it quick. Outside the divine realm, the registrars were already getting bored. I think this year will be like this, the team in first place has some potential. Not really, this is just the beginning, the Divine Academy won't accept them, it's too ordinary. Indeed, just a large-scale fire attack, and its power is still insufficient, like a chicken rib. They simply don't understand, thinking this monster is of low level, but in fact, it's the hardest monster to score high against. A few people started chatting, although they were just doing odd jobs in the Priest Academy, they had high aspirations. There was an old saying, a minister's door has 3 ranks of officials. Although several teams felt they performed well and had reached their scoring limits, they were far from meeting the requirements. They have no idea that this monster tests skill control. How could they possibly know about those high-end things? There are hardly a few people in the Priest Academy who can do it. So this question is too difficult. Mainly, the monster is too bizarre. The red spider mother had the most bizarre point. The speed at which it accumulated damage from attacks was higher than the speed at which its rage value increased. Therefore, it was very difficult to fill its rage value before it was defeated. Often, if they attacked too fiercely, they would kill the monster before its rage value even reached half. Previous teams had noticed this, they seemed to see it, but when attacking the monster, they all ended up killing it first. In the world of priest experts, this was a level that was hard to achieve, only the top-tier individuals could manage it. And now, Lin Chen was thinking of a way. Life Exchange, Divine Chain Binding. Life Exchange, Hell Whale. First, he locked onto a divine chain, then Lin Chen stabbed himself in the chest. He suddenly realized that the monster's state was dropping a bit too quickly. Is it really this weak? Already level 20, why is its desire to attack so low? Something's not right, the rage value is increasing too slowly. If I keep this up, I won't be able to fill its rage even by torturing it. It seems this question has another solution, let's try it first. At this moment, the team had already started to eliminate the small monsters. They were indeed not slow, under the effect of the silencing master, Zhao Feng and Wang Dong each carved out a bloody path, all with one-hit kills. The small monsters turned into soft targets under the silencing spell. Yuling was also killing. Her efficiency was, of course, much faster than the two brutes. At this rate, they would soon clear out hundreds, but Lin Chen had not made any progress. This won't do, the damage is a bit too high. Lin Chen drew out his dagger again. This time, he couldn't stab his chest, he had to find another place. It is said that the 10 fingers are connected to the heart, so if there is no major damage, just stimulating the pain sensation? Without hesitation, Lin Chen actually stabbed his fingertip hard on the spot. Roar! The red spider mother began to scream in pain, raising its front legs. It found Lin Chen and was about to pounce over. But Lin Chen couldn't let it come over. If it came and hurt him, wouldn't that mean the mother would die first? Life exchange, gravity confinement. Just as the mother was about to approach Lin Chen, it was pressed to the ground by 50 times the weight. This monster originally had a low desire to attack and moved slowly. It was hard to tell it was a level 20 S-class monster, and now it was even heavier, unable to move at all. Even the silk it spat out couldn't reach Lin Chen. One more layer, life exchange, divine chain binding. Seeing the effect was good, Lin Chen quickly added another layer and continued to stab his fingertip, using only the pain sensation to double it, stimulating the nerves, without causing too much substantial harm to the body. But at the same time, he had to consider that people have a limit to pain tolerance. He didn't know if this spider had one, and if so, where its limit was. Lin Chen could only keep increasing the test, as he was pressed for time and couldn't let the spider die from pain. In fact, it was uncertain how much pain the spider could feel and which part would give it the maximum pain sensation, but based on its struggling reactions, Lin Chen kept searching for sensitive spots. Those 8 legs definitely had tactile senses. The most painful thing was definitely not a single cut but the repeated torment of the pain nerves. Lin Chen continuously scraped the tip of his dagger against his fingertips. Meanwhile, the heavily pressed mother creature struggled desperately on the ground. Lin Chen only pricked his fingers, ensuring that the mother creature wouldn't die. It had 8 legs, and if one was broken, it could just replace it. As long as the main body wasn't harmed, there wouldn't be any significant damage. At this moment, the team had already killed hundreds of small monsters, and the spider webs were mostly cleared. There were still some scattered small monsters that needed to be eliminated, which would actually take more time. Zhao Feng, feeling satisfied with his kills, said, "We're actually not killing slowly. What's going on?" Everyone's turned red. Everyone looked over, and the originally black-purple mother creature had turned bright red. "Stop clearing the small monsters, it's a waste of time." Yuling immediately said, "Gather around the mother creature, kill any small monsters that come close." "Why not kill them? There are only a few small monsters left. We've already killed most of them. The turning point lies with this big boss. Chasing scattered monsters is too time-consuming. Our only chance is to hold the second form." Yuling was clearer than them. There were at most a few dozen small monsters left, and if they didn't gather together, it would waste a lot of time. No matter those dozens, their scores were already very close to the previous ones. Whether they could surpass depended on whether the second form would be useful. If it didn't add points, then searching for scattered monsters now would be meaningless. At this moment, Lin Chen's divine chain had already focused over 100 times the pain damage. He didn't dare to raise it any further, fearing that the monster wouldn't be able to withstand it and would be killed. Roar! The mother creature's red glow ended, finally reaching full rage, and the second form appeared. With a flash of red light, the mother creature stood up again under 50 times the gravity. This was the true strength of an S-class monster. Wild monster, red spider mother level, S-class, second form, rank, level 20 talent, limitless reproduction, a much faster reproduction speed than before, summoning small monsters. Skill, confinement domain, capable of restricting any object entering the spider web, absolute control over those below its level. At this moment, Zhao Feng exclaimed in surprise, "It's starting to lay eggs again, so fast." Yuling was the first to react again. "Hurry and kill the small monsters, that's points." The two melee fighters rushed forward to attack, but Ji Yun stopped them. "Wait, that spider web is a confinement domain, absolute control over those below its level. Your levels are lower than it. If you go in, you won't be able to move." "Ah, what about Lin Chen?" At this moment, Lin Chen was the closest to the mother creature, but he wasn't worried. "You guys find a chance to kill the small monsters, I'm fine." It made sense. Lin Chen was a life exchange master. If the monster dared to move against him, the damage it would take would be dozens or even hundreds of times his own. This was the most outrageous aspect of being a life exchange master. The opponent would even prefer him to attack directly. Yuling was already shooting while calling to the two melee fighters, "You guard outside the spider web." Ji Yun, silence isn't aimed at the boss, but at the small monsters. Now is our time to grab points. The staff guarding outside the divine domain also sensed the changes inside. What? Ah, this is impossible. Second form, I can't be mistaken, right? Did the dean go in there? Why would it trigger the second form? Impossible, the people outside can't control it. Triggering the second form is something that could earn a title even in the divine office. They clearly sensed that the mother creature inside had entered the second form. In the first form, even at level 20, it was very weak, which was why they chose to test this monster. But once the mother creature entered the second form, it became quite dangerous, even for the elite students of the divine office. Because that spider silk was an absolute confinement, extremely sturdy. If you didn't have a monster level higher than it, you absolutely couldn't move. No matter how outrageous your skills were, as long as you were bound, the monster wouldn't die, but you couldn't move. At this moment, the mother body's defense power would experience an astonishing increase. This is what an S-level wild monster is. Is there a possibility that the monster has gone berserk? Should we go in and rescue them? According to the rules, we can only wait here for the results. Going in wouldn't be fair to the others, right? But the people inside probably can't handle the mother body. They're all below level 20. The level cap is strict. This is the absolute limit of S level. Although Lin Chen is SSSS level, his abilities can't break free from this cursed thing. Their attributes are different. His advantage is that the monsters don't dare to attack him. Once they attack Lin Chen, the mother body will know that he is not something it can touch. I think we should just wait and see. After all, there are death quotas every year, and I can't take responsibility for ruining the competition. The people outside had no intention of going in, and at this moment, Lin Chen was completely immobilized. He was completely trapped in a web, unable to move his hands or feet, unable to kill himself, or chew his tongue to death. Captain, are you okay? Ji Yun had never seen anything like this. She was completely panicked. Don't worry about me, kill the small monsters first, I'm fine. Really? But that's level 20, that's a very high absolute level. But my divine rank is even higher than that. Don't worry, killing the small monsters counts for points. And Yuling had already killed quite a few small monsters, while the small monsters that ran out were being slaughtered one by Xiao Feng and Wang Dong outside. Ji Yun was at a loss. They were all level 16 and couldn't do anything about the spider web, so she tried her best to cast a silence spell, but it could only reduce the defense of the small monsters, allowing her teammates to kill them faster. The huge spider was already climbing over the web, and this one was different from the past. An absolute boss-level monster, it first lunged with a claw, intending to crush Lin Chen into a pulp, but when the claw pierced Lin Chen's body, the mother body seemed to be electrocuted and retreated. After a painful wail, it began to realize that this human was strange. If it attacked him, it would suffer even more. So, in an instant, the mother body froze. The others were outside the web, and the mother body circled around Lin Chen, not daring to strike. It couldn't chase the few people outside. What if this most terrifying person escaped? Xiao Feng was already covered in slime from killing, but he showed no mercy. He and Wang Dong were both S-level divine professionals. Although they were lower than Lin Chen, being S-level meant they had rare strength, so he was still in very good condition. He was just a bit anxious seeing Lin Chen being circled by the monster. They didn't know what the monster was doing. Was it really afraid of Lin Chen, or was it performing some kind of ritual? So Xiao Feng shouted, "Have you killed enough? Let me count the points. It seems about right, it's higher than the first place. Then let's kill the boss. Anyway, we have enough points. How do we kill it?" Competing for points was the most challenging part, but killing the boss was too easy. Lin Chen estimated that the time was almost up, so he shouted, "It's not very convenient for me here, Yuling, just kill me directly." "Kill you?" "Yes, however painful it is, just do it. Do you have a way?" "I do. I have flower bombs here. As long as the defense isn't high, they can be killed with one shot." He didn't want to just die. Lin Chen wanted his pain to be returned 100-fold. Since they were already bound, and the points were sufficient, it would be better to be a bit harsher and seize the opportunity. Exchange life, divine chain binding, focus. There was no need for the dominance body. Lin Chen could still attract the monster's attention here. After all, even if the dominance body could prevent control, Lin Chen couldn't do much, so it was better to let Yuling kill him to avoid using another skill. "So I'm really going to shoot?" "Shoot. We don't have much time left. We need to hurry out." Bang! As Yuling fired a flower bullet, it struck Lin Chen. At that moment, Lin Chen did not defend himself, allowing the bullet to penetrate his body, creating a hole, and as the bullet exploded inside him, it tore an even larger opening. A miraculous scene unfolded. Almost simultaneously, a large hole also erupted on the mother body. This hole was even bigger than the one on Lin Chen. After all, it was multiplied by more than 200 times. Clearly, this S-class mother body in its second stage was formidable. its shell was likely harder than many level 30 monsters. After all, it was the second form, and it had been hard to force out. But it was useless. The mother body did not possess the regenerative abilities of werewolves or vampires, and its skills were not in that area. So Lin Chen could withstand a bullet, but the mother body could not. Seeing the situation, Ouyang fired again. Bang! Another bullet exploded through Lin Chen's body. He did not activate his talent. This shot might not have had an effect on the mother body, but hitting Lin Chen directly created another large hole in the mother body. Finally, the mother body could not withstand it any longer and collapsed with a loud crash. It fell. Lin Chen, are you okay? She quickly put away her gun. Once the mother body fell, the web lost its effect, and Lin Chen regained his freedom. Lin Chen hurriedly told the others, "Quick, let's get out, time is running out." As he stood up, his injuries were rapidly healing, and Ouyang was paying close attention. "What's wrong? Let's go, this isn't the time to daze off." "I'm fine, there's enough time, just wait a moment." Then Lin Chen saw Ouyang walk over and actually store the massive mother body away. She had a storage space on her, and it was quite large. People with such abilities were usually either rich or powerful. Remembering how Ouyang had carelessly fired incendiary bullets earlier, she didn't seem as poor as she appeared, despite her ragged clothes and the tragic look on her face, which could very well be an act. Why would she act? Ordinary people wouldn't intentionally endure such suffering, so she must be facing a greater crisis. With this thought, Lin Chen didn't ask further and nodded. "Let's hurry. Are you sure the bullets in you don't hurt?" "It's fine, look, the bullet heads will fall out on their own." Lin Chen shook, and the shattered bullet heads fell out of his body. Meanwhile, in the Divine Office, the two institutions were also engaging in an exchange. The National Office was led by 2 vice presidents, while the Divine Office was also received by 2 vice presidents, ensuring equal reception. "Whatever level you are, I will match it, so there's nothing to argue about." In terms of the students brought along, both sides were also equal. There were roughly 2 parts. One part consisted of the most outstanding students from each academy, who had learned the essence of their respective fields, while the other part included this year's newly recruited students, of course, the best among them. The old students represented the training capabilities of their respective academies, showcasing how well they taught, while the new students demonstrated their appeal, showing that the best would come to them and not seek out the others. This kind of exchange seemed to favor the Divine Office more, as it was indeed a place that all divine personnel aspired to. However, if a few outstanding candidates were selected, the National Office could still hold its own. "Your outstanding students still seem to be those few from last year. What, you couldn't bear to let them graduate?" The vice president from the Divine Office mocked, as graduating would mean they could no longer participate. Thus, he was ridiculing the National Office for always keeping these few around for exchanges, while their Divine Office changed participants every year. The vice presidents Chang and Ji from the National Office could not hold back either, as they were used to it. Yes, a few people do not represent everyone, and a fleeting moment does not signify eternity, right? What does Vice President Chang mean by that? It means that you have always been the best academy, but who knows what the future holds? Vice Dean Chang is quite confident, isn't he? Everyone aspires to our Divine Vocational Academy. What else can you offer in the future? It was indeed a bit awkward for the National Vocational Academy, but what they could boast about was, of course, their new students. Vice Dean Chang glanced at Ji Wuyo, who smiled lightly and said, "I'm sorry, but this year among our new students, we have 2 SS-level divine professionals. Of course, we can't bring them all, so we only brought 1. "Oh, you actually managed to recruit SS-level new students? Hee, this isn't just any SS level, you'll know later. I know you have an SSSS-level weapon master, but ours is also impressive. Sometimes, we can't just compare divine professional levels." Ji Wuyo pretended to be mysterious because this was their bragging point. It was also to show everyone the strength of their National Vocational Academy, that such excellent students were willing to come. But over at the Divine Vocational Academy, Principal Gu seemed even happier. "Then I must congratulate you, but we have more than just 1 weapon master in our ranks." "Oh?" Ji Wuyo felt a bit uneasy seeing their calm demeanor. He knew about Qin Xiao, the SSS-level weapon master, and the Divine Vocational Academy also knew about Lin Chen, so they wouldn't bring the life-exchanging master. Everyone thought that although it was a high level, it was somewhat useless. So in terms of variety, the National Vocational Academy did recruit a decent person. But the Divine Vocational Academy was still the Divine Vocational Academy. They had seen countless geniuses. Just as he was about to inquire further, someone came to report and whispered a few words in Principal Gu's ear. Principal Gu's eyes widened instantly. "What? Someone can trigger the second form of the red spider, mother?" "It's not certain yet, as they said it was triggered by chance." "Is it luck?" How is that possible? Keep a close watch on that team. Once the reporter left, Ji Wuyo asked, "What's so important?" Principal Gu, with an unruffled demeanor, replied, "It's nothing, just that someone accidentally triggered a high-level test in our academy. Over with Lin Chen, everyone had come out, and their scores were valid within the limited time." The crowd outside was in an uproar, as the atmosphere was extraordinarily lively due to their absurdly high scores. How is that possible? Someone must have cheated. How could the scores be that high? We've shortened the time for every segment. There's no way anyone could score that much higher than us. They must have used cheating methods, or this is a conspiracy. They all refused to believe that such high scores were possible, and the team in first place was particularly unconvinced. Based on this test, they had achieved the optimal solution. No matter how much they improved, it was impossible to double their scores. Lin Chen remained calm. How to explain that was the staff's job? He looked at the other 4 members of the team and asked, "Are you all okay?" The other 4 members confirmed they were in good condition, so Lin Chen felt relieved. "Next, you won't need to take action, just accompany me for a round, and I'll handle the rest." "Captain, are you going to take on the Divine Vocational Academy's team by yourself?" Zhao Feng shook his head. "I don't mind, should I help you out? After all, we are also new students from the National Vocational Academy." "No need, if your identity as National Vocational Academy students is exposed, it would be worse when you go back." Lin Chen didn't mind exposing himself, but it was not good for the others. He just wanted to try it out himself. There was no need to involve others, and he didn't know how the National Vocational Academy would handle it when they returned. Yuling said lightly, "If you can keep your true profession hidden, getting through the first round should be easy." "How many rounds are there?" "Of course, there are more. They are very proud. The first round will definitely send out new students to compete. For you, ordinary new students have no real threat, but as long as you win, they will let their elite team come out in the second round." "Is there any significance to the 2 rounds? If you win the first round, it's as if you've won against the Clergy Academy, but in the second round, they will definitely want to save face, you know?" Yuling explained to Lin Chen what would likely happen. Winning against the Clergy Academy comes with rewards, which is the key attraction of the challenge. However, if the Clergy Academy loses, they certainly won't accept it, so they will arrange a match to beat you down, regain their face, and then give you the rewards, which means they must reclaim their honor. Can't afford to lose? Of course, they can't afford to lose. This is the Clergy Academy. How could they not make you submit? But after hearing Yuling say this, Lin Chen couldn't help but laugh. If only I could hide my identity as a clergy in the first round. What? Are you still hoping to defeat them in the second round? The second round would definitely feature their elite, who are there to save face for the Clergy Academy. But from another perspective, Lin Chen could only make this matter significant by defeating this second team. He wasn't just asking about his sister. Only by attracting more attention would the Clergy Academy feel pressured. Yelling loudly as an ordinary person wouldn't help. No one would listen to you. It has to be a stage that draws everyone's attention, putting the Clergy Academy on the spot, so Lin Chen could force them to take this issue seriously, otherwise, they wouldn't care at all. If you want to expose something, someone has to notice you. The problem is, historically, no one has ever won the second round. "I have an idea, I'll help you." Yuling surprisingly dared to say this, and Lin Chen was astonished. "Why?" "Because you are an SSSS level profession, I think it's worth helping, right?" The combat power she displayed was actually built up with equipment, essentially stacking money to create a fierce battle, which could very well consume a normal person's entire life savings. The money earned in a lifetime might not even be enough for one battle. Seeing her in tattered clothes, how could she have such confidence? Yuling then looked at the others. "What about you, are you going to help him?" Zhao Feng immediately said, "I'll help, after all, I'm also a special recruit. If I don't do something, I won't become a formal student. Why not go a little crazy with this opportunity and make the Clergy Academy remember me?" You all need to think carefully. If everything is laid out in the open, it's equivalent to causing a scene at the Clergy Academy. Both academies would be very embarrassed. If it goes well, that's fine, but if it doesn't, you'll definitely face consequences when you go back. Lin Chen clarified the stakes to them, urging them to choose wisely. At that moment, Wang Dong laughed. "I'm not from either academy, just a common swordsman, I'm not afraid." Alright, that left only Ji Yun, who looked timidly at everyone but surprisingly answered without hesitation. "I'll help too." Ji Yun, think it over, you might not be able to bear the consequences of this. "I'm fine." Her voice was soft, but her attitude was firm. No wonder she dared to join a club like that. Perhaps she really had some confidence. It seemed that only Zhao Feng and Wang Dong were playing the lone wolf, with nothing to lose. "Okay, just help me get through the first round, and I'll handle the second round myself." The selection process ended amidst the noise, and Lin Chen's team advanced in first place. No matter how much they stirred things up, they couldn't do anything to the Clergy Academy. They could only go around publicizing the injustices they faced. This actually attracted more onlookers, significantly increasing their visibility. As they entered the real competition, each team only had one match, where the students of the Clergy Academy would truly compete. This competition was live-streamed, and it was one of the entertainment events. Thus, the attention further increased. Although it had been held every year, making people a bit tired of it, it was still the first Academy's external competition, which many aspiring youths enjoyed watching. Hello everyone, we are live-streaming the Clergy Academy's public competition. After a day of rest and preparation, the competition truly began. There were also dedicated people live-streaming the event, which had been a hot program for many years. This time, the competition will use an empty divine realm, with no other monsters inside. Both sides will target each other for offense and defense. The Divine Office has also dispatched numerous healing clerics for safety work, ensuring that the injured can be rescued in time. The live streaming event was quite lively, as it was a lucrative entertainment project. However, in recent years, the ratings had been declining due to a lack of suspense. There were very few matches that could be won, and the second match had no suspense at all. Many viewers had lost interest. Old Ouyang, the live stream has started, hurry and watch. What's so good about it? Occasionally, one team wins against the Divine Office, and then they send out their elite to crush them. They can't afford to lose. Hey, isn't this an opportunity for ordinary people outside? Everyone thinks they are hidden gems. I won't watch anymore. I participated once a few years ago, and there's really no comparison with the formal academies. The people outside were all the ones who had been filtered out, so of course, they couldn't compete. Even if there were occasional oversights, they still couldn't win. The resources in the academy were much better, and the gap would gradually widen. Ordinary people had no resources. On Lin Chen's side, they were also ready to enter the battlefield. In fact, they didn't need much preparation. They didn't seem particularly capable. Lin Chen made plans for them. Zhao Feng and Wang Dong could act freely, and even if they were S rank, they wouldn't be too suspicious since they had no skills. Ji Yun was a bit more sensitive. Her identity as a silencer matched that of an elite student. As for Yuling, just her shooting wouldn't attract much attention. Lin Chen himself was a gunsmith as a cover, but he needed to shoot at close range. Ji Yun, you're the hardest to hide in here. You need to wait to use your skills at the critical moment. I understand. Ji Yun was also invigorated. She seemed to be getting more and more excited, having originally been quite reserved. It was probably some demonic attribute awakening. Their nature was equivalent to the National Academy coming to disrupt the event. If they played like this and lost, they would definitely face consequences upon returning. Alright, it's not complicated, I have your backs. Yuling said finally. The other two teams will start first. Let's watch their battle. A total of 3 teams were selected to compete against the Divine Office's team. Lin Chen's team had the highest score, so they would be the last to appear, while the first 2 teams had already begun their contest. The third-ranked team went first, and after a warm-up interview, they ignited the audience's emotions. However, the match didn't even last 5 minutes. The third-ranked team was quickly defeated. Lin Chen and the others were amazed, not to mention the quality of each individual. The Divine Office's team coordinated much better. After one round of skills, the third-ranked team could already see no hope of victory. In the end, the healers rushed in to save their lives. Their team's coordination is carefully selected, unlike our casual approach. Yes, they have a damage-resistant frontline, long-range mages, and sneaky assassins. Ji Yun, you need to hide well, don't let their assassins sneak up on you. Lin Chen didn't need to worry about Yuling. Her stealth skills could even evade the vice president's detection. So Lin Chen focused on protecting Ji Yun. Her demure appearance clearly marked her as a serious mage. Ji Yun, you don't need to hide, let Zhao Feng and Wang Dong protect you. Zhao Feng, can you hold up? Don't worry, I will defend with my life. The opponent has to step over my corpse to get through. For an S-rank knight, he had thick blood, and his personality suited the profession well. Lin Chen then said to Yuling, you take command. Before you reveal yourself, their hidden professions shouldn't dare to act. But I haven't commanded a team battle before. Neither have I. You have the clearest view from the shadows, so you should come. They all lacked experience, and the only hope rested on someone who could see the whole picture. Yuling was the most suitable. Yuling was not flustered. She simply said, this is your battle. I'll just help you by providing information, you make the decisions. Lin Chen always felt that Yuling had more experience than they did, especially since she was well informed. Then let's go, it's our turn to take the stage. While Lin Chen and the others were preparing to go on stage, the second team had already started their match. The second team held out for quite a while, so Lin Chen and the others waited for some time. This second team was the one that had the highest score before Lin Chen's team even went through the preliminary selection. They had indeed come prepared, likely with awakened divine professionals that the Academy had overlooked. So they were unwilling to back down and wanted to showcase themselves. This caused significant trouble for the Divine Professional Academy's team, and for a moment, both sides were evenly matched. News of this reached the two academies' exchange, and the four vice presidents stopped to watch the match. Ji Wuyo was also watching the live broadcast. This was the annual challenge match of the Divine Professional Academy, which the National Professional Academy did not have. This second team has some skills, huh? Director Gu, your team is being pushed hard. Heh, they have indeed fallen into a slump, but I must say, there's a core member in this team who is quite impressive. It seems like a hidden gem. After this competition, we will definitely recruit them into the Divine Professional Academy, but unfortunately, they still can't win. Now I'm curious, what kind of team is the one that crushed them in the preliminary scores? Everyone was curious. Such an already excellent team was evenly matched with the Divine Professional Academy's students, yet there was still a team that had outscored them. But watching alongside the two directors of the Divine Professional Academy, Director Chang felt quite unwilling. Look at them, selecting a wave of talents, and then using this challenge match to select another wave, ensuring that all the geniuses are gathered. Ji Wuyo shook his head, saying nothing. The National Professional Academy truly could not compete with the Divine Professional Academy. On site, Lin Chen's team had completed their preparations. They weren't focusing on equipment but rather on disguising themselves. Yuling even did Lin Chen's makeup, and Ji Yun covered himself with a large cloak. This was to avoid being recognized right from the start, fearing someone might interrupt the match. You are the team ranked first in the preliminary rounds, right? I'm a live broadcast reporter, may I ask? No comment. Lin Chen coldly threw out a sentence and led the team into the preparation area. The reporter was stunned on the spot until he realized the live broadcast was still ongoing, and he awkwardly smiled. What a character this team has. The reaction of this team was unexpected because everyone wanted to show off in front of the live broadcast. Why have this challenge match if not to draw attention to themselves, to make the Divine Professional Academy realize they had overlooked some talents? Yet Lin Chen's team was acting all mysterious. What were they up to? Of course, this moment was captured in the live broadcast, and Ji Wuyo saw it, suddenly pausing. Huh? What's wrong, old Ji? I don't know if I'm seeing things, but never mind. Vice President Chang didn't notice, but Ji Wuyo had a familiar feeling. It couldn't be. No, that would mean they were crashing the party of the National Professional Academy, which was not allowed officially. Worse than provoking someone is provoking them and still losing. If it really was as he thought, then there was no need for further exchanges. They should quickly take their team and leave in disgrace, returning to apologize later. The second challenging team still lost, but the viewers watching the live broadcast were filled with regret. What a pity, they should have been able to win. I don't think they could win. Compared to the regular team of the Divine Professional Academy, they still lack overall cohesion. Come on, they are from the Divine Professional Academy, fully equipped. This team is strong in individual abilities, at least. I've started to look forward to the first place team. Their previous scores have crushed the second place. Amid everyone's anticipation, the live broadcast interviewed a few members of the second place team. Some of them were already receiving medical attention on site, with a healer present to ensure no lives were lost. Lin Chen led this mysterious team onto the battlefield. Aside from Wang Dong, who, as a swordsman, had no need to hide, the others were somewhat covered up, wearing loose robes that concealed their heads. In the final battle, both sides had entered the battlefield and were still in the preparation phase. Remember, our strategy is simple. Ji Yun is definitely their target for the ambush. So Ji Yun will be our bait, with Zhao Feng and Wang Dong protecting her. I'll move around the side, ready to deal with their stealth assassins, and will launch an attack when all of them reveal their positions. Yuling didn't need any arrangements. She could freely choose a position that she deemed advantageous. The opposing team, having selected a few members, also had a rough idea of their classes. They surprisingly had 3 assassins. A basic team consists of 5 people, but the Academy arranges challengers based on their numbers. If you have 5, the Divine Academy will also arrange 5, ensuring no unfair advantage, but how they configure it is up to them. 3 assassins, plus 1 healer to extend their endurance, and an S-Class True Eye. Yuling, will they discover you? S-Class? I'll be careful. Yuling didn't say whether she could evade detection. The True Eye is a skill that makes everyone on the battlefield visible. Typically, they wouldn't easily engage before fully discovering their opponents. In normal tactical arrangements, the hidden person often has the potential to turn the tide. So before Yuling was exposed, they would at least have some reservations. The wrap-up of the second match was completed. and the third match officially began. Lin Chen led the charge into the opposing territory, moving with a wider range, while Zhao Feng and Wang Dong guarded Ji Yun, slowly advancing. It seemed like a very straightforward tactic to rush in and find the enemy to engage. Now let's see the third match. They are advancing while protecting a mage, which is quite a strange formation. I think this is a trap because they have hidden someone, and the live broadcast hasn't found that person yet. The one hiding is a gunslinger. Are they planning to use the mage as bait for a sniper? Even the live broadcast reporters guessed this tactic, but is it that easy? The healer and the true eye are positioned at the back, likely out of range. Do the three assassins dare to move forward? Just as everyone speculated how the battle would begin, a gunshot startled everyone. Bang! Yuling not only didn't silence her weapon but used a large caliber. The gunfire echoed for all to hear. Logically, both sides hadn't approached within range yet, so they shouldn't be able to hit the backline, but the healer from the Divine Academy had collapsed. What? Their gunslinger actually charged to the front? Did no one notice? They thought that knight and swordsman were the front line, but it turns out the one at the very front is the gunslinger. This is truly shocking. The healer on site began to provide aid, and one person from the Divine Academy exited the battle. Right at the start, they lost one, and all the spectators watching the match perked up. What's going on? The S-Class True Eye actually couldn't detect someone hiding nearby? On the exchange side, the ancient principal watching the live broadcast jumped up. Meanwhile, the visiting Vice Principal Chang and Ji Wuyo appeared calm, but both had smiles they couldn't suppress. Another Vice President stopped Vice President Gu. Calm down, they might not have noticed. After all, the range of the gun is far. That's right, Vice President Gu, it's normal for a sniper rifle's range to exceed that of your true eye. Ji Wuyo said seriously, but this was completely unreasonable, because who could spot the true eye first? This was a skill that illuminated the entire field. If you could see it first, it meant you were better than the true eye. Vice President Gu had nothing to say, and sat down reluctantly, saying, this person can stay. We still can't find the gunsmith's position in the live broadcast. He's a talent. It seems we can only rely on the three assassins now. A full assassin ambush was also quite an extreme tactic. If your gunsmith could hide, then all three of mine could hide too. In fact, the Divine Academy need not be anxious. Their students were all geniuses, and it wasn't impossible for one person to turn the tide. They've all gone to your side. Can you spot them? Yuling reminded Lin Chen, who confidently replied, no problem. Right, if you can spot me, there's no reason you can't spot them. I'll deal with the true eye, you handle them. Many people were unaware of the power of the SSSS level, but Yuling was very clear about it. Because her stealth level was also very high, Lin Chen was the only one who could discover her. Life exchange, night eye exploration. Lin Chen activated his skill directly, even without exchanging lives. His skill had multiple uses. Within a 500-meter range, nothing could escape Lin Chen's reconnaissance, and he saw three gazes coming toward him. Three targets, at different angles. They were indeed well trained. Captain, can you spot them? I'm feeling uneasy. It seems too quiet around here. Zhao Feng, holding a great sword, felt lost. Invisible enemies were hard to deal with, and Wang Dong was also uncertain. I feel like there are people all around. This Divine Academy really has some tricks. It can't be this quiet. Lin Chen understood completely. You are all S-level. At least you should be able to hold your ground, right? Then he raised his gun and fired a burst in one direction. Did you see that? Hit. Go. One assassin was very close and got hit by Lin Chen's bullet, instantly unable to hide. Seeing this, Zhao Feng rushed in to unleash a flurry of attacks. He wasn't a knight with many powerful skills, but he was at least S-level, and if someone helped restrain the enemy, Zhao Feng's fierce slashes would still pack a punch. This was all he had. The assassin was stuck with Zhao Feng, who was also S-level and had more skills. But unfortunately, he had already been injured and was in the most disadvantageous position, facing a knight. Knights always had thicker defenses than assassins, and they weren't afraid of trading blows. The assassin's value lay in striking and retreating, but being discovered and injured by Lin Chen meant he couldn't realize his value. Zhao Feng had already pinned down one, while another was approaching from a different direction. Lin Chen picked up his gun again and fired a round. Wang Dong saw blood spurting not far away and waved his sword to charge out. Lin Chen couldn't hit from far away, but at close range, the probability of hitting was very high. The second assassin was also pinned down by Wang Dong, who quickly warned, be careful, they can spot us. You've got some skills, but can you be faster than me? Hold on. The third assassin had already arrived, appearing behind Ji Yun, with Ji Yun as his primary target. At this moment, the four observing deans were also dumbfounded. Vice President Gu was especially frustrated. How could this happen? What use is it to attack that mage? She hasn't even played a role yet, and you're about to be wiped out, you should be stalling. It was clear that the one who looked like a mage was merely a decoy. She didn't even need to make a move, she was already close to winning. There must be a skill similar to the Eye of Truth on their side. Director Gu, we're in close range now. That mage and gunsmith should be easy to take down, right? Indeed, Lin Chen had publicly declared himself a gunsmith, so he should also be wary of close combat. This was the last bit of comfort. Ji Yun on the scene felt a chill run down her spine. She could even sense the assassin's sharp blade. Captain, it's fine, I'm here. Just be ready. Lin Chen knew they would engage in close combat for an explosive finish. Did he need to trade lives? Not at all. His skills were not limited to that. Life exchange, gravity confinement. The surrounding space seemed to twist, suddenly increasing gravity by 50 times. The assassin was rushing in at full speed, and with one final leap, he was crushed down to the ground by this 50-fold gravity. With a thud, he fell to the ground, immediately met with Lin Chen's gun pointed at his face, followed by a barrage of fire. Rat-tat-tat. Even a master from the Divine Academy couldn't withstand such output, especially for an assassin with weak defenses. Although Lin Chen's bullets weren't fatal, they inflicted massive damage on the assassin. And with the 50-fold gravity still in effect, the severely injured assassin couldn't move at all. Oh my god, what are we witnessing? All three assassins are in a disadvantageous position. They are entangled by two warriors, while the third seems unable to move, being bombarded by the gunsmith. Aren't assassins supposed to be agile? Holy crap, the Eye of Truth was hit again. The healer is stepping in to save him. The healer's intervention indicated that this person had already exited the battle. The Divine Academy team could no longer see any hope of turning the tide. Each of them was under attack. The best-case scenario would be to trade blood with Wang Dong's swordsman, but could the assassin really manage that? Wang Dong was also an S-rank swordsman with decent defenses. He was merely lacking in skills. Combat halted. At that moment, the system voice announced, halting the match, both sides, cease immediately. The challengers have won. The audience outside erupted in astonishment. Everyone watching the live broadcast exclaimed in excitement. Great! We finally saw the challengers win again. Such a rare occurrence. I remember the last time they won. Was it 2 years ago? This time, the challengers won easily, and no one got hurt, only the warriors had a bit of a scuffle. I think they could still win. Don't get your hopes up. Next, the Divine Academy will shamelessly send out their experts. This is where it ends. The veteran viewers were familiar with the show's pattern. The Divine Academy would definitely try to reclaim their reputation. They couldn't afford to lose face. Whether right or wrong, their image had to be invincible. Lin Chen was also calling his teammates back to the resting area. The Divine Academy had indeed been a bit careless, but that wasn't a big deal. After mumbling for a while, Director Gu calmed down. Such things had happened before. As long as there were outstanding talents, the Divine Academy could recruit them, so the challengers would eventually become part of their ranks. This wasn't embarrassing, it was merely a way to sift through the hidden gems. The final second match was meant to showcase the Divine Academy's immense strength. Of course, if the challengers could win, it would also bring in higher viewership ratings, which was a benefit in itself. It seemed there were no losers. The next challenge would be to make the challengers lose a match. Congratulations, challengers! You can choose the prizes you desire. The whole world has witnessed your success, and the Divine Academy greatly admires your courage. You can choose items or money as your prize, and the Divine Academy may also select some of you to enter advanced training as students. This is your honor and a testament to the Divine Academy's openness to the world. With such arrogant words, everyone in the team exchanged glances, looking at one another. This scene should be broadcasted live, right? What kind of prizes are they asking from the Divine Academy? Of course, it can't be something trivial to brush off. Lin Chen first asked Wang Dong, "What do you want?" Among them, only Wang Dong was not from the National Academy, so he should definitely decide first. I don't know. Even if I were to choose someone, the Divine Academy probably wouldn't look at me, right? That was certain. His skills as a swordsman were too ordinary, and the Divine Academy sought geniuses. Lin Chen suddenly remembered something. I heard there's a chance for a second awakening. You should ask about it. Is there really? Wang Dong was excited. Can I choose a chance for a second awakening? Please don't be greedy. Even in the Divine Academy, those who can undergo a second awakening are few and far between. This option isn't in the rewards. It's different from the first awakening, as the second awakening requires a massive amount of resources. That was true. Wang Dong felt a bit dejected. Was there really nothing else that could enhance him? The most practical thing would be money, but he was destined to never have that opportunity again. At this moment, Lin Chen asked, "If we win the second match, can we choose this?" The system fell silent. This was indeed a shocking question. Someone actually asked it? Is he out of his mind? You still want to win the second match? There's no chance. The Divine Academy will definitely send out a genius for the second match. Exactly, last time it was like that. A genius overturned the entire challenge team. Be realistic, young man. Choosing money is better than unrealistic ideas. On the side of the dean's communication, Ji Wuyo seemed to recognize this voice. Lin Chen was already straining his voice to speak, but Ji Wuyo also felt like he had heard it somewhere before. It was hard to tell. At this moment, the ancient dean also laughed in anger. Goodness, these people are thinking quite a lot. Don't they know they'll be facing a genius who has at least studied for a year in the Divine Academy in the second match? What a joke! How many people in the world have such a precious opportunity for a second awakening? But Lin Chen had no concept of this. He guessed that Yuling had also undergone a second awakening, so even this beggar-like girl had a chance. Logically, it shouldn't be too difficult, right? At this time, the system warned Lin Chen, there is no option for the second match either. Not even for the second match? You guys in the Divine Academy aren't exactly generous. This is the usual rule of the Divine Academy. The system suddenly paused, then resumed its voice. According to the latest decision of the Divine Academy, if you win the second match, you can choose a chance for awakening, but if you lose, your win from the first match won't count. This was forcing a choice. Could young people be spoiled? Threatening with rewards already obtained didn't seem very generous. But Lin Chen didn't make the decision himself. He turned to his teammates and asked, those who agree, raise your hands. Everyone raised their hands. Alright, since you all decided to play this way, we all agree. If we don't win the second match, we won't take anything. If we win, you at least have to give one of us a chance for a second awakening. Unexpectedly, even Ji Yun had a temper. Did they think the rewards were just charity? There was actually such a gamble, and the audience outside felt the Divine Academy looked too bad. What's going on? Aren't the rewards fixed? Can they really not give them? Their perspective is too narrow. Does the Divine Academy really think they will lose? I think they are just being petty. The Divine Academy must suppress the challengers. How childish. Now I support the challengers. Even if they lose, I think they are heroes. The chance for a second awakening was indeed too precious. The Divine Academy could refuse. But they didn't need to gamble with what they had originally won. That was indeed a bit petty. In the eyes of the Clergy Academy, this was also a means to suppress the arrogance of the troublemakers. They believed that some of these individuals were qualified to enter the Clergy Academy and might be able to pick one or two. The system listed the information for the second round of challenges. The team you will challenge next is also arranged with 5 people. Wait, why are there still people at the second transition? Zhao Feng immediately saw the Academy's scheme. A second transition can take on 100 of me. How is this going to work? This is the rule. All challengers who win must face a student who has studied at the Clergy Academy for a year in the second round. Can someone reach the second transition in just a year? Yes, this person is a genius student from last year, leveling up faster than average. The second transition is something ordinary people outside cannot afford to practice. They might never reach it in their lifetime. Zhao Feng found it hard to believe. Even if one had the resources, could they really defeat so many monsters to gain that much experience in a year? Lin Chen spoke up, alright, we accept. Captain, even though it's the Clergy Academy, reaching the second transition in a year is too fast. Can it really be that quick? I think there are exceptions. Because Lin Chen himself didn't feel that it was too fast, he felt he could do it too. Mainly because his talent and skill bonuses were high, challenging high-level monsters was not a problem. He thought, since he could do it, it shouldn't be surprising if others could too. Yuling smiled and said, Zhao Feng, there are always some who are very special, that's why they are called geniuses. It's okay, this mainly depends on the captain himself. Captain, you also need to be careful, those who are called geniuses are never simple. Lin Chen could face level 35 monsters at level 16, if he could do it, why couldn't others? So both Lin Chen and Yuling felt it was only natural, and they couldn't underestimate the geniuses of the Clergy Academy. They might be even harder to deal with than the monsters in the picture. I will be careful, and besides, in this match, my identity might not be able to be hidden anymore. The life-exchanging master, whom everyone thought was useless, was about to make an appearance. They are definitely overthinking this. It's impossible for them to win. How can a few level 16 second transition experts fight? They lost a good reward, they fought for nothing. What do you think? Do you think they still have a chance? If they are still hiding their strength, how can they win? They can't win at all. Their personal levels are there. It just depends on what advantageous classes they have. Everyone's focus shifted to Yuling because she left a deep impression in the first match. The elusive sniper was hard to guard against, but now she was facing second transition classes. The most outrageous part was that the opponent had actually prepared 2 healers. This action led everyone to believe there was no hope left because Yuling was only suited for firearms, which inherently had no attack power. Firearms wouldn't increase in power just because of your level, unless you spent money to upgrade the bullets. And looking at Yuling's tattered outfit, no one believed she had any money. When Lin Chen and his team entered the battlefield, they naturally encountered such a dilemma. They are coming for me. With 2 healers, I can't take anyone down. Healers are easy to deal with, I can silence them. Ji Yun had a new trick, but how could she protect herself? Besides the healers, there were also 2 swordsmen, both awakened with special skills as magic swordsmen. They were certainly not on the same level as a swordsman like Wang Dong, who only knew how to slash, and finally, there was that second transition mage. That's right, it was a mage, and a dual element one at that. With the enhancement of dual element skills, they were indeed much stronger than the monsters in the picture, even if their level was low. Leave that second transition to me, can you all handle the others? Originally, once we got here, you could have stayed out of it because it was indeed inconvenient for you to expose yourselves. But we agreed to the wager, so winning this round is the real victory. After Lin Chen finished analyzing for them, he suggested, how about this, you don't participate for now. If I can't handle their numbers, you can join in later, okay? Ji Yun was a bit dissatisfied. I haven't even used my skills yet, is that how it ends? Once her skills were revealed, her identity would be easy to guess. It was impossible for any academy to not want a silence master, so she would definitely be a student from some academy. Lin Chen still hoped that their identities wouldn't be exposed. It was enough to stand out himself. After all, this wasn't a good thing. Wang Dong and Zhao Feng were very straightforward. We want a reward. Since there's no chance for a second awakening, you might as well wait and see. Yeah, I think so too. Let's first observe the captain's confrontation with that second transformation. Yuling supported Lin Chen. If he can't win, then it would be useless for us to join. He can handle us alone. If he can win, then we have a chance, so we need to conserve our strength. Zhao Feng looked at Lin Chen and asked, are you really okay? Of course, I proposed the challenge myself, so I'll go first. You all wait in the back and protect Ji Yun. I'll engage with them first. It can't be harder to kill than what's in the picture, right? If I win, the rewards are all yours. Lin Chen wasn't there for the rewards. He had Yuling take the 3 of them to hide while he moved forward. His actions left the audience puzzled. What's wrong with this guy? Is he going to challenge them alone? Does he look down on second transformation mages? Even if he's at the front, it should be that night, right? Is this gunslinger really that tough? The first match just showed that this person has some skills. He can detect hidden assassins, but now he's not using them. He has no attack power, and the opponent has 2 healers. His spray damage might not even be enough. Meanwhile, at the exchange site of the 2 academies, Ji Wuyo was deep in thought while watching the livestream. From the previous confrontation, he felt that this team shouldn't be foolish, so why play like this? Winning or losing was normal, but if they made some stupid move, it would be very disappointing. Director Ji, what do you think this person is trying to do? I'm not sure. He probably has some hidden cards he hasn't revealed. I noticed that too. He must have a special skill that greatly limited the previous assassin. The directors could see the general situation and even discern that Lin Chen's skill strength was not weak. They recognized that Lin Chen's value was not lower than anyone else in the team, so why go up to sacrifice himself? In this match, the Divine Office's team didn't do any hiding. 2 swordsmen charged straight in. The second transformation mage waited behind, ready to use his ranged skills against Yuling. If he couldn't detect them, he would probably burn the entire area. The result was that the 2 swordsmen ran into Lin Chen head-on, and to be honest, both were momentarily stunned. Where's your teammate? Hiding? Do they think they can escape? It seemed that with a second transformation mage present, there was basically no need to worry about ambushes. Lin Chen spoke honestly, no, in this match, I don't know your details, so the others won't come in for now. I'll test your strength first, and if necessary, they will join. What did you say? You want to challenge us alone? The 2 swordsmen's mouths dropped open. The Divine Office had faced many challenges before, but this was the first time someone was so blunt. The students of the Divine Office were all elite selections, and equal confrontation was already very strong. Although these 2 were new students, they were also geniuses selected from various places. They couldn't tolerate this kind of insult. I'll go, you stay on guard to prevent his teammates. Immediately, one swordsman stepped forward. Just a gunslinger, at this distance, he was completely useless. The swordsmen were not like the assassins from the last match. Their defenses were thick, and they had healers behind them. I'll take you on alone and test your strength, bloodthirsty, berserk. His sword swung, and his eyes instantly turned blood red. Oh, he's a berserker, a very dangerous enemy. as this class is the best choice for defeating higher-level opponents. In a berserk state, his own strength increased many times over, including speed, power, and defense. It was evident that the blood in his body was burning. This was also a form of self-harm, burning blood to gain combat power, very similar to taking drugs. At the same time, Lin Chen saw a mist enveloping him. A healer was casting a spell. One person going berserk, while someone else was healing. How could he claim to be alone? Lin Chen looked around and activated his own skills. Life exchange, night eye exploration. Then he discovered that within 500 meters, their other teammates were already in position, the locations of the two healers were clear, and that second-tier mage was not far away, ready to support at any moment. Life exchange, divine chain binding. Life exchange, hell's whale. With these two skills, Lin Chen had locked onto the two of them. As soon as Lin Chen locked on, the two opponents felt it. What is this? They had never encountered such a situation. The first swordsman was a bit inexperienced and didn't think too much about it. After all, attacking first was usually the right choice, and in this case, preventing the opponent from casting skills should be the best option. So he attacked. The berserker's speed was crazily fast, and the sharp sword instantly pierced Lin Chen's body. The audience was confused. Why was the gunslinger getting so close? Regardless of his strength, was he out of his mind? This has quite the berserker flair. That sword strike probably wouldn't be dodged even if he were a few levels higher. This gunslinger is in trouble. He can't escape now. Looks like he has to withdraw from the fight. Looking at it this way, the side with the healers has a significant advantage. Wait, that's not right. That sword pierced the gunslinger. Why does it seem like the opponent is in more pain? Everyone saw the sword tip pierce through Lin Chen's chest, and he even posed to make it easier for the opponent to stab him. Normally, this would be against common sense, not dodging. Is he out of his mind? Not only did he not dodge, but he also leaned into the opponent's sword tip. What was the result? Both swordsmen curled up in pain. Are you kidding? This was a 16-fold pain enhancement. When he stabbed Lin Chen once, it was as if each of them had received 16 stabs. So why should Lin Chen dodge? He wouldn't even actively attack the opponent. Hurting himself was more efficient. A level 16 newbie was nothing in Lin Chen's eyes. Calculating with the bonus from his innate skills, they would need at least 16 times the strength to be on par with Lin Chen. But at the same time, Lin Chen also had a focusing function, so facing a second-tier opponent wasn't too difficult. What? You? Life exchange master. In their pain, the two swordsmen stared wide-eyed at Lin Chen. After stabbing the opponent, they actually had even more terrifying wounds. That's right, it's me. Lin Chen didn't hide it anymore, since they had reached the second round. Whether he could win would be exposed anyway. He simply lifted his hat, fully revealing his face. Sorry to make everyone laugh. I can't hit anyone, so I might as well hit myself. Am I not merciful? Then, he turned the gun barrel towards himself. Bang! This shot into his body equated to the two opponents each taking 16 shots. Heal, quick heal. The two healers behind began to exert their power, trying to recover before Lin Chen could inflict any damage. However, a damage burst of 16 times is not something a healer can handle. Their skills only provide a brief respite before entering cooldown, unable to keep up with such a rapid rate of damage. As a result, while Lin Chen still stood, the two swordsmen had already collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath. At this moment, a high-level healer stationed on the battlefield took over for the two. Accepting the skills of an off-field healer meant forfeiting the match. Lin Chen glanced at the two who had been successfully saved by the healer and said, "Remember, do not cast any healing spells on me, otherwise, your interference in the match would be considered cheating." The off-field healer standing by was taken aback. How could this be judged? Because this was a life exchange master, who inflicted damage on others by attacking his own body. If he attacked while you healed, wouldn't that hinder the progress of the battle? You said it yourself, if you lose your life because of this, don't blame the Divine Academy. Of course, I said it, everyone saw it. Lin Chen didn't need a healer, his own recovery ability was faster. Any healing action, in his view, was an obstruction, a stumbling block preventing him from inflicting further damage. At this moment, the off-field area was in an uproar. This sudden situation left everyone stunned. What's going on? A life exchange master. I remember seeing a news report about life exchange masters not long ago. Yeah, I laughed at the time. How could there be such a ridiculous profession, exchanging lives? Now it seems, he doesn't have any major issues himself. He's taken so much damage, isn't he supposed to die? Everyone could see that Lin Chen had sustained quite a bit of injury. Although his opponent had endured 16 times the damage he had, his injuries were not insignificant either, yet he was still standing. After all, those were two swordsmen. Swordsmen were frontline warriors, and their defenses were certainly thick. At the exchange between the two academies, Dean Gu stood up in surprise. What, a life exchange master? After saying this, he looked at the two vice deans of the National Vocational Academy. Vice Dean Chang and Ji Wuyo were also quite surprised. They didn't know why Lin Chen was here. Dean Ji, I remember you accepted an SSSS level life exchange master, right? That's him. Ji Wuyo did not hide it, but we were unaware of this matter. It doesn't represent our National Vocational Academy's stance, and your challenge didn't restrict him from signing up, right? Besides, he was a special recruit when he entered the National Vocational Academy. So does this count as your National Vocational Academy student provoking us? That depends on Dean Gu's attitude. If you insist that we are provoking you, I will stop him. No, don't stop him, let him fight. I must say, Ji Wuyo's statement was perfectly timed and responded too naturally. First, he indicated that this was not our official stance. We were unaware, so there was no provocation. They had no reason to strictly manage student behavior, and this opportunity was given by you. The key point was the subtle mockery of the Divine Academy, a deep-seated sarcasm. Do you think you can't win? If you can't win, then we'll admit our mistake and quickly stop our student. In such a situation, could Dean Gu back down? Since he has provoked us and come here, let him continue. It's interesting, a life exchange master. What a pity for this profession. Someone like him hasn't entered our Divine Academy. He must be unwilling, right? Still trying to glorify himself, Lin Chen didn't care about entering the Divine Academy. His appearance here was not for himself, but it had led Dean Gu to misunderstand. Ji Wuyo and Vice Dean Chang exchanged glances, clearly both feeling helpless. Their eyes exchanged opinions, and they felt that Lin Chen was bound to win this match. Clearly, the one sent by the Divine Office was not significantly stronger than Tuli. Of course, to others, this dual element mage was indeed stronger than Tuli. But in front of Lin Chen, no matter how many elements you had, your attacks would only bounce back to yourself. Although Tuli lacked this person's offensive talent, his ability to withstand damage was no less than that of this individual. For Lin Chen, the number of attack methods didn't matter, the key was whether you could endure. No matter how many tricks you had, it ultimately boiled down to offense and defense, and compared to Lin Chen, only defense mattered. You had to be able to withstand dozens or even hundreds of times more damage than Lin Chen to barely stand a chance against him. As soon as Lin Chen made his move, the two genius swordsmen were already out of the game. Moreover, one of the swordsmen didn't even get to showcase his abilities, it wasn't necessary. Lin Chen didn't care how strong his opponent's attack power was, it didn't matter what kind of swordsman you were, the stronger your attack, the faster you would lose. The healers outside took the two swordsmen away, and Lin Chen continued to wait in place. Come out, what are you all hiding behind for? The only one left with offensive power was this dual element mage, but he was the genius of the Divine Office from last year, with an exceptionally fast cultivation speed, and he was an SS level profession, a child of destiny. He surely believed he could take down the entire opposing team by himself. What a joke! That team had just completed their first transition, and he, a second transition, wouldn't easily crush them? Now that the opponent had effortlessly dealt with two people, if he didn't show up, it would seem like he was afraid of him. I was wondering who it was, a life-exchanging master. I've seen that news and felt sorry for you at the time. What's there to feel sorry about? Do you think you can beat me? The Divine Office doesn't want you, which says a lot. What does that have to do with you not being able to beat me? Lin Chen directly mocked him. No one could resist such provocation without making a move, right? Making a move was exactly what Lin Chen wanted, he was just waiting for someone to attack him. The dual element mage was actually a bit nervous inside. Who wouldn't be confused by such a life-exchanging act? But he didn't know Lin Chen well enough, so he also mocked, you've exchanged two opponents of your own level, can you still fight like this with your injuries? No need for nonsense, just come at me. Is that so? Then I won't hold back, I must respect an SSSS level opponent. The dual element mage really didn't hold back and immediately cast an ice spell, Blizzard, freeze the world. His choice was basically the same as Tuli's. He didn't use fire skills but instead froze his opponent right away. He believed that if he restricted Lin Chen's movements, he would be invincible. So he unleashed a high-level spell right off the bat. Casting this skill instantly was quite difficult, capable of freezing an entire area. All the spectators gasped. At that moment, they all felt Lin Chen had lost his vitality. The key was that Lin Chen hadn't activated his skills yet, while his opponent's freeze covered a large area. At the Inter-Academy exchange, Dean Gu revealed a smile. Lack of experience, huh? This is a freezing spell, a control skill. Your Academy's people couldn't even cast their skills in time, it seems there's no chance left. The remaining four can only surrender, what a pity. Ji Wuyo didn't speak, he exchanged a glance with Vice Dean Chang. They both knew that this move was useless against Lin Chen because Tuli had tried it before. Although Tuli's freezing range wasn't as large, the actual effect on Lin Chen was the same. Vice Dean Chang wanted to salvage the situation in time. Dean Gu, actually this student is quite a tough nut in our place. Anyone who challenges him has to sign a life and death contract. Isn't it a bit dangerous to continue like this? Dangerous? This is how his profession works. If he doesn't fight for his life, he's just taking advantage of him. The ancient dean instead spoke up for Lin Chen, so there shouldn't be any restrictions on his battle. Are you afraid? An SSSS level divine practitioner, if he falls in our divine practitioner academy, that would indeed be quite embarrassing. He was quite pleased with himself. In fact, Vice Dean Chang was doing it for his own good. Dean Gu, what I mean is, if he injures your people, we would feel very embarrassed. You don't need to worry about that. How many years have we been doing this challenge? When has the Divine Practitioner Academy ever suffered a loss? Dean Gu still felt that the other side was backing down, speaking up for his student. In that case, someone, contact the scene. I want to speak to the people on site and ask them to go easy. Immediately, someone connected Dean Gu's call to the battlefield. I am Gu De, the life-exchanging master of the challenger. You should be from the National Practitioner Academy, right? As the Vice Dean of the Divine Practitioner Academy, I feel quite sorry for you. It's a pity for this profession. But since you participated in the challenge, it shows you are still striving for progress. I can only ask our people to hold back. Just be careful, leaving him one life is enough. This was great. They had saved face and appeared incredibly magnanimous. The live broadcast was on, and the audience could see that the Divine Practitioner Academy had gained a significant advantage. At this moment, the two deans of the National Practitioner Academy fell silent. It seemed they needed to teach the Divine Practitioner Academy a lesson. They had to consider how to wrap things up. They had to bring their people back, right? If Lin Chen won later, the Divine Practitioner Academy would definitely be furious, and it wouldn't do without the National Practitioner Academy stepping in. At this time, Lin Chen sacrificed one of his kidneys and gained the Berserker body. Are you the dean? Once freed from control, Lin Chen immediately responded. This was the opportunity he had been looking for. What? You weren't controlled? I ask you, my sister, was she taken by you? Who is your sister? What do you mean taken? We are the Divine Practitioner Academy. We wouldn't do such things. Really? You, as the Vice Dean, know what others are doing? Lin Chen asked this, and Dean Gu found it difficult to give a precise answer. If he claimed to know everything, it was clearly bragging. Even a dean couldn't possibly know what everyone was doing. How could a Vice Dean? There were many capable people in the Divine Practitioner Academy, and precisely because each had their own temperament, they would secretly do things that others didn't know about, some even quite excessive, but the Academy would cover it up for the sake of face. Because the face of the Divine Practitioner Academy couldn't be lost, and its authority was boundless. Of course, I don't know everything, but the Divine Practitioner Academy could never do such things. Listen to what you're saying, don't you find it amusing? The Vice Dean was mocked, which angered Dean Gu. Young man, don't push your luck. I heard that when you accepted the challenge at the National Practitioner Academy, you had to sign a life and death contract, right? Lin Chen realized what he was saying. Yes, it can be done here too. Our verbal agreement counts because everyone can hear. Good, then I will have all the healers withdraw from the battlefield. This match will be regardless of life or death. It seemed very fair, but now Lin Chen was already restricted, and the healers. They still had two on their team. Two healers supporting a second-tier mage felt like an army wouldn't be enough to send them off. However, at this moment, Lin Chen had already broken free. That's exactly what I wanted to hear. Life exchange, divine chain binding, focus. Life exchange, Hell's Whale. During the time of the Berserker body, Lin Chen directly unleashed his innate skill, binding the second-tier mage. Dean Gu hadn't expected this turn of events. What? There's actually a Berserker body? Who could have anticipated that? The two deans from the National Practitioner Academy thought of it and were shaking their heads. Lin Chen discovered that as long as he provoked, the opponent would bring everything he wanted right to him. That feeling was simply wonderful. This was exactly what he wanted. Otherwise, if the off-field therapist intervened, it would be hard to say what would happen, as the off-field therapist was clearly at a higher level than the two rookie therapists on the field. How could he know that Lin Chen was signing a life and death contract to accept challenges at the National Vocational College? It didn't matter. Anyway, Lin Chen had already taken the initiative. He walked towards the second-tier mage. He wondered how his damage resistance compared to Turi's. Turi might be lacking in skill talents, but his defense was solid, and this second-tier mage had leveled up quickly. Come on, hit me. If you want to win, you have to hit me. You're only level 16. So what if he was level 16? It didn't change the fact that things were happening. These people were really interesting, thinking that just shouting this would be useful. It was completely useless. What happened in the real world had to be countered with strength. Turi at least had some preparation and even had a blocking ring. This one had no preparation at all. He didn't even know how a life-exchanging master fought. Earth fire spreading. He was indeed a genius. Such a large-scale spell was something others would struggle to cast. Yet he unleashed it instantly, not realizing that the faster he attacked, the worse it would be for him. Ah! It happened almost immediately. Lin Chen stood motionless in the raging flames. Meanwhile, the mage was already rolling on the ground, his entire body scorched, howling in pain. What kind of injury hurt the most? Of course, it was the kind that stimulated all the nerves at once, like extensive burns. Lin Chen surprisingly managed to endure, while the pain he felt was transmitted to his opponent over 200 times. Don't be afraid, we'll heal you. The two therapists behind sprang into action, quickly restoring the mage. The earth fire was too fierce, but with both therapists working together, it still had an effect. They could only treat the injuries, not alleviate the pain, and Lin Chen was still in the fire. Ah! The second-tier mage continued to wail in agony, though his injuries were being helped. Lin Chen shook his head. It couldn't go on like this. It would truly kill someone from the pain. No, not from burning to death, but from the pain being treated while burning. That suffering was repetitive. But someone on Lin Chen's side couldn't stand it any longer, and suddenly there was a wave of energy. The spells of the two therapists surprisingly became ineffective. They were simultaneously silenced by Ji Yun, and Lin Chen was taken aback. Ji Yun, is that you? It's me. I didn't cause you any trouble, right? By the way, your headphones weren't burned, were they? It's fine, I was covering my headphones. Lin Chen smiled. Actually, it was better that Ji Yun didn't intervene. This dual element mage would really be killed by his own earth fire. But it was also fine, with the therapists out of commission, the scene was easier to control. He stepped out of the flames, and the horrific burns on his body were surprisingly healing quickly. Then he squatted down beside the mage who was on the ground. How's that? This is the power of your own spell. It's your first time experiencing it, right? Do you still want more? You. No, get away. Don't panic, I won't attack you. I'll only attack myself. Lin Chen drew his dagger and stabbed it into his thigh, then stabbed the other one. This one clearly didn't have Turi's resistance and couldn't get up at all, rolling on the ground. Meanwhile, in the communication area of the two academies, Dean Gu had fallen into silence. In Ji Wuyo's ear, Vice Dean Chang's soft voice came through. That silencing master is also from our school. I know. Ji Wuyo nodded. The current problem is not to let them notice anyone else. They will only focus on Lin Chen, and Lin Chen came for his sister. With these two things, they won't pay attention to anyone else. Vice Dean Chang also nodded in agreement, and at that moment, Dean Gu noticed their whispered conversation. Dean Ji, Dean Chang, you are condoning the students to provoke. Shouldn't this be the case? Dean Gu, look at what you're saying. We just wanted to stop them, but you didn't allow it. That's different. What do you mean just now? Your students are already on the field. Dean Gu, didn't you hear what he said? At this moment, Ji Wuyo could only speak up for justice, directing attention to Lin Chen. He said that you kidnapped his sister to the Divine Institute, and as far as I know, this is true. So, this matter does not belong to the rivalry between our two institutes, nor are we trying to provoke you. Rather, it is our student's sister who has been taken by you. Such a despicable act has nothing to do with his status as a student. This is basic human decency. I believe everyone watching the live broadcast will understand that it was you who took the person away, yet you claim it was the National Institute provoking. Dean Gu was left speechless. Indeed, people were watching the live broadcast. It wasn't something that could be changed by mere words, everyone heard it. Lin Chen came for personal matters, purely a personal grudge with you. At this age, having become a dean, one shouldn't play the game of declaring victory. Is being a bystander foolish? Thus, Dean Gu's face turned green. Someone, check who took his sister. Yes. Immediately, someone went to investigate. Although he was the vice dean, he could still use his privileges to find out, and even the dean couldn't stop it, because what Lin Chen said involved the reputation of their Divine Institute. Although they had never cared much about reputation, relying on strength to suppress it. But this time was different, as it was said publicly in the live broadcast. Usually, if someone was dissatisfied, they wouldn't bother. After all, those voices wouldn't spread far, and they still had power. Now, Lin Chen's voice was solidly reaching everyone's ears, and they couldn't be shameless. With Dean Gu's attitude, he knew this was real. If they wanted to hide it, it wasn't impossible. They could communicate internally and consistently say they did nothing, but Lin Chen couldn't prove anything either. But with the two deans from the National Institute present, could they just watch without saying anything? Also, Ji Wuyo seemed to know about this matter. The Divine Institute couldn't completely ignore it at this time. Ji Wuyo was still leading the conversation. Your Divine Institute really lacks rules. Although the Divine Warriors are powerful, they all come from the common people, and you wouldn't want to offend the general public, would you? This was not just a hint. Ji Wuyo was openly mocking. Who didn't know this reasoning? Everyone knew, yet Ji Wuyo deliberately stated it. It was one thing to be a bit arrogant before, but for something that had such a big impact, you couldn't act recklessly, otherwise, you wouldn't be able to recruit anyone in the future, as they would all go to the National Institute, which the Divine Institute couldn't afford. Indeed, some people are profit-driven, but there are also those who uphold justice. In the future, do you hope that all the profit-driven people come to you? This would greatly influence the atmosphere. On the field, the second-tier mage had stopped howling, but had also become much weaker. He felt utterly powerless against Lin Chen. He originally thought the life exchange profession was too useless, but now he had no way to deal with Lin Chen at all. The skills he practiced, the profession he was proud of, could not be used at this moment. If he couldn't hit Lin Chen, wouldn't that mean losing? He saw Lin Chen walk out of the ground fire, yet it seemed he didn't feel that immense pain. In fact, there was still pain. It was the undead battle body that helped Lin Chen endure the suffering. And the powerful recovery ability also made it impossible for Lin Chen to die in the ground fire. We should determine the winner now. Do you remember what your dean said, life and death are irrelevant? Then let's compare now. When my knife goes down, who lives and who dies? It could be me who dies. Anyway, your two healer teammates can't function anymore. In front of Lin Chen, this genius mage was the first to be scared to the point of wetting himself. He actually did wet himself at that moment. He thought it was just a friendly spar. Who would have thought it would cost him his life? Lin Chen placed the dagger against his chest. With one stab, even he, an ice and fire mage, who was not known for his physical recovery abilities, would definitely not heal from this wound. He would undoubtedly die, especially since all the healers had been silenced. Wait. There's no need for this, brother, we were just sparring. Sparring? Then when your dean made that declaration just now, you should have backed down, but you didn't. You clearly thought you could kill me, that you had me under control and could do as you pleased, hee. Some logic is enjoyable when applied to others, but becomes awkward when it's your own turn. As he spoke, Lin Chen plunged the dagger into the mage's chest, and the genius mage let out a terrible scream. My god, is it really that brutal? Still calling him a genius? He got played like this by someone else. Is this what the Divine Office is about? Don't even talk about him. If it were me, I wouldn't know what to do either. It's simply unsolvable. Right, whether to fight or not to fight, the life exchange mage is so hard to deal with. But if it's a life exchange, why does he still look so spirited? Everyone saw that at this moment, Lin Chen showed no signs of the other's pain. Logically, shouldn't the amount of pain you feel be what you can transfer to your opponent? It seems this life exchange mage has a secret. This is the key to the life exchange. A mage's defense and resistance, of course, cannot compare to a warrior's, and even a second transformation wouldn't be much better. So at this moment, the genius mage was already clutching his chest and begging for mercy. Wait, are you really going to kill me? Don't you plan to leave me some face? The system echoed with the voice of the ancient vice dean, trying to intimidate and leverage the authority of the Divine Office. Lin Chen laughed. Why should I give you face? What benefit is that to me? You took my sister away without a word. How would you feel if it were you? What face do you still want? Everyone heard this and naturally thought the same as Lin Chen. A normal person's reaction would be to panic if a family member went missing, and a normal person would definitely say something before leaving home. If there was no news for a long time, it would mean they had been captured, and the family would surely be anxious. Thus, Lin Chen still did not believe his sister was safe. If she were safe, according to normal behavior, why couldn't she come back and say something? Even if you had to send someone to relay a message, it could ease the worry a bit. Is it possible for a normal person to be so unconcerned that they wouldn't inquire about news? If Lin Chen didn't want to ask about his sister's whereabouts, it only indicated one thing. He didn't care about this sister at all. Whether there was news or not was unimportant, life or death was the same. If he cared even a little about his family, how could he not inquire? Alright, we agree to let you see your sister. I don't understand that. Was my sister really captured by you at the Divine Office? According to my information, your sister was captured, and we from the Divine Office rescued her. You should be grateful to the Divine Office. So according to you, if you save someone, their life belongs to you? What's the difference from being dead? On the side of the ancient dean, it was actually not good to push too hard, because the two deans of the national office were still present. And with so many people listening, we usually think that saving a life means they should owe you. But this understanding is clearly wrong. It should be based on their willingness. Clearly, Lin Chen's sister didn't even have the chance to return and send a message. Was this her willingness? This was obviously coercion and bullying. The ancient dean found it hard to respond, and at this moment, Lin Chen turned to the nearly lifeless genius mage and said, "According to your dean's meaning, if I let you go, your life is mine. From now on, whatever I want you to do, you must do it, you cannot disobey. Even if I let you be a dog, you still have to learn how to bark properly. Because I spared your life, you can live only because of me, right?" This was clearly not right. Dean Gu knew that if this matter got out, it wouldn't stand up to scrutiny. Although Lin Chen's statement was more of a trick, Dean Gu's explanation wasn't much better. "Lin Chen, that's your name, right? Your sister stays at the Divine Academy and can have a better future." I said, "The premise is that she is willing, otherwise, you have no right to define a better future for others." Lin Chen's words resonated deeply with Ji Wuyo, who couldn't help but say to Dean Gu, "Perhaps our National Academy can better showcase its strengths. Look, this life-exchanging master studied at our National Academy." Dean Gu shot Ji Wuyo a glare, making it even harder to handle Lin Chen. Originally, students from the National Academy shouldn't provoke the Divine Academy in such competitions. It should have been Ji Wuyo who felt awkward. But now, the clarified facts were about Lin Chen's sister. The National Academy not only had the moral high ground but could also mock them. The renowned Divine Academy was grabbing people everywhere, not even notifying their families. And what about their National Academy? They produced what the Divine Academy considered a useless divine practitioner and even managed to regain face today. No matter how you looked at it, the National Academy had the upper hand. Ji Wuyo was quite adept at seizing the opportunity, shaking his head and saying, "Maybe we shouldn't communicate anymore." "Why not? This has always been our habit," Vice Dean Chang chimed in, clearly prompting Ji Wuyo to say this sarcastic remark. "Oh, what if others see our National Academy as that kind of bully?" Dean Gu's face turned green. In the past, they had acted as bullies outside without batting an eye, no matter how many times. But this time was clearly different. The impact was too great, especially with the National Academy stirring things up. "Your two deans from the National Academy are here as well. I won't bully you on this matter. Can this battle end now? It's over. Classmate, you can surrender now, and don't forget our reward." Because of the exposure of the Silence Master, the National Academy couldn't ignore this matter. Lin Chen's goal of expanding influence was achieved, and the effect was even better than he had imagined, as the two deans from the National Academy were right here. If it were just Lin Chen alone, they might not have been so enthusiastic. With the appearance of the Silence Master, they realized this team was not that simple. A popular profession like the Silence Master couldn't have any omissions. There must be students from the National Academy among them. Therefore, Ji Wuyo immediately stood with Lin Chen, expressing his intention to supervise the Divine Academy in fulfilling their promises. As soon as the competition was halted, Ji Wuyo went to meet Lin Chen's small team. "How many members from our academy do you have?" 4. "By the way, Dean Ji, if it's inappropriate, I can take it all on myself." "Can you handle it all by yourself? Is our National Academy the kind that neglects its students?" Ji Wuyo pretended to be surprised, and Lin Chen was quite skeptical if he would act this way if he were alone. Even though they won, it didn't change the fact that many still considered the life-exchanging master to be a burden. Because as long as you weren't Lin Chen's opponent, you would never truly understand how terrifying it was to be in that situation. In this competition, Lin Chen held his ground while the opponent couldn't. That only meant Lin Chen's defense was higher, and the two healers on the opposing side were silenced. It didn't mean that the life-exchanging master was powerful. If there were healers to help, people still thought dual element mages were more useful. Those second transformation genius mages could unleash a wide area of attack, and their development direction was broader. What was the point of a life-exchanging master if you were only dealing with a small monster? Would you exchange your life for that? This was quite unsatisfactory in the eyes of many experts, as it couldn't reflect the demeanor of a master. So, did they agree to let me see my sister? Don't worry, this matter has been made public in the live broadcast, they can't deny it. At the same time, this is also an internal issue of the Clergy Academy, let them resolve it themselves. Remember, although they are all from the Clergy Academy, they are not a whole. Lin Chen understood this statement, meaning the Clergy Academy would shift the blame. If the National Academy used this matter to tarnish their reputation, they would say it was someone acting independently, and it had nothing to do with the Academy as a whole. This was already quite good. Usually, the Clergy Academy wouldn't even bother to look at you. That's good. I thought we would have to fight to the third round. What? You have confidence in going to the third round? Ji Wuyo was stunned. This kid really dared to think that way. If the Clergy Academy were to fight to the third round, it would mean they were truly anxious. In such a situation, even if the National Academy's people were here, they might not give face. Everyone has their breaking point. When someone is really desperate, they won't listen to anything. The core figures in this round aren't much stronger than those in the picture, so I believe there's still a chance in the next round. Besides, under the spotlight, how shameless can they be against a level 16 like me? That's true. If the vice president also got anxious, then the president should step in. Lin Chen probably didn't have the ability to make the Clergy Academy completely lose their composure. Ji Wuyo looked at the remaining people. Who are you all? I'm a special recruit, Zhao Feng. Special recruit, Yu Ling. Regular student, Ji Yun. I'm not from your school, ha. Wang Dong was the least concerned. Without the identity of a National Academy student, he was the purest challenger. But now the focus was no longer on identity issues, but on Lin Chen's sister. In this matter, the Clergy Academy was indeed not being fair. Although Ji Wuyo was a bit angry that these students were being too reckless, the outcome was good. Communication isn't about fighting, it's about human relationships. Doesn't this prove that the National Academy is slightly better? Well, then this exchange doesn't need to happen. In a public setting, our National Academy students have already won against you, and there's no need for further exchanges. Ji Wuyo could take the student representatives back. At this moment, even if he said, "We won't compare, we are weaker than you," it would sound sarcastic in the ears of the Clergy Academy. Lin Chen's team had indeed brought honor to the National Academy, and encouragement was necessary. Zhao Feng, Yu Ling, you two will soon be regular students. And everything you all did today, the National Academy will remember, but it can't be publicized yet. Because this is, after all, disorganized and undisciplined, violating the principles of exchange between the two academies, and it won't happen again. Ji Wuyo's words were essentially a guarantee that they would be rewarded in the future. But it couldn't be said now, as secretly sending people to participate in such external challenges violated the tacit understanding between the two academies. Therefore, Ji Wuyo, in principle, did not encourage it, but they would be rewarded. Dean Ji, Wang Dong is my brother, he's actually very capable. How about this, he can follow you to the National Academy to report and go with you. Ji Wuyo also agreed to let Wang Dong join the National Academy. He was the one who gained the most among them. Wang Dong immediately grinned. Hello, Dean Ji. Ji Wuyo shook his head. Do you all have any injuries? I can arrange for someone to treat you. No need, we're in great shape. Lin Chen, you're about to see your sister, shouldn't you change into some nicer clothes? Oh, do they really agree? Is it that simple? Lin Chen felt there would still be some tests. Was the Clergy Academy that easy to negotiate with? But in reality, with the National Academy right here watching, the Clergy Academy wouldn't be stubborn about this matter. Soon, Ji Wuyo took them to the exchange office of the two academies. The Vice President Chang of the National Vocational College was waiting here. In fact, they had brought 2 teams of students, but it seemed they wouldn't be needed now. After discussing, they concluded that this was the best situation for the National Vocational College, and continuing the exchange might not be beneficial. Seeing a few people, Vice President Chang was somewhat surprised, but he did not show it. Very good, you few can be considered representatives of the National Vocational College for this exchange. Well done. The few exchanged glances, and Lin Chen couldn't help but ask, isn't there supposed to be another exchange? Vice President Chang glanced at him, his expression complex. With your 2 sessions, there's no need for further exchanges. This was a face-saving move, knowing when to stop was wise, and there was no need to spell it out so clearly. Moreover, defining Lin Chen's 2 sessions as exchanges meant there was no provocation involved. Otherwise, how could they explain Lin Chen's team's provocative behavior? That would seriously affect the relationship between the 2 colleges. It seems your National Vocational College has quite a few tricks up its sleeve. Director Gu appeared, his voice tinged with dissatisfaction, clearly feeling that the National Vocational College was being unreasonable. The serious exchange was disrupted by this unexpected challenge. What could they do but consider it an exchange? If the National Vocational College agreed, then the Divine College would also publicly declare the same. After all, losing to the National Vocational College wasn't too unexpected, it was still a legitimate institution. Brother! Before anyone else could speak, a person appeared behind Director Gu, joyfully calling out upon seeing Lin Chen. Xiao Ya! This was Lin Chen's sister, Linya. Now his sister was quite well known because Lin Chen had blown things out of proportion, using public sentiment to bind the Divine College, and many people were aware of this. The first time they saw Linya, they were struck by her beauty. However, Linya was seriously ill, and her condition was evident. Even in her years of severe illness, she remained remarkably radiant. Linya rushed over and hugged her brother first. Before Lin Chen could ask her anything, she began to speak. I think about finding you every day, but they won't let me. It's okay, now that I found you, they haven't done anything to you, right? No, they said they would help me awaken, but I don't want that. I want to see my brother. In fact, this wasn't necessarily a bad thing, but the Divine College was being too overbearing, treating people as if they were not human. Even when recruiting students, it felt like they were snatching slaves, with no freedom at all. Linya cried out every day to see her brother, and they ignored her, which was a bit excessive. You could say this was a good thing? How could it be good when no information was shared with family? In such times, wouldn't family members think she was already dead? This would bring significant psychological trauma to any family. But at that moment, Director Gu spoke up. This matter was mishandled by one of our professors and has nothing to do with the Divine College. But you should also see that she is safe and sound. The Divine College has not mistreated her. At the same time, if she accepts the education of the Divine College, not only will her illness improve, but she can also awaken her divine abilities. Isn't that a good thing? By saying this, it made Lin Chen and his group seem unreasonable. Look, we treat your sister so well and can help her awaken. Isn't it quite unreasonable for you to make a fuss? How can you say that, Director Gu? People have feelings when they are alive, right? At this point, Ji Wuyo also had to support Lin Chen. You took her away without asking. That's robbery. Not notifying the family is extremely malicious and unworthy of your Divine College's status. As for her illness and the awakening issue, our National Vocational College doesn't dare to compare with the Divine College, but we also have our ways. Look, the little sister is eager to see her family every day. Doesn't that prove this point? Ji Wuyo wouldn't have said this if Lin Chen hadn't brought up the issue first. Because he had offended the Clerical Institute, he, as the vice president of the National Institute, could not speak out. Now that the matter had escalated, the Clerical Institute would most likely want to smooth things over, and he could lend a hand. If Lin Chen hadn't blown things out of proportion, the National Institute's words wouldn't have mattered. This is why Ji Wuyo had previously dared not mention the matter. The influence of the National Institute was far inferior to that of the Clerical Institute. They were not on the same level. If the situation hadn't been made so public, the Clerical Institute would have treated Ji Wuyo the same way, not taking him seriously. Therefore, President Gu was also quite displeased, but in this matter, he could no longer say anything. Lin Chen, your clerical rank is very high, and the Clerical Institute does not look down on you, but have you thought about your sister's situation? Staying in the Clerical Institute offers her more prospects than anywhere else. If you just lay it all out, it won't be a big deal. The Clerical Institute had tolerated this matter, but they still needed to keep her. A professor had taken an interest in Linya. However, Lin Chen would not feel guilty about such matters. Indeed, the Clerical Institute is a place everyone aspires to, but you cannot make decisions for others, nor can I. We must respect the decisions of the individuals involved. This time, the decision-making power was handed over to his sister. There was nothing wrong with that. If Linya wanted to stay in the Clerical Institute for her future, it had to be her own choice. Brother, I don't want to stay here, they are not good. I want to follow you. Have you thought this through? This is the Clerical Institute, a place everyone in the world aspires to. Of course I've thought it through. Brother, let me tell you, that professor, that woman is a bit strange. Linya lowered her voice for the last part. Every time I see her, I feel uncomfortable. Lin Chen nodded. Alright, President Gu, my sister doesn't want to stay, I will take her away. Lin Chen, haha, you all know what kind of opportunity you are missing, right? President Gu, this is my sister. I will ensure she is happy for the rest of her life. If she cannot be happy, what future is there? That sounds nice, but where else can you find such an opportunity? Without strength, how can she be happy? I will use all my strength to ensure her happiness. If I can't do that, it's my own problem. Lin Chen was filled with confidence. He knew very well why people live. Having money and power is not the ultimate goal. What is the purpose of having money? And what is the purpose of having power, if not to live happily? If Linya feels scared here, then forcing her to stay would be counterproductive. Vice President Chang, who was nearby, also felt displeased. Was the National Institute non-existent? President Gu, her condition is indeed due to her talent. The National Institute is not completely powerless. Is that so? Then you better not come begging to my Clerical Institute again. President Gu sneered. Clearly, he had also had an unpleasant experience bringing Linya from that professor, who was powerful enough to rival the president, making this matter quite uncomfortable for the Clerical Institute. To attract talent, they had to keep some professors with peculiar personalities. Talent, after all, comes with its quirks, and the Clerical Institute could afford to indulge them. But this matter had too much impact. As vice president, he could not ruin his reputation for a sickly girl. Let's not ruin the atmosphere, let's end it here. Ji Wuyo stepped in to mediate. Everyone, let's calm down. We should conclude the visit. By the way, you need to fulfill their rewards. We can discuss other matters slowly later. President Gu felt uncomfortable. They still had to give rewards. Not giving them would challenge Lin Chen's team, and how would others view that? If they didn't, they might as well not hold any future events, as it would negatively impact all the clerical institutes in the alliance, and the headquarters would punish them. Alright, there will certainly be rewards. Each of you can choose one piece of equipment or exchange it for money. Additionally, after your second match, you can make a request to the Clergy Institute. But I tell you, don't go overboard, or the Clergy Institute will set this request for you. There would definitely be benefits, but asking for too much was out of the question. Lin Chen was well aware of this. The status of the Clergy Institute was significant, and achieving this much today was already quite difficult. The other members of the team remained silent, looking at Lin Chen, who was the captain. So, this condition was proposed by Lin Chen on their behalf. Can we request a second awakening? No. Then I need to ask the team, what conditions do you want to propose? At that moment, Yuling suddenly said, how about we ask for a trial opportunity? Lin Chen knew that Yuling was a person with ideas. She was well informed and knew what to ask for. Listening to her was always a safe bet. Zhao Feng, however, asked curiously, what trial? Is it impressive? Well, it's a very ordinary divine realm of the Clergy Institute, called the Blind Zone. Blind Zone? That doesn't sound like a place for leveling up. Contrary to your intuition, it's actually a great place for Clergy Institute students to level up. As Yuling spoke about this, several deans nearby were taken aback. This place was not known to everyone and was indeed a secret realm belonging to the Clergy Institute, where they trained elite students. In fact, many students from the Clergy Institute themselves didn't even know the name of this divine realm. The Blind Zone, as its name suggests, seemed like a place many people would forget about. Yet here, it was a holy land for many elite students to level up, and those who could enter were the best of the best. Yuling's request was very precise, and the key was that she even knew about it. Dean Gu was momentarily stunned. Don't you want to choose something else, like staying at the Clergy Institute? Surprisingly, no one was willing to make that request. They could choose not to accept, but to not even have that aspiration was somewhat disrespectful to the top-tier institution. Wasn't it a bit offensive not to mention joining them in front of the Clergy Institute? If they had proposed it, Dean Gu would have been in a better mood, although he wouldn't accept anyone other than Linya. As long as Dean Gu was in a good mood, he could offer other generous conditions, and this Blind Zone was indeed a key divine realm of the Clergy Institute. What, is this not acceptable either? Yuling asked lightly. Her condition was just right, hitting the sore spot. The Clergy Institute, which could not agree to anything more excessive than this, would also look down on anything less. Why join the Academy? Wasn't it because the Academy had resources? It was all about the resources of these divine realm secret places. Not only leveling resources but also materials from monsters, all of which were key targets for acquisition. Divine realm resources were different from dangers in reality because the levels were controllable. When you enter a special divine realm secret place, the monsters inside won't exceed your expectations. There won't be monsters that you can't handle, so life-threatening situations are rare, allowing people to train and grow. If the monsters are too strong, they would be wiped out directly, and growth would be impossible. Agree, this is also what you deserve. You know a lot, young lady. Dean Gu agreed. He didn't want to dwell too much on this matter. It was just about leveling up, nothing unacceptable, and it also showed the generosity of the Clergy Institute. Otherwise, being too petty would look bad. Then prepare yourselves. I will have a team from the Clergy Institute accompany you. But let me make it clear first, any accidents that happen inside cannot be blamed on us. This is our elite students' holy land for leveling up. If you are greedy, it will lead to great danger. Dean Gu was not trying to scare them. Safety was relative. There wouldn't be any uncontrollable wild monsters inside, but the strength of the monsters was very high. It's okay, our two vice deans will also be watching. They will step in to save you if there is a crisis. Ji Wuyo replied. He was also very clear that this was a good place. The bottleneck in leveling often appears when one is neither here nor there, like the state after the first transition. If your personal level is very high, then you can have many powerful skills. If your level is low, the monsters won't be very strong either. The state of being neither here nor there is the most uncomfortable. High-level monsters can't be defeated, and low-level monsters don't provide much experience. This is where the Divine Vocational Institute excels. Only they can accelerate at this stage. Ji Wuyo also felt it was a pity if their elite students had this opportunity as well. The conditions for leveling were fought for by Lin Chen's team, others could only envy them. Among the 5, except for Ji Yun, they were basically all special recruits, and Wang Dong was worse off than the special recruits, as he wasn't even specially recruited. There were too many swordsmen, this was the most numerous profession. Among awakened divine professions, 5 out of 10 were swordsmen, and even an S rank wouldn't be particularly impressive. After resting for a day, Lin Chen led his team to the entrance of the divine realm with several deans. This is the blind spot, it is our Divine Vocational Institute's special divine realm. I hope you can seize this opportunity, it is the greatest leniency the Divine Vocational Institute offers you. At the same time, remember, if you can't hold on, you can signal for help. Dean Gu handed over a stone sealed with power, meant for rescue. As long as the seal was broken, the power inside could be sensed from the outside, allowing someone to enter and rescue. However, at the same time, the trial would end, and the opportunity would stop there. Lin Chen took the stone and smiled faintly, there may not be this opportunity. Humph, young and reckless, if you don't value your life, then you'll have nothing. Trials still require a bit of science, if the intensity is too high, life is at risk, but Dingu didn't say much more and opened the divine realm. Go in, how you choose is up to you. I've arranged a team inside to support you. And your Divine Vocational Institute's team? What are you worried about? They are also freshmen, just like you, at the first transition. Lin Chen shook his head, unhesitatingly leading his team into the divine realm. Outside the divine realm, only 4 vice deans remained, suddenly feeling quite awkward. What were they waiting for? If there were some genius students, it would be worth it for the 4 deans to wait here, but Lin Chen's team was mostly special recruits. And they were special recruits from the National Vocational Institute. The elites they prepared for exchange were not here. Ji Wuyo suddenly asked, Dean Gu, do you still look down on life exchange masters? Dean Ji, if you think highly of him, then why didn't you let him become a formal student from the start? Well, there will always be doubts, it depends on his performance. Dean Gu has a strong competitive spirit. What do you mean by that? You arranged a team of your own students inside, isn't that a competition? Ji Wuyo saw through Dean Gu's competitive mindset. Indeed, Dean Gu had arranged for genius students inside. Although they were all freshmen, they were definitely the best of the best. He needed to win back the momentum. With so many monsters inside, what could a life exchange master do? This is why life exchange masters are seen as useless. Do you think real combat is one-on-one exchanges? And what about fairness? Dean Ji, you misunderstood me, everything is for safety's sake. Dean Gu still held his ground. Of course, our Divine Vocational Institute's geniuses are also undergoing trials here, so it's reasonable for them to be inside, right? Those who could enter both institutes were carefully selected, and which of those entering the Divine Vocational Institute wasn't stronger than those from the National Vocational Institute? Every year, the National Vocational Institute only selects a few, barely able to exchange, the rest are all useless. After entering the divine realm, Lin Chen first asked everyone, what equipment have you all chosen? Let me see what improvements there are so I can arrange which monsters to fight. I chose a sacred spear, and Wang Dong chose a sword, which is said to be quite powerful. Zhao Feng and Wang Dong both selected weapons because their efficiency was simply too low, the weapon bonuses might help them. Yu Ling said, I chose a scroll, mainly for saving my life at critical moments. A life-saving scroll. Lin Chen didn't ask further and looked at Ji Yun. Ji Yun raised her hand, this is also a protective ring, when used, it can give me a level 3 shield. Indeed, as a silencer, she needed life-saving equipment, which was reasonable. Lin Chen nodded, alright, Zhao Feng, let's first test the strength of your weapons. Just as he said this, Yu Ling suddenly reminded, someone's coming. Not only was she skilled in stealth, but her perception was also always on point, while Lin Chen needed to activate his skills. Everyone looked ahead, and sure enough, 5 people appeared. You must be from the National Vocational College, right? A voice floated over, we are the new student team from the Divine Vocational College, here to take you through the trial. Zhao Feng was unconvinced, we're all new students, what right do you have to lead us? But Lin Chen recognized the voice, he seemed to realize who was on the other side. Qin Qiu? Lin Chen, it's me, it's good to see you again. Indeed, as the 5 approached, one of them was Qin Qiu. She scanned the 5, especially glancing at Ji Yun a few more times, though it was unclear what she meant. But she didn't pay attention to Yu Ling, probably thinking she wasn't attractive. Then she spoke to Lin Chen again, you're not simple, you shocked the Divine Vocational College. I just challenged a bit. Are you going to compete with us? Our dean's intention is, of course, to compete further inside, we are all level 16, to see whose efficiency is higher. I see, your dean has a strong desire to win. Lin Chen knew that those who were unconvinced always wanted to compete. Under everyone's gaze, the ancient dean wouldn't act too shamelessly, but he would think of ways to regain face. Qin Xiu was indeed a formidable opponent. She didn't need to lift a finger to make others feel inferior. An SSS level weapon master, if it weren't for Lin Chen being SSSS level, she would be the highest rank. As a weapon master, she was already all-round physically. Zhao Feng and Wang Dong were nothing compared to her. "Captain, do you know her?" Yu Ling asked in confusion, and Lin Chen nodded. "Qin Xiu, an SSS level weapon master." Then he heard Zhao Feng and Wang Dong gasp. Both her level and her divine status made them drool. If such an opponent had appeared in their previous challenges, they wouldn't even need to compete, they would be consumed by jealousy. What they lacked, she had in abundance. "Is she your girlfriend?" Yu Ling asked a question that was hard to answer. Saying yes would definitely be wrong. But he couldn't just say no too readily. Clearly, Qin Xiu would be quite annoyed to hear that. This awkward question, I plan to let Qin Xiu explain, he thought, looking at her. However, Yu Ling's question wasn't something Qin Xiu could directly answer. It felt like she was being suppressed. "Classmate, do I need to ask about my relationship with Lin Chen? Who are you?" This came off as somewhat assertive, but would it raise suspicions that she was implicitly acknowledging their relationship? Yu Ling replied lightly, "I'm just an unknown gunsmith, specially recruited by the National Vocational College, not even a formal student. I can't compare to you talented individuals, so I feel embarrassed to mention it. Even if I did, you wouldn't remember." It seemed there was a bit of tension now. After all, both sides were new students. Qin Xiu's team originally intended to engage in inter-college exchanges. Lin Chen and the others were in a challenge match, and the Divine Vocational College thought they could just send some ordinary students to handle it. But unexpectedly, everything was shattered by Lin Chen, who even defeated a second-tier mage. This was absolutely astonishing. Basically, no one could achieve such a level-up battle and win. If anyone could do it, it would be Yu Ling, the gunsmith. But to win, she would have to bet a huge fortune, if she had one. Defeating a second-tier divine class out of thin air would be enough to exhaust all the wealth of a tycoon. So no one was foolish enough to just throw money at it. They all trained their own divine warriors. Alright, since we've all arrived in the divine realm, we don't need to be at odds on the surface. At this moment, a boy from Qin Xiu's team stepped forward, smiling. At first glance, he seemed very sunny, but a second look revealed an indescribable oddness in that brightness. Zhao Feng asked, "Who are you?" "I've seen your list, you're Zhao Feng, right? The S-Class Bachelor Knight." "Actually, our professions are quite similar. I'm an SS-Class Priest. If I had been there in that battle, the outcome might not have been what it is now." Indeed, there was something unpleasant about his sunny demeanor. He was so arrogant. But to be fair, if his priest skills were strong enough, it wouldn't be considered arrogance. After all, priests also had healing spells, and being SS class, he was just one level below the highest, which was SSS. That was the highest before Lin Chen appeared and raised the bar. "Then what should I call you?" "My name is Yang Chong. Remember this name because I am the captain here." "Lin Chen, do you think you can defeat our team?" He pointed his finger at Lin Chen, who found it strange. "I haven't fought before, so I don't know." Qin Xiu was very dissatisfied. "Yang Chong, the dean let us in, not to battle with them." "I know, you have high hopes for your childhood friend." "He is not my childhood friend." "Alright, we are here to guide you, to point out the locations of the monsters. At the same time, would you be willing to have a friendly competition with us to see who is more efficient? This is a great place for leveling up." It was indeed full of provocation, but Lin Chen didn't care. It was clear the other side was not convinced. It was also reasonable. Lin Chen's team couldn't possibly be efficient. Two blank Bachelor S-Class divine classes could only take down monsters one by one. Yu Ling relied on bullets to spend money, and Ji Yun, the silencer, had no direct attack power. Any random mage could throw spells and crush their efficiency. As for Lin Chen, if he wanted to level up quickly, he could only find high-level monsters to defeat. With a large number, Lin Chen's efficiency was indeed not high, so their team was quite awkward. "Let's compete then. Whatever you think goes. This isn't a formal event." Yu Ling's light-hearted words diffused the other side's provocation. Her words had a strong impact, making them seem like children. "Just betting on pride, what would you gain from winning?" Upon hearing Yu Ling's words, Yang Chong became anxious. "So, do you dare to bet? Then tell me, what can you bet?" "Money, do you dare to come?" "Oh, you say that in the divine realm. Who knows if you would actually pay up if you lost?" Yu Ling began to speak sarcastically, which truly infuriated Yang Chong. "You ugly freak, looking at what you're wearing, I should be the one doubting whether you can afford to bet. How about this, I bet 500,000, can you match that? If not, tell me how much money you have on you, and we'll sign an agreement. Then let's sign, I'll bet personally against you." "You ugly freak, dressed like that, how could you have money?" "Then take a look at this," Yu Ling said, suddenly pulling out a card. which surprisingly seemed to be embedded in his special frame. The frame was yellow, while the card was black. This guy directly stuttered, "Young Chong, black. Black dragon card. Impossible, could this be yours? You weren't joking, were you? Who in this world would dare to impersonate the master of the black dragon card? Who exactly are you? That's none of your concern. You just need to know that I can afford this 500,000. This matter left Lin Chen quite puzzled. Is this card really that powerful? He knew that Yuling might not be short on money, but that was just a guess. He never considered how wealthy Yuling actually was. The two of them signed the agreement quite readily, but Lin Chen felt a bit uneasy. Yuling, you really don't care about this 500,000? Why do you assume we're going to lose? In terms of monster killing efficiency, we are indeed a bit lacking. Even if you use special bullets to enhance your attack, it's worth more than 500,000. You need to have confidence in yourself, Captain. You can't let me lose. Lin Chen shook his head. How did this end up being his fault? To be honest, their team really wasn't as efficient as the mages who could continuously cast skills. They didn't even need a mage, they had a weapon master in their team who could kill just as fast, if not faster, especially against bosses. Lin Chen wasn't afraid of combat, but he still lacked confidence in their monster-killing efficiency. He saw the smile in Yuling's eyes. Could she have a plan? Forget it, she agreed to this, so Lin Chen felt she must have some confidence. Since you said you're here to lead the way, let's get started. Where do we begin? Do you see those two canyons ahead? One on each side, the canyons are perfect leveling spots. Yang Chong pointed ahead. You can choose either one, and we'll go to the other. Let's see who is faster. Lin Chen looked up and saw the two canyons, which were actually on either side of a single canyon. They could enter from the middle. So how do we compare? By the number of monsters killed? Of course, the strength of the monsters here is the same, aside from the bosses, the quantity says it all. Lin Chen really didn't know how to choose. He wasn't familiar with this place, but at that moment, he saw Qinshou subtly indicating to the right. The right side should be easier, right? The Divine Realm would have kill records, so naturally, the easier monsters would have a greater advantage. Some monsters are easy to kill and give high experience, so those are prioritized. Lin Chen knew that Qinshou wouldn't lead him astray, they still had some rapport. But just as he was about to choose, Yuling spoke up, choose the left. Ha! Yuling, are you familiar with this place? Not really, but I have a feeling it should be the left. As she said this, she glanced over at Qinshou. Could it be that the two girls were competing? Lin Chen didn't know how to choose anymore, but at least he couldn't let there be infighting in his team. Then let's go with the left. It didn't matter, as long as everyone worked together. Lin Chen didn't think there would be any problems. He was always so confident. If the small monsters couldn't be handled, then they would just go straight for the boss. He was more efficient at that. Qinshou, seeing that Lin Chen wasn't listening to her, was a bit angry. You will regret this. It's fine, weapon master, after all, it's my money at stake. This has nothing to do with money. Aren't you here to level up? You're affecting your teammates. Oh, my teammates don't care, right? Yuling seemed to really be at odds with Qinshou. She turned to look at her teammates. Zhao Feng and the others nodded in agreement. It didn't matter, they were just here to make a profit anyway. Captain, it seems like Yuling likes you, she's competing with you like childhood sweethearts. Wang Dong whispered in Lin Chen's ear, leaving Lin Chen both amused and exasperated. It definitely wasn't like that. What childhood sweethearts? Don't say nonsense. Still pretending? That weapon master is so protective of you, they must be jealous of each other. Forget it, no need to explain. Lin Chen wouldn't be that naive, Yuling wasn't that simple a person. He had a vague feeling that Yuling had higher standards than anyone else. She was definitely not a woman with vanity. Once she said she couldn't be too beautiful, so she made herself look like this. Would such a person have a strong sense of vanity? The conclusion is that Yuling deliberately created the impression that they were competing with each other to cover up her true intentions. Moreover, she was well informed and might be quite familiar with the situation. So the left side might just be what she initially wanted to choose. Well, this is your own choice, you can't blame us. It's not too late to regret now. Yang Chong even let them choose again to show that he was strong enough not to need luck. But Lin Chen insisted, we'll choose the left. Lin Chen, you. Qinshou was furious, he didn't expect Lin Chen to be so ungrateful and not appreciate it. Yang Chong sneered, then we'll go over there. You all better hurry, after we finish, we'll come find you. After saying that, he led his Divine Academy team away, still leisurely and in no rush. Lin Chen quietly asked Yuling, now, you should tell me what's inside, right? It's nothing much, the monsters inside are the cold poison bees, which are indeed hard to deal with. What? Cold poison bees? Now Zhao Feng and the others were dumbfounded, these were much harder to handle than other monsters, small and poisonous. Monsters that are a bit larger are easier to hit. If they are poisonous bees, it would be very difficult to deal with because they are too small. And they are very poisonous. A single attack from this cold poison might not be a big deal, but if they swarm, even a second-tier divine class would struggle. The key is that fighting against such numbers is not their team's strong suit. So, do you now think I'm a competitive woman? Are you regretting it? Hey! Zhao Feng also found it difficult. Why did they have to compete with others like this? But Lin Shen thought otherwise. You're not a competitive woman. Just now, when he called you ugly, you didn't react at all. Any woman with a bit of vanity would not be able to ignore Yang Chang's remark. The most lethal attack on women is to belittle their appearance. Even if it's true, it doesn't matter. Then the problem arose. When Lin Shen's team entered the canyon, they truly felt the difficulty. As soon as they entered the canyon, they already saw poisonous bees flying around, which was utterly despairing. These monsters are a bit too small, don't you think? Do you think I can hit one with a sword? Wang Dong, holding his new equipment, gestured at the air. The others were also stunned. No matter how big the poisonous bees were, they were still smaller than regular wild monsters. Fighting such monsters was a loss because it was hard to hit them. Even if the experience for each was quite rewarding, it was still not as good as fighting larger ones. It's like the difficulty of hitting mosquitoes. I would even prefer if mosquitoes turned into rabbits, much easier to hit. Zhao Feng also felt troubled. Even if hitting a rabbit only gives the experience of one mosquito, I would still prefer to hit the rabbit. Lin Shen laughed. Don't be silly, rabbits will run. Captain, you're still laughing. How are we supposed to win against them? Even if Ji Yun can disable the poisonous stingers, it would still be hard for us to fight. The poisonous stingers can't be disabled. That's like a built-in talent, a passive ability. Ji Yun immediately refuted, saying not everything could be silenced, even though the poisonous bees didn't speak. But their poison wasn't a skill, it was a natural talent, and if that could be silenced, it would be unreasonable. Lin Shen said lightly, it doesn't necessarily have to be about winning. We're here to level up, right? These poisonous bees may be small, but they give a lot of experience. I believe Yuling must have a way for us to level up together. Everyone looked at Yuling. Indeed, she chose this, and the bet was her money. Yes, I have a way. Yuling stopped pretending, because the experience is based on quantity for the poisonous bees, so leveling up is quite cost-effective. But this poison is too harsh. Generally, no one chooses it. Now that we're in a team, just leave it to me. By the way, the poisonous stingers you collect can be sold to me. Her goal was not just leveling up but also to gather materials for the poisonous stingers. It seems they are planning to use it as a bullet. That's too toxic, isn't it? Looks like you're not short on money? When did I ever say I was short on money? Yu Ling retorted, leaving Lin Shen dumbfounded. She was dressed so raggedly, looking quite poor. He thought that was obvious, but unexpectedly, she was just pretending. Was she really the daughter of a wealthy family? It didn't make sense. Why was she like this when she had such a good background? Then you take charge. Lin Chen let Yu Ling lead. Since she was familiar with the place and had her own plans, it was best to leave it to her. After all, this was her choice. Without her, Lin Chen and the others wouldn't even know about this place. Their team had also built a certain level of trust. There were no grudges or interests among them, and they had faced challenges together. One could say they were a very united team. Yu Ling nodded. Then I won't be polite. I'll buy the poison needles you collect at a high price, and we'll split the experience evenly. Don't worry, each of the poison bees here has a lot of experience. This was also the advantage of the Blind Zone Divine Realm. The monsters inside all provided substantial experience. The problem was that generally, no one chose poison bees. Killing one was indeed equivalent to other small monsters, and they looked smaller. However, poison bees were harder to kill, which was easy to understand because they were too small. Moreover, they were highly toxic. If all the poison bees in the canyon attacked together, no one could withstand it. Even top experts, like the 4 Vice-Deans, wouldn't be able to endure it. Of course, they wouldn't take the damage head-on, they would actively kill the poison bees. Yu Ling was the same. My plan is this, set a fire. You all go to several points, hold the scrolls and wait. I'll attract the poison bees aggro, gather them together, and then set them on fire. Their fire resistance is very low. Aren't you afraid of the poison? Don't worry, the poison bees won't find me. I'll hide at the right moment, and when the time comes, you just burn them. This is also why others won't come. Poison bees usually aren't gathered together because a few are enough for an average divine profession to learn their lesson. Yu Ling had this confidence. Could she really gather most of the poison bees by herself? This wasn't something easily accomplished, as it required attracting a very high aggro value. Just like how Lin Chen attracted the mother's rage before, if your damage was too high, it could easily cause the opponent to die. If it was too low, the opponent's attacks would be unbearable, and the poison bees would need to be kite for a longer time. During that time, how could one ensure they wouldn't get stunned? What about me? Lin Chen knew Yuling was the most experienced in the team, so he didn't worry about her. With your abilities, you can go find the queen bee. It's a boss monster, but its level isn't high. Queen bee? Generally speaking, aren't queens chubby and have little attack power? The queen of the cold poison bee is different. Your body has strong damage resistance. I don't know how well you can resist poison. I'll give it a try. You all go ahead and attract. Lin Chen decided to give it a shot because the queen bee represented a lot of experience. Since the level wasn't high and the experience was abundant, it would be a shame not to fight it. It was said to provide more experience than the high-level monsters he fought before. The only suspense was whether Lin Chen could resist the poison. He knew he had an immortal body, but poison damage was different from other physical damage. Generally speaking, fire damage was considered magical damage, but it still caused physical harm. It was just a magical attack that inflicted physical destruction on the body. Poison, on the other hand, was different. It destroyed from the inside. Cold poison was even more mystical. It was one of the famous poisons. The low level of poison bees was mainly because the dosage was too dispersed. There were rumors that if 3 poison bees stun one person simultaneously, that second transformation divine profession would instantly be in critical condition. And this poison was hard to cure. Even those who were lucky enough to survive would have irreversible aftereffects. After discussing, Lin Chen found a place to hide, while Zhao Feng, Wang Dong, and Ji Yun took their positions. Each of them held the fire scrolls given by Yuling and set up fire formations in specific locations. This fire formation is only equivalent to the power of an S-rank fire mage. The key point is whether Yuling can lure all the poison bees into the fire formation. A normal fire mage would not gain any advantage here, as they could at most burn a few, and then the poison bees would swarm from all directions, dodging attacks, and the mage's skills would be exhausted without killing many. Yuling started to move, and Lin Chen saw her launching incendiary bombs in the valley. Gunshots rang out, immediately attracting a few poison bees, and then Yuling ran with the bees in pursuit. The poison bees surprisingly displayed considerable intelligence, not rushing in all at once, but only a few were chasing her. Yuling fired her gun, and she actually took down those few poison bees. So accurate. However, soon after, the poison bees began a larger-scale probing attack, this time with dozens of them. Not only that, but all the poison bees in the valley began to move, yet they still did not swarm all at once. A massive number of poison bees swirled above the canyon like a dark cloud. They are really smart. Knowing that gathering together would get them burned, they've become cunning. Captain, you should go find the queen bee, that's the most crucial part. I don't need to worry here. After marveling at the intelligence of the poison bees, Lin Chen also began to venture deeper into the valley. At this moment, the poison bees were all focused on Yuling, which was a great opportunity for Lin Chen to go deeper. It seemed the poison bees had gained experience from being killed. They understood that rushing in all at once could likely lead to being burned. The poison bees were not weak in other aspects, but their fire resistance was extremely low. Many must have targeted them in the past. Gradually, the poison bees developed a system to counter this. Sacrificing a few was inconsequential. They would exhaust skills with numbers, never rushing in all at once, which made it very troublesome for the challengers, who felt they were losing out when using their skills. Yuling's idea was to use her stealth skill to lure most of the poison bees. The dark swarm of bees filled the canyon, and Lin Chen could only circle around from the edge. So where would the queen bee be? At this moment, the 4 deans were also watching their position. Why did they go to the poison bee valley? Dean Gu said with confusion, and Ji Wuyo was stunned. Is this the poison bee valley? Yes, although the poison bees have high experience, they are not easy to deal with. They have been burned a few times before and have now become very cunning. Your student is not very smart, and besides, can a life-exchanging master face millions of poison bees? Clearly, the numbers were too overwhelming for Lin Chen to handle. Dean Gu thought that since their core was the life-exchanging master, they should at least find a boss, right? Although a single target might be powerful, there was still a chance against an SSSS rank life-exchanging master. With so many, whether or not you could cast your skills would be a problem. The terror of the poison bees lay in their numbers and toxicity. They, perhaps have their own plans, sending someone to lure the monsters and then slay the queen bee? The poison bee swarm is not so easy to deal with. Killing the queen bee won't make them disappear, they will still attack. Moreover, if the queen bee dies, new poison bees will immediately evolve into a queen. So complicated, they would have to face the swarm. There was no shortcut. Vice Dean Chang was also shaking his head. It seemed Lin Chen's team had chosen a foolish path. Besides using fire, the cold poison bee swarm was not easy to kill, even a single stab would wear you out. On Lin Chen's side, he no longer paid attention to Yu Ling and focused on what he could do. He moved stealthily while observing the swarm, using the cover of the bushes to delve deeper into the canyon. The poison bees had taken to the air, preparing for battle above the canyon. They were truly cunning. Even if there were large-scale fire spells that burned the entire canyon, they would not suffer significant losses. But this also made it easier for Lin Chen. As he advanced, he would not encounter any poison bees. Ahead, there were places where poison bees were continuously taking off. That had to be the queen bee's main nest. Lin Chen waited for a long time, watching wave after wave of poison bees take flight, one after another. Yu Ling, can you still hold on? I have no problem. The more I attract, the emptier the hive becomes, and the more opportunities you have. Listening to the voice, it was clear that Lin Chen was in control. He began to focus on his situation when suddenly a poisonous bee appeared around him. To avoid alerting the poisonous bee, Lin Chen swiftly grabbed it and crushed it completely. This was indeed a poisonous bee. Its stinger had already pierced Lin Chen's hand, and he sat down to slowly feel the effects of this strange poison. The pain from the wound was excruciating. If it weren't for Lin Chen's accustomed resilience to pain, an ordinary person would have cried out in agony. Not only was there a powerful sensation of pain, but Lin Chen also felt his entire arm stiffening. Frost poison. How incredible, just a tiny stinger, and it can injure me like this. This was something he had never experienced before. Although he was immortal, this level of harm was still exaggerated. It was more painful than having his entire arm chopped off because the toxin was continuously eroding his body. The icy force was battling against his immortality. If a few more appeared now, Lin Chen couldn't say for sure. Before long, the frost poison had already spread through his arm and into his body. However, a surge of vitality erupted within him, fighting against the newly encountered frost poison. The toxin had already attacked his heart, but at that moment, Lin Chen's talent came into play, beginning to push the poison outward, driving it back to his arm, where it gradually disappeared. The intense pain remained, but he was starting to recover. Just one sting had achieved this effect. It truly was a legendary poison. But it was said that no one could collect this toxin. Could Yu Ling do it? Lin Chen looked up again, peering through the bushes at the dark swarm of bees above the canyon. So many of them. Even if his immortal body could withstand it, it would still be quite a challenge. If he didn't die from the pain, he would become an ice sculpture. It was indeed a bit terrifying. The fire resistance was low, but the toxicity was immense. Poisonous bees could rely on their numbers, but humans could not. This was the survival rule they depended on. Lin Chen was waiting for his body to adapt to this toxicity. An ordinary person's body could evolve resistance to toxins as long as they were frequently exposed to a certain poison, and with Lin Chen's immortal body, it was beneficial for him to adapt now. Soon, he found another resting place for a poisonous bee. Once all the poisonous bees took flight, he caught the last one and received another sting. Indeed, there is resistance. The second sting didn't hurt as much as the first. Lin Chen gained confidence. He had begun to adapt to this strange poison, and now the toxicity posed little threat to him. Previously, it could erode his body, but now the poison was being suppressed in his arm, eventually dissipating. Then came the third one, and his resistance was surprisingly increasing. Lin Chen felt fortunate that he could handle a few at a time. If several attacked him simultaneously, it would be extremely uncomfortable. Whether he could challenge his immortality was uncertain, but he would definitely need to lie down for a long time. This toxicity could also hinder his body's recovery. Many poisons could dissolve the body, making recovery quite difficult. Seeing that his resistance was nearly sufficient, Lin Chen collected himself. He could now endure more attacks from poisonous bees and could go look for the queen bee. However, with the dark mass in the sky, it was better not to provoke them. The entrance to the hive was a cave, and the number of poisonous bees flying out gradually decreased. By the end, it was sparse, and Lin Chen decisively launched his attack. He blocked the cave entrance himself, and with a few remaining poisonous bees flying out, he used both hands, crushing one after another. At that moment, the team also felt the benefits. Lin Chen was gaining a lot of experience from killing the poisonous bees. "Captain, have you started attacking? That's quite a bit of experience." "Yeah, each one gives 10 points of experience. If we burn all these in the air." Zhao Feng and Wang Dong were very delighted. If they managed to burn them, the experience would be massive. Meanwhile, outside, the 4 deputy deans were left dumbfounded. How is this possible? The frost poison of the poisonous bees is among the most potent. Isn't he afraid? Is he still engaging in close combat? Can he ensure that the bee venom doesn't touch him? The old dean himself wouldn't dare to go in like this, and Lin Chen once again refreshed his understanding. Even a powerful warrior class with strong defenses can't withstand 3 poison needle attacks at a high level. What he is doing is. Ji Wuyo shook his head. I don't know, we can't see the specific situation. The 4 deans couldn't see the specific situation either. It was more horrifying than they had imagined. Every time Lin Shen killed a poison bee, he endured a dose of severe poison damage. If any other class were here, just getting hit by a needle would mean lying down, and lying down meant waiting to die. It was that sinister. However, at this moment, both of Lin Shen's arms were already numb, without any pain. This indicated that his poison resistance was increasing. His immortal body was like a super immune system, with resistance to toxins skyrocketing. Finally, no more poison bees flew out of the cave. It seemed that the adult poison bees had all left. The few that remained were crushed to death by Lin Shen, and there should only be some larvae and the queen left inside, right? Ahead was a vast space, and indeed there was a giant bee inside. Unlike what Lin Shen had imagined before, this queen bee was not soft and defenseless. On the contrary, although the queen's body was large, it seemed to be covered by a layer of shell-like armor. It resembled a beetle's hard shell, but it wasn't a single piece, it was layered. Wild Monster Cold Poison Queen Bee Level SS Level Rank Level 25 Talent Soul Eating Cold Poison, capable of corroding all living beings, with a freezing effect Skill Poison Needle Shot, Rapid Flight. To be honest, this level isn't particularly high. It's not as high as the bloodthirsty werewolves Lin Shen had killed before. However, the terror of this poison surpassed that of the werewolves. It was truly something no one could withstand, and even Lin Shen's constitution was starting to struggle. SS level was indeed well-deserved, but his fire resistance was a bit low. Moreover, this queen bee surprisingly had wings. It was huge and could fly. Lin Shen looked down and saw that the ground was covered with densely packed eggs. This creature could lay so many at once. Fortunately, these eggs couldn't hatch immediately, and the survival rate would eliminate a portion. Buzz! The queen sensed a crisis, and her wings began to vibrate in the cave. Life Exchange, Divine Chain Binding, Focus. Life Exchange, Hell's Whale. Life Exchange, Gravity Confinement. In an instant, Lin Shen unleashed his talent skills. Not only did he bind her, but he also applied gravity confinement. This caused the queen's wings to stop flapping because her body was simply too massive. Lin Shen breathed a sigh of relief. A larger body wasn't necessarily better, and it seemed like it wouldn't be difficult to kill her. For smaller bodies, this 50-fold gravity didn't have much impact. Ants could easily carry objects 50 times their weight, but this ability was limited to small sizes. Once they grew larger, that ability no longer existed because they still had to bear their own weight. Just as Lin Shen was about to activate Life Exchange, suddenly, everything around him seemed to darken for a moment. He felt a strange energy fluctuation, something peculiar, but he couldn't quite pinpoint what was strange about it. This was a power different from ordinary divine classes, but it definitely didn't come from the queen. There was another force. Ha ha ha. You finally came. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Who are you, and how do you know me? Lin Shen looked around warily. At this moment, the queen wouldn't move, and there were no other creatures here. But a black mist was emanating from the queen, something that hadn't been there before. At the same time, Lin Shen also noticed that he was completely isolated from his team, meaning his teammates couldn't sense him anymore. It was as if he was in a state of being separated from the team, and even communication was ineffective. This place was actually cut off. Isn't it strange? You should know why this place is called the Blind Zone. The Blind Zone means the God's Blind Zone. This is a secret that very few people know. Human, you make me very angry. Die here. How rude. Lin Shen wasn't in a hurry. After all, he didn't even know who his opponent was, and he needed to find out. Was it this queen bee that was being controlled, or was there someone else behind it? If it was that massive black energy, it would be quite troublesome. How would one exchange lives? Who exactly are you? Do we have any grievances? Grievances? You humans aren't worthy of having any grievances with us. It's just that you've made me very angry. Where are you? If you have the guts, come out and fight. Ha, I'm right in front of you, so big that you can't see me? Is it this queen bee? No, the queen bee is no longer the original queen bee. It seems to have been controlled. The voice sounded strange, distorted, even impossible to determine if it was male or female. Are you from the demon race? Lin Shen suddenly thought of something, but that was just a legend. The authorities had not confirmed such claims. Oh, you know about the demon race. That's right, since you've guessed it, I won't let you die without understanding. I am from the demon race, and I have an identity among you humans. Originally, you weren't worthy of my attention, but you've provoked me, and I will make you die in agony. Now the issue was clear, but how to kill? Lin Shen seemed to have guessed who this was. He understood who he had recently offended. It became clear upon reflection. Who would have thought that the matter of the demon race was actually true? There must be many secrets involved. Lin Chen didn't know if he could kill this thing, but he could only give it a try. Before taking action, he wanted to see if he could extract some information. What exactly is the demon race? Can you tell me about it? Trying to pry information from me? I don't have the time for that, but such a simple matter, can't you think for yourself? You weak humans, think about why you possess such powerful strength. At the same time Lin Chen was isolated from the team, his teammates sensed it too. Hey, it seems the captain has left the team. What's going on? Ouyang, should we continue? I can't sense the captain anymore. A few of them were a bit panicked, wondering if something had happened to Lin Chen. The key was that his disappearance was too sudden. How could he just vanish in an instant? Ouyang was also a bit confused, but she quickly took charge of the team. He disappeared in the hive. We can't stop. If we stop, we can't save him. We can only continue to lure the poisonous bees. If we don't, the poisonous bees will return. That's right, Lin Chen was still in the hive. If they didn't lure the bees, it would be difficult for Lin Chen. The problem was that the situation was too strange. They hadn't received any information from Lin Chen, which made them quite anxious. What should we do? There are so many poisonous bees, it seems we can't burn them all clean, right? We can only trust the captain. I'll continue to lure the poisonous bees. The captain won't die so easily, you can rest assured. Ouyang said this, but she was also a bit worried. However, she had witnessed Lin Chen's vitality. He couldn't possibly be someone who would die so easily. It was even more impossible for him to be taken out in an instant. So what exactly had happened? Although she understood more than these students, it wasn't by much, and she had no way to judge. After all, she was of the same age group. Now, all they could do was trust. The poisonous bees were watching from above. We need to find a way to burn more poisonous bees and set the canyon ablaze to drive away the rest. Only then can we go in and find the captain. We can't rush. At that moment, the 4 deans outside the divine realm also noticed Lin Chen's disappearance. Hey, what happened? How did he disappear in an instant? I don't know. Dean Gu, is there a problem with your divine realm? The 2 deans from the National Vocational Institute were the first to inquire. After all, he was their student. Dean Gu had his own judgment. What problem? Isn't it the life-exchanging master who died after exchanging lives with a monster? I said long ago that life-exchanging masters aren't an excellent profession, even if they are SSSS level. You National Vocational Institute still treat them as treasures. In traditional perception, the understanding of life exchange is indeed like this. Isn't it normal for a life exchanger to suddenly lose their life? Are you blaming the divine realm for the problem? Ji Wuyo and Vice Dean Chang were also taken aback, but Ji Wuyo shook his head. Impossible. What's impossible? You've all seen Lin Chen's survival ability. He can't just disappear in an instant. Do you think the cold poison is that simple? Don't say him. Even if we few enter the hive, if luck is bad, we might not come back. We can't withstand that toxicity unless we actively attack and eliminate the swarm. Aside from Lin Chen, no one is immortal. They can't take much damage. Even with high defense, it's limited, and most professions can't have high attack power and high defense at the same time. Moreover, that's cold poison. Poisonous bees are easy to kill because they have low fire resistance. Just like humans can fight venomous snakes with a stick, but a person can't be bitten by a snake. But Ji Wuyo doesn't believe Lin Chen could die so quickly. That doesn't match his previous impression. Even with deadly poison, Lin Chen wouldn't just vanish instantly. Could it be that the divine realm can't sense his existence? Stop thinking about it, Dean Ji. Although our divine realm is good for leveling up, it's not without danger. Just in the Poison Bee Valley, a few second transformation elites have died before. It's not surprising. If a person has no vigilance at all, then they can't blame others. Dean Gu started to speak sarcastically because Lin Chen had been suffering these past few days, and the Professor Wang he brought back with Linya had also made things unpleasant for him. That Professor Wang is of a very high level, someone the Dean wouldn't easily offend. If it weren't for the damage to the reputation of the Divine Office, Dean Gu wouldn't even dare to provoke Professor Wang. But now, he still forcibly returned Linya, turning against Professor Wang. If Lin Chen were to die here, Dean Gu would definitely be the happiest person. Ji Wuyo couldn't say much either. He exchanged a glance with Vice Dean Chang, who said, "We need to go in and find someone." That's not easy to enter. They've already gone in, and the Divine Realm has activated level restrictions. We can't get in now. So there's no way? There is. We can first burn the entire valley clean and drive away the swarm. Using this method seems unfeasible. If Lin Chen really died inside, wouldn't a fire just destroy the scene? And right now, the 4 people in Lin Chen's team are still pondering how to burn the swarm. Ji Wuyo said lightly, "Let's wait and see. Lin Chen has to rely on his own efforts now." To be honest, Lin Chen never expected Ji Wuyo to do anything. At this moment, he was entangled with that shadow. The demon race should theoretically be a type of creature, not just a massive shadow. The binding of the divine chain had been retracted, and Lin Chen felt that binding the queen bee again was useless. The queen bee's body had already been occupied by the demon race, which indeed has the power to confuse people's hearts. But now, the demon race is just a rumor. This involves secrets from long ago. It is said that long ago, humans did not possess such power. Later, for some unknown reason, humans could awaken divine positions, and all relevant information is held by the divine office. Ordinary people wouldn't know much. Do all demons not have bodies like you? Young man, how could demons not have bodies? They just don't adhere to a certain form like you do. It's useless for you to probe into this. When death is imminent, knowing more doesn't matter. Since you are a professor of the divine office, it wouldn't hurt to teach a bit more. You actually guessed my identity. You're quite clever, but it's a pity. It seems the other party has made up their mind to kill. There's no luck involved, and Lin Chen has to find a way to resist. For something he hasn't experienced, he can only try. Life exchange, divine chain binding, focus. Life exchange, Hell's Whale. He released his skill against the black mist again, only to find that it was still bound to the queen bee. Was it occupying the queen bee's body? It seemed that the black mist was not the form of the demon race. They could only occupy the bodies of other creatures to exert their influence, and they also had their own physical forms. If this move were used on a human. What? You can actually use skills to lock onto me? The demon was also surprised and quickly commanded the queen bee's body to attack. Stinger launch. Whoosh! A poisonous stinger shot towards him at an incredible speed, and Lin Chen couldn't dodge it at all, but he wasn't even thinking of dodging. This stinger was not small like an ordinary wasp's, it was as long as a label. It pierced through Lin Chen's body directly, but he didn't react much. Instead, he calmly looked at the queen bee. Ah, what's going on with you? So attacking you like this also hurts, then this is easy. He was still worried that attacking the parasite would be ineffective, but since it worked, he could attack with all his might. Lin Chen's method of attack was to first harm himself. He pulled out the stinger and continued to stab it into his own body. Ah, why, you can withstand this kind of damage, but my body can't? Is it strange? The damage Lin Chen received was rebounding back over 200 times. How could it not be obvious? Although the queen bee was huge, its defense was not high, so this would be a leveling ground. It was easy to kill. Many students from the divine office had practiced here before, but the toxicity made them retreat. Once Lin Chen made a move, he gave the opponent no chance. Using the stinger again, he stabbed it into himself, feeling a chilling sensation as the queen bee's massive body writhed. You actually have such a method of attack. You don't even think about running. I don't believe that attacking this body won't hurt you. Lin Chen was even more ruthless next, pulling out a bottle of flammable oil and pouring it on the ground. This was prepared in advance. It didn't require any scrolls to ignite, and Lin Chen directly set it on fire. After igniting it, Lin Chen stood in the flames, roasting himself. Knowing that the fire resistance of the wasp was low, this was the best way to deal with it. After all, it wasn't Lin Chen's first time burning himself. Although it didn't have the damage of fire spells, ordinary fire damage for Lin Chen was multiplied over 200 times. Lin Chen was burned to a crisp, but the queen bee was worse off, bursting into flames. How could this happen? Your ability. Ah! He heard the black mist scream, further confirming the effectiveness of his divine chain lock. The smell of charred flesh spread throughout the hive. Lin Chen sensed that the opponent had disappeared, and the divine chain binding was severed. But did this mean it was dead? It could also just be injured. The demon's true body was not here. No matter how severe the opponent's injuries were, Lin Chen was curious about how the demon could control this queen bee. This was also a powerful boss monster, not to mention its combat power. The fact that its consciousness was completely controlled was absurd. This control shouldn't target all beings, otherwise, why not just control Lin Chen directly? With curiosity, Lin Chen stepped forward and first searched for loot. The queen bee's fire resistance was indeed low. It was also because Lin Chen's life-for-life damage bonus was high, so now the outer shell was basically charred, and at the tail, Lin Chen extracted more than a dozen long poisonous stingers, as long as spears. I'll put these away, they should be useful later. Lin Chen discovered that these shootable stingers were different from the small wasp stingers. The small wasp stingers could only produce venom while they were alive. Once they died, the venom glands ceased to function. However, these spear-like stingers could maintain intact venom inside. Besides the stingers, Lin Chen couldn't find anything else usable on the queen bee. What is this? Suddenly, he noticed a very small crystal-like object inside the queen bee's body. It looked like black crystal. Did the queen bee eat it, or was it originally growing inside her body? Lin Chen couldn't figure it out. Perhaps being possessed by the demon race had something to do with it. Regardless, he stuffed everything into his storage ring. By the way, when he got equipment from the Divine Office, Lin Chen had asked for a storage ring. This item seemed to provide no boost to combat power but was extremely expensive. With this, Lin Chen could carry more items. His fighting style was at least a burden on his clothes. His previous outfit had been burned away, so Lin Chen took out another set to wear. Then he opened the panel to check his experience gains this time. Name, Lin Chen, Occupation, Life Exchange Master, Level, 18, First Transition, what? Killing a boss and leveling up twice? Lin Chen was taken aback. He clearly remembered that the last time he killed a level 25 monster, it only gave him 2000 experience, and this time, the system didn't provide any kill notifications, including experience gained, as if he were isolated from this divine realm system. Was it the demon race's doing? It seemed to belong to a kind of domain skill, completely isolating Lin Chen from this divine realm. Therefore, he didn't count as having killed the queen bee in the blind zone of the divine realm, and the divine realm had no reaction at all. A hefty experience gain to level up twice is too exaggerated. Lin Chen knew that the monsters in this divine realm had very rich experience, but it couldn't possibly reach such a level. He now needed tens of thousands of experience to level up. Did a level 25 monster really have that much experience, or was it counted as given by the demon race? Talent, Divine Chain. As the level increases, the number of targets that can be bound increases. Currently, the bindable number, 18. Undead Battle Body, after exchanging lives, can trigger the undead spirit, permanently increasing physical and mental strength. Also possesses a focusing ability, allowing all damage from bound targets to be concentrated on one person. Shared Life and Death, Reverse Binding can bind one ally, completely bearing the damage taken by that ally. Skill, Hell Whale, the pain and damage suffered by the body will increase on the target by 18 times. The multiplier of pain and damage increases with level. Skill, Night Eye Exploration, can detect dangers within 600 meters outside the body. Range increases with level. Skill, Gravity Confinement, manipulate gravity within 60 meters of oneself, with a gravity intensity of 50 times oneself, can confine enemies. Multiplier range increases with level. Skill, Equivalent Exchange, sacrifice a part of the body to gain 1 hour of invulnerability. This skill can be used when controlled. Physical Strength, 7. 2%, Mental Strength, 7. 2%. Lin Chen carefully examined the changes on the panel. Some attributes increased with level. Gravity Confinement had not changed in intensity, still at 50 times, and the range of Night Eye Exploration had also extended. Wait, there's an additional reverse binding? This meant Lin Chen could help one teammate bear damage, completely taking it on. Upon further thought, this was quite valuable. Lin Chen could act as a support. For example, the teammates charging ahead would definitely take on more damage. Zhao Feng and Wang Dong were on the front lines killing, but their abilities weren't the best. If Lin Chen, who could withstand damage the most, could share the burden with them, they would see a qualitative improvement. Besides output, attracting the enemy's skill firepower was also an important aspect. The person charging ahead didn't necessarily need to deal high damage. Sometimes, just drawing fire was enough. The output could be handled by the ranged professions in the back. After absorbing the enemy's skills, their side would enter a period of advantage. Thinking differently, Lin Chen could also protect a relatively fragile teammate. For instance, mages and similar professions couldn't grow in physical strength and defense like warriors. With Lin Chen, these so-called squishy characters could even stand at the front and trade skills with the enemy. This is very useful. With this, we can eliminate the crisis of being focused on by the enemy. Anyway, Lin Chen is immortal. He can withstand damage without any problem. If it were a confrontation with a team of the same level, Lin Chen could even take all the damage from the opposing side. It's a pity he can only bind one person from his own side. If he could bind multiple people, that would be too overpowered, equivalent to having multiple copies of Lin Chen. If he could bind many, we would see a team of immortal mages firing together. This is clearly Lin Chen's most powerful skill for group attack enhancement at the moment. Of course, it depends on whether his teammates have large area attack skills. Captain, are you okay? Suddenly, Lin Chen heard Yu Ling's call. There is a special team communication in the divine realm. Oh, I'm fine. How about you guys? You disappeared directly from the team, we thought. We are fine here too, and the swarm has been burned down by more than half. The rest have been driven away by the smoke. They dare not enter the canyon anymore. Great. I'll head over to meet you right away. Yu Ling's side actually dealt with the swarm too. Impressive. Can her elusive ability even evade the swarm? In fact, Yu Ling's skill is also quite overpowered. She has to continuously lure monsters without being surrounded by them. Others can't do that, and Lin Chen suspects her divine rank might be concealed. With such abilities, she doesn't need any attack power, just existing in the team is already very powerful. Just like Ji Yun's silence profession, the team doesn't need her to provide damage. A person like her, as long as she is in the team and plays a role, effectively weakens the opponent's attack power. Lin Chen quickly exited the hive. There were no adult venomous bees left inside, but there were still many larvae. Looking closer, Lin Chen noticed that only one larva was still wriggling. Is it about to metamorphose? Then I'll take you with me. This time entering the hive, Lin Chen obtained more than a dozen venomous stingers and brought back a young bee. He planned to study these venomous bees, wondering why they could allow the demon race to possess them. The demon race must also be a dangerous existence. By the way, that black crystal, he still doesn't know what it's for. This thing must be related to the demon race. He intends to see if this crystal forms in the body of the young bee. Clearly, the venomous bees encountered this time are different from the wild monsters faced before. The demon race, could it be another powerful race that is not friendly to humans? Lin Chen decided not to mention this for now, especially in the Divine Academy, as it might already be infiltrated by the demon race. After reuniting with his teammates, Lin Chen saw the canyon they had burned. You guys burned all of this? Yuling, how powerful is that scroll of yours? Anyway, it's very expensive. Now we should be ahead of their progress on the other side of the canyon. If they could burn most of the venomous bees, then the other team would definitely not compare. The number of venomous bees is too vast. Lin Chen asked Zhao Feng and the others, what about you? Do you have any injuries? We're fine, we just burned. These venomous bees are quite stupid. We're still halfway to level 17. Who would have thought a fire could raise us half a level? No wonder this is the secret realm of the Divine Academy. We gave all the venomous stingers we collected to Yuling. She really paid us money. We're all rich now, haha. Zhao Feng and Wang Dong are both carefree people with straightforward tempers. Lin Chen looked at Yuling. Can these venomous stingers still be used after the venomous bees die? Yes, although the venom glands are gone, the residual poison is still quite potent. Anyway, there are enough of them. If made into bullets, one shot can at least paralyze the enemy, and it's also very deadly for those of lower levels. Residual poison can create lethal weapons. Lin Chen has complete venom in those more than a dozen stingers. He thought for a moment but didn't mention this. The matter of the queen bee is too strange and not suitable to discuss within the Divine Academy. Hey, Captain, what level are you now? I've reached level 18. Ah, what do you mean? You disappeared for a moment and directly leveled up twice. Everyone was dumbfounded. They had never seen such an outrageous thing. It was simply too absurd. Yuling was puzzled. The level of the poison bee isn't high to begin with. It's just poison. As long as you grasp the pattern, it's easy to kill. The queen bee's level can't be too high, definitely not exceeding level 30. Where did you get so much experience? Well, the queen bee is level 25, but I don't know how I got so much experience. Lin Chen wasn't lying. He truly had no idea where all this extra experience came from, and the system hadn't given any hints. Yuling thought for a moment and nodded. Anyway, this was your solo kill. Even if our whole team couldn't do it, we should go find them to fulfill the bet. I'll treat everyone with the money we won. Ha, how can I accept that? You just spent money to buy the poison needles we obtained. A deal is a deal. This is what we all won together. Zhao Feng also greatly appreciated Yuling's character. To be honest, her current disheveled and fierce appearance made it easier for her to blend into the team. If she really looked as beautiful as she claimed, everyone would definitely feel a bit distant. It wasn't aimed at anyone in particular. That lofty fairy image just creates distance. Even Ji Yun could feel the male team members keeping their distance from her, but not from Yuling. Yuling was also very perceptive, knowing that Lin Chen had things he couldn't say, so she covered for him. Regrouping, they had to wait for the smoke to clear before the bee swarm would return to rest. Lin Chen led the team to the entrance of the right canyon and sent out a message. The battle inside wasn't over yet, so they waited for a while until the team from the Divine Office came out. What? You guys dealt with the poison bees so quickly? Yang Chong emerged with his team, discovering that Lin Chen's side had already finished, and their experience points were higher than theirs. This was different from what he initially thought. Weren't poison bees supposed to be harder to deal with? Quickly? I thought it was very simple. Let's compete again, so no one can say we took advantage of you. What are you saying? Poison bees are simple. Yeah, just burn them with fire. You guys didn't think of that. How could this be? Have the poison bees become that stupid now? He remembered that poison bees were quite clever. No matter how powerful a fire mage was, they wouldn't be wiped out in one go. After years of training, the people from the Divine Office leveled up here, and the poison bees were also getting smarter. Don't think that small animals are foolish. They know how to survive. By now, even a fire professor going in wouldn't be able to burn many. Otherwise, who wouldn't want to come here to level up, earning 10 experience points each, burning a whole group at once? Yuling had also managed to escape quite a bit. Her monster drawing was already at its limit, achieving an unprecedented group leveling efficiency. Going in once could yield half a level. By the end of the semester, everyone could have a second class change, which was a bit terrifying. Stop with the nonsense, the system won't help us fake anything. Have you admitted defeat? Yuling didn't care about that, the bet they agreed upon should be fulfilled. Yang Chong conceded as well, not wasting words. He straightforwardly wrote a check and handed over the money. This guy was a real tycoon, casually giving away 500,000. Lin Chen had never known if he could earn that much in his lifetime. So, is there anything else next? We should at least level up once for coming in, right? Yuling asked again. Yang Chong didn't want to look at Yuling's terrifying face and reluctantly said, "Let's go, you really got a bargain." The two teams continued on their way. Qin Xiu, being an old acquaintance of Lin Chen, walked alongside him to chat. "How's it been since you went to the national office? Is it all right over there?" "Actually, it's about the same, many people don't have much choice. By the way, is there anything special in this blind spot secret realm?" "I don't know, I just entered this year." "Oh, you need to be careful at the Clergy Academy, I feel something's off about them." The demon clan Lin Chen encountered before was definitely a secret of the Clergy Academy. It's still unclear how many people know about it, but the attitude of the demon clan is definitely suspicious. At the very least, they don't regard humans as friends. Moreover, their strength is surprisingly formidable, so caution is necessary. Qin Xiu had helped Lin Chen before, so he had to remind her that there could be hidden dangers in this situation. The demon he encountered was most likely the one who kidnapped his sister, and he still lacked more information. The only thing he could be sure of was that their intentions were not good, which further confirmed to Lin Chen that taking his sister away was the right decision. Although the Clergy Academy is a place everyone aspires to and represents the strongest power, that doesn't mean it's a good place. Lin Chen didn't dare to reveal too much because his own strength wasn't that great yet. Qin Xiu was still kind-hearted. She knew that Lin Chen's greatest concern was his sister. "I don't know about your sister, but there are indeed many strange teachers at the Clergy Academy. I've heard other students talk about it, but I didn't expect they could just grab people. At the very least, they should inform you. This isn't your concern, I'm warning you because of that." "Me? No way, no matter how strange they are, they can't harm their own students." "That's hard to say. Power itself has no inherent good or evil, but the user determines everything. To ordinary people, having money is justice, and being strong is justice, but there are prerequisites. The prerequisite is that this so-called justice does not cross the bottom line of humanity. Those who are not of our kind must have different hearts." He still clearly remembered the conversation he had with that demon. "By the way, what was the name of the professor who took my sister? This matter has spread within the Clergy Academy. I heard her surname is Ouyang. She's a female professor who has been at the academy for many years, and not many people know her. Her students are all carefully selected. In fact, there are quite a few professors like her at the Clergy Academy." "Are there many?" "Generally, if students aren't particularly outstanding, they won't encounter them." Lin Chen was already starting to worry about Qin Xiu. Her talent was exceptionally prominent, with an excellent profession and the highest clergy rank. Others might be uncertain, but Qin Xiu would definitely encounter that kind of professor. The problem now was that even if Lin Chen told her, she wouldn't believe it. It sounded a bit absurd to an ordinary person. "Then let's keep in touch more often." "Sure, it's a pity you don't come to the Clergy Academy. I'm sure they will regret it." The shadow in Lin Chen's heart grew heavier. The world was unpredictable, and he couldn't say what was good or bad now. At that moment, their captain, Yang Chong, couldn't stand it any longer. "What are you two talking about?" Lin Chen couldn't be bothered to respond to him, but he could understand Yang Chang's attitude. After all, Qin Xiu was the most dazzling girl among them, not only with great talent but also the most beautiful. If this new school beauty kept talking to Lin Chen, anyone in Yang Chan's position would feel uncomfortable. "We're about to encounter danger ahead, Qin Xiu, you need to stay with the team." Qin Xiu didn't understand. What was wrong with talking a few words while traveling together? They were old acquaintances, did they have to interfere? It was fine not to mention it, but once it was said, Qin Xiu felt very displeased. Who wasn't a genius? "Even though we're in a team, I'm not your subordinate, you have no right to command me." Alright, if you're so capable, go join their team and see if anyone will still want to take you. What's the big deal? Then I'll leave the team. In a fit of anger, Qin Xiu left the team and then sent a request to join Lin Chen's side. What a joke, who wasn't a genius? Would you dare to speak so loudly in front of an SSS level weapon master? No one was willing to take her, just the label of weapon master was enough for countless people to fight over wanting to take her. Lin Chen was taken aback and agreed to Qin Shou's request. You don't need to be unhappy with your teammates. It's fine, we are teammates now. That priest thinks he's so important just because his dad is the director of the department. This is the local power, but with Qin Shou's talent, they certainly wouldn't dare to target her too openly. It was the same situation as with Lin Chen's sister. Following them meant having food to eat, but they weren't beggars. If they had to kneel to get it, they wouldn't associate with them. The future, is it something to be gained by kneeling? They would rather not have it. Qin Shou was originally a proud person, how could she accept this? Yang Chong was furious. Come here quickly. Are you trying to openly rebel? Do you dare to stand with the enemies of the Clergy Academy? What do you want? Seeing the 4 members of the Clergy Academy approaching, Yuling also aimed her gun at Yang Chong. The atmosphere became tense, and Lin Chen stepped forward to block the way. What do you mean, fellow student from the Clergy Academy? Have you already declared the National Clergy Academy as your enemy? If we are enemies, then what we should be doing now is not standing here talking. Is anyone responsible for what you just said? Do you really want to fight us? Lin Chen still had a lot of deterrent power because he had previously defeated a second-tier mage in the challenge match. Yang Chang's team was filled with exceptionally talented geniuses, but they were all only level 16. Faced with Lin Chen, who could handle a second-tier mage, they backed down. Although Yang Chong had said before that with him as the priest, Lin Chen wouldn't win that challenge match, it was just talk. Skills didn't fall on him, he could say whatever he wanted. At that time, the second-tier mage had 2 healers behind him. They did heal him, but the pain he endured not only didn't decrease but increased, causing him to suffer repeatedly, driving him to madness. What? What do you want? This is our Clergy Academy's territory. Aren't you the one who wants to fight? I'll accompany anyone who comes. You all know, I'm just a life-exchanging master. I never directly attack others because that's too inefficient. Lin Chen smiled, and that cruel smile made all 4 of them shiver simultaneously. They had seen Lin Chen in that challenge match. The second-tier mage was in agony at his hands, unable to fight back or give up. Oomph, let's go. Yang Chong turned and left with his teammates, his imposing demeanor forcing them to follow. He held a significant position in the Clergy Academy, and they were afraid of being sidelined. Lin Chen watched them leave without making a move and turned back to ask Qin Shou, "Are you really okay? What do I have to fear? This year's top student of the Clergy Academy is me, what can they do?" "That's true. If anything happens in the future, you can come to me." He was being so generous, but in the past, Qin Shou wouldn't have accepted it. Why should he act like that? But now, Qin Shou felt differently and nodded. She had once looked down on the profession of life-exchanging master and even competed with Lin Chen. Although she was proud, she accepted her defeat and recognized that Lin Chen was a good person. Alright, now that they've left, what do we do? Zhao Feng was dumbfounded. Qin Shou, it looks like you're the only one who can lead us. Qin Shou shook her head, this is my first time here too. Only Yang Chong is familiar with this place, his talent isn't that great, and he only reached level 16 by training here, so he knows it well. I see, that's fine. We'll just find our way slowly. It was said that this place was a leveling holy land, which meant there weren't any particularly dangerous monsters. Yuling said at this moment, up ahead is a grassland. I've heard that there are herds of wild cattle here. You know? I've inquired about the news. These wild cattle give a lot of experience, and their desire to attack is very low. If that's the case, then this is indeed a great place to level up. Lin Chen didn't expect that Yuling's information network was so well connected, able to find out about this place. This secret realm wasn't widely known even within the Divine Academy, yet Yuling managed to learn about it. So what should we do next? According to my idea, it's actually similar to how we dealt with the venomous bees before, lure the wild bulls over and kill them. Yuling indeed had a plan. The wild bulls are a very special type of monster. If you don't provoke them, they won't attack you, which is why this secret realm is good for leveling up. But if you do provoke them, Zhao Feng was puzzled. Are they very powerful? Yes, when the wild bulls get angry, they become one of the most terrifying creatures. They can kill beyond their level. The mad bulls have always been the most fearsome animals, and even as wild monsters, they remain the same. So this secret realm has its intricacies, just like the venomous bees before. If you have a way to kill them, leveling up will be easy. If you force it, all the wild monsters here can kill you beyond your level. The cold poison is effective against any level of divine warrior, and you can use tactics to avoid it. When the wild bulls go mad, they won't fear any creature, but as long as you understand their temperament, they might not even attack you. So how do we kill them? I'll lure them in, and everyone can surround and attack them one by one. Trust me, I have a lot of experience. but be careful, once the wild bulls go crazy, they can jump from level 20 straight to level 30. Ah, does the experience also increase? Yes, so driving them mad before killing them will yield more experience. Everyone looked at each other, they had never had experience killing such high-level monsters before. Only Lin Shen had done something like this. However, they weren't inexperienced in team killing. For example, this time the silence spell would play a significant role. They all sat down to plan, letting Yuling lure the bulls, drive them mad, and then silence them. That way, they would gain experience and could disable the wild bull's skills, leaving only their brute strength to deal with. If we do it well, team killing shouldn't be a problem. As for the boss, after all, the wild bulls aren't S rank. Everyone nodded. If they lacked offensive means, they would just have to fight a bit longer. This was the experience baby. Even if Yuling hid in the shadows, she could still take them down one by one. Lin Shen had heard of people exploiting bugs to level up before, but he didn't expect it could happen here too. You want to go into the herd to lure the bulls? But those are all level 20 monsters. Xin Xiao, who had never seen Yuling's abilities, thought it was very dangerous. After all, she was only level 16. Once the bulls went mad, it would be a group of level 30 mad bulls. Only someone of the Dean's caliber could handle that. It's fine, I won't attract the attention of those wild bulls. You all wait here in this valley. They found a valley with only one entrance. Once Yuling lured the bulls into this entrance, everyone would surround and attack them together. It sounded like it would go smoothly. Killing bulls in the valley wouldn't alert those outside, or else it would be thousands of bosses. Zhao Feng felt invigorated. Then where else do we need to go? Let's just wait here and level up. Wang Dong couldn't help but exclaim, this divine academy really is guarding a great place. With just a bit of strategy, they could level up. Wasn't that a good place? As long as they arranged everything in advance, there wouldn't be any danger. They quickly made arrangements, and Yuling went out to lure the monsters. Lin Chen and Xin Xiu stood at the entrance of the valley, watching as Yuling approached the edge of the bull herd. Your teammates are all quite special. Yeah, some have poor talent, so they have to think more for themselves. This gunsmith gives me a strange feeling. Is she really a special recruit from your national academy? She probably has some enemies, that's my guess. Lin Chen could only think this way. With Yuling's talent, she couldn't just be a special recruit. Her attitude was simply to avoid drawing too much attention. Otherwise, just from her generous actions, it was clear she was no ordinary person. However, the more extraordinary one's identity, the greater the trouble it often attracted. So Lin Chen didn't ask too many questions. Before long, they saw Yuling leading a cow over. The herd didn't even notice her presence. Only the provoked cow chased after her all the way here. Once they brought the cow into the valley, Yuling began to escalate her provocation. She pulled out a pistol and shot at the cow, but not aiming for any vital spots. Silencer ready, don't let it charge. With this wave of silencing, the raging bull couldn't use its skills, which only made it angrier. Moo! The raging bull finally exploded in fury, transforming into a mad bull form. This was a very special situation. The raging bull was not a boss monster, nor was it considered a second form. So many people liked to treat it as an experienced baby. However, it was important to note that if not properly managed, a mad bull could be very terrifying. Now that the raging bull had turned into a mad bull, it chased after Yuling, while Zhao Feng and Wang Dong also closed in. The two of them looked for opportunities to sneak attack from the side and bled it out with their knives. A level 30 mad bull was powerful enough to scare boss monsters, but as long as they found the right method, it was not impossible to kill. Lin Chen and Xin Xiu also jumped down, intending to join the fight. Yuling immediately warned, Captain, watch out, don't use your skills here. Why? You need to save them for emergencies. Besides, we have to kill so many cows, it would be too troublesome for you to trade your life every time. Let's take our time to kill it, even if it takes a while, we can wear it down. You don't need to intervene. Her words were not wrong, bringing the cow in was about attrition. It was clear that the raging bull had lost its intelligence now, and Zhao Feng and Wang Dong just needed to bleed it out with their knives. If it was hard to kill, they could just hit it a few more times. After all, it wasn't a boss monster, so there was no need to go all out right away. Then I'll do it. Xin Xiu couldn't help but join in. She was the top talent of the current divine office. How could she just watch? She took out a spear and chased after the cow, stabbing at its belly. The cow, in pain, tried to retaliate but was easily dodged by Xin Xiu, while the others continued to draw its aggro. The encirclement didn't seem too difficult, it was just that Wang Dong was a bit confused. Aren't you a weapon master? You should know to attack from behind. Wang Dong, you kill your own. If you don't understand, don't talk nonsense. Attacking from the side with a spear is likely to hit the heart and lungs. Yuling interrupted, letting a girl attack from behind. I really don't know what you guys are thinking. Also, Don't use skills, save your strength to kill slowly. We still have many cows to deal with. They took turns drawing aggro, with Ouyang's contributions being the most significant. Soon, they brought down a cow. The raging bull was indeed very strong, impressively so. But it was futile if it couldn't hit anyone. Both sides monotonously attacked until they took down a level 30 wild monster. The experience is indeed a lot. I'm almost at level 17. Ouyang, go attract more monsters. Let's try to wear down a few more while we have this great opportunity. Zhao Feng and Wang Dong were both energetic and full of fighting spirit. After all, they were all S-class divine professionals. Lin Chen was quite relaxed, not having to take action, but the experience from this raging bull was truly astonishing. I've leveled up. Ha! What level are you now? I'm at level 19. Just now, he was at level 18, already close to 19, while the others in the team hadn't even leveled up once. It was evident how much experience the demon race provided. They were truly mysterious. But the others had no idea about this, and Qinxiu was even more dumbfounded. You, how much? No, what level were you when you came in? I was the same level as them when I came in. Everyone was speechless. There was simply no way to explain it well. No matter what you encountered, it was impossible to level up that quickly. Qinxiu stared blankly at Lin Chen and said, in the Divine Academy, the universally recognized top genius only gains a third of a level after entering the Blind Zone secret realm, starting from level 16. What did you eat? He hasn't even completed a trial yet. Ouyang wasn't overly surprised. I'll go lure the cattle. We need to put in more effort since opportunities to get in here are rare. Just make sure to leave the horns and bones for me, the rest doesn't matter. Alright, we need to hurry. Zhao Feng didn't react much, he was used to it. After all, people are different. Some can level up quickly, but how fast that is has nothing to do with him. Ouyang reached the canyon's exit and suddenly stopped. Wait, I feel something's off. She seemed to sense something and the next moment hid behind a rock near the canyon entrance. Lin Chen followed her and asked, what's wrong? Did you see? The cattle are restless. Once this herd goes mad, I can't think of anyone who could stop them. This isn't normal. Someone is influencing the cattle's emotions, making them agitated. How did you sense that? I can perceive their emotions, it's an intuition. Isn't that a skill? Well, Lin Chen crouched behind the rock and looked out at the grassland. He couldn't discern anything himself, and his night vision didn't extend that far. Zhao Feng and the others came over and asked, what's going on? The cattle are going crazy, I don't know why. Ha! We spent so long killing that one, and we even sealed its skills. If this herd goes mad, could it be that someone is deliberately causing trouble, like that team from the Divine Academy earlier? They might be trying to sabotage us. If all the cattle went mad, they definitely wouldn't dare to go out. But as for whether someone was deliberately causing trouble, Ouyang shook her head. They don't have that capability. To make this entire herd go mad requires strength. They wouldn't care if an ant bit them, and besides, how would they escape themselves? Meanwhile, the cattle truly went mad, with continuous bellowing echoing through the grassland. Moo! This sound resonated across the prairie, and upon hearing it, no creature dared to show its head, even the stronger wild monsters had to shrink back. The sight of a massive herd of mad cattle charging towards them was incredibly thrilling. They hadn't even started running, yet it felt like the ground was shaking. Everyone hide well and don't make any noise. At that moment, the 4 deans watching outside were also at a loss. What happened? It seems like the wild cattle inside have undergone some change. Ji Wuyo wondered. Director Gu, has this situation ever occurred before? Director Gu shook his head. Basically, wild cattle are considered very docile monsters. When students go in to lure and kill them, usually only 1 or 2 go mad. There's never been such a large-scale frenzy. What do we do? A mad cow will fight for its life. They can only hide and wait for the cattle's madness to pass. Yang Chang's team is fortunate not to be near the grassland, but they need to be notified to stay away immediately. Even if we can get in, we won't be able to stop it. Mad cows are more chaotic than any demon race, and this is a whole herd. Moreover, each of them is level 30, they can kill in an instant. Who else can take down level 30 monsters with tough skin and flesh? So this blind zone is very mystical. Lin Chen and the others were hiding in the valley, taking cover on a nearby hillside. A few mad cows charged in, rampaging with bloodshot eyes searching for anything to attack. However, the mad cows didn't attack each other, which seemed a bit puzzling. How long will they be mad? I don't know, because I've never heard of such a situation. Finally, there was something that Ouyang didn't know. Lin Chen felt that this matter was not simple, so he pulled Ouyang aside to ask. He took out the black crystal core. Do you recognize this? This is a magic crystal. Ouyang was stunned, staring at Lin Chen and asking, where did this come from? Is it from the queen bee? What else did you encounter? Lin Chen was sure she would know something. It seems you know what's going on? Yes, creatures with this magic crystal will be controlled by the demon race. You've heard of the demon race, right? This legend is widely circulated among the people. I thought it was just a story. No, it's real. Having this means you've encountered them? Lin Chen nodded. He actually didn't know what was going on either. The demon race wanted to target Lin Chen, but his abilities exceeded their expectations. But what kind of beings were the demon race? At that moment, Yu Ling looked at the crazed herd of cattle outside. Do you think the herd is also affected by this? Yes, although it's impossible for every cow to have this, driving them mad shouldn't be too difficult. If that's the case, things are a bit tricky. It means the demon race is still after you, and hiding like this isn't a solution. Then what should we do? Even if we team up, we can't handle one mad cow. In fact, Lin Chen could deal with it, but not many. There were hundreds or thousands of mad cows outside. These cows were so frenzied that they ignored pain and injury, and Lin Chen's damage boost didn't have much effect on them. So, they had to be clever. There had to be a way to make this herd of mad cows stop their rampage. Wait, there's a way. It might be harder for us, but for you, it could be the easiest. What way? There's a cow king among the herd. Such a large-scale madness is probably forced by the cow king. As long as we subdue the cow king, the other mad cows can start to calm down. But the problem is, the cow king is harder to deal with than a group of mad cows. Lin Chen found it unbelievable. What could be more difficult to handle than a group of mad cows? If such a being existed, wouldn't the cow king be at least level 50? It seemed they really had to face it. If it was indeed the demon race's doing, they definitely wouldn't let them go easily. Hiding wouldn't work. If they couldn't solve it this time, it would come back next time, always waiting for them in unexpected places. Things didn't seem as difficult as Lin Chen thought. The cow king is probably level 40. We can't handle it, so it depends on you. What? Only level 40? What do you mean by that? Is level 40 low? Not really, but I heard you say the cow king can handle a group of mad cows. Shouldn't being only level 40 be insufficient? There were thousands of mad cows, each with level 30 when they went berserk. 1 against 1,000? Yu Ling shook her head. It's not as you think. The cow king has a bloodline suppression over the other cows, so it definitely doesn't rely on brute force. But level 40 is already a disruption for us entering this divine realm secret. If it was just level 40, Lin Chen wasn't without a solution. With his current boosts, handling level 40 or even a bit higher was possible. Although Lin Chen's level wasn't too high, his talent boosts were significant. With the leverage of his talent boosts, it wasn't difficult for him to fight above his level against a second transformation divine class, and even a bit higher wasn't out of the question. That should be fine. I'll find a way. The current issue is whether it's really the demon race causing trouble. It should be right. We can go test it out. The demon race can't detect your stealth? As long as I pay attention to the distance, it shouldn't be too difficult. The problem should lie with the cow king. Yu Ling also planned to give it a try. They couldn't just sit and wait. They needed to figure out what was going on. If it was just ordinary mad cows going berserk for no reason, that would be easier to handle. They would eventually calm down. But if it's the demon clan making a move, it won't end so easily. They have a purpose. Lin Chen returned and explained the situation to the team. Now, Yu Ling and I are going out to investigate a bit, see what's going on. You all stay hidden and wait for us to bring back news. Be careful not to be discovered by the mad bulls. Is it really necessary to take the risk? Because we don't know if the herd has simply gone mad or if there's another intention behind it. Lin Chen's words left Zhao Feng a bit confused, but he didn't say anything further. Xin Xiu came over and said, I'll go with you. You shouldn't go, we're not going to confront the herd head-on. No, this is the divine office, and I'm a student here. There's no reason for me to hide in the back. Lin Chen glanced at Yu Ling and nodded. Alright, the mad bull's perception isn't very good, so you just need to be careful about hiding, and there shouldn't be any problems. The issue is whether the bull king will notice. The mad bull's perception sharply decreases when they're enraged, which was evident from before. Xin Xiu, being a weapon master, had her own talents, and her agile movements were part of her combat strength. So, avoiding the mad bull's attention shouldn't be a big problem for her, but Lin Chen felt that their target was the bull king, who wouldn't be mad and was a high-level boss monster. If discovered, it could command the herd to attack. We're not going to fight. Your skills as a weapon master shouldn't be of much use, right? What if you get discovered? I can help you escape better. Xin Xiu insisted. Let's go. Hiding like this isn't a solution. We need to know what's going on. Lin Chen had no choice but to nod. Then stick with me and don't spread out. Yu Ling went out first, weaving through the chaotic mad bulls, testing a safe path. Lin Chen followed closely behind her, with Xin Xiu beside him. The sight of thousands of mad bulls running across the grassland was indeed spectacular. Just the sound of their hooves hitting the ground could unsettle one's mind, like war drums thundering everywhere, the sound alone revealing their power. Level 30 mad bulls had strength surpassing level 30. This was the advantage of the mad bulls, and combined with their skills, they were enough to topple a team. The reason they managed to wear down one before was that Ouyang was drawing aggro while also preventing the mad bulls from charging. The noise was too loud, and Ouyang in front could only wave to convey information. Suddenly, Ouyang stopped, raised her hand to signal not to move forward, and turned back. "You, take out that stone." Ouyang gestured and spoke, making Lin Chen understand her meaning, so he took out the magic crystal. Then, Lin Chen also noticed something strange about the magic crystal. Inside the black crystal, it seemed to glow with a flame. So that's how it is. This indicates that the Bull King is also under the control of the demon clan. Lin Chen looked at Ouyang, and she nodded at him. "What are you two talking about?" Qin Xiu didn't understand their meaning, but now wasn't the time for explanations. The three of them crouched in a pit, avoiding outside disturbances, planning how to deal with the situation. "It's just level 40, it's a bit difficult, but it's not impossible to kill." "Lin Chen, when you killed the queen bee before, did you use your life-exchanging talent skill?" "Of course I did. You know I don't have other skills." "Then if it happens again, the Bull King has the consciousness of the demon clan, it won't attack you the same way as before. It will run, letting the mad bulls wear us down first." "How will you respond?" "Right, if the Bull King learned from the last encounter, it wouldn't directly confront Lin Chen. It would first let the herd wear them down for a while. Lin Chen's side shouldn't last long." "It must be like that. The Bull King learned from the last time with the queen bee and would definitely turn and run upon seeing Lin Chen. If Lin Chen's skills couldn't lock onto the Bull King, they would be meaningless against ordinary mad bulls. Although every mad cow is level 30 and just as difficult to deal with as the bosses he encountered before, there are simply too many. Lin Chen cannot handle that many mad cows. Even if the Bull King is powerful, he must start with the leader." "What are you all talking about?" "It's like this, Qin Xiu, I don't know if you can understand." Ouyang explained the matter of the demon race to Qin Xiu. In fact, many people have heard stories about the demon race, but they only regard them as legends. Once too many people talk about something that has never appeared, no one pays attention. It's like hearing ghost stories, everyone has heard them, but no one can prove them. Thus, it is assumed that there are no ghosts in this world. The existence of the demon race is the same, they are not afraid of you spreading this. The more it spreads, the less credible it becomes. But who really knows if any of it is true? "You say the Bull King has been demonized and is targeting us?" "That's right, this is no ordinary mad cow. If we don't deal with it, we absolutely won't get out." "But, we are only level 16, how can we possibly defeat a level 40 Bull King?" Lin Chen was also thinking about this. He had ideas to try, but the Bull King would definitely avoid him. As for the others, it was too dangerous, they did not have immortality. "Well, it's not that there's no way. Qin Xiu, if I let you face the Bull King alone, would you dare?" I would dare, but what good would it do? I can guarantee it won't hurt you, and you can attract its attention while I circle around." What Qin Xiu needed to do was to draw the Bull King's attention, giving Lin Chen a chance to get close. This was Lin Chen's first time using his reverse binding new skill, which was actually the skill that enhanced combat power the most. Exchange life, live and die together. As the skill was activated, Qin Xiu immediately felt that special connection. According to the description, this skill could transfer any attack damage Qin Xiu received to Lin Chen. "Let's test it first and see how it works." "Why are you blushing?" "And nothing." Qin Xiu didn't know why she suddenly felt embarrassed, as she had never felt this way with a man before. Especially this kind of connection between a man and a woman, as if they were one. To be honest, they had fought together before. If Qin Xiu were a man, they would have sworn brotherhood. She quickly suppressed her unusual emotions, drew a short knife from her waist, and made a cut on her arm. A miraculous thing happened, the wound appeared on Lin Chen's arm as well. Then, Qin Xiu's wound healed at a rapid pace, and so did Lin Chen's. This healing ability was inherent to Lin Chen, and because of this skill, Qin Xiu also possessed it simultaneously. "I feel as if this cut wasn't on me." "That's good. When facing the Bull King, you can act without hesitation. By the way, don't be afraid, I can't die." "Really? I'm afraid for you." "I'm fine. Did you see the speed of this healing? That's my ability." Lin Chen had to encourage Qin Xiu because once a person cannot perceive pain and injury, they can fall into a special kind of fear. Everyone is the same. Just imagine a situation where you can't feel pain. Pain is a protective mechanism. Feeling pain is the body's way of notifying you that you are hurt. If you can't feel that, you will panic. But Lin Chen wanted Qin Xiu to overcome this panic. He was used to fighting this way, but Qin Xiu was not accustomed to it. If she remained restrained, she clearly wouldn't be able to perform her role effectively. "Don't worry, I'm a warrior, I know what to do." With that, Lin Chen felt reassured. "Then you prepare, I'll go set an ambush, and you provoke the Bull King." Saying this, Lin Chen moved toward the distance and hid in the grass. Regarding his own abilities, Lin Chen had a rough estimate. After defeating Tuli, his strength was already sufficient to effectively counter second transformation level professions, and now he had reached level 19. Even against special bosses around level 40, he should have no problem. This was thanks to the excessive enhancement of his talent, which was not synchronized with his level. Even at level 16, he could deal 256 times the damage, and now at level 19, the increase in damage was certainly not as simple as just 3 levels. The counter damage multiplier at level 19 was 361 times. Any damage Lin Chen received could be reflected back to his opponent at a rate of 361 times after being focused. He had not yet tested the upper limit of this damage, but level 40 should be achievable. This was within the scope of his abilities. If the level were any higher, he would be uncertain. After Lin Chen hid, Qin Xiu began to attract the attention of the Bull King. Of course, Yuling led her to avoid the obstacles of the bull herd and directly entered the Bull King's domain, where other wild bulls could not enter. Therefore, the Bull King was not worried about the herd going wild and colliding with him. The Bull King did not need the rational acknowledgement of the wild bulls. This was a matter of bloodline suppression. Thus, for Lin Chen to enter this area, someone had to attract the Bull King's attention, and that person had to withstand the Bull King's presence. Otherwise, it would be impossible to draw the Bull King's focus, and Lin Chen would not be able to approach. Ultimately, what would be used was Lin Chen's 361 times counter damage. Qin Xiu had already reached the edge of the Bull King's domain, and for some reason, a faint black mist was rising within. "Don't worry, if you can't hold on, we are all in danger." "I understand. Be careful yourself." Yuling reassured Qin Xiu, knowing that if she got hurt, it would be as if Lin Chen was hurt. Any injury she sustained would be completely borne by Lin Chen, so she would inevitably have concerns while fighting. However, this was akin to the trolley problem. If she hesitated and couldn't hold on, everyone would be doomed. Yet, she was worried that Lin Chen wouldn't be able to withstand the damage. Yuling nodded. "I will keep watch around, only you can go in now." With that, Yuling disappeared from view, beginning to stealthily wander around. Qin Xiu brandished her spear and walked straight in. The moment she stepped into the Bull King's domain, the Bull King had already noticed her, and his massive form began to move toward her, as if the ground itself was shaking. The first thing she saw was the enormous bull horns, towering like a crown. Wild Monster Wild Bull Leader Level A Class Level 40 Talent Strength Enhancement, boosts strength and defense. Skills Berserk Charge, can unleash 10 times the strength instantly. Frenzy, can ignore any pain and attack wildly. It was evident that such a powerful monster was only rated A class. This was not due to the wild bull's insufficient stats, but rather a lack of offensive skills and awareness. In other words, in terms of combat, the wild bull's talent and skills were not rated as high as those of ferocious beasts, and ordinary wild bulls were even gentler creatures, only showing their strength when counterattacking. For ordinary bulls, their strength might surpass that of tigers and leopards, but no one would consider their combat power to be formidable. When facing human intelligence, wild bulls actually lacked means, relying solely on brute strength. Qin Xiu tightened her grip on the silver spear and charged straight in, directly reaching the Bull King's front. "Oh, a student from the Divine Office, what boldness!" The Bull King spoke, clearly possessing intelligence that surpassed that of lesser monsters. Qin Xiu pointed her spear at the Bull King and coldly said, "Did you incite the herd to go berserk? Your talent is impressive, but you are too confident. No matter how good your talent is at level 16, you are not my match." Although the Bull King was dismissive, his attention was captured by Qin Xiu. It was curious why a level 16 freshman dared to stand here. No matter how good your talent was, it was just talent, you couldn't use it to fight. Did this girl not realize she was courting death? Forget about the Bull King, even if Qin Xiu were thrown into a herd of ordinary bulls, she could be trampled to death. Coming to a place like this without the right level was nothing short of suicide. No matter how good your talent was, you wouldn't get far. "Do you know I'm a student of the Divine Academy?" Qin Xiu's focus was different. She felt that this Bull King's intelligence was a bit too high, and he even knew about the Divine Academy. How was that possible? She was indeed quite famous among the freshmen at the Divine Academy, known as the #1 genius. However, how did the monsters in this divine realm know about her? Was this a monster? Qin Xiu didn't know that this was no longer the Bull King's consciousness. The dark aura emanating from the Bull King already indicated this. He was possessed by a demon. Lin Chen knew whose consciousness it was, the professor who had kidnapped his sister, whose true form wasn't even human. Stop talking nonsense, let me teach you a lesson. Bull charge. The Bull King launched a charge right away, but Chinchou was quick to dodge. As a result, he didn't hit her, and the Bull King was surprised. Weapon Master? That's impressive talent. A Weapon Master's talent in combat is maxed out, and SSS level is even more exaggerated. You must know that a Master of Weapons is also a Master of Physical Techniques, with their body serving as an extension of their weapon. So Chinchou managed to evade, but just as the Bull King finished speaking, he charged again. Boom! This time, Chinchou was knocked away. She couldn't even imagine that this Bull King could unleash skills in succession. She wasn't even prepared for it. There was no way around it. After all, she was only level 16, and many hard metrics couldn't compete with the opponent. Chinchou flew far away and fell to the ground. The Bull King sneered, "A level 16 daring to enter here, have you learned your lesson? Hurry up and get lost." But the next moment, Chinchou surprisingly stood up again. "You don't want to kill me, but what are you trying to do by provoking the herd? Do you want to kill them? Then why not kill them and spare me? Is it because I'm a student of the Divine Academy? Wrong. Monsters in the Divine Realm can't have this kind of consciousness." She walked over again, and the Bull King was stunned. She wasn't injured? That was impossible. A level 16 who had just advanced couldn't possibly withstand this damage. At the very least, she should have suffered internal injuries and been gravely wounded. The Bull King's level was more than double Chinchou's. The outcome of the battle should have been a foregone conclusion. How did you do it? You weren't injured at all. Did you use some kind of drug? Anyway, one of us must die today. Chinchou was not vague either. She pointed her silver spear at the Bull King and began her attack. Ultimate move, 100 Battles Flame Spear. That silver spear was accompanied by a fire dragon, directly stabbing towards the Bull King, and surprisingly, Chinchou's speed was also very fast. The Bull King's reaction speed wasn't top tier, but his defense was thick. The flame spear surprisingly couldn't break through. When Chinchou thrust the spear forward, it was actually repelled by the hard bullhide. Ha ha ha. Now, do you realize the gap in levels? Although you claim to be the number 1 genius, a low-level genius is of no use. If this battle continues, you will surely die. The Bull King didn't even bother to dodge. The defense of a wild bull was already very high. Defense power was one of the 2 super attributes of wild bulls. Other aspects might be low, but these 2 were enough. Other monsters with levels higher than the Bull King couldn't withstand its strength. As for defense, let's not even mention it. Its tough skin and thick flesh were not afraid of damage. Chinchou's confidence almost vanished with that one strike. It wasn't that she wasn't powerful. The spear had penetrated, yet it couldn't break through the defense. Moreover, just from that one strike, her energy consumption was immense. She was an SSS level divine practitioner. Before Lin Chen appeared, that was the highest level. It wasn't her fault. The gap in levels was simply too great. Even the most talented child would be beaten by an adult. It's time to teach you a lesson, otherwise, you'll be too arrogant. The Bull King said coldly, then the attack began. Charge, Wild Bull. This attack was not a one-time event, but a continuous onslaught. Within a specific distance, the Wild Bull's charge almost arrived in an instant. Moreover, the Bull King's attack was different from that of ordinary wild bulls, which could only charge once. Chinchou was instantly knocked away, but before she could land, the Bull King charged at her again. She felt herself floating in the air, powerless, realizing she didn't even have a chance to fight back. It felt as if all the bones in her body had shattered, yet she felt no pain. Because of Lin Chen's skill binding, all the pain she should have felt was transferred to him. Living and dying together, in essence, meant that Lin Chen bore the damage first. To kill Chinchou, Lin Chen had to die first. Oh, you can still hold on like this? It seems you have some extra talent? The Bull King was surprised. It could sense Chinchou's physical state and was unable to land a blow. A mere weapon master couldn't achieve this. It seemed not to be a defensive talent, but rather a recovery one. This recovery was extreme, something it had never witnessed before, as if she possessed immense vitality. Just as the Bull King was puzzled, an unexpected situation suddenly arose. Life exchange, divine chain binding, focus. Life exchange, Hell's Whale. Life exchange, gravity restraint. The continuous skill locks caused the Bull King to slow down instantly. This immense force severely restricted its movements. Although it was powerful, its massive body also weighed a considerable amount. Even in a frenzy, the Bull King only gained a 10-fold strength boost, which could be easily offset by the gravity restraint. Who are you? The Bull King abandoned Chinchou and turned around, only to see Lin Chen. You? Since Chinchou was attacked, Lin Chen had sensed that if she couldn't transfer the damage, she would have likely lost half her life by now. Anyone receiving such a severe attack would lose all ability to resist. This had nothing to do with levels. No matter how high your level, a broken bone was still broken. Unless one was a creature with recovery abilities like a werewolf or vampire, it would mean death. But the Bull King knew Lin Chen was an exception. At this moment, Lin Chen also appeared battered, all injuries coming from Qin Xiu. Yet he stood straight, having completed the lock, and said to the Bull King, "I shouldn't call you Bull King, should I? You're Professor Wang? What are you talking about? Don't be nervous, I know who you are. You're from the Demon Clan, and aren't you just itching to kill me to silence me?" The existence of the Demon Clan was a secret, but it was an open secret, as rumors had circulated for countless years. Once people hear the same thing too many times, they develop a strange resistance and lose interest in it. So the Bull King was not at all flustered. You have the ability to go out and say that? Let's see who will believe you." "Right, that's useless. People will just be shocked for a moment and then forget about it. Just like someone claiming to have seen a ghost, whether others believe it or not, they might be surprised for a moment but will soon put it behind them and gradually become immune to such things." Moreover, Lin Chen was pointing at a professor from the Divine Office. They would think he was slandering the Divine Office. "Fine, I really can't do anything about it, so let's have a battle." Lin Chen began to close in. "That was quite enjoyable, now it's my turn. You're over twice my level, want to give it a try?" This was the Bull King possessed by the Demon Clan. She had already tested Lin Chen's strength with the Queen Bee before. Clearly, facing him head-on was not something the Bull King feared. This kid had an extraordinary tenacity for life. So next, the Bull King actually turned and ran. Because of past experiences, the Demon Clan would not confront Lin Chen directly. With Lin Chen's talent, anyone who faced him head-on would immediately find themselves in a clash of numbers. There was no fancy display, it was simply a matter of who could endure more. Essentially, aside from legendary creatures like werewolves and vampires, there were very few monsters that could compete in terms of recovery attributes. The Bull King had high defense, but it couldn't withstand that talent boost. The demon race had already experienced Lin Chen's 256-fold counterattack against the Bee Queen. At this moment, she realized that even the Bull King's body couldn't take it, because Lin Chen wasn't attacking the Bull King's true form, but himself. It had nothing to do with levels. If he lost a leg, the Bull King would lose a leg too. Sure enough, the Bull King hadn't run far when it stumbled and fell heavily to the ground. Its massive body piled up like a mountain, because one of its legs was broken. Lin Chen had removed one of his own legs, and the opponent was completely unprepared. As it struggled to get up and run, Lin Chen removed his other leg. With a 361-fold counterattack, he didn't believe the opponent could keep its legs intact, while Lin Chen held a bloody dagger to its neck. Fortunately, this damage was sufficient, far exceeding the previous 256-fold. But one must remember that 256-fold counterattack was at level 16, now it was level 19. "Why are you running? You are the Bull King," Lin Chen said calmly. "There are many things I don't understand. If you can tell me, I will let you go." The Bull King sneered, "I don't need you to let me go, but you are indeed surprising." She didn't use the Bull King's berserk skill because it was useless. Lin Chen's dagger would not just injure the skin, but also the tendons and bones. Berserk only dulled the pain, but the real damage to the body still existed. At this point, the Bull King couldn't escape, with only 2 legs left. "Is that so? Let's see if you can run that fast this time," Lin Chen said, stabbing his own throat with a knife, even making a few cuts left and right. That massive black energy was very decisive, choosing to leave the Bull King and fly away into the distance. The Bull King couldn't move anymore, but the black energy could fly. It was actually locked onto by Lin Chen, but it could escape quickly. Lin Chen also fell to the ground, savoring the feeling of the binding from the divine chain earlier. That black energy had been injured before and was now hurt again. The conclusion was that even if it possessed a host, Lin Chen's attack on the creature it possessed could still injure the demon race. If the black energy didn't flee at this moment, that damage could still be transmitted, likely worse than the Bull King. Hundreds of times the counterattack was indeed powerful. Even with tough skin and flesh, could your tendons and bones withstand it? At this moment, the Bull King's body could no longer move. It appeared to have no visible injuries on the surface, but inside, its tendons had already ruptured. Coupled with Lin Chen's final throat cut, the Bull King fell to the ground, gushing blood. This shouldn't have been the vitality of a proper Bull King. It was merely controlled by the demon race, which was unwilling to fight Lin Chen to the bitter end, leading to a hasty conclusion to the battle. In the end, she still got away. Lin Chen waited for his body to recover. At that moment, Qin Xiu ran over. "Are you okay? What happened to you? Can you be alright? Help me change my clothes." Lin Chen took out a set of clothes from his space. Although his body could recover, his clothes could not. Because of his special battle method, Lin Chen had prepared in advance, making sure to have several sets ready. After lying on the ground for a while, Lin Chen finally recovered, but it was quite astonishing. Qin Xiu helped him change clothes, her pretty face flushed as she sat beside him, turning her head to look elsewhere. Lin Chen sat up suddenly, exhaling a sigh of relief, and only then did Qin Xiu turn back. "Are you okay?" "I thought you." "I'm fine, you saw it, right? Was it big?" You." Qin Xiu turned her face away again, blushing. It wasn't her fault, it was the first time she had seen something like this. Lin Chen, however, didn't mind, his physical foundation was sufficient. Don't misunderstand, he meant his recovery ability. To others, it appears to be a phenomenon, but Lin Chen can feel it himself, a vast vitality circulating within his body, seemingly inexhaustible. As long as this vitality remains, no matter how injured he is, his body will recover. So, what is this vitality? Lin Chen cannot clearly explain this strange power. After all, it is SSSS level, and even Ji Wuyo cannot articulate it. By the way, when you faced the Bull King earlier, didn't you notice anything unusual? I was too weak. This isn't about strength, you were 24 levels lower, so it was impossible to touch the Bull King. If we're talking about strange things, I feel like that wasn't the Bull King, it felt like it was talking to a person. Sure enough, Qin Xiu also sensed it, but she couldn't articulate it. The details only gave a strange feeling. If it were the real Bull King, it definitely wouldn't speak like that. Lin Chen nodded. Exactly, it's not the Bull King, but a demon clan member. If it were the real Bull King, fighting it might take some effort, but this demon clan member I encountered before, she is the Professor Wang who kidnapped my sister. I want to ask, how can you be so sure? Because only she has such a deep grudge against me and possesses such great abilities. You need to be careful in the future. So, this means that in the Divine Office, anyone could think of it, if the demon clan were real, they must still be lurking among humans, and there might be more than one. Thinking further back is even more terrifying, one wouldn't even know what their purpose is. Lin Chen particularly reminded her, some things you just need to understand in your heart. You must be cautious in the Divine Office, until everything is clarified, you cannot be too reckless. This matter needs to be considered over the long term. Are we not going to expose them? Don't be foolish, if you go out and say that, no one will believe you. Let's go back. Lin Chen would not be so naive as to casually tell everyone. The legend of the demon clan has been circulating for many years. If you go out and say this, people will just think you're crazy, and no one will even look at you twice. At the very least, you need evidence, but the demon clan is so powerful, what evidence could you find? No need to worry, Lin Chen felt that Professor Wang would still have her eyes on him. He stood up and tested the extent of his recovery. Have you recovered already? Do you need me to support you? Okay. Lin Chen did not refuse and allowed Qin Xiu to help him as they walked back. Qin Xiu had just helped Lin Chen change into a complete set of clothes, and that impressive scene still lingered in her mind. Now that they had contact again, she couldn't help but let her thoughts wander, her face instantly turning red, as if all her strength had drained away. What's wrong? Did you exert yourself too much earlier? No, I'm fine. Qin Xiu took a deep breath, looking at Lin Chen's arm as she walked with him. But as a girl who was just beginning to understand her feelings, it was impossible for her not to react. Lin Chen just didn't realize it. Lin Chen actually felt quite comfortable, soft. When they returned to the valley, everything had calmed down, and the team members breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing them. Are you guys okay? We're fine, the Bull King just charged at us, its talent is just like that. Only Lin Chen could say such a thing. Wasn't the power talent enough? That was a unique talent belonging to the Reckless Bull. But when faced with Lin Chen, the greater the attacking power, the greater the damage one would receive. Zhao Feng looked at Qin Xiu with confusion. What exactly did you guys go through? Your faces are so red? Nothing, just feeling a bit tired. If you're tired, take a break. We all leveled up, and were quite satisfied. Zhao Feng even took the initiative to help Lin Chen, but Lin Chen glared at him without noticing. However, leveling up indeed excited them. Entering the divine realm once meant leveling up, which was the speed of a genius. If you come in a few times in a semester, then everyone is a genius, and everyone can turn twice in a year. It seems that the Blind Zone's secret realm is indeed a great reward. Lin Chen also took a look at his panel. He had reached level 20, and the achievements were indeed substantial. The experience from these levels was shared among the entire team, but due to the demon race, Lin Chen had leveled up by 4 levels himself. Lin Chen didn't deliberately mention this, and Yu Ling, who was beside him, asked, "What about the corpse of the Bull King?" "It's too big, my storage ring has no space." "Then you all rest, I'll go collect it." Yu Ling went to gather the corpse. Following the principle of not wasting, she wanted even the body of an ordinary bull, let alone the bull king. Just the pair of horns alone would be valuable materials, and the bull bones were actually very hard, while the tendons were excellent materials. Humans discovered that these natural materials from powerful creatures were better than artificially synthesized ones. The team took a moment to rest, waiting for Yuling to return. Lin Chen felt that Yuling wasn't there to level up but to collect materials. The creatures in this divine realm were indeed special. Their levels didn't seem impressive, but they had a lot of experience and unique skills, like the stinger of the poison bee, which was powerful beyond its level, a trade-off for their low fire resistance. When Yuling returned, the team was almost ready to leave the secret realm. Due to the uneven strength among them, Lin Chen's recovery ability was strong, while the others were exhausted. Overtraining not only brings no benefits but can also have significant drawbacks. When Yuling came back, she also brought back the magic crystal from the Bull King. She secretly showed it to Lin Chen, who was curious, "What's this thing for?" "Still to be studied, but it's definitely useful. If this thing can allow the demon race to possess someone, could it become a binding for the demon race?" "Good idea. Are you doing such research?" Because there are many divine professions unrelated to combat, like crafting equipment, refining potions, enchanting equipment, and so on. It seemed that Yuling was very knowledgeable in this field. It made sense. She claimed to be a gunsmith, so she had to craft some special ammunition herself. Lin Chen had also seen Yuling's various types of ammunition. Her guns never pursued caliber energy. Pursuing great power would only burden oneself with recoil, even affecting accuracy. If you can't hit, it's all in vain. As for dealing damage, one could work on the ammunition. Guns don't actually need that much power. For example, how much force is needed to stab a knife into a body? So Yuling tinkered with many strange types of ammunition, even some that were enchanted. Professions that deal with equipment must be in high demand, right? Of course, because equipment is an essential part. No matter how strong a person is, there are times in actual combat when they can't use their skills. If someone is plotting against you, they will definitely create such opportunities. Yuling said lightly, "So having equipment is a must. Sometimes it can save your life." Lin Chen agreed with this statement because he had experienced it before when facing the figure in the map. The figure wasn't unprepared. He had put a lot of thought into targeting Lin Chen. That blocking ring was a very good means, but SSSS level skills are too difficult to counter. Nothing higher has been found in the world. But if he succeeded in blocking, and Lin Chen couldn't use his skills, wouldn't that put him in a very passive position? So at that moment, if one fell into the enemy's trap, they had to rely on equipment to hold up. Even the most invincible person has times when they can't use their skills. People need to sleep, and there are times when mental energy is exhausted and can't be released. As long as someone is plotting against you, they will always calculate to this point. At that time, having equipment is essential for survival, even if it's disposable equipment. "So, you came here for the equipment materials? These are all money. Otherwise, where do you think I got so much money from?" Yuling's explanation made sense. Seeing that Lin Chen had a lot of questions, she nudged him with her shoulder. "Hey, why don't you go talk to your girlfriend? She's been looking over here a lot. Is she jealous?" Lin Chen turned to look. "She's not." "Wait, could it be that she recognizes you as a beauty?" Yuling's disguise was perfect. It was nearly impossible to discern her original appearance. Lin Chen hadn't thought much of it before, but later realized that the scar on her face was probably fake too. No wonder he thought she was so ruthless as to disfigure herself. "Even though I'm not a beauty anymore, I'm still a woman, and your girlfriend will still feel uncomfortable." "She hasn't said anything. Who decided she's my girlfriend?" Seeing Yuling being stubborn, Lin Chen didn't press further. With someone like Qin Xiu as a girlfriend, who wouldn't want that? She was the campus belle at the Divine Ministry Academy, with top-tier talent. If she acknowledged it, Lin Chen would be more than willing. The key issue was that there was quite a gap between the two of them. Not to mention family background, Lin Chen couldn't compare to her. Even in the Divine Ministry, Lin Chen would be considered a side character. He didn't even know where his limits were in terms of recovery, and others certainly didn't know either. A team of 6 rested for a night in the Divine Realm before heading out. It was the teammates who needed rest. Lin Chen didn't need it. The vitality within him was too strong. His endurance was much longer than others. If it were just him, he could practice for a long time inside. As long as he didn't push to the limit, Lin Chen felt he could keep practicing indefinitely. The next day, he led the team out of the Divine Realm, and this time everyone in the team had made significant gains. Leveling up once per entry was a speed that many dreamed of, but unfortunately, this wasn't the Divine Ministry Academy's realm. Transitioning jobs in a year wasn't a dream. Everyone was a genius, but resources were limited. Just as they emerged, the 4 deans were already waiting outside the Divine Realm. Lin Chen looked around and was surprised to see a group of new students from the Divine Ministry Academy nearby. They had come out too. Ji Wuyo and Vice Dean Chang stood by, expressionless, but anyone could sense their pride. These were the genius newcomers of the Divine Ministry Academy, and their special recruits from the National Ministry Academy hadn't fallen behind. Lin Chen's team had greatly enhanced the reputation of the National Ministry Academy. People's pessimism doesn't connect. Where there is joy, there is also discontent. Dean Gu was very displeased. Although Ji Wuyo showed no expression, his impassive face was a mockery. In front of the Divine Ministry Academy, how could they still act so high and mighty? Who wasn't bowing their heads? But he couldn't say much about the students' performance. Then, seeing Qin Xiu come out with Lin Chen, Dean Gu became furious. Qin Xiu, you're the top genius among the new students, and among past students, you have the highest talent. Why are you with these special recruits? Is that not okay? Of course not. You need to understand your relationships. Don't we have our own teams in the Divine Ministry Academy? Qin Xiu glanced at Young Chong and the others not far away. If she had to find a reason, she pointed at Lin Chen and said, he's my boyfriend. Can't we be together with that kind of relationship? Both Dean Gu and Lin Chen spoke at the same time, but their meanings were different. Generally, they were both caught off guard. Lin Chen sensed the atmosphere between them but didn't want to break the tension. But now, Qin Xiu had directly admitted it. Truly, she was a young lady who dared to love and hate. Dean Gu was stunned. What else could he say? His previous reasoning was gone. She wasn't coming to the Divine Ministry Academy to sell herself. She could choose her own boyfriend, right? The others were dumbfounded, unable to make a sound, staring blankly at Qin Xiu and Lin Chen. Those in the team knew that at the beginning, Qin Xiu and Lin Chen were not in that kind of relationship. If they had started like that, their conversation upon meeting wouldn't have been like that. All right. The old director had nothing more to say. So this is how you want to play it? If he continued, he would only push his own genius away. He turned to Ji Wuyo. You people from the National Vocational College can take her back. We owe each other nothing. Wait a minute, since this is a friendly exchange, can I make another request? Lin Chen spoke up, using the guise of friendly exchange. Is this really friendly? At first, when Ji Wuyo and the others arrived, there was at least a semblance of atmosphere. Everyone was still holding it together. But ever since Lin Chen showed up, from the challenge match until now, there had been no friendly atmosphere at all. You still want to make a request? Fine, I'm listening. It's not an unreasonable request. Actually, I'm trying to do something for the relationship between the two institutions. I want to take my sister away, but I need to meet the professor who brought her back, to clarify things so that there are no misunderstandings. Lin Chen was making excuses. It was almost certain that Professor Ouyang was part of the demon clan. Therefore, Lin Chen didn't mind meeting her outside the divine realm. He wasn't afraid inside the divine realm, and he was even less afraid outside of it. This issue wouldn't be resolved so easily, so seeing her might yield some results. Then you'll be disappointed. We can't do that. The old director flatly refused, but he didn't explain why. However, there was no other emotion in his eyes, only annoyance. It seemed that it wasn't because of the truth about the demon clan, but rather because of Lin Chen's matter that had soured his relationship with Professor Ouyang, causing conflict. Then I guess that's that. Lin Chen felt regretful. He still wanted to know how many demons were hidden in the Divine Vocational Institute and where else in the outside world they were hiding, what their intentions were, and what they wanted to do to humanity. From what that demon said, these powers of the Divine Vocational Institute were all connected to them. The old director snorted. You will regret this. I did ask about your sister's illness. If she doesn't awaken, her own power will consume her, but if she does awaken, she won't be able to handle the energy of the awakening. This was indeed an awkward situation. Lin Chen was a bit puzzled. Really? I have no reason to lie to you, even your director Ji can see this. Lin Chen looked at Ji Wuyo, who nodded. Yes, because your sister can't pass the awakening test, her body can't handle it, so she can't undergo the awakening ceremony. But at the same time, if she doesn't awaken, her power is tormenting her. This situation was not hard to understand. It was like someone being ill, and the doctor saying the illness is easy to treat, with specific medicine available, but the patient's body can't withstand that medicine. That would be awkward. Not taking the medicine could lead to death, but taking it could also lead to death. So this was the troublesome point for Linya, Lin Chen's sister. The general approach would be to strengthen her body first. At least she needed to be able to withstand the medicine, and only when the conditions were met could the illness be treated. However, if she doesn't take the medicine, her body will never recover. This created a closed loop, making it impossible to break the deadlock. Lin Chen deliberately asked, so, does the Divine Vocational Institute have a solution? Humph, you want your sister back now? It's too late. Do you think the Divine Vocational Institute is just any place? No, I just want to know if the Divine Vocational Institute has a solution, don't just boast. Provocation won't work. Who in the world doesn't know that if the Divine Vocational Institute has no solution, then no one else will? It sounded like, at least the old director had no definite solution. Professor Ouyang might not have one either. If she did, she would have awakened Lin Chen's sister long ago. Because only through awakening could her illness be cured, and delaying it would only make it worse. If there were any solutions, they would have acted sooner, otherwise, what were they doing? The Divine Vocational Institute wouldn't have so much time to waste casually. They at least didn't have confidence, but Lin Chen had a way. That was his recently awakened talent. He could at least ensure that his sister wouldn't be harmed during the awakening. Then I have no problem. Humph. The old director was very angry. This exchange with the Divine Office felt like a loss. Ji Wuyo and Vice Director Chang, however, were in high spirits as they led Lin Chen's team out. I didn't expect that in the end. You all brought honor to the National Divine Office. Vice Director Chang was very happy and no longer pretended. Although we brought the elites of the National Divine Office, the final result was really hard to say. You actually. Well, at least the outcome is good. Zhao Feng asked again, besides the rewards for the previous promotion, are there any other rewards? You. Fine, the divine domain of the National Divine Office also grants you more privileges. Since it was about earning honor, these were all due, and Vice Director Chang readily agreed. Ji Wuyo had the same attitude. If they didn't increase the rewards, how could they motivate future students? Lin Chen, I also looked closely at your sister's illness before, and it really is as the Divine Office said. Director Ji, I understand. Can you give my sister a special approval for the awakening ceremony? This. Do you dare? Her body is very weak. What if something happens? I will ensure that she won't have any accidents. On this point, Lin Chen was very certain it was his talent. He could transfer all the pain and harm his sister would endure onto himself. They had just left the Divine Office when Qin Xiu chased after them. Seeing this, Ji Wuyo said to the others, then we'll go first. Lin Chen probably has more to say. Very perceptive, Lin Chen felt a bit awkward because Qin Xiu had just mentioned their relationship in front of so many people. Whether it was true or not, no one else knew. Lin Chen didn't deny it, so it must be true. You didn't mind what I said just now, right? It's hard to say, I don't know if I should mind. What do you mean? If what you said is a lie, it only benefits you because you want to use this excuse to prevent the Divine Office from having any other opinions about you. For me, it doesn't benefit me at all, I'm just being used by you. It was indeed like that. If Qin Xiu hadn't said that, the Divine Office might have had an opinion about him. If you turn your elbow outward, with this relationship, they could still understand you. If it were a lie, then it had nothing to do with Lin Chen and would hinder him from pursuing other girls. Lin Chen wasn't a simp, clinging to a misunderstanding and feeling good about it. Qin Xiu's voice became softer, so you want it to be true. With conditions like yours, of course I want it to be true, otherwise, wouldn't that be too pretentious? From both her image and her divine talent, as well as her family situation, Qin Xiu was an excellent girl. If she was unwilling, then Lin Chen was indeed being too pretentious. Then wouldn't that be too cheap for you? What, does that mean it's a lie? It depends on how you perform in the future, you have to come see me often. After just a few words, Qin Xiu turned and ran, and Lin Chen didn't even get a clear answer. He shouted from behind, "Hey, what do you mean? Is it true or false? If it's true, just say it's true. If it's false, there's no need to waste everyone's time, lest we create some misunderstanding." However, Qin Xiu couldn't hear him anymore and had disappeared. A voice beside him interjected, "You really are a straight man, isn't this just an implicit agreement?" Lin Chen turned to Si Yuling. "How do you know it's an implicit agreement? And why were you eavesdropping on our conversation?" Girls are like that, they can't possibly say everything clearly. But that's taking a big advantage. Later, they can still say I misunderstood, when in fact she didn't mean that. Oh, according to you, it really should be made clear. Yuling unexpectedly agreed with Lin Chen's statement. "I've seen many girls like this. If they don't like you later, they'll say you misunderstood. And if they do like you, they'll say you have a pig brain and don't understand hints." This seems like a plot from some romantic movie. Her personality is a bit unlike that of a typical girl. When she is rational, she is almost like a boy. Lin Chen was also somewhat surprised. He never expected Yuling to agree with him. No wonder she could be so harsh towards him. Exactly, the conflicts in romantic films are all resolved through misunderstandings. Let's go, don't think too much. Girls are like this, you shouldn't be one of those love-struck types, right? Wait, You're a girl too, so saying that means you're right on both counts. Yuling is definitely not an ordinary girl, her background must hide a huge secret. She quickly changed the subject. About the demon clan, you shouldn't talk about it in front of others. People won't pay attention to the demon clan just because of your words, instead, they will focus on you and target you in secret. Then we can't just wait around. Besides, I took my sister away, and the demon clan will definitely notice me. 1 or 2 is manageable, we can think of ways slowly. Lin Chen became curious. From what you're saying, you know a lot about the demon clan. Is there anything I don't know? Yuling only said this much. The more you know about this matter, the worse it is for you. Right now, it's just because of your sister's conflict, which isn't too serious. In the future, we'll talk about it slowly. This isn't something that can be resolved in a short time. Lin Chen's sister, Linya, was brought back to the National Vocational College and lived with Ji Yun. This was arranged by Ji Wuyo, and it's unclear what relationship Ji Yun has with him. They both publicly deny any connection. However, living with Ji Yun should be better than with Yuling, given Yuling's messy appearance. Upon returning to the National Vocational College, Linya's illness immediately became a priority. This time, Lin Chen was somewhat saving face for the college. His only request was to cure his sister. Getting your sister to awaken isn't a big problem, our school can cover it for 500,000, but we need to clarify her condition first. She has been seriously ill for years and can't even handle intense exercise. Ji Wuyo explained the stakes to Lin Chen, which is also the difficulty in treating her. The medicine can cure her, but it can also poison her, so it's a risk. The Divine Vocational Institute had taken her for so long without daring to treat her, only allowing Linya to awaken. I have skills that can help my sister take damage. Oh, all the damage? Yes, as long as I'm not dead, she won't have any issues even if someone attacks her. That's really amazing, and SSSS level divine talent can even evolve. Ji Wuyo became more certain that bringing Lin Chen was the right choice. The Divine Vocational Institute actually looked down on this profession. But he still had concerns. There's one problem. If you and your sister are bound, when she awakens on the altar, won't you have to go up too? At that time, no one is allowed within hundreds of meters. Does it still work beyond that distance? Then I'll just go up with her. Lin Chen wasn't very confident. Protecting her by his side was certainly the safest way. When it comes to his sister's life and death, he couldn't use this as a test. Then that's a problem. If you go up to the altar, the awakening ceremony might very well erase your divine position. What? The divine position can be erased after awakening? Ji Wuyo nodded. The divine awakening ceremony takes place on the altar, but it only targets ordinary people who haven't awakened. Those who have already awakened can have their divine position erased. This has happened before. Lin Chen found it hard to believe. Then what they say about a second awakening, what's that about? A second awakening is very difficult to apply for and is also a closely guarded secret of the Divine Vocational Institute. Then can I stay just below the altar, a little closer? I don't know about that. Basically, no one is willing to take the risk to conduct such a test. That's true. If one isn't careful, the divine position could be erased. That would mean a lifetime of being finished. Without a divine position, what's the difference from an ordinary person? Therefore, those who have awakened their divine positions are unwilling to lose them, no matter how trivial the profession may seem. If the second awakening is erased, what about the third? There really was someone who tried. The one who was erased spent money to undergo a third awakening, but it had no effect. In other words, if a divine position is erased by the divine investigator, there is no possibility of awakening again. At the same time, this method is also the most effective way to deal with Lin Chen. After Ji Wuyo mentioned this, Lin Chen easily associated it with himself. If a divine practitioner is captured and tied up for another awakening by the divine investigator, their original divine position would be wiped away. Of course, dealing with others doesn't require such trouble. A single strike would suffice. But what if Lin Chen's immortal body cannot be resolved with brute force? As long as they spare no effort to control Lin Chen, tie him up, and perform another awakening on the altar. Turning Lin Chen into an ordinary person would make it easy to kill him. Director G, how far away from the altar is safe? Well, I can only tell you this, at a distance of 200 meters, the awakening power of the divine investigator has no effect on those who have not awakened, and during this time, the awakened ones will stay far away. Ji Wuyo continued, but you should know that when awakening a divine position, the divine investigator creates a separate divine space for the awakened, and whether this will obstruct your binding is unclear. Lin Chen began to feel conflicted. This truly made it difficult to decide. The moment Linya awakens, he must become an ordinary person, as this happens simultaneously. But fortunately, the moment Lin Chen loses his divine position, Linya will gain hers, giving her the ability to protect herself. Now, several professors from the National Divine Position Institute have examined Linya's condition, and the consensus is that Linya will definitely awaken. It is because of this power that Linya fell ill. Awakening is only natural. However, at the same time, Lin Chen will lose his divine position, and he fell into deep thought. Lin Chen, if you lose your divine position, it will be a huge loss for the National Divine Position Institute. But there is no other way to save your sister now. Our opinion is to stabilize your sister's condition for the time being. If it really doesn't work, we can seek help from the Divine Position Institute to get something to save your sister. Lin Chen did not want to lose his divine position, and the National Divine Position Institute did not want him to lose it either. This was a clear interest. However, there was no reliable way regarding his sister. If the Divine Position Institute really had a way, it wouldn't have dragged on until now. Director G, how much longer can my sister's condition be delayed? This is hard to say. The power affecting her is too strong. She is likely to have extremely high talent even if she awakens. Even the demon race has taken notice of her talent. How could it be anything less? Lin Chen firmly believed his sister was a genius. But what about himself? This was a difficult decision, as it was uncertain when his sister would no longer be able to hold on. After all, it was the power of a divine position, and his sister had not yet awakened, merely being an ordinary person. How could an ordinary person withstand it? Director G, I am willing to exchange my divine position for my sister's life. What? Have you thought this through? Yes, since my sister is also a genius, the National Divine Position Institute won't be at a loss, right? That's true, but you have made such progress, it would be a pity to lose it. Theoretically, the National Divine Position Institute wouldn't be at a loss, as the profession of life-exchanging master is still looked down upon by many. If his sister awakens to another divine position, she would definitely be more sought after than Lin Chen. According to the current assessment of the National Divine Position Institute, Linya's divine position after awakening would be at least SS rank or higher. Therefore, the National Divine Position Institute would not obstruct him, only explaining the pros and cons to Lin Chen and letting him choose for himself. I don't care, saving my sister is more important than anything else. Also, don't tell her any of this. Okay, I understand. What kind of person is Lin Chen? He is a reborn individual, but his previous life did not bring him any other benefits. The only benefit is that I can let go. After all, having lived 2 lives, I have nothing to lose. The National Vocational Institute only informed Lin Chen about the situation, and Lin Chen only told Yu Ling. For some reason, among the people he knew, the most reliable one was Yu Ling. What, you want to go up to the divine altar again? Yu Ling surprisingly knew about this. I remember there was an awakened who went up a second time, and as a result, his divine position was washed away, and he became an ordinary person. You need to understand what the consequences of that are. Lin Chen nodded, I know. But if it means my sister can live, she will also become stronger. That's true, but you can't go up with her. When awakening happens, there will be a divine descent space that envelopes the altar, and inside it, the divine position will be reset. If you're outside, your skills won't reach inside. You actually understand this better than Dean Ji? Lin Chen was surprised. Ji Wuyo had been uncertain when he spoke, while Yu Ling was very sure. Did she possess more information than the National Vocational Institute? Yu Ling smiled. Because I know people like that, having seen them, of course I understand. But what about you? Are you willing to lose all of this? Actually, during this time after awakening my divine position, I've accumulated some things. Living well in this life isn't a problem. In that case, your girlfriend from the Divine Position Institute might not pay you any attention anymore. Yu Ling joked, patting Lin Chen's shoulder. Alright, your willingness to do this for your sister is very respectable. I can support you from now on. No need, even the materials I gather in the divine realm can be exchanged for a lot of money. You need it because you've offended the demon clan. I'm the person who understands the demon clan the most in this world. Lin Chen then remembered the matter of the demon clan. Would she really not let it go? But in Yu Ling's view, it wasn't unmanageable. After hearing Lin Chen's explanation, she fully supported his actions to protect his sister and even promised him that he wouldn't be harassed by the demon clan. As a special recruit, what right did she have to guarantee that? Lin Chen just took it as a joke. Soon, the National Vocational Institute prepared the awakening ceremony for Linya. To open the divine altar, a price must be paid, and opening it for just one person costs even more. This is the difference between wholesale and retail. However, because Lin Chen had gained face this time, the National Vocational Institute covered the cost. On that day, Lin Chen finally brought Linya to the divine altar. In the distance, watching from the side, were Ji Wuyo and several professors from the National Vocational Institute, along with Yu Ling and their original small team. The others were gone, as this was not the annual awakening ceremony of high school. "Brother, will I die?" "I won't let you die, don't worry, Xiaoya. But I have an uneasy feeling. If you go up with me, will there be any problems?" "Xiaoya, to be honest, your brother is immortal." "Impressive, right?" Lin Chen was still boasting to Linya, not letting her know about those matters. Linya had been ill for several years, having been sick since childhood, so she actually had little understanding of the world, spending her time at home recovering. Therefore, she wouldn't think too much. In this situation, she chose to trust her brother. She held Lin Chen's hand and stepped onto the divine altar, wearing a sweet smile. "With my brother accompanying me, even if I die here, I won't be afraid." "Don't say that. This time, we will completely cure your illness, it's a good thing." Clearly, during these years of illness, Linya's spirit had been somewhat depressed, and her thoughts were not very positive. So, would this time be her dawn? Upon reaching the divine altar, Lin Chen first performed the divine chain binding. Change of life, live and die together. With this, his and his sister's lives were bound together. Unless he died, his sister would not suffer any harm. Meanwhile, Ji Wuyo, who was watching from the side, let out a sigh. A professor beside them said, "Fortunately, that girl also has exceptional talent. Let's see what profession she can awaken. With such talent, it should be better than a life exchange master." But until now, the life exchange master seems quite good too. Yes, at least it has brought us honor in the Divine Academy, but life exchange masters are still not well regarded. If Linya can awaken an SSS level profession, our class's reputation will be no less than that of the Divine Academy. Look, the divine altar has opened. A beam of light flashed, and it seemed as if a giant eye had opened in the sky, golden light shining down. Ji Wuyo also became excited. "This is an omen. We haven't seen such an omen in years. This must be the highest level, no less than anyone else. How could they not be thrilled?" However, within the omen, there was another omen. At that moment, the event of Lin Chen's awakening occurred again, the sky rumbled, and a bolt of lightning struck down. Surprisingly, the lightning did not strike Linya, but Lin Chen. Lin Chen was right beside Linya, caught off guard, with no mental preparation, and was struck down to the ground. Ha! Everyone was stunned. Such a thing had never happened before, and they had no experience with it. At that moment, Lin Chen flipped over and stood up, looking up at the sky. "Is this a mistake? The one awakening isn't me. With this little ability, it can't kill me. I shouldn't be stealing the spotlight, right?" He didn't want the lightning to be attracted to his sister, but this was his sister's awakening ceremony. Logically, the heavenly phenomenon should affect his sister. No matter who the lightning struck, the damage would ultimately fall on Lin Chen, which was fine. But if it didn't react to Linya, would she fail her awakening? Lin Chen felt a bit lost. Could it be that this was wrong, and the directors of the National Academy had misjudged? Then another bolt of lightning struck down, and this time Lin Chen stood completely still, taking it all. The difference from when he first awakened was still significant. Now, this level was nothing. While he was still puzzled, a soft white light flickered, enveloping Linya. She had just been with her eyes closed, and now she slowly opened them, appearing incredibly pure in the white light. Is this successful? It seems so, and it has even reached SSS level. I must not be seeing it wrong? Then what is her divine position? In fact, no one was certain. This awakening exceeded their understanding. Lin Chen taking those few bolts of lightning. It didn't matter anymore. Everyone remained calm about Lin Chen's unusual reaction. The key was what Linya would awaken. Linya simply stood there calmly, her dress moving as if stirred by an unseen wind. She extended her delicate hand, pointing at the sky. The heavens have unpredictable storms, yet everything still passes. It begins with one, dividing into upper and lower, with three phases: past, present, future. Humans cannot control, nor can the heavens. Linya's tone was gentle, as if whispering, but everyone heard it clearly. That voice seemed to directly penetrate people's minds, softly drifting. The moment she spoke, a thunderclap struck down, yet it seemed to freeze in midair. Who has ever seen frozen lightning? The thunder was only about a foot above Lin Chen's head, yet it was held in place. Go back, everything will eventually return to the beginning. With Linya's words, the thunderclap actually retracted. The heavenly punishment that had terrified everyone, the divine punishment, was surprisingly pushed back by Linya's few words. Everyone was bewildered, looking at each other in confusion. It was Ji Wuyo who murmured, "Great prophecy technique. This is a prophet, this is a prophet." "What, a prophet? Director Ji, we've never seen such a profession before. This is another unknown realm. This brother and sister have given us too many surprises. Let's see what the divine office has to say now. Can they be better than our students?" The professors were all smiles, as this was a tremendous gain. They would gladly trade 100 Lin Chens for this. And Yu Ling and her team were also stunned. watching as the divine punishment was retracted. Wang Dong stood with his mouth agape, unable to speak for a long time. He didn't know what to say. What does this mean? Just a few words can repel divine punishment? Zhao Feng murmured, as this exceeded everyone's understanding, because people believed that divine positions were granted by the gods. Thus, the divine was supreme, and no one could compare. Today, this brother and sister duo had shocked everyone's worldview. What was divination? It could be resisted. Lin Chen directly bore the divine punishment, and his sister simply pushed it back with a few words. The actual significance was unclear, but the impression it left was strong. On stage, Linya had already rushed to Lin Chen's side. Brother, are you okay? Aren't I doing just fine? You've awakened. Yeah, I feel much better. That's good. At least I fulfilled the promise I made to you. Lin Chen smiled. This was something he had been telling Linya for years, that he would definitely cure her illness. He would spare no effort for that promise. But I feel like you've changed too, brother. It's nothing, as long as we're alive, that's the perfect ending. At that moment, Ji Wuyo also came over with his team. The awakening ceremony had ended, and they needed to check what had actually happened on site, as past knowledge was no longer sufficient to judge the situation. Ji Wuyo first looked at Linya, then smiled. Good, very good. Director Ji, what about her? She's fine now. Her previous illness was just a backlash from this power. Now that she has awakened, this power will actually help her grow. Ordinary people can't bear this kind of power. Everyone felt relieved, knowing Linya would be very powerful, but they still didn't know how powerful she truly was. For the National Vocational Institute, they had gained another genius, a huge prophet. And for Yu Ling and the others, the team had gained a strong ally. Just looking at the situation, it was definitely formidable. Just the SSS level divine position was enough to be extraordinary. In this cohort of the divine office, there was only Qin Xiu with an SSS level. Ji Wuyo then looked at Lin Chen, suddenly frowning. Things were not as he had expected. What's wrong, Director Ji? My brother won't be in trouble, will he? It's nothing, but it seems his divine position has changed. Now he is actually an A-level mage? All eyes turned to Lin Chen, who awkwardly said, it's a good thing, after all, I still retained my divine position. According to the divine altar's display, Linya had awakened as an SSS level prophet, and Lin Chen had actually reawakened. He was now an A-level mage. Everyone felt pity for Lin Chen, although some professors thought the life-exchanging master was too mediocre. Now that it had dropped to A level, there was nothing impressive left to boast about. The National Vocational Institute wouldn't even want this level of special enrollment. Seeing the expressions of the crowd, Ji Wuyo spoke up. This is a good thing. At least Lin Chen has retained his divine position and his current level. This has already exceeded our expectations. We thought his divine position would be washed away, turning him into an ordinary person. Now this is the best outcome. Also, even if Lin Chen became an ordinary person, he would still be a member of our National Vocational Institute. This was something I agreed upon beforehand. After all, he has contributed to the National Vocational Institute. Ji Wuyo's words were final. This time, the National Vocational Institute had won big, a tremendous victory. The role of the prophet was quite miraculous, a profession as rare as the life-exchanging master. It was said that there had been prophets in the past, and whenever they appeared, they stirred up great changes. But to be fair, the soul exchange master is even more bizarre. Lin Chen is the first case in history. What? Brother, is what they said true? What is true? You knew from the beginning that by accompanying me to awaken, your divine position would be washed away? Well, at least I still have one A level. That's pretty lucky. In the next moment, Linya threw herself into Lin Chen's arms and started crying. Brother is bad, not telling me. If she had known this earlier, she would never have come up here. Lin Chen understood this all too well. Ji Wuyo, seeing this, waved to the others and temporarily left the scene. The situation had stabilized, the altar had returned to calm, and everything was already secure. Although they had lost an SSSS level student, everyone felt it was a huge gain. The National Vocational College planned to publicize this matter, treating it as an advertisement for themselves, while also responding to the Divine Vocational College. You have SSS level weapon masters, but ours is even more extraordinary, a prophet who can even repel divine punishment. They would promote the matter without missing a detail, and they would make it sound even more miraculous. Creating momentum is a basic operation for a large power. Meanwhile, the brother and sister left on the altar were still embracing, with Linya crying in Lin Chen's arms. Her feelings were very simple. Since childhood, she had only interacted with Lin Chen. She would be even sadder than Lin Chen if he lost something, a sentiment that most people couldn't understand, as she had never interacted with others due to her long illness. Alright, stop crying. From now on, you will be the genius everyone admires. I don't want that. I just want my brother to be the genius. I want my brother to protect me. Who says I can't protect you in the future? Lin Chen knew that it would be hard for Linya to stop crying like this. A girl who had been ill for many years was prone to depression. He had to comfort her, otherwise, it wouldn't end well. Even for a divine practitioner, crying for too long wasn't good. He looked around and then leaned closer to his sister's ear and said, "Who said I lost my divine position?" "Ha?" Linya lifted her head from his embrace, her face full of tears as she looked at him. "Didn't Dean Ji say so?" Lin Chen shook his head. At that moment, he had just reclaimed his talent, living and dying together. "Brother, you have always been protecting me." "That's right, my original divine position hasn't been washed away, my talent skills are still there, I just have an additional divine position now." Linya was overjoyed. This was even happier than her own awakening. Her brother hadn't lost his original divine position. In fact, Lin Chen had always known, but Ji Wuyo, from observing the awakening process, thought he had merely changed his divine position. What others thought was their business. Lin Chen didn't stop them, but he was puzzled about being able to awaken twice. This wasn't a second awakening, like everyone else, it was a first awakening, two first awakenings. Because the first awakening had to take place on the altar, people believed it couldn't deceive the gods. The gods wouldn't allow you to awaken twice, once was already a grace, twice. What were you thinking? However, in Lin Chen's case, he actually awakened a second time, he had deceived the gods. Such a miraculous event shocked Lin Chen himself. If this were to be revealed, the sensation it would cause would be even greater than Linya being a prophet, because Lin Chen had actually deceived the gods, something humanity was not supposed to be able to do. But why did this happen? Lin Chen had thought about it. He immediately believed it was because he had been reborn. Rebirth came with a soul, so the gods would make a mistake, equating to two identities. But these two identities could only be misidentified by the gods, ordinary people wouldn't be able to see through it. Therefore, this SSSS level Soul Exchange Master's talent skill was very likely a change brought about by Lin Chen's divine soul identity from his previous life. At that time, the altar had realized something was off about him and imposed divine punishment. And this A-level mage should be his identity in this world. Thinking this way makes much more sense. In the eyes of the gods, he possesses two identities. Come on, cheer up. Everything your brother does is for your happiness. Unsurprisingly, the National Vocational Institute publicized this matter, launching the largest promotional campaign in its history. From then on, the reputation of the National Vocational Institute became much more prominent, including gaining a profit. The profit is astonishing, but at the same time, why did Lin Chen awaken another divine identity at the altar? This became a research topic for the National Vocational Institute. Why would the gods make a mistake and grant Lin Chen another divine position? The Divine Position Institute has a secondary awakening, but that does not go through the altar. As long as one goes through the altar, it is impossible to deceive the eyes of the gods. This was the previous understanding. So what is going on with Lin Chen? In the past, even if someone failed their first awakening, they would still be recognized by the gods on their second attempt. Ordinary people who go up for a second time would face divine punishment, possibly losing their lives on the spot. And those who have already awakened, if they are dissatisfied with their divine position and go up again, would also be stripped of their divine status. Because the gods cannot be deceived, they punish greedy humans. So, what is going on with Lin Chen? For a time, the National Vocational Institute, as well as outside and even within the Divine Position Institute, were all discussing this matter. Of course, everyone had their own perspective. Many girls expressed great admiration for Lin Chen's self-sacrificial behavior. For the sake of his sister, he was willing to wash away his SSSS-level divine position, truly moving. Thus, Lin Chen's reputation became polarized. Among the boys, most were disdainful, questioning what right an A-level mage had to continue being a formal student. They completely forgot Lin Chen's contributions. However, among the girls, Lin Chen became quite popular, and even more outrageous, love letters began pouring in. Women, after all, are very emotional creatures. For a long time, Lin Chen was troubled about how to handle the avalanche of love letters. Is he Lin Chen? He looks so weak, isn't that right? I really don't know how he has the nerve to stay on as a formal student. Didn't he drop to A-level for his sister? I heard that caused quite a stir. The winner takes all, strength speaks for itself. Weakness is weakness, what's there to discuss? The students of the National Vocational Institute had differing opinions on Lin Chen. After all, jealousy is human nature. The 5 major clubs originally planned to continue recruiting after Lin Chen's challenge, but this made them hesitate. To recruit someone so controversial into their club would only invite gossip, right? If one club dominates, that's one thing, but there are 5 major clubs here. Can you silence the other 4 from gossiping? Of course, Lin Chen contributed to the National Vocational Institute, but would you bring him in just to be a mascot? If it's only for symbolic reasons, even the members of your own club would have complaints. What right does an A-level mage have to be in the club? Who in the formal students isn't better than him? It was precisely this kind of criticism that made Lin Chen a hot topic. Of course, his sister was also a hot topic. It was said that the 5 major clubs had started a second round of recruitment. Even in private, Lin Chen could hear these criticisms. They didn't shy away from discussing others. People nowadays only care about their own interests and have no sense of honor at all. Ji Yun, who had come to help, couldn't hold back. The captain is obviously a hero, helping the National Vocational Institute gain face. Now, who can they rely on to hold their heads high in front of the Divine Position Institute? What a bunch of ingrates. Even she, a mute with no offensive power, spoke so bluntly. Lin Chen smiled and said, "It's fine, at least the National Vocational Institute remembers us and has specially allocated us a separate apartment. This is a statement. We don't need to listen to those idle rumors, they won't affect anything." Now, Lin Chen and his team are in this separate apartment. The battle against the Divine Office was of great significance, unprecedented in the past, and the National Office takes it very seriously. Therefore, to make it convenient for Lin Chen, a separate building was allocated, also to avoid conflicts. Even Linya has moved in, adding another member to their legendary team. If it weren't for this, even Zhao Feng and Wang Dong would be subject to gossip. Why should they be considered official members? The National Office wants them to serve as a model, inspiring future members to bring glory to the institution. Clear rewards and punishments are meant to ensure that there will still be people willing to contribute to this collective in the future. Yu Ling is the most unique one. She can actually remain invisible amidst this public opinion storm. "Brother, several clubs have come to recruit me, but I won't join any of them. Some even said things about you, so I won't talk to them." Linya was also indignant, directing her anger at the 5 major clubs. To be honest, the people from the 5 major clubs have been relatively restrained because they are trying to recruit Lin Chen's sister, so they have strictly ordered their members not to gossip about Lin Chen without reason. Linya lumped them all together, which is a bit unfair. "Alright, let's discuss the leveling plan for the future," Yuling said, always the most pragmatic one, refusing to engage in meaningless talk. "The most urgent thing now is to level up Linya first. Once she catches up to our level, she will definitely play a bigger role. I'll take my sister to handle this so it won't delay everyone's leveling time," Lin Chen said. "Now we have certain privileges granted by the National Office. We can access many Divine Realm secret places, but we need to be careful in our interactions with others and avoid unnecessary disputes. There's no helping it, prominent figures attract a lot of attention." Zhao Feng looked a bit dejected. "Then we'll wait for you to bring your sister up. Anyway, if I go, no one is willing to team up with me. After all, my status as an official member doesn't rely on strength." That's right, to be honest, Zhao Feng and Wang Dong do not have the strength of official members. If they were to enter the Divine Realm secret places alone to level up, others would definitely not welcome them, including Yu Ling. Yu Ling actually has the capability. Now Lin Chen can't even assess her strength, but she hides it too well and remains unrecognized. The only one who can team up with others is Ji Yun. She is already an official member and a silence master, so every team wants her. A silence master can double a team's strength, or even multiply it several times. "Why are you all looking at me? I'm already part of the team, I won't team up with others." Ji Yun expressed her sense of belonging. The captain is such a loyal person, yet they all look down on him. I look down on them too. Besides strength, people need other qualities, or they're no different from wild monsters. That's very true, but in reality, she probably shares similar views about Lin Chen as those girls do. Now, all the love letters Lin Chen receives are being handled by Ji Yun, and she burns them all without mercy. With Lin Chen dropping to a rank, Ji Yun feels even more of a sense of belonging because she previously didn't think she had a chance. Don't forget, there's still an SSS level weapon master at the National Office. Lin Chen would definitely look down on her. But now that Lin Chen has dropped, what if that weapon master no longer looks up to Lin Chen? Then we can't just sit around, right? It's not easy to speed up leveling at the National Office, and now we're just waiting? Yu Ling articulated the current situation. It's not that we can't team up, it's just that we lack a strong core for offense. In the past, we relied on the captain's sacrifice, but now, none of us have that capability for offense, right? The other members of their team can handle small monsters, but when it comes to fighting bosses, they might fall short. But they all witnessed Linya's power. If Linya could grow up. At this moment, Lin Chen received a phone call. He picked it up and looked. It's Qin Shou. As soon as Lin Chen said this, everyone else immediately looked over, and Ji Yun even asked, "Is she still your girlfriend?" I don't know, let me ask. What? Who is this? Who is brother's girlfriend? Linya was still unaware of this matter. Her brother was so outstanding, who had the right to be with him? Lin Chen answered the call. Xinxiu, is there something you need? I heard about your situation. Are you doing okay now? I'm fine, just a demotion in my position. Of course, there will be some criticism, isn't that the state of the world? Then should we level up together? With me joining, who would dare to look down on you? Ah, do you still want to be my girlfriend? Lin Chen was surprised by Qin Xiu's initiative this time. Right, Qin Xiu was also a person of loyalty. Her voice on the other end was not at all sarcastic. At a time like this, if I don't admit it, wouldn't I be a petty person? I was the one who took the initiative before, so now I should take responsibility to the end. Ah, just for this? I thought you really liked me. Yuling, who was nearby, heard Lin Chen talking to Qin Xiu and quickly gestured to him. Wait a minute. Lin Chen covered the phone and leaned over to ask, what's going on? Yuling pulled Lin Chen aside to talk. Is that genius from the Divine Position Academy going to level up with us? That's the case, but it seems unrealistic. Can our two academies really level up together for a long time? No, that's not the issue. The fact that she can say this means there must be a reason. After all, the questions Lin Chen wanted to know, Qin Xiu also wanted to know. The fact that she could say this indicated that there was a way. The two academies were only competing in the dark, not in open conflict. Moreover, the Divine Position Academy was a much larger organization and might not take the National Position Academy seriously. So whether the students from the two academies could train together ultimately depended on the attitude of the higher-ups. Even if we can train together, what's the big deal? I suspect someone promised your girlfriend that there would be a way for her to level up with you. No matter who that person is, they must have received some benefits from certain big shots, and this is very likely related to that Professor Wang. Ah, the one who kidnapped my sister? You need to be prepared for this, otherwise, there's no reason for the two academies to train together. Right now, your sister is the top person in the National Position Academy, and you can't overlook any connections related to her with the Divine Position Academy. That made sense. Lin Chen nodded slightly and picked up the phone again. Qin Xiu, how could we possibly level up together? Qin Xiu replied, there is a way. My teacher told me that because of your special identities, the Divine Position Academy will grant you the opportunity to level up, considering my relationship. Both you and your sister can level up with us. Is this something your teacher can decide? She said she asked the dean, and the dean agreed. This was clearly not right. Even if the two academies' competition wouldn't be brought to the surface, the Divine Position Academy couldn't possibly allow students from the National Position Academy to use their resources. Could it be they were still fixated on his sister? What was it about Linya that attracted the demon race? The prophet was certainly powerful, but it didn't seem to have anything to do with the demon race. There were many factors to consider. If he tricked his sister back, would the demon race turn against the National Position Academy? Perhaps they didn't need to turn against them. The strange control they were exerting over Linya was already troublesome. Okay, let's set a time and see if you can agree. By the way, can my team participate? Considering that you were originally a team, the teacher said it should be fine. I'll ask and confirm. Qin Xiu happily hung up the phone, and Lin Chen asked Yuling, that demon race, Professor Wang, is he someone we can deal with now? You've defeated her two avatars, so she must be seriously injured. From what I know about them, she shouldn't be able to fight for a long time. But if you've lost your original divine position and are only at A level, can't I lure her out? Yes, no matter how injured she is, she definitely won't fear an A-level mage. I need exact information. Given my current state, can I handle her? Lin Chen's sister's awakening had been publicized by the National Divine Institute, and everyone thought he had dropped to A level. Lin Chen didn't explain anything about it, and it inadvertently helped a lot. The Demon Clan would let their guard down. The Demon Clan was lurking in the shadows and had already begun targeting Lin Chen. He needed to draw them out. If she was still at her original SSSS level, she would likely be too afraid to act, and might even inform other demons, escalating the situation, which would be unfavorable for Lin Chen. If dealing with one demon was so difficult, how could he handle more? Therefore, the National Divine Institute's publicity was actually beneficial for Lin Chen. You can only confirm certain things. The Demon Clan can attack enemies using mental control over their avatars. Even if they lose, they won't die, but if they lose this way, their mental strength will be damaged. One loss will result in serious injury, 2 losses will make it unsuitable for them to fight desperately. She has fought twice, so she must be heavily injured now. It might not be obvious on the surface because it's a mental injury, and she definitely can't afford to experience another life-for-life exchange. But now that you've lost your original divine position, no matter how injured she is, defeating an A-level opponent shouldn't be a problem. The National Divine Institute wouldn't want an A-level. Lin Chen thought carefully and said to Yuling, I need to deal with this demon to prevent her from escalating the situation. If she feels too weak, she will inevitably seek help from other demons. Fortunately, I think I've dropped to A-level. But if you go like this, isn't it a death wish? There's a secret you mustn't tell anyone. My original divine position hasn't been washed away. Ha? Yes, the A-level divine position I displayed during Linya's awakening ceremony isn't my actual divine position. Do you understand? In other words, I am currently an A-level mage, but I am still an SSSS level life exchange master. Yuling was completely stunned. Lin Chen had never seen her so surprised. This was something Lin Chen shouldn't have told anyone, but Yuling held the information, and he needed to consult her. So he had to tell her the truth, and judging by her reaction, she couldn't possibly be in cahoots with the demon clan. Is that possible? You've been on the divine altar twice, and your divine position has been preserved? Yes, that's the reality. How can that be explained? Didn't the gods notice you already had a divine position? This is the fact. I'm not responsible for the explanation. Also, don't let this information slip. Yuling perked up. If that were the case, they might be able to lure out a real demon. Of course, if that Professor Wang truly believed the National Divine Institute's publicity, she would definitely take action. At that moment, Qin Shou called again. I spoke with the teacher, and she said that only you and your sister can come over. The others are said to be lacking in talent and would waste the resources of the National Divine Institute. Lin Chen glanced at Yuling and said without hesitation, alright, anyway, Linya needs to level up, otherwise, she won't be able to integrate into our team. I can take her to your place to train to level 16 or above. Great! I'll help her train. Qin Shou was very happy, not even realizing her excitement, while Lin Chen was plotting a scheme. After exchanging a few pleasantries, they hung up, and Yuling said lightly, to be honest, you're taking a bit of a gamble. Why? She's been seriously injured twice, and I still can't defeat her? Because she is very likely not alone, and if she calls another demon, it's not impossible, but the likelihood isn't very high, because your sister is her prey. Since there's this danger, I can't take my sister there. Even if there was a 1 in a million chance that Professor Zhang could call on demon allies, Lin Chen didn't want to risk his sister. Lin Chen agreed with Qin Shou to meet the next day. When Lin Chen saw Qin Shou at the entrance of the divine office, she noticed that he was alone. What's wrong? Just you? I thought about it and decided to let them take Linya. Starting from scratch would waste too much of your genius time. Are you insulting me? That's your sister, would I look down on her? Besides, her divine position is no worse than mine, and might even be stronger. The prophet is one of the few divine positions that can break the rules, and that is more important than anything. Isn't this our date? I don't want my sister to be a third wheel. Lin Chen's sudden remark made Qin Shou's face turn red, her shyness causing her to forget everything else. Seeing her like this, it was clear that Qin Shou didn't mind Lin Chen's downgrade. She was still very pure. It was just uncertain how long this state could last. At first, the feelings between young boys and girls are very pure, but after experiencing the complexities of society, they start to become realistic, and feelings can't be eaten. We've just started confirming our relationship. What's there to hide? What do you want to do? No, I just feel that I'm not worthy of you anymore. I'm just an A-level mage. Let's not talk about that. Next time, you have to bring your sister. You're not allowed to doubt me again. Okay. Lin Chen was, of course, doing it on purpose. Even without Professor Zhang, he wouldn't bring his sister alone. From Professor Zhang, he realized that his sister had an attraction to demons. So even without Professor Zhang, Lin Chen didn't dare let his sister appear in front of the demons. The question was, who were the demons? Qin Shou led Lin Chen inside, where a few people had already formed a team waiting for them. At the same time, there was a teacher nearby, looking kind, who found it strange that Qin Shou only brought one person. Why just one? What about that SSS level prophet? That's my sister. The national office has plans for her, and she hasn't leveled up yet. I see. Actually, our divine office can also start from scratch. We wouldn't mind the trouble. Then, in that case, teacher, can I still join? Lin Chen saw the teacher's visible disappointment. Clearly, she was not waiting for Lin Chen but for his sister. Now that she wasn't brought along, the divine office was naturally disappointed, as they had regarded Linya as a student of their office. Although the means were questionable, they had indeed brought her in, hadn't they? They wouldn't think about how Linya's successful awakening was due to Lin Chen's sacrifice. If it were that easy, why had the divine office delayed Linya's awakening for so long? It's fine, your sister can still come in the future. After she builds a solid foundation, our divine office actually has more resources. If it weren't for the fact that her sister became an SSS level prophet, would she treat Lin Chen this way? What a joke! What was an A-level mage like him worth for her to treat him like this? Lin Chen said meaningfully, in the future, the national office might focus more on my sister. If she wants to come over, she might still need the director's approval. What can I, as an A-level mage, say about that? The teacher seemed to be on the verge of breaking down. A fleeting shadow of gloom passed over her face. Lin Chen looked at her. Surely she would have to send him away now? Then you can continue practicing. After all, you were Qin Xiu's boyfriend. She forced a smile, putting on a facade of humanistic care. Qin Xiu blushed and glanced away. She thought the teacher was trying to do her a favor. The feeling of first love still made her a bit lost. Everything felt surreal at that moment. Lin Chen realized that he might have succeeded in luring them. They wouldn't wait for his sister and would definitely come after him. An A-level mage, after all, was weaker than those controlled wild monsters. If he controlled them, he could go back and bring his sister? The teacher symbolically arranged things and took them to the entrance of the secret realm before leaving. Hey, Qin Xiu, if I openly confirm my relationship with the goddess of the Divine Academy, won't they see me as a public enemy? What are you talking about? Qin Xiu's face was still flushed. You don't need to worry about this team, they're all good people. That male mage is the boyfriend of that female swordsman, and there's also a female healer. They won't see you as a public enemy. So consider it. The male mage has a girlfriend, so it's certainly not good to express anything publicly. Lin Chen greeted him. Hello, I know you lost your divine position for your sister. You're a real man. Not really, I awakened as an A-level mage again, didn't I? Right, you are A-level. So what kind of spell support can you provide when the warriors are fighting ahead? This was the awkward part, why those with good talent were unwilling to practice with those with poor talent. It was indeed a form of discrimination, but it was inevitable. One should be treated according to their strength. I can cast basic spells, many kinds. Only basic? Yes, I can only cast Fireball in the fire system, Wind Blade in the wind system, and Ice Spike in the ice system. It was clear that the other party was greatly disappointed. Basic spells were not very meaningful in actual combat. Throwing a small fireball was less effective than a warrior's slash, as the damage was minimal. A basic mage was not as good as a basic warrior. Only large-scale, high-intensity spells justified a mage's existence. Forget it, just do your best. My girlfriend is up front fighting, we need to provide enough fire support. It's fine, my girlfriend is also up front fighting. Lin Chen was, of course, referring to Qin Xiu. With this weapon master around, there was no need for much support from the mages. The 5 of them entered the secret realm, and the grouping was quite clear. The front row consisted of the weapon master and the swordsman, while the back row had the mage and the healer. The students from the Divine Academy were certainly excellent, but Qin Xiu, as the weapon master, clearly surpassed them. Qin Xiu, being the captain, immediately said, "This time we are dealing with a pack of prairie wolves. These are wind wolves, although they are fast, they have a strong desire to attack. There's no need to specially lure them, just kill them, and everyone should practice their coordination." As a new team, they naturally wouldn't choose something too difficult at the start. They needed to build rapport in battle to tackle tougher monsters later. Soon, the wolf pack discovered them, and the battle began. Qin Xiu charged forward with his spear, sweeping through the wolves, causing them to fall in groups. In contrast, Lin Chen was throwing fireballs from the back, which only startled the wind wolves a little. The swordsman's boyfriend, the mage, kept shaking his head. He immediately cast a large area ice spell, slowing down the wind wolves while dealing significant ice damage, making it easier for the warriors to kill them. The female healer beside him looked at Lin Chen with disdain. Your fire spells are not effective like this. They either need to burn continuously or have high intensity. I heard you used to be a gunsmith? You might as well use a gun. Lin Chen was treated as if he were disabled, but he didn't mind. During a break in the battle, Lin Chen quietly took a look at the magic crystal in his pocket, and it lit up. Not far from where they were leveling up, a figure stood on the hillside. No one noticed this side. It was Professor Ouyang, who looked to be in her early 20s. However, the age of the demon race cannot be compared to humans. They might have long lives or die quickly. He didn't bring his sister, he really is on guard. But does he think that just because I failed to attach my soul twice, I can't move? Naive, that's not the kind of confidence an A-level mage can have. She looked for a long time, and what Lin Chen displayed was indeed just an A-level mage. This was not an act, he truly had dual divine positions, but the other one was too ordinary. Then I won't be polite, this time, I'll attach my soul to you. A shadow flashed, and she disappeared from the hillside. In the distance, among the team that was fighting monsters, Lin Chen turned his head to glance this way. He seemed to have a feeling. Lin Chen shouldn't find the soul attachment strange. He himself was reborn. Yu Ling judged that Professor Wang probably didn't call on other demon clans this time because she wanted to monopolize the prey. Therefore, she would definitely want to attach her soul to Lin Chen, controlling him to go back and bring his sister. To be honest, Lin Chen felt that even if he didn't carry this magic crystal, he wouldn't actually be soul attached. Because even the gods couldn't distinguish his two identities. Now he had memories of his past life, and in this world's body. Could it be considered a form of soul attachment? It's hard to say. This was Lin Chen's ultimate secret. Hey, Lin Chen, why don't you wait a bit at the back? Me? Why? We haven't finished fighting yet, have we? At this moment, the healer spoke up. She had been silent, and when only 2 people were left in the back row, she suggested Lin Chen move further back, because that male mage was already anxious to help. You see, you can't really help here. There are too many wolves, and you're a bit of a hindrance. What you said really hurts my pride. I'm sorry, but it doesn't make a difference. You should rest for a bit. I can see your mental energy is running low. Lin Chen felt that the healer's gaze was evasive. There was definitely something wrong. She deliberately made him lag behind. It seemed like disdain, but was it actually a good thing? Alright, then I'll rest at the back. You have to call me if something happens. Lin Chen went along with it, retreating further back from the rear row, just waiting for the big fish to bite. There was a hill behind, and Lin Chen hid behind it to rest, suddenly isolating himself from the team. This had happened before. Dark energy was swirling around, and he knew the demon clan had arrived. But at this moment, the team also noticed Lin Chen had left. Xin Xiu solved a pack of wind wolves with a single shot and turned back to ask, "What's going on? Where's Lin Chen? He was fighting fiercely. Why did he suddenly leave the team? He won't even get any experience." He said he was tired and wanted to rest at the back. But there's no need to leave the team. I'm not sure, maybe he was hurt in his pride? The healer said this to Qin Xiu, who didn't suspect anything. It seemed reasonable. Dropping from SSSS level, now seeing that he couldn't help, it was like being a freeloader. She gritted her teeth. Let's quickly deal with these wolf packs and then find him. Qin Xiu judged that there was no danger nearby since they had been fighting their way through. However, the danger Lin Chen encountered was unimaginably powerful. The demon clan only appeared in legends. It was said that each one had astonishing mental strength. Even the top divine practitioners among humans were no match. Now, Lin Chen encountered one. Wow, a big thunder. The woman who appeared left Lin Chen in awe. Compared to her, Qin Xiu seemed too inexperienced. She was a woman in her early 20s, with a graceful figure. Was this physique really suitable for combat? Lin Chen, I didn't recognize you wrong, did I? Professor Wang, we've met several times. There's no need to be so formal. Oh, you know us? With so many years of demon clan legends, how could I not know? It's just that ordinary people wouldn't believe it. I'm more of a conspiracy theorist, and I happen to believe it. Now it seems, there really are demon clans. Unless one knew some insider information, who would really believe this? It was like in Lin Chen's past life. When others talked about ghosts, some would be scared, but truly no one believed it. Lin Chen stood still as a mountain, still observing whether there were any other helpers around. Professor Wang, or how should I address you? You've attempted possession twice, and I've defeated you both times. I didn't expect you to come back. Isn't it said that demons are severely injured after their possession is defeated? Is that what the rumors say? Professor Wang first expressed confusion. You think I'm injured and therefore afraid to show up, right? So you feel so confident, but no matter how injured I am, I'm not something a mere A-level mage like you can handle. She extended her hand, and suddenly a whip appeared in her grasp. This was a remarkable whip, with a black gas condensing at the tip. In other words, what she swung out might not be a physical object. This black gas was some kind of power. Wind blade. Lin Chen suddenly cast a spell, striking at the whip, and the wind blade passed through without any obstruction. Ha ha ha. As expected, a basic spell. You still dare to come after all this? No, you've been defeated in possession twice. What kind of monster can you possess to fight me this time, a wind wolf? This time, you are the target of my possession. Professor Wang smiled cruelly, and the whip lashed out towards Lin Chen, wrapping around him directly. Having tested it earlier, this whip couldn't be blocked. It would penetrate physical objects but could bind a person. However, it seemed Professor Wang had not succeeded. She should have been able to control Lin Chen, yet he remained unharmed. Then Lin Chen took out the magic crystal. Didn't expect this, did you? I came prepared. So what? The moment your will wavers, your mind will be under my control. Professor Wang pulled hard, and the black whip tightened around Lin Chen. causing him to feel a pain that pierced deep into his soul. "Young man, you can't withstand this, even your dean would be controlled by me." You still don't know what this means. Our mental strength is inherently stronger than that of humans. Become my puppet. Was she trying to weaken Lin Chen's will through pain? That seemed like a reasonable approach. But Lin Chen was used to it. What could it do? He couldn't miss this opportunity. Life exchange, divine chain binding, focus. Life exchange, Hell's Whale. Life exchange, gravitational confinement. Come on, keep creating pain. Let's see who suffers more. The result was that Professor Wang suddenly fell to the ground, crying out in agony. "Ah, you! What's happening? Your original divine position hasn't been washed away? Didn't you feel it? This pain, can your demon race endure it? Impossible. On the altar, it's impossible for you to have two divine positions." At this moment, the shock in Professor Wang's heart was unimaginable to an ordinary person. Because she knew too well how divine positions were obtained, the more she knew, the more shock she felt about Lin Chen. On the altar, it was absolutely impossible to awaken two divine positions. A second awakening exists, but it certainly wouldn't happen on the altar. The Divine Academy used other means. That's right, it was the demon race's means that allowed one to awaken another divine position. Once on the altar, the divine would never allow you to awaken again. Your original divine position would be erased. Because the divine wouldn't let humans be so greedy. What do you think? If you try again, I'll make sure you have nothing. However, how did Lin Chen manage to do this? The 50-fold gravity pressed down on Professor Wang. She was already injured. If she were completely unscathed, Lin Chen wouldn't be able to confront her now. Being defeated in possession twice was very damaging for a demon. Possession was a very dangerous act. If your possession target dies, you would also be severely injured. Other demons wouldn't even be able to attempt it twice. Professor Wang was special, which was why she could still appear here. But now she suddenly realized that Lin Chen was also an extraordinary person, beyond common sense. Lin Chen wouldn't let her escape. He immediately took out a dagger and stabbed it into his own thigh. Already heavily injured, with Lin Chen coming at her again, Professor Wang was completely unable to escape. Lin Chen could still walk because the damage dealt to his opponent was 361 times greater. He slowly approached. Can't figure it out, right? Honestly, I haven't figured it out either, but this is the truth. Do you think you have it all wrapped up? But you've surprised me. Normally, a regular demon would have hidden away to recover after being injured by me twice. It seems rumors can't be fully trusted, and you actually dared to chase me down. Tell me, what do you want by hiding among humans? Professor Wang's delicate body trembled. It was simply too painful. Her health bar was already low. Now, with her remaining health caught by Lin Chen, she couldn't even run. That black whip was tightly gripped by Lin Chen. This wasn't just a whip, it was an extension of her soul, meant to control a person when unleashed. Do you want to know? Thinking that just having a magic crystal would keep you safe, you're still too naive. The mental power of demons far exceeds that of humans at any time. I can still control you. At that moment, Professor Wang's mental power surged, and her phoenix-like eyes actually emitted a dazzling light. As for Lin Chen, he showed no reaction. What's happening? Stop struggling, you've already been defeated by my soul attachment twice. Your mental power can't hold out any longer. You think you can control me? As long as I carry this magic crystal, you are powerless against me. No, that's not it. It's not the magic crystal. The light in Professor Wang's eyes faded, staring blankly at Lin Chen. You're not a native soul. What do you mean? You are also an attached soul. No wonder you deceived the divine eye. She actually discovered it. She realized Lin Chen was reborn and carried memories from his past life. What a powerful demon, able to uncover this. Lin Chen shook his head. That won't let you go. Then Lin Chen pulled on the black whip, wrapping that dark energy around the black magic crystal. In this way, Professor Wang's already weakened soul was absorbed into the magic crystal. I was really foolish. You are the most special one, even more special than your sister. Even the divine eye could be deceived by you. How could I not think of that? No, don't do this. We are not enemies. Professor Wang's soul was absorbed into the magic crystal, but she did not become a mindless husk. She still looked normal, but Lin Chen had now removed his skill, holding the magic crystal in his hand. Someone told me that this could control demons. I don't know if it's true, but stand up. Professor Wang did not move, but Lin Chen used a bit of magic power on the magic crystal. Professor Wang immediately clutched her head, writhing in pain on the ground. It was indeed effective. The most severe attack against demons was mental power attacks, but unfortunately, Lin Chen did not have a talent in that area. He targeted the physical instead. However, this demon before him had incredibly strong mental power, and fortunately, Lin Chen was immune to her control. Because of his dual identity, the demon could not control Lin Chen. This was the benefit of crossing over. Yuling's method wasn't entirely reliable either. I said, don't do that. Then tell me, why are you still so strong now? Can't the damage from 2 soul attachments drain a demon's mental power? Because I am not like ordinary demons, I am stronger than them. Just because of that? You are still a powerful demon. The information Yuling obtained wasn't entirely wrong, just incomplete. Demons also have distinctions. Just like humans have their ranks, demons are also classified. She was clearly of a higher rank. Capturing a high-ranking one, Lin Chen was very satisfied. It is said that I can absorb you into this magic crystal. No, don't! Professor Wang cried out, let me go, we are not enemies, really. Lin Chen was certainly not foolish. What you say wouldn't convince even a 3-year-old. You were the one who captured my sister, weren't you? You're mistaken. I captured her because there are things that cannot be said openly, things you wouldn't understand. Not understanding is exactly right, and there's no need to understand. Now, I am the strong one. Lin Chen had Professor Wang in his grasp. With a tug on that black whip, she was unexpectedly pulled into that magic crystal. Truly a demon, a pure demon, not just using a human body, this was her true form. Lin Chen held the magic crystal as if he had seized the demon's lifeline, the demon's soul firmly bound within. No matter how she justified her actions, without explanations, she had to bear the consequences. If you lack the ability to control the situation, you must reason with others. She had always succeeded in the past, but unfortunately, this time she encountered a peculiar case. Lin Chen, let me go. I'm not targeting humans. Your mental power is quite strong. I think this will benefit me. I'm helping you. The gods are the ones enslaving you, the divine position is just a scam. Is that so? Then how do you explain what happened to my sister? Lin Chen had completely taken the initiative, no longer fearing any deception. He had experienced all kinds of scams in his previous life. Why not say my sister is hospitalized and needs to transfer 500,000 to the hospital? Because your sister is also someone who has broken free from the rules, not under the control of the divine position. This kind of profession can break the rules. Prophet. The divine position receiving the power of the gods is the biggest lie in this world. If her words were to spread, would she be burned at the stake? The divine position gaining immense power while being respected was already a common understanding. If this were truly a lie, then all those in divine positions had been deceived? Had they all worked in vain? So this so-called truth was to be against all divine positions. Lin Chen didn't dare to say that. Next, what Professor Wang told Lin Chen was even more astonishing. The divine position was a means for the gods to control humanity, indeed making people powerful, but all those in divine positions would become tools of the gods. Their cultivation and efforts would be siphoned away by the gods, so the more divine position holders there were under the gods' control, the stronger they became. Moreover, even at the SSS level, Qin Xiu's divine position was within the rules. However, Lin Ye's divine position was beyond the rules, which made her very different from Qin Xiu. What was within the rules, and what was beyond the rules? It was like this weapon master profession. She wielded a weapon and shattered a stone. This was the rule: when my power reaches a sufficiently strong level, I can achieve this. But Lin Ye, as a prophet, transcended the rules, which is why she was called a prophet. A simpler example: if a stone is in front of you, but you cannot see it, you cannot attack. Such invisibility also transcends the rules. The rules make you unable to see the target, and no matter how strong you are, you cannot attack. I think I understand. Lin Chen nodded. It's like faith. With human faith, the gods become gods. The gods can use our faith to strengthen themselves, and as for what transcends the rules, that's an accident within the system. Now that you understand, will you let me go? Why should I let you go? I don't see anything wrong with this. The gods make people strong. What's wrong with taking some benefits? Aren't you afraid that one day the whole world will be controlled? There is indeed this hidden danger. The power of those in divine positions will be partially siphoned away by the gods. This is very normal and acceptable, but what cannot be accepted is that they take it without anyone's consent. It's like Lin Chen's sister being abducted. They also claim to be saving her, saying it's for your sister's good. But those with power dictate everything. This time it was indeed for your good, but what about next time? I can't think that much. It's impossible to resist all the divine position holders, let alone the gods? Demon race, if you had that ability, would you still be hiding until now? To hide silently among humans is because you lack the strength to confront openly, right? Lin Chen saw through them. If one day you find that you are the only one who is right and the whole world is wrong, what then? Can you take on the whole world? Besides, your demon clan's intentions are not pure. deceiving others is one thing, but deceiving me? Was the demon clan really so kind as to help humans out of their predicaments? Of course not. They must have other motives, perhaps to prevent the clergy from growing stronger and to weaken that power so they could do something themselves. Nothing is simple. Without the clergy, the demon clan would also enslave humans. Because that's how the world works. Big fish eat small fish. At that moment, the team communication in the divine realm was restored. Lin Chen, where are you? It was Qin Xiu's voice. Lin Chen quickly stored the magic crystal, along with Professor Wang, into his space. I'm resting in the back. Have you finished fighting? Qin Xiu immediately brought the team over, and only when she saw Lin Chen did she feel relieved. What are you doing here? Do you know you left the team? You didn't even gain any experience. What happened here? The atmosphere around was a bit strange, but nothing unusual was found. It's nothing, I'm just tired. Practicing like this is holding you back. Lin Chen put on a pained expression, pretending. He had a past life, so he wouldn't show off any power just to impress Qin Xiu. If one day he really became weak, would Qin Xiu ignore him? Who could guarantee they would always be strong? Every battle was a risk. If Qin Xiu were so materialistic, then it would be better not to have her as a girlfriend. Moreover, Lin Chen had already provoked the demon clan, making himself a trouble. How can you be like this? Qin Xiu blared at Lin Chen, letting the others rest first, and spoke to him alone. Did someone say something to you just now? Well, it's normal for them to say that. I don't even deserve to enter the National Vocational Academy now. Don't say that. I remember you weren't like this before. Why do you seem to have changed suddenly? Before? Right, if I really became useless, what would you do? I said, you are my boyfriend. Even if you aren't even an A-level mage, you are still my boyfriend. Lin Chen didn't expect Qin Xiu to be so resolute. It seemed she wasn't a materialistic person after all. But so what? The most important thing now was to deal with the demon clan first. Leveling up was hastily interrupted, and Lin Chen returned to the National Vocational Academy, where he immediately sought out Yu Ling. So, I've caught that demon clan member. Does that mean the matter is settled? What did she say? She said, all the divine powers in this world are a scam. Whether that's true or not is beyond our concern, so I don't plan to believe her. It's actually not about belief. Well, we can only wait and see if any other demon clan members come knocking. Yu Ling couldn't know too much. The demon clan remained a mysterious existence. Her view was the same as Lin Chen's. Even if it were true, what could change? Therefore, the demon clan was still the enemy. They couldn't possibly have good intentions for humans. Lin Chen, I think your method is good. Disguising as an A-level mage will make the demon clan underestimate you and expose themselves. But you can't keep pretending like this. Once you engage in combat, you'll be exposed. That's right. It turns out those people are getting restless again. I might have to take action. If you awaken twice on the altar, once that news spreads, it will shock the world. At that time, Lin Chen would again be pushed to the forefront, which was truly distressing. Because he would have to take action, and those old grudges would still be on their minds. They would strike when they saw him weak. Do you have a solution? I do, but this method is quite against the heavens and hard to explain. Yu Ling took out a bullet. Do you know about enchanting? It's the process of attaching magical power to an object through special methods. You can use this for combat, and since it's prepared in advance, it's better than casting spells on the spot. What can I enchant? Basic spells can also be very powerful because they can stack continuously. This is indeed outrageous. If there are no limits, who would still learn advanced spells? Of course, there are limitations. The stacking limit is determined by the backlash it causes to the enchanter. If the enchanter can't withstand the backlash, that's the limit of the enchantment. Generally speaking, stacking a few layers of spells is already the limit. Lin Chen understood. Yu Ling wanted to use her ability to withstand damage to perform infinite stacking enchantments. Even a basic fireball, after countless stacks, would become a super forbidden spell. But the problem is, the more you stack, the greater the backlash on the equipment. Generally, enchanters become weaker because the backlash is very severe. They can't handle it, but Lin Chen can. Lin Chen decided to go for it. To prevent future crises, he needed to be prepared. Together with Yu Ling, Lin Chen found Ji Wuyo and obtained permission to seek out the enchanters at the National Vocational Institute. Enchanters are also a type of profession. They are non-combat professions and are in high demand. Why are they in demand? Because the advantages of enchanted equipment are very obvious. The spells on the equipment are ready to be unleashed at any moment. Imagine fighting someone without any consumption. You can instantly unleash all the spells from your equipment. This method is very costly, but it can secure your victory. If you're willing to spend money, this can lead you directly to victory. Of course, such equipment wouldn't be allowed in a fair competition, but in real combat, who cares about rules? Someone fully equipped can outmatch all your skill consumption, allowing an ordinary person to engage in top-tier combat. So, the enchanter profession must be very popular, right? That's a misconception. Very few people are willing to become enchanters. First of all, enchanters are not awakened professions from the divine altar, they are skills learned by mages. Another profession, the alchemist, is also not awakened from the divine altar, neither are combat professions, and these skills can be acquired through study. Moreover, enchanters have a very short lifespan. They can avoid combat, but their lifespan is still short, simply because enchanting causes backlash. When enchanting on equipment, the damage from the backlash is absorbed by the enchanter's own body, which is even worse than being an alchemist. But Lin Chen's main profession is a life-exchanging master. He truly isn't afraid of the backlash from enchanting. After learning to enchant, he would only become stronger. Oh, you young man really want to learn enchanting? In the enchanter's laboratory, Lin Chen and Yuling saw an old man who looked as frail as a dry twig. He was clearly a veteran of the National Vocational Institute, as if a gust of wind could blow him apart, yet he still persisted in working? Lin Chen nodded. Yes, I want to learn another skill. May I ask how to address you, teacher? Call me Professor Yuan. I am 56 this year. You're 56? Lin Chen was taken aback. At that age, an ordinary person would look 80 or 90, how could he possibly be only 56? Professor Yuan laughed, and that smile was quite frightening. Can't tell from the outside, right? In this line of work, I've lived a long life. Generally, by the time you're in your 20s, you look like you're in your 50s or 60s. The aging process is particularly fast. Do you still want to learn? So, why is that? Because every time you enchant, the backlash damage is borne by your own body. I see, but I still want to learn. Professor Yuan was taken aback. This didn't scare the student away? He glanced at Yuling beside him and asked Lin Chen again, your girlfriend is so beautiful, does she want you to learn this? This time, Yuling broke down, I'm not. How did you see that I'm beautiful? What's beautiful about me? You can deceive others with your disguise, but you can't fool me. You're more beautiful than all the women here, but don't worry, I won't tell anyone, hee hee. Speaking of which, do you hope your boyfriend ages prematurely and has a short life? He probably won't, because he recovers quickly. Professor Yuan didn't believe this. After all, a person's recovery speed can't match the speed of injury, which is visible to the naked eye. Once the damage is too severe, many injuries become irreversible, which is called a significant loss of vitality, and it can never be restored. This is similar to exercise. Appropriate exercise can enhance physical fitness because you can recover. But excessive training can cause irreversible damage to the body. As for Lin Chen, Yuling still believed in him. He had struggled back from the brink of death countless times, and his recovery speed was visibly remarkable. If Lin Chen really hadn't lost his original divine position, then the backlash damage from being an enchanter wouldn't be a problem. Alright, if you really want to learn, give it a try. Professor Yuan brought over a metal rod. This is an ordinary metal rod. We need to turn it into an enchanted staff. The mage just needs to gather their spell power and store it here first. When you use it, complete the final step, and you can attack directly. But you have to replenish the enchantment every time you use it. This kind of equipment is very expensive. It's costly because you're buying the enchanter's life. Indeed, dangerous methods. The divine position granted by the detective allows people to think of various ways to enhance their strength. However, most people still keep their distance from methods that consume their lifespan. After all, they want to live. So, can an A-level mage enchant very powerful equipment? Are you an A-level mage? That could be a bit troublesome because lower-level spells need to be stacked to reach the strength of higher-level spells. Each time you stack, the backlash you receive is double the previous one, the next time it's quadruple, and so on. So how much can it stack at most? It depends on how much damage you can endure. Currently, from a beginner spell to the maximum stacking, it's 5 times. Because with 5 stacks of a beginner spell, the damage you receive is 32 times the backlash of a beginner spell. The exponentially increasing backlash damage made those who wanted to become enchanters hesitate. Lin Chen didn't care about the backlash, he was concerned about the actual power. So how much damage can 5 stacks do? 5 stacks of a beginner spell can reach the strength level of an S-level mage. What if I stack it 10 times? Do you know what you're talking about? Professor Yuan shook his head, pulled out a piece of paper from the side, and handed it to Lin Chen. If you fold this paper 5 times, you'll get a thick piece of paper, but it will still be recognized as ordinary paper. But if you fold it 10 times, it will exceed 10 centimeters. That's no longer the concept of paper, it's a board. This principle applies to mages as well. Your spell after 5 stacks is still a spell, but after 10 stacks, it exceeds the general understanding of spells. That would be exaggerated, with a strength that could reach the level of forbidden spells. So, if Lin Chen pursued this line of work, it would be quite promising. Lin Chen became excited. What about stacking it 20 times? Young man, don't talk nonsense. That's backlash that no human can endure. Do you know how thick this paper would be if folded 20 times? It would no longer be a piece of paper, it would be a mountain. Do you know how vast the difference is between a mountain and a piece of paper? That's not even a concept in the same dimension. If the strength of a beginner spell is a piece of paper, then a mountain. This mountain could crush the entire world of paper. But Lin Chen didn't think this strength was exaggerated. Perhaps the demon race could reach this level, along with the gods. He wasn't dealing with ordinary people. Once targeted by the demon race, he had to prepare to fight against them. Alright, I'll start learning right away. Let's see just how powerful this backlash really is. This seemed promising. Lin Chen didn't know where his limits lay, but as long as he could stack it 5 times, he would already be a top-tier mage. Enchantment was actually quite easy to learn. Lin Chen grasped it in half a day. Moreover, according to Professor Yuan, anyone could learn it in less than a day, so it was quite simple. The difficulty lay in how to withstand the damage, so enchantment was essentially about how to maintain one's health. The principle of enchantment was straightforward. It was just like casting a regular spell. You held back the final step and instead infused it into an object. However, even without stacking damage, there was still backlash damage to the person. Because that last bit of energy wasn't released, it was held back. The unspent attack was sealed within the object, and Lin Chen could feel that backlash damage. It was almost like enduring an attack. No wonder no one wanted to pursue this line of work. Professor Yuan, how do you stack it? It's also quite simple. You activate it continuously but don't release it. These energies accumulate on you, and then you seal them in the object all at once. Remember, seal it only once. Sealing it multiple times won't stack. So it really is that easy. Easy? Professor Yuan laughed at the young man. All the unspent energy has to stay on you. If that power can't be released, it will harm you, just like holding a knife in your hand, stirring it in your palm. Just hearing that was painful. Professor Yuan had been doing this for decades. Lin Chen's tolerance was different from others. He didn't need to undergo this training or learn how to maintain his health. So it was like a custom fit for him, and he could also understand the pain others felt doing this. Then, Professor Yuan, how many can you stack now? As for me, I used to be able to do more, but I don't do enchantment anymore. You know, our Dean Ji is actually older than I am. Lin Chen then remembered that Professor Yuan wasn't that old, just in his 50s. His appearance was entirely due to years of enchantment, aging faster than others. His year was not the same as anyone else's. Clerics generally had long lifespans. Someone like Ji Wuyo still had several decades left, but Professor Yuan looked like he was nearing the end. Then, Professor Yuan, is anyone still coming to learn this? Aren't you? Alright, no more jokes. In recent years, I've only taken in 3 students, and they all learned it without using it. Everyone wants to live a few more years, and these 3 come from poor families, unwilling to shorten their lifespans. Those were others' sorrowful tears, and Lin Chen didn't ask further. Then I'll try stacking it. Under Professor Yuan's guidance, Lin Chen began to stack the enchantment, accumulating a fireball spell in his hands. The target object was a staff, and since he wanted to stack it, Lin Chen didn't seal the power immediately. How's it? Is it painful yet? Add another one, double the pain. Oh, you really stacked 2. Good, then the third one is quadruple the pain. You actually completed it. Adding another one will make it 8 times. My best student only reached this point. Before Professor Yuan could finish his sentence, Lin Chen had already stacked it, the fireball still clenched in his hand. Because the stacking mechanism of this power wasn't simple addition, if you released them one by one, it would be weak. Concentrated together, the power increased geometrically, basically like powers of 2. After stacking it for the 3rd time, Lin Chen began to try to continue, this time actively stacking. Professor Yuan saw Lin Chen accumulating again. This was backlash damage of 16 times. Young man, hurry and stop. You're going to damage your vitality. Isn't this right? Didn't you say that as long as I can hold on, I can stack it infinitely? That's what I said. But can you really hold on? That's fine. I'll continue and see what it feels like to stack it 5 times. Lin Chen was back, and he started to find it fun. This wasn't as simple as 1 plus 1, the backlash damage was extremely severe. The fireball spell stacked behind kept doubling its overall power. No wonder they said this was harmful to the body. It was already 5 times, and Lin Chen felt the backlash damage of that 32-fold basic spell. It seems I can still hold on. What? You can withstand 32 times the damage? Young man, Don't push yourself too hard. I'm not pushing myself, this damage is actually manageable. I can't compare it to getting stabbed in the chest, can I? That was incomparable, but a normal person couldn't withstand a stab in the chest, right? Professor Yuan was speechless, his mouth agape. Seeing him so shocked, Yuling worried he might faint from the surprise and quickly explained, Professor Yuan, it's like this, he just has a stronger tolerance than most. Stronger tolerance? Enchanters have skills. Most cleric mages wouldn't dare to charge energy in their hands. Once it stacks on their hands, that hand would explode. How can a human body withstand spell damage? If it were a normal person without the proper training of an enchanter, their internal organs would probably be shattered by now. However, Lin Chen's powerful self-healing ability made up for it. According to the enchanter's tutorial, he still couldn't stack it, that required training. But Lin Chen wasn't afraid, he just bore it with his body. Teacher, I think this can be stacked even higher. Ha? What did you say? Professor Yuan was stunned, he had never done a stack of more than 5 times in his life. Enchanters needed to develop powerful skills to prevent this force from harming themselves in a short time, and the greater the power, the harder it was to control. Above 5 times, Professor Yuan estimated that even during his peak, he would have exploded. What he didn't know was that Lin Chen wasn't using any skills to avoid damage. Other enchanters trained for years to dodge such damage, while Lin Chen was taking it head-on. It's 6 times now. Stop, don't die on me. I won't, teacher. I've decided to push for 10 times. Don't do it, don't do it. Do you know what 10 times means? That's a forbidden spell. Do you know what a forbidden spell is? It's banned because using such spells greatly harms the caster. Professor Yuan was quite angry, how could a young person be so reckless with their body? Then he thought this stacking couldn't go to waste. You wait, I'll go get a different staff, this one can't handle your power. By the time he returned with a new staff, Lin Chen had already stacked the fireball spell to the 7th layer. Stop it, quickly seal it in the staff. Lin Chen didn't want to provoke the professor too much, so he sealed the 7-fold stacked fireball spell into the staff. Professor Yuan finally breathed a sigh of relief, 7 times stacked, but it can only be used once. This fireball spell is now a quasi-forbidden spell. Do you know how much such equipment sells for outside? At least 1 million each. Ah, 1 million? Lin Chen was shocked. He casually stacked it 7 times and it could sell for 1 million? Lin Chen felt like he had struck gold, this staff could sell for 1 million? Yuling nodded and said, it really can. If it reaches the quasi-forbidden spell level, and it's a single-target quasi-forbidden spell, then aside from top-tier experts, this staff can kill someone instantly. There are plenty of people worth more than 1 million. It seemed to make sense, this staff was equivalent to a lethal blow. Of course, actual lethal blows weren't that simple, the target might also be wearing equipment. At the same time, high-level clerics had decent defenses themselves and might withstand the blow. However, they couldn't have a recovery ability like Lin Chen's. Once seriously injured, they were basically waiting to die. In the case of a deliberate assassination, they would have backup plans. 1 million for a life, absolutely worth it. Anyone with that million has someone worth killing. So, won't I be very rich then? Hey, young man, this time you're lucky. I've never seen anyone withstand such backlash. Thank you, teacher. I want to learn more from you in the future. Well, you're the fastest learner I've ever seen. I have nothing left to teach you. Graduating in half a day. Professor Yuan was even a bit desperate. Is there really such a smart person in the world? In fact, there isn't. Lin Chen hadn't learned how to avoid the backlash's harm to himself. He bore the damage head-on, anyone else would have been sent to the hospital if they survived. Since it had come to this, Lin Chen took his leave to prepare. Professor Yuan watched Lin Chen's departing figure, lost in thought. What kind of person did Ji Wuyo send over? Learning so quickly? Then in the future, the profession of enchanting will have to rely on him as a pillar, not bad. Speaking of which, there's only one person in the world who can stack to 10 layers, and he died right after enchanting. For ordinary people, enchanting has its pros and cons, the downside is definitely the harm to the body. The benefits are also clear. Before the fight, you have all your skills prepared, and when the fight starts, you just need to unleash them. In that short time, the firepower can definitely suppress someone of a higher level than you. Such self-harming behavior wouldn't be done without deep-seated hatred. But for Lin Chen, it was no problem, his body could recover quickly. After leaving the equipment lab, Lin Chen hurried back with Yuling. This time, I'm not afraid. Can you enchant a batch of bullets in a short time? No problem. I feel like I can keep stacking. Not necessary, you just need a large number of 5x stacked bullets. This type is the most needed, capable of instantly killing S-level divine professionals, while the higher ones are fewer, but still need preparation. The key is the demon race. It might need 10x. 2 to the power of 10 is 1024 times that damage. Can the demon race really withstand such high damage? Lin Chen thought if they were that fierce, why hide? Are they afraid of being seen by the gods? All of this is possible. Lin Chen was thinking of achieving 20x stacking. That would be a bit too exaggerated. That's over 1,000,000 times the damage. Lin Chen himself didn't dare to say he could withstand it. 10x is already the highest damage of forbidden spells. So what would damage exceeding forbidden spells be? While thinking this, someone suddenly blocked the way ahead. It was Zhao Ji and the others. What, you guys still want to play? Don't you value your lives? Lin Chen couldn't understand why they were so fearless. So it's just a few of you, and you think you can manage? Let me tell you, I prepared more than just this to deal with you. Even if you haven't lost your divine profession, I'll make you lose convincingly. Come out, brother Lei Chuan, he shouted, and a big man walked over from behind. This man had several scars on his face, looking exceptionally fierce, and was carrying a large knife. Who is this again? He's also a graduate of our National Professional Institute. He's an S-level Divine Shield Warrior. I'm not very familiar with this profession. Are you planning to use him against me? His defense is beyond your imagination. He can absorb all the damage from your entire team. Is he really that powerful? Lin Chen thought it was worth a try. Looking at the big guy, he asked, "Do you know who I am? To challenge me, there are rules in the National Professional Institute. Since you're a graduate, you can't ignore the rules, right? I know, sign a life and death contract, right? You think I'm afraid of you? It's not about being afraid or not. Now that I've agreed, if you sign, you can challenge me. A life-exchanging master dawdling, Zhao Ji, you're the same. What's there to be afraid of?" That Lei Chuan mumbled, but still signed the death warrant. "Remember, kid, I'm not bullying you, but you have made an enemy of the two gang, and I have to get back at them. You can only blame yourself for provoking the wrong person." Lin Chen was curious, is the two gang really that powerful? Tu Li and Tu Sin weren't even in the National Vocational Academy when you graduated, right? Of course, at that time, the leader of the two gang was the big brother of his clan. So that was it, but since the trouble was already stirred up, there was no room for Lin Chen to back down. The saying goes, the more lice, the less fear of bites. No matter how troublesome the two gang was, could they be more troublesome than the demon clan? Saying this, Lei Chuan stood his big knife upright. "Come on, I'll let you attack first. Regardless of the outcome of our battle, once it's over, our grudges will be cleared, and there will be no follow-up. If you can still live, you can come back for revenge." He sounded like a straightforward person, but unfortunately, he was now an opponent. "I'm curious, can you withstand a quasi-restricted spell? What did you say?" Lei Chuan didn't understand. While Lin Chen had already taken out his staff, his 7-layered fireball spell was still on the staff. Yu Ling also wanted to see how powerful the quasi-restricted spell mentioned by Professor Yuan was. Zhao Ji was still sneering. "Brother Lei Chuan is level 35. Can he really be afraid of a life-exchanging master like you? If you can withstand one of my hits, consider it a win." Lei Chuan was also incredibly confident. Indeed, it was unnecessary for a level 35 to bully a newcomer. Lin Chen looked at the staff in his hand, feeling like he might be bullying someone. "How about this? If you can withstand this fireball spell, I won't kill you." What a joke, fireball spell. You think a life-exchanging master relying on enchanted equipment can have combat power? A basic spell, and he wanted to use it against an S-class divine professional? On Lin Chen's side, the fireball had already been launched. The power of that fireball was certainly not the same as an ordinary fireball spell. Professor Yuan said it could reach the power of a quasi-restricted spell, but restricted spells cause large area damage, while Lin Chen's was focused on a single target. Just imagine such great power concentrated on one person. There was no way to withstand it. Everyone nearby stared in shock as the fireball emitted a blinding light, piercing through Lei Chuan's big knife, then through his body, and crashing into the ground not far from him. Boom! A large pit formed, and Lei Chuan, as a level 35 S-class divine professional, absorbed a massive amount of damage. Otherwise, the pit on the ground wouldn't be so small. And Lei Chuan himself basically fell with one hit, lying on the ground with only exhaled breath left. This power seems a bit insufficient? Lin Chen went over to check, and Yu Ling followed, analyzing. You can't say that S-class divine shield warriors are said to have defenses that can withstand restricted spells. To inflict this much damage is already quite substantial. Is that so? I just feel like the noise is a bit small. The reason for the small noise is that all the damage was absorbed by him. He might still have a breath left. Zhao Ji and the others trembled as they watched from the side. Goodness, an already graduated divine shield warrior, and one hit took him out? And he was still discussing whether the damage was enough. Is that something a person would say? Lin Chen sighed. I said I would only hit once. If he could withstand it, I wouldn't kill him. Hey, you guys. Saying this, Lin Chen looked over at Zhao Ji and the others. This. Big brother. We didn't mean anything else. We didn't want to challenge you. What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and carry him away for rescue. Maybe he can still live. Hey. Zhao Ji and the others quickly carried the person away, and throughout the process, no one dared to look Lin Chen in the eye. Once they had carried the person far away, Zhao Ji finally breathed a sigh of relief, and a younger brother beside him asked, "Third brother, is this guy really a life-exchanging master?" "Yeah, I only see him with the fireball spell. But that fireball spell is a bit abnormal." Zhao Ji quickly understood that enchanted equipment in his hand is very powerful. I've heard those pieces of equipment are very expensive, and we don't have any in the guild. Now that he has money, it would indeed be troublesome to deal with him. It's not entirely accurate to say Lin Chen is rich, but it's close enough. As long as he sells the enchanted equipment, he can't possibly be poor. Thinking back to the days he lived before, it was truly like night and day. He used to sell blood and body parts just to gather 500,000 for awakening. And now, enchanting a piece of equipment casually is worth more than that. There's a saying that rings true, knowledge is power. On Lin Chen's side, he had already returned to the apartment, planning to enchant a batch of equipment for future needs. Judging by Professor Wang's reaction, she hadn't informed the other demon clans about the situation. But that doesn't mean the demon clans wouldn't come looking. Lin Chen had to be prepared and immediately began enchanting equipment. With an immortal body, this was the perfect task, maximizing his abilities. However, not long after, Ji Yun and the others returned from leveling up, but they brought back bad news. "Captain, Linya seems to be sick again." Lin Chen was taken aback. They had taken Linya to level up, and logically, there shouldn't have been any danger. All of them were level 17. Taking a newbie to level up shouldn't be a big deal, especially since they were in the Divine Domain secret realm of the National Vocational College, which was a low-level leveling area where there shouldn't be any uncontrollable wild monsters. Lin Chen hurriedly carried his sister back to the bedroom while asking Ji Yun, "What happened?" "I don't know. Linya was always by my side, only Zhao Feng and Wang Dong were in front of us, and we didn't even encounter any monsters." "Then how could my sister end up like this? She just suddenly became like this." "Oh, right, she used the Great Prophecy spell." "The Great Prophecy spell?" Yu Ling suddenly said. "She can't use it alone. The level of the Great Prophecy spell surpasses forbidden spells and can cause fatal harm to the human body. This is also a punishment from the gods for the prophets. Their power exceeds the rules." "Yu Ling, is she like this because she used the Great Prophecy spell?" "Definitely. Historically, prophets can hardly use the Great Prophecy spell a few times in their lifetime. The divine punishment is very severe." "So that's the reason. Linya actually wanted to use it to fight monsters?" Lin Chen shook his head and said to Ji Yun and the others, "From now on, she can't use the Great Prophecy spell without me present." The others nodded in agreement, and Zhao Feng anxiously said, "We didn't know about this." "The real problem is, how is she now?" "She's fine, you all can go out." Once Lin Chen was alone with his sister, he activated his innate skill. Life exchange, shared life and death. He directly bound himself to his sister, and at the same time, she took a deep breath and her complexion began to regain its color. Lin Chen felt the damage caused by the Great Prophecy spell. It was quite severe, something an ordinary person couldn't withstand. But for Lin Chen, it didn't matter, he was always rushing towards fatal injuries. "Brother, am I still alive?" Linya woke up, feeling her condition returning, and looked at Lin Chen with concern. "Brother, did you take the damage?" "This damage is nothing to me, and I can recover at any time. But you can't do that again in the future. The Great Prophecy spell, without me present, you can't cast it alone, especially not when fighting monsters. Spells that exceed the rules are like cheating, they will be punished. A prophet's ultimate ability can hardly be used a few times in a lifetime, using it frequently leads to demise. This is even more serious than forbidden spells. It is said that in the past, some people frequently used forbidden spells, but too many died, including the users themselves, so it gradually decreased, and no one abused forbidden spells anymore. Because the backlash damage is too severe, the Great Prophecy spell is the most prominent among them. "Alright, I won't use it." That older sister said my power can deal with gods and demons. "Which older sister?" "Oh, that Professor Wang? I don't know who she is. She took me away and kept me locked up." "Come out, Professor Wang." Lin Chen held the magic crystal, channeling its energy to release Professor Wang. The two large thunderbolts were simply too eye-catching, swaying in front of Lin Chen. Linya was stunned. "Brother, how did you capture her? She's a demon, right, Professor Wang? Why don't you introduce yourself?" Lin Chen, hurry and release me, there's still time. Don't say such nonsense. You are now in my grasp, and your only value to me is to tell me what I want to know. If you become worthless, well, I won't ask you anymore. Lin Chen initially intended to threaten Professor Ouyang, but with his sister present, he refrained from harsh words. Clearly, the demoness realized her predicament. Lin Chen's will was firm and would not be swayed by her few words. Fortunately, Lin Chen had no intention of harming her. Both siblings were extraordinary individuals, unaffected by divine or demonic control, so the demoness planned to be cautious. What she didn't know was that Lin Chen was immune to control because of his reborn soul. No matter how strong her mental power was, it couldn't withstand the fact that Lin Chen's soul came from another world. So, what do you want to know? Professor Ouyang, my sister is now a prophet. Isn't that already common knowledge? Oh, she must have used the great prophecy technique and hurt herself, right? The demoness quickly understood what had happened. I told you before, your sister possesses power that transcends the rules and will be punished by the gods. Prophets generally do not use their powers lightly. There have been prophets in history, but they left a very weak impression. Usually, prophets need a guard team, but it's not that they can't fight, it's just that once they use their true power, they will face divine punishment. Thus, prophets have a limited lifespan for their powers and can hardly use them more than a few times in their lifetime. Are you saying the gods will harm my sister? What's so surprising about that? Don't say it's just prophets. Forbidden spells are also against the rules and will bring great backlash to you humans. Why is it not allowed? Is it because forbidden spells can harm your gods and demons? Do you think humans can resist? Indeed, forbidden spells can harm gods and demons, but that's all they can do. The demoness' words couldn't be fully trusted, as they could also harm them. However, gods and demons did fear forbidden spells. The intensity was something humans could hardly bear. Using forbidden spells essentially means exchanging lives, just not as precisely as Lin Chen could. In other words, humans can only barely qualify to fight against gods and demons by sacrificing themselves. So what did you want when you kidnapped my sister? Can't you see? She is now also someone beyond the rules, capable of dealing with those ugly-faced gods. Compared to us, the gods are even more shameless. They enslave you humans and drain your power. Let's talk about something serious. Stop cursing all the time. Lin Chen, you can only trust me now. The demon clan can help you fight against the gods. Are you kidding? Collaborating with a tiger to take its skin? Although humans are indeed under the control of the gods now, it doesn't seem like such a bad thing. After all, humans have gained power, which is like working for a boss. The boss pays you, and you help the boss make money. You can't say that just because you did the work, all the boss's money should be yours. That wouldn't be right either. Lin Chen didn't know what was truly right, but at least there was a fixed rule for now. If this rule were broken, could humans bear the consequences? The demon clan was inciting them to break this rule while hiding from the gods. This indicated that their strength was actually inferior to that of the gods. They were also afraid of the gods. In this situation, humans being incited to act would be walking to their deaths, and Lin Chen wasn't that foolish. However, if I imprison this witch or kill her, will the other demons find out? Once trouble comes, Lin Chen cannot avoid resolving it. Letting her go is out of the question. If he dares to release the witch now, she will surely come back to cause trouble. That is certain. I still can't trust you, after all. Those who are not of my kind must have different intentions. We have a common enemy. Look at your sister now, she is also suffering from divine punishment. As long as she doesn't use the great prophecy technique, I will protect my sister. Is it that simple? Will she not use the great prophecy technique? Do you believe that yourself? Lin Chen extended his hand to manipulate the magic crystal. I can only reach a consensus with you when I trust you. For now, I'm still observing. The witch transformed into a beam of light and was drawn back into the magic crystal. Linya stared in amazement. Brother, that sister. Can she be contained in this stone? Yes, she is a demon. You need to be careful from now on. I know, because as soon as I saw her, I knew she was a demon. How did you know? Oh, you are a seer. Lin Chen understood that his sister had a different perspective and immediately asked, can you recognize other demons? Linya nodded affirmatively. Of course. I recognized her even before I awakened. A seer doesn't necessarily have to use the great prophecy technique. Other abilities are also quite evident. At least, it won't be like him, a life-exchanging master, being considered useless. Alright, if you discover any demons, tell your brother, and let him handle it. After restoring Linya, Lin Chen took her out of the room. At that moment, Ji Wuyo came over, looking concerned. Are you alright? I heard Linya was injured, so I rushed over. She can't be in any trouble. She is the top genius of the National Vocational Academy. Indeed, the National Vocational Academy only values the talent of its students. Director G, it's nothing serious, she just can't use the Great Prophecy technique. The stories passed down from previous seers also say that the Great Prophecy technique should not be overused, it must not be used unless absolutely necessary. This time, I neglected to inform you about this, and it almost caused a loss for the National Vocational Academy. Ji Wuyo frowned and instructed, from now on, Linya's training must be conducted in a cleared area. You need to notify the academy, and the academy will have experts and professors provide protection. When she enters the Divine Realm secret place, everyone else must leave. Goodness, what a grand arrangement! Linya's treatment at the National Vocational Academy surpasses that of Qin Xiao at the Divine Academy. This is also because there are fewer geniuses at the National Vocational Academy. Linya's willingness to come over has already brought them benefits, so they must do their utmost to ensure her safety, which also concerns the Academy's interests. Although it stems from self-interest, their assistance is indeed sincere. Thank you, Director G. Don't mention it, you don't need to be polite with me. Your sister is also part of the National Vocational Academy. By the way, I heard that the two gang has been causing you trouble again? It's nothing, I resolved it. No, they said you defeated a level 35 shield warrior with just one spell? The National Vocational Academy cannot be seen as lacking in humanity, so they still take care of Lin Chen. But he didn't expect Lin Chen to be so formidable. Oh, that shield warrior, he didn't die, right? No, they said he was saved. What spell did you use to attack him? Director G, have you forgotten? I asked you for permission to go to the Enchantment Equipment Laboratory before. Ji Wuyo's eyes widened. You enchanted equipment? But a skill that can instantly defeat a level 35 shield warrior must have been stacked, right? Did Professor Yuan give you such equipment? No, he didn't give it to me, I enchanted it myself. Lin Chen recounted everything that happened with Professor Yuan. From Ji Wuyo's perspective, it seemed that Lin Chen had an exceptionally high talent for enchanting, but in reality, Lin Chen was not skilled, he just took the damage head-on. However, the effect is the same. Ji Wuyo discovered that Lin Chen had potential in many areas. I didn't expect you to have this skill. Then you can participate in the exploration of the secret realm. Director G, what is the exploration of the secret realm? You know that both major academies have their own divine domain resources. Before these divine domain resources are obtained, they are uncharted secret realms that must go through an exploration phase. Only after the exploration can they be called divine domains. Ji Wuyo said this to give Lin Chen more opportunities, but he also needed to have the ability. Places like the National Vocational Academy and the Divine Vocational Academy developed their own divine domains. Before they were developed, entering these places was fraught with unknown dangers, so it was impossible to let students in right away. The places provided for students to level up are all secret realms that have been developed and matured through countless explorations. However, in some undeveloped areas, there are unknown dangers. Although they have been developed by the Academy's experts, there may still be hidden dangers that have not yet erupted, but they are much smaller than at the beginning, which is an opportunity to train some elite students. This part of the secret realm is also known as the partially open divine domain, which is more thrilling inside. It is suitable for elite students who have studied for many years, and of course, they need a more powerful team. Usually, the teams that undergo trials in these secret realms are from the 5 major societies. Even experienced senior students cannot go alone, they need a team. This is the advantage of the societies in the academy, as they can always rely on their society members to form the team they need. Going solo would be a bit awkward. So, can I bring my team in? Actually, although it is partially open, it has been developed by experts from the National Vocational Academy, so there won't be frequent dangers. At the same time, we have arranged for the 5 major societies to enter together, further reducing the risks. What are the benefits of such a place? The benefit is that in the partially open divine domain, there will be more and rarer materials. Lin Chen suddenly realized that this was the advantage. The more developed it was, the fewer materials there would be. Basically, the divine domains that are open to all students have already been developed to the point where there is no novelty left, and many rare materials will no longer appear. These are all for beginners to practice. The abilities Lin Chen displayed clearly indicated that the beginner area was no longer suitable for him. Ji Wuyo had always seen miracles in Lin Chen, so even though Lin Chen had dropped to a rank, he still wanted to know what miracles this young man could create. After Ji Wuyo left, Lin Chen had everyone prepare to join the exploration of the secret realm. Captain, Linya isn't going, right? She's only level 10. She'll go with us, this way, leveling up will be much faster, and there will definitely be better opportunities inside. But she's only level 10 and can't use the Great Prophecy spell. With me here, she won't be in any danger. Lin Chen said confidently. In fact, no matter where he was, having his sister by his side was the safest. This was actually a special privilege, as in the past, it was usually the elite of the society who completed such tasks. To prevent students from becoming sheltered flowers, there couldn't be any accidents during leveling up. Those mature divine domain secret realms are only suitable for new students to cultivate and are referred to as baby carriages. But these secret realms that are close to being developed do indeed have dangers, and the academy does not want its students to suffer losses, so the position of Lin Chen's team was previously held by the two gang. The two gang used to participate in such exploration tasks, but now the top leaders are gone. The next day, Lin Chen brought his team to the meeting, and the people from the 5 major societies were indeed gathered, but the atmosphere was a bit strange. What's going on? The people from the 5 major societies are not paying much attention to us? Lin Chen felt something was off. Weren't these people always trying to win him over before? Even if he was declared to have been demoted by the National Vocational Academy, he still had his sister, Linya, who had also been popular for a while. So no matter what, these people should at least say something nice, right? It was hard to understand. The others in the team were also quite confused, but Yuling understood very well. Don't you know why they have this attitude? I do, because we are clearly about to become a new force here, which will definitely not be friendly to their original power. What? My team can also become a force? Zhao Feng was the first to doubt it. Wang Dong, and anyway, we were all special recruits before, with no real strengths. Yuling, you have a hidden skill, but people like me are the main force. Can we really become a force? That's right, this team was too weak. These special recruits didn't come up through their own abilities. To be honest, their current status as formal students was entirely due to Lin Chen's influence. Yuling said lightly, you really don't understand, because the soul of a team is the most important. To become an influential force in the future doesn't depend on the majority of the members, as they can change very quickly. It all depended on the core, Lin Chen. There were many rumors about Lin Chen now, including his relationship with the Academy's strongest genius and the school beauty. With that connection, Lin Chen's team would definitely grow stronger. Don't just look at the current members, you have to consider Lin Chen's influence. Even Dean Ji is giving him that much face now. Did you see that? Lin Chen brought his team. Dean Ji really thinks highly of him, coming to participate in such an exploratory mission? Don't be careless, this position was originally held by the two gang, and he single-handedly wiped them out. Wasn't there news yesterday that a former big shot from the two gang came to settle scores with him, and he took him down in one move? Is that true? You're behind on the news. He's now fully equipped with 5-star gear and has already joined the Enchantment Academy. Of course, these were just rumors. Lin Chen had not joined the Enchantment Academy, and there were only a few people who knew. The so-called 5-star gear referred to equipment with 5 layers of skill stacked on it, which was already top tier for ordinary people. No higher level enchanter would help you make it, but Lin Chen was using 7-star gear. Lin Chen heard a few words from the other club members not far away but didn't show any reaction. You all stay here, since it's our first time here, let's be a bit reserved. He instructed the people in his team, which actually consisted of just 6 people, now including his sister. I'll go talk to their captain, we need to cooperate for this exploratory mission. Okay, Captain. Not far away, the leaders of the 5 major clubs gathered to discuss, and Ji Wuyo was also present, so Lin Chen needed to communicate with them. Lin Chen walked over, and the leaders of the clubs only greeted him out of courtesy. Hello, leaders. I'm new here and haven't had the chance to get to know you all well. Since we will be cooperating in the future, I want to express that I will provide any assistance I can to the National Vocational Academy's team. This statement was polite and respectful, sounding very courteous. However, the leaders only nodded, not as enthusiastic as before. Lin Chen recalled Yuling's words. It was indeed the case that they wanted to recruit Lin Chen or his sister to strengthen their own clubs, but once Lin Chen wanted to establish a force on his own, they wouldn't be so polite. The 5 major clubs were all in a competitive relationship, constantly scheming against each other. And a leader of a force was someone you could never recruit. Lin Chen happened to be that kind of person. Linya didn't need to think about it, she was his sister, unless there was some special opportunity. Now that Ji Wuyo was here, everyone was just being polite. In reality, they were all wary of Lin Chen's force. Although it didn't even have a name yet, Lin Chen had already scattered the two gang with a single move, and the threat he posed would definitely be greater than that of the two gang in the future. Alright, everyone is ready, let me outline the details of this mission. Ji Wuyo understood their thoughts but chose not to address them. In the National Vocational Academy, competition among students was encouraged, as long as it didn't go too far. At any time, competition was a good way to liven up the atmosphere, depending on how you used it. First, you need to remember that this is an adventure, and this place is different from other Divine Realm secret realms. Other Divine Realm secret realms have been fully developed, and normal communication is possible within them. But in here, that is not the case. You can only communicate with your teammates and among your team. The environment is similar to reality. What kind of places and what kinds of monsters are here, we do not know, so you must be vigilant. My first requirement is that if you receive a distress signal from a National Vocational Academy team, you must lend a hand, understand? Ji Wuyo looked at them seriously. This was not a joke. Usually, a little chaos was fine, but at this moment, it would cause the students of the National Vocational Academy to become disunited. Several leaders nodded in agreement, and Lin Chen also responded, I will do my best. Very good. The reason I am telling you this is that this secret realm is not just being developed by us. From another direction, people from the Divine Office Academy are also conducting their own explorations. In the end, we will definitely be dividing this secret realm with the Divine Office Academy. It all depends on who develops a larger area and gains the most advantage. Don't feel too pressured, the Divine Office Academy is stronger than us. So just do your best, don't force yourselves. As long as the National Vocational Academy can get a share, that's enough. Ji Wuyo said this intentionally, knowing it would provoke the leaders of the 5 major societies. However, they only suppressed their feelings and did not voice them. Ji Wuyo's words were essentially a rallying call. In fact, this was not the first time a secret realm had been explored. Experts from the academy had already scouted it out. The first exploration was not meant for students. Ji Wuyo himself was part of the initial team. After they had swept through and felt there was no significant threat, they allowed students to come in for further exploration to complete the development of the secret realm. Only after it was fully developed could it be called a divine realm. Of course, there would always be unexpected situations. Students were not delicate flowers in a greenhouse. They needed to learn to cope. If you encounter dangers that you cannot handle, call for help, and I will go with the professor team to rescue you. Rescue will also have delays, so you need to be smart and protect yourselves. This time, several directions have not yet been fully explored, and I have assigned teams from the 5 major societies. Lin Chen, your team is relatively new, so I will assign you a safer direction. Lastly, remember that each team must have one person in constant contact with the other teams. Once the mission was announced, everyone was invigorated. The secret realm was more thrilling than the divine realm. It had not yet been fully developed, making it perfectly suited to the adventurous spirit of youth. They all glanced at Lin Chen with disdain, clearly feeling that Ji Wuyo's arrangements were favoring him. However, was there anything wrong with that? Lin Chen had earned merit for the National Vocational Academy. Back in the team, Lin Chen conveyed Ji Wuyo's intentions. We can set off, but we must be cautious. Ji Yun, you are responsible for contacting the outside world, and Linya, stay close to me. Yes. Without further ado, Lin Chen led the team toward the direction assigned by Ji Wuyo. Since this was not a mature divine realm, no one knew what they would encounter inside. They didn't even know the terrain ahead, but those parts were few and unlikely to change significantly. What the National Vocational Academy needed to focus on was seizing territory from the Divine Office Academy. Whoever developed more would claim it. Lin Chen had not expected that they could actually divide territory within the same secret realm. This was, of course, an important task for both academies, as the resources belonged to them, and their strength stemmed from it. The direction they were heading was to the west of the secret realm, where they would encounter people from the Divine Office Academy. When encountering the team from the Clergy Institute, the exploration halted, and both sides drew their boundaries. This was the rule. At the beginning, Lin Chen's team encountered quite a few minor monsters. The level of these minor monsters wasn't very high, around 10 or so, and encountering a team of first-turn clergy members was essentially handing over free experience. Captain, it seems there aren't any high-level monsters around here, Zhao Feng remarked, feeling bored. Their progress was swift, and the direction arranged by Ji Wuyo had basically been fully explored. However, Yu Ling disagreed. Although the experience from minor monsters isn't much, the monsters here are rare, and the materials are abundant. Let's gather a bit more. Lin Chen agreed with this perspective. Let's collect more. This is our first time doing such a task, and it's also to accumulate experience for the future. Just as he finished speaking, a loud rumble echoed from afar. Yu Ling suddenly looked up. It seems to be several dozen kilometers away. Could it be the Clergy Institute making a move? Damn, they're really fast. No wonder they're the Clergy Institute. The speed was astonishing. The Clergy Institute's pace in claiming territory exceeded their imagination. According to Ji Wuyo's plan, they could explore over 100 kilometers from this side. Lin Chen assessed the situation. Steady, we're not seeking speed, we should prioritize safety and not do anything beyond our capabilities. But Captain, you often do those kinds of things. I am me, you are different. I'll go take a look. You all can level up slowly here. Lin Chen didn't care about helping the Clergy Institute claim territory, it was just a minor benefit. However, he wanted to see how the Clergy Institute could move so quickly, as this progress surpassed Ji Wuyo's expectations. Leaving the team behind, Lin Chen set out alone to scout the situation several dozen kilometers ahead. Life Exchange, Night Eye Exploration. Using this skill, Lin Chen's detection range was now 600 meters, which was sufficient for him to react before the others. By being at the front, he could provide the team with safe leveling time. His younger sister, Linya, was in the team. She had a significant advantage now because her level was low, so no matter what minor monsters they fought, she could gain considerable experience. This was a leveling up. She would soon reach the first turn. However, after Lin Chen advanced about 20 kilometers, he noticed something was off. The environment ahead had become desolate, resembling a scorched earth. This should be a volcano. Many areas were devoid of grass, leading him to conclude it was a half-dead volcano, and whether there was a risk of eruption remained uncertain. It was unclear if the earlier noise had come from the Clergy Institute's team. Under the surveillance of Night Eye Exploration, Lin Chen continued to stealthily advance. His stealth wasn't like Yu Ling's innate talent, he was just an ordinary person sneaking around, meaning he would first detect threats and find places to hide. It wasn't as miraculous as Yu Ling's abilities, but due to his strong perception, he could also avoid danger in advance. After advancing about another 10 kilometers, he was the first to spot the Clergy Institute's team. Captain, if you go any further, you'll exceed the communication range. Ji Yun warned from behind, and Lin Chen was, of course, always mindful of the team's status. I understand, but I just discovered that it really is the people from the Clergy Institute. Are they that fast? Should I report to Dean Ji? You can tell the Dean, I'll monitor them from here. Lin Chen stopped moving forward, finding a concealed spot to hide. Even if the Clergy Institute's members were present, they wouldn't casually discover Lin Chen hiding without using skills, and using skills would be a purposeful search. They didn't know someone was concealed nearby. It was evident that this team was composed of elites, all at least second turn. In the context of the National Clergy Institute, they would belong to the level of the 5 major associations, but clearly, their individual strength surpassed that of the 5 major associations. After all, they were from the Clergy Institute, and the expressions of the dozen or so members were filled with vigilance. Be careful, that thing has disappeared somewhere, making it hard to catch. Did you see what it was? I saw it, but I didn't see it clearly. There's no such creature in the monster compendium. Not clearly? Is it powerful? I don't know, it ran too fast. Just now, there was a lava pit, and that thing jumped right in. From their conversation, it was clear they were indeed chasing something, but they didn't know what it was. This thing seemed quite formidable. A team of second-tier divine professionals couldn't catch it, and the loud noise that erupted earlier probably came from here. Lin Chen, overhearing their conversation, quickly hid again, fearing they would activate their detection skills. It wouldn't be good if he was discovered. Although Lin Chen wasn't afraid of a single second-tier divine professional, there was a whole team here. Each of them was stronger than what was depicted in the compendium. They were the elite team from the Divine Professional Academy. Through the cracks in the rocks, Lin Chen observed them searching around. Captain, Dean Ji asked if they have come here to claim territory? I can't say. Dean Ji said, since the Divine Professional Academy has come, if we encounter them, we can just draw a line right there. Okay, I understand. Ji Wuyo still valued their new student team, but this area probably wasn't the main direction. It was normal for new student teams to participate in secret realm explorations. They definitely couldn't compete with the Divine Professional Academy. So this time, Ji Wuyo just wanted them to have an experience. He knew the Divine Professional Academy would come, just didn't expect it to be so soon. Lin Chen observed the dozen or so second-tier elites and realized they weren't here to claim territory. This territory wasn't important, they must be chasing something. Thinking of this, Lin Chen suddenly felt a bit of heat beside him. Turning his head, he was stunned. There was a crack in the ground, and a ball of orange-red flame was actually emerging from it. This flame seemed alive, jumping around as if it was observing Lin Chen. Was this considered a living creature? Lin Chen couldn't say. He reached out toward the small flame and surprisingly didn't feel any heat. There was warmth, but it was only comforting. This flame didn't burn him, almost like a living thing. Just as Lin Chen's hand was about to touch the flame, the small flame flicked a spark at his hand. It was quite interesting. It wasn't hot, just felt like something warm brushed past. Who goes there? Suddenly, the team from the Divine Professional Academy noticed something unusual and shouted. The small flame seemed startled and instantly shrank back into the crack. Lin Shen had to stand up. He sensed someone had used a skill to lock onto him. I am from the National Professional Academy. From the National Professional Academy? Did you arrive here so quickly? You aren't here to claim territory, are you? The leading high-level student from the Divine Professional Academy approached, and he was at least level 40. Lin Shen estimated he was currently level 20. Whether he could use his talent to take on this one was uncertain, and there were still so many second-tier elites behind him. Isn't it normal to claim territory? Isn't that the rule? Lin Shen wasn't intimidated. Since there were rules between the two academies, these Divine Professional Academy people wouldn't easily break them. They exchanged glances, as if conveying some message. They wouldn't be planning to silence him, would they? Lin Shen had a whole team behind him. If these people acted recklessly, the National Professional Academy wouldn't let it go. Ha, so it's a student from the National Professional Academy. The leader relaxed his expression. It's fine, we know the rules. We just didn't expect you to arrive so quickly. Territory doesn't matter, you can claim it here, but this isn't the time to draw boundaries. Oh, are you chasing something? Lin Shen directly asked the question that had been on his mind. He had felt that this group was looking for something. The level 40 high-level student put on a serious face. That's our business, you don't need to worry about it. Just as he said this, Lin Shen's team surprisingly caught up. Yuling led them, hurrying to this spot, and Linya was also in the group. It's not surprising, she has already reached level 10, and her body is no longer as weak as before. It's the team from the Clergy Institute, Captain. Have you marked your territory? With the appearance of the team, the Clergy Institute could no longer have any thoughts of their own. It wasn't because this group was particularly strong, but because a large number of people are hard to control. If they were to turn around and say that they weren't following the rules, the punishment would be quite severe. The people from the Clergy Institute exchanged glances, also planning to mark their territory first. At that moment, both teams received a warning through their communication devices. Captain, other teams are calling for help, they seem to be in danger. What kind of danger? They encountered high-level monsters, it seems. Level 50. What did you say? A level 50 monster is not something they could handle at their first class, let alone the second class. Ji Yin reported, this monster has already attacked several teams and is now heading our way. Just after the communication came through, the ground began to shake, rumbling so much that it was hard to stand. Quick, hide. Lin Shen reacted immediately. Yuling, take them to hide, don't come out. Okay, I understand. Yuling quickly grasped Lin Shen's intention. In this situation, Lin Shen had to act as the mobile force. Because a level 50 monster was the same for the students of both institutes, no one could fight it. Teaming up wouldn't work either, the gap was too wide, so they could only hide. When the monster came, there was nothing they could do. What would happen then? The other side might play tricks and lure the monster towards the National Vocational Institute's team. That was entirely possible. So Lin Shen had to act as the mobile force to deal with these matters. The others couldn't move. Yuling, isn't my brother hiding? Don't worry about him, we need to hide well. There's no use in us confronting a monster of this level. Yuling's mind was clear. She wouldn't do anything pointless, like shouting about friendship or living and dying together. It was all very boring. In front of a level 50 monster, everything would turn to dust. After all, Lin Shen had an immortal body. Even if he couldn't win, he could run. Both sides began to hide, and Lin Shen found a place to conceal himself. He saw a massive creature approaching from the distant, continuous mountain peaks. This thing was as tall as a small hill. There was also a group of people being chased by it, hundreds of students from both institutes. What first class or second class, none of that mattered. There were no higher-level experts present at the moment. No matter how many low-level ones there were, it was ineffective. Lin Shen watched as this giant beast tore apart an elite second-class student. Wild Monster Lava Giant Level SS Level Rank Level 50 Talent Earth Fire Scorch, emanating high-temperature lava. Anyone who gets close will suffer from severe burns. Rock Body, composed entirely of rock, hard and heavy, possessing super strong defense. Skill Lava Eruption, can burn enemies with lava within a certain range. Skill Rock Impact, charges at enemies with an invincible rock body, ignoring damage. To be honest, this is a bit exaggerated. Lin Shen didn't even know how to kill it. He didn't even know if this thing was a proper creature. With that level of defense, he wasn't sure if it could withstand Lin Shen's Hell Whale. But at level 50, there was no need to think too much. The gap was just too wide. The higher the level, the more experience required. Lin Shen didn't even know if this thing would feel pain. Hitting it was no different from hitting a rock. Soon, the lava giant jumped from one hill to another. Clearly, the students from both sides had angered this creature. It was chasing after these oblivious fools. Next to Lin Shen, There were also elite students from the Clergy Institute hiding, all with fearful expressions. What should we do? It seems to have caught the ice fairy. What? Then we have to save her. Has anyone notified the dean? Are there no experts coming? Don't die, ice fairy. She's the campus beauty of the Divine Academy for 2 consecutive years, and I've admired her for a long time. You're crazy, at level 50, you can't just throw your life away, right? Listening to their conversation, it seemed the situation was dire. The lava giant had apparently killed quite a few people. Lin Shen saw it tear someone apart, while many students nearby bravely threw their skills, but these skills couldn't harm the lava giant at all. The rocks shattered, and it could even reassemble itself. The broken rocks that landed on it were burned by the lava flames and melted back together. How could they kill it? Lin Shen noticed that the 5 major clubs from the National Vocational Institute had also arrived. It seemed this lava giant had passed through several areas, killing its way here, and it wasn't without intelligence. It had actually captured people. It seemed to have one from the National Vocational Institute and one from the Divine Academy. Lin Shen didn't recognize either of them. At this moment, the lava giant had already reached the top of the mountain. Put them down! The 5 major clubs were shouting, and the students from the Divine Academy were also yelling. The lava giant had provoked both sides. Unfortunately, these students had no way to deal with the lava giant. They could only shout, "Heh, if you have the guts, come. Little ants, dare to invade my territory." The lava giant was furious. It reached into the cracks of its rocky body and pulled out a person who was already charred, then casually tore them apart. This person had managed to hold on earlier, but had been roasted by the lava for too long in the rock crevice. Lin Shen heard the wails of the 5 major clubs. This must be a student from the National Vocational Institute. He didn't know them, and at that moment, the lava giant reached out again and grabbed another person. This was a woman who had encased herself in ice when the lava giant caught her. But even so, she was still held firmly by the lava giant, forming an ice lump in its massive hand. Do you want more? Get out of my territory, or I'll kill you all. It used the frozen girl as a threat. The students from both institutes who had been chased were already exhausted. Its fiery gaze scanned the surroundings, suddenly sneering, "Do you think you can hide?" The lava giant was a super colossal creature, able to hold a person in one hand, and it took a step forward. We're doomed! Lin Shen saw that was where his team was hiding. They were all there, and he had to draw it away quickly. Stop! At that moment, Lin Shen stood up, no longer hiding. The few elites from the Divine Academy beside him looked at him in terror. Are you crazy? They were unwilling to expose their hiding place, but Lin Shen couldn't. His sister was over there. Even though he was level 50, relying on his immortal body to entangle it shouldn't be a problem, right? If he let the monster pass, Linya's situation would be dire. Captain? You all take my sister and retreat far away. Lin Shen instructed in the team channel, directly blocking the path of the lava giant. Put the person down. He didn't say it was for his team, as that would also attract its hatred. What if the lava giant had enough intelligence to see that he was stepping up for these people? So, Lin Shen found an excuse to keep its attention on the ice lump in its hand. What qualifications do you have to command me? Lava eruption. The lava giant roared in anger, and flames erupted from the cracks all over the mountain. The students from both institutes hiding nearby were in a panic. Those who had just been shouting for help were now fleeing. The defensive capabilities of these second transformation elites plummeted instantly. Lin Shen could barely withstand the high temperature, but at that moment, he noticed that small flame. The lava giant seemed to see it too, and for a moment, it hesitated. Life exchange, divine chain binding, focus. Life exchange, hell's whale. Life exchange, gravitational confinement. Lin Shen decisively unleashed a series of skills. He couldn't suffer alone, he had to bring others along. But his target was not the lava giant beast, but that small flame. Lin Shen would not bind the lava giant beast because it was too strong. But this small flame seemed to be connected to the lava giant beast. Regardless of whether it was or not, he might as well give it a try. If it turned out to be useless, Lin Shen had his immortal body as a foundation, and if his team was safe, he could slip away. However, he couldn't let the hatred fall on his own team. So Lin Shen pointed and said, "Let that person go, or I won't spare you." The implication of this statement was, you can use that person to control me. The more the enemy cared about something, the more it became their Achilles heel. He didn't know if the lava giant beast had the intelligence to understand this, but Lin Shen only cared about the safety of his team. However, when he said this, students from both academies were present. The dog-like followers who had just shouted to save someone now lowered their heads, feeling very ashamed. What kind of dog were they? Look at that one, willing to give up their life. Captain, he won't be in danger, right? Director G's team hasn't arrived yet. Ji Yun was worried, but this time it was Linya who answered her. My brother will be fine, don't let him worry. Zhao Feng and the others were surprised. This little girl was actually the calmest one. But then they thought about it. She was a prophet, she must have a premonition and wouldn't speak recklessly. In fact, it was just as Linya had foreseen. Lin Chen had his own trump card. He couldn't kill a level 50 monster, but the monster couldn't kill him either. He could escape. In this situation, as long as the team didn't become a burden to Lin Chen, he would be fine. However, this scene had a different meaning to others. This tough guy from the National Vocational Academy was actually trying to save the school beauty from the Divine Vocational Academy. Was there really someone who would go so far as to risk their life for a crush? Are you really not afraid of death? The lava giant beast had never seen a creature unafraid of death. Survival was instinct. So it didn't even realize the necessity of threatening Lin Chen with the girl in its hand. Then it swung its fist made of gathered rocks and smashed it towards Lin Chen. You don't deserve to negotiate with me. That massive rock fist, with lava flowing between its fingers, came crashing down on Lin Chen's head. Boom! Sparks flew from the ground, lava erupted, and everyone gasped in astonishment. Is that person from your National Vocational Academy? Just a first transition? They're dead for sure, even a second transition can't withstand that. A senior from the Divine Vocational Academy was making a conclusion, but he couldn't finish his sentence, as he was stunned. Because the next moment, Lin Chen stood up from the flames. No one could describe Lin Chen's image at that moment, it was too magnificent. In the flames, his body was charred black, even covered in lava that was still bubbling, sizzling against his flesh, and emitting thick smoke. However, this did not affect Lin Chen's determined gaze. Let her go. Not to mention, the girl being held by the lava giant beast actually had some ability. Her ice shell had surprisingly held up until now. Although the lava giant beast hadn't actively attacked her, just being able to withstand the flames from the giant beast was impressive enough. At this moment, she was filled with despair, feeling that she might not be able to hold on any longer. Yet Lin Chen jumped out at this moment, demanding the lava giant beast release her with immense willpower. Although she didn't know this person and found it a bit absurd, the feeling of being moved was indescribable. You, classmate, you should leave. I won't leave, and I won't yield. If you don't let her go, I will entangle with you to the end. It was so moving. Lin Chen, surrounded by smoke and flames, walked towards the lava giant beast again. Below, many were teary-eyed. However, Lin Chen's attention was on that small flame. It had started to tremble when Lin Chen took that punch, as if it couldn't hold on much longer. The small flame was of the fire attribute. It shouldn't be afraid of fire. The fist of the lava giant, however, inflicted considerable damage on the little flame. Fire fears being extinguished, and it all depends on whether your strength is enough. The lava giant's strength was certainly sufficient. And this strength rebounded back to the little flame, magnified 361 times. That last hit nearly snuffed out the little flame like a candle. Lin Chen also noticed the lava giant's hesitation. Its body froze, as if it had turned into a stone sculpture for a few seconds. It worked! Lin Chen became more certain of his thoughts. Indeed, finding the little flame posed a threat to the lava giant. This was its Achilles heel. Could this be its offspring, the little lava giant? It didn't look like a monster at all. It didn't seem to have any harm. Lin Chen didn't know what it was. Come on, are you going to let go or not? If you don't release it, I won't rest until one of us is dead. Lin Chen shouted, charging at the lava giant, which surprisingly dared not hit him with full force. Moreover, as long as Lin Chen got close, he would be burned by the high temperature emanating from the lava giant, and the lava giant also dared not let him approach, because any damage Lin Chen sustained would rebound onto the little flame. So the lava giant could only extend a hand to push Lin Chen away. But how could Lin Chen let him off? After being pushed away, he continued to charge. He was getting addicted to it. But Lin Chen's actions truly brought tears to the eyes of the audience below. Is he really that infatuated? Impossible, his girlfriend is the campus belle this year. He's Lin Chen, don't you know him? Ha! Two-timing and still so crazy. Is he trying to throw his life away? Isn't this a scumbag? If he dies, good, I can't stand people like him. The reactions from the boys below were varied. Some recognized Lin Chen as the guy from the challenge. He was also the public enemy of the boys in the Divine Academy, the boyfriend of this year's campus belle, Jin Xiu. Just this buff alone made the boys below wish for his death. They no longer felt it was tragic. But the girls' reactions were completely different. Each one was excited with red eyes. Ha! So he is such a devoted man. Hey, what does your reaction mean? He probably doesn't know our ice fairy, right? Doesn't know, yet can entrust his life? So touching. You. Fine, I have nothing to say. The boys turned angry, while Lin Chen's status in the girls' hearts rose another level. But this misunderstanding was huge. Lin Chen was certainly not doing this for that girl, it was more of a side effect. He was trying to see if this could threaten the lava giant, and it seemed to be quite effective. He couldn't win in a fight, but now the lava giant's weakness was in Lin Chen's hands. He was engulfed in flames, looking as if he had no vitality left, even his hands and feet were burned through by the lava. Yet he still stood up, advancing towards the lava giant. If you don't let go, I'll keep bothering you, I mean what I say. Once again, Lin Chen charged at the lava giant, and all the girls on the mountain below covered their mouths. It was truly heartbreaking. The girl from the Divine Academy who was caught by the lava giant had never seen such a moving scene. Lin Chen's resolute aura of giving up everything made her tear up continuously. Sometimes, emotions work that way. She knew full well that this boy didn't know her, yet she still felt he was fighting desperately for her. Don't come over, you should leave. She didn't even know what to say anymore. Usually, no one had ever seen her like this. Known as the Ice Fairy, she had always maintained a cold persona, but no girl could withstand this scene. Lin Chen still managed to stand up again. His arms were burned through, with lava scorching him. How painful must that be? I will not give up. The vitality within Lin Chen began to erupt, and the vigorous life force started to counteract the burning of the lava. Now can be said to be the moment that tests Lin Chen's immortal body the most. He had never suffered such all-encompassing injuries before. Previously, it was just a minor wound, but now, he was injured all over, with temperatures that could melt rock. The girl had her ice shield surrounding her, while Lin Chen had no protection at all. But at the same time, Lin Chen also saw hope. Although he had not inflicted a single bit of damage on the lava giant beast, it had gone mad. He didn't know why the creature was so frantic. It let out a roar, and the entire mountain began to spew lava. The people below were forced to retreat once more, and no one could get close to the mountain, which had now turned into a volcano. Although it wasn't as terrifying as an erupting volcano, the bubbling lava was no joke. Let's go, let's retreat a bit further, Ling Yi suddenly spoke. My brother is fine, don't worry. Yu Ling glanced at the crimson mountain peak and nodded. Withdraw, we need to wait for Dean Ji to arrive. Lin Chen's team also retreated. They had no use staying behind. Lin Yi was a prophet, and she was also bound to Lin Chen's divine chain, creating a connection between them. The students from the two academies quickly retreated, some unwillingly being pulled away by others. The area around the mountain was burned into a wasteland for dozens of kilometers. Let's go, don't look anymore. We can't defeat that lava giant beast. Ah, what a pity, 2 generations of campus beauties. Don't get any ideas, she has never reacted to any man. Still a pity. The students from both academies retreated dozens of kilometers away, and at that moment, the lava giant beast went berserk again. It roared and actually began to collapse on its own. It should be noted that from the very beginning, Lin Chen had not attacked it, and the divine chain was not bound to the lava giant beast. Lin Chen, charred all over, smiled as he curled his lips. Indeed, he had not misjudged. That little flame was the key. The lava giant beast cared about this. It was its Achilles heel. Spotting the little flame emerging from a crack in the ground, Lin Chen reached out and grabbed it, not caring about the burning heat. The problem was that the little flame did not have a high temperature. It was very gentle, and as soon as Lin Chen grabbed it, it merged into his arm. Then Lin Chen lay on the ground, waiting for his life force to repair his body. Frost and snow, ice-sealed domain. The ice fairy began to cast spells, extinguishing the lava flames on a section of the mountaintop, lowering the temperature. She emerged from the ice sphere, her beautiful eyes scanning the charred earth around, then glancing at the sea of fire below. Everyone had left. It was her first time being so close to death, and in the end, no one was with her. Only this man, in his last moments, was desperately trying to save her. She walked over and was suddenly surprised to find that Lin Chen was still alive. You. Not knowing what to say, she squatted beside Lin Chen, who lay on the ground, burned and stripped of everything, yet she could see vibrant life force continuously repairing him, growing at a visible speed. Are you okay? Lin Chen could still speak, and the girl's big eyes were misty as she nodded. My name is Long Kor. I have no clothes left. If you don't mind, could you help me change into a set? I'm afraid it won't be decent if someone comes by later. Okay. The girl showed no hesitation, taking the clothes Lin Chen produced, as a life-changer would have such minor troubles. But she didn't immediately dress Lin Chen. Instead, she looked at his injuries, wondering if he could put on clothes right away, or if those wounds needed treatment. These were considerations a normal person would have, and Long Kor was very hesitant. Her big eyes were a deep blue, as transparent as frozen ice crystals, yet they blinked as they gazed at Lin Chen's body. Lin Chen also sensed something unusual, realizing that this girl was quite bold, daring to stare at his body parts. How is it? Is it big? Your scar is falling off, isn't that a problem? If you have time, wait until it falls off before you put on clothes, that way it's cleaner. Lin Chen was too lazy to say anything, lying still. After all, he had saved someone, so helping himself look decent was only right. The girl knelt beside Lin Chen, very quiet, watching his wound heal and the scar fall off. You are still a life changer, your divine position hasn't been washed away. How is it? You've never seen a man like this so completely, right? You don't have to worry, I'll put on clothes. Let me help you clean up first. What kind of words are these? This so-called ice beauty in others' eyes, although not showing much expression at the moment, was exceptionally well behaved. In fact, the ice beauty was just a stereotype. She simply didn't show her emotions. At this moment, the deans of both academies had rushed over, each inquiring about the damage situation. When Ji Wuyo heard that Lin Chen was still here, he came over, followed by Professor Han from the Divine Position Academy, whom Lin Chen had met before at the Xie family, and Long Kor was his student. The two arrived silently at the volcano and saw that the surrounding area for dozens of kilometers had turned into scorched earth. The high temperature was still present, but the two experts were not afraid. Upon reaching the summit, they saw Long Kor and Lin Chen. Kor, are you okay? Professor, I'm fine, you all don't come over yet, he isn't wearing clothes. What does this mean? Professor Han and Ji Wuyo exchanged glances. Ji Wuyo saw the vitality on Lin Chen from a distance and said to Professor Han, it's fine now, that lava giant is gone. Really? What do our two academies say? Since the incident happened here, this is our boundary. I agree, but what's with my student dressing your student? Ji Wuyo probably knew that Lin Chen hadn't lost his life-changer divine position and was joking. Young people, full of vigor, always have their own ideas. Haven't you been young before? You would do some ridiculous things too. Obviously, Ji Wuyo was teasing, and in fact, neither of them had the time for anything to happen. But with his attitude, Professor Han didn't say anything. Lin Chen had seen that this person had a bad temper, and at this moment, he was silent with a stern face. The professors from the Divine Position Academy were all formidable, even Ji Wuyo might not give face. Suddenly, he stomped his foot, and a chill spread outwards, extinguishing the remaining magma flames. Ji Wuyo glanced at Professor Han and said nothing more. The two academies had reached a consensus. Over here, Lin Chen's injuries had actually healed, and after the scar fell off, Long Kor helped him put on clothes and supported him up. In fact, he didn't need support, but Lin Chen didn't want to refuse her kindness. They call you the Ice Fairy? I might be a bit cold usually, but you are warm, not cold at all. Thank you. The two were very close, and no one expected the Ice Fairy to be so easy to talk to. She wasn't shy at all. In fact, she was shy, but she was different from others and generally didn't easily show it. This Ice Fairy was also a very unique divine position. She was an SSS level Ice Mage. Such attributes were unattainable for others, but she was different. She could bring a single ice spell to its peak. A single system, but she could master all ice magic skills, even forbidden spells. The reason she didn't cast forbidden spells was that it was meaningless, as forbidden spells were self-harming skills, and if she cast them, she wouldn't survive. Such a genius was the most outstanding one before Qin Xiu arrived at the Divine Position Academy. Of course, she was still a two-time campus belle and still was, but she looked like an ice sculpture, lacking warmth. The boys could only look from afar, not many dared to approach her, as her family background was also very powerful. Long Kor helped Lin Chen over, where Ji Wuyo and Professor Han were already waiting. Lin Chen, are you okay? I'm fine, Dean Ji. That lava giant beast disappeared for some reason. Oh, is that so? We need to mark this area to prevent students from coming here. Ji Wuyo then looked at Professor Han. Although there was a mishap this time, our students from both academies united and faced the enemy together, which can be considered a friendly testament. I hope we can share this secret realm amicably. He was clearly rambling. The events he mentioned never happened, but it didn't matter. Professor Han also agreed with this statement. He looked down at the ground, unsure why the lava giant beast collapsed on its own. So he asked Lin Chen, you didn't kill the lava giant beast? I didn't gain any experience, so it definitely wasn't me. It collapsed on its own. Why is that? You're the professor, why are you asking me? Lin Chen wasn't overly polite to Professor Han, as he had seen this guy at the Xie family and didn't have a good impression of him. With Ji Wuyo present, Lin Chen wouldn't be polite to him either. Could he really turn hostile now? Sure enough, Professor Han fell silent, and Ji Wuyo spoke up. Let's set this area as a forbidden zone for now to prevent further student casualties. Although the clergy face battles, they shouldn't die in vain. Then I'll return to my team, Lin Chen said, patting Long Kor beside him. Don't worry, I'm fine. See you later. Long Kor let go of Lin Chen, watched him wave, and then he sprinted down the mountain, truly a man like the wind. Ji Wuyo also took his leave. I need to go back and comfort the students. It seems our students have suffered some losses. Professor Han nodded, watching Ji Wuyo leave, and asked Long Kor, what happened just now? He risked his life to save me. Long Kor could see the scene of Lin Chen saving her clearly whenever she closed her eyes. She probably wouldn't forget it for the rest of her life. Professor Han probably couldn't figure out much, others couldn't see it, but he could tell that his student had already fallen. The emotions of this ice fairy were not easily understood by ordinary people, and her expressions changed very little. Do you like that boy? But he's Lin Chen, very famous, and supposedly the boyfriend of the new genius Qin Xiu. But he risked his life to save me. Whether he has a girlfriend or not has nothing to do with me. Professor Han was momentarily at a loss for words. The thinking of such genius students was quite unique. Because they were unconventional, they differed from ordinary people in every aspect. Strong individuals naturally prioritize themselves and feel it's only natural. Fine, as long as his student is happy. Professor Han wasn't one to argue. As long as the student is happy, it doesn't matter who they like. Strong individuals never complain about conditions. So what if he has a girlfriend? Can't she like him? This is the world of the strong, where conventional romantic relationships don't exist. As long as you know this, that Qin Xiu is very outstanding, you need to be even better than her. Lin Chen was unaware of what was happening over here. He had returned to his team, and his teammates came forward to check on him. Ji Yun came up and pinched him. Really okay? Captain, your figure is really good. Did you put this on yourself? Linya directly exposed. No, that sister changed it for my brother. Doesn't that mean she took advantage of him? Seeing the captain's figure, she wouldn't have taken a liking to him, would she? Sister Ji Yun, what's strange about her liking my brother? All girls should like my brother. Linya was so assertive, unconditionally standing by her brother's side, which is the mindset of all children. My brother can do anything, you all should like him. Anyone who doesn't like him is just being stubborn. Yuling then noticed something different. She saw a flame mark on Lin Chen's right hand. Alright, Ji Yun, don't be so handsy, the captain is fine. Yuling dispelled them, and at that moment, the leaders of the 5 major clubs of the National Vocational Institute came over to inquire. Lin Chen, what happened to that lava giant just now? It's gone. What do you mean it's gone? A monster that big just disappears while fighting? How am I supposed to explain it to you? That was a level 60 monster. I've never seen one before, you should ask Dean Ji about it. Lin Chen shrugged it off, knowing nothing, and in fact, he wasn't quite clear himself. It should be related to the small flame in his hand, but he didn't know exactly how. The teachers and professors brought by Ji Wuyo were busy comforting the students and treating the injured. The members of the 5 clubs exchanged glances, and one person spoke up again. Lin Chen, are you planning to establish a club? I don't know. From my perspective, you and your sister should join our club. We have plenty of resources in our old club. Starting a new one from scratch isn't worth it. If you join us, you can become core members and enjoy the highest benefits. Do you think they would agree to that? With Lin Chen's words, that person fell silent, as the big shots from the other clubs were watching him. Are you trying to poach members right in front of us? Even if Lin Chen wasn't planning to form a group, everyone still had to show their cards. After this, Lin Chen was still at level 20, but Linya was already close to level 16. This was the advantage of being at a lower level, leveling up quickly alongside her. She was about to reach her first promotion. Lin Chen himself wasn't in a hurry, he was focused on helping his sister level up first. But before that, Lin Chen needed to figure out what was going on with this small flame, which had stopped reacting while attached to him. A scar in the shape of a flame had formed on his hand, and it couldn't be washed away. For this reason, Lin Chen felt it was necessary to clarify things, starting with asking Yuling. Very few people know about the origin of divine powers. I only know a little bit. Is it that little? Why can we obtain these powers then? Isn't anyone curious? There are, but there are no answers. The only place I can guess to find answers is the library of the Divine Vocational Institute. Even the National Vocational Institute doesn't have relevant materials. The people who possess this knowledge are very mysterious. Hearing Yuling say this, Lin Chen felt somewhat discouraged. The more fundamental the knowledge, the greater the gap between the National Vocational Institute and the Divine Vocational Institute. Generally, the National Vocational Institute can train and level up or achieve a divine position, but it becomes very difficult beyond that, and precisely this is where Lin Chen falls short. If it were just about training his divine level, did he need the National Vocational Institute? As long as someone provided a divine realm secret, he could continue training without needing the National Vocational Institute. The deeper knowledge was what truly advanced divine practitioners. Only by understanding where your power comes from can you know how to further enhance yourself. This is the gap of the National Vocational Institute. So is there any chance I could access the library of the Divine Vocational Institute to look up relevant materials? Don't you have a girlfriend over there? She's a top student, right? Ling, are you joking? I was indeed joking. The ones who can actually access this information are definitely not these students. Even those vice deans don't have that qualification, only a few professors who specialize in this. This made things difficult. Lin Chen hit a ceiling in acquiring knowledge. He was unwilling to accept this. If things continued at this pace, he could even foresee his future. Achieving fame at the National Vocational Institute, attaining accomplishments that everyone admired with an immortal body. Because as long as you don't die, you can achieve great success. That's how it is in the world of the strong. There have been countless geniuses before, but most of them never made it to the end because they died. Is being admired by everyone the highest achievement? Lin Chen didn't think so. At least, he could only make the people of the National Vocational Institute look up to him. Due to a limited understanding of power, in the end, Lin Chen didn't even know what his immortal body was all about. It was all about pushing limits. Lin Chen wouldn't allow himself to be ignorant of power. So he went to the Divine Academy to find Xin Shou again. Upon returning to the Divine Academy, Lin Chen was already very dazzling. Truly, even in the National Academy, his reputation might not be that great, but here at the Divine Academy, he repeatedly caught the attention of the faculty and students, establishing his legendary story just from the challenge match. But being a genius who could challenge beyond his level wasn't enough. Far from it. Who isn't a genius? What really made the students of the Divine Academy feel no sense of superiority was his legendary status. As Qin Shou's boyfriend, his fame in the Divine Academy was greater than that of the challenge match winner. Because the challenge match only showcased strength, indicating that you were also a genius, but lacked legendary status. Being the boyfriend of the new first genius of the Divine Academy was a hot topic. Countless people were curious about why Qin Shou had chosen Lin Chen, while also wondering why the Divine Academy looked down on him. His high profile was evident here. This time, Lin Chen saved their ice fairy, further elevating his notoriety. At the same time, being connected with two well-known school beauties from the Divine Academy, Lin Chen's momentum was unmatched. So when he returned to the Divine Academy, he was met with countless gazes. He had arranged to meet Qin Shou but first encountered a large crowd of Divine Academy students watching. So this is Lin Chen. Is he really that impressive? Why not recruit him into our Divine Academy? Because he's a life exchange master. Who would want such a mediocre profession? One life for another. Isn't the Divine Academy wasting their training? No, you're out of date. He's not a life exchange master anymore. He's an A-class mage. You're wrong. Someone analyzed it. If he were just an A-class mage, how could he have saved the ice fairy? There was a lot of discussion, but Lin Chen didn't care what they said. It could be said that Lin Chen was the only one who wasn't from the Divine Academy yet dared to swagger around confidently. He even asked those people, "Classmate, have you seen Qin Shou? How arrogant! A student from the National Academy daring to flirt with their school beauty." Someone couldn't take it anymore and stepped forward. "Even if you're an SSSS class life exchange master, it's just one life. Do you dare accept my challenge? I don't believe you can survive every time. Are you serious?" Lin Chen didn't care at all. The Divine Academy was powerful, but there were rules. He asked, "You must have heard about my deeds in the National Academy, right? Anyone who wants to challenge me must sign a life and death contract." This alone was enough to scare off many people because Lin Chen had indeed killed before. Although this world, even in the divine domain, involved real battles, there needed to be a motive to decide life and death with a stranger. So this could deter many. Why should I fight you to the death? But the boy in front of him was a bit reckless. "Sign it. Am I supposed to be afraid of you? But you, once you sign this, you can't blame me." "Oh, are you really going to do this?" Lin Chen didn't want to provoke the Divine Academy further. As long as they were a bit polite, he actually didn't want to complicate things. But with so many people, someone was unwilling to back down and insisted on a life and death duel. "No need. Anyone who wants to challenge him must first get past me." At this moment, someone stepped forward, and remarkably, the temperature on site suddenly dropped several degrees. "Ah, the ice fairy is here." It was Long Core. She had appeared and certainly wouldn't allow anyone to challenge her benefactor here. Cold as she was, she acknowledged that Lin Chen had saved her life. "Let's go, don't just stand here. Are you really going to fight Long Core? Hey, this cheap opportunity won't be taken by this outsider, will it? You saying that is pointless. It seems like just because there are no students from other schools, you think you have a chance." As soon as Long Core appeared, she immediately dispersed the onlookers from the Divine Academy. It wasn't that they didn't want to admire a beautiful woman, but Long Kor had been the school beauty for 2 consecutive years, and they knew the temper of this ice fairy. She showed no mercy to anyone and accepted any challenge. No wonder she was a past genius of SSS rank. She had never lost a challenge, and strength was the ultimate truth. Lin Chen was also surprised by Long Kor's demeanor. "You're so beautiful, why are they afraid of you?" "Because I've never lost a challenge." "But your attribute is so singular, only ice, isn't that easy to target?" "Because I am the limit of ice, they can't target me. I have ways to resist ice." Various divine professions sometimes have mutual restraining effects. It's possible for a fire-type expert to be defeated by an ordinary ice-type student, which is a normal phenomenon because of the elemental weakness, and single attribute divine professions are more prone to being countered. Long Kor was a single attribute, while many divine professions naturally had high ice resistance. Using ice spells against those people might mean that if you exert 10 points of power, only 1 point is effective. This means a 90% damage reduction. If not for an absolute level of strength, it would be impossible to fight back. However, Long Kor was an ice-type disruptor, and she certainly had unique abilities to break through ice resistance. Lin Chen wasn't interested in asking her about this, it should be her secret. "I'm here to find Qin Xiu. Have you seen her? We had an agreement. She's not coming, I just heard about it. I don't know why, but it seems she's angry with you, because of me?" "Ha? That doesn't make sense." Lin Chen felt this was unlikely. He had dropped to a rank, and Qin Xiu hadn't looked down on him. Just because Lin Chen saved someone else, Qin Xiu was upset? Nonsense. If Lin Chen had chosen not to save someone despite having the ability, then it would be Qin Xiu who should be upset, right? Would you want to be with a man who wouldn't save someone in danger? But since Long Kor said so, it didn't seem like a lie. She might have a strange personality, but she wouldn't deceive. Rumors about Long Kor could be heard even outside the Divine Academy. Therefore, Lin Chen's rising fame was also influenced by her. Even if people hadn't heard of Lin Chen, the lifesaver of the Ice Mountain Beauty, they knew of his existence because of Long Kor. "This is what I heard. If you want help, I can help you find her." As for why they had an agreement but didn't meet, Lin Chen couldn't guess. However, his relationship with Qin Xiu was also forced out of conversation. At that time, Qin Xiu was just using their relationship as an excuse to handle the situation. Lin Chen felt that this attitude was not clear enough to be taken seriously, and now that he had become a public enemy attracting so much fire, it wouldn't be good to involve Qin Xiu. If they didn't meet, then so be it. Lin Chen, being a poor guy, didn't want to reach too high. Now that Lin Chen had so many rumors, the pressure of being his girlfriend was also great, so he wouldn't force it. "No need, actually, I came for something else." "Oh, then tell me, maybe I can help you." "Long Kor, you know I'm not well liked at your school. Being associated with me will lead to gossip." "I know, but I don't care about that. You saved me, so it's only right that I help you. What others say is not within my consideration." Geniuses are confident. When has gossip ever affected this ice fairy? Public opinion wouldn't put any pressure on her because she was such a unique person. On the contrary, those who spread rumors about her felt more pressure when facing her, always feeling unworthy. "That's great. I just happen to need help. Can you help me get into your library?" Lin Chen immediately made his request without hesitation. This was helping Long Kor because she always felt indebted to Lin Chen and was constantly thinking about how to repay him, which was a burden. Lin Chen thought she was a nice person, making her request early to avoid the psychological burden of owing someone a favor. It was like helping someone out and then having them treat you to a meal, creating a sense of balance. But the favor could continue. Treating someone to a meal was a small matter, but it expressed an attitude. If you don't let someone express that attitude, they will feel uneasy inside. Is that it? It's simple. You can use my card to get in. Ah, is that okay? I'm not from the Clergy Academy. You can still get in. We have different levels of access to the library, and mine isn't that strict. There are levels? Thank you then, I'll just take a quick look around. Lin Chen quickly accepted Long Kor's help and got her contact information. Don't get the wrong idea, Lin Chen wasn't thinking about anything romantic, it was purely an exchange of favors. Can't there be simple friendships between people? Long Kor was very straightforward. You don't have to rush to return it, you can use it for a while. I have another way to get in, and from now on, we're friends, so you don't need to be so polite. Just call me Kor. Okay. Lin Chen got Long Kor's card and headed straight for the Clergy Academy's library. All the way until he entered the library, no one noticed him. He was just a boy who would pay attention. Moreover, the students going to the library were very focused, and no one would specifically watch to see who others were. If they discovered Lin Chen's identity, it would probably be quite a spectacle. After all, Lin Chen was the most famous person in the Clergy Academy, the public enemy of the Clergy Academy. If there were a popularity ranking, Lin Chen would definitely be at the top here. When no one was paying attention to him in the library, he could search for the information he wanted with peace of mind. However, after entering with Long Cour's card, Lin Chen found that the Clergy Academy library had strict levels of access. Among the students, Long Cour had already reached the highest level, but there were still teacher levels above that. Depending on the professor's ranks, there were many different levels of access. The highest level of access was confidential, and no one knew who had the highest access in this library. In general, there were 3 main levels: student level, teacher level, and the final mysterious level. Long Cour had only reached the maximum access within the student level, and Lin Chen had checked. There was no relevant information. "Ah, it's you." While Lin Chen was pondering how to access a higher level, a girl nearby exclaimed softly. He turned to look. It was a familiar face, the healer from the last time he teamed up with Qin Xiao. "Hello." Lin Chen was about to greet her friendly, but the girl panicked and ran away. Was there something wrong? Lin Chen remembered that last time when they teamed up, she had deliberately made him leave the team. Was she involved with the demon clan? Realizing this, Lin Chen thought of the relevant knowledge. Why not ask Professor Wang? Now he had completely controlled Professor Wang, who surely knew the most about this demon clan. "Professor Wang, can I ask you a few questions?" "Let me out." Lin Chen took out the magic crystal again but didn't activate the energy to release the demoness. "If I weren't seriously injured, could you capture me like this? If you don't believe me, let me out and we'll see." "Professor Wang, I'm an adult now. Can you stop using childish arguments with me?" "Then what do you want?" "I want to ask, in your Clergy Academy's library, what kind of person has the highest level of access? Do you have it?" Lin Chen's guess was correct. This demoness indeed had the highest access. "What information are you looking for?" "I have the highest access in this library, but if you're sincere, you actually don't need to search, you can just ask me, and I can tell you, as long as you agree to some of my conditions." "Letting you out? That's not possible. Or giving me some limited freedom would be fine too. I can't be stuck in this magic crystal all the time." "What do you want then?" The witch was tempting Lin Chen, gradually loosening her restrictions, of course, with ulterior motives. But Lin Chen also had things he needed her help with. Depending on the situation, he could slowly negotiate terms, but he couldn't let her out. That was his bottom line. No matter the conditions, the witch's value was not worth compromising on that. "If you want me to let you go, then that's out of the question. I'll find another way in." "You can't get in, the defenses here are tight, unless you have the strength to break in." "Is that so?" "I could find other demons, like that healer from the last team who worked with you. She might know other demons. I could leverage her. Do you think I could find a way?" How about this, let out a sliver of my demon soul." Lin Chen refused without hesitation. "That's not possible. If you call for help, I won't be able to handle it." The witch surprisingly began to plead. "Just a little bit, I can't stray too far from the magic crystal, or my soul will dissipate." "You can try, I'm so lonely in here, I can't stand the solitude." "Actually, you don't need to worry about me calling for help, you could use me as a hostage. I'm a witch, my status is unmatched by other demons." "Wait a minute, witch is actually a legitimate title, like a saint or a holy maiden, holding a high position in a certain group? So, demon women can't be witches, they can only be demons. Does that mean Lin Chen has captured a high-value target? That's good. If she's really that important, Lin Chen isn't afraid of the demons finding out. Because he could negotiate with the witch and the demons, but not yet, negotiations require strength. "Then I'll give it a try." Lin Chen really did release a sliver of her soul, and the thunderous woman appeared, standing right beside him. But it was just a vague image, as the released demon soul was too weak, only Lin Chen could see it, and even for him, she was just a flickering demon soul that would dissipate if he moved too far away. If she tried to escape, it would only hurt her again, and Lin Chen had the upper hand. "You really did let out just a little bit. I'm cautious. If you can communicate with other demons and send out information like this, then I can only treat you as a hostage." This risk was worth taking. The witch surely knew more information, and she was more important than this library. The problem was, Lin Chen couldn't trust anything she said, he had to cross-reference it with the library's data. It was obvious that the witch wouldn't tell the truth, she was trying to tempt Lin Chen. "With me here, why do you need to go to the library? I can tell you anything you want to know." "No, I want to go to the library. If you can't help, I'll take you with me." "Don't. Like that. If you walk to the access control, I'll help you open it, no one will question you." "Oh, you want to use the power of the demons, but isn't there a password?" To open the access control, she could use her witch's power to identify it, but doing so would attract attention. Professor Ouyang had already gone missing, and if someone suddenly opened a passage using her power, the demons would surely surround the library. If there was a password to open it, even if someone found out, Lin Chen would have other explanations. If there's no password, then forget it. I won't risk letting your power open the access control. Fine, you win. I'll tell you. There really was a password. Lin Chen learned that it was a privilege of the professors in the divine office. They could use their own power to open the access control and go up themselves, and their passwords were for their students to use. This meant that their authorized students could also use their passwords to access higher-level information. There were some special passages here, and Lin Chen casually found one, entering the password the witch provided. The access control indeed opened, the system did not trigger an alarm, and after a brief hesitation, Lin Chen walked in. The passage leads into a special room, which is highly confidential. Lin Chen even noticed that this secret chamber has an extremely high security level. If someone were to force their way in, the information connections inside would immediately sever, and the intruder would see nothing, while the system would trigger an alarm. Upon entering the secret room, Lin Chen saw a large screen displaying information retrieval. What do you want to know? The witch's phantom still stood beside Lin Chen, looking very fragile now. I want to know everything, including gods and demons, the source of power, why we have these powers, and what exactly is the divine office. Is there a record of all this? Some of it is recorded, some is not. What about this mark on my hand? Do you know about it? At this moment, Lin Chen revealed the small flame mark on his tiger's mouth. The witch glanced at it in surprise. You actually have this. But there's no need to complicate things, I can tell you. Sorry, I don't believe what you say. I need formal documentation for comparison. The witch had no choice, then search for the source of power. Is it a small flame that seems to be alive? Lin Chen opened the search and quickly found it according to the witch's hint. Fire essence, like other elemental powers, is the pure source of power. Actually, what is recorded here is false, believing this is meaningless. What do you mean? There are many theories about the source of power in the world. Some say it's metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, others say it's ice, fire, earth, wind, thunder, etc. But none of that is correct. The true source of power in the world is only one, fire. Lin Chen couldn't be sure if the witch was deceiving him. The only source of power in the world is fire? That seemed too simplistic. Was this a deeper knowledge or just her fabrication? Are you kidding? Then how does the ice element appear? The appearance of the ice element is the result of removing the fire element's expression. At the same time, the thunder, water, and even earth elements are all expressions of fire. I'll tell you, if the power of fire is completely removed, the ice element will achieve its ultimate skill, absolute zero. Lin Chen suddenly felt there was some truth to this, which he understood through knowledge from another world. He had learned in his past life that energy can be converted into matter, and all matter is in motion. Motion is energy, and when energy is lost and cannot move anymore, all matter approaches absolute zero. This fire represents energy, embodying the most fundamental power. If she was making this up, then it was too reasonable. At that moment, Lin Chen's phone rang. It was surprisingly Qin Shou calling. From the phone, Qin Shou didn't say much, only that she was delayed due to some matters. Lin Chen arranged to have dinner with her and then copied the information he wanted. In fact, the higher the knowledge level, the more uncertain it became. Lin Chen discovered that, just as the witch said, there were no standard answers to what he wanted to know. Some said the source of power was various elements, others said it was gods, along with various other academic speculations. This was no longer the same as what students needed to learn. With so many speculations, which one should he believe? Lin Chen couldn't help but raise this question to the witch, but she said, there are various smokescreens here, which we release to obscure people's understanding with false information. Do you believe what I say? It was hard to say, it was very likely true. And now, Lin Chen wouldn't believe the witch's words immediately, but he couldn't absolutely disbelieve them either. It was merely a reference. Ultimately, one must understand what truly gives them power in order to become strong. Once he had copied all the information, Lin Chen left the library. However, as he was leaving, the small flame mark on his tiger's mouth flickered. Lin Chen's heart stirred, and he quickly checked his surroundings. Was someone following him? This is just a hint of a mutual understanding. He immediately composed himself and continued to act as if nothing had happened. When he saw Qin Shou, before Lin Chen could speak, she apologized first. I'm sorry, we agreed to meet, and I made you wait. It's okay, I actually wanted to go to your library. Then how did you run into Long Cour and use her card to get into the library? Didn't you wait for me? Ah, well, I thought you were busy with something else. Lin Chen felt awkward instead. It made it seem like he was really trying to avoid her when he had only been focused on the library the whole time. But saying that would be somewhat impolite, as if he didn't take Chinshou seriously. Chinshou seemed a bit downcast. She even apologized again. I'm sorry, I came late. I shouldn't have said that to you. No, did something happen to you? No, don't overthink it. If you think Long Cour is nice, you can consider her. This was getting increasingly strange. Lin Chen wondered if she was feeling jealous. Could she really be jealous of him? Did he have that kind of status? At that moment, someone suddenly approached from a distance, and a hoarse voice said, "So you came to meet again? A student from the National Vocational College dares to come to our Divine Vocational College to poach? Do you really think you can do as you please?" The person who came was a somewhat odd-looking boy. He didn't look strange, but his expression was peculiar, almost stiff, as if he was trying to act cool. "Why are you here again? I told you I don't like you." Chinshou seemed anxious, and Lin Chen picked up on the clues. She said again, which meant she had definitely been bothered by this boy before. It wasn't hard to imagine. How could the boys from the Divine Vocational College let Lin Chen have his way? They would surely make their presence known and use various means to interfere. "Who is he?" Lin Chen asked Chinshou, who quickly explained, "He's Zhao Gu, the son of Director Zhao from the freshman management. He's been pestering me, which is why I'm late. Let's go, he won't dare to do anything." Chinshou was nervous. Why was a freshman management director's son so intimidating? Lin Chen had never seen Chinshou this anxious before. She had seemed fearless and full of spirit. It seemed this matter needed to be resolved. "What do you want?" Lin Chen asked Zhao Gu, who looked like he had ill intentions. "You're an outsider, and you dare to pursue both of our campus beauties? Isn't that inappropriate?" "Oh, if they are willing, what does it have to do with you?" Lin Chen retorted, just to irritate him. After all, he was already a public enemy in the Divine Vocational College. "Ha, then it will depend on skill. I know you could defeat an S-level student at level 35 when you were level 16. Coincidentally, I'm also level 35. Do you want to give it a try? Does your Divine Vocational College allow private duels? We can go to the arena to test our skills. You wouldn't be afraid, would you?" This was a place provided by the Divine Vocational College for students to compete, and it seemed this guy had bad intentions. But Lin Chen found it strange. Since the other party knew he could fight above his level, why would he still dare? "Have you thought it through? I could defeat an S-level opponent at level 35 when I was level 16, and now I'm level 20. You're also level 35, do you really dare to challenge me? You know, fighting me requires signing a life and death contract, do you dare? Sign it, life and death are not an issue. It's allowed in our Divine Vocational College." He really wasn't afraid, he must have some backing. Lin Chen noticed the small flame emblem on his palm pulsing, indicating that the other party had issues. This was definitely not a simple level 35 divine practitioner, he had something extra about him. He has been demonized. At that moment, Lin Chen heard the voice of the witch. A demonized person can withstand more damage, they can be fearless and turn into the purest fighting machine, and they can also fight above their level. Does that mean he has become a puppet? Is this the same as using a magic soul to control those monsters? Not the same. He isn't controlled by anyone, but his mind has been demonized, and his tolerance for damage is extremely high. This is akin to using drugs. Those who are demonized often gain immense combat power. Like taking medicine? Taking medicine is only temporary, he can maintain it indefinitely. No wonder he has such confidence. In the witch's description, being demonized indeed feels like being a walking corpse. There's a saying, the soft fear the hard, and the hard fear those who are reckless. Demonization likely takes advantage of this, allowing them to fight beyond their level. Those who are demonized have side effects, right? Yes, eventually they will completely lose their consciousness. That's how it was in our experiments. You experimented on people? Is that strange? We also want to grant you humans power like the gods, hee hee. This is treating people as tools, dressed up in grandiose language. The witch isn't worried at all about Lin Chen revealing this. After all, no one would believe him. So this demonized boy is quite interesting. Lin Chen wants to try what demonization feels like. Is this what they call a second awakening? This is a unique ability to enhance the clergy from the divine office. Chinshou pulls Lin Chen away. Don't pay attention to him. If you don't accept, he can't do anything. No, I accept. Ah, Chinshou didn't expect Lin Chen to be so impulsive, completely lacking in rationality. What meaning does such a battle have? Is it for himself? She can't help but think that Lin Chen still has feelings for her. Thinking this, Chinshou's face flushed. She was just upset about Long Cour. You don't have to do this for me. Even if I don't face it now, I will have to face it later. I can't hide. Lin Chen is very determined. It's still that saying, better to take a punch than to take 100. Lin Chen can't hide, he can evade for a moment, but not for a lifetime. Someone will always come looking for trouble. Although he doesn't have high hopes for his relationship with Qin Xiu, after all, she's the school beauty, and maybe he's just looking for an excuse who decided that Lin Chen can't be with the school beauty? That's a completely different matter. There are things I can choose not to do, but you can't restrict me. If everything now is an illusion, and in the end, both school beauties look down on Lin Chen, that's another story. But if someone stands up and says you can't be with the school beauty of the divine office, who gives you the power to decide that? If someone comes out to forbid it, then Lin Chen must fight back. In the arena of the divine office, suddenly many students gathered, eager to see the excitement. Have you heard? That Lin Chen from the national office is going to duel with our guy. With who? That Zhao Gu. He just went through his second awakening. You've heard of him, right? Oh, Zhao Gu. This guy is quite something. After his second awakening, he has defeated many classmates who are at a higher level than him. In that case, I think Lin Chen won't be his opponent. He hasn't faced a true genius yet. They've all heard about Lin Chen. His fame is too great to ignore. Including the fact that Lin Chen defeated a second awakening mage from their divine office that was a true first defeating a second. But coincidentally, Zhao Gu has that kind of ability too. Just based on Lin Chen's connections with both school beauties, this duel has attracted a lot of attention. They had been looking forward to such a battle for a long time. Lin Chen's appearance is too much of a game changer. Given the nature of the divine office, they should have sought trouble with Lin Chen long ago. It's impossible they waited until now. However, Lin Chen's characteristic of fighting beyond his level makes it difficult for those at higher levels to take action. If your level is too high and you can't win, everything collapses. Even if you can win, it doesn't give you any advantage. Isn't that just bullying? Even the second awakening mage from the previous challenge, his victory was actually considered a loss. You've already advanced twice, and you're going up against someone who's just made their first advancement. What does it mean to win? So, those with higher levels can't intervene, and those with lower levels must rely on their skills. Aren't you just delivering food? Now, the right person has appeared, it's Zhao Gu. Then in that case, Zhao Gu is the most suitable challenger, otherwise, people will say our Divine Academy is bullying others with high levels. Right, are you placing bets? I'm betting on Zhao Gu. Are you here to open the betting? Good, I'm betting on Zhao Gu too. I've been waiting for this day for a long time. Let's see who dares to bet on the National Academy. Don't worry, Zhao Gu will help us win this match back. Everyone trust me. They were extremely confident, and this challenge was making quite a stir, spreading rapidly. In the arena, a large crowd had gathered, leaving Lin Chen himself bewildered. What's going on? I think you should stop fighting. You're not from the Divine Academy, so it doesn't matter if you don't participate. Even Qin Xiu found it strange. She was a freshman but understood the inherent pride of the Divine Academy. Would they really let Lin Chen win in such a setting? No matter how skilled Lin Chen was, he couldn't compete against the recognized talents of the Divine Academy. They would always find a way to win. Don't worry, if I don't fight, I'll be the one in real trouble later. Lin Chen had already thought about how to handle this situation. He looked towards the host's platform, where an upperclassman had appeared to host the event. It seemed the duel system of the Divine Academy was quite mature, and there were even bets being placed. Now, please have both duelists sign. As required, you should sign a death warrant. From the Divine Academy, our contestant is Zhao Gu, level 36, Berserker. Please sign. Remember, once you sign your name, life and death are not to be discussed, and grudges are not to be taken outside the arena. The host announced, and Zhao Gu stepped forward confidently, signing his name with a flourish and pressing his handprint. The venue erupted in cheers, with over 2,000 people gathered, and the number was still increasing. The Divine Academy placed great importance on this match. Lin Chen was their public enemy. Even if the school beauty had no connection to these boys, they still wanted to see an outsider crushed. Many girls had also come in, and compared to the boys, they were mostly curious. Part of Lin Chen's reputation came from winning the favor of girls. He was there to elevate his sister's status. Lin Chen watched behind Zhao Gu, realizing that this guy was indeed a berserker, which was somewhat fitting. The frenzy of a berserker provided higher defense than a frenzy swordsman, who had slightly higher attack power. Wasn't this a perfect counter to a life exchange master? Zhao Gu had prepared accordingly. Your turn, kid. Name, class, level. Lin Chen, life exchange master, level 20. Weren't you just demoted from your divine class? Aren't you an A-level mage now? Why are you still a life exchange master? Would you prefer to write A-level mage or SSSS level life exchange master? Lin Chen's question left the host speechless. Was this intentional? Writing A-level mage would mean he wouldn't even need to fight. What would it matter if he won? But SSSS level Life Exchange Master was different. Even with a lower level, winning would still carry weight. After all, this was the highest level of divine class, and its value was undeniable. Undermining the enemy wouldn't bring any benefits and would only diminish one's own worth. Alright, it's a Life Exchange Master. Such a trash class, yet it comes with the highest level. The host student scoffed, registering Lin Chen and then taking his handprint. In truth, this was all just procedure. With so many witnesses, it could serve as evidence that both parties agreed. Lin Chen and Zhao Gu stepped into the arena, which had been reinforced, ensuring safety all around. Do you have any other requests? Do you need any weapons? Zhao Gu asked Lin Chen, putting on a generous front, making it seem like he was giving Lin Chen no excuses for losing. The only question was, how could he be so sure he would win? What kind of backing did the demon clan give him? Lin Chen was most interested in this. It seems to be a matter of pride, fighting over a woman? In fact, it is not. Lin Chen is interested in the demon clan behind the scenes, and Zhao Gu should also be here to test with a mission from the demon clan. Just now, Lin Chen used the witch's authority to enter the library, and the demon clan could not have been unaware. Although he did not use the witch's power, only she had this authority, so the demon clan must have their thoughts. I can hit you without any weapons, how about you? Ha ha ha. Don't pretend, just say what you need, and I'll let you have it, otherwise, you'll regret it from the start. Berserker, are you really that crazy? Lin Chen was very curious whether this person could actually fight. After all, he had just undergone the second transformation. How much power could the demon clan give him? The host immediately announced, take your positions, once it starts, there's no turning back. As the starter, he sealed off the arena, and at this moment, no one could interfere with them. Life Exchange, Divine Chain Binding, Focus. Life Exchange, Hell's Whale. Lin Chen used these two skills. Since the opponent couldn't escape, there was no need to use other skills. The two started off explosively, charging in for a direct clash. Bang! The sound of fists hitting flesh echoed throughout the arena. However, Lin Chen's real source of damage came from his opponent, so he didn't dodge at all. Since the opponent was a warrior with great strength, he let him hit him without weapons. In just the first round of confrontation, Lin Chen was punched in the chest, the force penetrating through, even tearing his clothing at the back. However, the opponent was hurt even worse, flying backward from the impact. Lin Chen only staggered a few steps before regaining his balance, while the opponent was left in tatters from his own punch. Lin Chen was no longer at level 16, his Divine Chain Binding could focus damage up to 400 times. At level 20, there were 20 instances of Divine Chain Binding, each with 20 times the damage. Therefore, when Zhao Gu punched Lin Chen once, it was equivalent to him punching himself 400 times. He staggered to get up, seemingly heavily injured, struggling to breathe. So that's how it is, no wonder you can withstand the second transformation. No one can withstand their own 400 punches. Lin Chen didn't need to exert himself, just needed to double the opponent's attack and rebound it, while his own vitality rapidly recovered. The damage each endured was not something that could be equalized at this level. But Lin Chen also knew that the opponent's strength was not limited to this, because Zhao Gu was a berserker. Berserkers could fight above their level because they had tremendous explosive power in the heat of battle. At the same time, they possessed a powerful body and significant damage reduction. Since it's come to this, you'll have to use some real skills. Alright, as you wish, rock body, berserk. Zhao Gu roared, and suddenly his body underwent a transformation. Not only did his bones and muscles become powerful, but his skin also turned rough, as coarse as rock, with dust and debris constantly falling off. This was true petrification. It reminded Lin Chen of that lava giant, which was also made of stone, but that was real stone. Moreover, the lava giant could turn into magma, so it was not of the same level. If it were a normal battle, Zhao Gu would definitely not withstand Lin Chen's talent, which had been proven multiple times. But as he directly entered the berserk state, the situation in the arena changed. He's gone berserk. In this state, he has nearly half damage reduction, ignores control effects, and cannot feel pain at all. Indeed impressive, no wonder he can fight above his level, he's basically won. But why didn't Zhao Gu use it from the start? Why wait until he got hurt? You wouldn't understand, in the berserk state, he cannot feel pain, so he first needs to gauge the intensity of the battle. Not feeling pain makes it easy to overlook death, he needs to be aware of it himself. The students from the Divine Office watching the match began to discuss. The extreme state of the berserker had its own reasoning. Because the fighting power comes from extreme states in a short period, it is difficult to control. Sometimes, even after winning a battle, one might die from severe injuries. Once in a berserk state, it cannot be contained at all. Therefore, sensing the intensity of the battle is very necessary from the beginning. So Lin Chen should be dead by now, right? He seems to be able to exchange lives? Exchanging lives also depends on the extent of damage on both sides. He definitely can't exchange with a berserker, you know? The berserker's chaotic state can reduce damage by nearly half. Isn't exchanging lives just reflecting damage? Can he handle that? Those who understood the situation analyzed it, and everyone was filled with confidence in Zhao Gu. If the damage reduction from defense could reach 10 to 20%, it would already be an exaggerated level. If the two were of similar strength, a 10% reduction would be enough to determine the winner. A berserker has nearly half the damage reduction. That seems a bit too exaggerated, but the side effects that come with it are also significant. Therefore, the role of a berserker is not just about fighting but also about what to do after the fight. So now Zhao Gu had entered an invincible state, easily walking towards Lin Chen. I know you have the skill to exchange lives, but my defense is so strong, can you really exchange? And don't expect to scare me off with pain, I can't feel pain right now. I'm not a fragile mage. In a face-to-face life exchange, you might not be better than me. At this moment, Zhao Gu's body looked almost unreal, frighteningly strong. But Lin Chen remained unfazed. How much can you reduce damage? At least 40%. That's not much. If that's all you can do, you've definitely lost. Lin Chen's confidence left Zhao Gu stunned. Was there really someone who could boast like this? This level of damage reduction was already very rare. Even if the damage rebounded, Zhao Gu felt he could avoid entering the danger zone, and if he could withstand what the opponent couldn't, he could wear them down. The function of a fist is equivalent to blunt force damage. Even if you have hard armor, blunt force can ignore the hard skin and inflict damage. If you don't boast, you'll die. Let's see who can take it. It was a contest of who could withstand the damage. Zhao Gu charged forward, throwing punch after punch at Lin Chen. Lin Chen didn't dodge at all. He fought however he wanted, his fists slicing through the air with a whooshing sound. Bang bang bang. Almost every punch landed solidly, completely inflicting damage on Lin Chen. Lin Chen was instantly beaten to a pulp, and many students had already closed their eyes. Although they were all divine professionals and had seen life and death in battle, many were not in such bloody combat professions. Ranged mages would never witness such a gruesome scene, nor would other non-combat professions. So this scene left them with lingering fears. Just watching it was painful. 13 punches. Zhao Gu's series of attacks sent Lin Chen flying, only to crash back down onto the arena. Qin Shou knew Lin Chen could withstand damage, but this sight still frightened her. She covered her mouth and widened her eyes, wanting to stop the match. How could someone survive in such a state? This wasn't like swords and knives. A single punch could shatter bones. After the attack ended, Zhao Gu, with his rock-hard fist, looked coldly at Lin Chen on the ground. Comparing damage endurance with a berserker, you really are. Before he could finish, he suddenly froze, and at the same time, Lin Chen got back up from the ground. Some students from the Divine Academy had seen this scene before, back in the secret realm when Lin Chen fought against the lava giant. Like an unkillable cockroach, he always managed to stand up, no matter how hard he was hit, as if everyone believed he would rise again in the next moment. He looked bloodied and battered, yet Lin Chen still straightened his tattered clothes. Is this all you've got? The berserker is really disappointing. You need to put in some effort. Lin Chen began to mock, but what he wanted to see was not this. He wanted to see the characteristics after the transformation. That should be Zhao Gu's ultimate ability, to see what the demon race could turn a person into. The once boisterous arena fell silent the moment Lin Chen stood up. They couldn't believe it. Under such an attack, a defenseless person was actually unharmed. There was also the matter of their confusion over Lin Chen's counterattack. They had seen challenges before, and even if the berserker's damage reduction was exaggerated, his own defense should still show some effect, right? In the next moment, changes began to occur on Zhao Gu's body. Clap, clap, clap. His joints seemed to explode, and his skin, as hard as rock, actually developed cracks. No way, this can actually hurt? Everyone was shocked. Although Zhao Gu wasn't considered a top-tier character, his berserker attribute determined his resistance to physical damage, and he was mostly immune to magical damage. After all, he had a strong body. Even the core students found it difficult to injure him. At that moment, Zhao Gu let out a wow and spat out blood. He had internal injuries, inflicted by himself. Could he really injure himself like this? In contrast, Lin Chen seemed to be getting better and better. Who was the real berserker? Lin Chen knew why 40% damage reduction. Was that enough to see? That also meant over 200 points of counterattack, similar to when he was fighting in the dungeon. Definitely not something a level 36-second transformation could withstand. Over 200 punches equated to him hitting himself. How could that damage reduction be sufficient? No, it was more than that. Just now, his instant combo was 13 punches, which was over 200 times this. Even a stone body would be shattered. Zhao Gu lay on the ground, spewing blood, clearly suffering from severe internal injuries. Even if he couldn't feel pain, once his body was destroyed, various negative effects followed. He had little strength left. Strength came from bones and muscles, and now he had shattered himself, leaving his opponent with no need to exert any effort. How could this be? This was the first time he experienced the power of a life-exchanging master. The wounds on Lin Chen's body were actually healing. He had heard before that life-exchanging masters were useless. No matter how high their level was, human lives were not equal. Now it seemed that indeed, he couldn't compare to Lin Chen. It shows that your strength is insufficient, and your defenses are just for show, Lin Chen said, seeing that Zhao Gu was about to stand up again. He reached down and grabbed one of his own legs, pulling hard. Crack! One leg snapped at the knee joint. The sound of torn ligaments was chilling. The entire arena gasped, as Zhao Gu, who had just tried to stand, stumbled, and fell again. One leg was now useless. After all, this was a berserker. High defense did not mean strong recovery. Lin Chen had compared himself to those with recovery abilities. They were no match for him. Zhao Gu truly felt no pain because he was still in a berserk state. He roared and tried to get up again. Crack! Lin Chen broke the other leg as well, tearing it apart at the joint. Ah! Zhao Gu lost his balance and fell to the ground once more. Lin Chen had the same injuries, but he quickly recovered. Now, with both legs unable to support him, Lin Chen made no further moves. He wanted to see what Zhao Gu's ultimate ability was. Stop fighting, continuing in this state is meaningless. At that moment, the referee spoke up. The student who had just been impartial intervened. You say stop, so we stop? But we all signed the agreement. Now that the situation is like this, continuing will lead to death. Let's call it off. This is the Divine Academy. Is that so? If you want to end it, you all have to admit defeat in front of me. Lin Chen was just one person. There were thousands of people from the Divine Academy here. Would they all admit defeat to him? It would be better to let the one on stage die. Indeed, what good was it to save him when the face of all the students was lost? For Lin Chen, Zhao Gu was indeed much stronger than the one in the picture, but he was still within Lin Chen's capabilities. Hey, do you admit defeat? If you do, I won't continue to hit you. Lin Chen asked Zhao Gu, and the entire venue fell silent again, because Zhao Gu admitting defeat meant they all admitted defeat. Who else could fight Lin Chen? If they continued to send in higher-level fighters, it would tarnish the reputation of the Divine Academy. You've already sent a second transition to fight, and if he can't win, you're sending in someone of an even higher level? The Divine Academy can't be that shameless. And at lower levels, could anyone defeat Lin Chen? They were stuck here, initially thinking Zhao Gu had a good chance. Because Lin Chen had accepted a challenge from a level 35, it seemed to be tacitly acknowledged that he was fighting second transitions. If Zhao Gu couldn't hold his ground, could you still send out a level 50 expert? Don't be ridiculous, Lin Chen is only level 20, that gap is just shameless, even a fool can see that. You want me to admit defeat? Dream on. You've got some spirit, but you can't even stand up now. Even if you can't feel pain, your body can't support you in continuing to fight. What's the reason not to admit defeat? Just because you can talk? I'm only level 20. Lin Chen continued to provoke Zhao Gu, noticing that his expression suddenly changed. Is it happening? Zhao Gu's eyes, which originally had a hint of brown and weren't that dark, were now becoming increasingly black, the darkness gradually expanding, almost covering all the whites of his eyes, shining black but looking increasingly eerie. Zhao Gu began to shake his head, and Lin Chen smiled. Finally, you're starting. Many people were puzzled about what was happening. They were curious because this was absurd. Isn't he ignoring pain? Why is he shouting? Did his skills fail? It can't be that quick. A berserker can take on an entire regular army. Then why is he shouting? It's not pain, could it be shame? I remember, Zhao Gu has undergone a second awakening. He still has other divine skills. Someone quickly revealed that Zhao Gu had other means, urging everyone not to lose confidence. But Lin Chen wanted to see more than anyone else, even refraining from influencing Zhao Gu's transformation process. Once his pupils turned completely black, Zhao Gu's expression became vacant, as if he had turned into a puppet. At that moment, something miraculous happened. Lin Chen saw the opponent's attribute panel. Wild monster magic creature level S-class rank level 35 talent affected by magical power, completely enters a demonic state. As long as the demonic state hasn't ended, he is considered an undead being. No matter what attacks the body suffers, the individual will not lose the ability to act. Lin Chen was stunned. This wasn't a human, it was a wild monster? A demonic being wasn't even recognized as a person by the system, yet this wild monster had no skills. Talent. Lin Chen could only think of one thing: zombies. Zombies are such undead beings, no matter how you attack or how badly you beat them, they won't lose the ability to act. Has he really turned into a walking corpse? Lin Chen had a sudden thought, so the vital point is to aim for the head? Since it was the first time seeing something like this, Lin Chen didn't know how to respond. If he also doesn't die, wouldn't it be endless back and forth? Usually, when we say someone is a monster, it's just a metaphor. But this time, he really turned into a monster. Even the system recognized him as a monster, and there were no other beings in this arena. No skills, and the talent means he won't lose the ability to act no matter how he's attacked. This is too interesting. It's different from Lin Chen, just a situation similar to a zombie. Hey, why can't I understand? What's going on with Zhao Gu now? A newly awakened divine position? It doesn't look like it. He seems not to have any skills. I guess it's a further frenzy. It's hard to say. The qualifications for a second awakening are extremely rare, very mysterious. Is this really a divine position? I haven't read much, don't fool me. Many students at the Clergy Academy sensed something was off, and Lin Chen certainly knew it. At that moment, he immediately asked the witch, "Is this what you call a creature after being demonized?" This? It's just a failed product. Look, he has lost all rationality. In this state, he can't distinguish between friend and foe. Oh, so he destroys whatever he sees? Lin Chen, you know our original intention was to grant you powers like the gods. This sounded quite sincere, but was it convincing? It seemed the demon race lacked the abilities of the gods, at least they were on a different level. Gods could bestow divine positions and grant strength to people, while the demon race turned them into monsters. Moreover, they were even inferior to elite monsters. At least elite monsters had some intelligence, but Zhao Gu seemed to have completely lost it. No need to say such nonsense. How do I deal with this? You have to completely shatter him. Shatter? Yes, if he has one hand left, that hand can still move. If he has a head left, it can still bite. This is power controlling him. If you give me time, I can do better. Still thinking about becoming a god, Lin Chen wasn't buying her line. Then if I tear him apart now, and his body can still move, the Clergy Academy shouldn't be able to ignore it, right? Wouldn't your demon race be exposed because of this? No, someone will handle it. After the witch said this, Lin Chen immediately looked towards the sidelines. There would be demons to clean up the mess, but who would it be? At this moment, the opponent on the field was no longer important. Lin Chen needed to know who the next demon he would encounter was, but there was no answer. Would the demon race intervene to take away the power? Lin Chen wanted to see more of their methods, but if this was the effect of a second awakening, it was better not to pursue it. No matter how strong the power, if it isn't under your control, it doesn't belong to you. Lin Chen was still searching for someone, and at this moment, Zhao Gu had already stood up by himself. He twisted his seemingly broken legs. The cracking sound of bones was unsettling, but despite being crooked, Zhao Gu really stood up. Was he truly indestructible? Lin Chen began to act again, striking his own leg, once more twisting it until it broke. But at this point, Zhao Gu was just staggering, still advancing towards Lin Chen. Clearly, Zhao Gu had lost consciousness. His movements were no longer under his own control. Electric shock! Lin Chen suddenly gathered his magic, a faint electric light flickering in his hand. The observation seats erupted in confusion. No one understood what Lin Chen was doing, but he continued. Electric shock! The first one didn't release. Lin Chen gathered another in his palm, just like Enchanting. What is he doing? Isn't he a life exchange master? I heard he's an A-level mage. Could that rumor be true? But using a basic spell wouldn't be effective. In a battle of this level, does he expect to rely on basic spells? This electric shock is a basic lightning spell. At most, it would just stun the berserker on the other side. Wait, something seems off. He hasn't released it. Can his hand take it? Lin Chen kept accumulating. Basically, 2 or 3 basic spells would be too much for a person to withstand the backlash. At this moment, Lin Chen's arm was being violently struck by electric currents, but he endured it and unleashed the third electric shock. Then the fourth, the fifth. At this point, Zhao Gu suddenly convulsed all over. He was also hit by the electric shock. That's right, Lin Chen was suffering from the electric shock, but this pain was magnified over 200 times in Zhao Gu's body. The fifth electric shock accumulated had already reached the intensity of an S-level lightning profession. But Lin Chen continued, the sixth, the seventh. The intensity of the electric shocks in his hand grew stronger, and his arm began to spark with electricity. Although he hadn't released it, the backlash was quite severe, and Lin Chen himself began to tremble from the electric shock. The entire audience felt the terrifying accumulation of power, the intensity increasing in an instant. What is that? Why do I feel the might of thunder and lightning? Only with the intensity of lightning can it propagate through the air. But this seems to exceed that. If I'm not mistaken, this is the intensity of a forbidden spell. Lin Chen's accumulation of power had already instilled fear in the students present. If it truly reached the level of a forbidden spell, it would be astonishing, as both academies prohibited students from using skills of that magnitude. The academy's reasoning was to prevent students from being harmed by forbidden spells. But in reality, Lin Chen knew it was not just that, it was because forbidden spells could attack gods and demons. Lin Chen stopped, he hadn't reached the level of a forbidden spell yet, and he didn't want to cause such a commotion. But the super electric shock in his palm, would it strike himself or Zhao Gu? Soon, Lin Chen made his decision. This was a 7th level electric shock, and he chose to hit Zhao Gu. Crackle! The super electric light flashed, more exaggerated than a high-level thunder spell, and with just one strike, the irrational Zhao Gu began to tremble all over. The electric shock could cause loss of control, but a proper electric shock wouldn't be fatal. Thus, high-level thunder spells also served as a control skill. Lin Chen couldn't use high-level spells, so he directly used the most basic ones, stacking them to form his own control skill, making Zhao Gu tremble uncontrollably. While Zhao Gu was shaking, Lin Chen rushed over and grabbed the hand that was caring for him. The sensation of the electric shock reached Lin Chen. He wasn't afraid and withstood the electric shock he had released. At the same time, he gripped the wrist of the caring hand, and the small flame mark on his hand surprisingly released a bit of fire. With that little flame, Lin Chen actually tore off Zhao Gu's entire arm. How? Is that possible? That's a berserker. The berserker's body is so solid, with top-notch defense, and he actually tore it apart so easily? What is he doing? I can't understand at all. More people were left dumbfounded. Wasn't that a berserker? How could he be like tofu? Lin Chen was merely conducting a test, and indeed succeeded in tearing off Zhao Gu's arm. He remained on the ground, watching to see if the arm would move, but it did not. After seeing this, Lin Chen circled to the other side of Zhao Gu, grabbed the other arm, and began to tear again. Successfully tearing off another arm, Lin Chen saw clearly. This arm could actually move, indicating that the situation was different from before. The difference was now very clear. At this moment, the situation on the field had fallen under Lin Chen's control, and the entire place was silent. They had previously witnessed Lin Chen dealing with a second-turn mage, and this time he had refreshed their understanding by confronting a berserker head-on. Everyone knew that one couldn't confront a berserker directly, especially in the frenzy stage, and should avoid it. But Lin Chen did not. He insisted on facing it head-on and ultimately won by sheer toughness. Lin Chen had already removed both of the opponent's arms, and now the demonized berserker could only charge wildly. But for Lin Chen, this had no effect at all. He decided to give the audience a shock. It's over, no matter if you are conscious or not. Lin Chen cradled his head with both hands and suddenly twisted. Some audience members screamed. Lin Chen actually performed such a move on himself, something unheard of. However, at the same time, Zhao Gu's head also spun around and fell off. Yet Lin Chen reset his own head, leaving the spectators dumbfounded. He was actually unharmed. What the hell is this? The life-exchanging master that the Divine Academy looks down upon? Why isn't he dead? It's a matter of losing one's head. Others would die, but he won't? To make a berserker lose its head, how difficult is that? How did he do it? Everyone's mind was filled with question marks. They couldn't explain this scene. The berserker was already the strongest defensive class they could think of, especially when in a frenzy, unafraid of life and death, and not fearing pain. Usually, enemies would avoid its sharpness, and the correct approach was to wait for the frenzy to pass. But this time, Lin Chen opened their eyes. Even in the most powerful state, a life exchange master could take him down. Especially the moment when Lin Chen twisted off his own head, he surprisingly didn't die. He had actually recovered, while his opponent did not. No matter how thick the defense, it couldn't withstand the physical damage of losing a head. Ding! Congratulations on defeating the monster, gaining 20,000 experience points. This message left Lin Chen stunned. What? This was really a wild monster? No, wasn't he a student of the Divine Academy before? This arena was part of the Divine Domain system, and it actually recognized him as a monster? So that person was dead now. But Lin Chen still felt the crisis had not been resolved. Who would have thought that the system rewarded experience points and treated the opponent as a monster? In the eyes of the audience, the battle had not ended, because although Zhao Gu's head had fallen, he could still fight. Zhao Gu's demonic body was still moving, tossing his head aside and charging at Lin Chen. Lin Chen didn't confront him head-on but instead used the Gale technique to dodge to the side. What's wrong with your Divine Academy? You can still fight like this, truly impressive. He looked towards the host platform, not caring about the continued attacks from the monster. After all, he wasn't afraid of those attacks. The students at the host platform were also stunned. They couldn't explain this phenomenon. Logically, the Divine Academy should have lost, and they were unwilling to admit it. But how could one explain that a person could still be alive in such a state? This situation could only be explained by the legendary demon race. But the demon race only existed in legends. The Divine Academy couldn't just admit it. So what now? Zhao Gu's remaining demonic body was still rampaging, and Lin Chen kept dodging with the Gale technique. Stop! This ends here. Suddenly, a voice rang out as a person jumped into the arena, casually striking down a beam of light. Zhao Gu's remaining body instantly fell to the ground, unable to move again. Lin Chen was stunned because according to the system's judgment, Zhao Gu was already dead. The fact that he was still moving indicated that it wasn't his own will sustaining him. It was more like a zombie-like existence. No wonder they called it a monster. But this person suddenly interrupted everything. What was he trying to hide? Or did he actually have the ability to stop Zhao Gu, effectively taking him out in one move? Who are you? Lin Chen stopped and stared at this person, knowing in his heart that Zhao Gu was already dead, just waiting to see who would come to stop it. Now that this person jumped out, it indicated he had issues. This man looked to be in his early 20s. I am an assistant teacher from the Divine Academy, Changqing. This person introduced himself, and Lin Chen didn't doubt it. With so many people present, he couldn't be impersonating anyone. Assistant teacher, can you explain what just happened? Just now, Zhao Gu used his remaining will to fight. We should all learn from him. Ha! This inexplicable bad situation turned into a good one, and he even became a role model? Clearly, he had already turned into a monster, which was more outrageous than taking medicine. He should be resisted by everyone. But admitting this would mean acknowledging that there were significant problems within the Divine Academy. Lin Chen didn't plan to let him off. Then, Assistant Teacher Chang, I want to know, where does will exist in a person? In the case of someone losing 2 hands and a head, is there still will? This is because of the muscle memory of the body, indicating that Zhao Gu was a warrior worthy of respect. This is acceptable? On the contrary, why are you able to recover under such severe injuries? Lin Chen, I know you are a life exchange master, but no matter what, a person cannot recover after sustaining fatal injuries, yet you recovered so quickly. Do you have some issues? How dare you turn the tables? He actually started to suspect that Lin Chen had a problem. However, from the perspective of others, Lin Chen's performance was indeed more astonishing than Zhao Gu's. Zhao Gu was merely a dying shell that could still move, but how could Lin Chen not die even after having his head twisted off? It seemed that in cooperation with this teaching assistant, someone nearby immediately shouted loudly, Lin Chen, are you from the demon race? I heard that demons can be spiritually immortal. He definitely has a problem, completely beyond our expectations. He's not human. The students from the Divine Office Academy have serious issues. They must clarify why they recruit such students. Everyone, don't let him get away. He can't escape today. He actually attracted the hatred of everyone. Lin Chen was quite impressed by this person. Raising magical creatures, isn't that something the demon race does? This teaching assistant must be from the demon race. But Lin Chen had to first resolve his current predicament. There were thousands of people on site, all students from the Divine Office Academy, each capable in their own right. No matter how strong Lin Chen was, the possibility of taking on all of them alone was slim. If they all rushed at him, Lin Chen wouldn't be able to get out. Some problems were small, some were big. If Lin Chen really let them take action, the Divine Office Academy could turn black into white. If he was still alive after all this, either he had taken drugs, or he wasn't human, he was the legendary demon. It was unlikely that Lin Chen could confront thousands of people head-on, but he wasn't without a way. Approaching the young teaching assistant, Lin Chen lightly said, the demoness is in my hands. Do you want to save her? Lin Chen didn't intend to argue with thousands of people. It was meaningless. They were all students from the Divine Office Academy, filled with prejudice against an outsider like him, and would definitely not stand on the same side as him. No matter what happened today, as long as they could deal with Lin Chen, they would be willing. Even if it meant going against their conscience, they wouldn't let Lin Chen go. So this time, Lin Chen pointed directly at the core of the issue, directly highlighting the main contradiction. If he were from the demon race, he wouldn't be able to ignore the safety of the demoness. And for the demon race, humans were merely lowly creatures, thousands of them were just ants. He wouldn't care about those thousands of people over there, only about the demoness. Lin Chen had bet right, although the other side didn't show much change on the surface. They then said, however, after all, we lost in the arena. If we go back on our word, outsiders might say our Divine Office Academy lacks grace. This reversal left the thousands of students stunned again. Should they acknowledge it or not? Give a clear answer. As students, they were unlikely to take the lead. The teaching assistant's status was enough. As long as this teaching assistant said Lin Chen had a problem, this duel wouldn't count, and they would all deny it. No matter the outcome, everyone present was a student from the Divine Office Academy. They would all stick to the same narrative. However, it seemed this teaching assistant had reversed again. Of course, it's just in terms of the duel, you won, but our Divine Office Academy reserves the right to pursue this matter. Chang Qing walked over and said, "This student from the National Vocational Academy, what do you have to say?" Lin Chen looked around. It seemed no one else was stepping up to stop this teaching assistant from speaking. So he asked him, "What's going on? In such a major matter, is it your place as a teaching assistant to speak?" In the Divine Office Academy, this isn't considered a major matter. The arena's affairs are clear and straightforward. I see, then I'd like to ask, is there anyone else present who was unconvinced? You can come up and challenge. What did you say? Chang Qing was stunned. He had never seen someone so arrogant. You want to provoke the entire Divine Office Academy? Defeating a second-tier student is indeed miraculous, but the Divine Office Academy has students beyond just Zhao Gu's level. Zhao Gu is merely in the middle tier here, and there are even more elite students at a higher level than the National Vocational Academy. You defeated Zhao Gu, but what if a few more ruthless experts come out? What will you do then? It's better to know when to stop. But Lin Chen didn't think so. He continued to provoke in front of thousands of students from the Divine Office Academy. I know you don't accept this, thinking that the Divine Office Academy is so impressive. So today, I will beat you into submission. If anyone here is still unconvinced, come up and challenge me one-on-one. No restrictions on divine positions, no restrictions on levels. I will accept all challengers today. Lin Chen actually mocked the thousands of students from the Divine Office Academy. If you don't dare to come today, then don't even think about causing me trouble in the future. Don't blame me for not giving you a chance. His actions left Qin Xiu outside the arena stunned. Was he really that brave? Although it was just a one-on-one challenge, could he really withstand the onslaught of so many outstanding students? As soon as Lin Chen finished speaking, many students began to stir. Each of these students from the Divine Office Academy was among the best selected from various places. They had always looked down on others and had the strength to back it up. Their arrogance was justified. If they all came to fight, how much could Lin Chen endure? Lin Chen, why not just let it go? Qin Xiu reminded him from outside, but Lin Chen insisted on using this opportunity to establish his own standing. Don't worry, your boyfriend won't back down. That's not what I meant. You really don't have to do this. It seemed Lin Chen misunderstood Qin Xiu's intentions and continued to mock the thousands of students from the Divine Office Academy. That's right, I am Qin Xiu's boyfriend, and I also saved Kur. She is very grateful to me. They have a good impression of me, so what? Are you unconvinced? They don't like you because you're not good enough. Who can you blame? Now I'm giving you a chance to prove you're good enough. Come up and duel with me. From any angle, Lin Chen's actions were reckless, but he was so unrestrained that it surprised everyone. To the average person, this kind of behavior seemed foolish. Clearly, he couldn't take on so many people alone. But many girls found this appealing. He's so brave. I wish he were my boyfriend. Facing so much opposition, he isn't scared at all. He dares to stand up for his girlfriend. I wish my boyfriend were like this, but unfortunately, all the show-offs are just that, show-offs, and none are genuine. Exactly, the boys I've seen just brag when there's nothing going on, and when there's trouble, you can't even find them. The girls' attitudes further enraged the boys present, who could tolerate this. At this moment, they were all fired up, and Lin Chen had become their archenemy, demanding to take the stage and fight. Everyone has their moments of passion, and Lin Chen was pushing them down this path. Was he really seeking death? No. Soon the teaching assistant, Chang Qing, reacted, "Everyone, calm down, today's duel ends here." Ha? Why? Everyone had the same question. Why stop when this despicable outsider was provoking them? Because our Divine Office Academy is the highest institution, and everyone here is among the best. We won't take advantage of others' misfortunes, and we won't deny our losses. However, we must acknowledge that there are still many outstanding divine practitioners in the world. With this speech, the students should have understood that today would inevitably end here. But they were still a bit unwilling. After all, he was just a teaching assistant, and his words might not be recognized by the school. However, the next moment, someone from the school arrived to announce the school's decision. The Divine Office Academy recognizes the duel that just took place, and the duel with Lin Chen also ends here. No one may take advantage of this situation, and anyone wishing to duel must obtain approval from the school. Any unauthorized duel with Lin Chen without the school's approval will be considered a violation of the regulations of the Clerical Institute. With a decisive hammer, if you continue to fight, it will violate the regulations of the Clerical Institute. So the person who came out to announce the resolution of the Clerical Institute is essentially declaring that the Institute is protecting Lin Chen. As long as the Clerical Institute allows the students' actions, Lin Chen will definitely not be able to leave here today. Acting all high and mighty, yet letting him escape? The thousands of students present were bewildered. What does the school mean by this? Are they turning their elbows outward? At this moment, Lin Chen became even more certain of the situation. The witch was not lying. She was indeed an important figure of the demon clan. Using her to manipulate the demon clan is feasible. It seems that the demons within the Clerical Institute have already compromised. Now, Lin Chen is curious about how many demons are in the Clerical Institute. Have they all transformed into humans to infiltrate? The scene was still under the control of the teachers from the Clerical Institute, and Lin Chen was taken down by Chongqing. He did not let Lin Chen leave immediately but instead found a secluded place for the two to talk. Lin Chen, don't get too carried away. If I hadn't stabilized the situation just now, were you really planning to challenge thousands of geniuses from the Clerical Institute one by one? I thought we should discuss something meaningful. Do you really care about the duel? Lin Chen retorted, then asked, are you a demon? What? You? What nonsense are you talking about? The demon clan is just a legend. If that's the case, then there's no need for us to continue this conversation. Keep beating around the bush and wait for regret. Wait a minute. Chang Qing reached out to stop Lin Chen, then began to speak normally. Do you know the whereabouts of the witch? I've already told you, the witch is in my hands. Nonsense, the witch's power is not something you can match. How could you possibly harm her? You don't believe me? Then we have nothing to discuss. You won't believe anything else I say. At this moment, Lin Chen felt he could manipulate the situation. If not, he would prepare for the worst. The Clerical Institute couldn't use such power to suppress a new student from another school, right? It would be too embarrassing if it got out. Sure enough, Chang Qing stopped Lin Chen again. Wait, fine, I am a demon, General Chongqing. General? Good, then I have something to ask you. What do you intend to do to humanity? You need to prove to me first that you know the whereabouts of the witch. That's easy, just watch. As Lin Chen spoke, he released a bit of the witch's magic soul, and the image of Professor Wang appeared before them. As soon as the witch appeared, she recognized Chongqing. General Chongqing, what are you doing here? Witch, I. In the next moment, Lin Chen retracted the witch's magic soul, smiling at Chongqing. You are bold, daring to treat the witch this way. So what do you plan to do? Kill me? Why don't you give it a try? Lin Chen was utterly fearless, not to mention whether you care about the witch. With my talent, you might not be able to kill me. After all, your demon clan is not without concerns. If you were that strong, you wouldn't have hidden for so many years. These were all things that could be seen on the surface. The demon clan was indeed powerful, but they also had their concerns, which was the gods. They needed to avoid letting the world know about the existence of the demon clan. If this news got out and people took the existence of the demon clan seriously, they would definitely have trouble. According to normal people's thinking, if you are so powerful, why not directly rule humanity? Since they haven't done so, there must be concerns. What do you want? What I want does not depend on myself, but on you. Changqing's expression changed unpredictably. He must have thought about what Lin Chen's thoughts might be. Since he could lay out the chips, it was clear that he wanted to negotiate, otherwise, he wouldn't be showing him this here. So, what does Lin Chen want? Lin Chen didn't say, and Chongqing couldn't guess, so they could only deliberate for a long time. You said conditions. If I can meet them, then I can agree to you. I haven't thought of the conditions yet. This matter is known only to me. I hold the lives of your witches in my hands. If I can't survive, your witches won't survive either. Do you understand the significance of this? Chongqing's expression darkened again. Lin Chen's words could be seen as playing tricks. He was using their witches as a talisman. If he died, they wouldn't survive either. And in the future, whenever Lin Chen encountered danger, the witch clan would be obligated to help. Isn't this just playing tricks? It might never be let go. Chongqing understood. Lin Chen meant to gain current benefits. Holding onto the witch could serve as a talisman. If he released the witch, would that talisman still exist? This aligns with everyone's most fundamental thoughts, interests and self-preservation. How about this? My witch clan promises to protect your safety for your entire life. How will you protect me, verbally? Well, that's nothing to us. Your life is just a few years. Our witch clan has a long lifespan. That's not acceptable. Verbal promises don't count. I want a definite stance. Lin Chen was not easy to fool. He wasn't a 3-year-old child who would take everything seriously. But this posed a challenge for Chongqing. Lin Chen's meaning was that he would only exchange the witch for an equal talisman. How could that be guaranteed? Sign an agreement? What if the agreement was torn? It would be easy to get the witch back, but he needed to make Lin Chen believe he wouldn't be targeted because of it, while also gaining the protection of the witch clan. How to make Lin Chen believe was the problem. After thinking for a moment, Shangqing said, "Do you know about the coexistence blood oath? Anyone who signs this blood oath will live and die together. If one side encounters any disaster, the other side will share the burden. This blood oath can also be made between clergy. What benefit do I get from signing this blood oath? Firstly, one benefit is that you can have the same lifespan as the witch clan. Secondly, the powerful mental strength of the witch clan can also manifest in you. Moreover, if you encounter danger, the witch clan will come to rescue you. Then who do I sign this blood oath with? With me." Changqing said firmly, "I am willing to share life and death with you, and you will also enjoy my lifespan. How about that?" This was a very tempting proposal, and Lin Chen knew about the coexistence blood oath. It was somewhat similar to the reverse binding of his divine chain, just not as clearly manifested. For example, any damage taken would be reflected in the other person in real time, which the coexistence blood oath couldn't achieve. It would only have corresponding backlash. Moreover, the signing of this blood oath was very complex. A person could only sign with one person in their lifetime. It couldn't be changed or interrupted. This was because it required an oath on the altar, and once violated, one would face divine punishment. Therefore, this blood oath had a notary. Lin Chen was very skeptical that the witch clan could perform such a blood oath. "Aren't you afraid that the gods will know of your existence when you sign the blood oath? The witch clan can evade the eyes of the gods won't focus on such trivial matters. Then how do we sign such a blood oath with your witch clan? It's simple. On the same magic crystal, both parties refine it using their powers while absorbing the power of the magic crystal. This magic crystal will disappear, forming a connection between both parties, and most importantly, both parties must be willing." Lin Chen listened but did not respond immediately, pondering for a moment. Having the lifespan of the witch clan might not necessarily be a good thing for him. His vitality was already strong. Moreover, would his immortality manifest in the other person? So it was hard to say who would benefit, and also, this blood oath could be dissolved. Right now, the witch was heavily injured and couldn't resist, but if she recovered later, Changqing could still go back on his word. But since Lin Chen had mentioned this matter, they couldn't avoid reaching a consensus, right? "So according to you, if I sign this blood oath with you, you would be at a great loss?" "Of course, and I have entrusted my life to God for judgment, which is the greatest shame. So, are you willing to sacrifice your life for the witch? Don't ask so much, just answer yes or no. This is the biggest promise I can make." He couldn't answer like that. If he said he was willing to give everything for the witch, then Lin Chen could take advantage of him. Suddenly, Lin Chen thought of something amusing. "You saw my fighting style, right?" "Yeah, what's up? If I fight someone and get injured, will that damage reflect on you because of the symbiotic blood oath?" "It will, but you have self-recovery abilities, so that can make up for it." "Alright, I'll consider it." Lin Chen nodded. "First, I need to look into this blood oath matter. I can't just take your word for it. I need some time to think. Secondly, I need to consider whether it's worth it to sign a blood oath with you demon clan." Changqing angrily said, "You're still being picky. Being able to coexist with the demon clan is the greatest honor for you humans." "That's not necessarily true." "That's what you think. We humans would rather accept the glory of God." "So how long do you need to think?" "A month. I need to clarify the details of the blood oath and then make a decision." Lin Chen was clearly stringing him along, but he wasn't completely shutting the door. Changqing's face turned pale with anger. But he had no choice. The demon clan was the more esteemed side for humans. If he used underhanded means against Lin Chen, it might require the witch to trade herself for him, which clearly wouldn't be worth it for the demon clan. No matter what it was called, the demon clan was a powerful existence. Humans were unworthy. At the same time, the demon clan had another way to save the witch: just drag it out. That's right, drag it out until Lin Chen dies. Because human lifespans are limited, it wouldn't be long before they ended, while the demon clan had a much longer time. So as long as they kept Lin Chen happy, the witch would be free once he lived out his life. It just seemed a bit weak. Otherwise, could he really take action against Lin Chen now, betting on the witch's life? The noble demon clan coexisting with you is already the greatest honor you could have. You actually think about it, but you must ensure the witch's safety, so during this time, I have to follow you. That's inappropriate. You're an assistant at the divine office, and it doesn't look right for you to follow a student from the national office. Don't push your luck. So what do you want? Lin Chen refused to back down, glaring back, and Changqing really didn't dare to do anything. He had already witnessed Lin Chen's vitality in battle. He might not be able to kill Lin Chen in one go, while Lin Chen could easily kill the witch because she was too weak now, otherwise, she wouldn't have been captured. Alright, remember your words, otherwise, the demon clan can make it so you can't die. This was probably the most vicious thing the demon clan had said. They believed that not being able to die was the most painful. Lin Chen had his own considerations. The demon clan might not be unable to unite. Although they had methods to demonize and control humans, good and bad couldn't be judged solely by that. And Lin Chen himself, having encountered a bug on the altar, would the gods let him off? If one day in the future, the gods pursued him for his divine duties, the only ones who could unite with him would be the demon clan. As for demonization, some humans were even more cruel than that. Lin Chen and Chang Cheng agreed on a time limit while keeping in touch, and then he went to find Qin Xiu. But at that moment, Zhao Gu's father arrived, his eyes red with anger, questioning Qin Xiu. Where is that kid from the national office? Teacher Zhao, thousands of students at the scene saw it, both sides signed a death contract. You can't pursue this matter. Are you kidding? The national office came here to provoke us and even killed my son. Why should I not pursue it? Qin Xiu had no way to respond. If a teacher was being unreasonable in front of her, she was helpless. Just then, Lin Chen witnessed this scene and immediately contacted Chang Cheng. A teaching assistant daring to speak to the director? Soon, Lin Chen saw the results. Although Chang Cheng was just an assistant, he was from the demon clan. Lin Chen didn't know what role the demon clan played in the divine office, but they certainly had privileges. Chang Cheng came over and directly called Director Zhao away, so Lin Chen didn't even need to see him. Where were you just now? You need to hurry back, or that Zhao Gu's father will come looking for trouble. Oh, him? It's fine, I'm not afraid. Lin Chen quickly realized the benefits of having the demon clan's protection, but it would be a double-edged sword. Qin Xiu still didn't know what was going on. From his personality, Zhao Gu's father is someone who holds grudges. I estimate he will soon be transferred away from the divine office. Why? I don't know, that assistant just told me. It might be a secret of the divine office. There were too many secrets in the divine office. With the demon clan's presence, it could never be peaceful. Qin Xiu was still skeptical, and Lin Chen didn't elaborate further. By the time he returned to the national office, the news had already spread here. Such a big piece of news couldn't be suppressed, but the way it was conveyed would differ from reality. Lin Chen, you've brought honor to our national office students. Zhao Feng had also heard the news and, seeing Lin Chen return, immediately excitedly asked, news has come from the divine office that you single-handedly challenged the entire divine office, and no one dared to challenge you. How did it spread so wildly? What did they say? According to the rumors, you defeated them using forbidden spells and even employed a lightning forbidden spell. But I don't know forbidden spells. That's what everyone is saying. Now there are quite a few boys who admire you, all saying they want to join your club. By the way, is this considered a club? Right now, it certainly wasn't a proper club, just a temporary team. But with such rumors, it would push Lin Chen into the spotlight. He wouldn't be afraid, but what about the others in the team? At that moment, Ji Wuyo also came over and, upon seeing Lin Chen, said, goodness, you went to the divine office to provoke them again? Our national office has had geniuses over the years, but you're the first one so arrogant. Director Ji, you can't say that, they provoke me. Come on, that sounds even more arrogant. What exactly happened? Director Ji, there's something I want to ask you. Do you believe in the stories about the demon clan? Upon hearing this, Ji Wuyo's expression instantly darkened. It was unclear what he was thinking, but he simply said, such nonsense has been circulating for years. If there really were demon clan members, would they hide away? It was this kind of statement that allowed the demon clan to exist without restraint. Director Ji, if I said there really are demon clan members in this world and that I've seen them, you should trust me, right? Don't be foolish. Many people claim to have seen them, but they are just talking. So the protection of the demon clan was ineffective outside the divine office. It was uncertain whether Ji Wuyo was speaking sincerely, but his attitude was one of denying the existence of the demon clan. It's nothing, actually, my visit to the divine office was a misunderstanding. They thought another campus beauty had taken a liking to me. Then you should go there less often. I'm arranging new divine realm leveling for you. Thank you, Director Ji. We really need to level up, and my sister. She's about to change jobs. As for your sister's job change, the national office has arranged it. Whatever is needed will be provided by the institute. This was the treatment of a genius. When Lin Chen changed jobs, he had to handle everything himself. It was good, since the national office valued his sister, they would surely protect her, which relieved Lin Chen of many worries. At this time, Lin Yu was still persevering in leveling up. She suddenly became diligent. Once Linya completes her job transfer, their team can finally undergo trials together. Otherwise, it would be problematic if the monsters were too strong or too weak. That night, after Linya returned from her trial, she heard about Lin Chen's situation. "Brother, you're so impressive. You seduced 2 campus beauties at the Divine Academy? You should stop listening to such nonsense. It's all just people bragging. Think about it, it's impossible. I might be willing, but would the campus beauties be? Brother, I've been seeing some strange things lately." "What have you seen?" Linya pulled Lin Chen into her bedroom and said, "I seem to be able to see people's destinies. I don't know how to describe it, but I can't articulate it in detail. I can only give a rough idea. She is a seer, so it's normal for her to see some anomalies. Since it's an anomaly, it differs from ordinary people's understanding, and she can't explain it in detail. It's like trying to describe the vastness of the ocean to someone who has been blind since birth. Just look at these things, you don't need to worry about them. But I see things happening to you. It seems like there are 2 entities following you." "What 2 entities?" "I can't describe it well, but I'm not very sure either. They are 2 very powerful entities, both following you. At the same time, I also know that they are enemies, and their relationship with you is hard to say." Is she talking about gods and demons? Indeed, it's a profession that transcends rules. She can see this, and gods and demons can also predict? But for a seer, the more one sees, the worse it is for oneself. This is a backlash, and leaking heavenly secrets leads to this outcome. Remember, no matter what you see in the future, don't speak carelessly. It's not good for you. What about things regarding brother? No need to mention it. Your brother doesn't need a seer to tell him anything. He can decide his own future. Lin Chen firmly believes that his sister shouldn't have to pay such a price. Life goes on whether one knows or not. If it doesn't have much impact, he might be curious, but if it requires his sister to pay a price, then he doesn't need to know. The next day, the National Academy made a big deal out of Linya's job transfer. Now Linya is also at level 16, although she is still a few levels behind her teammates. She will catch up soon. The SSS level divine trials are incredibly fast, and she will soon surpass Xiaofeng and the others. Therefore, Lin Chen didn't want to delay and took the team to the divine realm to see the results. Strength is the hard truth. Since Lin Chen knows his troubles, he feels a sense of urgency. Upon arriving outside the divine realm arranged by Ji Wuyo, they coincidentally encountered the team from the Star Instrument Society, who were also going in. Nyomu was leading the team. He had a good impression of Lin Chen before and wanted to recruit him. "Oh, isn't this Lin Chen, the most popular figure from the 2 academies?" There was a hint of sarcasm, but Lin Chen didn't pay him much mind. The Divine Realm secret realm arranged by Ji Wuyo is undoubtedly the best, and the chances of encountering the 5 major societies are even greater. If Lin Chen were still the same as before, he would encounter quite a bit of trouble. But now, with his reputation, many who wanted to cause him trouble have backed off. "The Star Instrument Society is here too. Our team shouldn't affect you, right? Shouldn't be a problem. The monsters we're facing are too high level for you." Lin Chen had thought Nyomu was a decent person, but now he was being sarcastic. However, he still seemed spirited. Lin Chen didn't plan to talk to him anymore, but Nyomu continued, "You're now mingling with the Divine Academy for fame. Our National Academy's talent list is not easy to get on." "Talent list? I don't care. Do you care a lot? I'm just curious where you should rank in terms of strength, yet you're not sparring in your own academy. If I spar with you, I'm afraid you won't be able to handle it," Lin Chen said lightly, starting off with a life and death exchange. "What kind of sparring is that?" But as soon as Nyomu heard this, he immediately realized something was off. "Wait, you're still a life exchange master, right? I thought the rumors were just mixed up. It's said that when you accept a challenge at the Divine Academy, you report as a life exchange master. What's wrong? How can you ask what's wrong? This is a big problem. You've been on the altar twice, and your original divine position is still there." Indeed, this was a significant loophole, and no one was certain. Because rumors are not entirely reliable, when Lin Chen mentioned his life exchange master at the Divine Academy, the people at the National Academy thought the information from there was outdated. But if Lin Chen personally stated at the National Academy that he was a life exchange master, that would mean something entirely different. It would imply, is God blind? Realizing this bug, Lin Chen quickly fixed it. What divine position I hold is for the Academy to determine. A-level mage? How can you, an A-level mage, compete against a second transformation berserker? Another bug appeared. Now the demon race was avoiding confrontation, so it couldn't be said that God was blind, right? Lin Chen remained unfazed, because I have my own special skills. Really? All divine positions are quite clear. What skills could others not know about? Do you really want to know? Challenge me, and you'll find out my skills. You. Nyomu was straightforward, and being retorted by Lin Chen made him genuinely want to fight. but upon reflection, signing a life and death contract would make quite a stir. Even at the Divine Academy, some had fallen at Lin Chen's hands. At that moment, Linya suddenly broke the deadlock, diffusing the tension between the two. "Stop arguing, someone will die in this secret realm today." Her words fell, and the scene fell into silence. She was a rare prophet, and no one would take her words lightly, right? Usually, at such times, people want to know the details, but now Nilmu found it difficult to inquire. Because of the few tense exchanges earlier, it made them seem quite fearful. "Heh, do you think that can scare us? Let's go, we've been through this divine realm many times." Nilmu led the team as if completely unconcerned, quickly entering the secret realm, fearing that if they were slow, they would be laughed at for being scared. Within the team, Yuling asked Linya, "Is it true? Which team will it be in?" "I don't know, I can only see a rough outcome." Linya's words left even her own people stunned. Zhao Feng chuckled, "Let's go, it's all about fighting. Can we really be afraid of dying and not level up?" "Exactly, when do we not face such things? Haven't we already come to terms with it?" Yuling said, looking at Lin Chen, "Let's go, what we do is fight and kill. How can we expect to be safe all the time?" In old terms, it's called licking blood from the blade. Those who survive are just lucky. Since they fight and kill every day, why would they think they wouldn't die? Lin Chen led the team into the divine realm, which was a mature divine secret realm, meaning it had been fully developed. Compared to the previously undeveloped secret realms, the advantage was that they had a clear understanding and wouldn't encounter too many unexpected situations. They could know what kind of monsters were in which areas and act according to their abilities. Although there would still be dangers, as long as they had a sense of security, everything would still be controllable. "Which area should we head to? I heard that leveling up against half-orcs is fast. It seems they have also gone there." Half-orcs can be dealt with individually, and first transformation ones can be easily handled, but half-orcs appear in groups. Once a horde of half-orcs comes out, none of us can withstand it. That's a potential for unexpected events. The few of them discussed how to level up, and Lin Chen had to make the decision. After some consideration, he said, "There are too many half-orcs. If we had area of effect damage spells, leveling up against half-orcs would be quick, but we lack such skills. We can only find places with fewer monsters to increase the strength of individual monsters." Yuling also felt Lin Chen's choice was very correct. "Let's go to the temple. There are gargoyles over there." "How strong are the stone gargoyles?" "It's hard for us to take down a stone gargoyle solo, but if we team up, we can level up easily, especially with a silence master in the group. We can deal effective damage to the stone gargoyles." "Alright, let's go fight the stone gargoyles." Teaming up is an art capable of achieving a level of synergy greater than the sum of its parts. The stone gargoyles are not very friendly to individual first-turn divine classes. They are both tough and quick. However, if the team is well coordinated, it can lead to a smooth kill, and it all depends on the skill synergy. Being a team leader is not an easy task. Everyone arrived outside the temple, surrounded by statues. These statues were not alive before being disturbed, but once disturbed, they would turn into stone gargoyles. Linya, scout ahead. "Okay, brother." Linya activated her heavenly eye, one of the prophet's skills. Although her prophet lacked offensive power, her support skills were quite useful. This heavenly eye was even more effective than the true eye, providing the entire team with a safe zone. Within the range of Linya's heavenly eye, any movement would be detected by her. This meant that the enemy could not launch a surprise attack. What the true eye could not see, she could, because her detection principle was not based on sight but on foresight skills. Therefore, even if the enemy was completely invisible, Linya could mark them out. Additionally, her support role included the prophet's blessing. With the prophet's blessing, Zhao Feng could even act as a paladin, significantly enhancing his defense and evasion. In an instant, all the monsters within a few thousand meters were marked by Linya. Then, with the prophet's blessing in effect, Lin Chen led Zhao Feng and Wang Dong into the fray. The back row consisted of Ji Yun and Linya, with Yuling maneuvering to kill. Her stealth was equivalent to invisibility, making her suitable for independent combat, as anyone following her would expose her. Zhao Feng and Wang Dong were the front line, but the kill still relied on Lin Chen and Yuling. Yuling, as a gunslinger, needed no further explanation. Lin Chen could also unleash various firepower. Wow! The stone gargoyles began to move, and Linya's prophet's heavenly eye could also attract monsters. At the same time, the silence master Ji Yun activated his skill, silencing all possible area skills and weakening the stone gargoyles' defenses. In the front, Zhao Feng charged in, initiating a knight's charge into the monster horde, while Wang Dong continuously slashed with his sword. Bang bang bang! Yuling was also continuously killing. Her kill efficiency was the highest because of her accuracy. As for Lin Chen, he wasn't about to sacrifice himself to bind the stone gargoyle. That monster wasn't worth it. So, the skills he cast were all basic skills stacked 2 or 3 times, like fireballs and ice spikes. If 2 stacks couldn't break the defense, he would stack 3, as long as it provided effective support, that was enough. The team kept killing stone gargoyles, pushing towards the temple. Having support makes a difference. I'm killing smoothly. Zhao Feng was getting excited, feeling like a true paladin, with skills enhanced by the prophet. Wang Dong looked at the rapidly increasing experience and said, "We're not killing as much as those two, the team leader and vice captain. Look at the speed of this experience growth. I've never encountered anything like this before. This is what leveling up is." The vice captain he referred to was Yu Ling, who actually had more experience in commanding the team. Lin Chen could only serve as the soul of the team. These two had a very high kill efficiency, and Lin Chen was fine with using small skills that stack damage. Before long, they reached the entrance of the temple. "Not bad, this leveling speed is much faster than when I was in the guild," Ji Yun said excitedly. "At this rate, we could approach the second turn in a year." Wang Dong was less optimistic. "What are you thinking? There aren't many opportunities to enter the divine realm. If we can enter once and level up, that would be a win. If we can't level up from one entry, then strong players would be everywhere." Yu Ling appeared behind him, "But now we have gained the attention of the National Vocational Academy, and there will be many opportunities to enter the divine realm in the future, all thanks to Xiaoya. We are truly fortunate to be with her." Zhao Feng had to admit this. "With her assistance, my strength as a special recruit has instantly risen." No wonder everyone valued support. Only a few talented players could possess such powerful abilities, like heavyweight mages. But support could make a group of people instantly strong. If there were enough support, even the weakest special recruit could challenge a genius. Of course, such challenges were very unfair and usually not allowed. "Alright, there must be big guys in this temple, Linya, take a look." "Okay, Heavenly Eye, activate." Wild Monster Stone Statue Knight level A class rank level 20 Talent Stone Skin, high defense, high fire resistance. Skill Death Charge, can charge through a large army. Everyone saw 2 stone statue knights emerge from the main hall of the temple. They were truly riding horses, which were also made of stone, and were of the same lineage as the stone gargoyles, but usually remained as sculptures and could only move when it was time for battle. "Only level 20, Captain, leave it to me." "Zhao Feng, can you handle it? You're only level 17. With limited support skills, I think I can challenge a level 20 monster." "Alright, Ji Yun, also give the monster a silence." Zhao Feng wanted to see if he could fight above his level with the team bonus. Lin Chen had Zhao Feng and Wang Dong each deal with a stone statue knight while he sneaked into the temple. With his sister's Heavenly Eye, nothing could hide inside. The range of the Heavenly Eye was larger than Lin Chen's skill and could identify all hidden units, so Lin Chen was safe inside, as nothing could escape the Heavenly Eye's detection. But he found it strange. Isn't there a boss worshipped in this temple? It might have been destroyed during the previous development. Sometimes the destructive force during development is too great, preventing wild monsters from respawning. Yu Ling followed in. These monsters came through the secret realm. If the destructive force during the opening is too great, it will destroy the secret realm passage, and some monsters won't be able to appear again. Perhaps it was for safety. After all, it was for students to level up. If there were a super boss worshipped in such a temple, it would be a bit troublesome for them. There were no other monsters in the temple, making it feel very empty, and Lin Chen found it dull. "Then let's go out and farm the stone gargoyles on the other side of the temple." "Brother, there's a situation." At that moment, Lin Chen heard his sister's voice and hurried out to check. "What's going on?" "Someone is approaching us. My Heavenly Eye detected it. It's that group we encountered outside earlier." "What do you mean? In a proper divine realm, they still dare to play dirty tricks?" "No, they are being chased. Behind them, there is a half-orc army pursuing them, and we can't see the end." Lin Chen was stunned. The strength of the Star Instrument Society was not weak. They were all second transformation players. Could they not handle a half-orc army? Usually, a first transformation half-orc could take on a single opponent, but when the numbers increased, it became problematic. Higher-level players typically farmed large numbers of half-orcs for experience. Although they were low-level monsters, it was much faster than taking them down one by one. But once the half-orcs increased in number, no one could withstand it. "This is bad. We need to leave early. We can't get trapped here." "It seems like it's too late, brother. The area around the temple for dozens of kilometers is surrounded by half-orcs." "What? How many half-orcs is that?" Lin Chen found it hard to believe. A siege formed dozens of kilometers away must number in the hundreds of thousands? So many half-orcs could flood a city. This was a divine realm developed by the National Vocational Academy. How could the strength of the monsters be so high? Something must have gone wrong. "You all hide well in the temple. The monsters have their territories, and half-orcs can't easily get in." Lin Chen looked at Yu Ling and said, You take them, I'll go find out what's going on. Ling wanted to say something but nodded instead. Be careful. Their team could handle a few gargoyles, but against half-orcs, even hundreds wouldn't be a problem. However, if the numbers reached 1,000,000, only a proper army could contend with that. As Ling said, there are passages in the secret realm. Monsters continuously replenish and respawn through these passages, but many get blocked during development to ensure the safety of the secret realm. You can't have an endless stream of them, or the students wouldn't be able to withstand it. But now, it seemed there was a problem during development. Lin Chen left the temple, and after running a kilometer, he happened to see Niu Mu leading a retreat. What happened to you? Are you all farming gargoyles here? Yes, but how could you lead the monsters towards us? So many of them, are you trying to commit murder? Stop talking so much, we can't hold on any longer, we're being chased all over. Niu Mu was also pushed to the limit. We killed tens of thousands before, but we didn't expect more and more to come. Their team of second transformation players was indeed formidable, having killed tens of thousands of half-orcs right off the bat. However, the half-orc army didn't care about casualties. If the passages in the secret realm were smooth, they would keep appearing endlessly. So how many are there? I estimate over 1,000,000. We can't handle this. I've already called for reinforcements. When will the reinforcements arrive? Not sure, but you haven't cleared all the gargoyles here, right? I'm counting on them to hold off for a while. Lin Chen looked behind them. The half-orc army was imposing, and even at this moment, he could feel the ground shaking. Could the gargoyles really hold them off? Although the gargoyles were of a higher level than the half-orcs, their numbers were not that great. The half-orcs were simply overwhelming. Wherever their army went, even higher-level monsters could be easily flattened. The rumbling sound was like a tsunami, and the half-orcs in the distance surged like a tide. Lin Chen grabbed Niu Mu. Don't run, the area is full of half-orcs. They've surrounded us for dozens of kilometers. What? The road behind us is blocked too? This is more than 1,000,000. How could so many appear? My sister saw it. Now they can only hide in the temple. It's only a matter of time before the half-orcs flatten it. Right, your sister. Niu Mu's eyes lit up immediately. The only one who can counter the half-orcs is her great prophecy. The only spell that could contend with an army of over 1,000,000 was a forbidden spell, and the great prophecy was clearly the strongest among them. However, casting a forbidden spell comes at a cost, and Lin Chen didn't want his sister to use the great prophecy again. Although he could take the damage for her, who knew what other effects it might have? If it were an ordinary forbidden spell, it would be one thing, but the great prophecy transcended the rules and could easily attract divine punishment. Lin Chen could withstand divine punishment, but the key was that if the gods noticed his sister, something even more serious could happen. No, my sister can't use the great prophecy anymore. What do you mean? What should we do? Also, we had someone hold the rear to let the team escape. If we don't rescue him immediately, he won't be able to hold out for long, and you tell me not to use the great prophecy? This was another of Lin Ya's prophecies. She said that someone would die in the divine realm on this trip. The guy holding the rear probably wouldn't make it back. Regardless of the situation, Lin Chen still prioritized his sister. She can't use the great prophecy anymore. You all come with me, let's retreat to the temple first. With over 1,000,000 in number, Lin Chen didn't know how to cope. He couldn't bind that many with his life-exchanging technique. Everyone has their limits, and such numbers exceeded anyone's threshold. It truly required a spell of the great prophecies level to deal with it. But now Lin Chen has already been targeted by the demon clan, and if he is also targeted by the divine clan, how can he survive? He first led the team of Niu Mu to the temple, where everyone's expressions were very serious. Lin Chen explained the current situation to the team, and Ling shook her head. We can only hold our ground and wait for reinforcements, but with this number, the rescue won't be quick. It will require a level of forbidden spell to intervene. So, how long we can hold out is a question. As long as we can hold on until support arrives. By the way, does anyone have flying skills? We need to communicate with the outside of the divine realm. Forbidden spells are extremely rare. Even if there are such talents in the National Vocational Academy, they wouldn't publicize it. The reason it's called forbidden is that the witch told Lin Chen it is a true ability to counter the gods. However, the great prophecy belongs to another level. Forbidden spells only backfire on the user, while the great prophecy not only has high intensity but also breaks the rules set by the gods, and a person can only use it a few times in their lifetime. Previously, when Lin Chen learned about enchantment, he was told that stacking it 10 times would reach the intensity of a forbidden spell. Remember, that is just intensity. A fireball can reach the intensity of a forbidden spell but does not reach the range of a forbidden spell. Therefore, if a mage can use a forbidden spell, they might only use it a few times in their life. Using it once would require them to recuperate, and without special means to recover, it could take a lifetime. In fact, warriors also have skills at the forbidden spell level, but they too must burn their vitality. At this moment, Nyomu thought of Linya. Don't you have the great prophecy? You can definitely deal with the half-beast army. I used it once when I awakened, but if it's just me, I won't survive until the great prophecy can be cast. Linya wasn't lying. She couldn't use the great prophecy on her own. She needed Lin Chen to help her bear the damage before she could successfully cast the great prophecy. Then what help do you need? Can't you understand? That level of spell can't be used again in a short time. Lin Chen pushed Nyomu away to prevent him from bothering his sister again. In fact, if they were targeted by the gods, the siblings might not fare better than being caught in the half-beast army. With the gods watching, there would be nowhere to hide. Nyomu was anxiously thinking of a solution. Then we need to resolve our current situation. Yu-Ling, you have wind control. Can you fly out? Don't fly, there are griffins in the sky. You won't be able to escape. Linya spoke up to stop them. Her heavily I was the only way for everyone to observe the situation. Everyone then realized this was a complete dead end. A single griffin was a high-level boss monster. Yu-Ling then asked Nyomu, did you manage to call for help or not? We notified them, but we don't know the follow-up situation. With such a commotion, surely someone must know, right? The commotion must have been noticed, but it would take time for the academy to realize the magnitude of the situation. By now, the half-beasts had likely flattened this place. Even if the National Vocational Academy gathered experts, they might not be able to handle it. Lin Chen began to ponder, not only Nyomu and the others, but his own team also needed saving. How could they survive this? It was just like fighting a war. First, they needed to understand the situation. He pulled Linya aside and asked, can you scout the situation of the half-beast army? I want to know how they are structured and what their weaknesses are. Behind the half-beast army, there is a giant beast, the Baiman. It is the highest level existence among the beasts and can dictate the movements of the half-beast army. Killing it or forcing it back can disperse the half-beast army. Is this Baiman very powerful? Level 35, SS level monster, bro you, alright, I don't need you to predict that, leave the giant beast to me. How long can you hold off the half-beast army here? At such a time, there was no need for prophecies, it was as if predicting meant they wouldn't have to fight. Anyway, we have to fight, so there's no need to know the outcome. I can still handle the level 35 monsters. It's not like I haven't killed them before. This one is also SS level. It seems to belong to a legendary category. I just found this in the temple, Linya said, taking out a chessboard and placing it in front of Lin Chen. Lin Chen couldn't make out its significance. What is this? It looks very old. Ordinary people can't use this, but I am a prophet. I can use this to fend off the half-beast army. It should buy us some time. Then let's give it a try. So, Linya set the chessboard on the table in front of her and sat down at it. Lin Chen waved to the team, you all come over and protect her. Zhao Feng, Wang Dong, and the others gathered around Linya, and Yu-Ling, seeing the chessboard, curiously asked, is this an ancient relic from the secret realm? What is its use? This is the central control of the temple, and only a prophet can use it. As Linya spoke, she placed several pieces on the chessboard, which were strange little statues. As she set the pieces, the ground in front of the temple suddenly shook, and a group of stone knights emerged from the ground. There were dozens of knights, forming a line in front of the temple, ready to defend it. Following that, Linya continued to place pieces, and stone gargoyles popped up from the earth, spreading their wings and flying up, all perching on the temple roof like bats, some even hanging from the beams. These were the army guarding the temple. However, while this scale was considerable, compared to the million-strong half-beast army, the stone knights numbered only in the dozens, and the gargoyles were in the hundreds. It was hardly enough. I don't know how long they can hold, but I can buy you time to kill the giant beast, Linya said to Lin Chen. At this moment, Lin Chen hesitated. He wasn't worried about himself, he was immortal. The main concern was his sister being here. If he couldn't stay by her side, how could he ensure her safety? But if he didn't charge out, the half-beast army wouldn't retreat. Although he could deal with them one by one, it was all about numbers, and eventually, they would overwhelm him. Yu-Ling seemed to sense Lin Chen's hesitation and whispered, don't worry, I'm here. I can guarantee Linya's safety, at least I can ensure she survives alone. Then I'll leave her to you. I'll go force the half-beasts to retreat. After giving his instructions, Lin Chen called over Nyomu, I need your assistance. Do you have the ability to break into the half-beast army? I can, but I need to get out quickly, otherwise, I could easily get trapped myself. Behind the half-beast army, there's a giant beast controlling them. What I need to do is drive this giant beast away or kill it. We can't delay too long, can you get me there? Nyomu was taken aback. This meant he had to break through the entire half-beast front. It wasn't impossible, half-beasts could be killed with a single turn, and he was already at the second turn. But getting trapped in the half-beast army would be a problem even for the professors and deans. The half-beasts didn't care, they could die at will, but every second Nilmu spent inside was a drain. He hesitated for a moment, looking at the stone giant formation Linya had set up. I didn't expect your sister to have this trick. Are we supposed to kill their leaders before the half-beasts break into the temple? Yes, you're the strongest here. Can you get me there? I can. Let's go. Nilmu gritted his teeth and agreed. At least Lin Chen had come up with a plan, treating a dead horse as a living one. Nilmu dared to say this because he was a genuine paladin. His innate talent made him tough and resilient, his defense was exaggeratedly strong, and he could withstand a while even in a pile of monsters. At the same time, as a paladin, he had auras that could provide various buffs to his teammates. The role of such a core team is extremely crucial. With him in the team, the members are all second transformation powerhouses, capable of resisting thousands of troops. However, this is a million-strong army, and among the half-orcs, there are also high-level beast creatures mixed in. Even if they can resist, getting trapped would mean a slow death. But there is still a chance to carve a bloody path for Lin Chen. As the leader of the Star Instrument Society, he also wants to save his teammates. What, just the two of you going? That's a million-strong army, and there are level 35 giant beasts, SS level monsters. 2 people are not enough. How about we all go out as a team? After all, the half-orcs are not very high level. The teammates began to persuade Nilmu, but Nilmu had already made his decision. He donned golden armor, wielding a large shield in one hand and a sword in the other, looking like a war god. Zhao Feng beside him glanced over, envious. This is the real paladin. No more talking, we've all discussed this. If we get caught in the half-orc army, we will definitely suffer losses. It's very risky for everyone to go together. I can hold on for now by myself. Moreover, Brother Lin has a heavier task. I must ensure he is not disturbed by the half-orcs. Both captains made a firm decision, and Lin Chen and Nilmu prepared to go out, planning to find the weak points in the half-orc army and cut into the enemy's rear, while the people in the temple prepared to hold their ground. The battle began, and the gargoyles continued to emerge from the ground, flying into the air. Indeed, there were griffins in the half-orc army, flying overhead from a higher altitude. But the gargoyles did not continue to fly up, instead, they charged straight at the half-orcs in front. The battle erupted first in the front, causing the half-orc army to surge toward the front of the temple. The stone knights lined up behind, beginning their charge. Although the half-orc army was large, the stone knights were even more formidable. A few dozen could create a powerful impact. With the rumbling of stone hooves, the half-orc army was actually trampled into a path by the stone knights. However, this bloody path was quickly sealed off by the half-orc army, who fought fiercely and desperately blocked the group of stone knights. The stone knights did not push too deep, they turned around and charged again. Another bloody path was carved out, and they returned to the front of the temple to regroup and line up again. Taking advantage of this gap, the gargoyles and half-orcs engaged in fierce combat, buying time for the stone knights to regroup. With just these dozens of stone knights and hundreds of gargoyles, they actually held back a million-strong half-orc army. However, this blockade was only temporary. Such a situation could not last. Soon, the stone knights would be exhausted, and at that point, there would be no forces left to stop the half-orc army. Moreover, the half-orc army was also surrounding from the sides and rear, with their targets set on the temple. At this moment, Lin Chen and Nilmu were hiding near a sculpture around the temple. What do you think? We should start working, otherwise, they won't hold on. Let's go this way, the half-orc line is weaker here. Lin Chen chose to launch a side attack, continuing to draw away a portion of the half-orc army. He had accumulated many low-level spells, each stacked with triple power. The half-orcs wouldn't be able to withstand it. Wind Blade. Numerous blades of air shot out simultaneously, easily slicing through the half-orcs. The half-orcs were not high-level and relied on their numbers, but these were enhanced wind blades, and it was impossible for them to kill just one. Thus, Lin Chen's wind blades spread out in a fan shape, each blade's trajectory cutting through many half-orcs. A large number of half-orcs fell in their ranks, and Lin Chen and Nilmu charged toward the million-strong half-orc army. Wow, look, the captain is so brave. The teammates on both sides watched from the temple, seeing Lin Chen and Nilmu charge into the massive half-orc army. Their figures were so slender, yet they charged bravely towards the horde of half-orcs, as if parting the sea, 2 men plunging deep into the enemy ranks. The captain truly is the bravest man, even the paladin beside him pales in comparison, Zhao Feng exclaimed sincerely, as he, being a knight, was most passionate about such charges. But the people from the Bull Shepherd team could not hold back. What's an A-level mage charging in recklessly for? Isn't it because our captain is here that he dares? Even if he is a life exchanger, how can he exchange 1,000,000 lives? Our captain is not just any life exchanger, he can handle as many enemies as there are. You're talking nonsense. What makes him capable of that? You don't understand, our captain can kill all these half-orcs himself, he can exchange lives with every single one. Zhao Feng and the others were arguing, trying to overpower each other. Normally, Lin Chen had killed two 35-level second transformation mages, and even a berserker. Others wouldn't dare to say much about that, but how could he exchange lives against a million enemies? Nearby, Yuling thought there might actually be a possibility. Lin Chen's invincible vitality meant that even if he could only bind one at a time, he could finish them off one by one. Bind one, then move to the next, slowly killing them. After all, no one knew where Lin Chen's limits lay. However, with a million enemies, even if he could kill them one by one, would he not tire out? And the teammates surrounded would not be able to wait. At this moment, the two captains were breaking through the heavy encirclement, carving out a bloody path. Holy shield charge! Bull Shepherd charged fiercely, and a path was opened ahead, with over 100 half-orcs falling down. A second transformation paladin was indeed strong. With his defense, even if the half-orcs attacked desperately, it would take time to break through. Moreover, a single shield charge could knock back all the surrounding half-orcs, followed by a skill to advance. Lin Chen, we're about to break through. Can you handle it? Don't worry, you focus on clearing this area, and I'll take care of the giant beast at the end. A mere 35-level giant beast, I can handle it too. That's not certain, this is the leader of a million half-orcs. Even if it's somewhat weakened in combat, it still has special talents. It was difficult for paladins to challenge above their level because their strength was evident. Unlike berserkers, who, when in a frenzy, didn't even know their own limits. Lin Chen was special, his divine rank exceeded normal rules, and no one knew his limits, not even himself. The two of them fought their way through the half-orc legion for dozens of kilometers, finally spotting the giant beast. Although it was still dozens of kilometers away, the giant beast was as tall as a dinosaur and could be seen from afar. After breaking through another several dozen kilometers, they found themselves surrounded by a throng of half-orcs. Just thinking about it was exhausting. Bull Shepherd was already feeling tired. Although the half-orcs couldn't break his defense for now, he had charged through dozens of kilometers and was nearly worn out, thankfully having his aura to replenish him. It wasn't that the half-orc front was hundreds of kilometers thick, but the fighting here was intense, with half-orcs pressing in. All of them crowded in, which was just a traffic jam. If it were just about breaking through the front line, they could charge for 1,000 years and still not succeed, because more half-orcs would keep pouring in. Cavalry could break through mainly because of their speed. The two of them were completely entangled by the half-orcs. How do you plan to get past? I don't think I need to go over, it's coming to me. Lin Chen had ways to get through. Let's not forget he was also an A-level mage with wind control. He knew all the basic spells. Their power might not be enough, but he could stack them. Wind control was the same. He could fly over like this, but the griffin in the air would cause quite a bit of trouble. But now the giant beast has come, saving him the trouble of taking risks. Being among the half-orcs is certainly better than being in a crowd of griffins. It really has come, humph, just a level 35 monster, here I come. Nyomu raised his shield and immediately entered a long-distance sprint, breaking through the throng of half-orc soldiers as if parting the surface of water, charging straight towards the giant beast, which stood 10 meters tall and was now right in front of them. Nyomu rushed forward, glowing with light, but in the blink of an eye, he was rebounded back by the giant beast. Its defense is so thick, be careful. Just the rebound alone caused Nyomu to kill quite a few half-orcs. This shows how thick Nyomu's defense is, but on second thought, the giant beast's defense is even more exaggerated. Wild monster behemoth level SS level rank level 35 talent king of beasts, can command a horde of beasts, defense enhancement. Skills bloodthirsty roar, can inspire the orc army to charge bravely. Frenzied claws, uses its massive foreclaws to inflict continuous damage on enemies, can enhance strength during attacks. Lin Chen felt a sense of insignificance upon seeing this giant beast. When the behemoth stood up, it resembled a gorilla, with its massive hands supporting the ground, and its claws were longer than a person, easily capable of slicing through large trees. Such a giant beast, although of the commanding type, certainly does not lack combat power. Level 35 may not seem high, but even a second transformation berserker would find it difficult to kill, because all around were its vast army, and griffins flying in the air, which were even higher level monsters. A berserker might not be able to break through this sea of half-orcs. In comparison, the paladin's defense is even sturdier. But Lin Chen had his own methods. Life exchange, divine chain binding, focus. Life exchange, Hell's Whale. Life exchange, gravitational binding. By applying gravitational binding, it prevented the beast from escaping, while the griffins in the air could not approach. If they got too close, they would fall under 50 times the gravity. Within Lin Chen's casting radius, nothing could still fly. Moreover, the larger the creature, the more it felt the effects of gravitational binding. The bigger it was, the more its own weight could crush it. The larger it was, the more disadvantageous it became. So, once the gravitational binding was applied, the giant beast fell to the ground unprepared. This time, Lin Chen was no longer afraid and did not stop the surrounding half-orcs from attacking him. Any of their attacks would reflect 400 damage onto their leader. Ah whoa! The behemoth howled to the sky, clearly indicating that a half-orc had struck Lin Chen with a spiked club. Lin Chen did not dodge at all, getting smashed on the head and bleeding profusely, but the giant beast was worse off. Nyomu, still fighting among the monsters, suddenly noticed that the half-orc next to him had slowed down, as if it had suddenly entered a state of severe weakness. This was the effect of 50 times gravity. What's going on? They seem to have no strength left? You protect yourself, don't worry about me, I'll kill this one. Lin Chen walked towards the giant beast, which was difficult for others to kill, but not for him. As long as the divine chain was bound, there would be no small monsters to interfere. If you have the ability, come and fight me all together. 50 times the gravity, such a giant beast is hard to withstand. The bigger it is, the harder it is to hold up. But after all, it is a legendary level boss monster. The giant beast roared and still made an effort to stand up, swinging its massive claws, and with that roar, all the half-orcs around Lin Chen stepped aside. Perhaps the behemoth also realized that the damage from attacking Lin Chen was actually reflected back onto itself. At this moment, Lin Chen, grinning wickedly, walked towards the giant beast. Come on, hit me. His expression was like a demon from the abyss, but even demons were not as strange as he was. Clearly, the giant beast looked savage, but it possessed enough intelligence. Otherwise, how could it command an army? Faced with this situation, the only solution it could think of was a fatal strike. It realized that Lin Chen could exchange lives with it, but it had the opportunity to exhaust Lin Chen with its powerful defensive capabilities. As long as its strike was enough to be lethal, killing him would mean he could never recover. It couldn't believe that such a small human's ability to withstand damage could compare to it, a top-tier boss. With another roar, the giant beast lunged forward, extending its claws to swipe horizontally. It aimed to cleave Lin Chen in half. Surely no one could survive in such a state? However, the sharp claws only penetrated halfway, and immense pain surged through the giant beast. It found itself unable to move, as if all its strength had drained away in an instant. Those sharp claws felt as if they were gripping its own body. Roar! Another wail erupted. This was 400 times the backlash damage, and the claws had already sunk into Lin Chen's back. The spine suffered severe damage, and Lin Chen fell, but the giant beast also collapsed, unable to complete its attack. Lin Chen was already impaled on the beast's claws, and any slight movement of those claws brought immense agony. Yet, this pain returned amplified by 400 times. How much defense could withstand that? The giant beast rolled on the ground, flinging Lin Chen off its claws, but after a few rolls, Lin Chen stood up again. At this moment, the injuries on Lin Chen had already healed, and the battlefield fell into silence. With its spine shattered, the giant beast lay motionless, and the surrounding half-orc army dared not approach. The giant beast was indeed powerful and had high defense, but its recovery ability was lacking. Defense only mitigated surface damage. Piercing Lin Chen meant inflicting internal harm upon itself. Lin Chen walked over, step by step, onto the giant beast's body, standing at its highest point. I'll give you a chance, order your army to retreat, or I won't hold back. Standing atop the massive behemoth, Lin Chen looked down disdainfully at the million-strong half-orc army and issued his command. Lin Chen did not take further action because he wanted to control the million orcs, which required a leader. There was a characteristic: beasts are different from proper humans. They lack a sense of shame, meaning they can completely submit to the strong. If you are powerful, I will yield to you. This is the simplest form of beastly nature. Humans can have such traits, but not entirely, because the existence of shame means that even if they are stubborn, they will stand their ground. Thus, humans cannot be easily subdued, while beasts can be. As Lin Chen issued his orders, he saw all the half-orcs cease their actions, the griffins flying in the sky gradually receding, and the surroundings seemed to quiet down. Nyomu also stopped, staring blankly at the scene. He didn't see how Lin Chen attacked. Did the giant beast really feel such immense pain? Lin Chen observed the situation around him and felt he had already gained control over these orcs. Of course, it wasn't complete control. It could only be said that he had prevented them from advancing. Complete control would mean they would do whatever Lin Chen commanded. Nyomu, wait here for the rescuers to arrive. Ha! What are you going to do? I'll escort these orcs back, keeping them away from this divine realm. Where to? Lin Chen didn't know where to take them. These orcs shouldn't exist in the secret realm. How did they end up here? So he needed to find out, and Lin Chen had thought of this excuse. Compared to others, Lin Chen was more curious about this world and wanted to know what was going on. Why do humans possess such divine powers? Why are there so many monsters in the secret realm? Where do these monsters come from, and why can they still invade humans? Why do people in this world always happily level up without considering these things? But Lin Chen sensed that someone in this world was concealing this truth. After being at the National Vocational College for so long, no one had ever told Lin Chen these things. Just focus on your trial, why think so much? Don't worry, I'll be careful. I'm just afraid these beastmen will come back repeatedly, Lin Chen said as he jumped down from the giant beast and approached it closely. The giant beast didn't dare to attack Lin Chen now because it fully understood that attacking Lin Chen would only bring suffering upon itself. Take your army and leave this place, go back to where you came from. Lin Chen knew that the giant beast could understand him. It was just different from other boss monsters in that it couldn't converse. If the giant beast lacked intelligence, it wouldn't be able to command so many half-beastman troops. A million-strong army requires a high level of organization, which is also a great wisdom. It's possible that the wisdom of these beastmen differs from that of humans, but in certain areas, they can still be similar. The giant beast stood up, its enormous eyes glanced at Lin Chen. Such a giant beast was very imposing in front of humans, sending chills down their spines, but this time, it was the small human who exerted great pressure on it. The suffering it had just endured had left it in a weakened state. Lin Chen was very sure that the simple wisdom of the beastmen would yield to the strong. Only humans would fight desperately for dignity. The giant beast let out a roar and then turned to leave, dragging its weakened body away. Lin Chen was curious about how these half-beastmen received the giant beast's orders. A million troops spread out would cover a vast area, and just relying on roars wouldn't work. It required a tight organization. How was the message conveyed? The surrounding half-beastmen followed along, transmitting the command far away. Interesting, the obedience of the beastmen was also extremely high, making such a race's combat power terrifying. Shouldn't the unruly be stronger? That was a misunderstanding. The more willing a group is to obey, the more astonishing their combat power, because they can unite. Lin Chen decided to follow and see. This should involve some secrets of the hidden realms. After Lin Chen left, the rescue team soon arrived at Nyomu's side. Ji Wuyo personally led the team, bringing the elite from the National Vocational College's professor team. What happened? Where are the others? Ji Wuyo was there in person mainly because of Linya, the greatest genius since the establishment of the National Vocational College. Just the title of prophet was enough to make her unique. Therefore, Linya must not be in any danger. The National Vocational College could revolve entirely around her now. Director Ji, they are at the temple. With Linya protecting them, they should be fine, right? Linya is protecting you? No, she didn't use the Great Prophecy technique, did she? Not really. It seems she used a chessboard to control those stone gargoyles. That's good. Take me there. Wait, how did the half-beastmen retreat? Ji Wuyo's first question was also about Linya. If Linya had driven away the million half-beastmen army, it must have been through the Great Prophecy technique, which the National Vocational College strictly prohibited from being used lightly. After clarifying, Ji Wuyo breathed a sigh of relief, then thought of the threat posed by the million half-beastmen. It was Lin Chen who subdued the giant beast and then led them away. Oh, Ji Wuyo looked at the footprints on the ground and then gazed in the direction the footprints had gone, not knowing what he was thinking. Forget it, let's go to the temple first. The two teams are over there, and we need to ensure the safety of more people. In fact, it was just to ensure Linya's safety. At that time, Lin Chen, with his SSSS level divine position, didn't receive such treatment, which shows the importance of the prophet position. This can be said not to be a divine position because prophets break the rules of the gods. How they come into being is still a mystery. Nyomu led the rescue team to the temple. The half-beastmen here had also retreated, leaving behind a scene of devastation, showing the traces of the encirclement. Around the temple, Ji Wuyo saw a neat row of stone gargoyles, behind which stood imposing stone knights, all poised as if to defend, yet now completely still, resembling a group of statues. Indeed, this is the power of the prophet, capable of controlling these monstrous units. Director Ji, are stone creatures considered monsters? I suppose so, because they are different from other creatures, they are not living beings. So, does that mean the prophet can control all monsters? Nyomu also became curious. If that were the case, wouldn't the prophet be invincible? Ji Wuyo shook his head. We do not fully understand the prophet profession yet, so we need to protect Linya. She is the pride of our National Vocational Institute, unmatched by anyone in the Divine Vocational Institute. Unexpectedly, Ji Wuyo's evaluation was so high. Nyomu was also somewhat surprised. There were often some inexplicable divine professions appearing, like Lin Chen's life-exchanging master. This indicated that everyone lacked a comprehensive understanding of all divine professions, but at least the prophet had the ability to sway people's hearts. Director G, I understand now. At least the Astral Society will ensure the prophet's safety in the future. As the head of the Astral Society, Nyolmu was very perceptive. This was an essential quality for a big shot. Among the many misunderstood divine professions, some were sought after, while others were not well received. The disregarded Lin Chen was currently escorting a half-orc army back with a giant beast. To know where they came from, one only needed to see where they were returning to. Soon, the half-orc army arrived at a massive void gate, marching in groups. When Lin Chen arrived here, part of the half-orc army had already entered. Over there, is that another realm? Lin Chen was puzzled. Could there really be a world specifically for beasts? The giant beast could not answer him, and Lin Chen had no ability to communicate with any beings. He was not of that divine profession. Suddenly, the enormous void gate flickered, and a burst of light emerged from within. Lin Chen was unprepared and was momentarily blinded by the light, but once it passed, he surprisingly saw a woman. An extremely enchanting woman, not only beautiful but also exuding an innate allure. Wild Monster Fox Clan level unknown, rank unknown, talent unknown. The divine domain system surprisingly knew nothing. This clearly appeared to be an extraordinarily beautiful woman, yet she was marked as a wild monster. This must be an avatar, Lin Chen realized, as she had come from the beast world. Human, you are quite special. Who are you? My charm works on anyone, but you seem to have two souls. I don't know which one to entice. Her voice was also incredibly seductive, almost melting to the bone. Just listening was overwhelming. Lin Chen had seen many beautiful women in 2 lifetimes, but they were mostly just outwardly beautiful. This one was absolutely different from any he had encountered before. Everything about her seemed to entice, making it hard for Lin Chen to maintain his composure. But as she said, Lin Chen had 2 lives, and his soul might be quite complex. Even the divine altar was confused by this, let alone her, an outsider. So, was that why her charm failed? For some reason, Lin Chen felt it was a pity. If he were truly enchanted by her, it would be soul-consuming, filled only with joy, while reality had many considerations. She might have just entered the divine realm through this void gate, so the divine realm could not identify what she was. Who exactly are you? Do you wish to fight me? Warrior, I am not suited for fighting. I don't want to, and besides, would you really want to? She smiled enticingly again, giving the impression that she specialized in such matters. But her strength was indeed formidable, even more so than the giant beast, as the divine realm had yet to identify her identity. Fox Clan? Was that the only vague identity? Why are you here? Is that over there? Your world? Hee hee, young warrior, some things are better left unknown. She lightly moved her lotus steps, her feet surprisingly bare, the pearly toes not even touching the ground. Thank you for not killing those orcs and even bringing them back. I owe you my gratitude. Perhaps you think too highly of me. With so many of them, I can't kill them all. Oh, you really can't kill them all? Lin Chen found it hard to say, but if he were to kill, it would definitely be exhausting, and his methods weren't suited for too many targets. Linya's grand prophecy technique could certainly wipe out these orcs, but the cost would be immense. Lin Chen could endure the physical damage, but if Linya were to be thrust into the spotlight, it would be troublesome later. Lin Chen didn't know what to say. Should he fight or make a friend? The beauty noticed Lin Chen's silence, smiled sweetly, and walked closer to him, until she was very near. Lin Chen just watched as the beauty approached. A wave of fragrance hit him, and to be honest, he almost lost his head. As the beauty drew near, it seemed she was about to throw herself into his embrace, her delicate nose sniffing at his neck. I remember you, but why are you so calm? Aren't you afraid I might suddenly strike? Didn't you say you wouldn't engage in killing? Lin Chen joked, as he wasn't afraid of this woman suddenly turning hostile. The first to die would definitely be the giant beast. Because until now, Lin Chen hadn't retracted his binding. If she attacked, it would bind her as well. If she was really that strong, at least he could make her feel some pain. So Lin Chen was different from others. It didn't matter how close they got, as long as she didn't attack him. I feel you're extraordinary. The future is worth looking forward to, the beauty said, suddenly pulling her long hair, using the sharp adornments on her pure white wrist to cut off a strand, then taking Lin Chen's hand and wrapping a lock of her long hair around his wrist. What are you doing? In the future, if there is a future, I hope we can be friends. I meant, what is the purpose of this? To bind your heart, hee hee. I'm not teasing you, this is a mark. Anyway, it will benefit you. Any high-level orc that detects this mark will at least not actively attack you. She was indeed an orc, but her transformation was a bit too advanced. Lin Chen found it hard to adapt to fighting monsters like her. It was easier to deal with those with a more ferocious appearance. Someone like her was quite difficult. Not actively attacking me? What kind of benefit is that? I still need to fight orcs to level up. Hee, feel free to fight, it doesn't matter. After all, orcs are constantly killing each other. Then I don't understand, you thank me for not killing them, yet allow me to kill them later? Whether we kill or not is a small matter, the key is why. Why do you want to kill? She smiled sweetly again, leaning in as if to kiss him. Lin Chen instinctively dodged, and then the beauty laughed and flew away, heading towards the void door. The next moment, she disappeared into the door. Lin Chen really wanted to go take a look, but under such circumstances, he didn't dare. Witch, come out and tell me what's going on. You want to know who she is? She's from the Fox tribe, didn't you know? I didn't know. Is that the orc world over there? Can I go over? You'd better not go over now, you won't be able to come back. But I understand what she meant. Just now, she asked you why you kill. It is the gods who command you to kill, and through this endless mutual slaughter, you can improve yourself and then offer tribute to the gods. This statement was somewhat unpleasant to hear, implying that the gods treated humans like pigs. Pigs provide meat for humans, while humans provide faith for the gods, helping them grow stronger. The witch seemed to be tempting Lin Chen. Do you know how they do it? It's your divine position. Once you obtain a divine position, you establish communication with the gods, and at the same time, the gods can draw power from you. It's the power of faith. This way of cultivation is quite comfortable, isn't it? You have a world of people helping the gods to cultivate. Each of you is a part of the gods' cultivation, just like collecting taxes. But you are constantly controlled by the divine position. You think this is glory, but in fact, it's a shackle. To be honest, if manipulating people's hearts were mere nonsense, it wouldn't have a market. So what the witch said was mostly the truth, but her perspective gave a sense of enslavement. In reality, it was indeed enslavement. Lin Chen pondered carefully, what exactly had the gods done? They granted humans divine positions, which established a connection with the gods. This divine position was a bridge for communication between humans and gods, but the gods wouldn't communicate any thoughts with you, only power. You had to constantly undergo trials and grow stronger to gain the gods' recognition. Meanwhile, a portion of your efforts was extracted by the gods. What did one ultimately gain? People still die, and then the gods begin to cultivate the next one. Isn't this just raising pigs? What are you trying to say by telling me this? Are you content to be raised like those lower beings? By telling me this, it means your demon clan also wants to control humans like them, right? You're right, and I won't hide that. The witch stopped pretending. What we expect is to control you humans just like them. After all, it's all about enslavement. It doesn't matter who it is. When that day comes, we will replace the god's position. It's just a change of title. Lin Chen nodded. It wasn't wrong. Who said the gods were supreme? It's all a human definition. Gods and demons are just two different words. If someone had told you since childhood that gods were bad, that gods were evil, then demons would become the supreme existence in today's demon realm, and what would be accepted would be the demon position. There's no difference, it's just a change of words. But one thing, why can't humans be the supreme ones? Lin Chen didn't continue discussing this point with the witch because he lacked the strength. Without enough strength, everything is nonsense. Shouting aimlessly only makes people laugh. When you have that strength, then you have the right to talk about these things. Everyone is striving for a position. The demon clan believes they are qualified to replace the gods. Can you hear me talking to others? Then you know about that assistant from your Divine Position Academy. The things your demon clan said to me, right? He wants to replace you, and I'm still considering. What are you considering? Don't you want to possess the powerful strength of the demon clan? Let's not talk nonsense. You and I both know that's a lie. But the blood oath of coexistence exists, just like exchanging lives, only it's a permanent bond. If you want to kill yourself, he can't survive either. Isn't that enough sincerity? Lin Chen looked around, the half-beasts had mostly left, and he turned to go back. As for what the witch said, it was also a temptation, not important. Things must be viewed from two sides. He wants to coexist with me. Does he deserve it? What are you joking about? He is a general of the demon clan. That's what you think. I am not important, just like the gods, not good things at all, high and mighty, thinking they are bestowing me a favor? My perspective is different. I believe he is unworthy. He simply is unworthy. When Lin Chen returned to the temple, Ji Wuyo had already been waiting there for a long time. The experts from the National Position Academy who came to rescue had already circled around several times, ensuring the area was safe. When Linya saw him, she rushed over. Brother, are you okay? I'm fine. Director Ji is here too? Dean Ji had a serious expression and nodded to Lin Chen. It's good that you're fine. We didn't expect this accident. There are still unsafe areas in this divine realm. It seems we need to strengthen the repair work. Lin Chen looked around at the others, surprised to ask, "Are you all waiting for me?" At this moment, Yuling said, "Dean Ji wants to take everyone out immediately, but Linya insisted on waiting for you to return." That made sense. Ji Wuyo had never regarded Lin Chen as particularly important. He was just curious about that SSSS level divine position. As for Linya, it was evident that the National Position Academy favored her, with everything revolving around her. Even though Lin Chen and Linya were siblings, the National Position Academy would not change its stance. The distinction was clear. Unless Linya specifically requested it, they wouldn't even wait for Lin Chen, as her safety was the top priority. However, Lin Chen was glad to see the National Position Academy taking such good care of Linya. "Dean Ji, has this place been restored?" "It's hard to say, but we will definitely repair this divine realm, so students, please rest assured. Then this time, our team has made a contribution in the divine realm, right? Yes, the Academy will reward you." Ji Wuyo had to admit that although Lin Chen's team was all first transition, they had saved another second transition team. Linya had defended the temple, preventing the half-orcs from breaking through, while Lin Chen had directly forced the half-orcs to retreat. Otherwise, what if the other team was all second transition? Facing a million-strong half-orc army head-on would still end in tragedy. They were convinced of Linya's abilities, even if she was only first transition. After all, she was a prophet. As for Lin Chen, they still looked down on his divine position, feeling it was somewhat useless, and trading lives didn't seem dignified. Lin Chen didn't care how they viewed him, it didn't matter. "So can I apply for a reward now?" "Oh, what kind of reward do you want?" "I think this temple is great. It's enough for my team to train to second transition, so I request that this temple in the divine realm temporarily belongs to our small team until we reach second transition." In other words, Lin Chen's team wanted to occupy this place for leveling up. This was a divine realm, and the Academy allowing you to enter even once was an extremely rare opportunity. Limited resources were reserved for geniuses, and most of Lin Chen's team. Well, what were they? However, Lin Chen emphasized that they deserved a reward for their contributions. Besides, Linya was in the team, she was the most valued student at the National Position Academy, so making this request wasn't unreasonable, right? Upon hearing this, the members of the Star Instrument Society nearby turned green with envy. "What level are you at, negotiating terms with the Academy?" None of the 5 major societies had the audacity to demand territory like that. Once the temple was confirmed to be occupied long-term, Lin Chen and his team could come and level up whenever they wanted. Others would be envious to death. Lin Chen could even disregard the Academy's arrangements and enter freely. Usually, the Academy wouldn't agree to such an excessive request, but this time it was clearly different. "Alright, let's first repair this divine realm. Until Linya reaches second transition, this temple will be yours." Ji Wuyo actually agreed, leaving the members of the Star Instrument Society dumbfounded. None of the 5 major societies had such privilege, but they had to admit that Lin Chen had indeed made a significant contribution by driving away the half-orc army. Not to mention his sister, who was an SSS-level prophet, a being that even the Divine Position Academy dared not compare to. Although the 5 major societies were elite at the National Position Academy, compared to the Divine Position Academy, their geniuses were simply not on the same level. Therefore, Linya was now the only one from the National Position Academy who could stand out and show off in front of the Divine Position Academy. Having a fixed area for leveling up would greatly benefit Lin Chen's team. He chose the temple because it was the most suitable, with enough monsters and levels for them to train. At the same time, Linya had control over the temple, so there wouldn't be any unexpected incidents. So Ji Wuyo agreed, ensuring that Lin Chen's entire team would advance to the second transition. Next, after the Academy repaired the Divine Realm, Lin Chen led the team to continuously level up here. If another wave of beastmen invaded, Linya would still be able to defend this place, and Lin Chen could still drive the beastmen army away. The risks were manageable, and such accidents would not happen a second time. Lin Chen also saw his sister's strength. He felt reassured knowing she could level up in such a place. As for the conditions from the Demon Clan, Lin Chen decided to hold off. Indeed, he didn't have much leverage to negotiate at the moment. First and foremost, he needed to improve his own strength. Therefore, he had to keep leveling up. Although Lin Chen believed in the words of the witch, the gods granted humans power, allowing them to slaughter each other and the creatures from other worlds within the divine realm, marking those creatures as monsters, gaining strength through combat while siphoning human power. They truly looked down from above, disregarding human life and death. But what could be done now? Lin Chen could only continue down this path. One day, when he had the strength, he could have serious conversations with these powerful beings. He believed he had that qualification, but mere belief was not enough. When his strength reached a point that forced them to talk, everything would fall into place. On the other hand, Lin Chen truly believed the demon clan was unworthy of coexisting with him. That was his belief. What could the demon clan do? But how would Changqing explain this? Lin Chen needed to think of a good plan. There was still time. If he didn't agree then, the demon clan might lose patience and resort to measures, as they couldn't allow him to keep using the witch as leverage. The pride of the demon clan was much stronger than that of humans, and just being coerced would infuriate them. If this matter was mishandled, the demon clan might retaliate after saving the witch. Because of this, Lin Chen did not immediately agree to Changqing's conditions. With the witch in hand, he still had to placate Lin Chen. However, in these past few days, Qin Xiu began to act strangely. She seemed preoccupied when contacting Lin Chen, and her actions were inexplicable. While Lin Chen was busy leveling up, he occasionally received her odd messages. Finally, she invited Lin Chen to the divine office. Arriving at the divine office seemed to have become routine. Lin Chen always swaggered in. This highest institution, which felt sacred to everyone, now had Lin Chen's reputation surpassing that of the students from their own school, attracting countless gazes as he walked down the street, more captivating than looking at beautiful women, leaving others gritting their teeth in frustration. There's a saying, "I love that you can't stand me, yet can't do anything about it." Having already been defeated twice, the students of the divine office, no matter how foolish, would no longer openly challenge him. Those at higher levels were also not allowed to challenge him, as it would disgrace the divine office. So Lin Chen estimated that the next time they came, it would definitely be underhanded. This time, Lin Chen flaunted again, and Qin Xiu invited him to dinner at the divine office, envying him. While others queued to treat the school beauty to a meal, only Lin Chen was being supported by the school beauty. What was even more infuriating was that when Qin Xiu was making arrangements, Long Kor unexpectedly appeared and spoke a few words to Lin Chen. She actually smiled. It was simply outrageous. Which boy from the divine office had ever seen Long Kor smile before? So when Qin Xiu returned with the menu, she asked about this matter. "Oh, I didn't say much to her, I just told a joke. It seems that when I'm around, you still attract women actively." "Hey, I just thought she looked so serious all the time. It's not like I wanted anything. Are you jealous? Because everyone knows about our relationship, that's why they would think like this." The next moment, Lin Chen was unexpectedly taken aback when Qin Xiu said, "Let's break up." "Ah, it feels completely unreal. The two of them are merely perceived to be in that kind of relationship, but in reality, they haven't done anything at all. Forget about those superficial things, they haven't even shared their hearts, as neither knows the other's background. Is this what you call a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship? To be more precise, at least they should have had some heartfelt conversations to confirm their feelings. But they haven't even done that. Now, when you mention breaking up, Lin Chen feels completely detached. Is it because I talk so much with that Long Kor? Not really, I just feel that we are quite distant and it's impossible for us to be together. The reasoning is quite logical, but Lin Chen feels something is off. You could say they are mismatched, and there isn't enough emotional foundation between them. He has to admit that he doesn't even feel like he's in a relationship. At least their relationship hasn't reached that level, it has all been forced. There is indeed a gap in their identities. She is the campus belle and the top freshman at the Divine Academy. It's reasonable for her to look down on Lin Chen, but it still feels a bit strange. Can you clarify a bit? Is there something I don't know? Let's leave it at that, I feel tired. Then Qin Xiu stands up and leaves, leaving Lin Chen sitting there, with the dishes not even fully served. Lin Chen is dumbfounded, feeling no sense of involvement at all. Logically, he should be in great pain right now, with his self-esteem taking a hit, feeling the shame of being looked down upon by a noble girlfriend. But he feels nothing at all. If emotions were running high, he would definitely say something like "Don't underestimate the poor youth." But right now, Lin Chen feels he has no standing to say such things. What does it have to do with him? Lin Chen is still confused when he notices some students from the Divine Academy laughing nearby. They finally broke up. Huh? I told you, how could the top freshman possibly like this loser? This guy managed to beat a second-tier berserker, that's impressive enough, but he's too cocky, daring to play both sides in public. He thinks he's so great, but in the end, he gets nothing. These people are being deliberate, they're mocking words loud enough for Lin Chen to hear. And Lin Chen indeed feels quite awkward now that the dishes have been served, and he is sitting here alone. Playing both sides? I haven't even stretched my legs yet, how could I be playing both sides? Just then, he sees Long Kor not far away, so he decides to reach out. He waves, "Kor, have you eaten? Want to join me for a bite?" The mocking group immediately falls silent, their eyes turning to Long Kor. This ice princess is usually cold to others, but now she has found herself at the center of this gossip storm. Has she developed real feelings? Now that Qin Xiu has exposed Lin Chen's true self, the ice princess should ignore him, right? However, to everyone's surprise, Long Kor actually walks over and sits down. This is outrageous. All the Divine Academy students are grinding their teeth in frustration, not expecting someone to fill the spot so quickly after Qin Xiu left. Lin Chen was already seen as the public enemy, and now he has become the big villain. But none of this matters. Lin Chen doesn't care what they think, he can always take them on one-on-one. In fact, Long Kor is more innocent than anyone else. Her cold demeanor isn't due to any disdain, it's just her nature, so she doesn't understand that sitting down now isn't the best timing and that people might gossip. Since she doesn't understand, there's no need to worry about it. I'm not eating, you go ahead, I'm already full. Long Kor shows no sign of caring, and as she speaks, she has already taken a seat. She's not being polite, whatever she says is what she genuinely thinks. Because she is so pure, she would never bother to be polite in this way. Lin Chen doesn't care what Long Kor thinks, he first asks about the situation. You know about my relationship with Qin Xiu, right? Yeah, she's your girlfriend. She suddenly broke up with me just now, you noticed, right? I didn't notice, why? Long Kor also looked confused. She didn't understand these things and didn't know what had just happened. Some people appear to be ice princesses on the surface, but are actually very pure. At this moment, Lin Chen had probably tricked her into being sold without her even realizing it, but Lin Chen didn't dare to do that. After all, the forces behind her were powerful. Because I talked to other beauties. Oh, you've fallen for someone else? No, it was just a normal conversation. It might have caused some misunderstandings? That doesn't make sense. She should at least clarify things first. There can't be any other reasons, right? Who says only straight men talk like this? Straight women do too. Long Kor didn't have so many twists and turns in her mind. She went straight to the root of the problem. Lin Chen slapped the table. I think so too. No one would act so inexplicably. To say that Qin Xiu and Lin Chen were in a romantic relationship would definitely be incorrect, as they were not in that state. But to say that Qin Xiu had no feelings for Lin Chen at all would also be wrong, otherwise, she wouldn't be taking the blame. Have you ever seen a girl willing to spread rumors with a guy she has no feelings for? So this was strange. If she had no other pressures, she definitely wouldn't react this way. Look at Long Kor, her reaction was very normal, too rational. If you ignore her appearance that makes you want to bully her, it felt as natural as having a heart-to-heart talk with a brother. I understand, I'll help you ask around. Long Kor surprisingly didn't have the typical girl personality. She wouldn't waste time but would directly point out the main contradiction, thinking that if there was a problem, she would immediately investigate it. She wasn't without power. After a round of inquiries, Long Kor found the root cause. I asked, when she first entered school, she rejected the vice president's son. And then you appeared, and she announced your relationship. The latest news is that the young master has put pressure on the Qin family. What a rational girl, without any suspense, she explained it logically. Moreover, there was no unnecessary talk, it was clear and straightforward, leaving Lin Chen dumbfounded. No wonder, with Long Kor's personality, most people would probably find it a bit unusual. So that's how it is, then it's not surprising. What will happen to her? Will she be forced to be with that vice president's son? That depends on her. Generally speaking, the divine ministry wouldn't allow such oppression among students, but there's nothing they can do because the pressure comes from the Qin family, and outside the divine ministry, they can't interfere. In other words, if Qin Xiu succumbed to the pressure from that young master, she could only compromise for the greater good. After all, no matter how you put it, her Qin family was a significant force, much more important than herself. Lin Chen wasn't the type to have a love-struck mentality, saying things like you are the most important. The actual relationship chain would be very complex, and absolute power is both simple and complicated. Under pressure, it was reasonable for Qin Xiu to have such a choice. After all, she only had a good impression of Lin Chen and wasn't in a life-or-death love situation, while also considering whether her personality was strong enough to resist. If it were someone like Lin Chen, the more pressure, the more he would push back. Do you not want to part with her? Should I help you lessen the pressure from the Qin family? No, that's unnecessary. You saved me. Are you embarrassed to let me help, or do you think my family's influence can't handle this matter? Neither, this matter is quite complicated. Lin Chen organized his words, unsure of how to say it. First of all, I haven't gotten together with her in a way that guarantees a lifetime together, you understand? Both sides still have choices. Secondly, I can't represent her. She hasn't asked for help, I can't take matters into my own hands. I am not qualified to make choices for her, my ability now is just to take care of my own matters. Such words are hard to explain to ordinary girls. They would definitely say, you are indifferent, you don't care about me at all. So, there is no need to explain these things, they will give up their right to choose. If you don't actively fight for it, then I won't be with you. It's really unnecessary. In such situations, it's better to change the subject because this is a matter of two people's opinions uniting. First, you must express your own wishes, rather than hoping a man will snatch you away like a thief. A domineering life? No, Lin Chen is not at that level yet. I understand. Look, Long Core has accepted this logic very well. In a matter between two people, when you choose her, she must also choose you for things to work out. She is hesitating now, so you don't need to do anything. Lin Chen nodded, almost moved to tears. This is understanding. Long Core stood up. I have things to do. If you need help, you can call me anytime. Okay, not going to eat something before leaving? I'm not good at eating a lot. Long Core coldly refused. Of course, that's how it appeared to others. But Lin Chen knew she was simply expressing her thoughts, and her emotional intelligence didn't seem very high on the surface. Alright then, you do your thing. Also, if you choose me, I will choose you. Lin Chen was dumbfounded. Is this a confession? She actually blushed? Long Core left, suppressing a strong sense of shame, while Lin Chen felt a stronger connection with her because they got along so well. This personality is something that was missing with Qin Xiu. It is definitely not something vulgar. This is not something you can get just by spending some money. But as Lin Chen looked at Long Core's back, he thought of another matter. Is it the demon clan's doing? Are they intensifying things for me, raising their stakes? With this thought, Lin Chen dialed Chang Qing's number. Just as he got through, it was hung up again, and at that moment, Chang Qing walked out from the side. This made Lin Chen even more confused. Did you do that? You mean that weapon master? How could it be? Our demon clan wouldn't be that bored. Then why are you following me? You can't say it's just a coincidence that you're here, right? Of course I have to follow you. You haven't responded to the matter of the witch yet. It shouldn't be him. The demon clan wouldn't do such a boring thing. Breaking them apart wouldn't benefit them at all. What the demon clan wants is much bigger, but it's also too difficult. Thinking of this, Lin Chen turned to look at the altar not far away. There is indeed an altar in the Divine Academy, but he doesn't know if these demon clans would. They definitely are not a match for the gods. If they had that strength, they would have openly taken it. So, in that sense, the Divine Academy is a bit ironic. As the most admired institution for high-ranking clergy, it actually harbors a traitor from the demon clan. I need to think about this. You understand, if I do it wrong, the consequences will be very serious. Aren't you just afraid that I will burn the bridge after crossing it? Afraid that after releasing the witch, I will still act against you? Isn't there a blood oath of symbiosis? I can't kill you. If I kill you, I will die too. You should understand this binding. Lin Chen certainly understands, this should exist, and the demon clan has already been quite humble. It seems that the witch is very important to them, making this demon general sacrifice so much to save her. However, Lin Chen does not believe he would be so honest. They must still be plotting something somewhere. At the same time, Lin Chen also felt that he was not worthy of symbiosis with him. So Lin Chen continued to look at the altar beside him in silence, pondering whether there were other ways to deal with the demon clan. Chang Cheng was irritated. What kind of attitude is this? Why aren't you saying anything? I know the mental state of you humans, you just don't trust me. It seems I really have to use some means against you. This business with your girlfriend wasn't done by me, it's too childish. If I were to act, I would definitely target your most vulnerable spot, like your sister. Am I right? Indeed, what girlfriend? Right now, Lin Chen and Qin Xiu haven't even gotten into the swing of things. And his sister is Lin Chen's true Achilles heel. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen turned to glare at Chang Cheng. The killing intent surged instantly. The demon race is most sensitive to human emotions. Their mental power is incredibly strong. Oh, I hit the nail on the head. You've developed a murderous intent towards me. If you bring up my sister again, I will really kill you. Ha ha ha. You're trying to scare me. I'm not human, you've only just transformed. No human can defeat the demon race. If the demoness hadn't been severely injured twice, could you have captured her? It seems keeping you around is truly a disaster. Lin Chen's killing intent was resolute. Do you think I can't kill you? I have at least two ways to do it. Chang Qing seemed to have heard a joke. Alright, then challenge me. I'll let you try. He stepped out into the wide area of the square, drew his sword, and pointed it at Lin Chen. The crowd was instantly dumbfounded, not understanding what was happening, and Lin Chen stepped out as well. Ah, this handsome teaching assistant is going to duel someone? Isn't private fighting prohibited in the Divine Academy? All challenges must go to the arena. No, his opponent is that student from another school, Lin Chen. You know, the one who took 2 school beauties. Wow, we have to watch this. What's going on? Did the teaching assistant take a liking to some school beauty? The teaching assistant is also a teacher. he seems qualified to duel as long as it's a student challenging. The crowd buzzed with excitement as Lin Chen stood opposite Changqing, watching him calmly. From the perspective of an opponent, Lin Chen was indeed facing the strongest adversary he had ever encountered. Although Changqing was a teaching assistant, he was from the demon race, and even several deans from the Divine Academy might not be his match. Given this, did Lin Chen have any chance of winning? Everyone bear witness, I am Lin Chen from the National Vocational Academy, challenging the teaching assistant Changqing from your Divine Academy. The students erupted in a frenzy, excitedly discussing and chattering away. There was no need to listen to what they were saying. Too many were happy, and many felt that if Lin Chen, this troublemaker, were to challenge a student, it would indeed be difficult to deal with him, as it was dangerous to fight someone of the same level, and to have a chance, one would need to be at least level 40. And those above level 40 wouldn't want to challenge a freshman who was only in the teens or 20s. So they were stuck here, never expecting that Lin Chen would seek his own death. The boys were overjoyed. If this kid were to disappear here, at least the school beauties wouldn't be taken away by students from other schools. In a collective, there's still a sense of honor, even if the school beauties had nothing to do with them. You really are fierce, an outsider, but this time you've met your match. Exactly. Do you think just because you've beaten a few newly transformed students, you're something special? You need some real strength to be a teaching assistant. I heard anyone who challenges you has to sign a death warrant. Don't back down this time. Right, don't back down, come on again. Immediately, some boys stoked the fire, mocking him, eager to see how he would act this time. They all prayed that the teaching assistant wouldn't hold back. Lin Chen had already defeated several of their geniuses and even killed one. This time, no matter what, they couldn't let Lin Chen win, otherwise, where would the Divine Academy's face go? It wasn't just a matter of winning or losing, they felt Lin Chen shouldn't be allowed to leave alive this time. He, you know about the demon race, where do you get the courage to challenge us? The two were close, and Changqing said with a low laugh, you don't think just because you have the demoness under control, you can act recklessly, do you? Do you think the demon race is afraid of death? I'm giving you this face because I don't want things to escalate. If you think you've got the demon race under control, you're gravely mistaken. Even if you threaten with the demoness, the demon race won't let humans ride on their heads. I will use your life to honor the demoness. So, how about coexisting with me? Letting the demoness go would be good for everyone. It seemed that Changqing was quite resolute. Indeed, being mocked by humans like this would feel very humiliating for the demon race. If pushed further, the demon race would fight back desperately. He was warning Lin Chen not to get carried away. Coexist? With you? You don't deserve it. Lin Chen finally said this. Initially, he hadn't taken Qin Xiu's side seriously tonight, but since Changqing mentioned his sister, that was unforgivable. To threaten him with his sister was simply stepping on a landmine. I have your demoness, and you threaten me with my sister? Fine, let's settle this with a life and death duel. In this battle, life and death are irrelevant, with no restrictions. Assistant Professor Changqing, do you accept my challenge? In an instant, the noise from the students of the Divine Office quieted down. They were stunned. Is this kid crazy? You can challenge above your level and defeat a second transition, which is impressive, but an assistant professor from the Divine Office is still a teacher. How could he be worse than a student? This kid must have lost his mind, seeking death like this. Has Lin Chen gone mad? To everyone, it seemed he had, and to Changqing, he seemed even crazier. What is the demon race? They are meant to replace the gods, and Changqing is a leader among them. No matter how powerful a human is, they cannot be a match for the demon race, who will be your gods in the future. If it were someone else who didn't know the true existence of the demon race, there might be something to say. But Lin Chen clearly knew. He wouldn't think that capturing a severely injured demoness meant he could defeat the demon race, would he? Fine, I accept. I must say, among humans, you have some guts. After thinking for these days, not only do you refuse to compromise, but you also want to fight desperately. I don't want it this way either, but how ridiculous is it for a human to try to intimidate the demon race? Any compromise has its limits. The demon race wants to get the demoness back and to compromise with Lin Chen. They never intended to exchange his worthless human life. But since Lin Chen is being so ungrateful, the demon race cannot afford to lose face. If you can intimidate the demon race, how will they dominate you in the future? Compared to losing lives, the demon race would rather not see this farce, so Lin Chen is determined not to turn back until he hits a wall. At this moment, filled with killing intent, the students of the Divine Office were surprisingly quiet. Because this time, they truly felt the killing intent, unlike any previous challenges. Not far away, Qin Xiu also approached, as this scene was too conspicuous, and then she saw it. What's going on? Is it that he can't accept my breakup? Qin Xiu felt a bit guilty. It was all her fault. This was a bit too sudden for Lin Chen. No, she had to stop this duel. Just as she was about to step forward to intervene, she was pulled back by a hand beside her. Turning her head, she was surprised to see Long Kor. You? Don't go, that's his battle. He's doing this because of me. Don't think too highly of yourself. Besides, he isn't a reckless person. If he were that shallow, he wouldn't qualify to be your boyfriend. So this battle, he must have thought it through. You can see his determination from his aura. Long Kor said calmly, now, do you still want to stop a battle between men? Qin Xiu was stunned. Isn't this for herself? She had heard that men go crazy after a breakup. But now, Lin Chen's aura was not madness, it was resolute, with no room for negotiation. But where does he get the strength to deal with an assistant professor? Do you know him well? Long Kor asked again. Qin Xiu fell silent. Indeed, her understanding of Lin Chen seemed to be about the same as everyone else's, nothing too significant. Lin Chen's matters had spread throughout the divine office. Recalling the past, Lin Chen was indeed not an impulsive person. Back then at the Xie family, it wasn't impulsiveness for Lin Chen, it was a lack of options. For the sake of his sister, he had no choice but to act that way. Now, it was the same, someone had touched his reverse scale. What of the demon clan? Just because you ponder over humans, Lin Chen was also contemplating them. He was negotiating with the demon clan, but any negotiation is based on strength, and Lin Chen understood this. So, for the past few days, one of the questions in Lin Chen's mind was directed at the demon clan. Exchange life, divine chain binding, focus. Exchange life, Hell's Whale. His talent was immediately unleashed, locking onto Chang Qing, who stood calmly, unmoving. As a member of the demon clan, he clearly felt that Lin Chen had locked onto him, yet he was not the least bit flustered. He glanced down at the blade's edge and said lightly, this move of yours indeed gives many people headaches, but it won't work on me. Is that so? Then come and try, it has already begun. To be fair, your talent is enough to make any human tremble. No one can withstand such intense damage. Chang Qing took a deep breath. Unfortunately, your opponent is not human. My apologies, which? He made no grand movements, merely lunging forward with a thrust that seemed to barely reach Lin Chen. However, at that moment, a blood hole appeared in Lin Chen's chest, piercing his heart. Wow, so fast. The onlooking students from the Divine Academy were at a loss for words. This was true power. No matter how talented a genius is, they need years of training to achieve such speed and attack power. Chang Qing's move could be described as plain and straightforward, a direct stab without any frills. Lin Chen was even less about frills, as the 400 times damage had already returned. Lin Chen merely swayed slightly, quickly regaining his footing, while the wound healed rapidly. Chang Qing also paused for a moment, looking down at his chest, and laughed. Not bad, that damage is significant. No wonder you have the confidence to challenge any opponent, I can feel it, but you've forgotten what the demon clan is. The demon clan is not human, we are beings of powerful mental strength. Body? If your damage only affects the body, it has no effect on me at all. Don't believe it? Then keep going and see if I die. Lin Chen's heart stirred slightly. He recalled the last berserker, in the final stage of demonization. At that time, he had already killed the berserker, yet the power of demonization still allowed the opponent to keep fighting. This meant that the demon clan could ignore bodily damage and continue to fight? They could even treat their bodies like zombies, and no matter how severe the injury, it would not affect their mental strength at all. At the same time, Chang Qing's level was also very high, registered as level 45 in the Divine Academy's records. This was no longer important. It seemed the demon clan could perfectly avoid Lin Chen's rebound damage. With this, wasn't Lin Chen in great danger? Electric shock, stacking. He began to attempt stacking basic spells, but while this move was powerful, the wind-up was too long. Chang Qing quickly sensed what Lin Chen was doing and, of course, would not allow him to stack to sufficient layers. Using this move in battle was impractical. Did he think forbidden spells were so easy to release? Face-to-face combat was no joke. Immediately, it seemed Chang Qing floated over, his sword light swirling. It appeared he wasn't even using any skills. The tip of his sword sliced through Lin Chen, leaving wounds. Lin Chen was not afraid of these injuries, but they could interrupt any of his other actions. That sword could easily sever Lin Chen's arm. This was not something that could be defended against just by having a strong body. Fortunately, Lin Chen now also had the corresponding undead battle body, providing enough resilience. Otherwise, with just these few strikes, his level 20 strength would have been completely dismantled by Chang Qing. He had never imagined the gap could be so vast. It was a gap that felt somewhat despairing, and although Chang Qing was also bleeding, he was not afraid. It should be known that at this moment, the damage that Chang Qing faced was 400 times that of Lin Chen. The onlooking students from the Divine Academy were even more desperate. They had never seen such a straightforward and efficient attack, and the intensity of each sword strike was astonishing, making it seem as if Changqing didn't take Lin Chen seriously at all. Oh no, this time he has encountered a true formidable opponent. Qin Xiu also felt that sense of helplessness. Just the act of swinging his sword brought enough pressure. How great was the gap between the two? Lin Chen was already at a significant disadvantage compared to the assistant instructor. Even if he weren't facing a demon, his chances of winning were slim, and now he was up against a demon who could crush him with sheer mental power. Relying solely on the rebound of physical damage seemed ineffective. Changqing's movements showed no signs of slowing down. Changqing was somewhat surprised. You recover so quickly, you're not simple at all. His sword slashed through Lin Chen's body, yet Lin Chen visibly healed. Interesting, but what if my attacks are fast enough to exceed your recovery speed? Lin Chen's expression darkened. He knew the opponent could do it, destroying faster than he could heal. The crowd saw that Lin Chen had no chance to fight back, but in reality, he had already unleashed his strongest attack, the life exchange talent. He didn't need to attack himself. Changqing had already provided him with enough damage, and he was increasing the intensity. At this point, it seemed unnecessary for Lin Chen to harm himself further. The other party could withstand 400 times the damage and still attack smoothly. What effective moves did Lin Chen have left? None. Humanity was out of options. I told you, you refused to drink the wine offered and instead choose the punishment wine. The blood oath of coexistence was your best choice. Was it really the best choice? No, absolutely not. Even if Changqing spoke the truth, Lin Chen had only saved himself. What about his sister? The demons were going to target his sister, and he still had no way to stop it. This was not what he wanted. Indeed, humanity had no way to cope with this situation, and Lin Chen was no exception. But what if he wasn't human? I told you, you don't deserve it. Lin Chen suddenly grinned and lunged at Changqing, the speed of this attack exploding in an instant. What Lin Chen had been accumulating was not some small spell in his hands, but the wind control technique. With the wind control technique beneath his feet, Lin Chen lunged forward and embraced Changqing. But Changqing sneered, "Do you think this is useful? I can take all your damage. Does it have any effect? Is that so? Then let's go together." Wind control technique. In an instant, Lin Chen soared into the air with Changqing, both leaping high. This was Lin Chen stacking the wind control technique 5 times. Although Changqing was unprepared, he clearly wasn't afraid. What did this even mean? Until everyone saw where they flew to. Over there, it was on the altar. Thud! The two crashed onto the altar, looking quite disheveled, with Changqing bleeding as well. After all, he had endured hundreds of times the damage, but his mental power was completely intact, which did not affect his combat ability. What are you trying to do? What am I trying to do? Do you know what happened the first time I stood on the altar? Lin Chen laughed. Ha ha ha. Come, divine punishment. Heaven, are you blind? I have 2 divine positions. Saying this, he cast a fireball spell onto the altar, and surprisingly, the altar activated. The students below couldn't understand. What was he trying to do? The altar couldn't initiate the awakening ceremony like this. Disrespecting the altar would only lead to divine punishment. Wait, he couldn't be thinking of taking his opponent down with him, could he? This thought crossed everyone's mind, and divine punishment ensued. Boom! Clearly, messing around on the altar would anger the gods, and divine punishment descended directly. A bolt of lightning struck Lin Chen, knocking him to the ground, but at the same time, Changqing was also struck by lightning. Ha ha ha! If you aren't afraid of my damage, then are you afraid of the gods' damage? Lin Chen sat up as if nothing had happened, bursting into wild laughter. At that moment, Changqing was in a dire situation, rolling on the ground after being beaten, his sword thrown aside. Ah! Changqing seemed to suffer a severe blow, screaming in agony. The 400 times damage that Lin Chen had just rebounded was nothing compared to this. But why was Lin Chen completely unscathed? Lin Chen was not mistaken. Divine punishment indeed had a huge effect on the demon race. What is sweet for me is poison for them. The same thing feels different to everyone. Lin Chen stood up and braced himself against the heavenly thunder, taking a hit. I told you, you are not worthy. He turned around and walked towards Changqing, who was still rolling on the ground. Suddenly, another bolt of lightning struck Changqing. This was the power of divine punishment. If the demon race was not afraid of divine punishment, they would have jumped out long ago. After enduring several strikes of heavenly thunder, Changqing grew even weaker, now completely at a disadvantage. It felt as if there was an invisible pressure on the altar, causing all of Changqing's strength to vanish. Lin Chen walked up to him and stepped on him. With you like this, are you worthy? Afraid of divine punishment, and you still think about replacing them? Hiding like a rat, dreaming every day. How many years has it been? Save me. Help me. I preferred your previous rebellious self. Where is your dignity as a demon? Help me, let me down. At this moment, Chang Qing was in extreme pain. Lin Chen guessed correctly, divine punishment indeed had targeted power against the demon race. Below the altar, the students watched in a daze, unable to understand the situation. How did he attract divine punishment? That kid must have done it on purpose. Strange, why is he fine? Yeah, that kid has been struck by lightning on the altar many times, yet he seems to be getting more at ease. What is this? That handsome teaching assistant was struck by divine punishment. It hurts to watch. Not far away, Xin Xiu showed a look of sudden realization. She clearly remembered something that had happened before. When Lin Chen awakened, he also faced divine punishment. This kid naturally looked like he was not favored by the gods, yet he could withstand it. I told you, he must have a plan. No, I know him better than you. He was struck by lightning the first time he awakened. Long Core interjected, and Xin Xiu felt a pang of jealousy. Do you understand Lin Chen better than I do? They were from the same place, why should this ice fairy butt in? But thinking back, Long Core had just stopped her, seeming to know Lin Chen's determination better. With that in mind, did this school beauty also have feelings for Lin Chen? Xin Xiu felt her emotions were complicated, unsure of what to say. She was the one who proposed the breakup. Why should she care about whether he had feelings or not? But she had her reasons. She didn't want it to be this way, hence the complexity. At this moment, Lin Chen had already gained absolute advantage. On the altar, he was not afraid of heavenly thunder at all. He lifted Chang Cheng from the ground and began to pound him mercilessly, first giving him a black eye. In fact, this kind of beating didn't cause much harm to Lin Chen. It was even better to hit himself, but it was highly insulting. Because there were people watching, Lin Chen couldn't hit himself. Hitting his opponent would boost his momentum significantly. This would serve as the final scene, etched in the minds of the students of the divine institution. Lin Chen's actions seemed somewhat crazy to them. The most unbelievable part was that this kid dared to provoke the gods? Lin Chen's fierce pounding actually did not inflict much damage on Changqing. Instead, his relentless assault while sitting on Changqing caused the heavenly thunder to continue striking, leading to Changqing suffering even more lightning strikes. It was unclear why, but divine punishment seemed to particularly enjoy targeting Lin Chen. The audience could only watch from a distance as Lin Chen's advantage on the altar was immense. Lin Chen finally stopped, and at this moment, Changqing also lacked the ability to counterattack. He still had to endure the continuous falling heavenly thunder. Now we should talk about our matters. How do you want to choose? Anyway, I don't want you to escape my control. If you want dignity, I'll let you die on this altar. Isn't that a form of respect? If you want to live, then we need to discuss this in detail. Lin Chen was watching how the other party would choose. In fact, if he killed Changqing here, the demon clan would still come after him. What could be done to make Changqing stop causing trouble? He couldn't think of anything. The demon clan held themselves in high regard and, in theory, would not submit to humans. Since there was this sense of pride, Lin Chen prepared to silence him. Even if more demons came later, that would be a future problem to solve. After all, the damage to the demon clan on the altar would be greater. And Lin Chen surprisingly managed to endure it easily, which was a complete reversal from below the altar. I yield. Changqing just began to speak when another bolt of lightning struck down, while Lin Chen had already gotten used to it. It must be said that everything has its balance, and this reversal was too dramatic. But I don't believe you can speak the truth. If you were truly open, you wouldn't be hiding like this, using tricks to confuse humans. What kind of self-respect can such a person have? How can I ensure you will keep your word? Because the witch is our most important person, and I will have concerns while she is in your hands. That is also untrustworthy. The witch has always been in my hands, yet you still chose to fight me to the death. I just believe I can win. I never intended to kill you. If that's the case, it was still somewhat credible, because Lin Chen had no other tricks. If he provoked the entire demon clan, it would truly be troublesome. Both gods and demons were keeping an eye on him. Even if he trained to become the strongest, he would still be human, and gods and demons were definitely above that level. Lin Chen would still be facing a dead end. According to the thoughts of gods and demons, humans should belong to them. No matter how strong Lin Chen was, he was just a tall one among these short humans, right? Changqing's strength made him unafraid of any human. He was simply brought to this altar by Lin Chen. With the help of heavenly thunder, Lin Chen managed to suppress Changqing. The other demons were no different. If so many powerful beings turned against Lin Chen, it would be somewhat despairing. Lin Chen's plan was to keep Changqing silent. This matter would be temporarily suppressed while he thought of a way. Actually, we may not be enemies, because we have no interests entangled between us. You seek the position of gods, now hiding among humans. Why must you go against me? Perhaps in the future, if there's an opportunity, I could help you. Anyway, whichever side wins, it will be the same for humans. Lin Chen seemed to be considering a compromise. He couldn't kill all the demons and had to find a way. Seeing the shift, Chang Qing immediately responded, yes, that's right. Actually, the ones we need to deal with are not humans. Then what will happen if you replace the gods in the future? We will still allow you humans to possess divine powers. Their power is actually the same as ours. That was indeed the case. Power has no good or bad distinction, only depending on the user. The demon clan also extracted power like the gods, as a price for faith. This was already quite good. Lin Chen nodded, stepping down from him, when another bolt of lightning struck down. Chang Qing was already pitch black all over. The lethality of divine punishment was somewhat exaggerated. If it weren't for divine punishment, any human attack would probably have little effect on him. Get up. I hope you can keep your promise. Lin Chen turned around and shouted at the students of the Divine Office Academy watching from below the altar. Anyone who is still unconvinced can come up and challenge me. This was quite imposing. No one in the Divine Office Academy dared to speak. This scene was likely a new height in the history of the National Office Academy. If this got out, in the future, students from the National Office Academy would walk with their heads held a few degrees higher. Really? The teaching assistant was convinced by him? Who is this kid? If I go up to fight, I definitely can't withstand the divine punishment. Then how did he withstand it? He seems completely fine. The gods didn't punish him? Everyone was filled with confusion. In fact, Lin Chen had indeed taken advantage of the divine altar. At this moment, anyone who challenged Lin Chen would lose, because the residual power of divine punishment was enough to annihilate the students of the Divine Academy. Just because Lin Chen seemed unharmed didn't mean others could withstand it. It varied from person to person. Looking down from the altar, many students had retreated. The best outcome for them would be mutual destruction. Look at Chang Cheng. He could endure because his true power was formidable. Now weakened significantly, Lin Chen seemed to have a chance to capture him like he did with the witch. The demon race was indeed powerful when their mental strength was high, but they could still be fought after being severely injured. Watching the students of the Divine Academy scatter, Lin Chen was curious again. Why hasn't anyone from your Divine Academy shown up yet? Chang Qing, how many demons are there in the Divine Academy? You must have controlled this place, right? Yes, key positions are all our people. They believe I will win. They thought Chang Cheng would win, so no one from the Divine Academy showed up, allowing them to fight. Who would have known it would end like this? Lin Chen wasn't relying on luck. He had thought about it beforehand. Then go down. If you don't, divine punishment will strike you. Lin Chen was too lazy to drag it out any longer, pulling Chang Cheng down to jump directly beneath the altar. It was best if no one interrupted. If the Divine Academy tried to stop this today, it would be troublesome for Lin Chen. But once they reached the bottom, Chang Cheng paused and changed his demeanor. Heh, you think I'm easy to deal with now that I'm injured, right? As long as divine punishment doesn't appear, you are no match for me. I can recover immediately. He took out a magic crystal, restoring his mental strength, looking ready to fight again. So you're playing dirty now, not caring about the witch's life? Right now, I think eliminating you is what the demon race should do. As for the witch, I'll do my best. Since he was so stubborn, Lin Chen had no choice but to find a way to control him. The current situation was that the witch was esteemed because dying at Lin Chen's hands seemed unworthy. But the more Lin Chen displayed a threat, the higher her value became. Perhaps trading her would be worthwhile? Hey, I told you, I have more than one way to kill you, at least two. What did you say? Chang Cheng didn't expect Lin Chen to show no fear at all. Without the power of divine punishment, how could Lin Chen still contend with the demon race? No one could do that. Lin Chen was just a first-turn student. Chang Cheng, do you think everyone else's intelligence is very low? If I come down from the altar and have no means to control you, would I let you live? Killing you up there, even if other demons knew, they would just think it was divine punishment that struck you down. They wouldn't suspect me. But I still let you come down. What does that mean? Does it mean my intelligence is very low? Lin Chen laughed, thinking his previous words were in vain. The demon race had too high an opinion of themselves. Earlier, Lin Chen had said he was unworthy to coexist with Lin Chen. But had he not considered that Lin Chen wasn't someone who liked to boast? Was there a possibility that he truly was unworthy? Lin Chen had also said he had at least two ways to kill him, so now there was at least one left. I don't believe it. You can't even truly injure yourself, so why should I be hurt? Don't speak too confidently. Since you doubt it, I'll take you for a ride. Lin Chen spread his hands, seemingly allowing Chang Qing to attack freely. The reason I couldn't hurt you is that your mental strength is powerful, and my previous attacks could only harm the body, not affect your mental strength, right? Now, it's time for you to see my other means. Flame of the Inferno. This was something Lin Chen had come up with, as it wasn't his skill, but rather a small flame that had emerged. Flames burst forth from the tiger's mouth of his right hand and then crawled all over Lin Chen's body. In an instant, he was engulfed in flames, but the temperature of this fire didn't seem very high. No clothing or hair was burned away. However, this was no ordinary flame. In the previous arena, Lin Chen had tested the effect of this flame against the powers of the demon race. Now, while the flames felt mild to Lin Chen, they triggered a reaction in Changqing that exceeded divine punishment. Ah! Changqing let out a miserable scream, huge flames erupting from his entire body. Physical attacks were ineffective, so he switched to a mental attack, and Lin Chen continued to attack himself. The flame's suppression of the demon's power surged by 400 times, burning on Changqing. Lin Chen walked over and snatched the magic crystal from Changqing's hand, who was too preoccupied to notice. You! Why do you have divine fire? Is that called divine fire? Do you know what this is? Help, this fire. Changqing rolled on the ground in agony, the flames burning his mental energy. After enduring immense pain, Changqing looked like he was on the verge of death, and Lin Chen couldn't help but marvel, this fire has no effect on me at all, yet he reacts so dramatically. It seems I've gained another way to attack myself. The binding of the divine chain was always there, waiting for this moment. As long as he didn't pursue any grand spectacle, Lin Chen would directly attack himself, making things much simpler. He wasn't in a hurry, after all, the demon race had a very strong vitality, so he could take his time to weaken them. Strangely, this fire couldn't even burn Lin Chen's clothing, yet Changqing was completely charred. Let's call it a day, I can't be bothered to listen to your nonsense. Lin Chen used the magic crystal to absorb Changqing as well, but a pile of burnt ashes remained on the ground. What exactly was the demon race? Lin Chen still hadn't figured it out, but at least, he and his sister would have a relatively safe period now, as no one could see him burning others here. Just as he finished absorbing Changqing, Director Gu arrived with a large group of people. You again, Lin Chen. Why do you always come to our Divine Institute to cause trouble? Director Gu, this trouble was caused by your teaching assistant, all the students saw it. Besides, welcoming all challenges is precisely how you showcase the strength of your Divine Institute, right? What's wrong? Feeling insecure now? What happened to Assistant Chang? You saw it, just now, divine punishment struck down, and he was turned to ashes. Lin Chen's explanation clearly differed from what Director Gu understood. Hadn't he just come down from the altar? How could he be burned to death again? Director Gu examined the pile of ashes left by Changqing, his expression uncertain. Lin Chen carefully observed Director Gu's demeanor, hoping to glean something. Was there a demon race lurking within the Divine Institute, and did the institution know? If they did, what was going on? If they didn't, then what? But Lin Chen couldn't discern anything, after all, he was an old fox. Interestingly, Lin Chen had defeated Changqing using a special method, while Changqing, being of the demon race, was certainly stronger than Director Gu. Unless Director Gu was also of the demon race, Lin Chen was far from being a match for him. Was this a case of one thing overcoming another? In the formal divine system, Lin Chen was merely a first-year student. How did you do it? Assistant Chang is level 45. Director Gu, can your Divine Institute not afford to lose? Countless eyes witnessed it, he was struck dead by divine punishment. As for why, who knows? What if his identity is something the gods abhor? This was already close to being a clear implication, yet Lin Chen still couldn't see any change in Director Gu. Did he really not know about the existence of the demon race within the Divine Institute? Seeing how coincidentally they arrived, Lin Chen believed Changqing's words, the demon race had taken control of the key positions in the Divine Institute. Otherwise, the person in charge would have arrived earlier. Everyone thought Changqing could win, so they came a bit late. Now, how are they planning to make things difficult for Lin Chen? They can't find any reason. Who allowed you to ascend the altar? Is that a place you can just go to? What can I do? I was with Changqing, and while we were fighting, we ended up there. At this moment, Dean Gu was also pondering what to do. Should they just let Lin Chen go tonight? But if he doesn't leave, what can they do? They've already lost face, who will get it back? Even if they killed Lin Chen now, the face lost wouldn't belong to them. Anything lost on the arena must be retrieved on the arena. After all, Lin Chen is a disaster, and he has been the one making the Divine Office lose face. Are they not allowed to come anymore? That's a joke. If he doesn't come, how will they regain their reputation and not appear incompetent? Dean, we all saw it. They were having a normal duel. Yes, both sides agreed, and there were hundreds of witnesses. At this time, Long Kor and Qin Xiu also came over. Once they spoke, the others felt it was inappropriate to say anything further. But when will the Divine Office regain its face? Lin Chen carefully observed the group of people behind Dean Gu. There might be demons among them, and when they come looking for trouble next time, it's highly likely that it will be the demons again. It would be best if they all believed that divine punishment had struck down Shangqing, otherwise, Lin Chen's secret would be exposed. Just imagine, if they knew it was Lin Chen who defeated Shangqing, how terrifying would that be? Those who knew Shangqing's identity as a demon would probably have their worldview turned upside down. The demons are so powerful, how could they possibly lose to a human? They would think that this person must have some issues. Fortunately, Lin Chen had just brought Shangqing up to the altar. In the end, Lin Chen was taken away by Dean Gu and the others, but it was merely a formality. After all, such a significant event had occurred, they couldn't just do nothing, but they also couldn't take real action. Last time, they said it was a duel with the students here, and both sides conducted it in an orderly manner. This time, involving a teaching assistant meant there were more procedures. So Dean Gu's plan was to let the National Vocational College come to take him away. It wouldn't be good to just let him go casually. This way, it would be an explanation that wasn't really an explanation, allowing everyone to understand the seriousness of the situation. Thus, Lin Chen was placed under soft confinement in a room. There was no need to confront them, after all, so many people had witnessed it, and the Divine Office wouldn't handle this matter privately. Therefore, from then on, Dean Gu and the others wouldn't say anything more to Lin Chen, just waiting for the National Vocational College to come and take him away. As for the loss of a teaching assistant, what kind of internal communication they would have, Lin Chen didn't know. After waiting in the room for a moment, suddenly the door opened, and a very serious-looking woman entered. She didn't seem very old, but her attire was very conservative, completely wrapped up. She was originally a beautiful person, but her appearance made her seem utterly uninteresting. Lin Chen, you must describe tonight's situation to me again. Oh, did Dean Gu send you to ask? I told you to speak, and since this is your doing, you must provide an answer. That's unreasonable, I don't know who you are, and I already told Dean Gu everything that needed to be said. Whether you believe me or not is beyond my control. So many people were watching, this isn't something done in private. Lin Chen refused to say anything more, repeating the same thing without budging, as if the Divine Office would keep him locked up indefinitely. Generally, such a situation would intimidate young people, but Lin Chen had some experience from his past life. As long as you grasp the overall context of the matter, no matter what posture the other party takes, it's all just bluster. What can they do? What you just said, I have some grasp of. I am the director in charge of teacher logistics at the Divine Office. You can call me Director Phone. Because of you, our Divine Office has already lost several people. Do you think you are very impressive? Wait, multiple losses? That doesn't sound right. Isn't a public duel your rule? But you shouldn't put people to death every time. Tell me, how did Assistant Chang die? Many people saw it, divine punishment. Right, Director Phone, is this Assistant Chang from the Demon Clan? Lin Chen suddenly changed the subject, steering it towards the Demon Clan, and then observed Director Feng's expression. Why? Because at this moment, those coming to inquire about the details were very likely from the Demon Clan. Others had no right to ask, and they wouldn't let humans inquire about this. So, Director Feng had a lot of suspicion, and Lin Chen didn't know how to determine if he was truly from the Demon Clan. Unless both sides took action, otherwise they seemed no different from humans. What did you say, Demon Clan? Director Feng looked very surprised, as if he were looking at a fool, staring at Lin Chen. Don't talk nonsense to confuse the issue. You're still in the Divine Office. Do you really think we wouldn't dare to do anything to you? Mentioning the Demon Clan at this moment was like Lin Chen in his past life saying he saw a ghost. If something happened and the police questioned you, saying it was a ghost that did it, see if the police would believe you. So, Director Feng's expression was quite normal, as if he didn't believe it at all. In this world, the Demon Clan, like ghosts, were just legends, because too many people talked about them, no one believed. Then what can you do to me? Just come at me, let me see. Lin Chen said nonchalantly, if the Divine Office is thought to be unable to take a loss, the damage to its reputation would be much greater than mine. I'm just curious why divine punishment had such a strong effect on him. Could it be that there really are demon clans in this world? Director Feng's face darkened. Then how did you survive? Just because he attracted the power of divine punishment, I suffered very little damage. This makes me curious. Why am I fine while he reacted so strongly? Don't you all not believe there are demon clans in this world? Stop rambling and talking nonsense. You have serious issues. What issues do I have? The previously missing Professor Wang, I suspect it has something to do with you. Oh, she actually mentioned that witch. Lin Chen became even more suspicious of her identity because no one knew about Lin Chen's direct relationship with Professor Wang. People only knew that Lin Chen's sister was taken by Professor Wang, the two had never faced each other directly. How could she link it to Lin Chen? Anyone who could think like that must know Professor Wang's identity. Who is Professor Wang? Are you playing dumb? She previously captured your sister, so I have reason to suspect that you acted against her because of this. You are from the Divine Office. A professor can be defeated by a freshman like me? Who knows if you used any underhanded tricks? This time, Assistant Chang, his strength far exceeded yours, yet he still died. It was becoming more and more like it, or was she just being purely mystical? It was unreasonable to suspect Lin Chen, he could completely deny it. There was no necessary connection, his sister was about to return, so why would Lin Chen still take action? What underhanded tricks? I also brought that Professor Wang to the altar. Lin Chen asked meaningfully, as if it were not her questioning but rather a mutual probing between the two. Unless one knew about the Demon Clan, they would suspect Lin Chen had issues. And Lin Chen also suspected that Director Feng had problems. Ordinary people wouldn't drag such matters into it. Then who knows? You are someone who has awakened on the altar twice and still hasn't been stripped of your divine position. Ordinary people wouldn't think of this, but I know very well that the divine absolutely does not allow anyone to awaken on the altar twice. Then you shouldn't be asking me this, you should be asking the divine. Lin Chen refused to answer again, and he had his reasons. What does a freshman know? If freshmen know everything, then what do you teachers even do? Is there a possibility that the divine has a special favor for me? Clearly, Lin Chen was grasping at straws while trying to ask his own question. Director Feng also realized he was dealing with a tough nut, and without some means, it would be nearly impossible to extract any information. At that moment, someone walked in and said, Director Ji from the National Vocational College has arrived. With someone there to take him away, Director Feng could no longer continue questioning, as he couldn't stall for long. Lin Chen suddenly smiled at her, as revealing himself at this moment would be unwise. The Demon Clan would definitely come again. Lin Chen was well aware of this, but he was curious about who from the Demon Clan would appear before him next. It seemed to be this person, although it was just a guess. Matters involving the Demon Clan would not allow human involvement. Lin Chen had an advantage, as he was hidden in the shadows. No one knew about the matters with the Demoness, and no one dared to act rashly. If the truth were to be exposed, Lin Chen would certainly be in trouble, so he couldn't speak. One concern was that the Demon Clan had powerful mental abilities. Could they perceive Lin Chen's thoughts and use mind-reading techniques? According to legends, they could, and it was said that nothing could be hidden from them. But Lin Chen was not an ordinary person, he had even deceived the divine. Ji Wuyo arrived and directly took Lin Chen away, as if he had already made arrangements with the Divine College. He led Lin Chen out of the Divine College and then stopped, saying, "What should I say? Logically, I should teach you a lesson and tell you not to do it again, but I seem to have no reason to do so. After all, the relationship between the National Vocational College and the Divine College. Does Director Ji think I did quite well? You need to be careful, being too inflated recently is not good, but I don't think my words can restrict you." Ji Wuyo shook his head, too lazy to engage in such trivial talk. "I'm curious. I heard you killed one of their teaching assistants on the altar using divine punishment. Is divine punishment really ineffective against you?" Director Ji shouldn't say that. I can only say that the target of the divine punishment was him. Lin Chen quickly explained, otherwise, he would seem too outstanding and easily be taken for research. So Ji Wuyo's statement was a trap. He must not fall into it, as the responsibility would fall on the loser. The target of the divine punishment was a teaching assistant from the Divine College? Yes. Has Director Ji ever heard of the Demon Clan? That legend has existed since ancient times. You wouldn't tell me that assistant was from the Demon Clan, would you? I don't know. I can only infer that it is possible from this result. Lin Chen would not tell Ji Wuyo such things because he trusted no one now. If something went wrong, seeking others to complain would only lead to trouble. Who knew if Ji Wuyo might also have connections to the Demon Clan? He was the vice president of the National Vocational College, and he himself could even be a demon. The Demon Clan had schemes. Would they not infiltrate the National Vocational College? Ji Wuyo shook his head with a strange expression. It's you who surprises people every time. I underestimated you. However, even if I wanted to do something, there would still be people within the National Vocational College questioning you. Isn't my divine position too useless? Right, why is your divine position still there? Ji Wuyo finally noticed the key point. Logically, the divine could not be unaware. After all, it was a god. How could there be a mistake? Absolutely impossible. Lin Chen still found an excuse for himself. Maybe my sister's awakened divine position is too extraordinary, attracting the attention of the divine? Can the divine also be negligent? Who knows? I'm just a freshman. Ji Wuyo couldn't continue questioning, asking a student such questions. Were you serious? Who has seen what a god is like? Therefore, such questions were naturally unsolvable. Bringing Lin Chen back, Ji Wuyo could only tell him to be careful, and that was all he could do. What else could be done? If the Clergy Institute wanted to play dirty, Lin Chen couldn't just hide at home all the time, could he? From this perspective, Lin Chen should also prepare himself better. The best preparation was to get various equipment ready, so he could use them at critical moments. In this regard, Yuling had the most say. It seemed she had always relied on her equipment. Lin Chen, I'm not trying to criticize you, but facing the grudges of the Clergy Institute, you should take it seriously. They have many methods, and even if your personal strength is formidable, they will find weaknesses to exploit. That's true. I can handle a single strong enemy, but if there were more, Lin Chen would also feel overwhelmed. The only solution he could think of was to rely on his immortal body to run away as much as possible. That would be too passive, but his skills didn't have a wide range. The last time he could deal with the group attack from the two gang was because they were weak, and the Clergy Institute was not weak. They could make Lin Chen feel overwhelmed. Moreover, the hatred Lin Chen had drawn was not just from the Clergy Institute. With your current situation, I made bullets from the cow bones last time. If you have time, enchant all the bullet heads, at least stack them 5 times. Then, a single shot could have the power of a top-tier mage. What if I want to stack it even higher? Then it won't hold. The cow bones can't withstand too many stacks, it's a material issue. So, you mean I need stronger materials for my enchantments to stack higher? This was indeed troublesome. Lin Chen thought he could casually make equipment. Upon reflection, when he stacked basic spells on himself, he would suffer a strong backlash. The same applied to equipment. To enchant it, the materials had to be able to withstand it. Last time, that was a level 40 Cow King. Could its bones only stack 5 times? Yes, if you want to stack it to the level of forbidden spells, you'll need to obtain some rare materials. Lin Chen thought he could just focus on making equipment and then come out firing a barrage. But if he stacked a bunch of forbidden spell level equipment, who would dare provoke him? 1,000 shots at forbidden spell strength, even the demon race couldn't withstand that, right? Now he realized it wasn't as simple as he thought to enchant. Where can I find these materials? Materials of this strength are rare, they are quite expensive. How about this? I know of an auction that will be held, and it said they will auction some high-strength materials, as well as items from the ancient demon god war. What? The demon god war is real? I don't know, it's just a legend. But it won't hurt to take a look. The next day, Yuling took Lin Chen to the auction house. In any world, there are always people looking to make money, and clearly, the auction house was a place that openly inflated prices. However, the auction house only made money from the wealthy, so it wasn't really price inflation. After all, the items here were generally not useful to ordinary people, they were prepared for the rich, and since these items were not common, no one knew how to price them, so the highest bidder won, and those willing to buy just paid. Yuling, do we have this much money? Lin Chen followed Yuling to the venue, where they were provided with a private booth. In a place of this caliber, Lin Chen had never even dared to imagine it before. Yuling looked shabby, but she had so much money. So why did she act like a beggar? There are some things I haven't told you, I hope you don't mind. Ah, is it a secret about your background? You don't need to tell me, I just feel a bit embarrassed for you to spend so much. It's fine, I have the money. It's just about my family background. Forget it, I'll tell you. Yuling suddenly became willing to speak. Actually, it's not complicated. It's similar to your situation. My family has offended the demon race. To humans, they are like gods that cannot be provoked. So you see why I can't show my true face now. Her family had also offended the demon race? So, they are on the same boat. According to Yuling, it makes sense. No wonder she was so scared. Having known Lin Chen for so long, Yuling could almost be considered a secret, unfathomable. Sometimes it feels like she is another Lin Chen. Lin Chen often does shocking things, and Yuling must have her own secrets, perhaps even more, because her family has become a secret. My family was originally a noble clan in the capital, but that era has long passed, to the point that the younger generation doesn't even know. Don't mention the young people, the older generation has probably forgotten all about it. There's nothing to be done about it, so I know some things about the demon clan, and those who are certain of their existence and can have a significant impact will not be overlooked. They are also reshaping this world. In other words, the forces on the surface are unaware of the demon clan's existence. Those noble forces have actually been replaced? One can see how much dark struggle has been experienced. The demon clan would not put these matters in the open. Their influence has already spread to every corner of humanity? That's right, so I'm only telling you because you are in the same situation now, but you must not speak of it. When facing someone you can't be sure of, no matter who they are, you must not speak carelessly, otherwise, the demon clan will be determined to deal with you. Lin Chen nodded slightly. This was also the reason he was unwilling to tell Ji Wuyo. When the demon clan feels the need to act, they will go to any lengths to eliminate you. Lin Chen absolutely could not withstand that. He hadn't inflated to that extent yet. So, it was indeed the right decision to deal with that Chang Qing last night. Fortunately, it was resolved. At this moment, someone knocked on the door, and the two immediately stopped their conversation. Yu Ling went to open the door, and a very alluring woman at the door handed over something. This is today's auction catalog. Please keep it safe. And do you need any special services? No need, just bring us some tea. Alright, we won't disturb the customers. After delivering the catalog, the enchanting woman left, and Yu Ling locked the door again. They took the catalog to study what items had some value. Lin Chen looked at the names on the catalog, most of which he barely recognized. Many items aren't worth much. Our main goal this time is to buy some materials for you. There definitely aren't any materials on the market that can withstand forbidden spells, but they are also rare at the auction house. These items are indeed uncommon, but they don't meet the requirements. Oh, none at all? Wait, this one I don't know what it is. A cup from the Demon God War period. Yu Ling thought for a moment. She had no idea either. These items could be fake, but some are completely worthless. Now, some people are collecting items from the Demon God War period, but they are only considered antiques, mostly fakes. That period only exists in legends. Whether that period actually existed can only be said that if someone believes, someone will buy. Can't we see the actual items first? They will display them, but they won't let you understand them too clearly. It's business, you should understand. Our goal today is this item, a piece of dragon bone. What is dragon bone? The bone of a dragon? No, this name represents something that has a long history. It could be the bone of a powerful creature from long ago, incomplete but possessing unknown properties. The unknown is the value. Lin Chen suddenly realized that auctions are actually quite similar to buying lottery tickets. There is a possibility of being deceived, and there is also a chance of winning. There's no way around it. Good things can only be sought this way. Yu Ling, if I have something to sell, can I still participate in the auction now? You have something to auction? It wouldn't be some ancestral heirloom, would it? Can it fetch a good price here? Some, like this. Lin Chen took out a poisonous stinger from his storage ring. This is something I got from killing the queen bee last time. I kept forgetting about it. Can it sell for a good price here? Yu Ling was a bit surprised. This is a good item. You should keep it. No, I don't want you to pay for it. That could expose you. Lin Chen was still thinking of Yu Ling. She was very surprised and paused for a moment before saying, this needs to be appraised by the auction house because how much it can sell for depends on its quality. Materials like this have many quality levels. Then let them appraise it. Today, I'll declare that I'm the one paying. If it's not enough, you can supplement it. Thank you for considering me. It's only natural, you don't need to thank me. Soon, Yu Ling brought Lin Chen to the auction house manager, a thin man wearing glasses. The glasses man looked at their attire with some disdain and asked, do you two have items to sell? We are a high-end auction house, not just anything can participate in the bidding. Yu Ling had only spent money before and had never encountered such disdain, but if she wanted to auction something, they had to assess their worth. After all, no one wanted to waste time with poor folks. We are also guests at today's auction, can't you appraise it? Yu Ling spoke up, too lazy to say anything else, just telling him that she was spending money today. Sure enough, the glasses man immediately stopped the nonsense, but still had a somewhat disdainful expression. Then please have the gentleman come out. Before long, an old man was brought out, looking quite ordinary. Lin Chen took out the poisonous stinger for him to appraise. The old man's eyes lit up the moment he saw the stinger. He looked up at Lin Chen. Where did you get this? I don't want to waste words, just see if you can auction it. You can, and it will definitely sell for a high price. This is a poisonous stinger from a magical creature. The glasses man beside him nearly dropped his eyes. What? A magical creature? Lin Chen found it quite amazing. Isn't it said that no one believes in the existence of the demon race? You misunderstand. A magical creature is not the same as the demon race, it's just a monster with unknown powers. Just like this stinger, the power it possesses far exceeds the level of this monster. It's not simple. So, can it be sold? Yes, but our auction house will take 30%. Deal. Lin Chen didn't care at all, he still had more than a dozen of them anyway, so he would just try one first. According to what the old man said, Lin Chen also had a young bee, which meant it was also magical, right? The young bee was currently in his storage ring, already in a dormant state. Wouldn't it be very valuable to take it out and sell? Unexpectedly, with the witch's meddling, the monster materials had appreciated. Alright, dear guests, please wait a moment. We will sign the agreement shortly and ensure everything is arranged properly for you. Seeing the prophet, the glasses man no longer wore that annoyed expression, he was more enthusiastic than anyone else. No wonder people say such individuals can succeed, they can change their demeanor at any time without a shred of psychological burden. The auction house's process went smoothly, all the agreement procedures were ready-made. After Lin Chen handed over the stinger, he returned to the private room with Yu Ling. Soon, the auction began, and unexpectedly, the first item on stage was Lin Chen's poisonous stinger. Dear guests, thank you for your patience. The auction will begin shortly. But before we start today, I must announce something. There has been a change in the auction. We just received an item for auction, so I wanted to mention it before we start. I hope all guests can arrange their budgets for today. The host's voice was loud and had a certain rhythm, first showcasing items not listed in the catalog. Many people had budgeted according to this catalog, and if something new was added, they might not have enough money. Mentioning it first allowed them ample time to prepare. Today's newly auctioned item is a stinger from a cold venom bee, specifically a queen bee's stinger. The quality is very high. We have identified it as a top-grade item, which has been rare for many years. Everyone knows that cold venom bees are difficult to deal with, especially the queen, as they are too poisonous to approach. The venom of the cold venom bee is also one of the most potent poisons, but even that is not enough to describe the rarity of this item. What is being auctioned today is a cursed stinger. The venue suddenly fell silent, many bidders were present, and those watching the stinger being brought out had their eyes wide open. Clearly this was the focus of everyone's attention. Cursed carries a sense of something akin to surreal. Because the demon race only appears in legends, for most people, this is not reality. However, it is confirmed that someone has seen cursed creatures. How can that be explained? Because of this, cursed materials are extremely expensive, as if they are imbued with a buff. Regardless of whether the demon race is real, the power of the cursed is undeniably strong. No need for nonsense. I'll take it for 1 million. Someone shouted immediately, and Lin Chen was stunned to hear this. The starting bid with the auction house was only 10,000. And the first person just jumped to 100 times that. Since arriving in this world, Lin Chen had never seen so much money. You really can't understand the world of the wealthy, they just crave this. The host quickly climbed the ladder. Alright, the starting price is 1 million. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? The starting price is merely a formality. In fact, the auction house often has a good idea of the market. As soon as the host finished speaking, someone raised their paddle, and the price began to soar. By the time Lin Chen heard the host's hammer fall, the price had already skyrocketed to 10 million. Ha! They bought this for 10 million? What's so surprising? Cursed items are highly sought after because of their unknown powers. Whether for research or attempts at breakthroughs, there will always be those hoping for miracles, and the power of the cursed is the miracle they anticipate. Indeed, how much is a miracle worth? It's not about the price tag but about how much you have. Today's auction was Lin Chen's first experience, and he was completely bewildered throughout. He hadn't expected it to be like this. He could only blame himself for never having witnessed such a scene even in his past life. Now he was numb to life and death, as he had an immortal body. His sensitivity to money, perhaps, was a fixation carried over from his previous life. But today Lin Chen didn't profit. The dragon bone cost 1 million, and in a moment of impulse, he bid on that legendary wine cup from the Demon God War period, spending 20 million. So not only did Lin Chen not profit, but Yuling also lost 10 million. Yuling had no objections, and Lin Chen didn't feel uneasy. He had made a fortune. He already had over a dozen stingers. No, he could have an infinite number of cursed items. Because he had 2 demons in his hands, this was a tool for endless wealth. With the Demoness and the Evergreen, what was Lin Chen holding back for? He would have plenty of money in the future, and he could repay Yuling whatever he owed. So by the time he went to settle the bill, Lin Chen was floating. You seem very happy? Of course, we got what we wanted, didn't we? But don't be too happy too soon. I think the Dragon Bone's quality isn't sufficient. It shouldn't be able to withstand the forbidden spell. And that wine cup is likely a fake because basically no one believes the Demon God War ever happened. Those who buy this are just rich and have problems. Fortunately, no one competed with Lin Chen for the Dragon Bone, but that wine cup from the Demon God War period was too fake. Since no one believed in the existence of demons, where did this wine cup come from, and how could it be proven to be from the Demon God War period? But Lin Chen was not discouraged at all because he was far too wealthy now. If it weren't for the fear of causing some unimaginable consequences, he might even sell the demon clan directly. At this moment in the auction house, the bespectacled man was also waiting for Lin Chen to complete the transaction. Meanwhile, the old man in the adjacent room was accompanied by a woman whose face was covered with a veil. They were both looking towards this room, and from their perspective, the wall was surprisingly transparent. "Miss, do you think this is necessary? I need to see how this kid managed to deceive the eyes of the gods. It's a bit against the rules, but the power of the gods shouldn't appear directly here. That's a rule set by the former king. If there's no necessity, let him deceive. Can he really change this world? Hard to say. Even prophets can be tolerated, but deceiving the gods is unforgivable." The veiled woman seemed to have strong emotions, but she was holding them back, speaking coldly and rationally. The old man couldn't help but sigh. "It's up to you to decide, but if divine power appears here directly, many things will be hard to manage. If he can't stir up a big wave, then just leave him be. Unfortunately, the wheel of fate can't be set in motion, otherwise, I wouldn't hesitate so much." "Hesitate and wait and see. You don't have to come in person. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. I absolutely cannot give the demon clan any openings. I won't let them easily sense divine power." The old man fell silent, quietly observing the situation next door. At this moment, Lin Chen entered the room with Yuling, conducting the exchange of money and items with the bespectacled man. The bespectacled man had prepared 2 boxes, one containing dragon bones and the other the goblet. Yuling made up for the insufficient money, but the transaction with the auction house was in Lin Chen's name. At the same time, Lin Chen had to verify the goods to ensure they matched the auction house's description. Lin Chen first opened one box to check the dragon bones, then went to inspect the goblet. However, when Lin Chen opened the box containing the goblet, both people in this room widened their eyes in shock. "This is the skull of my father. How is that possible? How could it be here? I was careless, I didn't check all the items beforehand." "This isn't your fault, it's the influence of the demon clan." Lin Chen finished inspecting the goods, unsure of their authenticity. The auction house only guaranteed that they matched their surface description. Anyway, he was in a good mood today, so it didn't matter. With 2 demon clan items in hand, Lin Chen felt quite spirited. After completing the paperwork, he was eager to return, planning to come back once he figured out a better way to make money. Being deceived didn't matter, after all, it was cost-free for him. With money, he could acquire more equipment. Who would have thought that just as he stepped out the door, a veiled girl blocked his way? "Are you Lin Chen?" Lin Chen looked at the veiled girl and then at Yuling, thinking that anyone who concealed their true appearance must have a powerful background. However, this background shouldn't affect him. He had already offended the demon clan, who could have a stronger background than that. "Just say what you need, I'm a bit pressed for time. Were you the one who just bought a goblet at the auction? I'm willing to pay a high price for it." "Then how much are you willing to offer? Name your price, whatever you say, I'm willing to pay." Hearing this, Lin Chen instantly lost interest in bargaining. He pulled Yuling to walk around, too lazy to say another word to the veiled girl. The girl became anxious. "Hey, at least give a price." Lin Chen didn't even look back, waving his hand. "I'm not selling." Now Yuling was puzzled. "Why aren't you selling? Do you know the value of this item?" "I don't know, but first of all, I can sell various demonized items now. Do I lack money?" "That's true. Also, anyone who tells you to name any price isn't sincerely trying to do business with you." Yuling was curious and quickly asked, "Why? At your age, you shouldn't have experienced too much, and your family background doesn't seem like one that does business." Lin Chen smiled and said, "Because if you think about it, she hasn't even considered this matter itself. If she had considered it, wouldn't she have at least had some expectations? She could at least provide a range that she thought would move me." Indeed, if the other party couldn't even answer such a question, it indicated that she hadn't thought about the matter itself. There was no need to waste time with someone who wasn't sincere. The chances of reaching an agreement were slim. But Lin Chen might not know that the other person truly had no awareness of such questions. At the same time, Lin Chen could afford any price. Watching Lin Chen walk away, the girl was completely bewildered. She didn't even know what was happening. The old man appeared behind her, looking equally helpless. "I've never seen such a strange person. Miss, you actually haven't really met many humans. Xiaojia, can you see through what he's thinking?" "I haven't tried, I probably can't, and I won't waste that time. If he can deceive others on the divine altar, it means no one can see through him. This person is very complex, different from others, I can't explain it. If he just named a price, I could meet it. Is it possible that he thinks you're just bragging?" As soon as Lin Chen returned to the National Vocational College, he immediately began arranging for enchantments. After all, he was immortal, he could bear the backlash himself first, and when the enemy came, he could unleash it all at once. No matter how you looked at it, it was an invincible method, and the power could stack up perfectly for Lin Chen. It was like cutting once today, remembering it, and then cutting again tomorrow. Until 10 days later, when all those cuts could be unleashed at once, that damage would definitely not be something you could achieve in one go. First, he took that piece of dragon bone to Professor Yuan for appraisal. This piece of dragon bone doesn't seem ancient enough. It can't withstand your 10 layers of stacking. Isn't that okay, teacher? Last time you casually provided me with materials that could withstand 7 layers of stacking. So, does that mean I wasted such a precious thing of yours? This dragon bone costs 1 million. Professor Yuan laughed heartily upon hearing this. It's not like that. Your understanding has a bit of a misconception. Last time, I did give you materials that could withstand higher layers, even 10 layers, but that's not permanent. That was just for testing. If you want to make it into equipment, it must be a backup, right? So, the truly high-grade materials can create permanent equipment, not something that has to be used up immediately. So that was it. Ordinary materials weren't unusable, but they couldn't last too long. Doing such enchantments, of course, the longer the preparation time, the more powerful it became, accumulating strength. It was like providing you with external power reserves. If you have strength today but nothing to do, you can save it up for when you encounter an enemy, especially when you're not in good condition, then you can use it. Only 7 layers can be stacked. That's not bad, but it's a pity it can't reach the strength of forbidden spells. Wait, Lin Chen, are you really planning to prepare so many pieces of equipment at the strength of forbidden spells? Professor Yuan was stunned. Were you preparing for war? But Lin Chen had that confidence. He wasn't afraid of getting hurt. He could withstand the backlash. Others couldn't even manage 7 layers, let alone 10. I just lack a sense of security. I have to keep some around to prevent being targeted. You have quite a strong sense of crisis. But can you really withstand the stacking of forbidden spell strength? Don't worry, teacher. I have something else for you to see today. Lin Chen took out another item, which was that ancient goblet. Since Professor Yuan was a master in the field of enchantment, he must be familiar with many materials. Lin Chen was just short on materials. If this goblet could also be used for enchantment, it wouldn't be a loss for him, as he wasn't interested in antiques. After Professor Yuan carefully examined the object in his hand, his expression changed dramatically. This is not a wine cup, this is a skull. Ah, is the auction house really that unscrupulous? Even if it's a fake, they shouldn't bring out something so horrifying to deceive people. Actually, they aren't deceiving you. This skull is quite old. I can tell it's at least 1,000 years old. Lin Chen was stunned. It really is an antique. But what use is a human skull? It doesn't record anything. There were many ancient beings that had died, and not all of them could fetch a high price today. Professor Yuan himself didn't quite understand. This item exceeded his knowledge, so he began to come up with wild ideas. Why not try enchanting it? I've never seen this before, but the materials are all tested by humans. Lin Chen thought it made sense. One dared to speak, and the other dared to listen. After all, Lin Chen wasn't afraid of backlash. If something went wrong, he would just suffer a bit. Alright, then I'll go back and give it a try. Wait, speaking of using a skull as a wine cup, it reminds me of a story. Legend has it that during the Demon God War, the Demon King was defeated, but he took the opportunity to kill the God King. He was driven back to the demon realm, and to vent his anger, he made a wine cup from the God King's skull. Teacher, you're getting on in years, and you still believe in this? Lin Chen scoffed. So many people doubted the existence of demons. Who would believe in something even more exaggerated? How long ago was that? No one recorded it at the time, so who passed down such a vividly detailed story? It all sounded very fake. Due to the difference in levels, Lin Chen had the other members of his team go level up. The temple was a perfect place for new players to transition, and Lin Ya had absolute control over the temple, so there was no danger. Leveling up even once was a long process. A few talented individuals couldn't serve as a template. For instance, those who reached the second transition in a year were not the majority in the Divine Academy. Who could level up 1 level a day? Those who could would reach the top in a month, and no one would be their opponent, no matter how high their divine rank was. Clearly, the gods would not set rules for humans in such a way. They went to level up while Lin Chen stayed in the apartment to enchant. He finally had the materials. Once everyone's levels were aligned, they could level up together for maximum efficiency. What Lin Chen was doing now was something other enchanters could only dream of. Others' limits were Lin Chen's starting point. 5 layers of stacking? That was just the basics. If it weren't for material restrictions, Lin Chen would want to push it to level 10. He set down a piece of cut dragon bone and let out a slight sigh of relief. It had been confirmed that this dragon bone could only stack up to 7 layers at most. Professor Yuan was right, any higher would be unstable. But Lin Chen truly wanted to prepare a pile of forbidden spell level equipment. It would be too late to stack them during battle. My enemies are just too powerful. Lin Chen couldn't help but lament. He never intended to provoke such strong foes, but what could he do? His divine rank was so contradictory, and his sister's divine rank was even more extraordinary, capable of attracting the attention of gods and demons. There was no hiding from it, only forbidden spells could counter gods and demons, and he didn't have a single one. Relying solely on himself was far from enough. If it weren't for specific conditions, Lin Chen wouldn't be able to defeat the demon race. No, I need to find stronger materials. I must stack it to 10 layers. Lin Chen looked around at the enchanted equipment filling the room. There were weapons, armor, and a large pile of bullets. The lowest was 5 layers of stacking, which equated to the attack power of a top-tier mage, effective against anyone. 5 layers was the limit for a conventional enchanter. In these few days, Lin Chen had worked himself to the bone for enchanting. Anyone else would have died hundreds or thousands of times. Yuling letting me enchant so many bullets really shows she doesn't value my life. Lin Chen sighed again. Enchanting was not very efficient for others because it could only be used once. After casting the spell, you had to re-enchant, as the power of the original enchantment had already been released. There is no situation here where an enchantment can be used permanently, which makes Lin Chen feel quite regretful. At this moment, someone knocked on the door. Lin Chen opened it and was surprised to see Ji Wuyo. Director Ji, you actually came in person. Is there something important? Well, I'm here to introduce a new student to your team. Ji Wuyo stepped aside, and Lin Chen saw a girl standing behind him, who was simply stunningly beautiful. Lin Chen had seen many beautiful women, but each had a different aura. How should he put it? This girl's aura was worlds apart from anyone else. She seemed almost otherworldly. This wasn't an insult, just Lin Chen's first impression, as if he had seen her somewhere before. I don't know her. Why? Because you're quite famous, and she came here because of your reputation, thinking you're impressive. Whether I'm impressive or not is beside the point. We don't know her, and it might disrupt the unity of the team. Don't worry, she's capable. She's a very skilled healer. Does Lin Chen's team need a healer? Actually, the Prophet has some healing abilities, though they can't compare to a proper healer. But now, Lin Chen's team was in a stable leveling environment and didn't really need any healing. No matter how beautiful she was, Lin Chen couldn't just accept her easily. Didn't he have enough beauties around him? The 2 school flowers from the Divine Office, the captured witch, weren't they all top beauties? Lin Chen's sister had also become increasingly beautiful after shedding her illness, rivaling the school flowers, and even Ji Yun wasn't lacking in beauty. Only Yuling's image fell a bit short, but Lin Chen understood that if one could see her true form, they would surely be shocked. Because Yuling was absolutely confident in her appearance, otherwise, why would she disguise herself? So, whether there was one more beauty or one less, Lin Chen didn't care that much, and it could even bring trouble. This healer. Lin Chen didn't know how to refuse. Ji Wuyo had come personally. Did she have such a strong background? If she had a background, why not join one of the 5 major clubs? Seeing that he seemed to want to refuse, Ji Wuyo quickly pulled Lin Chen inside while instructing the girl behind him, "Enli, wait here for a moment. I'll talk to him, it won't take long." Then, Ji Wuyo unceremoniously dragged Lin Chen into the room. "Director Ji, is this really necessary? What do you think?" Her family donated a large sum to the national office. Oh, I see. Lin Chen suddenly understood, but why not arrange for her to join one of the 5 major clubs? You could tell her how impressive they are. In fact, their overall strength is not something our small team can compare to. Ji Wuyo was also quite helpless. Do you think I haven't said that before? He had long since said so. Since this student was so important, Ji Wuyo's first reaction was to not let her follow Lin Chen. It wasn't that Lin Chen wasn't strong, but rather that he had too many troubles around him. What if they added a money god into the mix? But she had set her sights on Lin Chen. After all, she was a girl and naturally had a bit of idol worship mentality. Lin Chen, listen to me. Take good care of her. The national office owes you a favor. In this world, strength is paramount, and the powerful in the divine office possess everything. That's true, but only the divine office operates this way. Our national office still needs some donations to maintain itself. Can you understand that? It wasn't that the national office wasn't strong, but that the competition from the divine office was too great, making the national office always in a precarious position. As long as there was someone stronger, you couldn't claim to be that impressive. The national office could certainly look down on all ordinary divine practitioners, but they were being suppressed by the divine office. Therefore, for the national office to stand firm, it needed some management. You say you're strong and look down on money, but would the divine office agree? Lin Chen fully understood Ji Wuyo's predicament. Just bring in one more person. After all, he could negotiate more conditions with the academy later, and it didn't seem like a loss. He then asked, "So, is this girl honest?" "Don't worry, a wealthy young lady, well-mannered, no matter how dishonest. Can she cause more trouble than you?" "That's true, let her in." Lin Chen and Ji Wuyo reached an agreement, then immediately set conditions. Dean, I'm short on materials right now. Can you provide me with some precious materials, at least? Something that can withstand forbidden spells? Do you know what you're asking? If you don't give it, that's fine, but I can't guarantee anything. Alright, I'll see what I can find, but what exactly do you want to do with forbidden spells? Ji Wuyo ultimately compromised. Materials are precious, but the school has to operate. Ji Wuyo left the person here and went to find materials for Lin Chen. With her promise, Lin Chen felt more secure because the National Vocational Institute has some foundation and should be able to find suitable materials. In the apartment's hall, Lin Chen examined the extremely beautiful girl. What's your name? I'm Li. I've heard of you. You've defeated the Divine Institute many times, so I didn't go there and had my grandfather send me here. I've also heard that you helped my sister awaken her divine position. I'm so touched. Stop. Let's talk about you first. As a wealthy young lady, to be honest, I'm feeling a bit pressured. Lin Chen was feeling overwhelmed, afraid that this girl, who seemed to have some bad habits since childhood, would be difficult to handle. Let's make it clear first, since you're here for me, I'm your boss from now on. If you don't acknowledge that and betray me, I'll expel you. Now call me boss and let me hear it. Boss. It was clear that Li was very conflicted. It seemed she had never submitted to anyone since childhood. That's normal, wealthy families are like that. But Lin Chen remained silent, waiting for her to acknowledge him. If she didn't want to, he could also avoid this trouble. Of course, since he had agreed with Ji Wuyo, it wouldn't be so easy to refuse. He had to take control first. If he couldn't manage it now, it would be even more troublesome later, so Lin Chen let her pass this hurdle. If she couldn't bear the humiliation, she could leave. Boss. She actually called him that, and Lin Chen nodded. Then we'll see how you perform in the future. If you misbehave, I won't bully you. I can only say we part ways amicably. If you behave, no matter who bullies you in the future, I will stand up for you. A hint of arrogance suddenly flashed in Li's innocent big eyes. Are you serious? Of course I'm serious. As long as you're one of us, I won't let anyone bully you. Okay, I believe you. After all, you're not afraid of the Divine Institute. Li smiled sweetly, but the smile wasn't genuine. She couldn't take Lin Chen's words seriously. It was impossible to take him seriously. Who did she think she was? Even if she didn't count the strong among humans, there were still gods and demons. Gods and demons are definitely stronger than humans, so how could that be guaranteed? Ridiculous humans who like to boast don't need to be taken seriously, but she had her own motives. As long as you understand. Have you already advanced? I'll let you practice with them. Why aren't you going to practice? I want to be with you. There's no need for that. Even heroes have dull daily lives. You don't have to follow me all the time. This innocent expression indeed made Lin Chen feel a bit elated. Li looked around and said, I heard you spent a fortune at the auction house yesterday, buying a lot of valuable materials. What did you get? I'm just curious, what are you going to do with these materials? Is it impressive? Not really. For someone like you from a wealthy family, is that little money considered a fortune? Lin Chen was confused. It was just 20 million. Would a wealthy family in the capital even care about that? Li quickly changed the subject. I'm just curious about how you plan to use these things. After all, I want to make myself stronger. There will be opportunities, but people are different. He wanted to say that his method couldn't be applied to others when someone knocked on the door. In the past, when I opened the door, I saw a stranger boy handing me a letter. Is it another love letter? You can just put it in the mailbox outside. No, it's a challenge letter, from the Divine Academy. Oh, aren't you from our National Vocational Institute? I am, but I also want to see you take them down at the Divine Academy. Give our National Vocational Institute some relief. Go for it, Lin Chen, I believe in you. The boy excitedly waved his fist and left. It's tough. Lin Chen has done some big things at the Divine Academy, and now the boy is starting to admire him. It's quite normal. Those who weren't admitted feel inferior, and those who weren't accepted by the Divine Academy still feel inferior. Students from the National Vocational Institute have always thought of themselves as a notch below the Divine Academy, and they have never won in their competitions against each other. So, since the challenge match, Lin Chen has always been unprecedented. Now at the National Vocational Institute, not only girls but also many boys are pursuing him, and the 5 major clubs are both jealous and resentful. Of course, people are diverse, and there are always those looking to pick a fight. Lin Chen opened the letter, which contained a challenge from a transfer student of the Divine Academy. Indeed, this student was also a transfer, and it was a bit embarrassing for the Divine Academy. This student was a puppeteer. What was the reason for the challenge? It wasn't for the honor of the Divine Academy, as that would make the Academy seem quite pathetic. The excuse was Qin Shou. It turned out this was the lecherous guy who had been eyeing Qin Xiu and had pressured her family. Since he had applied pressure, why challenge at all? It was because Qin Xiu was stuck at a critical point and hadn't agreed to be his girlfriend. Qin Xiu's stance was clear. She had cut ties with Lin Chen, so everything that happened was no longer related to him, but she just wouldn't agree to date this puppeteer. That was a different matter. She still had her principles. If they hadn't broken up, then Lin Chen, as her boyfriend, would have had a connection to the Qin family. Once that connection was severed, whatever happened with the Qin family would have nothing to do with Lin Chen. This was a way to absolve Lin Chen. Qin Xiu intended to bear this alone, and it would be a lie to say Lin Chen wasn't moved. Qin Xiu didn't want to drag Lin Chen down, she was still so principled. Since that's the case, if I remain indifferent, it would be unprincipled. Lin Chen nodded. It wasn't about gender. If it were one of his good brothers in trouble, would he not step in? The challenge letter was also quite interesting. At the end, where the handprint was to be placed, there was a special enchanted symbol. As long as Lin Chen pressed his handprint, the challenge would be established, and the competition would take place in 2 days. The opponent also added a clause to the competition. Whoever lost would not be allowed to date Qin Xiu. How childish, but effective. There was no way he could lose. Clearly, he couldn't. I can choose not to date her, but it can't be restricted by anyone. That is absolutely intolerable. Do you already have a girlfriend? At that moment, a voice beside him asked, and Lin Chen almost forgot that Enli was still there. You have such good eyesight? Yeah, I've had good eyesight since I was little. Many things can't escape my eyes. Are you going to accept the challenge? Yes. But I heard that woman has already broken up with you, so if you say you're fighting for her this time, it wouldn't hold up. Wouldn't that make the fight seem forced? How does this girl know everything? Is she a fairy or just a gossiping little fan? Lin Chen thought for a moment and decided to educate the ignorant girl, to let her know what a man is. You're still young, you'll understand in the future. Humans are the highest level beings. Sometimes, fighting is not just for simple survival. For any disrespectful demands, people must have the right to refuse, and I will fight for that. Lin Chen didn't take the challenge from the Divine Academy too seriously. But this matter caused another stir because this time, it was a challenge from the Divine Academy. For a long time, it has always been others challenging the Clergy Academy. When will it be their turn to challenge someone else? The posture of a challenger automatically lowers one's status. Whoever takes on the role of challenger implicitly acknowledges their weaker position. This implication was something the Clergy Academy could not accept in the past, but now, finally, someone from the Clergy Academy is challenging the National Academy. Lin Chen felt nothing of the sort, but the people from the National Academy were overjoyed. The reason they weren't worried was that this time, the challenger was only at the first transition, over level 20. This level was almost on par with Lin Chen. How could he dare? It should be noted that Lin Chen had previously defeated several high-level second transition clergy competitors. And this challenger came from a family of some standing. Why was he being so reckless? Behind every unreasonable action, there are unexpected circumstances, and Lin Chen firmly believed this. Therefore, he felt that it wasn't so simple. This first transition student might be even harder to deal with than the previous second transition ones. But so what? Lin Chen's current situation was not something he could avoid. In the past few days, Lin Chen had also included Enli in the team. It was fine. This young lady seemed to have no major flaws. Her temper was decent. She usually didn't talk much, and was quite quiet. Just not causing trouble was good enough. Enli had also practiced with Lin Chen's team for 2 days, and then the day of the challenge arrived. This time, Lin Chen didn't have to go over. The challenger was coming to them, as has always been the custom. In the evening, Lin Yi came alone to Lin Chen's room, hesitating to speak. You don't need to predict for me. Never do that. I don't need it. Brother, I understand, but what I want to say isn't about that. Then what is it? What happened in the temple these past few days? It's not about the temple. I feel like my precognitive abilities are becoming increasingly vague, and I don't know why. It feels like there are two powerful forces around us, but I can't quite articulate it. Oh, she actually sensed the presence of the demon race? Two forces. What could the other one be? Could it be that powerful fox from the beast race? That beast race beauty was indeed formidable. Lin Chen felt he couldn't handle her, but she couldn't do anything to his immortal body either. He didn't know how much damage such a strong being could withstand after binding. You don't need to worry about so much. Everything will be fine with your brother around. I understand, but these two forces are too powerful in my perception. They can change everything. Oh, are they really that strong? That might not be a bad thing. Lin Chen thought it should be that beast race powerhouse. He didn't expect that the giant beast wasn't their highest level. In legends, the behemoth was the strongest among them, but clearly, this legend didn't understand the beast race well. However, to say that the beast race and the demon race both had the ability to change everything, Lin Chen remained skeptical. The demon race was unique, those who could stand alongside them should be gods, not some beast race. Whatever, it was best if Lin Yan no longer had her prophetic abilities. Lin Chen didn't expect that either. Prophets were inherently troublesome, both gods and demons would target them. The simplest reason was that leaking heavenly opportunities would invite heavenly retribution, not to mention that the power of a prophet transcends rules, and even gods would want to eliminate them quickly. Then brother, good luck tomorrow. If you win, you'll have a sister-in-law. What are you saying? Women are not spoils of war. I accepted this challenge not to fight over any woman. You wouldn't understand this. By the way, you are not allowed to predict for me in the future. That would be very dangerous. I understand. But even if I don't actively think about it, I will still know something. Then don't say it, keep it in your heart. Prophets are like that. Not everything should be spoken out loud. Lin Yan nodded and happily walked out, and only then did Lin Chen feel at ease. This sister was the most obedient, so there was no need to worry. Lin Chen just needed to focus on his own matters. But once Lin Yan stepped outside, Ji Yun was waiting there. So, what do you think? Do you believe your brother will win? Ji Yun's sister, my brother has never let anyone down. Tomorrow's challenge is indeed a bit difficult, but it won't affect him. Then tell me, after the match, will your brother and the school flower from the Divine Academy reconcile? Reconcile? Oh, do you want to be my sister-in-law? Ji Yun immediately blushed. As a prophet, you shouldn't say such things carelessly. Lin Yan continued to tease her. If you like him, just admit it. I wouldn't mind having another sister-in-law. The two of them started to bicker and walked away. While a figure appeared at the end of the corridor, it was Yuling. The next day, Lin Chen felt as if the National Vocational Academy was celebrating a festival. The 5 major clubs were mostly silent, but the majority of students who usually didn't speak were in high spirits. The National Vocational Academy had finally risen to the occasion. They took pride in it, as this was a milestone for them. Lin Chen, the main character, didn't feel much about it. He just found the whole process rather tedious, as it was the first time he was going through such a serious procedure. The challenge was held in the arena of the National Vocational Academy, and it wasn't casual at all. This challenge involved not just 2 individuals, but also the forces behind them, the National Vocational Academy and the Divine Academy. Therefore, leaders like Ji Wuyo were present, and Lin Chen noticed Director Feng from the Divine Academy. The ancient principal was also there, but Lin Chen was more focused on Director Feng. It was hard to believe she didn't have ulterior motives. Perhaps she was starting to test Lin Chen. This is a challenge from the students of the Divine Academy to the students of the National Vocational Academy. I hope this is just a friendly spar. But both sides have signed a life and death agreement, and we must respect the attitudes of both combatants. Since they are all powerful figures from the Divine Academy, they should not fear life or death, but the necessary etiquette must still be observed. Ji Wuyo spoke, also glancing at the ancient principal, whose status was equivalent to his. The ancient principal's expression was indifferent. He merely nodded slightly, leaving Ji Wuyo puzzled. Among the people from the Divine Academy, there were actually 2 school flowers, who naturally became the focus of attention for the students of the National Vocational Academy. They are indeed beautiful. The Divine Academy's looks are so much better than ours. Humph, that's just your inferiority complex. I'm just speaking the truth. Our National Vocational Academy can't compare to others. What's wrong with admitting it? However, these 2 school flowers have rumors with our National Vocational Academy students. It's not you, so why are you so happy? The students from the National Vocational Academy started to argue, but it was the ordinary students. The elite from the 5 major clubs were also present, remaining silent, as they were more envious. Why weren't they the ones on stage? They thought that the challengers were just transfer students and wouldn't be that hard to deal with. No matter how famous the Divine Academy was, the level still mattered, which was the foundation for all divine practitioners. So Lin Chen had the advantage. As for the 2 school flowers from the Divine Academy sitting together, it was quite rare. The students from the Divine Academy were not calm about this situation. What was going on with them? Were they all going to be taken by Lin Chen? Anyway, these 2 couldn't be together. Their relationship was wrong, and fighting was also wrong. For Qin Xiu, it was a mix of emotions. I was so foolish, thinking that this would have nothing to do with him. Even if my family was threatened, he wouldn't feel guilty. I didn't expect. You can't escape it, Qin Xiu. It's not just men. People will vent their frustrations on someone. Long Cour said calmly from the side, as she had actually applied pressure in this matter. The boy who pressured the Qin family was Ouyang, the son of the vice principal who was present today. So today, the Divine Academy sent 2 vice principals, Both academies had sent 2 vice principals, but the principal had never appeared because the principal never handled the school's specific affairs, making it difficult for the vice principals to meet them. And surprisingly, Long Kor could also exert pressure on the vice principal's son. Thus, Ouyang didn't dare to truly do anything to the Qin family, as he feared Long Kor. Long Kor didn't mention this to Qin Xiu, so Qin Xiu still felt guilty. Then I still dragged him into this. He won't think that way. You can look at it positively, he might actually be quite moved by you. After all, there aren't many girls as loyal as you, just a few little fairies. Kor, do you also like him? That's my business. Regarding this series of complex situations, outsiders had many speculations. Especially when it involved some scandalous relationships, it was quite thrilling, so students would often express their jealousy but still love to talk about it. People are all the same, no one can judge anyone else. But as the person involved, Lin Chen didn't think that much. He was considering what tricks his opponent, Ouyang had prepared to dare challenge him. Didn't he know that several second turns had already died at Lin Chen's hands? Lin Chen saw that his opponent was already preparing, but his gaze still drifted towards the VIP seats, where Principal Ouyang was sitting. As the father of the challenger, wasn't he worried at all, or did he have some assurance of victory? It seemed that only the demon race clearly wouldn't fear this kind of life-exchanging binding, but for a human who was not much different in level from Lin Chen, it was hard to know where the confidence came from. Could it be that Principal Ouyang no longer wanted his son? Hey, your opponent is me, where are you looking? The guy opposite was getting anxious, provoking Lin Chen, while Lin Chen's gaze lingered on Director Feng's face for a moment longer. At this moment, Lin Chen appeared somewhat arrogant in the eyes of others, but he indeed had the capital to be arrogant. After all, this influence was earned by him, and his achievements were verifiable. How could he not be arrogant? Then Lin Chen turned to Ouyang, why do you want to challenge me? Do you think you're something special, invincible? That's not the point. What will you gain if you win? Nothing will change. I guess Qin Xiu didn't agree to you, and now you can't pressure the Qin family either, so you just want to vent your frustration? Lin Chen noticed the 2 school beauties sitting together and knew that Long Kor had taken action. She was also very loyal. Otherwise, Ouyang wouldn't be so agitated. There are always those who can't hold back and want to vent their anger when things don't go as planned. In fact, everyone has this thought, it's just that some people act on it. Ouyang was such a reckless person because he had been too smooth sailing since childhood. You just want to scare people with life and death contracts, thinking you're a genius that no one can defeat? You still haven't grasped the main point. Forget it, let me see what strength you have. Lin Chen was too lazy to waste words with such a person. No matter what divine position the opponent had or what power they wielded, as long as they were bound by Lin Chen, the two could only compare vitality. Seeing who could endure damage longer, how much strength one had was irrelevant. Strength was what made things so dull and tedious. Life exchange, divine chain binding. Life exchange, Hell's Whale. Lin Chen directly increased the intensity but didn't focus. With everyone at a similar level, was it necessary? Not focusing still resulted in a 20-fold rebound damage, which definitely shouldn't be something a first-turn divine position could withstand. Therefore, Lin Chen could deal with 20 such opponents simultaneously, resolving them in the same dull and tedious manner. I'm ready, we can start any time. If you don't fight, I'll end the battle. This statement fired up the students of the National Vocational College, elevating the atmosphere to its peak. Our National Vocational College has reached this day. In their eyes, Lin Chen had already won, simply based on momentum. In fact, this was also the first time the Divine Position Academy had come to challenge. Previously, the Divine Position Academy had looked down on such things. They thought you weren't worthy. Is that all? Don't think you're the only strong one. I'm not afraid of damage either. Ouyang let out a cold laugh. I've seen your battles and know how you fight. Now let me show you mine. He shouted loudly, drawing a knife and fiercely slashing at Lin Chen. Crack! Lin Chen stood still, allowing the blade to sink into his shoulder. The knife blade pierced deep into Lin Chen's scapula, but he didn't even flinch. At this moment, the damage was returned to Ouyang 20-fold. Lin Chen grabbed the back of the knife and pressed it down against his wound. How's that? Does it hurt? You did this to yourself. Good thing you didn't aim for my neck. If it had been aimed at his neck, the outcome would likely have been decided. Ouyang was only level 25, and the difference between them wasn't far, both being within the first turn. If he could withstand such damage, it would be a miracle. However, Lin Chen truly witnessed a miracle. Blood flowed down Ouyang's shoulder, but he seemed completely unfazed. Moreover, Lin Chen noticed that the damage Ouyang sustained didn't seem like a 20-fold rebound. What's going on? Lin Chen, do you think you're the only one with a strong body? Mine is just as strong. I'm also unkillable, ha 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 ha. Lin Chen forcefully twisted the knife blade, almost dislocating his own arm. The opponent clearly felt the damage, and the pain forced him to withdraw the knife, clutching his arm as he stepped back. However, the wound on Ouyang was healing rapidly, visibly so. Lin Chen was taken aback. Wasn't his talent unique? Did Ouyang also possess rapid recovery abilities? Moreover, the opponent seemed undeterred by pain. Ouyang even punched his own wound. Come on, with just this little damage, a real man wouldn't even frown. The target was obvious. Lin Chen could sense the opponent's confidence, as if he had come prepared. Wait, something seemed off. This person's class was a puppeteer. So why was he only attacking with his physical body? Was this not his true form? At this point, Lin Chen had to be more cautious. But can a puppeteer control puppets without being present? If this was just a puppet, what was the purpose of the Divine Class Academy? Was it merely to vent frustration? That seemed unlikely. If that were the case, Lin Chen wouldn't need to risk his life to win, as the gap wasn't that significant. A basic spell stacked 5 layers would be enough to defeat the opponent, which was also the limit for an ordinary enchanter. Suddenly, Lin Chen felt a small flame flickering at the base of his right hand. He realized that this was not just a puppet, but a magical creature. The opponent was using a magical creature to test him, wanting to know if Lin Chen truly had means to deal with the demon race. No wonder they were so serious about this low-level confrontation. On the surface, it seemed like a matter of finding a venue and competing for women, among other sordid affairs. But in reality, they were being quite thoughtful. They began to suspect that Lin Chen indeed had ways to deal with the demon race. In that case, Lin Chen couldn't extinguish the magical creature with the small flame. That was a secret. However, the opponent couldn't just keep attacking blindly, right? He was a puppeteer. Wouldn't such reckless fighting reveal issues? This was the National Class Academy. Wouldn't Ji Wuyo notice the problem and speak up? Just as Lin Chen was pondering this, Ouyang indeed changed his strategy, suddenly releasing 3 puppets. Now this was a puppeteer. It looked a bit more normal, but Lin Chen certainly couldn't risk his life to bind the puppets, could he? It seems you haven't witnessed the power of my spells, Ice Spike. Lin Chen began to accumulate magic, while the 3 puppets started their assault, and Lin Chen simultaneously used wind manipulation to maneuver. After 2 rounds of circling, the ice spike had stacked to the 6th layer, then the 7th layer. Lin Chen seized the opportunity, suddenly charging forward recklessly, getting hit by the 3 puppets. But he didn't dodge at all. He braced himself against the attacks and closed in on Ouyang, launching an ice spike that struck not the main target, but this puppet could definitely control the others. The 7 layers of ice spikes approached the forbidden spell, but the opponent was not a real person, just a puppet. If a puppet could withstand damage, it would be much stronger than a human. At least you could choose powerful materials. What Lin Chen wanted was not to directly damage the puppet, but to freeze and restrict it. In just a moment of freezing, Lin Chen rushed over, grabbed the opponent's head with his hand, then quietly flicked a small flame at the opponent's head before retreating. At this moment, Lin Chen was not in a hurry to do anything else, still continuing to maneuver. Since the power used was not great, it was like a small trick. Lin Chen knew that this flame was very effective against magical creatures, but it couldn't be immediately effective, so he patiently controlled the dosage, allowing the opponent to merely imagine they had taken some damage. After a few exchanges, Lin Chen kept getting hit, as if he couldn't fight back. The watching students were astonished. They never dreamed Lin Chen would be so one-sidedly beaten. Impossible, he can even defeat second transformation opponents. How can he not handle someone of similar strength? That's a bit too much. Maybe he was lucky before? Come on, let me see you get lucky a few times. These are all experts from the Divine Academy. Then how do you explain this? Everyone was confused at first. Surely Lin Chen couldn't be continuously on the defensive? The truth was he could only be on the defensive. Attacking the puppet was meaningless. Only attacking the main opponent could lead to victory, and the main opponent was surprisingly not on stage. This was ridiculous. Lin Chen couldn't waste energy hitting a few puppets. If this continued, he was likely to lose, and the faces of the National Academy people grew increasingly grim. Those who had just been cheering were now silent. The Divine Academy was still strong. After a brief entanglement, Lin Chen suddenly retreated to the side, dodging an attack and shouting, "Pause. I protest that my opponent is cheating." Ji Wuyo also sensed something was off and looked puzzled at the Divine Academy side. Over there, Director Feng and Dean Ouyang exchanged glances, seemingly puzzled as well. How did Lin Chen recognize that they were cheating? The key was this: how did Lin Chen deal with the demon race? So many people here hadn't noticed the problem, yet only he had seen it. This was the answer they wanted today. As for the duel, it was inconsequential. The Divine Academy wanted reputation, but the demon race did not. Director Gu, according to the rules, our side can pause for an inspection, right? Let's see, but you'd better really find a problem, otherwise, it would mean you can't take a loss. Ji Wuyo ignored him and jumped into the arena to stop the fight. Separating both sides, Ji Wuyo asked Lin Chen, why do you say your opponent is cheating? Because my spell stacked to the 7th layer, and hitting him had no effect, he must be cheating. Is it possible that his defense is very strong? Not possible. Who doesn't know the power of a 7-layer stack? He can't possibly withstand it. The crowd erupted in an uproar, and the students exchanged glances, looking incredulous. Director Feng of the Divine Academy stood up and said, you need evidence when you speak. If it's just based on this, it probably lacks persuasion. Just because you can't hit someone, does that mean they can't be strong? This was the reasoning. If Lin Chen could stack 7 layers of spells, could he not allow the opponent to also be a genius capable of withstanding his 7 layers? Moreover, logically speaking, 7 layers shouldn't even be able to withstand a puppet. So what kind of reason was that? Thus, the opponent, Ouyang, began to mock. If you can't win, just admit defeat. It's so embarrassing to come back with a retort at the end. The students from the National Academy felt deeply ashamed. They hadn't expected this, as they had been full of anticipation before. They all felt Lin Chen had disappointed them, while only the 5 major clubs remained calm. Lin Chen didn't care about any of this. He noticed that Ouyang was swaying a bit. It seemed that the small flame's earlier strike had taken effect, albeit slowly, and now it needed a little more time. He then said, are you brave enough to let us check? What do you want to check? You must be carrying something prohibited on you, otherwise, how could you possibly withstand my attack? If everyone could bring unlimited equipment to duel, then anyone could be formidable, right? Fine, check away. To his surprise, the other party agreed. Ji Wuyo stepped forward. I'll do it. I hope this student from the Divine Academy will cooperate. Lin Chen watched as Ji Wuyo went to check, feeling puzzled that Ji Wuyo didn't seem to find anything amiss. He was really starting to check if Ouyang had any prohibited items, yet he didn't feel that Ouyang himself was problematic. Lin Chen became more certain that they were using Ouyang to test him, to see how he dealt with the demon race. This matter was extremely important, more so than any honor of the Divine Academy. Ji Wuyo found nothing special and turned back to Lin Chen with a glance. You won't let the National Academy lose face today, will you? At that moment, Ouyang suddenly tilted and fainted right there on the ground. Well, now the duel was interrupted, and the people from the Divine Academy rushed over. The principal, Ouyang, was the first to pick up his son and wanted to leave, but Ji Wuyo was not someone to be easily fooled. He stepped forward to block them, leaving like this isn't right, others might think we attack secretly. Director Ji, this time we were negligent. It must be a recurrence of my son's old illness. We need to clarify the situation. This is the National Academy. Although you are from the Divine Academy, if you don't respect us like this, I won't agree. After all, a challenge isn't an ordinary matter. Ji Wuyo couldn't just let them leave without reason, otherwise, where would the National Academy's face be? You say you want to fight, then you want to leave, isn't that a provocation? Although the National Academy was indeed inferior to the Divine Academy, causing a scene like this was trampling on the National Academy's dignity, which they couldn't accept. Just because you are a rank above doesn't mean you can disregard face, one must have principles. Lin Chen also stepped in, saying, the Divine Academy's actions are unreasonable. We had agreed on a duel beforehand, and since the outcome hasn't been decided, you want to take someone away? That's cheating. What if he was the one I just injured? There was honor involved. The victor of the duel certainly earned honor. Their behavior of wanting to take someone away as soon as they fell was undermining fair combat, which was cheating. Ji Wuyo had some emotional intelligence, while Lin Chen directly accused the other side of cheating. If they took someone away like this, it wasn't a duel anymore, it was an attempt to unilaterally attack someone, and if they were at a disadvantage, it didn't count. Ouyang, put him down. Director Gu spoke up. In a duel between the two academies, once someone is on the field, we must follow the agreed-upon duel process. We can't just say to stop, either we clarify the situation on the spot. It seemed that the Divine Academy wasn't entirely united. Director Gu cared about face. Although Lin Chen's words were harsh, weren't they true? I knocked someone down on stage, and you jump out to say it doesn't count. Who would dare to believe in your fairness in the future? Because of the life and death stakes, Lin Chen knocking someone down or even killing them was his honor. Moreover, the defeated side couldn't be held accountable because it was agreed beforehand to seek a victor. With Director Gu's intervention, Principal Ouyang ultimately put his son down. Whatever was said privately was fine, but in such a public setting, cheating was unacceptable, no matter how strong one was, even if it was the Divine Academy. Director Gu nodded and then turned to Ji Wuyo. let's all take a look and confirm the outcome. The Divine Academy isn't one that can't afford to lose, but regardless of win or lose, we must ensure that everyone is convinced. This seemed to be directed at Principal Ouyang as well. As a vice president, it is indeed inappropriate to act on a whim, as it undermines credibility. Ji Wuyo nodded and stepped forward to investigate. Since the incident just happened after my inspection, I need to clarify the situation, otherwise, others might think I tampered with it. You may not care about your reputation, but I do. He also mocked President Ouyang, who could only grit his teeth in silence. Meanwhile, Director Feng behind him was completely unconcerned with the matter. She was only watching Lin Chen. At this moment, Lin Chen was not one to shy away from trouble. He definitely has a problem. My attack can't even be withstood by a second-tier divine position. What gives him the right? You say he has talent, then fine. What is this talent? What logic is there that makes him unafraid of my skills? Why should a level 20 freshman be feared? President Ouyang retorted coldly, and Lin Chen simply pointed at him. Then as the president, can you withstand my skill? What can't I? If I can withstand it, won't you just shut up? Fine, if you can withstand it, I won't doubt you. Otherwise, your duel partner definitely did something. It was getting increasingly ridiculous. As the president, how could he possibly engage in a physical confrontation with a freshman in public? President Gu scolded, "Shut up, Ouyang, why do you need to argue with a child over such matters?" President Ouyang fell silent again, and Lin Chen felt regretful. What a pity for this opportunity. He believed that even someone at the vice president level would find it challenging to withstand 7 layers of skill stacking. At the very least, it wouldn't be that easy. Unfortunately, this opportunity couldn't be forced, and as a junior, he couldn't keep making a scene. Otherwise, it would indeed make the other party seem magnanimous. So Lin Chen shifted the topic back to Ouyang Ji. He must have a problem. If he wasn't carrying something that undermines fairness, he might not even be the real person. Anyone would be unable to withstand my skills. Oh, Ji Wuyo suddenly froze, pressing her hand against Ouyang Ji's chest. President Ouyang couldn't stop it in time, and Ouyang Ji suddenly poofed away. Such a large person suddenly turned into a tiny doll, just the shape of a person, palm-sized, and it was hard to see its features. It was a bit rough and blurry, but the material was evidently exquisite. Ji Wuyo was also startled. What is going on? The others from the Divine Position Academy also changed their expressions dramatically, and even President Gu turned pale. Lin Chen had been prepared. He noticed that the expressions of the two people, President Ouyang and Director Feng, didn't change much. In an instant, the situation became clear. Both sides were at a loss for words, and the atmosphere became quite awkward, prompting Lin Chen to speak up to break the tension. This is a doll. Where is the person? This matter is a negligence on our part at the Divine Position Academy. Let's settle it here. President Gu decisively stated, feeling that the longer this dragged on, the worse it would be. Ji Wuyo also didn't want to get into a deadlock with the Divine Position Academy. Then what does President Gu think should be done to settle this? The Divine Position Academy owes you an explanation. This matter will be compensated later, and it ends here. The students from the National Position Academy were all dumbfounded. This situation could not continue any longer. Ji Wuyo nodded. All right, the Divine Position Academy owes us one. At this moment, Lin Chen was already picking up the dolls around him. The few dolls released by Ouyang Ji had also turned into tiny dolls, models like figurines, following the disappearance of the real Ouyang Ji. Hey, this is my duel. I haven't said anything yet. You all need to give me that doll too. Lin Chen recognized that Ouyang Ji's doll was not simple. He was not satisfied with just picking up these few. President Gu immediately said, this matter also counts as the Divine Position Academy owing you, because we also need to investigate, so we can't give it to you, but we can offer you a different reward. You can have whatever you want. Really, anything I want? Well, how about we discuss it and I compensate you with something? You can tell me what you want. This was a bit redundant. Lin Chen didn't know what to ask for, mainly because he wasn't sure what the Divine Institute had. Suddenly, Ji Wuyo said, they have an ancient shield at the Divine Institute. Since you like antiques, why not ask them for that? This matter can be settled. Ji Wuyo was truly a good supporter. Lin Chen looked at the old dean, who seemed to be in a dilemma for a moment. Alright, I'll have someone bring it to you later, and let's leave it at that. He waved his hand, and the people from the Divine Institute began to pack up and leave, while the National Institute was filled with boos. Some students didn't really know what was going on but joined in the booing anyway. The expression on Dean Ouyang's face was extremely unpleasant, but the only exception was Director Feng, who remained calm throughout. Once they left, the National Institute also dispersed, thinking there would be some excitement to watch. However, many students didn't realize that this was the biggest fun. Even if the Divine Institute lost, it couldn't compare to this amusement. because this was still a farce, reflecting the lack of seriousness of the Divine Institute. Upon returning, the Divine Institute would likely undergo a major restructuring, and Dean Ouyang would probably have to step down. In the lounge, Ji Wuyo was in a good mood. Lin Chen, I consider this helping you. That ancient shield is said to be able to withstand forbidden spells. You can consider it a wish fulfilled, since our National Institute doesn't have such deep roots. That doesn't count. A deal is a deal. I earned it myself. How can it not count? You shouldn't be too excessive. But that's just a legendary item, something left over from ancient times. Are you sure it can withstand forbidden spells? Also, let me help bring a young lady of wealth. That would be quite a burden. Your institute can't give nothing. Lin Chen was really bold to ask for that, and it was Ji Wuyo's fault. Because when he recruited Lin Chen, he wasn't very decisive, he only came as a special recruit. And Lin Chen had fought his way through all this, so it was indeed the National Institute that owed him. This was a failure on the part of the talent scout. Ji Wuyo had been interested in Lin Chen before. If he had managed to support Lin Chen all the way and treated him as a key talent, then Lin Chen wouldn't have had any reason to say these things today. His vision wasn't lacking, but unfortunately, it wasn't abundant either. Alright, let's wait for the Institute to discuss this matter. After all, the resources of the National Institute aren't solely decided by me. First, it has to satisfy me, and also, the qualification for leveling up doesn't count. Why doesn't it count? Do you think the permission to level up in the secret realm is so easy to obtain? Just because Linya is my sister. Ji Wuyo was left speechless. Lin Chen was right. He didn't need to bring up any leveling privileges. Because they had always existed, could the National Institute ignore Linya's need to level up? As long as Linya was in Lin Chen's team, such privileges would definitely be generously granted. So Lin Chen would absolutely not ask for this. Even if he didn't ask, it would be given. Ji Wuyo also felt the same way as the Divine Institute. This young man was truly difficult to deal with. There's one more thing, Dean Ji. As a puppeteer, is it possible for someone not to be present at the scene while the puppets are fighting? Ji Wuyo didn't want to tear his face with the Divine Institute, so he hadn't clarified things earlier. In fact, this was impossible. The fighting will of the puppets was a reflection of the puppeteer's will. If the puppeteer wasn't present, how could the puppets fight? If the puppets had their own fighting will, were they still puppets? Dean Ji, could this be one of the methods of the demon race mentioned in legends? Sigh, Lin Chen, the legends about the demon race in the Divine Institute have been around for a long time, not just today. They've been spread everywhere, but they are of no use. People just talk about it, and there is no evidence to prove it. This sounded like saying there were ghosts somewhere. In the end, it was just a rumor. Moreover, no matter how much it spreads, most people will not believe it, because ghosts are considered non-existent. Therefore, the matter of the demon race and the Clergy Academy has always been viewed as a conspiracy theory. The demon race is quite clever. You can spread rumors as you like, and I will help you spread even more exaggerated ones. Some rumors sound false at first, but when they spread too much, people get tired of hearing them and will not believe them in the future. I want to know, does Director G believe this? What does it matter if I believe it or not? Can it change anything? Director G, whether it can change or not is a different matter from whether you want to change it. If the demon race really exists, I don't need to say what the consequences would be. I know, everyone knows, but no one can change it. Ji Wuyo did not say whether he believed it or not, he only mentioned its usefulness, being more realistic. What does it matter if it's true or false? Can you change anything? Director G, they are after all the demon race. There are still gods in this world, can't we deal with them? Young man, do you think gods are necessarily good? Ji Wuyo surprised Lin Chen. He left that profound statement hanging and stopped there. Alright, let's not discuss this matter anymore. It's not something we should be discussing, simply because it's meaningless. After he finished speaking, he left, seemingly unconcerned about the matter. Lin Chen looked at Ji Wuyo's back, deep in thought. It seemed that not everyone was oblivious to certain things. It was just useless. All humans combined had no significance, crushed by the rules of hierarchy. The number of people meant nothing to the demon race. Ji Wuyo was not indifferent. He had seen through this oppressive relationship and did not indulge in any unrealistic fantasies. It was somewhat reminiscent of the ghosts from Lin Chen's previous life. If ghosts truly existed, they would be invincible. Because ghosts could possess and lead a person to kill another, regardless of who died, the ghost could switch to another person, and so on. Even if humanity had a few 100 billion more, they would all perish. This was a suppression from the rules. On the side of the Clergy Academy, a serious meeting was held first. The meeting did not decide anything because the director was absent, but serious discussions about the issues took place. After the meeting, Director Ouyang returned home, only to find Director Feng waiting at his house. Master, I did not handle this matter well. This is not your concern. Come with me, your son seems a bit off. The two entered Ouyang-ji's bedroom, where Ouyang-ji was rolling on the floor, laughing foolishly. At a glance, his intelligence seemed to have dropped by at least half. He could no longer be considered a normal person, and it was uncertain if he still had the ability to take care of himself. What happened? Master, Ji or he? He has suffered catastrophic brain damage. I still don't know what caused this damage. How could this happen? Wasn't he fine before? Could it be because of controlling the magical pet? Hard to say. This time, we couldn't determine if that Lin Chen has any issues. Seeing his usually excellent son in such a state, Director Ouyang was in tears. He had never lost composure like this during a meeting, just to test Lin Chen, and it ended up like this? Moreover, he had not even gleaned any results, and his son had become foolish. Was it because humans are ultimately not the demon race and cannot use soul control spells? Master, since you want to know that kid's background, why don't you take action yourself? No human can match the demon race. Director Ouyang had lost a son, and he truly could not understand. The demon race had a crushing advantage over humans. Why didn't the master take action to test? Even if killing Lin Chen was a trivial matter, he was just a newborn. If the demon race wanted to act, even he, as the director, could not escape. Are you teaching me how to do my job? Ah, I wouldn't dare, just curious. Jier's sacrifice is to be expected. Director Ouyang immediately became obedient. Even if he lost his son, he had to comply. Director Feng sneered, "You'd better not provoke this person, there's something off about him." What's the matter? He's just a freshman, without any background. Do you think an ordinary person can awaken twice on the divine altar? And 2 demon clans related to him have already been lost. Whether it's directly related to him is still unknown, so we must be cautious. In fact, Director Feng wasn't afraid of how powerful Lin Chen was, he was afraid of the divine. Various signs indicated that Lin Chen's relationship with the divine was different from that of ordinary people. Whether Lin Chen was alive or dead didn't matter much. If the matter of the demon clan was exposed through him, and the divine found out, that would be a big problem. So it wasn't that Lin Chen was powerful, but rather that they were afraid of disturbing the divine. In her eyes, it was akin to a dog relying on its master, which sounded a bit harsh but was fitting. A dog's combat power isn't strong, but why do they dare to be so fierce that even wild beasts fear them? That's because behind the dog is a person. If one gets entangled with the dog, the person behind it will take action. Of course, in reality, it wasn't quite like that. Director Feng was afraid that it might be like that. Then, Master, we can only use secular power. What do you mean? That Qin Xiao, can Lin Chen ignore him? We can pull him in just by relying on this girl, but right now our secular power can't handle it. That Long Core is protecting the Qin family, so we can't act. The Long family. You can take action. As for the Long family, I'll find a way. Lin Chen felt that Ji Wuya was trying to play tricks again, throwing a young lady over to him and not wanting to take responsibility. Was money really that important to a divine servant? In his room, Lin Chen instructed Enli, "From now on, you listen to my sister and level up with her." "No way, I'm here to be with you. What does it have to do with them?" "Leveling up. My level is higher than yours, so leveling up together would be very inefficient. We should all level up together when our levels are similar." Regardless of whether Enli agreed or not, Lin Chen had already handed her over to his sister. A newly promoted freshman at level 16 wanting to level up with someone at level 20? Since her family background was so strong, she could hire experts to practice with her. Why delay others? Lin Ya's attitude was different from her brother's. "Enli, you don't need to rush. You're only at level 16, there's plenty of time." Given the situation, Lin Chen's temper was unchangeable, and Enli had to give in. "Alright, but when I reach level 20, you have to level up with me." "What kind of talk is that? I have a girlfriend." "What are you thinking? With my family background, how could I possibly be interested in you?" "I'm just worried my girlfriend might misunderstand. I didn't mean anything by it, so don't get the wrong idea." While Ji Wuyo was coaxing, Lin Chen was being completely unreserved, and Enli wasn't angry. Her goal was Lin Chen. If she got upset with him, she just sneered, "Still a girlfriend? You two are still far from that. If things go on like this, it won't last long, and a person's fate is so humble." "Ah, brother, I'm taking her to rest." Seeing the situation was not good, Lin Ya quickly pulled Enli away since the two were sharing a room. It was Enli's choice to stay together. She had money, after all, being a young lady, and everyone had to cater to her. Once they left Lin Chen's room, Lin Ya slowed her pace. "Don't tell my brother about this." "What's wrong? Are you worried about your brother, afraid he'll be concerned?" "No, I know what you said. I won't pursue your identity, but at least for now, you have no ill intentions towards us, right?" and Lee turned her gaze to Linya, changing her expression, as expected of a seer. Linya didn't react much. Since that's the case, let's keep our distance. Seer, do you know why I came here? I can know, but right now I don't, because my brother told me that there's no need to know everything, so there are many things I haven't told him. He believes in his ability to solve things. Your brother is quite an interesting person. What difference does it make whether you know or not? As a prophet, you can't know everything, right? Can you even know about gods and demons? I don't know. The conversation between these two is quite intriguing. And Lee's implication is that can a prophet transcend gods and demons? And Linya's I don't know has two layers of meaning. The first is that she cannot predict matters concerning gods and demons. The second is more subtle. Linya's I don't know means she doesn't know whether she knows or not. Because Lin Chen had told her not to think about these things, that they shouldn't rely on any prophecy. If she wanted to know, would she be able to? She doesn't know. One can see the depth of the prophet's role. Linya, having never stepped outside her home since childhood, can speak like this. To anyone listening, it sounds ambiguous, but upon closer thought, it actually carries another layer of meaning. So do you know who I am? I can choose not to know. And Lee was also quite taken aback. No one had ever dared to speak to her like that before. But that's the way prophets speak, and she wasn't a hot-tempered person. She smiled and said, let's go. I hope we can catch up to your brother's level soon, although that seems unlikely now. Lin Chen was unaware of the encounter between his sister and Lee. He was also planning his own leveling strategy, needing to reach the second transition as soon as possible. Once he reached the second transition, he would have more leeway to deal with the demon race. Today's events were entirely a test from the demons. Lin Chen could guess why they were testing him. They were afraid that the gods would notice them. If it weren't for their concerns, the demon race would have already come knocking. Lin Chen's two performances on the divine altar had made the demons wary, once when he helped his sister awaken, and once when he obliterated Changqing's human identity. The demons couldn't help but think more deeply about it. In this world, the only thing they truly feared was the gods. The gods were a force they couldn't ignore. They dared not act recklessly against humans precisely because of the gods' existence. However, one mustn't think that the gods are inherently good, they merely serve as a balance. I need to level up on my own. I can't keep following Linya and the others. Let all the attention focus on me, so Linya can be safe. Perfect, Dean Ji has given me permission. I can choose any secret realm in the divine domain. Lin Chen made his plans. Clearly, everything he just said to Lee was a lie. He never intended to keep leveling with the team, nor could he, because if someone wanted to deal with Lin Chen, they would look for his weaknesses. The closer someone was to him, the more dangerous it became. Linya was safe enough with the protection of the National Vocational Academy. Lin Chen had to stand out more and more. The next day, Lin Chen got up early to level up. Now he was practicing separately from the team. Outside the key divine domain for the second transition at the National Vocational Academy, elite second transition students from the academy had gathered. Although they couldn't compare to the Divine Vocational Academy, the second transition elites from the National Vocational Academy were still quite powerful, at least stronger than those scattered outside. Most people were still concentrated outside, primarily from the 5 major associations. This divine domain was already close to the third transition. It wasn't a place for newcomers. Therefore, only the elite gathered here. Even among the 5 major associations, they were few and far between. At this moment, they saw Lin Chen flash by. Ah, is that Lin Chen? Who wouldn't recognize someone so famous? What, does he dare to come to this leveling ground? No, the level here is too high. What's the efficiency of a level 20 coming here? Is he just going to chop small monsters one by one? Look at him showing off. I hope he doesn't die in there. Leveling for divine practitioners is never absolutely safe. After all, this is combat, and it can be deadly. But knowing one's limits is a prerequisite for survival. As long as one chooses a divine domain suitable for their level, leveling shouldn't be a big issue. Occasionally challenging yourself beyond your level is something many people have done. Young people, after all, love to take risks, but you can't always level up through such challenges. As the saying goes, if you often stand by the river, how can you avoid getting your shoes wet? If you want to avoid this danger, then don't walk by the river. If you're taking risks even in your daily leveling, the chances of dying will be very high. Lin Chen, however, paid no attention to what they were saying, pretending not to see them, and entered alone. What? He's going in alone without a team? Oh my god, we, the second transformation players, still need to team up to level up in this divine realm. Just showing off, thinking he's so impressive. Let's not say that. At least he gave our National Academy director some face. Anyway, there were all kinds of comments, but one thing was clear, a first transformation newcomer acting like this was too ostentatious. Outside the divine realm, all the elite second transformation players were gathered, all around level 40. Leveling up in this place was still quite challenging, and to avoid such dangers, teaming up was a significant skill. In this situation, a first transformation newcomer going in alone. Was he mocking them? Lin Shen didn't care what they thought and headed straight for the leveling area he had chosen. He's heading towards the graveyard. Ah, he's looking for excitement. That place is a paradise for undead creatures. I remember he fought a vampire last time, right? That was a different secret realm, just a vampire count. This time he might encounter a prince. He's quite tough. Anyway, he can run out by himself. Let him try. The elite second transformation seniors clearly didn't think Lin Shen could level up normally. But now they knew a bit about Lin Shen, understanding that he could take a hit, so there was a high probability he could hold on. Even if he couldn't, he could summon help. At least he wouldn't die before the rescue team arrived. But it would still be quite embarrassing. All of them were in their 20s or 30s in levels, each one a boss for a first transformation newcomer. That would be quite difficult. Although Lin Shen had dealt with level 40 creatures, there were just too many here. It was easy to take on one, but if he pushed himself too hard, it would be better to choose a place with more monsters and lower level creatures. The seniors all had their own leveling insights. It's not always better to go higher. The time it takes to defeat a high-level monster could clear a whole group of low-level ones, which is more efficient. So, young people just love to show off. Lin Shen was heading straight for the undead creature area, with vampires being the most prominent among them. Because there would be a lot of experience, the concern was getting stuck inside and wasting time, which wouldn't be worth it. System prompt: you are entering the graveyard area ahead, please team up to enter. Lin Shen directly ignored the system warning and charged in alone. At that moment, a figure appeared in the air behind him, shrouded in a faint golden light, flickering in and out of visibility. Seemingly sensing something, Lin Shen turned around and saw the figure. Who is it? Lin Shen was taken aback. This person didn't enter through the divine realm entrance. Could it be a demon? It seemed only gods and demons could enter secret realms at will, without needing any entrance. Then the figure disappeared, leaving Lin Shen stunned, rubbing his eyes. It can't be an illusion. They must be targeting me. Perfect. Isn't this what I hoped for? This place is just right. Come on, this is the perfect place to get things done. Lin Shen smiled and quickly slipped into the nearby dense forest. He wasn't without the ability to confront demons because he had the little flame with him, which seemed to be the nemesis of demons. But fundamentally, it was still Lin Shen's vitality. It would be hard for demons to kill him. At this point, Lin Shen couldn't just keep avoiding. He had to give the demons some opportunities. After he disappeared, the figure in the air reappeared, and it turned out to be In Li. She looked down from the sky, her big eyes shining with golden light, as if she could see where Lin Shen was. Will he really not affect the order? There's still a trace of the demon clan on him. Interesting. Has he colluded with the demon clan? No matter what, we must first retrieve father's remains. But this kid is truly troublesome. He doesn't even abide by the rules of the gods. The demon clan probably won't gain much from him. Underestimating him could lead to great losses. She was now well hidden among the clouds, as if she could walk on air. For the first time, I'm being so cautious around humans. It seems I was right. She murmured, but foolish humans, do you really think the gods can't see you? No one could discern anything from her expression. She appeared incredibly pure, devoid of desires. But it was clearly an act. She wanted something from Lin Shen. And Li, where are you? At that moment, a voice floated from afar. It was Lin Ya's voice. She glanced again at the direction Lin Shen had left, turned around, and said, there's something off about this brother and sister. They don't seem like siblings at all, but rather like people from two different worlds. Why do I have such a strange feeling? Murmuring in confusion, and Li left the secret realm. Meanwhile, Lin Shen had just poked his head out from the bushes below. Gone? It doesn't seem like it's the demon clan. The little flame didn't react. Why do I feel like this figure is somewhat familiar? Could it be that director phone? No, the posture isn't that mature. Speaking of which, if the demon clan wanted to come, they should be able to enter here, right? Lin Shen turned around and continued deeper into the forest, suddenly feeling the flame mark on his palm flicker. Then he stopped, looking in a certain direction. What's this? Are there also demon creatures in here? This complicates things. Has the National Vocational Academy also been infiltrated by the demon clan? Even if it has, it's quite normal. The Divine Vocational Academy has already been infiltrated. So what's the National Vocational Academy? It all depends on whether the demon clan values you. One can only say it's fortunate they fear the existence of the gods. Lin Chen passed through a graveyard, and the first thing that emerged was a sea of skeletons. He didn't want to get entangled with these minor characters, but the problem was that the skeletons were numerous. Given enough time, they wouldn't be any weaker than a million half-beast army, making them quite troublesome. For leveling up, Lin Chen's efficiency in fighting them wasn't high. Unless he had area damage spells, it was better not to engage them. So Lin Chen's tactic was to go around, using the puppets he had just acquired to lure monsters. These puppets were dropped by Ouyang, and Lin Chen wouldn't control them, he just released them to attract monsters. That was enough. Lin Chen moved deeper into the graveyard. His thought was that the demon clan would definitely test him again, and it would be best to use the methods the demonists had used last time, which was to control the monsters with demonic souls. Once Lin Chen killed the controlled monsters, the demon clan would surely suffer significant losses. This was the time to deal with the demon clan, a lesson learned from the demonists. Deep within the graves, there were numerous active corpse demons. These creatures were a level above skeletons and zombies, and there were quite a few of them. However, Lin Chen still wasn't interested because they were still too weak. At the very least, the demon clan shouldn't be able to possess them with demonic souls. But at the center of the countless active corpse demons, Lin Chen sensed a presence of vitality. What's going on? In a place filled with death energy, there can still be such vitality? Lin Chen himself was a being of strong vitality, so he was particularly clear about this perception. It felt somewhat like kin. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but out of curiosity, Lin Chen decided to charge in and take a look. To charge in, the first thing he encountered was, of course, the floating corpse demons. Although these monsters were the most suitable targets for a first-level kill, Lin Chen still dealt with them as he pushed forward, continuously casting low-intensity spells to rush in. If he encountered a boss or something, he would kill it. That was Lin Chen's way of leveling up. Wild Monster Corpse Demon King Level B Rank Level 20 Talent Evasion, Soul Type Innate Attributes, Extremely Fast Movement Speed. Skills Negative Curse, Slow, Aging. Fighting monsters of the same level is a normal way to level up, but if done normally, it would be very slow. This is why many students do not reach the second transition by graduation. As the saying goes, no one gets rich without a windfall, and horses don't get fat without night grass. Students who level up quickly do not use conventional methods, they fight monsters of higher levels. This is not just Lin Chen's specialty, many elite students from various academies can do this. When the Corpse Demon Kings appeared, there were 10 of them, and Lin Chen felt it was time to take action. Life Exchange, Divine Chain Binding. Life Exchange, Hell's Whale. With his talent activated, Lin Chen instantly bound 10 Corpse Demon Kings. At the same time, the Corpse Demon Kings cast curses on Lin Chen, applying various slow and aging effects on him. However, Lin Chen's vitality was strong, and these curses had no effect on him. This place was most suitable for Holy Knights, as they had a significant damage bonus against these creatures. Lin Chen did not stop his steps and quickly cast spells. Ice Spike, Wind Blade. All the spells were directed at himself, and he was pierced by ice spikes, while the wind blades left scars on his body. The bound Corpse Demon Kings fared worse, they endured damage 20 times that of Lin Chen. Thus, Lin Chen leisurely walked into this deadly area. Actually, it was quite alright. In a place where the Corpse Demon Kings roamed, there were no small monsters wandering around, making it relatively quiet. What was uncomfortable was that there was no sign of life in this area, not even grass, which had long since withered. However, in such a place, at the very center of this dead zone, a patch of green unexpectedly appeared. A small tree emerged there. It was not large, easily grasped with one hand. Lin Chen stopped, looking at this thing that had a vitality similar to his own, while simultaneously ending the lives of these Corpse Demon Kings. As he strolled leisurely, the 10 Corpse Demon Kings turned to ashes. What a cute little tree, it would make a nice stick. Lin Chen approached to pull out the small tree, but at that moment, the ground began to tremble. Another new monster appeared, a cloaked figure standing beside the small tree. Who dares to intrude upon my training ground? Wild Monster Necromancer Level S Rank Level 40 Talent Control the Undead, manipulate the undead to attack. Skills Curse Type, Summoning Type, Poison Type. Lin Chen found this level somewhat acceptable. He had fought such opponents before, but this one had quite a few skills. It was very exaggerated. He had never seen a wild monster with so many skills. It seemed to possess high intelligence, and according to the setting of the Divine Realm, monsters with high intelligence were top tier, regardless of their current level. Could this one also be immortal? Lin Chen was curious, compared to him, whose immortality was stronger. However, like many other undead beings, it was not truly unkillable, they simply revived continuously. This type of immortality was different from Lin Chen's mode, and this necromancer, beneath its tattered robe, was a pile of bones. Give me that tree. You wish. That is the source of my life. If I give it to you, where will my life be? Oh, so it can absorb vitality. Then Lin Chen was even more eager to obtain it. These undead beings operated differently from Lin Chen, but that tree was the same. The problem was that as long as the tree did not die, the necromancer would not die either. Come forth, skeleton warrior. Suddenly, 5 skeletons emerged from the ground around them, shining with golden light, and they were also level 40. Clearly, these were not the same as the skeletons outside. It seemed that this necromancer could cultivate on its own. The level of the skeleton summoning technique was originally not high, but the golden skeletons obviously surpassed the levels of other skeletons. This was another anomaly in the divine realm, something that was uncontrollable. For example, this necromancer can cultivate on his own. If the monsters here are not cleared for a long time, it's very likely that a boss will emerge that the students cannot handle. But I guess the Academy is aware of this and will definitely come to check periodically. Life Exchange, Divine Chain Binding, Focus. Life Exchange, Hell's Whale. Life Exchange, Gravitational Bind. Lin Chen unleashed all his talent skills, and the Divine Chain Binding focused entirely on the necromancer. Because everything is controlled by this necromancer, capturing him would resolve everything. Those golden skeletons could be ignored. Even if they were level 40, they couldn't kill Lin Chen. At least the necromancer would die first. What if they were level 40? Even if thousands more came, it would be useless. Lin Chen bound the mage, and as long as these skeletons attacked him, the first to die would likely be the necromancer. Once the necromancer died, these skeletons would lose control, so all of this was an illusion. Even if their numbers reached 1,000,000, it wouldn't affect the outcome. In the next moment, Lin Chen charged forward, braving the golden skeleton's blade towards the necromancer. Ah! The blade struck Lin Chen, but the necromancer began to wail in agony. A few level 40 golden skeletons couldn't stop Lin Chen. He rushed forward and grabbed the necromancer. At this moment, Lin Chen was also troubled about how to kill this guy, as he was just a skeleton. He. You can't kill me. As long as I have life force, I will live. Is that so? Lin Chen tore open the necromancer's robe, revealing the skeleton frame inside. This posture was truly hard to describe. Lin Chen was pressing down on the necromancer in a rather unseemly manner. If it were a beautiful woman, it would be fine, but unfortunately, it was just a skeleton. After observing for a moment, Lin Chen really didn't know how to proceed. Should he dismantle this skeleton? In the next moment, the necromancer began to dismantle himself. He grabbed one of his own ribs and pulled it out. Come on, die before me, bone spike. That bone transformed into a long bone spike, piercing directly through Lin Chen. Lin Chen laughed. You're seeking your own death. No matter how you attack, you will die before me. There's no chance. He had already focused on the necromancer, and it was a contest of who would die first. The damage Lin Chen took was reflected 200 times on the necromancer. Could he withstand it? Sure enough, the necromancer let out a painful wail, and Lin Chen stumbled and fell to the ground. There was no need to do anything. Just lying on the ground allowed the enemy to attack. But the necromancer could no longer attack, while Lin Chen was rapidly recovering, visibly growing stronger. Lin Chen pulled out the bone spike, which transformed into a strange piece of bone. Congratulations, you have obtained the necromancer's bone. This is the foundation of the necromancer, a noble artifact. Was that it? Lin Chen got up and looked towards the necromancer. The pile of bones had scattered. He didn't expect the essence to be on this bone, which had now shrunk into something resembling a small spear. Looking around, the few level 40 golden skeletons had disappeared. Is this something like puppet manipulation? Lin Chen didn't know puppet manipulation, but controlling skeletons should be similar. The few golden skeletons were likely specially cultivated by the necromancer. Perhaps the spell used was on this bone. Lin Chen picked up the bone and waved it. Summon skeleton. Boom! A golden skeleton emerged from the ground, appearing before Lin Chen with claws bared. This necromancer is considered a wild monster by the divine domain system, yet he can cultivate spells on his own and enhance skeleton summoning. Unfortunately, this thing is mine now. It can also be used as a puppet technique. Lin Chen was quite satisfied but suddenly froze. Why didn't the system announce it? This shouldn't be the first kill, right? Logically, no one has killed this thing before. Perhaps the Academy experts who came to inspect didn't notice this place? After all, this isn't the center of the graveyard. It's normal not to pay attention. So how much experience did I actually gain? It can't be that I didn't get any experience. Lin Chen quickly opened his system panel. Name, Lin Chen, Occupation, Life Exchange Master, Mage, Level 23, First Transition, Talent, Divine Chain. As the level increases, the number of targets that can be bound increases. Currently, the number of bindable targets, 23. Undead Battle Body, after exchanging lives, can trigger the undead spirit, permanently increasing physical and mental strength. Also possesses the ability to focus damage, concentrating all damage from bound targets onto one person. Shared life and death, reverse binding can bind one ally, completely bearing the damage taken by that ally. Skill, Hell Whale, pain and damage suffered by the body will increase by 23 times on the target. The multiplier for pain and damage increases with level. Skill, Night Eye Exploration, can detect dangers within 650 meters outside the body, range increases with level. Skill, Gravity Confinement, manipulate gravity within 60 meters, with a gravity intensity of 50 times one's own, can confine enemies, multiplier range increases with level. Skill, Equivalent Exchange, sacrifice a part of the body to gain 1 hour of invulnerability. This skill can be used when controlled. Skill, all skills of an A-class mage. Physical strength, 7. 9%, mental strength, 7. 9%. What the hell, I actually gained so much experience, instantly leveling up to 23, and the system didn't give any notification. Lin Chen realized that he might have accidentally entered an unexpected area in the divine domain again. The development of the divine domain always has bugs. This is a normal phenomenon. Generally, during maintenance, these things are removed. Maintenance has to be done periodically because the divine domain changes, and the monsters change too. According to Lin Chen's understanding, these monsters come from another world. They can also possess intelligence. For example, this necromancer can cultivate by himself and is currently level 40, but that might not be the case in a few years. The main purpose of maintenance is to prevent students from encountering these unexpected events and to avoid accidents. But the reason why unexpected events are unexpected is that they are hard to guard against, so the Academy must have quite a few oversights. According to the Divine Domain map, the strength of the monsters may no longer be what it was before. This place at least wasn't checked. Fortunately, it was Lin Chen who came. Not bad at all. I guess the higher the intelligence level, the more experience gained, right? The unexpected exceeded the system's judgment, and the experience exploded a bit. Goodness, the experience Lin Chen gained in one go was what others would take months of hard work to obtain. Unfortunately, such places that exceed the system's judgment are rare, and he didn't know where else there might be. Lin Chen raised that bone again and pointed at the golden skeleton. Collect. The golden skeleton disappeared. It turned out the necromancer was this bone. Lin Chen happily stored the bone away and looked at the small tree beside him. It was very small, just the right size for a stick. Men have a strong obsession with sticks, and Lin Chen took out his dagger, ready to chop the tree. After chopping for a while, he found that this tree couldn't be cut down because one stroke couldn't break it, and then the small tree quickly recovered. It can actually do the same as me? At this moment, the small flame at the base of his thumb began to flicker again. It was indeed because of this, not the demon race. Lin Chen thought for a moment, stepped forward, and reached out to grab the small tree, trying to uproot it. The soil was pulled up, but unexpectedly, the root system of this small tree was so large that Lin Chen couldn't completely uproot it. However, if he let go, the small tree would grow back, and he couldn't take it away like this. Lin Chen had a flash of inspiration and let the small flame emerge. Since there was a reaction, he would use this. In an instant, the small flame climbed onto the little tree, starting to burn along the trunk, all the way down to the roots. The small flame kept burning, while the little tree kept growing, and the two sides miraculously reached a balance. The roots were completely burned away, the crown was gone, and the little tree had turned into a stick. But at this point, the small flame could no longer burn further. Lin Chen watched as the small flame crawled back to his palm, while the little tree could no longer grow back. He waved it around, it felt quite handy. Just now, the vitality of the flame and the little tree had been in conflict, both sides engaged in a counterattack. Whatever the flame burned, the little tree grew back, and no one else could take this away. But in Lin Chen's hand, he felt a special connection with this stick. Grow! Lin Chen shook the stick, and it actually grew longer. Short! The next moment, the stick shrank back, turning into a short stick. This thing was indeed fun. Could this vitality be controlled at will, or was it that Lin Chen's vitality was of a higher level than the little tree's, making the little tree obey him? It was hard to say. Lin Chen even thought about shrinking it to fit in his ear. However, an ear was clearly not a good place to put a stick, and Lin Chen didn't understand why someone would have such an idea. It was better to use it as an ordinary stick. In fact, Lin Chen didn't even know what it was useful for. It was just a more durable stick, perhaps with some powerful secrets of vitality. And Lin Chen also had the priesthood of a mage, so could this stick withstand forbidden spells? That was what interested Lin Chen the most. With such resilient vitality, it should be able to endure enchantments, right? Lin Chen thought and acted, immediately starting to enchant it right there. Moreover, as a test, he used fire-type spells to see if this stick could withstand them. Fireball. Lin Chen began to stack 1 layer, 2 layers, 3 layers. At first, it was quick, but the further he went, the greater the backlash he experienced. By the 5th layer, he had basically reached the limit of an ordinary person, which was also the peak for an enchanter under normal circumstances, but Lin Chen continued, reaching the 7th layer, a level that most enchanters could not withstand. He kept stacking. Lin Chen finally stacked the enchantment to the unprecedented 10th layer. Then he poured it all onto the stick. If it were any other material, it would have exploded in an instant. Can it hold up? Lin Chen cautiously looked at the stick. It actually showed no reaction. It worked. To withstand forbidden spells requires such powerful vitality. No wonder forbidden spells were prohibited. There was basically nothing in this world that could endure them. If it were me, if it could withstand it, would that mean my strength is on par with gods and demons? Lin Chen recalled his battle with Changqing. In fact, Changqing couldn't kill him. It was just that Changqing could suppress Lin Chen, using attacks to restrain his recovery. If only he had held on a bit longer to test his own strength. Only Lin Chen had such thoughts, others wouldn't dare even to get slightly injured. System alert, the Zombie King has appeared, teams in the Divine Realm should respond with caution. System alert, the Zombie King has appeared, teams in the Divine Realm should respond with caution. The system issued an alarm. Generally, such system notifications of random events were considered controllable and could be dealt with by student teams, and there would be generous rewards for defeating it. Lin Chen quickly checked the system information. The Zombie King had actually appeared in his area. Anything with a system alert should be considered the strongest monster in that divine realm. The earlier necromancer didn't count, that was an escape from system tracking. Now, this was arranged by the system for students, allowing the most elite students to fight it, and those lacking strength could quickly exit the area. Lin Chen checked, it was right by the graveyard, so he immediately packed his things and headed over. However, by the time he arrived, several teams had already gathered, coming from the 5 major guilds, discussing how to form a team to take down the boss. Lin Chen was in this area, and he had actually arrived later than them. Among the 5 major guilds, the elite members chosen were undoubtedly the most powerful students from the National Vocational College. Lin Chen saw that Niu Mu was among them. He had only interacted with Niu Mu before. Upon seeing Lin Chen approach, Niu Mu immediately said, "Lin Chen, do you want to join us and take down the big boss?" Before Lin Chen could respond, others chimed in. Why let him join? He's only at first transition, and this monster is nearly level 50. We don't want him dragging us down. Exactly, we need the best of the best from the National Vocational College. A single guild can't manage that, and he has fought at second transition, but this time we need second transition elites. He's a life exchanger, but this zombie has no life. How can he exchange? The objections were unanimous, and Niu Mu found it hard to continue because of the attribute issues. He had to be in this team since he was a holy knight, which was the most effective against undead creatures. As for Lin Chen, Niu Mu thought he was quite suitable because Lin Chen had an incredibly strong vitality. But some were right, it was indeed inconvenient to exchange lives with undead. In fact, Lin Chen's life exchange skills were not very effective against puppets and zombies. Even if a zombie was chopped into pieces, it could still live on. It's fine, I'm just here to watch and observe. Lin Chen didn't argue with them. In fact, he had no intention of fighting the Zombie King. The temporarily formed elite team no longer paid attention to Lin Chen and began discussing among themselves. The Zombie King has a strong recovery ability. Even if we chop it into pieces, it can reassemble, so we need to be ruthless. Niu Mu, you take the front. Let's see if your holy light works. It won't work. The Zombie King is immune to that. Holy light and holy water are ineffective here. Even the highest level monsters can't compare. But the Zombie King doesn't have many attack methods. It relies solely on physical attacks. What about corpse poison? With our team, how could we be afraid of corpse poison? A few of them began to strategize, knowing that the Zombie King had strong defenses but lacked offensive skills. Most of the chosen members were powerful and agile, so as long as they weren't caught by the Zombie King, it wouldn't be a problem. Once their arrangements were complete, they started moving into the mist ahead. There were a few other teams nearby, but most had never encountered such an airborne boss. This is the first time I've seen this situation. Is it serious? Do we need to notify the academy? No need. As long as the system has notified us, it's for the students to handle. Did you not see? The Zombie King is in that mist. It won't come out. Lin Chen understood. This was relatively safe as long as he didn't enter the mist. The mist wasn't too thick. Visibility was about 100 steps, which was quite manageable. However, being too far away made it hard to see, and since he hadn't joined their team, they were wary of him stealing the kill. Not long after, Lin Chen heard some commotion, the sound of spells being cast. But it only lasted a moment before the team that had gone in retreated. Damn it, our attack power isn't enough. That monster is immune to all spells and only takes physical damage, but its defense is incredibly thick. Everyone knew that spell attacks had the highest power when calculated by stats. Because mages typically focused solely on output, all their abilities were geared towards that, and their defensive strength couldn't compare to that of warriors. Warriors often had single target output that was harder than mages, and this was usually the case. However, it didn't rule out some warriors having very powerful area attack skills, though they were rare. If a monster is immune to spells, then it becomes very troublesome. The main firepower was from mages, and if their attacks were ineffective, the efficiency of taking down monsters would drop significantly, especially against zombies. Zombies are the strongest in defense among all monsters, making them very difficult to eliminate. Werewolves and vampires have top-notch recovery abilities, but they are no match for zombies. Ordinary zombies are hard to kill, and they feel no pain, making them the greatest nemesis for someone like Lin Chen, a life-exchanging master. Lin Chen relies on his powerful vitality to recover. Zombies don't even need to recover because they are already corpses. What should we do? We lack a physical class with strong attack power. Break their defenses. Spells aren't completely useless, we just need to reduce their resistance. We don't have any good support either. What do we do if we can't deal damage? Fortunately, the few of them had all their faculties intact, but they were helpless against the Zombie King. In this situation, the Ice Fairy from the Divine Office had a significant advantage because she was the most comprehensive ice mage, possessing resistance-reducing skills. No matter how high the ice resistance, she could lower it. Meanwhile, other teams mainly relied on support. Switch someone out, bring in a support with resistance reduction. The team adjusted again and charged in once more, but this time it took longer. In the end, they still failed and retreated. There was nothing they could do, the effect of resistance reduction wasn't enough. The students from the National Office were quite comprehensive, but they were not as excellent as those from the Divine Office in every aspect. For instance, someone might reduce resistance, but their attack power was still insufficient. This level of resistance reduction wasn't enough to eliminate the zombies quickly. If they grounded out slowly, the zombies would likely recover. Seeing them exhausted and at a loss, Lin Chen stepped forward and asked, "Can I go in and take a look?" "Don't cause trouble, zombies also suck blood. Don't go giving them blood packs." "But you're not going in, so why can't I?" The several teams were stunned. If they couldn't handle it, why couldn't Lin Chen go in? Lin Chen didn't want to argue further. "Are you going to keep fighting? If not, I'm going in. Don't waste time." "Ha, that Zombie King is level 45 and has an SSS talent. So what? Can't I just take a look?" "Fine, go ahead. Don't blame us if you die in there." They were too lazy to persuade him further. This team was likely the most elite among the National Office students, and the even more skilled ones were the teachers from the National Office. If they intervened, it would mean losing a training opportunity. Nyomu had a bit of goodwill towards Lin Chen since they had fought side by side before. "Lin Chen, how about I go in with you?" "No need, I can escape just fine." Lin Chen declined the help. In truth, having Nyomu assist wouldn't make much difference since their whole team was struggling. They watched as Lin Chen walked into the mist. At that moment, the high-level rescue team from the National Office was already prepared. Among the past students, there were elite members who remained at the school. These individuals were the backbone of the National Office, and they usually dealt with such tricky situations. If the students couldn't handle it, they would step in to resolve it. As for when they would graduate, it varied from person to person. People have different talents, some can train to a high level, but most level up slowly. Students wouldn't wait for you. In a place like the Divine Office, where there are many geniuses, the standards would be very high. In the National Office, most would graduate after their second transition because the academy couldn't afford to wait. "Hey, why did one person go in?" The rescue team, seeing this situation, didn't know whether to intervene. "The Zombie King is tough, even we can't take it down in a short time. How can one person go in? There are so many teams on site, didn't they stop him? Let's go in and take a look." The rescue team immediately entered the Divine Realm, inquiring about the gathered teams outside the mist. After asking about the situation, the rescue team finally understood who was inside. "It's Lin Chen. Isn't he only first transition? Isn't he too confident? And how can a zombie exchange lives? It's an undead creature, Captain. Should we go in and stop him? Let's wait and talk later." To be reasonable, we only intervene when students ask for help. Fighting monsters and leveling up is inherently dangerous, so the rescue team cannot arbitrarily stop. Monsters are meant to challenge students. If you're afraid of dying, why fight monsters? Therefore, there are strict regulations in this regard. Lin Chen, who entered the mist, quickly found the Zombie King. The Zombie King looked very robust, clad in shining armor. What he thought would be a disgusting image turned out to be quite imposing. Lin Chen was unsure if the Zombie King had its own consciousness. He first poked the Zombie King with a stick, and the Zombie King let out a roar and lunged at him. Just barely dodging, Lin Chen confirmed that this Zombie King was not very agile. No wonder that team could still run away. But Lin Chen came in to try his hand at battle. Wild Monster Zombie King level SSS rank level 45 talent indestructible, possesses strong defensive power, undying body, can resurrect even if crushed to dust. Skills Corpse Poison Mist, can poison all creatures within range. Void Flight, high level flying zombie skill, Corpse Transformation Burst, instantly enhances status, significantly boosts combat power in all aspects. It looked quite fierce, its lack of agility was just its normal state, and it hadn't even triggered the Corpse Transformation. It seemed its defense was indeed very strong. The team had come in twice and failed to trigger the Corpse Transformation state. If they had triggered it, they wouldn't have come out unscathed. Life Exchange, Divine Chain Binding, Focus. Life Exchange, Gravity Binding. Lin Chen immediately activated his talent skill. Come on, let me see who is truly fearless. Here, Lin Chen decided to test his limits. He didn't activate Hellwhale because zombies have no feelings. Any pain is useless against them, so he could save that. Lin Chen also wanted to know where his ability boundaries lay. After binding, Lin Chen immediately turned on himself. He first severed one of his legs, then the other, and under the more than 500 times damage rebound, the Zombie King was also knocked down by the backlash. Remembering that the way to deal with zombies was to aim for the head, Lin Chen pulled out a dagger and stabbed it directly into his own head. Ah! The Zombie King finally realized it had suffered a strong attack. The previous team's assault was nothing compared to Lin Chen's strike, which was like a mere tickle. Even the damage reduction didn't inflict any harm on the Zombie King. Next, it was a matter of who could withstand it. There probably wasn't a more insane act than this. Someone was actually competing with the Zombie King in toughness. Lin Chen's actions were indeed very irrational. Given his talent, if the life exchange was ineffective, he would later be caught by the demon race's weaknesses. Last time, he had brought in a puppet, and Lin Chen felt it was not worth it, unable to bind to a puppeteer. Now facing the Zombie King, Lin Chen wanted to know if this monster, the least afraid of death, could be killed using life exchange. The Zombie King felt the damage and tried to get up, but since Lin Chen had first severed its legs, it failed. Unable to rise, it crawled towards Lin Chen, its eyes fiercely fixed on him. This terrifying scene was quite frightening. Anyone should be afraid of a zombie crawling towards them. But Lin Chen was not afraid. That's how a life exchanger is. One must dare to act against oneself. All human fears stem from casualties. If Lin Chen were afraid of this, he wouldn't be able to act against himself. The Zombie King crawled over, grabbing Lin Chen's hands, and they began to wrestle on the ground. The corpse poison was also spreading around, but any damage Lin Chen received would rebound back at over 500 times. Lin Chen's muscles were rotting, melting away, while the Zombie King's melted even faster. Ah! The zombie realized Lin Chen's ability and let out another roar, suddenly tearing Lin Chen in half. But at the same time, the divine chain binding caused the Zombie King to split in two as well. Indeed, it was the most powerful defensive monster. It seemed almost like a single effect. The Zombie King had endured over 500 times the damage compared to Lin Chen. Both sides had lost their ability to attack, and now it was a matter of recovery. Lin Chen's body was visibly healing, while the Zombie King was slowly merging its shattered body. Four hands crawled on the ground, each grabbing parts of its own body. It seemed the Zombie King was recovering even faster. By the time Lin Chen grabbed his own head, the Zombie King was almost done piecing together its upper body. Lin Chen felt that this couldn't go on, so he stopped piecing himself together and directly crushed his own head with one hand. Then Lin Chen held his brain in his hand. Come on, everyone, let's all blow our heads off and see who can withstand it. Ding! Congratulations on killing the descending boss, level 45 Zombie King. Killed a level 45 wild monster, gained 100,000 experience points. Divine Realm Spirit World Broadcast, SSSS level life exchange master Lin Chen has killed the descending Zombie King, setting a unique solo kill record. System rewards 50,000 experience points. This announcement left everyone outside the mist dumbfounded. What? A solo kill? Several teams exchanged glances, wondering how such a thing could happen. Could the Zombie King also exchange lives? The members of the rescue team were equally stunned. Their levels were quite high, around level 50. Captain, with your abilities, can you solo kill a level 45 Zombie King? I definitely can't. Don't be fooled by my high level. These undead creatures are very hard to kill. Even if our whole team goes in, we can only rescue people, mainly because their immunity to spell damage is too disgusting. Physical attacks aren't necessarily very effective either, its armor is too thick. Because of the existence of this SSS level Zombie King's attributes, it wasn't just about having a high level to defeat it. When it came to attribute counters, even small monsters could be impossible to kill, but Lin Chen had just made his first class change. With this, Lin Chen gained over 100,000 experience points, and he didn't even bother to check his level. After his body gradually healed, he organized himself and looked at the Zombie King's body. Could this thing still be revived? Logically, it should be able to revive, because the Zombie King wasn't considered a living being. Despite being called an undead creature, it wasn't actually a creature at all. It had no life to exchange, and Lin Chen was just pushing the limits of physical damage. Damage and recovery were the basis of combat. If damage exceeded recovery, one could kill. Lin Chen couldn't help but recall his battle with Changqing. If his recovery couldn't keep up with the damage dealt by Changqing, would his immortal body come to an end? But his divine position was an unprecedented SSSS level. Everything must have an end, so where was Lin Chen's end? After all, he was an existence that transcended the rules, and the divine established divine position levels seemed to only go up to SSS. Did this mean that his recovery ability exceeded the estimates of gods and demons? Lin Chen finally stood up, stored the Zombie King in his space, and then opened his attribute panel to check. Name, Lin Chen, Class, Life Exchange Master, Mage, Level 29, First Class Change, Talent, Divine Chain. As level increases, the number of targets that can be bound increases. Currently, the number of bindable targets, 29. Undead Battle Body, after exchanging lives, can trigger the undead spirit, permanently increasing physical strength and mental strength. Also possesses a focusing ability, allowing all damage from bound targets to be concentrated on one person. Shared Life and Death, Reverse Binding, can bind one ally, completely bearing the damage that the ally endures. Skill, Hell Whale, the pain and damage suffered by the body will increase by 25 times on the target. The multiplier of pain and damage increases with level. Skill, Night Eye Exploration, can detect dangers within 800 meters outside the body, range increases with level. Skill Gravity Confinement, control gravity within 80 meters, with a gravity intensity 60 times that of oneself, capable of confining enemies. The multiplier range increases with level. Skill Equivalent Exchange, sacrifice a part of the body to gain 1 hour of invulnerability. This skill can be used when controlled. Skill All skills of an A-class mage. Physical Strength 8. 3% Mental Strength 8. 3% Goodness. This pushed me straight to level 25. No wonder everyone wants to kill this kind of sudden boss. Just now, Nyomu and the others planned to form a small team to share the experience, which was a huge profit. Lin Chen took it all for himself, and the system even rewarded him for the solo kill, which was truly enviable. He staggered out and was met with the dazed gazes of several teams outside. Lin Chen, how did you do it? The rescue team couldn't help but ask. Their levels were not lower than the Zombie King, yet they felt they couldn't achieve it. I just killed it, as you all saw. But does exchanging lives work on the Zombie King? The Zombie King is not a living thing and doesn't feel pain. Indeed, the Zombie King is immune to various spells and is hard to kill. Even with a higher level, killing the Zombie King would be a challenge. This is a talent-based player. What else could Lin Chen say? He could only shake his head. I'm a freshman, why are you asking me? Not knowing how to respond, was there really such a freshman? The rescue team could only sidestep the question and ask him, so what about the Zombie King's body? We need to prevent it from reviving. I killed it. It's mine. We're just worried about the Zombie King reviving again. If it goes outside the divine domain, it will be hard to control. Then teach me how to prevent it from reviving, and I'll handle it myself. Lin Chen would never let go of the spoils he had obtained. This was also a high-level material and very special. The several teams from the 5 major societies looked at Lin Chen as if he were a deity. Killing the Zombie King was a bit too outrageous. Even the experts from the rescue team could protect themselves if they went in, but killing it would be very difficult, and no one had heard of anyone being able to take it down alone. The rescue team had no choice but to report the matter. In the end, it had to be Ji Wuyo who stepped in, because the setting of the Zombie King was that it could revive, living forever. The system of the divine domain only temporarily eliminates it. If you bring it out, the Zombie King could revive again. According to the handling procedure, we must take the Zombie King away. We cannot leave it behind without permission. Director G, what does take away mean, and where to? It means within the divine domain, to a space leading to other worlds. Director G, since I can solo kill it, even if the Zombie King revives again, I can handle it. Ji Wuyo shook his head. The Zombie King was still too dangerous. mainly because it was hard to kill. If experts couldn't kill it, they could run, but if the zombie king targeted ordinary people, it would be very hard to stop. If something really happens then, who will be responsible? Director G, do you know about the demon clan? Lin Chen brought this up again. In my duel with that Ouyang G, there were traces of the demon clan involved. The ones who showed up were not the real ones but puppets. Don't you have any vigilance about this, Director? Ji Wuyo was certainly not so easily deceived. He knew many things but couldn't say them. If the demon clan really existed, then things would be serious, and it wouldn't be possible to just turn a blind eye like now. Don't speak of such absurd matters recklessly within the National Vocational Institute. But I have personally been threatened by the demon clan. They can use puppeteers against me, a life-exchanging master, and the person isn't even present. Director, tell me, isn't that much more dangerous than the zombie king? What kind of existence is the demon clan? Since he had been threatened personally, he couldn't possibly say anything false. Lin Chen also couldn't pretend not to see it, as it threatened his own safety. Clearly, Ji Wuyo was not completely unaware. He fell into a brief silence. Lin Chen continued, if it were just me, I could certainly try other solutions, and it wouldn't be so urgent. The key is my sister. I don't want her to be in danger. Isn't she a key training target of the National Vocational Institute? I must do everything in my power to protect my sister's safety. When it comes to life, there can be no compromise. If Director G truly claims to be unaware, I can prove it right here. As Lin Chen spoke, he released Changqing's magic soul from the magic crystal, which appeared right in front of Ji Wuyo. Changqing's magic soul was in a deep slumber, having been burned by the small flame, and was already on the brink of death. Yes, he wasn't dead yet. It wasn't easy to kill a demon, and Lin Chen didn't want them to die either. If anything were to change in the future, this could always serve as a bargaining chip. Ji Wuyo was dumbfounded. He knew this was no illusion. The power of the magic soul was very clear. How did you do this? Director G, both my sister and I are threatened by the demons. This is not the time for questions. You are not a demon, but I can't be sure if you would side with them. After all, there are already people in the Divine Vocational Institute who have submitted to the demons. Ji Wuyo was not a demon, and the small flame did not react. But he also wanted to conceal the existence of the demons, not ruling out the possibility that he might help them. Lin Chen chose to lay his cards on the table in front of Ji Wuyo after much hesitation. There were always people in the Divine Vocational Institute who wanted to test the waters, so he had to try as well. If Ji Wuyo helped him, the pressure would be much less. Director G, do you know that it was also the demons who kidnapped my sister? Don't say anymore, I know. Ji Wuyo finally spoke the truth. Since Lin Chen had already taken action against the demons, there was no need to hide it. Many people know about the existence of the demons, but no one dares to speak of it now. A group was once wiped out. Lin Chen, we cannot go against this matter. Humans are no match for the demons. If this issue continues to be emphasized, the demons will tear off the mask, so those who know now choose to remain silent. Since this matter was made clear, Ji Wuyo also needed to clarify with Lin Chen. There was no point in talking if they couldn't win. At the same time, it implied that no matter how Lin Chen brought this matter to light, Ji Wuyo would not admit it in front of others. Ji Wuyo sighed, you can keep the thing, but you need to be careful with it. Don't speak of this matter again. It was only after Lin Chen brought up the demons that Ji Wuyo agreed to let him keep the body of the zombie king. Moreover, he also confirmed that Ji Wuyo indeed knew, and it wasn't just him. Among the few high-ranking individuals, there was a consensus. Everyone knew but chose not to speak. Now Lin Chen somewhat understood Ji Wuyo's reactions to a series of events. He was not a pushover, but when it came to many matters involving the Divine Vocational Institute, he chose not to get involved, including when the witch first took his sister away. At that time, Ji Wuyo didn't dare to speak. He knew very well that getting entangled in this matter would bring no benefits and could lead to disaster. Alright, I only ask one thing of Director G. If anything happens in the future, please protect my sister, and I won't have to worry. Rest assured, I have my own considerations. Lin Chen had been planning for this. Ji Wuyo could choose not to mention it and pretend to be blind, but Lin Chen could not. There was no room for reversal in what was happening to him. If the demons came knocking, there was no choice but to respond. Watching Lin Chen's departing figure, Ji Wuyo let out a slight sigh. This kid is not bad. He even thought of bringing the demons onto the altar, but what will happen in the future? When Lin Chen returned, Yuling's side had also wrapped up. They had a very smooth leveling session today, with 2 people leveling up, Linya and Yuling, while the others were close behind, and in 2 days, they would all successfully level up. They were very satisfied with this achievement, as it reached the average level of the Divine Vocational Institute. However, when they learned about Lin Chen's level, they were all stunned. What do you mean, leveling up to level 29 in 1 day? If you keep this up, the rules set by the gods must be fake. Zhao Feng and Wang Dong expressed their shock. This could no longer be described as genius. Lin Chen smiled. It's not something that happens every day. I just happened to seize an opportunity. I heard there was a zombie king. How did you defeat it? Ji Yun blinked, her eyes shining with admiration, but Lin Chen shook his head. You wouldn't want to hear the specifics. Yeah, he's a life exchanger. The process must have been bloody and messy, with no aesthetic appeal at all. And Li pointed it out, her expression showing no surprise, as if she had known all along. Similar to her was Linya. Although Linya had said she wouldn't actively predict anything, she always seemed to see some things. At that moment, Lin Chen received a call from an unknown number. Who is it? It's me, Lin Chen. Do you remember me? I'm Qin Shou's best friend. Oh, from your voice. You're that healer? Lin Chen recalled who it was and suddenly covered the phone, asking Yu Ling, when you introduce yourselves, do you say you're someone's best friend? Do girls like to talk like that? No, that kind of title is usually only used jokingly. Right, usually girls introduce themselves as best friends only in casual settings. Boys, on the other hand, might call each other brothers even in serious situations. Lin Chen thought that at least wasn't a universal phenomenon. The other party's words were so urgent, this was clearly not a joking matter. Is there something going on? Can you come over? I can't explain it clearly over the phone. I'm Lanyu, I'll tell you more when you get here, about Qin Shou. Lin Chen hesitated for a moment before saying, okay, I'll come by tonight. After all, it wasn't his first time going to the Divine Office. Although he had become the public enemy of the Divine Office, nothing would happen in a public setting. Even if the people from the Divine Office hated him, they wouldn't cause trouble within the premises. After hanging up, Lin Chen looked at the others. I'm going to the Divine Office. Linya was about to speak but was silenced by Lin Chen raising his hand. Don't say anything. No, brother, even though I'm a seer, I can't predict everything casually. I just want you to be careful. Some powers are hard for me to foresee, and I can't say much about things related to those powers. Well, then you don't need to do that. Right now, even among us, I can't see clearly. It feels like there's a dark cloud looming. This meant that Linya seemed to have lost her prophetic ability. When she said this, she unconsciously glanced at Enli. At that moment, Enli suddenly said, I want to go with you. You want to go? Why? You just joined us and aren't familiar enough. I haven't even brought the others. Take me with you, it will definitely be beneficial. Is it about your girlfriend? Enli seemed to guess what was going to happen. My family has influence in the capital, and something must have happened with your girlfriend's family this time. There are some things I'm more convenient with. As long as I speak, people will give face. It sounded reasonable. Lin Chen glanced at Yu Ling, who nodded slightly. It seemed Yu Ling had done her homework. There really was such a powerful family, and her information wouldn't be wrong. So Lin Chen nodded in agreement. But you have to listen, after all, this is the world of the divine. I know, but my family also has divine practitioners, and they aren't from the same faction. Who can they intimidate? She seemed a bit disdainful, clearly confident in her family's power. The two of them left the national office and headed to the divine office. Lin Chen couldn't help but ask, why do you want to join us? Your reputation is great, is it wrong to admire you? I don't look like it, and worshipping me isn't the reaction you should have. Look at Ji Yun. I've come to the National Vocational College to join you, can't you give me a bit of trust? Enli shook her head. Alright, I'm after something of yours. As long as you're willing to transfer it, I can pay a high price. What is it? An antique you bought, a wine cup from the auction. Lin Chen suddenly realized, so it's you, no wonder it felt so familiar. But I don't lack money, I don't want to sell. He felt that the item had significance, so he wanted to keep it for further study. If it were a rich girl hunting for antiques, Lin Chen wouldn't want to part with it easily. He wasn't lying, he truly didn't lack money. I understand. If you have any other needs, just tell me. I'll help you until you think it's okay to transfer it to me. Even if your family is wealthy and powerful, it can't do everything, right? Do you dare offend the Divine Institute? That's hard to say. The Divine Institute isn't that united internally, who knows, my family might have influence there. For now, I don't have anything I need your help with. And Li glanced at Lin Chen, knowing his situation, he really didn't lack money. At the very least, with Yu Ling by his side, this mysterious woman seemed quite wealthy but liked to act poor. Are you sure there's nothing I can help you with? This is a good opportunity. No, if there's a difficult situation, you can't help. How do you know I can't help if you don't say? Lin Chen smiled. Could this be casually mentioned? His troubles were much greater than the average person's. The demon clan, is that big enough? This isn't something that can be solved with money or power, not even by the Divine Institute. So there was no need to voice such things, it was meaningless. It was better to have a bit of depth to cover things up for a while. But Li was anxious to death. She knew about the demon clan, so just say it. The demon clan is a problem for you humans, but for her, it's not a big deal. It's like mice and cockroaches. Although you can't tolerate them, you don't have time to catch them every day. A temporary fix is also fine. Then if I say it, can you really help me? You can give it a try. I'm an heretic of the divine altar. You've heard of me, right? Every time I go to the divine altar, I face divine punishment. Last time, during a duel, I even implicated others. Can you solve this? Heretic, maybe the gods don't care about you at all? And Li said disdainfully. This situation was similar to the demon clan. As long as it didn't affect the big picture, there was no need to make a fuss. Although Lin Chen himself was a bit beyond the rules of the gods, he couldn't influence this world. If things don't escalate, the gods won't bother with you. Don't always think you're that important. The gods don't care? Then why the divine punishment? Do the gods acknowledge what you say? Do I need to say this? If the gods couldn't tolerate it, they would definitely take action. Aren't you doing fine now? Maybe the gods can't see me. Look, I've awakened 2 divine positions. What does that count for? There are even those who have undergone a second awakening outside the divine altar in the Divine Institute. They're even more rebellious, and the gods haven't intervened, have they? That's true. A second awakening outside the divine altar essentially denies the role of the gods. It's like in a sect that imparts abilities. If the master didn't teach you something and you learned it on your own from outside, the master would definitely be angry. This is indeed much more serious than Lin Chen's second awakening. Could it be that the gods really don't care about him? As Lin Chen thought about this, he felt a bit disappointed. Then if I unite with the demon clan, the gods should pay attention to me, right? Are you looking for trouble for the thrill of it? Lin Chen looked up and saw the Divine Institute had arrived, not paying attention to Wen Li's expression. Stick close to me, don't trust anyone. I know your family is powerful, but at least I don't want anything to happen while you're following me. This was definitely another trap, and Lin Chen was prepared that healer, Lan Yu, also had issues. He just didn't want anything to happen to Qin Xiu. If Li could really protect her, that would be great. When he saw Lan Yu at the Clergy Academy, she mysteriously pulled Lin Chen aside to talk. Only then did she notice Li and was slightly taken aback. Who is this? One of us, feel free to speak. Well, it's like this. Qin Xiu asked me not to tell you, but I have to go against her wishes because I'm her best friend. Something major happened at her home, and she can barely stay at the Clergy Academy lately. Take your time. First, what happened? Who's scheming? Lin Chen listened calmly, calculating that something must have indeed happened to Qin Xiu's family. Although her family was well off, they could only be considered a local power, not comparable to those prominent families in the capital. Lan Yu shook her head. They don't need any schemes to target the Qin family, they can just go for it directly. Then do I need to go back? No need to go back. I know who's causing trouble. We can directly help the Qin family in the capital. Is it Ouyang Ji? That's right. He must have been injured in that fight with you, and out of anger, he targeted the Qin family. Lin Chen nodded slightly, pondering carefully. Should he take the initiative to deal with Ouyang Ji? That was clearly unrealistic. Back when he saved his sister, he had recklessly confronted the Xie family, but the Xie family was just a small clan. With his current strength, he wouldn't even consider them, but Ouyang Ji's background was not ordinary. His father was the vice president, and also the vice president of the Clergy Academy. Even if his family background wasn't significant, how could he stand against the Clergy Academy? Ji Wuyo wouldn't dare to touch it, and others wouldn't even think about it. Lin Chen wasn't afraid, it was just that if he acted and achieved nothing, he wouldn't be able to help the Qin family. What was the point? At such a time, he felt somewhat helpless due to his lack of power. As a life-exchanging master, he couldn't just protect anyone he wanted. If it were a one-on-one fight, Lin Chen would be willing to give it a try, but this wasn't a one-on-one. There were forces on the other side, and what Lin Chen needed to do was to protect the Qin family. How to protect them? In life and death, he could only focus on one person. Moreover, this Lan Yu posed a significant problem. When he first met Lan Yu, she had tricked Lin Chen out of the team. Then the witch appeared. What a coincidence. The forces behind Ouyang Ji were small compared to the Xie family. Even if Lin Chen could kill his way in and out, it wouldn't help the Qin family much, especially since they were very likely involved with the demon clan. At such a time, Li should play her role. Are they using the power of the Clergy Academy or secular forces? This person is. Don't mind who I am. It seems we are both healers, so just speak. As it stands, the clergy of the Clergy Academy have not participated, it's just the Ouyang family's own forces. Lan Yu glanced at Lin Chen, and only after he nodded did she continue. She was unclear why Lin Chen brought a delicate girl. Did she have a significant force in the capital? Lin Chen was sure of this because Yu Ling had also investigated, and Enli's family indeed had a substantial background. Then there's nothing to worry about. Lin Chen, I'll help you this time, you sell the items to me. Enli was full of confidence. As long as it didn't involve clergy, she could handle it. Lin Chen only knew she had a connection with the appraiser from the auction house and wasn't clear about the forces in the capital. Generally speaking, the two academies were above these forces. After all, they were just secular powers. The two academies trained clergy, and in this world, strength was paramount. The power of the clergy could overturn secular power. But this wasn't a clear-cut distinction. Secular powers often colluded with the two academies. The examples of Ji Wuyo and Enli illustrated this well. Even immortals had to consume offerings. So it actually became complicated. Lin Chen was surprised that Enli was so fixated on that wine cup. That meant he couldn't easily agree. Who knows what rich connotations it might hold. A family so confident in the capital, just for one item, could completely illustrate the significance of that item. Well, let's take a look first. I still don't understand the current situation of the Qin family. Qin family? No need to understand. You just need to know that Qin Xiu can no longer attend school because of this. That is indeed serious. I'll call Qin Xiu and ask her. Hey, don't. She told me not to tell you. Lin Chen insisted on making the call. It's fine, I'll just say I found out on my own. I won't betray you. He then made the call, but it didn't go through. Now Lin Chen felt it was getting serious. It seemed something really had happened. Even if it was a trap set for him, the Qin family should have taken the bait. No matter how much he suspected Lan Yu, the matter concerning the Qin family should be real. Remembering how Qin Xiu had helped him and was quite loyal, Lin Chen felt he should take action. Setting aside any talk of romantic relationships, they had shared a bond in that regard. But how to help? Where to start? Lin Chen struggled even with a small family like the Xie family, let alone the intricate powers in the capital. He didn't even know where to begin. Should he just charge in like with the Xie family? Did Lin Chen, as a newly promoted student, have that kind of strength? Even if he could fight above his level, those big powers wouldn't lack experts. If Lin Chen got caught up in it, he might provoke even more powerful forces. What's wrong? Don't you believe in my family's power? Enli noticed Lin Chen was still hesitating, but he shook his head. That's just treating the symptoms, not the root cause. Do you know why they are targeting the Qin family? In reality, they are targeting me. The Qin family can survive this time, but there will be a next time. Then I will protect the Qin family for a lifetime. Such a bold statement left Lan Yu stunned. Who would dare to say such a thing? Enli spoke with immense confidence, and neither of them dared to make a sarcastic remark. Alright, where is Qin Xiu now? I want to know what could happen to her. She went to the Ouyang family, saying it was to resolve the Qin family's issues. Lin Chen looked at Enli and asked, can you guarantee her safety now? Now. I'm not sure. Who knows how she is doing? Then let's go see how she is. Isn't Ouyang Ji at the Divine Academy? Lan Yu said, he went back after the duel with you and was sent back. We don't know the situation. During the confrontation with Ouyang Ji, Lin Chen had played some tricks. He wasn't sure if the demon clan could see through it. Lan Yu, can you take me to the Ouyang family to find Qin Xiu? I can, but are you only taking her? What about this young lady? Lan Yu was also uncertain about this delicate girl's identity. She was worried about something happening, so she hesitated. As for who she was worried about, it was hard to tell. After all, this girl seemed to be a variable. Lin Chen pulled Enli aside. I do want to get help, but I need to confirm with you again. Do you really want to get involved in this matter? Because this might involve the demon clan, and I need you to think seriously about it. Enli only sneered. What demon clan? Why would she care about that? Only the demon clan would avoid her. What reason would they have to show themselves? But there were just too many cockroaches. No one would find every single cockroach in their home. Sometimes, you just turn a blind eye. In her eyes, Lin Chen was just a cockroach, and she usually couldn't be bothered. When Lin Chen asked her again, she felt that answering such a question would lower her status. It was like asking an adult, you can beat that rabbit, right? Seeing her silent, Lin Chen reminded her, because I don't want you to get involved. After all, our relationship isn't that deep. Do you not believe in the existence of the demon clan? I can't prove anything about this issue. No, I believe there are demon clans. That's good. So this is a murky situation, and it's not about how big your family background is. Don't worry, I can handle it. Enli said decisively, no matter what it is, I can help you sort it out, but you have to sell me that wine cup. Lin Chen emphasized once more, and she actually brought up the wine cup again. At this moment, Lin Chen became cautious. He recalled his sister's words. The things his sister had said gave him bolder ideas. What if it was true? So it was necessary to keep a hand hidden. He couldn't reveal all his cards, and that wine cup was like a card. Then how about this, you follow me first, and if I need your help, just speak up. You seem to be playing tricks? Not at all. I know it's not easy to owe favors to your noble families, so I want to take it step by step. You don't owe anyone anything. As long as you sell me that wine cup, I can help you with anything. This was too absolute, and Lin Chen became even more cautious, and Li's words had thoroughly startled him. Was it really that valuable? Perhaps it was worth more than just money. The strategic value of this thing could change a person's life. And Lin Chen's talent hadn't truly changed his life. Now he couldn't deal with major forces, but Li could accomplish it with just one sentence, and all of this stemmed from that wine cup? How about you don't go first? If I can't do it, I'll come back to call you. You think you can come back? Of course I can come back. I'm a life-exchanging master. With the ability of an immortal body, even if he couldn't win, he could at least escape. It wouldn't be so easy for the demon clan to kill Lin Chen. So Lin Chen had this confidence to see if he could resolve it. To be honest, killing a few demon clansmen wasn't a big deal, at least in Li's eyes, it wouldn't affect much. She also knew about the last time Lin Chen attracted divine punishment on the altar. Whether it was managed or not didn't really matter. For humans and demon clans, it was a big deal, but for the gods, it was just an ordinary small matter. Just like in daily life, some things you can do, and some you can choose not to do. And Li gritted her teeth. Fine, I'll go with you. If you can't handle it later, I'll help you, but you can't go back on your word. Don't worry, if you really help me, I will definitely acknowledge it. A few people directly stormed into the Ouyang family, not the divine office, but off campus. Lin Chen led Lan Yu straight through the front door. He always had this approach, and the last time he went to the Xie family, he was quite ostentatious. However, this place was different from the Xie family. They had 3 turn experts. If it really came to a fight, Lin Chen absolutely couldn't hold his ground, but he didn't plan to actually engage in combat. I am Lin Chen. I've heard that Qin Shou is here. I'm here to find her. It was that straightforward, and Lan Yu was dumbfounded. Don't you want to come up with some brilliant plan? What brilliant plan? Since they disdain to use schemes against the Qin family, then I'll play it straight. Tired, if it really didn't work out, he would just sell that wine cup. This was a huge villa, and the one who came out to greet them was a 3-turn expert. The 3-turn expert didn't even regard them. No matter what divine position, the level difference was too great. But this expert seemed to have received a task. You are Lin Chen? You've got guts. Since you're here, please come in. What? Just let us in like that? Aren't we supposed to fight first? You haven't even reached the 2nd turn. Who can you fight? The people nearby burst into laughter. The Ouyang family had gathered many elites. Just think about it, the head of the Ouyang family was the vice president. He must have benefited his family, and many excellent graduates must have come to his family. It was absolutely impossible for Lin Chen to force his way in. But in terms of strength, this place could rival the national office. Alright, then I'll go in. Lin Chen, I won't go in. The blue rain suddenly shrank, which was a very normal reaction. Perhaps she was deliberately acting normal. Everyone has some friends, wanting to be loyal yet timid. Alright, you just wait at home. Lin Chen didn't want to argue with her too much. Even if there were issues, she was just a small fry. So, Lin Chen took Li inside. At this point, Lin Chen was still puzzled. Didn't they recognize Li? So he asked the expert, is the Ouyang family very powerful? What do they count for in the capital? Do you know who is beside me? This was clearly a case of bluffing, and Li could see through Lin Chen's thoughts. However, bluffing is mostly ineffective unless a tiger truly helps you. Oh, isn't this the daughter of the newly risen mysterious family, the Yin family? A pleasure to meet you. Oh, you're really not afraid? What does this have to do with the Yin family? It does. If you want to use your power to pressure us, she is my friend and won't just stand by. Lin Chen glanced at Li, who maintained her aloof expression. She knew Lin Chen was scheming and bluffing, but she didn't mind. Why would she care about such things as a humble human? But the expert wasn't afraid at all. Is that so? But this still has nothing to do with her. With just this one sentence, Lin Chen understood what he was thinking. They certainly had power and weren't afraid of any family, as this involved the demon clan. If the demon clan were to act, no secular power would be effective. Seeing his confidence, Lin Chen realized what he was up against. There was a turning point. Indeed, he might not have enough strength to deal with human experts, but when it came to the demon clan, Lin Chen had his own methods. Like Chang Qing, if he were to face any human expert, it would be very difficult for Lin Chen to resolve it. Yet, Chang Qing was a demon, and Lin Chen burned him to ashes. So here, if Lin Chen really wanted to deal with the demon clan, should he reveal that flame? Passing through the front hall and entering the backyard, the Ouyang family had a spacious backyard. Upon arriving, Lin Chen saw Qin Xiu, who was surprisingly sitting there drinking tea. Qin Xiu? Shouldn't you be tied up? They didn't coerce you? What? No, they don't need to tie me up to coerce me. Xinshuo's expression was not good, but why are you here? Did they tell you? This was something her best friend had mentioned, but her best friend was clearly in cahoots with these people. So Lin Chen nodded, yes, they mentioned your situation and found me. Xinshuo was not just a pretty face, she quickly understood, could it be? They are after you? You're really smart, so strictly speaking, it's me who has implicated you. You're not just saying that to comfort me, are you? Since you're here, do you have a way to deal with them? It depends on the situation, I don't have complete confidence. Lin Chen truly didn't, but relying on his immortal body, he came to scout things out first. Whether it was a conspiracy or not, he had to come, this step was necessary, and the other side seemed to have a firm grip. Oh, Lin Chen, you have a very clear understanding. At this moment, Director Feng walked out, looking at Lin Chen with indifference. Lin Chen didn't expect her to appear directly, and she could also give orders in the Ouyang family, waving her hand for everyone else to retreat. She was dressed more provocatively than at school, surprisingly in a black leather jacket. Yet she still wore glasses, and her eyes, far from appearing dull, brought a hint of unique charm. Lin Chen couldn't help but think more. Are you the wife of the Ouyang Dean? What nonsense are you talking? He doesn't deserve it. Then there's only one identity left. The Demon Clan, only the Demon Clan could do this, indeed not to be trifled with. Lin Chen had managed to provoke everyone. If he had just provoked a few young masters, he could still handle it. At most, he would wipe out a few families. This time it poked at the Demon Clan, isn't it a bit too fast? He hasn't even cultivated yet. It feels like encountering the final boss right after entering the game, impossible to fight. Although he indeed has a way to deal with the Demon Clan alone, 1 or 2 is manageable, but more than that is not. The Demon Clan is not only powerful in itself, but they can also coerce the human forces of this world to deal with Lin Chen, leaving no blind spots. So what's the point of Lin Chen being able to kill a couple of demons? Isn't it a bit too fast? Lin Chen felt a sense of losing control in his heart. Hearing Lin Chen say this, Director Feng sneered, you'd better let them leave first, otherwise, none of you will get out. This was a sign of murderous intent. Anyone who knows of the Demon Clan must be eliminated. Yu Ling had said that many forces were aware of this matter before, but a batch was destroyed by the Demon Clan, and now no one dares to mention it. Everyone says it doesn't exist, and generations of people have come to forget about it. She's right, and Li, you take Xinshuo back first. Lin Chen was also prepared to engage in a fierce battle with Director Feng here. But they absolutely cannot know about the existence of the Demon Clan, they cannot know it to their faces, otherwise, they won't survive. Anyway, Lin Chen's difficulty was just dealing with another demon, which had already lowered the difficulty. If he had to face the third transformation expert who brought him in, it would probably be even harder, because his little flames were obviously ineffective against humans. With no one around, Lin Chen felt at ease using his ultimate move against the Demon Clan. You don't need my help anymore? Your strength can't match hers. And Li refused to leave. She looked into Director Feng's eyes, and they actually sparkled with golden light. Director Feng saw it too, and she was momentarily stunned, frozen in place. Although there was no visible change on the surface, Lin Chen could clearly feel that Director Feng was like a mouse seeing a cat, bristling with fear, as if this girl was her natural nemesis. In that instant, Lin Chen's thoughts turned 1,000 times. Linya had said that the two powers she couldn't see were both here. If the Demon Clan was like this, Lin Chen probably wouldn't gain any advantage in this tight spot. He had to find a way to balance things. So he didn't wait for others to speak and turned back first. Since you don't want to leave, don't move for now, let me handle it. Oh, can you handle it yourself? I can try, but you all promise me, no matter what you see, don't tell anyone outside. Lin Chen smiled mysteriously and turned to Director Feng. At this moment, he felt the most uncertain. Seeing Director Feng stunned with fear, Lin Chen walked over to remind her, hey, what are you thinking? Do you still want to fight me? Who exactly are you? Good question, but I won't tell you who I am, I'll just say I can kill you. You? Could it be that you are also? Director Feng was truly frightened, but she remained stubborn. So what if you are? You're powerful, isn't it just relying on human faith? Without these powers, our strengths are actually about the same. Lin Chen played dumb. I don't know what you're talking about. I've mastered the ultimate move against you. Do you know how Chang Qing died? Wasn't he punished by the gods? No, he was burned to death by me. Look at this. Lin Chen directly revealed flames in his hand. I don't know if you recognize this, but this thing can kill you, no matter how strong you are. It seems to be born to counter you, am I right? Director Feng's eyes widened. Divine fire, where did you get this? Let's not talk about that for now. I'm the only one in the world who isn't afraid of gods and demons. Do you remember divine punishment? It's also ineffective against me. Do you know why it's ineffective? That's my secret. Want to know? What the demon clan most wanted to know, Lin Chen believed, was how to deal with the gods. That was the most obvious. Both awakenings on the divine altar had gone unnoticed by the gods. Every time the divine punishment occurred, it caused no harm. Isn't that proof enough? Director Phone looked at him with a gaze full of uncertainty. She wasn't sure if Lin Chen knew the identity of the girl behind him, or if she was the same kind of person as her. But the way Lin Chen spoke clearly indicated otherwise. It even seemed that Lin Chen didn't know who Enli was. Do you think the gods are unaware of your actions? Even if they know, they can't do anything to me. Divine punishment is useless against me, don't you think? Lin Chen said all this just to tell Director Feng that he didn't know the identity of the girl behind him. This roundabout way of speaking was exhausting. If she could understand, the purpose of intimidation would be achieved. So what was Lin Chen planning to do? He couldn't go to war with the demon clan, nor could he turn against the gods. He could only exist in the middle ground between the two. Lin Chen was very worried that both he and his sister would face divine punishment. What? The gods seemed indifferent? Who knows if they will care in the future? Such a situation where a single word could determine life or death must not happen. Therefore, Lin Chen couldn't lean towards either side. No matter how they fought, they couldn't involve Lin Chen. That wine cup must not be sold. Without worries behind him, who knows if they would act. As for the demon clan, they just needed to compromise. Lin Chen didn't want to keep clashing with them. Now, Director Feng didn't know how to resolve the situation because she didn't know Lin Chen's stance. The one behind would have no room for negotiation once they took action, but Lin Chen was betting that they wouldn't act easily. Lin Chen had never seen the demon clan so frightened. It seemed Enli's deterrent power was indeed significant. So how do you plan to resolve this? Director Feng asked, her uncertainty evident. Once she asked this question, she was in danger of being discovered by the gods. Lin Chen nodded and turned to the two girls, saying, "You two go out first. This is the time to discuss schemes and tricks, and girls shouldn't hear this, or they might turn bad. I'll handle it here." Lin Chen, it's not safe for you here either, Qin Xiao said worriedly. Lin Chen raised his hand, signaling her to stop talking. I'm here to save you. If you're not safe, then my effort is in vain. Don't worry, I have a way to deal with her, you have to trust me. Surprisingly, Lin Chen's words did make her believe him. After all, Lin Chen had once eliminated a teaching assistant, who was no weakling. At worst, Lin Chen could run away himself. She had that kind of trust in him. Okay, but you need to save more than just me. Who else? Long Kor and her family. If her family hadn't been suppressed, they wouldn't be able to touch my Qin family. Long Kor has been helping me all along. Alright, save this place first, then go save her. Lin Chen readily agreed, revealing a small flame, which was actually for Enli to see. He wanted Enli to know that he could handle this matter. He was confident in taking on the demon clan. As long as Enli didn't immediately reveal her identity, Lin Chen could keep the situation entangled. What was being launched now was the most serious matter in the world. The two greatest forces were clashing, and Lin Chen hoped they wouldn't collide. Looking at Enli, she was still staring at Director Feng. Lin Chen reminded her again, "You all go out, do you hear me? Humph, you'll still have to beg me." Enli surprisingly gave up and turned to walk outside, and Lin Chen let out a sigh of relief. Why didn't Enli eliminate this demon clan immediately? Was her power insufficient? Certainly not. The demon clan had said that the gods had gained a significant amount of power from the human world, and the demon clan was not their opponent now, especially after so many years of worship, extracting the power of countless divine personnel. As long as the altar remained, she would still have the upper hand over the demon clan. Watching the two leave, Lin Chen turned to Director Feng and said, "Now, we need to talk about how to resolve this." "What do you mean by that? You were seen by her, and you can't escape, right? I thought you didn't know her identity." Lin Chen smiled, "I guessed it. Now you should understand, your enemy is not me. But you brought her here, isn't that the end of everything? Can she still listen to you? Whether she can listen to me is not important. I can help her find out where the remaining demons are. You know I can." The stakes were being raised. Whether both sides could sit down and talk depended on this moment. Director Feng was still somewhat reluctant. "If I kill you, won't that settle everything?" "You can't kill me. Even Changqing couldn't do it. Do you have that confidence?" He really didn't. As long as Lin Chen was alive, he could lead the gods to find the demons one by one. Lin Chen was threatening her now. Director Feng asked, "Are you working for them?" "No, I still don't know who they are." "Do you understand?" Director Feng finally understood but still asked, "Why don't you cooperate with her?" "Because I am also someone punished by the gods, we should be on the same side." He wasn't lying, Lin Chen truly thought this way. He didn't believe he should rely on the gods because his divine abilities would also be punished by the altar. This was something that would be settled sooner or later, it was just that the trouble he caused wasn't big enough yet. Don't think that because Enli was helping him deal with the demons, he could be at ease. Director Fong ultimately compromised, I will let the Qin family and the Long family go and won't interfere in these matters. But Ouyang Ji was made a fool by you, the Ouyang family won't let it go easily. Can you handle it yourself? As long as you don't interfere, it's not a problem. But you also need to help me with something. After she sees me, I won't be safe. Since you say we are on the same side, help me with this, and the demons will help you in the future. Okay, what do you want me to do? When Lin Chen came out, Qin Shou approached him. Are you okay? I'm fine, she backed down. It seems my intimidation was effective. Lin Chen hadn't mentioned the demons when talking to Director Fong, so Qin Shou couldn't understand. But Enli understood, isn't it me helping you? You have to acknowledge my role. Of course not. I rely on myself. You know the last person I brought to the altar, he died. With Qin Shou present, Lin Chen didn't say it outright. And Li insisted, you must sell that wine cup to me when you go back. Why? You just followed along and did nothing. In the end, I negotiated everything myself. Why do you know that yourself? And Li didn't say it clearly in front of Qin Shou. Alright, even if you solved it yourself this time, you know who she is. Without me, how would you solve it next time? Don't think your divine position can help you deal with everything. Lin Chen nodded, you're right. Then, let's talk about it next time? Humph. And Li was angry but had no way out. What Lin Chen didn't know was that she really couldn't act casually. Because this was also a rule of the gods, showing abilities across realms was not allowed. Even the demons avoided it, they wouldn't easily use their powers unless absolutely necessary. They would only use it secretly when they felt it was necessary, like dealing with Lin Chen. Normally, they were no different from an ordinary divine practitioner, their human identity was their disguise. If Enli wanted to act, she needed sufficient excuses, like eliminating demons. Right now was an opportunity, but she wouldn't act herself, naturally, other forces would step in. Director Fong had talked to Lin Chen, she would hide for a while. So Enli's main task was still to get that wine cup, everything else was secondary. Being high and mighty, she naturally wouldn't bother with ants unless the ant held something important. Moreover, she couldn't use her true abilities to forcibly take it from Lin Chen, as that would violate the rules of the gods. If Lin Chen were a demon, she could act without any reservations. But now Lin Chen is not, and the only ability Enli can use is the same divine power as a human, she is just a healer. What are you talking about? Qin Shou couldn't understand at all. Lin Chen smiled and said, let's go, we need to save Kor now. Then, holding the token given by Director Fong, Lin Chen left the Ouyang family without anyone daring to stop her. Just after Lin Chen exited, a flash of golden light appeared, and the figure of an old man emerged in the backyard. This was the old appraiser from the auction house, and at this moment, his eyes sparkled with golden light as he searched the surroundings with an imposing expression. They actually ran away? I want to see where you can escape to. Lin Chen brought in Li and Qin Shou, and